Hi, I am Selena Kent, a humble journalist from the Planet Daily. Previously an ordinary Earthling audience member, now a bearer of Kryptonian powers. In my past life, I was a good person, and upon my rebirth, I have resolved to become an exceptional force for good. Tony Stark, a walking technological marvel and narcissist, whose boisterous nature often makes one wish for a silent mode on his armor. Yet, I must concede, he exudes undeniable charm when settling the bills. The young spider. This child possesses a heart as gentle as a fawn, with a tongue that often races ahead of his thoughts. A good neighbor in New York, he is certainly one of my primary focuses, though not in the manner one might assume. Comrade Sam, a paragon of morality, yet somewhat of an old popsicle. One must tread carefully in conversation with him to avoid stepping on the landmines of yesteryear she occasionally comes across as rather antiquated. Don't strike me. I mean, he embodies a classic handsomeness. Thor, a walking demolition agency and charger, his muscles connect directly to his brain, with his hammer serving as a substitute for contemplation. The familial drama with his brother Loki unfolds like a tragicomedy, where deception and forgiveness dance in a cyclical embrace. He is far more suited to being a beer spokesperson than a king. As you can see, this is my new work environment, intense, chaotic, brimming with humor, and often requiring the salvation of the world. But truthfully, rather than merely spectating the unfolding narrative, I yearn to rewrite it myself, aspiring to become the light of humanity. Chapter 1. Ascending to the Celestial Realm. The solemn, resonant notes of the organ flowed gently beneath the lofty ceiling of the hallowed church, akin to the pulse of the earth, whispering the secrets of the soul. Before the altar, an elderly priest gently placed his hands upon the lectern, his voice rich and reverberant, imbued with the weight of time and profound compassion. Dear brothers and sisters, we gather today in this sacred place, filled with limitless remembrance and utmost respect for the departed. His life, like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, though ephemeral, illuminated the most cherished corners of our humanity with its unparalleled radiance. The priest's gaze swept over the sorrowful faces before him, his voice deepening. He approached the world's deepest wounds with unwavering courage. He sowed the seeds of hope in the desolate wasteland. With an undying fervor, he embodied angelic compassion, offering warmth to the souls that struggled in suffering, allowing them to feel seen, understood, and tenderly comforted. He paused slightly. His life was a hymn composed of bravery and benevolence. He traversed this fractured land not to take, but to give, offering the deepest care, the most steadfast witness, and a glimmer of light piercing through the long night. He devoted himself entirely, embodying the essence of selfless sacrifice. The priest's gaze gradually shifted towards the altar, where a coffin draped in pristine white cloth lay, his eyes mingling sorrow and solace. Now, he has completed his earthly journey and is called home. May he find profound rest in the eternal embrace of the Heavenly Father, transcending the toils of this world, like an infant returning to a warm cradle. His spirit shall remain with us, like an everlasting star, guiding us steadfastly along the path of light and love. This is the wondrous grace and promise of the Lord. Amen. Selena recalled her past life as a journalist and volunteer. Back then, she was him, a name that has since lost its significance. He was a spirited and cheerful individual, perpetually adorned with a warm smile, even in the face of gangsters and drug lords. Until that fateful moment when he accompanied the World Central Kitchen Organization to a small Middle Eastern nation, where his life was abruptly extinguished by the assault of hypocritical genocidal perpetrators. There, he witnessed how life could turn to dust in an instant, and he bore witness to the most glaring light and the thickest darkness within the abyss of humanity. The sky above the camp was suddenly torn asunder. The roar of explosions swallowed cries for help, shrieks morphing into an eternal hum. In the blink of an eye, the world became weightless and silent. Invisible shackles bound him, and his struggles were reduced to a feeble whimper, a final echo of his soul. He believed his life had come to an end, only to find that fate had granted him a chance to begin anew. He was reborn, emerging as a fragile infant, yet once again, misfortune struck. He was in freefall. The chill of death was piercingly cold. Just as consciousness began to sink into the depths of eternal void, a miracle unfolded. In a desolate wasteland, he struggled to lift his heavy eyelids through the haze. Warm and steady arms emerged, breaking through the smoke, gently cradling him. The warmth of that embrace was the only tangible reality of survival. The contours of this new world remained unclear, and weariness washed over him like a tide, pulling him back into the dark realm of dreams. Consciousness slowly surfaced from the depths of chaos. Selena felt an unprecedented softness beneath her, as if she were nestled within a warm cloud. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she struggled to part them. In the dim light, a woman in her 30s sat by the bedside, her brown curls casually gathered, her gaze gentle enough to draw tears. Her warm hand tenderly brushed across Selena's small forehead and cheeks, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if touching a rare treasure. The woman whispered softly, her voice imbued with an almost reverent excitement. "Jonathan, look." Her voice trembled with a barely perceptible catch, striving for steadiness. "This is a gift from God, I am certain. I can feel it deep within my bones." She leaned in, nearly pressing her face against the infant's swaddling, inhaling the soft essence. The man beside her, sturdy and wearing a faded checkered shirt, nervously rubbed his thighs, inching closer to gaze upon the sleeping infant's face, concern etched upon him. "Of course, Martha, God has heard our prayers. But this child," he paused, lowering his voice, "she will grow, and one day, will learn the truth." Martha shot up, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she bit her lip to suppress the emotion, her voice resolute. "Then let her know the goodness of our love first, Jonathan. How long have we waited? How long have we longed? Now she is here, lying here, healthy and whole. Is this not divine providence? What else could it be?" Her fingers instinctively tightened, gently grasping the edge of the swaddle. Selena listened intently to this exchange. "So, they are a couple longing for a child." "Jonathan, look," Martha exclaimed in joyful disbelief, nearly leaping from her seat. She smiled. She truly smiled at me. "I see it, Martha." Jonathan's worry melted away in an instant, replaced with warmth as he clumsily yet tenderly leaned in, wrapping his strong arms around Martha and the swaddled infant, cradling them carefully. His voice softened, filled with the awkward love of a first-time father. "You were right. She heard us. Oh, my precious daughter." "Daughter." The infant's fleeting delight and warmth froze abruptly. The radiant smile that had blossomed on her face suddenly became fixed, as if paused, an unnatural stillness overtaking her tiny features. Enveloped in immense joy, Martha and Jonathan leaned into one another, eyes sparkling with treasure, utterly oblivious to the tempest of emotions surging within their newborn. The couple exchanged a gaze brimming with tears and joy, bestowing upon her a name, Selena Kent, an angel from heaven. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm golden glow upon the swaddled infant. Chapter 2. The collapse of extrasensory perception. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, Selena has turned 7. It was an ordinary afternoon in the classroom. The sun lazily streamed through the tall, old-fashioned windows, casting slanting golden rays that danced silently through the air, accompanied by countless tiny dust particles. The scratch of chalk against the blackboard and the occasional rustle of turning pages formed a monotonous, yet soporific lullaby. Selena was engrossed in her drawing, her tiny fingers gripping the pencil, relishing the comforting texture of wood and graphite. Suddenly, without warning, the world was violently peeled back. Her vision warped and collapsed, then reformed. In panic, she raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the back of the boy seated in front of her. The blue-striped t-shirt and slightly protruding shoulder blades dissolved like a cheap canvas in strong acid, replaced by a disturbingly clear, pale skeleton. She could see the curve of each rib, the vertebrae like a chilling chain of ice. This horrifying sight was not still. The skeleton moved with the boy's unconscious shifts, its joints audibly creaking before her eyes. Selena's heart seized as if gripped by a cold hand, rising in her throat. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, desperately seeking a thread of familiar reality. Yet, wherever she looked, the classroom scene had crumbled. In the front row, Susan's lovely braids and golden hair had vanished instead. Selena saw her skull pulsating with a pink brain, and beneath her skin, a network of blue veins twisted like a bizarre, living map. Ms. Johnson stood at the podium, her gentle voice continuing, but Selena could vividly see the fist-sized heart within her chest rhythmically throbbing, each contraction sending forth a crimson stream of life coursing through delicate vessels. The visual horror was merely the first wave of shock. Following that, an unprecedented cacophony surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly filling her eardrums and demolishing the barriers of her consciousness. The sound of dozens of hearts beating in unison, thud, 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 transformed from a vague background noise into a cacophony of heavy, chaotic drums, pounding furiously within her skull. Each heartbeat made her temples throb violently. Inhale, exhale, the faint sounds of airflow through her nostrils, throat, and trachea, mingling with the inflation and deflation of her lungs, coalesced into an endless, massive tide of sound, completely drowning out all other noises. Even the rushing blood coursing through her veins produced a fine, swift swish, as if countless cold serpents were darting within her. This pervasive, primal noise from the very essence of life engulfed her, threatening to tear apart her delicate nerves. A scream, utterly uncontrollable and born of profound terror from the depths of her soul, erupted from Selena's throat. That sound was sharp and piercing, imbued with the unique intensity of a child's voice, like a cold spike piercing the bubble of tranquility in the afternoon classroom. The sounds of chalk and page-turning abruptly ceased. All the children turned in astonishment, dozens of eyes instantly fixating on her pale face, etched with sheer terror. Selena, Miss Johnson's voice, tinged with genuine concern and worry, reached her ears as she immediately set down her book and hurried down from the podium. The sound of her high heels striking the floor resonated in Selena's amplified senses as if a hammer were pounding on a drum. She approached Selena's side, crouching down, her warm palm, imbued with a familiar, comforting aura, gently covering Selena's cold, trembling hand. "Child, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Selena felt trapped within a shattering glass dome constructed of noise and terrifying visions. She shut her eyes tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to do so. The visual onslaught was momentarily blocked by the darkness, but the deafening symphony of heartbeats, breaths, and flowing blood continued to roar. She clutched Miss Johnson's warm hand as though it were the only piece of driftwood in a boundless tempest. She forced herself to take deep breaths, inhaling the cool air that filled her lungs, mingling with the familiar scent of dust and classroom, then laboriously exhaling, as if trying to expel the fear and that invisible tide of noise swirling within her chest. Time stretched, thick and long, in extreme focus and suppression. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps mere seconds or several minutes, until the frantic beating of her heart and the cacophony of lives tide slowly receded, akin to a tide withdrawing, diminishing bit by bit from her ears. The boundaries of sight and sound blurred once more, and the familiar yet fragile shell of the world seemed to struggle in rewrapping itself around her. Cautiously, she slowly lifted her eyelids. Her long, golden eyelashes trembled like the wings of a startled butterfly. Miss Johnson's gentle, worried face came into focus, and she thanked the heavens for the sight of a complete, warm visage, no longer the disorienting separation of flesh and bone. The buzzing whispers and curious gazes of her classmates returned to a normal volume. "I'm okay now." Selena's voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with the frailty of survival and a controlled tremor. She endeavored to pull the muscles of her mouth upward, attempting to conjure a smile that would reassure her teacher. Yet that smile was as fragile as thin ice in early spring, shattering at the slightest touch, stiffly resting on her still pale face, failing to conceal the lingering fear and confusion within her blue eyes. "Ms. Johnson, really, you'll be fine in a moment," she murmured softly, as if persuading her teacher, or perhaps attempting to convince her own heart that continued to race within her chest, almost bursting forth. The school bell rang like a lifeline, finally piercing through the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped Selena all day. She hastily shoved her books into her bag and nearly dashed for the classroom door, her movements swift enough to create a gust of wind, eager to escape this place immediately. She sprinted along the familiar streets of the town, heading toward Kent Farm. Initially, her instinct was merely to return home quickly, seeking refuge in the comforting embrace of the farmhouse. However, as she ran, a peculiar sensation seized her. She felt weightless. Her body felt buoyed like a feather lifted by the wind, each step imbued with unprecedented elasticity and strength. Her breathing was steady and deep. The path she had traversed yesterday, which left her slightly breathless and flushed, now felt effortless, her heart beating steadily, as if leisurely strolling. This extraordinary lightness washed over her like a cool spring, cleansing the remnants of the terrifying sensory storm from her afternoon. A bold thought, startling enough to make her hold her breath, thundered in her mind. Could it be that I truly am a superhero? This notion electrified her, coursing through her tense nerves. All along, she had regarded the shared surname between her parents and that of the superhero from a past life as mere coincidence. Though she had considered the possibility of such a lineage, it was only today that she felt certain. She had never heard of Gotham or Metropolis here, nor had she glimpsed the shadow of Batman. What she did know were the stories of Captain America from World War II and the towering Stark Industries building piercing the clouds in New York. An uncontrollable, somewhat neurotic laughter erupted from Selena's throat, rising in pitch and volume, increasingly resonant and crystalline. The sound resembled a multitude of tiny silver bells suddenly shaken, their chimes cascading through the tranquil evening air of the small town. Within that laughter lingered the tremors of survival from a harrowing ordeal, yet more predominant was a euphoric elation, akin to breaking free from a cocoon. The bone-chilling terror that had recently gripped her had not yet entirely dissipated, but in this moment, it was swept away by an overwhelming sensation of soaring liberation. Chapter 3. Growth Mother, I have returned. Selena exclaimed as she forcefully pushed open the wooden door of the cottage, her voice pitched higher than usual, infused with an exaggerated cheerfulness. Unlike her customary routine, she did not wipe the mud from her shoes on the doormat. Martha hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, flour dusting her hands, her apron meticulously tied, yet a palpable worry clouded her countenance. Selena, my darling, she called out, hurrying towards her daughter with an almost frantic pace, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. Mrs. Johnson called me. She said you suddenly screamed during class, gasping for breath, as if something had seized your throat. My heavens, what has transpired? You frightened your mother to death. Instinctively, Selena clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, the slight sting forcing her back to reality. Oh, it's nothing serious, Mother, she quickly replied, forcing a smile that was perhaps too radiant, her voice strained in an effort to remain calm. Really? Look, before the last word escaped her lips, she leapt into the air, her body soaring weightlessly, arms outstretched, toes pointed, executing a flawless turn mid-air before landing gracefully in a poised ballet stance. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, exuding an otherworldly grace and strength. Having been nurtured by the Kents, Selena had long since embraced her identity as a girl, even mastering the art of playfulness and charm, an instinct she never anticipated. Yet, Martha's brow remained furrowed, deepening rather than easing. To her mother, this was merely a facade of calmness put on by a child. Martha reached out, her warm fingers, though slightly trembling, gently brushing Selena's forehead. Selena, dear, do not hide anything from me. If you feel unwell or have encountered something frightening, you must tell me, all right? The concern in her voice was almost overwhelming. A wave of warmth and guilt surged within Selena. She yearned to share the exhilarating sensation that had swept over her. Yet the nightmare of that afternoon compelled her to conceal the truth. She could not bear to add to her mother's worries. Of course, Mother, I promise. She nodded emphatically, softening her tone, quickly shifting the subject with a hint of playful urgency. I'm so hungry. What delicious meal awaits us tonight? Martha gazed deeply at her daughter, letting out a gentle sigh as she tenderly stroked Selena's soft golden hair. Tonight, I prepared your favorite, she replied softly, attempting to dispel the invisible gloom with the warmth of home. Salmon and spinach lasagna, along with a fresh tomato and mozzarella salad. I even tried my hand at making tiramisu from a newly acquired magazine recipe. You must savor its taste later. Then I shall go watch television. Selena chirped, her voice bright like that of an exuberant fawn as she skipped away from Martha, bounding towards the bulky wooden television in the corner of the living room. With practiced ease, she pressed the switch, and the cathode ray screen flickered to life, emitting a gentle hum. From the moment she opened her eyes in this body and learned to walk and speak, she naturally embraced the identity of this golden-haired little girl. Every leap and every toss of her ponytail radiated the unrefined innocence and vitality unique to childhood. This antiquated television from the 90s, with its curved reflective screen, lacked the vibrancy of the LCD screens she remembered from the future, and the variety of programs offered by the channels was considerably limited. Yet, with her tiny face drawn close to the screen, she remained utterly captivated, as if it concealed a portal to another universe. Her small hand grasped the remote control, and without hesitation, she deftly pressed the button for that familiar channel. Instantly, the screen was filled with images of billowing smoke and a fervent narration. In her previous life, as a steadfast anti-war pacifist, this channel, renowned for its promotion of war narratives and American imperialist values, had been an object of her disdain. Yet now, she found herself relying on it for crucial information about this world. Yesterday, our brave elite forces successfully executed a pivotal cleansing operation in Sokovia, clearing obstacles for the seeds of freedom and democracy. The news anchor's voice resonated, backed by the backdrop of burning buildings and speeding armored vehicles. Sokovia, a weight dropped in Selena's heart, as if gripped by an icy hand. All clues suddenly interconnected. The bombing of 1998, the homeland of Wanda and Pietro, the U.S. Military employing Stark Industries bombs. The scene shifted briefly showcasing a close-up of missile debris glinting with a cold metallic sheen, its blurred inscriptions stinging her eyes. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. The harsh reality struck her heart with force. Everything aligned. In her memories of a planet called Earth, there existed a similarly named place that had been drenched in blood and fire, Kosovo. Having just awakened her powers today, she pondered when she would be able to fly. There was a sense of anticipation, yet it felt akin to watching a Superman movie where he only flies at 30. That seemed far too long. By then, Thanos would have already snapped his fingers. Many memories from her previous life had been forgotten during her infant years, and the plot lines of the films lingered only in vague recollections, with numerous details slipping from her grasp. Armor up. Suddenly, Selena felt a surge of urgency. She resolved that she must begin training. This world harbored myriad regrets and wonders that she yearned to witness. With that thought, she clenched her right fist and struck it firmly against the palm of her left hand, as if solidifying a determination. Chapter 4. Graduation Trip, January 2007. Papa, Mama. Selena's voice flowed like the clearest stream in spring, brimming with exuberance and instantly filling every corner of Kent Farm. She waved a thin envelope, her silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Inside the envelope lay her acceptance letter from the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism. As an early applicant, she received this delightful news at the dawn of the new year. Congratulations, my little son. Jonathan set down the wrench in his hand, having just been repairing the farming tools. A smile blossomed on his face, pure in content, as the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. Martha hurried over, embracing her daughter tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Celia, marvelous. I always knew you could do it. Dinner was a splendid feast, meticulously prepared by Martha. The aroma of the golden, crispy roast chicken wafted through the air, while thick corn tortillas were piled high, and a fresh vegetable salad appeared vibrant and crisp. There was also the apple pie, a source of pride for Martha, perfectly baked with a warm, sweet scent of cinnamon enveloping the room. Jonathan even solemnly opened a cherished bottle of red wine, the deep crimson liquid swirling in a glass, reflecting the joyful faces of the three gathered at the table. They sat around the wooden dining table, which had borne witness to countless moments of laughter and joy, toasting to Selena's bright future amidst the clinking of cups and cheerful banter. The Kent household radiated warmth and brightness against the backdrop of the cold winter night. As the last bite of the sweet apple pie disappeared and only a few drops of wine remained at the bottom of the glass, an uncanny silence descended, like a morning mist, enveloping the entire table without warning. The previous laughter seemed to have been suddenly snatched away, leaving only the faint echo of utensils clinking in the suddenly empty air. Selena took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the edge of the tablecloth. She raised her gaze, her eyes crossing the flickering candlelight to rest upon Jonathan and Martha's gentle faces, their azure eyes brimming with an unprecedented clarity. Dad, Mom. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. There's something I must tell you. She paused, seemingly gathering her strength. It's about me. The smiles on Jonathan and Martha's faces instantly froze. They exchanged a quick glance, devoid of surprise. Only a deep-seated understanding that had long been anticipated, accompanied by a bittersweet smile that hinted at resignation and tenderness. Martha's voice trembled slightly, akin to the whisper of the last leaf clinging to a branch in autumn. It has finally arrived. What? Selena was taken aback. The anticipated confusion or inquiries did not manifest. Rather, her parents' expected demeanor tightened her heart. Celia, Jonathan set down his fork, his rough hands spread out on the table, his gaze calmly penetrating into his daughter's very soul. We have always known. He paused, his voice low and gentle. You run so swiftly that the wind cannot keep pace. A slight leap takes you over the barn's roof. Even that old tractor stuck in the mud. You could lift it effortlessly with one hand. We noticed when you were very young. Then why didn't you ask me? Didn't you find it strange? Selena's voice trembled. A torrent of immense questions surged within her, realizing they not only knew but had chosen silence. Foolish child. Martha could no longer contain herself, tears silently coursing down her cheeks. She reached across the table, grasping Selena's warm hand tightly, her voice choked yet crystal clear. You are a miracle bestowed upon us by the heavens, our most treasured jewel. Regardless of the circumstances, it is no surprise, never has been. Jonathan extended his broad palm. enveloping both Martha and Serena's hands within his grasp. Smallville is too diminutive. The fields of Kansas cannot accommodate your footsteps. This vast world is truly worthy of you. Perhaps only the stars and the ocean qualify to serve as your stage. Jonathan's gaze refocused on Serena's face, a complex whirlwind of emotions swirling in his eyes. If that is the case, then let it be today. Serena's heart skipped a beat. Her delicate brows knitted in confusion as she met her father's gaze. Jonathan did not provide an immediate explanation. Instead, he rose slowly to his feet. His steps were steady as he approached the bedroom. Moments later, he emerged cradling an unremarkable, worn old box. Within it, Jonathan's voice resonated deep and powerful, reminiscent of ancient rock. He gently placed the box upon the table before Serena, his fingertips brushing against the cool lid. This is something that came with you. I believe it is time to present it to you. Serena held her breath, extending her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as they made contact with the icy box lid. An indescribable thrill surged from her fingertips straight to her heart. She cautiously lifted the lid. Inside, resting upon dark velvet, lay an object, a black prism, the size of a finger, utterly obscure, one end featuring a unique key-like structure, while the other was meticulously sculpted into diamond-like facets. At the center of that facet, a symbol was etched with fluid lines, elegant yet mysterious. This is Serena's voice barely above a whisper, her pupils dilating as her breath caught in her throat. There was no need for explanation. The symbol from a distant galaxy mirrored the creations of Krypton from her hazy memories. Identical. June 18, 1990. Martha's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with a nostalgic glow, her tears brimming anew. You arrived on a shooting star. We have designated that day as your birthday. The brilliance of that distant summer night seemed to rekindle in her eyes. Jonathan withdrew another antiquated brass key from his pocket and placed it beside the box. At the end of the old barn lies the door to his cellar. It has been locked for over a decade. He looked at Serena, his eyes filled with encouragement and solemnity, containing within it the remnants of that time. Go, my child, perhaps there you will find the answers you seek. As night descended, the antique chandelier of the Kent farm cast a soft, warm glow, elongating the silhouettes of the three on the wooden floor. Martha gently linked her arm with Jonathan's, resting her head upon his shoulder. The two stood side by side at the doorway, silently observing their daughter. Serena gripped the cool prism key tightly in one hand and the brass key in the other, stepping forward with determination toward the silent old barn shrouded in darkness. Her figure was gradually consumed by the thick shadows until she vanished completely. Jonathan and Martha's voices fractured in the night breeze, laden with uncontrollable tremors and moisture. Will she leave us? Finally, the dam of tears broke, cascading down upon her arm, pressed closely against her husband. Jonathan lowered his head, his warm lips imprinting on Martha's forehead. His broad palm gently caressed her back, his voice soft yet resolute, imbued with a soothing power. No, dear, it will not be so. She is our Selly. No matter how high she soars or how far she ventures, her heart will forever remain here, with us. Time flowed silently in the stillness, each second stretching out interminably. After several minutes, the door of the warehouse was finally pushed open once more. Selena's figure reemerged at the edge of the light. Her eyes were red-rimmed, traces of unshed tears lingering on her cheeks, clearly the aftermath of an emotional tempest. Without hesitation, she strode directly towards her parents at the entrance, arms outstretched, embracing them tightly, as if wishing to merge her very essence with their being. You will always be my family. Her voice, hoarse from tears, was nonetheless unwavering. This will never change. She slightly released her embrace, locking her gaze with her parents. Her azure eyes now remarkably bright, shimmering with the determination of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. I wish to explore this world. The thing revealed some of the past to me, but there is so much more for me to discover. Jonathan's rough yet massive hand rested upon Selena's golden hair, tenderly ruffling it as he had done in her childhood, enveloping her with boundless affection. Of course, my child. Go outside, see this world. It will be good for you. Off you go, Selly. Martha also endeavored to lift a teary smile, her eyes reflecting complete trust and pride in her daughter. Jonathan's gaze grew distant once more, as if piercing through the darkness before him, reaching towards a broader horizon. His voice turned solemn and grave, each word etched like a brand. But remember, Selly, this extraordinary power bestowed upon you is not for show, nor to elevate yourself above others. People may fear you for the unknown, or perhaps admire you for your strength. Human hearts are as vast as the ocean, intricate and unfathomable. Never lose your way. His gaze firmly fixed on his daughter, imbued with the deepest of charges. He urged, uphold your kindness, embrace compassion. Then, sort to your heart's content. Chapter 5. An encounter on the ice field. Selena journeyed northward, traversing countless towns and wildernesses, ultimately reaching the fringes of the Arctic. Her golden hair danced in the cold wind, reminiscent of the warm sunlight on a winter's day, while her azure eyes sparkled with a thirst for the unknown world. The small spacecraft in the warehouse's basement appeared as a harbinger of fate, providing her with coordinates beneath the North Pole. These coordinates were the reason for her interstellar voyage to Earth. Although she had witnessed it through the lens of film in a past life, in this lifetime, she felt compelled to witness it herself. Selena's footsteps left deep imprints in the snow, her figure appearing diminutive within this expanse of white. Over a month of travel had rendered her skin more resilient, her body stronger in the face of extreme conditions, and her stature taller. In the Arctic Circle, the spring sun chased away the night. Serena basked in the elongating sunlight, the radiant energy coursing through her like lifeblood, bestowing upon her boundless strength. The polar day was gradually encroaching. Occasionally, she would catch some fish and roast them under her heated gaze, sprinkling a dash of seasoning to satiate her culinary cravings. Though she could also derive energy from the sun without consuming food. At times, she would even tame a polar bear or a musk ox, riding it across the icy expanse, reveling in the rush of wind and the essence of freedom. Yet more often than not, she would cradle a snow-white Arctic hare, caressing its fur while listening to music on her 2 cans purchased with her odd jobs, seeking to alleviate her boredom. Little did she anticipate that the hare possessed such long legs. On this particular midday, the sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, cascading onto the boundless snowfields and reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Serena held the soft hare, her serendipitous companion on this journey, which had been with her for several days in the snow. Her boots crunched rhythmically on the thick blanket of snow, creating a soft, rustling sound. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shattered the Arctic's tranquility. Serena's heart raced, and the hare trembled in her arms. Her keen gaze pierced through the swirling snow and the vast distance, firmly locking onto a small iceberg that was collapsing. Immediately following, a primal roar reverberated through the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Serena furrowed her brow, her sight cutting through the flurries of snow and drifting ice mist, capturing the image of an absurdly towering green figure. A jolt of realization struck her. Hulk? What brings him to the Arctic? Without a moment to ponder, she gently set the hare down. The little creature darted away, leaving a trail of swift, bouncing prints in the snow, vanishing in an instant. Serena slightly bent her legs, and in the next moment, she sprang forth like a compressed spring released, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound. Her golden hair trailed a radiant arc through the air, and with each landing, her footprints sank deeply into the snow. In just a few leaps, she had quietly maneuvered to a position not far behind the frenzied green giant. The hulking figure was furiously pounding the ice surface, each blow resonating like a heavy hammer striking glass, the iceberg groaning under the strain, shaking violently. Spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread beneath his fists, threatening to shatter the entire iceberg. "Hey there, big guy." Serena's melodious voice cut through the biting wind, addressing the rampaging green figure. Hulk's colossal fists abruptly halted mid-strike. His bloodshot, feral green eyes turned towards her voice, resembling a wild beast startled by an unexpected sound, scanning the tempestuous surroundings. "Calm down, all right?" Serena's tone remained steady. The Hulk's form loomed like a moving mountain, yet she stood in the snow, gazing up at him, her eyes devoid of any hint of retreat. The Hulk suddenly turned around. Amidst the swirling snow, the diminutive golden figure stood out starkly against the white backdrop. His massive head tilted slightly, heavy breaths exhaling great puffs of white mist, his green visage etched with confusion. Few dared to converse with him so directly. "I mean no harm," Selena said, cautiously taking a few steps closer, her voice softening, as if soothing a wary beast. "I merely seek to make a friend." The thunderous roar from the Hulk's throat gradually diminished, transforming into a low, rumbling growl. Go away. Although his tone remained coarse, the cataclysmic fury within him was indeed receding. Oh, you can speak. A hint of surprise colored Selena's voice, emboldening her further. I know who you are, Hulk. My name is Selena. She continued her resolute approach, coming within mere steps of the Hulk, even slightly rising on her toes, extending her right hand with an open palm towards him. The Hulk's heavy breathing noticeably calmed. He took a small step forward, his enormous shadow nearly enveloping Selena. He lowered his head, incredulously surveying the tiny figure before him, who showed no fear. A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed his green eyes for the first time. This girl possessed the courage to confront him, unlike any human he had encountered before. Hey! Selena's voice was soft yet crystal clear, remarkably steadfast against the cold wind. You need a friend. Perhaps one day, the entire world will accept you. And I could be the first. With that, she stepped forward, reaching out her small hand to firmly grasp one of the Hulk's colossal fingers, which was significantly thicker than her own arm. The Hulk momentarily froze. The unfamiliar, minuscule sensation on his finger instinctively urged him to shake her off. He abruptly swung his hand back, yet the finger she held merely wobbled under the immense force. Gore! The Hulk emitted a low growl of disbelief. With a defiant tug, he attempted to break free, but instead, he inadvertently pulled the petite Selena forward, causing her to stagger and leave 2 deep grooves in the snow. No! Infuriated by this utter loss of control, the Hulk instantly erupted. His right arm's muscles bulged, and his fist, larger than Selena's head, surged with destructive fury as it descended toward her without flourish. The air was violently torn apart, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. Boom! A thunderous, soul-shattering explosion erupted. Selena was prepared. As she released his finger, she swiftly crossed her arms, bracing herself against the terrifying blow capable of shattering mountains. The visible shockwave radiated outward, instantly dispersing snow for dozens of meters around, revealing the hard blue ice beneath. The Hulk's colossal form was surprisingly pushed back several steps by the recoil, thudding heavily against the ice, which cracked like a spider's web under his weight. He steadied himself, his bloodshot green eyes fixated on the center, shrouded in swirling snow, where a diminutive figure stood resolutely in place, leaving only a shallow impression on the ice beneath her feet. For the first time, Hulk's frenzied gaze reflected sheer, incredulous astonishment. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Hulk's crimson pupils constricted sharply as the small figure advanced through the snow, her eyes ablaze with an ominous scarlet glow. A primal sense of danger pierced through Hulk's nerves. Roar! Fueled by complete fury, Hulk unleashed a roar that shattered the ice shards. His colossal form descended like an uncontrollable green meteor, hurtling down with a ferocious momentum intended to crush Selena. Yet, Selena remained unyielding. The blood-red flames in her eyes surged dramatically. Hiss! 2 scorching beams of crimson light struck Hulk's broad chest with pinpoint accuracy, akin to heated branding irons. Boom! The immense kinetic force abruptly halted Hulk's dive. His mountainous physique was violently thrust upward, crashing heavily onto the ice. The green skin of his chest was instantly scorched black, emitting a sharp, acrid smoke. The violent collision of energies stirred a tempest, swirling the snow into a blinding white vortex enveloping both combatants. Before the snow settled, a golden figure leapt gracefully like a specter, landing precisely on Hulk's heaving chest. Selena gazed down at the green giant, who writhed in agony and astonishment, her voice low and almost chillingly calm, as if the Arctic itself were delivering a verdict. Hey, big guy, the sun is setting. This line, reminiscent of Black Widow's, caused Hulk to revert back to Banner, echoed later by Thor. Before her words faded, her right fist transformed into a blur, thudding, 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 solidly against Hulk's jaw. A howl erupted from Hulk, unprecedented in its blend of excruciating pain and bewilderment, as his formidable frame finally succumbed. The ice beneath him, unable to bear the weight, cracked ominously and collapsed. The massive green figure vanished into the icy abyss amidst a shower of shattered ice and gushing seawater. The resounding crack of the ice and Hulk's unwilling roar reverberated across the desolate tundra, reminiscent of an ancient beast's final lament. Meanwhile, Selena utilized the recoil from her landing. flipping backward like a swift swallow, skimming the water, landing gracefully on a nearby, floating chunk of ice. The wind and snow brushed against her light golden hair, her demeanor remaining composed, as if she had merely brushed away a flurry of snowflakes. As the storm subsided, Selena's keen gaze swept across the fractured sea surface, spotting a naked, gaunt man struggling to climb onto a nearby piece of floating ice, his body trembling violently. "Hey, Bruce Banner." Selena's voice cut through the biting wind, reaching his ears with clarity. Dr. Banner jolted, nearly slipping back into the frigid waters. He awkwardly wiped away the icy seawater clinging to his face, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. His eyes, unfocused from the cold and the overwhelming turmoil, finally locked onto the source of the voice, a girl with flowing golden hair, standing on another piece of floating ice, her figure dancing in the Arctic wind. Shock and deeper confusion twisted his pale face. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and laced with caution. Serena blinked her now blue eyes, the color returning as a sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. She elongated the sound, as if pondering a curious question. "This is quite the tale." She gently stomped her foot to steady herself on the slightly swaying ice, hands on her hips, chin held high, exuding an unreserved confidence and pride. "I am Selena Kent, from Smallville, Kansas." Chapter 6. Bruce Banner, not General Ross's man good. Banner nodded with palpable relief, though his frozen teeth chattered audibly. He instinctively wrapped his arms around his bare torso, his palms futilely rubbing his icy, blue-tinged arms in an attempt to generate some meager warmth. His face, adorned with droplets and tinged white from the cold, reflected a mix of bewilderment from surviving a disaster and the unmistakable look of someone who had encountered severe misfortune. At that moment, Serena suddenly realized, swiftly raising a hand to shield her eyes. "Wait, I have blankets and a coat in my bag." She hurriedly broke the awkward and freezing silence, sprinting towards her conspicuous pink travel bag, which had been flung to the side during the chaos. With deft fingers, she unzipped it, pulling out a thick wool blanket and an oversized, puffy down jacket, clearly prepared by Martha, though Serena had never worn it before. "Hey, catch." She bundled the blanket and jacket together, tossing them towards Banner. He fumbled to catch them, quickly turning his back to awkwardly slip into the down jacket and wrap himself in the blanket, resembling a shivering cocoon. He slowly settled onto the ice, though his trembling did not cease. "Much better, thank you," he murmured, rubbing his still aching chest and chin, grimacing slightly. "What is this feeling? Cough, cough." Serena decisively ignored the earlier awkwardness, gracefully leaping onto the floating ice beside Banner and casually sitting cross-legged. "Dr. Banner," she stated directly, her voice ringing clear across the vast ice expanse. "The Arctic isn't exactly a tourist destination. What brings you here?" Banner inhaled sharply, the frigid air and the pain in his chest triggering a fit of coughs. He tightened the blanket around himself, curling further against the biting wind. After a long pause, he finally lifted his gaze. "I am here to die." This seemingly weightless statement fell like a stone into the silent, frozen sea, instantly chilling the air around them. Serena's breath caught ever so slightly. Fleeting fragments of vague memories from a past life flickered before him, as Banner repeatedly attempted to end his existence, only to be forcefully pulled back to the realm of the living by the monster within. Her serene blue eyes remained fixed on him, offering no interruption. A bitter smile twisted at the corners of Banner's mouth, as if mocking himself. "I have tried." He lifted a trembling hand, his fingertips gently aimed at his lips. Yet they fell weakly away as he fired an imaginary shot into the void. Bang! He mimicked the sound of a gunshot, the noise hollow, yet it was evident that he had emerged once more. Despair entwined around his words like frigid vines, so heavy that it seemed capable of crushing the very ice beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he buried his chin into the rough blanket, his voice dwindling into a whisper, ultimately nearly obliterated by the howling wind. "I no longer wish to live like this, like a monster." He paused, the final words seemingly extracted from the depths of his being, imbued with a profound self-loathing. "No, I am indeed a monster." Selena listened quietly, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could sense the overwhelming despair. Bruce Banner, a name that concealed a life torn asunder. From a celebrated scientist to a hunted prey of the military, now a banished beast. home, identity, the tranquility of an ordinary life, all shattered. Mere reflections on fractured ice, obliterated by the Hulk's colossal fists. You're not the only monster in this world, Banner. Selena's voice was soft yet distinctly pierced through the cacophony of the wind. Banner suddenly lifted his head, his brow furrowed, confusion writ large upon his face. What? The events that transpired. Do you truly recall none of it? Selena tilted her head slightly, her azure gaze unwavering. Banner rubbed his temples forcefully, as if attempting to extract lingering shards of memory. I only remember the gunshot. Then it seemed like I fought someone, it hurt, and afterward I found myself in the frigid waters. His voice was fragmented, rife with bewilderment. Suddenly, as if jolted by an electric current, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the slender girl before him, exclaiming, "Could it be you?" A mischievous smile graced Selena's lips as she snapped her fingers with a crisp sound, extending her index finger to make a playful gun gesture at Banner. Elongating her tone, "Correct. You." Banner, taken aback, sprang to his feet, the sudden movement causing the blanket beneath him to slip, and he staggered clumsily before regaining his balance. The shock transformed his voice. "What exactly are you?" Selena merely shrugged nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. "Me? I am Selena Kent." Banner's breath quickened. A barrage of questions erupted from his throat, imbued with intense skepticism and confusion. An alien? Genetic mutation? Or a myth? Selena extended a single finger, gently tapping her chin, a childlike pride evident in her smile. Strictly speaking, she deliberately paused, then joyfully declared, "You have indeed answered correctly." Banner's voice echoed across the desolate Arctic expanse, tinged with confusion. What does it mean to have answered correctly? Why do I not understand a single word? Are you speaking in English? A mysterious smile graced Selena's lips. You will find out. So, where do you intend to go next, Dr. Banner? Selena's voice shattered the brief silence, clearly resonating amidst the howling winds. Banner buried his face deeper into the rough folds of the blanket, his voice muffled, laced with the weariness and emptiness of a long journey. I don't know. His gaze futilely searched the endless expanse of pale snow, ultimately returning to the fractured ice beneath his feet. Aside from the howling winds, there was no response. Perhaps Selena tilted her head, her ice blue eyes locking onto his despair-laden profile. Your perspective should shift. Have you considered coexisting with it? Bruce almost immediately shook his head violently, as if to dispel a terrifying notion. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his eyes reflecting a bitter sense of powerlessness. Coexist? Huh. How do I coexist? Are you suggesting I should practice yoga in front of a mirror every day, telling myself to stay calm and prevent the monster from emerging? Selena let out a gentle laugh, shaking her head. No, my little green friend. Yoga and meditation can only soothe your vessel, preventing it from shattering. But that merely serves as a dam, not a release. She extended her finger, tapping her temple. The key lies in communication. You must learn to converse with him. Banner abruptly raised his head, the faint glimmer of hope in his eyes flickering like a candle in the wind, trembling with desperate urgency. Converse? How am I to do that? I can't even feel him. A subtle arc formed at the corners of Selena's lips, her gaze brightening, as if she had captured a glimmer of light upon the ice. Perhaps there is a place that can assist you. Where? Banner nearly lunged forward, leaning in, oblivious to the blanket slipping from his shoulders. His voice was laced with an uncontrollable excitement, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Selena leaned in slightly, lowering her voice, articulating several syllables. Nepal, Kathmandu, Comet G. Banner's brow furrowed tightly, shaking his head vigorously, speaking rapidly. Tantric? Hinduism? I am a scientist. I respect religion. But I do not indulge in superstition. The smile on Selena's lips deepened, and she gently shook her finger. No, not those. Her voice rang distinctly in the wind. It bore resemblance to ancient beliefs, yet the paramount distinction was that she leaned in closer, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with insight. Religion speaks of possible miracles, whereas those who reside in Comet G are genuine sorcerers capable of conjuring fireballs. Banner's mouth fell slightly agape, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous theory. Sorcerers? How do you know? Is that why you were able to subdue the Hulk? Selena calmly shook her head, yet her tone was resolute. I do not wield magic, nor have I ever set foot on that land. but I know for certain that there exists someone there who can help you unravel this conundrum. She rose gracefully, casually brushing off non-existent frost from the hem of her garment, her demeanor as relaxed as if she were inviting him on a leisurely excursion. Not even the Arctic Circle could deter your stride, nor the Himalayas, she seemed to imply. Banner gazed at her, his tense shoulders suddenly relaxing. A short, self-deprecating laugh escaped his throat. Ha, today, I've actually learned a thing or two from a young girl. He shook his head, expressing gratitude. With a sudden shrug, he cast off the heavy blanket that Selena had lent him, as if shedding an invisible shackle. A long sigh escaped him, dissipating into the cold wind like wisps of white vapor. When he lifted his gaze again, a subtle curve had appeared at the corner of Banner's mouth, a blend of resignation and determination. All right, he said, shrugging his shoulders, his tone unexpectedly light. I'll give it a try. After all, I have nothing left to lose. Since the nightmare of gamma rays began, a hint of relief, a flicker of stubborn hope, finally illuminated his gaunt face. He stepped forward and solemnly extended his right hand to Selena. She beamed at him, unhesitatingly offering her slender, cool hand, firmly clasping his warm, rough palm. In that moment, the sensations of ice and fire converged. Thank you, Selena. Banner's voice was considerably lighter, like the first stirrings of spring water beneath a frozen surface. So, are we friends now? The tone carried a tentative inquiry, as well as a long-lost ease of social connection. Of course, Selena replied, her grip firm, her smile bright enough to dispel the gloom of the Arctic. Not just you. Trust me, even the big green guy will be our friend. Her confidence was as solid as a rock, her words resonating with authority. And her radiant smile seemed to kindle a flicker of light within the shadows of Banner's heart. This world, Selena looked at him intently, articulating each word, needs Bruce Banner, and it also needs the Hulk. She paused, as if suddenly recalling something of utmost importance, yet seemingly trivial, raising a finger to add, oh, by the way, Bruce, promise me. Her gaze turned serious. Don't come back until you're ready. Chapter 7. Kryptonian Relics. Selena deftly opened her backpack, swiftly sorting through its contents, extracting the surplus of provisions, a spare blanket, and other items that Banner might find useful, and thrusting them into his arms. Here, you'll need these. Her voice was soft, yet it carried the warmth of a gentle breeze, melting away the last remnants of hesitation in Banner's eyes. Holding the items, he swallowed hard, his unspoken emotions coalescing into a heavy gaze. Without unnecessary farewells, Selena simply waved her hand with nonchalance. Turning to step into the vast, snowy expanse, her figure quickly swallowed by the boundless white, leaving behind only a faint trail of footprints that would soon be smoothed over by the wind and snow. Alone, the snowfield appeared even more expansive. Selena's footsteps were as light as if gliding upon ice, yet her thoughts scattered like snowflakes lifted by the wind. Could Banner truly be learning magic in camouflage? A green giant capable of conjuring fireballs and opening portals? The Sorcerer Hulk? What a combination. With his intellect, he might actually rise to become the supreme sorcerer. What about Doctor Strange? She was amused by the scenes conjured in her mind, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Her pace remained unhurried, rather than hurrying. It felt more like a whimsical promenade. She resembled a nimble snow fox, sometimes leaping gracefully over low ice ridges. At other times, pausing to admire the ice columns refracting sunlight into a spectrum of colors, or plunging into the icy, piercing waters of a bay, breaking through the shards of ice to swim toward deeper, turquoise depths. With an almost leisurely demeanor, she measured this snow-covered, silent kingdom step by step. Time slipped away quietly during her journey. Half a month felt merely like the blink of an eye. She was finally approaching the North Pole, the world's end, and a destination unknown to her heart. Along the way, she encountered several research teams, yet Selena wished for no interaction. A girl traversing the ice alone was too extraordinary for these ordinary people. She chose to proceed alone, for in this frigid land, she only needed to converse with her own heart. As her father once said, when humanity understands itself, it may evoke fear or admiration, but human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. She understood deeply that even with the dream of becoming a superhero to protect this world, remaining inconspicuous was the wisest choice until people truly needed her. With a peculiar tremor emanating from the ice beneath her feet, A strange thrill spread through Selena's chest. She could envision the shudder that would reverberate through her when her fingertips brushed against the cold hull of the ancient Kryptonian spacecraft, a key to a lost civilization. A Pandora's box belonging to her. However, the edge of excitement was intertwined with strands of worry. This place was, after all, not the comic panels defined by ink she had known in her past life, nor was it a scene from screen. It was a real, breathing world. Here it was. Selena's whispered words were torn apart by the howling cold wind, scattering across the boundless ice field. Her toes touched the center of the coordinates held in her memory. Within the depths of her ice-blue eyes, a glimmer ignited, transforming into an all-seeing gaze that silently pierced through the thick ice beneath her. Her vision traversed the crystalline veins, layers of buried rock peeling away until, hundreds of meters below, a massive starship lay dormant, like a whale forgotten by time, resting in eternal darkness. Its streamlined silhouette was sealed by solid ice, silent, as if awaiting a summons. Selena's lips silently curved upward. In the next moment, two crimson trails surged from her eyes, slicing through the snow and ice like blazing blades. The ice layer emitted a dull groan, melting and vaporizing, only to rapidly cool at the edges, forming a smooth and straight crystalline slide. At the end of the deep tunnel, it pointed towards the slumbering giant. She leapt lightly, akin to a feather lifted by the wind, landing steadily at the apex of the icy path. Gravity propelled her downward swiftly, the piercing sound of the wind transforming into a howling tide in her ears. Her vision narrowed rapidly as the black spaceship loomed larger before her eyes. Despite her prior preparation, an electrifying thrill surged through her limbs as its massive form filled her entire field of vision, a sensation originating deep within her bloodline. A heartbeat so intense it had not been felt in 10 years. As her speed diminished, she landed firmly before the vessel. Up close, the exterior revealed a peculiar texture, resembling not the coldness of metal, but rather the weathered shell of some ancient behemoth, rough, resilient, and etched with the scars of time. Serena extended her finger, with an almost reverent touch, gently caressing the coarse surface. The sound of her fingertip striking the material was a deep, distant echo, bearing a weighty resonance that was distinctly otherworldly, unlike anything crafted on Earth. At the moment her fingertip made contact, a miracle occurred. A seamless hatch on the ship's exterior silently slid open, and a soft, strange light flowed from within, illuminating the icy ground beneath her feet. This luminescence seemed to carry a silent greeting, quietly unfolding before Serena, welcoming this wanderer from distant stars. Stepping into the chamber, the click of her footsteps stirred faint echoes in the vastness. As she ventured deeper, the lights in the dome sequentially illuminated, akin to slumbering stars being gently awakened, revealing a pathway of light before her. The walls of the corridor exhibited a peculiar, subtly undulating structure, smooth and hard, devoid of any superfluous adornments or instruments, an exquisite simplicity that exuded a chilling, inhuman essence. As Serena's fingertips glided along the wall, an absurd yet fitting thought emerged. Could this vessel have been fashioned from the shell and skeleton of some cosmic insect, unimaginably vast? An atmosphere, strange and reminiscent of both a biological nest and a precise creation, enveloped her. Turning a gently curving corner, the sight ahead momentarily stole her breath away. For dormipods, resembling enormous crystal coffins, were embedded in the chamber walls. One hatch stood ajar, the interior vacant like a forgotten void. In the other 3 pods, time had solidified. 3 desiccated corpses, wrapped in some form of form-fitting silver fabric, lay quietly within. Their skin clung to their bones, a deep brown hue as if dried and preserved by the passage of time, maintaining their final repose. Serena's heart sank suddenly, only to be seized by a powerful sensation of familiarity. According to her knowledge, this ship had been piloted by an exploratory team dispatched from Krypton millennia ago. The tragedy within the cabin stands as a brutal testament to internal strife. Only Kara miraculously survived after experiencing the betrayal and death of her companions. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the narrative of this worldview remains unexpanded, leaving Kara's fate shrouded in uncertainty, and in this entirely different realm, she has become an enigma. A surge of indescribable warmth, mixed with a tinge of bitterness, welled up in Selena's heart. Kin, even if merely remnants of a cold legacy, it invoked a resonance and kinship that transcended time and space, echoing deeply within her bloodline. Perhaps she was not the sole survivor of Krypton in the cosmos. Chapter 8. Father? At that moment, an exceedingly faint sound of mechanical operation shattered the silence. Accompanied by an almost inaudible creak, the floor before her silently slid open, revealing a sleek metallic platform, gently rising with a warm, matte sheen. At the center of the platform, a profound, triangular socket lay quietly embedded, its contours perfectly matching the key pendant around her neck. Selena inhaled the metallic-tinged air deeply, her Kryptonian heart pulsating vigorously within her chest. She unclasped her necklace, cradling the key that bore her identity and origins in her palm. Without hesitation, she aligned the tip of the key with the socket and, with an air of fateful determination, pressed down firmly. A crisp click resonated, followed by a deep hum of energy. In an instant, the entire interior of the spacecraft seemed infused with life. All lights became brilliantly bright and steady, casting a gentle glow into every corner, dispelling eons of accumulated darkness. The air appeared to begin to flow, as a long-dormant core system was thoroughly activated. This ancient starship had finally welcomed its destined master. Selena distinctly felt a subtle vibration beneath her feet, the sound of a heart that had lain silent for millennia, now reawakening. A cold, mechanical female voice echoed within the expansive bridge. Identity verification complete. Recursive program diagnostics complete. Access confirmed. All systems operational. As the final syllable fell, it seemed to unlock some invisible shackle. The smooth, mirror-like walls behind Selena silently slid apart, and a gentle cascade of light poured forth. Amidst the radiance, a figure gradually emerged. It was a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent black garment, his collar casually open, revealing an unusual black bodysuit beneath. Adorned with a symbol etched in perfect lines, a mark of the L family. His countenance was serene, bearing the traces of time's chisel. Upon meeting Selena's gaze, warmth rippled through his deep-set eyes, instantly radiating waves of affection. In that reassuring smile lay the sediment of millennia's longing and release. How wonderful it is to see you grow up safely. His voice resonated, deep and sonorous, akin to distant thunder, imbued with a gentle warmth that transcended time. If only Laura could see you too. The hint of unmasked regret lingered, much like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending delicate ripples through the cadence of his words. She gazed upon the unfamiliar visage, her voice trembling with an unrecognized quiver. "Are you my father?" The man's smile deepened, imbued with a weighty affection. "Indeed, Eve. Or perhaps I am but a fragment of his consciousness, a mere shadow." His gaze settled upon Selena, as if it were a tangible force. "Joel," he pronounced his name distinctly, each syllable resonating with the unique rhythm and gravitas of Krypton. "Evel," he added, "is your name." Selena instinctively echoed this name, which slipped softly from her lips, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, yet seamlessly merging with her breath and heartbeat. This name reverberated within the spacious confines of the spacecraft, akin to a stone cast into the still surface of a lake, sending ripples outward, striving to elicit a distant response from the cosmos after eons of silence. With each echo, it felt as though it affirmed and awakened a dormant sense of belonging within her very veins. "I wish to know, am I the sole surviving Kryptonian?" Selena harbored no hesitation, deftly circumventing the fog of historical uncertainties. The answers to these inquiries were already etched within her, and even if they diverged, they would not alter her destiny. Joel's projection paused momentarily. After a beat, he gently shook his head. "I do not know, Eve. This world." His words trailed off, his brow furrowing abruptly as if he sensed a deep, fatal dissonance. "No, this is not the Earth I sought." Selena's heart contracted sharply. Could Kryptonian technology have uncovered the existence of a multiverse? Or perhaps not. This ancient vessel lacked the capacity to reach higher dimensions. If Krypton still existed, Joel sighed, his voice laced with resignation, even a fleeting hint of sorrow for his lost homeland. "Allow me to show you around," he interjected, breaking through Selena's reverie. He extended his hand, inviting her to explore the secrets that permeated the spacecraft. Joel's figure glided through the dimly lit corridor, his voice flowing steadily as he recounted the legends of a distant planet, the glorious colonization of Krypton, the stringent laws of life, the miracles of the creation chambers, the loss of the Book of Life, leading up to the cataclysm that tore apart the star's core. His narration was unervingly calm, as if those harrowing devastations and struggles were merely inconsequential specks in the annals of history. You are the child of both Krypton and Earth. He paused, turning to Selena. In the depths of his shadowed eyes, a subtle ripple emerged, embodying the essence of two worlds. Your mother and I spared no effort to safeguard this ideal, hoping you would transcend the shackles of Kryptonian fate. With a graceful motion, his elongated fingers traced the air. Without a sound, one side of the smooth cabin wall melted away like water, revealing several suspended transparent display windows behind it. A halo of light danced, illuminating the garments that floated silently within. The diplomatic attire, interwoven in vibrant crimson and deep azure, exudes solemn elegance, while the home uniform, alternating between pure black and ivory white, resembles the sleek armor of a warrior, shrouded in the darkness of night, alongside the heavy battle armor adorned in golden red hues. Jor-El's gaze pierced through the uniforms, reaching into a more profound void. Earthlings differ from us. They are frail and capricious. His voice held no condescension, only a depth born of insight. Yet, I perceive this as a fortuitous circumstance. Perhaps they shall not repeat our missteps. His gaze eventually returned to Selena's face, where the depths of her eyes seemed to harbor the luminescence of wisdom. Guide them, Eve. His voice suddenly resonated with clarity and strength, akin to the resounding beat of war drums. In that moment, he pulled open the collar of his black coat, allowing the emblem branded upon his chest to bask in the gentle light. Bestow upon them hope. This is the true essence of the L family crest. His fingertips delicately traced the contours of the emblem, as if caressing a totem of faith, hope, and an unwavering belief in the benevolence of humanity. These are the gifts you can offer to humankind. Selena's gaze swept across the rows of opulent garments, ultimately ensnared by a red and blue-fitted bodysuit displayed within a showcase. It was no cold armor. Its design resembled an intricate weave of countless fine links, shimmering with a unique matte texture of leather and unknown fibers. The most striking feature was the large emblem emblazoned across the chest, a testament to the pride of the L family. Surrounding the emblem's edge was a circle of intricate Kryptonian script. If you wish. Jor-El's voice bore a hint of warmth, a gentle smile reminiscent of a devoted father gracing his lips. It could be fashioned into a dress. Selena lifted her gaze from the bodysuit to meet her father's smile, woven from shadows and light. Her lips curved upward, the smile reminiscent of a crystal-clear stream thawing in early spring. This is splendid. Jor-El gazed deeply and silently at her, as if he sought to etch this moment of his daughter into the very core of his consciousness. On that face composed of light and shadow, contentment, relief, and a touch of inescapable affection intertwined. Ultimately, he merely nodded, ever so gently and slowly, embodying a sense of understanding and release. Go forth, my child. As his words lingered, his outstretched hand brushed through the air like a gentle breeze gliding over the surface of water, waving softly. In an instant, his figure vanished into the ether. Chapter 9. Becoming a superhuman, Selena adeptly donned a red and blue bodysuit. The silky fabric clung to her, as if it were a second skin, instantly conforming to every contour of her youthful physique, accentuating the resilient strength within. She slightly turned, her fingers gliding over the flowing cape that trailed behind her. It was no ordinary garment, possessing a sumptuous red velvet texture, yet imbued with a metallic resilience. As light danced upon it, the dark red surface shimmered like molten gold, as if the essence of solidified flames had been breathed back to life. Standing before the mirrored wall, she spun gracefully. The girl reflected in the glass radiated vitality, each subtle movement tracing her waist, her hair cascading upward with the turn. Exuding a vibrant exuberance, a pure joy flickered in her eyes. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, Eve. The voice of Joe emerged from the void, gentle as ever, yet reminiscent of a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring a barely perceptible ripple of melancholic sorrow. Serena's heart softened, instinctively yearning to offer solace. Joe raised his hand, a subtle gesture that halted her. His visage, composed of light and shadow, remained tranquil as water. with only the depths of his eyes harboring the wisdom of ages. It had been a long time. His voice was steady and resolute, tinged with a sense of release. I am merely a consciousness. Jor-El has long since perished. He paused, his ethereal gaze sweeping over the silent spacecraft before finally resting upon Serena. This ark shall forever be your sanctuary, perpetually open for you. Now, take what you require. Serena's eyes lingered on the relics of Krypton, ultimately fixating on a sleek, black combat suit. It lacked ostentatious technological flair, enveloped entirely in a profound matte texture. Its surface cool and smooth, yet imbued with an extraordinary resilience. The sharp gauntlets, angular pauldrons, and chest armor resembled the claws and fangs of a beast, exuding a silent intimidation. A holographic visor with adjustable opacity lent an air of mystique and danger to the dark armor. On the inside of the left arm guard, Joe's fingertips hovered over the obsidian armor, revealing a control terminal capable of compressing into a portable form. In an instant, a spark of youthful curiosity and excitement ignited in Serena's eyes, akin to a new star suddenly illuminated in the night sky. Joe's lips curved slightly, bearing an almost indulgent nonchalance, merely an insignificant ancient trick. Serena extended her index finger, gently gliding it across the nearly imperceptible panel on the smooth inner arm guard. The black armor, akin to living liquid metal, emitted a faint hum, seamlessly folding, contracting, and transforming. In the blink of an eye, the heavy armor vanished, leaving behind a minimalist, technologically advanced wristwatch on her left wrist. The dial displayed deep blue hands that moved with steady precision. Serena nodded in satisfaction, her fingertips brushing over the frigid surface. Well designed, Joe thought, observing the focused profile of his daughter, his deep voice unexpectedly infused with a hint of gentle approval. As the final syllable fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the entire space. Only in the depths of the ship did an unknown engine hum eternally, producing a subtle and constant drone akin to the universe's steady breath. This silence unfurled between father and daughter, heavy yet not cold, as if it crystallized 1,000 unspoken words, or perhaps everything no longer required articulation. Joe's voice shattered the tranquility once more. The sun of this star system is younger, brighter. Its rays strengthen your body. The gravity of Earth is lesser, and the air is rich in nutrients, rendering you even stronger than I had anticipated. To become even more formidable, you must continually test your limits. Joe extended his hands, hovering over Serena's shoulders. Although she felt no tangible presence, she still reached out, gently grasping her father's hands, savoring the warmth that was not there. You are destined to lead humanity forward. They will follow you. They may stumble, yet one day, they shall stand beside you beneath the sun. Joe's words brimmed with hope. One day, you will assist them in creating wonders. Selena nodded resolutely, her gaze radiating determination and confidence. Then let us proceed. Joe turned and vanished from view. Selena stood upon the glacial expanse, the biting wind sweeping past her still form. Billowing her crimson cloak, she closed her eyes, feeling time flow silently across this ancient ice, sensing the powerful energy emanating from the youthful sun, penetrating the atmosphere and striking her skin, awakening every dormant Kryptonian cell within her, igniting a silent roar of latent power. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her azure irises narrowing as they locked onto the blazing sun in the heavens. Light particles cascaded like a tangible deluge, enveloping her entirely. The centuries-old ice beneath her seemed to respond to this force, shards and fragments silently breaking free from the pull of gravity, gently floating and swirling, forming a slow-moving halo of crystalline snow that refracted a spectrum of colors around her. She reflected upon the words of her father, Jonathan Kent, and Jor-El. Jonathan urged her to remain inconspicuous, shielding herself from humanity's malice. Jor-El implored her to guide humanity, preventing Earth from meeting the same fate as Krypton. Yet both offered a singular piece of wisdom: to maintain kindness, bathed in the soul-enkindling rays of the sun. Feeling the surge of power within her veins potent enough to move mountains and fill seas, her conviction in the goodness of humanity did not wane. Instead, it was refined, becoming purer and more resilient. Given that she was no longer an ordinary being, and that destiny had bestowed upon her the mantle of a superhero, She was determined to excel this time. With an unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of mankind and the understanding that greater abilities come with greater responsibilities, she resolved to rectify humanity's missteps and guide them onto the righteous path. This was her purpose for being here. In an instant, her thoughts coalesced. Selena clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening with the intensity of her grip, as the ancient glacier beneath her seemed to emit a silent groan. In the next moment, she released herself like a taut bowstring, her elongated form straightening into a line, slicing through the still air like an arrow freed from invisible chains, hurtling toward the boundless azure above. This time, there were no shadows of dissent. Her power did not erupt from her muscles, but awakened from the depths of each Kryptonian cell, surging forth, liberating itself. It enveloped her silently, creating a supple yet formidable force field beneath her skin, gently lifting her while propelling her forward with ferocity. The invisible hand of gravity was effortlessly cast aside, and the air ceased to be an impediment, transforming instead into obedient wings. Is this the sensation of flight? Selena could not restrain a laugh. Her cloak billowed in the wind, her speed far surpassing the speed of sound, akin to a meteor slicing through the sky. Behind her trailed a long streak, like a scar etched across the heavens. In a matter of breaths, she had departed from the expanse of the white, snow-laden world, aimlessly soaring at an altitude of thousands of meters. Ascending ever higher, the icy plains beneath her shrank dramatically, transforming into a pale fragment embedded upon the cerulean sphere. Her velocity increased, the sound of wind evolving from a mournful whisper to a sharp, piercing shriek, ultimately succumbing to silence, leaving only the rhythmic drumming of her heart resonating within her chest. Ah! A euphoric cry erupted uncontrollably from her throat, intertwining with the rush of wind in a cacophony around her. The sensation of weightlessness no longer incited panic, but rather a pure and wild exhilaration. Fluffy clouds brushed against her cheeks, imparting a cool, moist caress akin to cotton candy gliding over her skin. The sunlight poured down unimpeded, enveloping her in warmth, every inch of her skin rejoicing in delight. Gazing down upon the earth, a sense of unbridled freedom surged within her chest, expanding and blossoming. The joy of flight revealed itself as the soul's liberation from constraints, a song of life's most primal and unadulterated ecstasy. She glided over the surface of the Pacific Ocean, waves tumbling beneath her feet, soared across the Mongolian steppe, where cattle and sheep appeared as mere twinkling stars. She even stirred the sands of the Sahara Desert, experiencing its desolation and vastness. Ultimately, Selena nearly circled the globe, ascending to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, where the thin air approached a vacuum, chilling to the bone, capable of instantly freezing blood. Yet for Selena, here existed only boundless clarity and a tranquil power. The immense blue planet rotated slowly, its clouds resembling pure white reliefs. As she gazed down at the vast sphere reflecting azure light, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. A smile graced the lips of the young girl as she turned her body, rushing towards the direction of home. Chapter 10. Intern journalist a year later, 2008. In New York, at Star Tower, a throng of reporters and photographers, armed with long lenses and cameras, anxiously awaited in the lobby. Having received word that the millionaire playboy Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months, had returned. Among this crowd, a youthful figure stood out remarkably. She appeared to be no more than a high school student, yet she was clad in a professional black suit, exuding both expertise and maturity. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a flowing sheen upon her cascade of golden hair, resembling molten gold pouring down at midday in summer. With her head slightly tilted, her azure eyes penetrated the gaps in the crowd, gazing into the unknown distance, as if she were capturing messages carried by the wind, inaudible to ordinary ears. Her smooth nose and petal-like lips were exquisitely delicate, akin to a fairy tale. The young woman was tall and donned a pair of elegant high heels, her poise graceful as she firmly gripped a microphone, quietly gazing into the distance. Seemingly deep in thought, having just turned 18, she had entered the prestigious news outlet, The Planet Daily, as an intern journalist while still a sophomore. Returning to her former pursuits, partly due to her exceptional talent, having been discovered by an alumna from her school, and partly because the tuition was exorbitantly high. with her family's farming barely sufficing to repay her loans. This marks her inaugural field interview, accompanied by a young photographer named Jimmy Olsen. Selena, the photographer beside the girl, urged, "Say something, anything." Selena, slightly jolted, the delicate tips of her ears instantly tinged with a faint blush, as she offered Jimmy an apologetic smile. "Apologies, Jimmy, I momentarily lost my train of thought." She then cleared her throat, facing Jimmy's camera, and with a warm smile proclaimed, "Hello, everyone. I am Selena Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet. I am currently at Stark Tower, where Tony Stark of Stark Industries went missing in Afghanistan 3 months ago and has finally been rescued, now en route back to Stark Tower." The atmosphere in the hall ignited with anticipation. The crowd at the entrance parted as if by an unseen force, revealing 2 figures escorted by security. Obadiah Stane, the bald mogul who always wore a paternal smile, was carefully supporting none other than Tony Stark himself. He appeared weary, his iconic mustache betraying an undeniable fatigue, his right arm immobilized by a white bandage slung across his chest, yet this did little to diminish his audacious and radiant presence. Tony Stark. The journalists and photographers surged toward him like a tidal wave, an array of flashing lights illuminating his figure in a dazzling glow. Tony nonchalantly surveyed the scene, his gaze drifting over the myriad of excited faces, ultimately settling on the smooth, cold floor of the hall. Without a hint of concern, he plopped down, reclining slightly, and seized a colossal cheeseburger with his uninjured left hand, taking a hefty bite. The thick sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth, lending him a rather comical appearance. "Everyone, please take a seat, so I can be a bit more at ease," he mumbled indistinctly, the sound of his chewing resonating clearly amidst the clamor. Selena had arrived early, securing a front row position. She promptly adjusted her black pencil skirt and knelt to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Her gleaming white marble surroundings reflecting the elegant contours of her slender legs, encased in sheer stockings, like a serene and graceful trace of light. Tony and Obadiah engaged in warm reminiscences, their conversation reminiscent of old friends reuniting. "It's so good to see you," Tony said as Obadiah leaned in, his broad palm radiating warmth and strength, resting heavily on Tony's uninjured shoulder, even giving it a gentle shake, as if affirming his genuine return. "So it is." Suddenly, Tony's voice dropped, akin to a taut string being abruptly released, tinged with a gravelly texture. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the multitude of faces below, yet ultimately drifting off into emptiness. "I never got to say goodbye to him." His throat constricted slightly, the sheen of moisture in his eyes starkly visible under the blaring lights. He abruptly raised his voice, as if to shatter the silence. "I never got to say goodbye." He seemed to have descended into his own realm, murmuring to himself, each word akin to the bitter masticating of memories. "I still have so many questions I never had the chance to ask him. I long to inquire about this company." Had he ever felt conflicted? Had he ever doubted? Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes, typically frivolous and cynical, now blazing with intensity and sharpness, revealing perhaps a man far removed from the narratives portrayed in the media. His voice surged, as if accusing me. I witnessed it firsthand. Young Americans shattered to pieces by the very weapons I designed in the name of protecting them. He drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across every astonished and bewildered pair of eyes in the audience. The reporters' pens froze mid-air, the atmosphere thick with tension. I realized I had unwittingly become a member of that class, one that revels in pleasure while trampling on responsibility, lost in a stupor. At that moment, a delicate arm rose steadily from the front row. Selena's voice pierced through the silence like a clear stream. "Mr. Stark." Tony's gaze finally landed precisely on the golden-haired girl, a slight nod acknowledging her, the young lady from the Planet Daily. Her tone remained gentle and sweet. "What exactly did you experience in Afghanistan that led to such a profound transformation?" Tony did not respond immediately. Instead, he propped himself up on that intact arm, rising slowly yet resolutely. In that instant, it felt as though a heavy essence crystallized around him. His eyes scanned the entire room, each word resonating with gravitas. "I have finally awoken." He paused, savoring the weight of those words, as if emerging from a long, extravagant, self-indulgent nightmare. I saw it clearly. What I could do, what I must do, was far beyond merely creating destructive explosions. This world demands more, and I Tony Stark, possessed the capability to deliver more. His gaze ignited with fervor. Therefore, I hereby announce the immediate and permanent closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Boom! The tranquility was instantaneously shattered. Gasps, doubts, and incredulous roars surged through the hall like a tsunami. The crowd erupted, akin to a disturbed hive, spiraling out of control, microphones and cameras frantically converging on the podium, desperate to capture every nuance of Tony's expression. Obadiah's paternal smile froze, and in the next moment, his strong arms enveloped Tony's shoulders with such urgency that he nearly pulled him away from the podium. Yet Tony stood firmly in place. He forcefully shrugged off Obadiah's grip, that motion imbued with resolve, his voice cutting through the cacophony, piercing every ear. Wait for me. When I truly possess the power to steer this company in its entirety. His voice was resolute. I will ensure that everything moves towards a direction that is genuinely beneficial. His gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling, aiming towards some unknowable distance. His voice deepening, yet imbued with undeniable weight, aligned with the fundamental interests of this land. As the final words fell, he abruptly turned, leaving the tumultuous hall with only a silhouette. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Obadiah's voice rose sharply as he donned a fitting mask once more, striving to reverse the tide. Today, it was paramount to inform everyone that Tony had returned safely. As for the specific affairs of the company, we required an internal meeting for detailed discussion. His words were drowned out by the greater chaos around him. Security personnel clad in black suits surged forth like a tidal wave from every corner, aggressively parting the crowd and shoving reporters aside. The flashes of cameras continued to flicker futilely, mingling with the jarring sound of microphones crashing to the ground and the inquiries of journalists. Selena nimbly evaded the hands that pushed her, casting a final glance at the proud yet weary figure enveloped by security as it vanished through a designated passage. Standing at the entrance of Stark Tower, Selena and Jimmy faced the cameras once more, preparing to record the summary and conclusion of their interview. The atmosphere was even more fervent than before, with various media outlets vying to capture the moment. Selena, my goodness, this is monumental news. Jimmy's voice trembled slightly, his eyes darting across the camera's display screen as if seeking to unearth deeper secrets from the pixels. Initially, he had thought that interviewing this playboy would lack significance, merely serving to tout the prowess of the military and the threat posed by terrorists, topics that felt all too cliché. To his surprise, a significant story had indeed emerged. Selena twirled the microphone in her hands, the silver metal glinting beneath her fingertips, dismissing Jimmy's words as mere background noise. So, Iron Man is making an appearance. It's a pity that when he set off, I was still in school. Otherwise, I would have followed him. Followed him? Follow whom? Jimmy vaguely caught Selena's mutterings. Selena quickly waved her hand. No, I was just pondering other matters. All right, I understand this is your first field assignment, and it's perfectly normal to feel a bit nervous. Don't worry, Jimmy comforted her like an older brother. Please, you're just a newcomer too. If my training period hadn't been longer than yours, I'd have been out in the field before you. Selena placed her hands on her hips, her tone playful and defiant. Jimmy scratched his head and chuckled. All right. Job well done. I'll take you back to the office. The two settled into the front seats of the vehicle emblazoned with the Planet Daily logo. So, what exactly does Tony Stark mean? Jimmy fastened his seatbelt and inquired as he maneuvered the car. Selena tied her long hair back and reclined her seat to the lowest position, relaxing. How should I know? He speaks like a riddle. You know about riddlers? You read comics? Jimmy teased, having assumed that this brilliant girl would possess some unique insights. I may be exceptionally clever, but I can't read minds. Selena was well acquainted with Tony's actions. As a traveler from another world, although she had known little of Marvel before her transition, she could at least recount its tales with familiarity. Even though she had been in this world for 18 years, the memories of her past life remained vivid. Selena gazed through the car window, her eyes fixed on the towering skyscrapers that lined the streets, her heart brimming with anticipation as a faint smile graced her lips. Chapter 11. The Planet Daily. The elevator chimed as it reached the pinnacle of the Manhattan Planet Daily building, immediately enveloping her in the unique clamor of editor Perry White's office. Leading the way, Selena's high heels clicked rhythmically against the marble floor as she approached Perry's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep voice resonated from within. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted her was Perry's immense and chaotic desk. Perry, donning headphones, furrowed his brow in concentration, his robust fingers striking the keyboard with a staccato intensity. A dark cloud loomed over his ebony complexion, a scowl that even his skin tone could not conceal. Selena frowned. She could distinctly hear a popular song pulsating through Perry's headphones. A catchy tune that had dominated the internet just a few days prior on April Fool's Day. Damn it! Perry suddenly hurled his headphones onto the desk, his frustration palpable. The internet is not a lawless realm. Is there no one to regulate this? Boss, what's going on? Jimmy inquired cautiously. Perry took a deep breath, pressing his hand against his chest, and glanced at Jimmy and Selena. Damn it, every video on the forum features that guy dancing. I want to purchase the copyright of this song and erase it from existence. Well, that's a good idea, but even if you buy it, you can't control them. Selena shrugged nonchalantly. To be honest, they're merely sharing it. Damn it. Anyway, let's get down to business. How did your interviews go today? Perry slammed his fist on the desk, causing the keyboard and headphones to jump. Heard there's big news? Jimmy instantly perked up, presenting the camera like a prized possession. Tony Stark just returned and pulled off a major stunt. The video was brief, amounting to merely 3 to 5 minutes, including Selena's introduction. The renowned entrepreneur, inventor, and Playboy Tony had only uttered a few sentences. Yet his words were profoundly intriguing. My goodness, is that still the unapologetic rogue? Perry's voice carried a hint of surprise, laced with mockery. It seems this recent ordeal has matured him significantly. Leaning back in his chair, he lightly tapped the table with his fingers, seemingly savoring every detail from a video. The Playboy has stopped throwing parties and is now discussing social responsibility. Perry continued, his tone tinged with disbelief. What a transformation. Well done. This lad cannot change his spots. Seeing you, Selena, so young and beautiful, he just had to mention you. This video must be released online. We at the Planet Daily have struck gold with this trending topic. Perry effusively praised Selena. It's still early. Hurry and write an article. I want it on the front page tomorrow. Perry exclaimed, swiftly rising to pace before the glass wall. What title should we choose? How about the Playboy's resurrection, reflecting on pain and rebirth? Perry pounded his thigh, exclaiming, that's it. Go forth, my good fellows. I await your splendid news, Selena. Observing their boss's nervous antics, Selena and Jimmy exchanged a resigned smile. All right, Chief. With a thud, they shut the heavy office door. They shrugged, with Jimmy quietly lamenting. This is how our boss is. Despite the office's commendable soundproofing, Selena could still distinctly hear her boss's boisterous laughter. She rubbed her ears, thinking, the sound insulation in this building still has room for improvement. The two parted ways. Selena, and in turn, lacking a personal office, settled at a tidy workstation in the journalist's area. She tossed her bag onto the desk and sank in her swivel chair, letting out an exaggerated sigh. Ah, work has drained my very soul. Can't handle your first field work. Can you, Selly? Came a gentle voice from behind. Selly was a term of endearment reserved for Selena by her parents and teachers, neither of whom were present at the moment. I'm not. I didn't. Selena straightened up, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at being caught. Indeed, it was Louise Ryan, leaning against her partition, holding a steaming porcelain cup. This Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, in her early 30s, had soft, wavy brown hair, calm and wise eyes, and wore a tailored suit that could not conceal the intellectual beauty born from knowledge and experience. Relax. I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, you performed admirably today, Louise said, pulling a chair beside Selena, placing the cup on the table and sliding it towards her. I know you don't fancy coffee, so it's pure milk with sugar. Really? Thank you, Louise. Your encouragement means the world to me. Selena's eyes sparkled with gratitude. I wish to be as lovely as you. I could have secured my Pulitzer at least 2 years earlier. Humph. Louise feigned jealousy before bursting into laughter. After the jest, Louise's demeanor gradually shifted to seriousness. Leaning slightly forward, she lowered her voice. But remember, regarding the Star case, do not delve too deeply. I have a gut feeling this matter is far from simple. Selena nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Stark must have endured something truly horrific. She was well aware that Stark had been bombarded by his own missiles, held captive by terrorists for 3 months, and had narrowly escaped with the help of a doctor he had met by chance. I suspect Stark's weapons have been secretly sold to those terrorists, Selena whispered softly. That makes some sense. If true, it could uncover a myriad of hidden truths. Selly, keep me informed of any new developments. avoid dangerous places, and refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Do you understand? Louise's brow furrowed as she spoke earnestly. Selena nodded. I understand. Louise rose from her seat and affectionately tousled Selena's hair, encouraging her with a spirited remark, "You've got this. Who knows, perhaps the boss will promote you right away." With a wave of her hand, she signaled Selena to return to her work and retreated to her own office. Selena powered on her computer, sipped her warm milk, and reflected on the events that had transpired at Stark Tower, her mind racing as her fingers danced across the keyboard. "Done," Selena exclaimed softly, her fingertips striking the final period. She lifted her left hand to glance at her exquisite wristwatch, the hands ticking away rhythmically. "Half an hour, almost there," she murmured to herself before packaging the document and sending it via email to Louise. Typically, press releases are succinct, yet to ensure accuracy and professionalism, writers often deliberate extensively until they achieve a satisfactory result. Selena, however, was different. It was as if a finely tuned editing machine resided in her mind, effortlessly transforming her thoughts into precise words. Louise was deeply engrossed in crafting her weekly column when the vibration of her phone shattered the office's tranquility. Upon checking, she discovered a text from Selena, containing merely a simple emoticon. A tender smile graced Louise's lips. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." She sighed softly, reflecting on how the youthful vigor she once possessed had begun to wane. Yet in Selena, she saw a reflection of her own spirited past. Moments later, Louise composed a message to reply to Selena. "Your draft is excellent. I will present it to the boss shortly. You may return to school and rest." After hitting send, Louise hesitated, revising her message to include a few more words. "Take care." Within half a minute, a reply arrived. "I will." Subsequently, Louise immersed herself back into her work, the office filled only with the sound of typing and the occasional rustle of paper. Chapter 12. Daily Life in New York. Selena stood at her workstation, rummaging through her desk like a lost squirrel. Phone, wallet. She tapped her own head, boasting of her photographic memory, her brow furrowing adorably. Though her clever mind was indeed sharp, it often led her to misplace things, a source of considerable frustration. With a self-deprecating smile, she mused that this flaw was a remnant of a past life that she had yet to rectify. She rummaged through her desk and drawers, searching for something but not quite certain of what she had misplaced. My student ID. How could I forget? Selena slapped her forehead, finally recalling that though Columbia University was open to the public, access to the student dorms required proof of her status as a student. Of course, Selena was a prominent figure on campus, particularly within the journalism school, and come tomorrow, with the publication of the newspaper and broadcast of news reports, her fan base would undoubtedly grow. She located her slightly worn student ID from the drawer and carefully tucked it into the handbag her mother had gifted her when she was accepted into college. "This is a heartfelt gift for school, lovingly stitched by my mother." The uneven stitches resemble a drunken centipede, while the lining is adorned with an endearingly quirky golden retriever. With a spirited motion, she slings her bag over her shoulder and gracefully traverses the office area, greeting fellow interns and seasoned journalists with a radiant smile, leaving a trail of sunshine in her wake. The interns respond with enthusiastic thumbs-ups, while the veteran reporters take a moment from their stacks of manuscripts to wave at her. As she passes the break room, she serendipitously encounters Jimmy, the curly-haired photographer, peeking out. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." As Selena steps through the revolving door of the Daily Star, the entire city is bathed in a molten golden sunset. The glass facades of the skyscrapers fragment the dying light into countless shards of brilliance, and a solitary beam meanders through the steel jungle, delicately settling upon her eyelashes. The luminous flow cascades down her upturned face, coalescing at the tip of her nose into a shimmering golden speck, reminiscent of a girl illuminated by divine light in an ancient painting. She inhales deeply, the warm air infused with the scent of asphalt rising, the tantalizing aroma of hot dog from the street vendor around the corner, and the unique, weary dust of dusk. The weight of sunlight presses heavily into her pores, eliciting a contented sigh from deep within her spine. Selena retrieves her device, dons her headphones, and isolates herself from the cacophony of the world around her. Pressing the play button, the explosive rhythm of drums and the electrifying guitar prelude crash into her eardrums. The classic track Highway to Hell, released in 1979 and one of Tony Stark's favorites, fills the air with vibrant energy and passion. Its lyrics, imbued with a yearning for freedom and a fearless embrace of self-destruction, encapsulate the allure of Tony Stark as Iron Man. Hey Satan, pay my dues, the rock band wails. Hey mama, look at me, I'm on my way to the promised land. As Selena strolls through the streets of New York, swaying gently to the music, her golden ponytail dances in the wind like a flowing ray of sunlight. To the casual observer, she appears to be an ordinary girl lost in her thoughts, her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly uninterested in the lavish displays of the surrounding boutiques. The rock music roars in her ears, yet the sounds of reality surge into her senses like a tide. 3 kilometers away, a young couple flirts with syrupy sweet nothings in the back seat of a taxi. 5 blocks down, an elderly couple erupts into a quarrel over cleaning the grease filter. In an office building, a boss passionately pitches stock options. All these sound waves are automatically sorted and categorized in her mind, like a precision mail sorting machine. In Manhattan, such mundane occurrences comprise the vast majority of the clamor, while acts of crime and wrongdoing, unless they are in progress, remain beyond her direct intervention. Her sense of justice and capability allow her to transform into a guardian when necessary, yet she is acutely aware that her actions must be tempered with restraint. Occasionally, a robbery or brawl at a dimly lit street corner would capture her attention. In such moments, she would swiftly don a baseball cap, a mask, and a pitch-black hoodie. Within a mere 10 seconds, she would dispatch all the criminals from the scene and utilize a passerby as phone to alert the authorities, completing the entire endeavor in under 2 minutes before quietly vanishing into the night. Selena remained remarkably discreet, yet tales of her exploits began to circulate throughout Manhattan, leading citizens to craft a mystique around this enigmatic street hero. As dusk settled over Manhattan, a police car idled quietly at the curb, its dim interior illumination revealing the silhouettes of 2 officers. A burly policeman, weathered by the passage of time, remarked to his younger partner in the passenger seat, "The crime rate in Manhattan has plummeted by 70% since last month. The numbers are dropping like Bear Stearns stocks. Can you believe it, Jack?" A hint of sarcasm laced the officer's voice. Jack, a fledgling officer, was munching on a tough crust of bread and nearly choked at the revelation. Is that for real? Could be due to that street hero? Absolutely. You, being fresh on the job, might not know, but last month alone, there were hundreds apprehended for robbery, burglary, and brawling, all sprawled out on the ground, incapacitated. They may seem fine, but a visit to the hospital reveals broken ribs, 10 or 8 at a time, if they're lucky. The portly officer continued, his tone brimming with astonishment at the methods of this street hero. And some fraudsters, good heavens. We've been searching for months without a clue about their identities. And guess what? They were found dangling from a lamppost with a sign around their necks. The old officer's narrative conveyed a complex mix of admiration and exasperation toward this mysterious figure. Well, if that's the case, our jobs will be a tad easier. Jack chuckled innocently. The veteran officer smacked Jack on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Fool, with this hero around, we used to have only a few overtime shifts a week. Now, we're pulling late nights every day interrogating suspects. The jails in New York are overflowing. The criminals are squished together like sardines. You got hired so quickly because the department is short-staffed, all thanks to this so-called street hero." The old officer grumbled with a hint of resignation. Jack rubbed the back of his head, pondering, but doesn't this mean we'll have more accomplishments? Surely the rewards from headquarters will come our way. Who cares about that paltry stuff? Promotions are never in my favor, and raises are out of the question. Just thinking about it irks me. I wish I could take a spin, fire a few shots, and secure an administrative leave to lounge at home and collect a paycheck. The old officer's agitation was palpable as he glanced at the digital clock in the car, noting they had half an hour left before their shift ended. How about a drink after work? Jack hesitated before replying, "I think I'll pass. I need to get home." "Not wise, my friend. You'd be lucky to have me as your mentor," the old officer muttered, though the reprimand was more playful than serious. The atmosphere in the vehicle fell into silence once more, the only sounds being the hum of the police car's engine and the cacophony of the bustling street outside. In the Clinton district, a heinous crime has occurred on West 48th Street. Officers in the vicinity, please respond immediately. The intercom in the vehicle abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night, its piercing electronic voice echoing within the confined space. I knew it. The seasoned officer furrowed his brow, his palm striking the steering wheel with a resounding thud. His movements were swift and adept as he seized the intercom, affirming, "Received. Benjamin Johnson is en route." No sooner had he spoken than his other hand reached out to slap Jack sharply on the back of the head. "What are you dawdling for? Buckle up." Jack fumbled to fasten his seatbelt, catching a glimpse of his mentor deftly maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, his elbow pressed against the window frame. The sinewy muscles of his forearm taut against the fabric of his uniform. The police car dangerously swerved, nearly toppling a garbage bin at the curb. For a moment, Jack was taken aback by his superior's reaction. One moment he was scolding, the next he was racing to respond. Is this the embodiment of the professional spirit of veteran American police officers? The sirens pierced the night air, and the red and blue lights atop the police car began to flash as they sped towards the Clinton district. Chapter 13. Hell's Kitchen. The fading sunlight draped the towering skyscrapers of the Clinton district in a golden sheen, painting the glass facades in hues of orange and red. The neon lights along the streets gradually illuminated, harmonizing with the evening sky's blush, creating a surreal urban nightscape. In the storefronts of luxury boutiques, spotlighting the latest fashion pieces, passers-by were drawn to the displays, their reflections revealing their aspirations for a life of beauty. "Hello, is this the police? Please hurry. There are robbers. They're in the midst of a heist." A trembling voice on the other end of the line was on the verge of tears, each word seemingly forced from his throat. "They have guns and have taken hostages. Oh my God, they're beating people." The background echoed with the sounds of shattering glass and human screams, the urgency reaching a fever pitch. "Sir, please remain calm. Can you tell us your location?" The dispatcher maintained a professional and composed demeanor, her fingers racing to record the information while simultaneously pressing the emergency response button. "Clinton District, West 48th Street. Right under that big billboard. Hurry, I have to go." The voice on the line suddenly cut off, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. The dispatcher promptly relayed the emergency, and the atmosphere in the precinct grew tense. "A heinous crime has occurred on West 48th Street in the Clinton District. Officers nearby. Please respond immediately." Received. "Benjamin Johnson is en route." Received. "Mike Wilson is providing assistance." The Clinton District, also known as Hell's Kitchen, is a breeding ground for crime, where dark alleys and dilapidated buildings bear witness to countless acts of violence and corruption. As night descends, the glimmering neon lights cannot conceal the shadows lurking beneath, their flickering glow seemingly a warning of the dangers concealed within. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, the graffiti-covered walls and the securely locked storefronts silently narrate a palpable sense of insecurity. Criminal gangs have claimed this territory as their own, wherein drug trafficking, black market dealings, and violent confrontations have become the norm. The sporadic wail of police sirens pierces the air as patrol cars race by, their flashing red and blue lights casting sharp beams across the night sky. Yet, even such frequent patrols cannot entirely dispel the pervasive gloom that hangs over this area. In Hell's Kitchen, residents navigate a life steeped in vigilance and unease, having grown accustomed to the sudden blare of sirens and the occasional sound of gunfire. Each street corner may conceal a lurking threat, and every passerby could potentially be a foe. The children here frolic in the alleys and streets, yet their innocence is overshadowed by the menacing environment surrounding them. Nevertheless, some community organizations and charitable institutions tirelessly labor to infuse a glimmer of light and hope into this region. The occasional murals and graffiti on the walls echo the aspirations for a better life and a fervent desire for change. However, as night descends, the filth and stench lurking in the shadows stir restlessly, and the very name Hell's Kitchen serves as a reminder of this untamed corner of the city. The shrill sound of police sirens disrupts the tranquility of the Clinton District as several patrol cars screech to a halt outside a luxury boutique, their tires screeching against the pavement. Officers spring from their vehicles, clad in bulletproof vests, their expressions grave. Their movements are swift and methodical as they establish a lengthy perimeter. With gestures and shouts, they guide civilians to evacuate to safety, their eyes alert and their hands firmly gripping their firearms, ready to confront any impending crisis. Inside the store, the atmosphere is thick with tension, practically palpable, while the robber's eyes glint with a predatory ferocity. One of them steps up to the loudspeaker, his voice hoarse and frenzied. "To the blue uniforms outside, if you don't want to witness harm befall these people, then back off." His words, amplified through the speaker, resonate throughout half the block, each syllable slicing through the evening's tranquility like a sharp blade. Within the store, the assailants, armed and masked, reveal only their malevolent eyes. They brutally shove hostages together, mercilessly striking those who attempt to resist or cry for help with the butts of their weapons. The hostages huddle on the floor, their faces etched with fear and despair. The robbers erupt into fits of maniacal laughter and curses, reveling in the twisted thrill of wielding control over others' lives. The entire scene permeated by the foul stench of impending death. Sheriff George stands sheltered behind a police vehicle, his face marked by the passage of time. Yet his eyes gleam with a calmness uncommon among the youth. He raises the megaphone, his voice resolute. "Listen, those inside, we are here to assist you. There is no need for anyone to be harmed. Please, calm yourselves and let us discuss the terms." Meanwhile, under his guidance, the police prepares swiftly and methodically. Some officers, armed with shields, stood ready to advance at any moment, while others meticulously inspected their weapons to ensure a swift response if necessary. However, the robbers disregarded Captain George's shouts. Suddenly, one of them raised an automatic rifle and fired several shots into the ceiling, producing a sharp metallic clang. Although no one was hit, it was undoubtedly a provocation to the police and posed a severe threat to the safety of the hostages. Captain George's expression grew grave. He understood that the situation had escalated beyond the realm of negotiation. Amidst the gathered crowd, Selena appeared like a specter, her form cloaked in a loose black hoodie, a mask obscuring her face and her eyes glimmering with a luminous intensity beneath the brim. She moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a whisper of wind in the night, silently weaving through the throng, drawing closer to the luxury store occupied by the robbers. As all eyes fixated on the tense standoff, Selena sprang into action. Her movements were swift and decisive, like a bolt of black lightning, shattering the tempered glass of the boutique with a forceful impact. The 3-meter-high glass, F.A.A., erupted in a cascade of crystalline shards, and before the debris could cascade to the ground, she had already entered the chaos within. Inside, the robbers were caught off guard by this sudden incursion. The nearest assailant had just raised his weapon when Selena's fist, propelled by the force of the wind, struck his chin. The sound of his dislocated vertebrae was swallowed by the rain of shattered glass, and he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. The second robber's curse caught in his throat. Selena deftly seized his gun-wielding wrist, twisting the barrel into a corkscrew in her grasp. As his eyes bulged in terror, he was hurled against the display window, the spiderweb pattern of cracks spreading instantly, leaving him embedded like a specimen in the center of the counter. A gentle shove from her palm sent another robber flying out of the store, his body tracing an arc through the air before landing heavily on the hood of a police car with a resounding thud. The unexpected noise startled the officers present, momentarily diverting their attention from the tense standoff to the subdued robber. The hood of the police car caved in under the impact. The assailant sprawled motionless atop it, stripped of his capacity to resist. Witnesses, both police and civilians, beheld this spectacle with expressions of shock and disbelief, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, almost unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Then a wave of cheers erupted. A hero has arrived. After the last robber was felled by a deft kick from Selena, she swiftly assessed the hostages, confirming their safety before vanishing from the scene like a whisper in the wind. "All right, let's clear the scene, gentlemen." Captain George holstered his weapon and clapped his hands, his voice tinged with a blend of resignation and relief. Chapter 14. The Heroine. On the streets of the Clinton district, the night descended with a heavy shroud, police lights flashing in a dance of red and blue, officers clad in uniforms, their expressions solemn, moving with unwavering precision. A robber, his wrists bound by frigid handcuffs, was escorted from a luxury boutique by officers, the arrogance that once adorned his countenance now supplanted by an unsettling fear. "Get in," barked one officer, his palm pressing against the robber's back, propelling him into the back seat of the police car. The robber's shoulders sagged despondently, his body trembling incessantly, terror flickering in his eyes. As the police car doors closed one by one, the officers bore expressions of satisfaction, having completed their duty. They exchanged glances, conveying a mix of shock, confusion, and relief at the successful operation. The vehicle groaned under the weight of the captured robbers as they made their way back to the station, discussing the recent events while also marveling at the feats of a mysterious hero. "Did you see it? What was that thing?" Jack's voice trembled slightly. The last burly man to be shoved inside suddenly grasped the partition with his cuffed hands, his knuckles rattling against the wire mesh. Her eyes glowed. His scream, laced with the scent of blood, splattered against the riot shield. "She's a demon. Save your breath for court," Jack retorted, thrusting his baton into the compartment to force him back, the metal grazing the man's shaved head. The robber in the back seat, pale and breathless, exclaimed it was a monster. Benjamin lit his third cigarette of the night, the ember flickering in the dimness, his silhouette cast in shadows within the vehicle. He scoffed softly, a hint of disdain in his tone. It was definitely a person. "Let us head back. We should have something on the body cam." It's the first time so many officers have witnessed this character's appearance. Benjamin's voice resonated once more. Inside the car, Jack finally relaxed his taut spine against the seat, though his forefinger, resting on his knee, maintained a silent rhythm, gently tapping as he replayed the earlier scene in his mind. The police car slowly started, exhaust fumes tracing faint trails in the night as it drove towards the precinct. In the precinct's conference room, the lighting was dim, and the projector on the wall emitted a weak blue glow, enveloping the entire space in an eerie atmosphere. "Jack, you performed admirably tonight. Your body cam footage is the clearest." Benjamin's voice was low, tinged with subtle approval. At the scene, only Jack had dared to stealthily approach the side of the store, a slight smile playing on his lips, feeling a sense of triumph. As the blurred image began to flow across the projection screen, the room fell into a profound silence. The shadow was not merely a fleeting presence. It cleaved a sharp gash through the viscous air. Its trajectory among the robbers was elusive, one moment embedded at the edge of the frame, the next erupting with a shockwave. Gasps of disbelief echoed, the officers' faces frozen in incredulous shock. "Look at that speed. It's impossible for a human," exclaimed one officer in awe. The video displays 24 frames per second, yet this shadowy figure neutralized a robber in less than 3 frames. With 2 consecutive frames nearly identical in position, while the adjacent assailant was sent reeling. This indicates that the attack was executed within a mere 24th of a second. Yet, it was accomplished, Jack added, a hint of awe lacing his voice. As the video played in slow motion, every movement of Selena was magnified. Her gracefulness resembled that of a dancer, while her strikes were executed with lethal precision. The officers began to dissect each of her maneuvers, attempting to discern her techniques and strategies. Benjamin pressed his rough knuckles against his furrowed brow, his hawk-like gaze fixated on the screen, his throat constricting slightly, ultimately uttering only one word: terrifying. Who could she be? How did she achieve this? Jack's mind was awash with questions, his fingers instinctively tapping lightly on the table, seemingly mimicking each strike showcased in the video. In the footage, Selena's final blow saw her silhouette tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing softly. Every motion exuded an air of unhurried composure. Simply artful. Jack's voice cut through the silence of the conference room. The officers fell silent, their eyes still glued to the screen, filled with reverence for this enigmatic hero. In the meeting room, only the fan hummed softly, as if quietly applauding the hero's actions. "This is undoubtedly a master." One officer's voice trembled with a touch of awe. "Indeed, observing her movements is akin to watching a dance," another officer remarked, his gaze never wavering from the screen. Jack's attention fixated on the final frames of the video, where he caught a fleeting glimpse of golden hair and a slender figure, his heart racing slightly. "Hey, wait a moment," Jack suddenly exclaimed, rushing to the projector screen, pointing at the indistinct shadow. "Is that her hair? A ponytail?" In earlier frames, the rapidity rendered the images a blur, yet in the last few frames, the shadow was seen crouched before the hostage, seemingly assessing the situation. Sheriff George leaned forward slightly, his keen eyes scanning those frames repeatedly. After a moment, he nodded, speaking in a low tone. "Indeed, it's a ponytail. You have sharp eyes, young man. What was your name again?" Sheriff George turned his gaze toward Jack, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Jack Kobe, sir." Jack's voice carried an unmistakable thrill. "A girl?" Benjamin's brow furrowed. "A golden-haired sweetheart, huh? Surely not. How could such a young girl accomplish this?" An officer's voice held a note of skepticism. Jack's discovery sparked a flurry of excitement within the conference room, as the officers began to murmur among themselves, deliberating the identity of this mysterious hero. How can a hero who has saved several lives possibly be a woman? Does your meager pride falter so easily? Sheriff George scoffed, his voice rising sharply. Regardless, she is our hero, a hero of New York. Now let us not linger idly. Extract more information from those scoundrels. Perhaps there lies a mastermind behind it all. And if there are any tidings of this female hero, that would be even better. Sheriff George rapped on the table, issuing his command. The officers responded in unison, their relief palpable, and they filed out in haste, their hurried footsteps fading into the corridor. Jack Kirby rubbed his neck, a habitual gesture for releasing tension and anxiety, or simply to ponder. His gaze flickered with curiosity at the indistinct images on the screen. How did a girl achieve such feats? Jack was awash with questions, his brow furrowing as if he were attempting to unravel a complex riddle. His thoughts drifted back to childhood, when he clutched a storybook about Captain America, dreaming of becoming such a hero. A staunch patriot, he had grown up under the banner of the Stars and Stripes, harboring an almost obsessive yearning for the legend of the super soldier. His mind wandered back to an incident over a year ago at Culver University, rumored to host a military-funded experimental project aimed at resurrecting the legendary super soldier serum. The researchers involved had mysteriously vanished after the event, their whereabouts still unknown. A bold conjecture began to form in Jack's mind. Perhaps there was a connection between the two. Chapter 15. Roommate Gwen Selena removed her hat and mask, revealing her exquisite and ethereal visage. With nimble fingers, she folded her black hoodie into a neat square and gently placed it into her backpack, seamlessly blending back into the throng of students at Columbia University. She glided past the intersection of 116th Street and Broadway, the journalism school's building towering beside her, while the youthful exuberance of boys and girls filled the air over the South Campus. As Selena navigated the cobblestone paths of Columbia, her golden hair cascaded behind her like a shimmering waterfall. A group of students enthusiastically distributed flyers for alumni Obama's presidential campaign, their voices brimming with fervor as they even composed catchy slogans. Most of the students in the promotional team were African American, their faces radiating pride and passion. They supported not merely a candidate, but the aspirations of their community. "Hey, Selena," a booming voice called out as one of the students from the group waved energetically. Selena turned, a polite smile gracing her lips, akin to the warm sunlight of spring. "Lucas? Hi, what is up? I recognized you right away." Lucas, an exuberant young African-American man, approached her swiftly, a stack of flyers in his arms. "We're rallying votes for Obama's presidential campaign. Want to take a look?" He handed Selena a flyer emblazoned with a half-length portrait of Obama, alongside the bold phrase urging voters to support him. The flyer was densely packed with his political propositions and his connection to Columbia University. "He is our alumnus, Selena, and if elected, he will be the first African-American president. Can you comprehend the significance of this?" Lucas's enthusiasm was palpable, his face even flushed with excitement. "This is a point of pride for our community. It is truly remarkable." Selena's smile faltered slightly as she contemplated how to gracefully extricate herself from the conversation. "Why not join us? With your popularity at the college, garnering a few hundred votes would be a breeze." Lucas continued to speak fervently, his words brimming with anticipation. "Imagine if everyone mobilized their family and friends. I can hardly fathom the magnitude of your influence." Selena gently folded the flyer and tucked it into her bag. "I will consider it, but I'm quite tired today, Lucas. I apologize." Her voice was soft, and she took a slight step back to indicate her need to depart. However, Lucas seemed oblivious to her rejection, his enthusiasm unabated. "Selena, you cannot miss such an important event. How about tomorrow? We are heading to the art school, and trust me, you will be warmly welcomed." Selena continued to retreat, her hands swaying gently as a hint of exasperation tinged her smile. "I will consider it. Goodbye." With that, she turned on her heel and quickened her pace, almost in flight. "Help me. Keep your distance," she silently lamented, unwilling to engage in such matters. The victory of Obama felt inevitable. She had no interest in the political arena, for she was merely a student and an intern journalist at this moment. Her figure gradually receded, vanishing along the tree-lined paths of the campus, leaving behind the murmurs of Lucas and his fellow campaigners, which slowly dissipated in the gentle evening breeze. Traversing through the shaded walkways of Columbia University, she returned to her residence hall, Broadway Hall. This venerable building featured pristine white corridor walls, accentuated by black columns, creating an air of elegance. Freshmen commenced their collegiate journeys here, and Selena was no exception, despite the likelihood of relocating to another dormitory in a few months. She produced her student ID, necessary for entry, not due to the school's stringent attendance policies, but to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering the dormitory. Selena's accommodation was a double room, as was the case for the majority of the building. The assignments of dormitory roommates were determined by lottery, leaving the identity of one's roommate a mystery. Fortunately, Selena's roommate was a delightful girl named Gwen Stacy, a genuine New Yorker, a few months her junior, with a father who served as the police chief, living just 3 subway stops from the campus. As Selena gently pushed open the door to their dormitory, she was greeted by her roommate Gwen, a vibrant blonde girl full of energy. Gwen's short hair danced in the air, and her earrings and eyebrow piercings glimmered under the light, adding a touch of untamed allure, reminiscent of a wildcat. She waved her drumsticks in rhythm with the music playing through her headphones, her body swaying gently, pretending to play the drums, fully immersed in her own world. Upon noticing Selena's arrival, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hey, Selena, you're back." Selena returned her enthusiasm with a warm smile. "Gwen, how was your day?" Gwen set down her drumsticks, turned around, and inquired curiously, "By the way, Selena, how's your work going? I heard you interviewed the renowned Tony Stark?" Selena shrugged off her coat, casually tossing it onto the bed, then sat beside Gwen, letting out a sigh. "Don't even get me started. It was a total mess." She briefly recounted her experience interviewing Tony Stark, her brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the complexity of the assignment. However, Gwen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she patted Selena's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "You might just become famous because of this interview. A renowned journalist is just around the corner." Selena chuckled at her words, shaking her head. "I hope so." She then turned the conversation back to Gwen. "What about you, Gwen? How was your day?" Gwen's face radiated excitement as she nearly bounced with joy. "I'm forming a band, and I'm going to be the drummer. As for the name, I'm still thinking, but I know we'll be fantastic. Oh, and you absolutely must come to support us at our first performance." Selena nodded, watching Gwen's enthusiasm. "Of course I'll be there. By the way, Selena, my dad just called. He said there's a big case in Hell's Kitchen, and the police sent a dozen officers but couldn't even get through the door." Gwen lowered her voice mysteriously. "Guess what? A mysterious hero swooped in and resolved it in no time. Is that true?" Selena feigned surprise, covering her mouth. "Absolutely. And I heard that the hero is a girl. How cool is that? I really want to meet her." A glimmer of admiration and envy sparkled in Gwen's eyes. Selena smiled softly. "You're cool too, believe me," as she playfully tousled Gwen's short hair. Selena always delighted in teasing this seemingly rebellious, yet inwardly shy little kitten, often leaving Gwen blushing. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment. "I still have a long way to go." Chapter 16. Charity Gala at the Firefighters' Family Dinner. Under the dazzling lights of the Disney Concert Hall, Selena's presence was particularly striking. She wore a white blouse adorned with lace trim, paired with an elegant black mermaid skirt, complemented by black patent leather heels. Her makeup was subtle, and her hair was elegantly styled up as she endeavored to present herself more maturely. Sitting at the bar, she ordered, "A glass of orange juice, please. Why not have a martini instead?" The dapper bartender inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps it is due to my youth," mused Selena with a playful smile. The bartender paused, then offered an apologetic expression. "My sincerest apologies. I shall prepare a glass of juice for you forthwith." "So, are you a relative of a firefighter?" Selena produced her press badge and affixed it to her chest, declaring, "I am a journalist from the Planet Daily." "Wow, how cool. Are you here to interview Tony Stark?" Selena accepted the orange juice, affirming, "Yes." "Oh, you may be disappointed then," the bartender replied with a shake of his head. "Mr. Obadiah Stane from Stark Industries mentioned that Tony would not be attending tonight." Selena shrugged dismissively, asserting, "His words do not hold weight. I declare that Tony Stark will indeed be here." A peculiar expression crossed the bartender's face. In truth, Selena had already spotted Tony Stark speeding down the road in his sleek white Audi A8. "He will arrive in no more than 5 minutes." She chuckled, tilting her head. "Let us await the spectacle." The bartender concurred with a smile. After a brief moment, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. The crowd turned towards the sound, and a striking white sports car gracefully entered their view. The door swung open, revealing the familiar figure of Tony Stark, who had not been seen in quite some time. Upon alighting, he strode directly towards the elderly gentleman with a white beard, Obadiah. Stark's expression was clouded, seemingly displeased, What is the matter with this world? That one can attend their own party without an invitation? However, Obadiah maintained a serene demeanor, his warm smile unwavering, unfazed by Stark's tone of dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Hey, look at you. You appear to be in fine spirits. Tony furrowed his brow, on the verge of voicing a retort, but ultimately refrained. He merely stated, "See you inside," before turning to leave. Yet Obadiah appeared reluctant to let him off so easily, gently reminding him, "You might want to tread carefully. I have only just placated the board." A cold smile crept across Tony's lips. "I am merely stifled. I wish to indulge in some revelry." With that, he disregarded Obadiah and marched towards the banquet hall. His presence amidst the crowd drew many gazes. Some were astonished by his arrival, while others were exhilarated, even prompting a few women to blow him kisses. "A glass of whiskey, please. I am famished," Tony instructed the bartender, his eyes scanning the vicinity in search of something. Beside him stood a man with a receding hairline and a kind smile, Mr. Stark. Tony turned, raising an eyebrow at the man. "What is it?" "Agent Coulson," his voice consistently gentle. "Oh yes, you were from that agency?" Tony recalled his return to Stark Tower, but the name was cumbersome to articulate. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Coulson recited an elongated string of names that sounded like a tongue twister. Tony took a sip of his drink and mused, "Good heavens, you all need a new moniker." "Indeed, I've often heard that sentiment echoed," Coulson replied, maintaining his smile. "Now, I understand that you are under considerable pressure, but we have much to discuss. Shall we arrange a time?" Tony's gaze was drawn to the elegantly attired Pepper amidst the crowd, her back adorned by a stunning blue gown, her golden waves cascading down. "How about the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Industries?" Coulson continued. In an effort to extricate himself from the conversation, Tony unhesitatingly extended his right hand. "Let us proceed, as you suggest. I'll consult with my assistant to set a date. You are free to do as you wish." With that, he moved towards Pepper. Selena turned slightly, her back to the unfolding drama, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing her lips. After Tony departed, she raised an eyebrow at the bartender and remarked, "What did I tell you?" The bartender chuckled, giving her a thumbs up in acknowledgement of her confidence. "You were right, but alas, no reward." "Humph," Selena pouted playfully. Her gaze inadvertently swept over to Coulson. She swayed slightly on her high heels, the patent leather glistening under the lights. The young woman began to ponder. "Why not put myself forward? With my abilities, if not as an Avenger, at least I could secure a stable position and an additional income." However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that the time was not yet ripe. She needed to make a striking impression before negotiating terms with them. Leaning against the bar, her eyes pierced through the crowd and walls, fixating intently on the ambiguous interaction between Tony and Pepper atop the building. A subtle frown creased her brow, indicating her dissatisfaction with Tony's hesitation. Enough with the pleasantries. Just kiss her already. Yet, when the moment arrived, as Pepper closed her eyes in anticipation, Tony evaded, both feeling that their relationship had not yet reached that juncture. This scene elicited a slight pout from Selena, a tinge of disappointment surfacing. "I would like a drink," Pepper said somewhat stiffly, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Before she could finish her request, Tony was already preparing to leave. "All right. A vodka martini, straight up, with plenty of olives." Pepper's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, her request laced with a hint of yearning, as if seeking to alleviate her inner tension. Selena frowned slightly. Feeling let down, Tony returned to the bar, articulating his order to the bartender. Sensing that the time was ripe, Selena turned to face Tony, Mr. Stark. Upon hearing his name, Tony looked up to see the exquisite young woman beside him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Ah, you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met?" Tony inquired with a playful grin. Selena gestured towards her press badge. "I'm Selena Kent from the Planet Daily." Tony glanced at the identification badge hanging on Selena's chest, his gaze fleetingly traversing the youthful contours of her figure, before he instinctively raised an eyebrow and promptly averted his eyes, fixing his attention on her face as he spoke. "Ahem, I recall now, but I must say, you are far more stunning in person than in your photograph." "Thank you, but I am not here to forge a friendship," Selena replied, unwavering in her gaze, staring intently at him. "Oh, that is rather refreshing. Pray tell, what brings you here?" Tony's interest piqued, a playful smile gracing his lips. Selena retrieved a stack of photographs from her handbag and handed them to Tony. "This is a town called Kamara. Does it ring a bell? Should I be aware of it?" Tony queried, examining the photographs as his voice gradually subsided. The images depicted a desolate ruin, followed by armed soldiers transporting something, and astonishingly, a Jericho missile emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. What is this? Tony tightened his grip on the photographs. When were these taken? This morning. I took them myself, Selena stated. I did not authorize this, Tony refuted, shaking his head. Your company did. Tony clenched his jaw, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. I'm not my company. With that, he disregarded the drink the bartender had placed before him and strode out. As Tony Stark exited the concert hall, the cool breeze caressed his face yet failed to quell the fury simmering within him. His gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately settling upon Obadiah. Tony advanced, his voice low and simmering with suppressed emotion. Are you aware of what transpired in Camera? Have you seen those photographs? Obadiah merely smiled softly in response to Tony's inquiry. Tony, you cannot be so naive. Tony's brow furrowed, his voice involuntarily rising. I once was naive. His eyes were sharp as daggers, fixed intently on Obadiah. They say we must not cross certain lines in business. Tony's voice trembled slightly. But if we covertly engage in duplicity, do we? A cold glint flickered in Obadiah's eyes. Do you truly believe someone is conspiring against you? It was I who imposed the restrictions on you. I am protecting you, Tony. Maintaining his characteristic smile, Obadiah turned to leave, leaving Tony alone to ponder under the flash of reporters' cameras. Standing there, Tony's silhouette appeared particularly isolated in the harsh light. His heart brimmed with confusion and unease. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the fog enveloping his mind. His gaze wandered through the throng, finally resting on Selena. She stood there, akin to a lily blooming beneath the night sky, quietly unfolding her beauty. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Tony as he hurried forward, his voice tinged with urgency. Camera is over 12,000 kilometers from New York. A flight takes at least 14 hours. You claim you took these photographs yourself? How did you manage that? Selena's smile appeared particularly enchanting in the night, and she softly remarked, You'll find out for yourself by visiting Camera. In an instant, Tony's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowed, and his voice took on an urgent tone. Are you guiding me? What is your purpose? Selena maintained her poise, her voice calm, yet resolute. I harbor no ulterior motives. On the contrary, I am assisting you. Her words exuded sincerity. Do not forget Miss Pepper's wine, Mr. Stark. Farewell. With that, Selena gently waved her hand and turned to leave, her steps light and graceful, akin to a butterfly dancing in the twilight. Are you watching me? Tony inquired, but the young woman paid him no heed. He remained rooted in place, his eyes following her silhouette until she vanished completely into the night. Chapter 17, Camera, the town of Camera. A crimson light cleaved through the sky of the desert town, resembling a falling star as it traversed the clouds, ultimately descending upon this place of desolation. Clad in the Mark III armor, Tony Stark stood in this forsaken corner forgotten by war. He had anticipated witnessing the atrocities of warlords, the plight of refugees, and a hell on earth interwoven with flames and lamentations. However, the surroundings lay in an unsettling silence. He navigated the shattered streets, which could scarcely be deemed streets, but rather remnants of conflict. Tony maneuvered the Mark III, commanding its sensors to scan the vicinity in search of signs of life, but only an oppressive stillness responded to him. Detected human remains and Stark Industries products. Jarvis's alert suddenly pierced the silence. As Tony turned a corner, the sight before him brought him to a halt. A dozen corpses were arranged with eerie orderliness, akin to wares displayed in a shop window. His gaze swept over the lifeless bodies, all clad in the uniforms of the insurgents, unmistakably terrorists. Their weapons were neatly piled to the side, resembling extinguished bonfires. Among the arsenal, Tony even spotted a highly familiar Jericho missile originating from Stark Industries, now resting there intact. Not far off, a twisted and crumpled tank resembled scrap metal, crushed and mangled by some immense force. What has transpired here? Tony involuntarily inhaled sharply, his heart brimming with shock. How did those scoundrels from the Ten Rings meet their demise? Where have the civilians gone? His thoughts churned tumultuously. This could not have been the work of the U.S. military, who would meticulously arrange these bodies. Moreover, the fact that these weapons remained indicated that the assailants had deemed them worthless. Yet, to disregard even the Jericho missile was beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, Selena's image flashed through his mind. When asked how she managed to travel from Afghanistan to New York in such a short span, she had merely replied with a casual remark, "You'll find out for yourself by visiting Kamara." Is it her? This notion struck Tony like a thunderclap, sending tremors through his being. How could this be possible? The advanced suit, disregarding its wear and tear, can attain speeds exceeding 4,000 kilometers per hour, merely a tad over 3 Mach. The journey from New York to this destination took 5 hours. Yet, how could a young intern possess the capability for supersonic long-distance travel and the strength to obliterate a tank? Tony was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. He understood that he was not the sole bearer of secrets. However, his immediate concern was to unearth evidence of Obadiah's clandestine arms dealings, eliminate the board members, and seize complete control of Stark Industries. Thus, Tony piloted the suit, which unleashed white flames from its feet and palms, swiftly breaking the sound barrier as he soared toward America. At the U.S. Air Force Command Center, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost palpable. On the colossal display screen, an unidentified target darted across, inciting chaos. The soldiers clamored, eager for answers. Upon connection, they inquired if it belonged to them. That is definitely not ours. It is neither the Navy's nor the Marines. The urgency in the air was palpable as a major demanded, "I need answers. Can we obtain a target image?" However, the only response was a chorus of negative replies. Quickly, summon Colonel Rhodes from the Weapons Development Department. Colonel Rhodes, a robust African-American soldier and a staunch ally of Tony Stark, surveyed the area, his brow furrowed in concern. Did this thing just appear out of thin air? Didn't the radar detect it? The radar requires a minimum surface area, but it is too small, replied a soldier. After a moment of contemplation, Rhodes stated, "I'll make a call." He motioned for a soldier to clear the way. At that moment, Tony, cruising at the lowest speed in the skies, received a call. "Hello? Tony, it's me, Rhodes. Could you speak up, please?" "The wind is quite loud," Tony replied, his voice nearly drowned out. "Why is there so much noise on your end?" I'm taking a ride in a convertible," Tony stammered, attempting to conceal the truth. "All right, Tony, I need your assistance." "Oh, what a twist of fate," Tony teased. Ignoring Tony's jest, Rhodes continued. "There was an arms depot that was just destroyed, located only a few kilometers from where you were once held captive. That sounds rather perilous. Let me guess, someone has taken care of the dirty work for you, right? Are you sure there's nothing I should know?" Rhodes pressed. "Absolutely not, I assure you. I'm not involved," Tony promptly denied. "Good, because something is about to be blown to smithereens right before my eyes," Rhodes remarked, watching the two F-22 Raptors close in on the unidentified object. Seeing the fighters approaching from behind, Tony quickly exclaimed, "I have to go," before abruptly ending the call. The pilots of the F-22 communicated over the channel, having spotted the target. Colonel Rhodes' gaze was fixed on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the console, producing a crisp sound. "Whip 1, what is that object?" he inquired. "I am uncertain," replied Pilot 1. "Can we establish radio contact?" Rhodes continued. "No response, sir," came the answer. At that moment, the major beside Rhodes immediately interjected, "Then you may open fire." In the skies over the Middle East, Tony Stark sensed a looming threat from behind him. He activated the thrusters of his Mark III suit, propelling forward with maximum power, his speed skyrocketing as he broke the sound barrier, producing a deafening roar. "The unidentified object has just entered supersonic speed. I have locked onto it," declared Pilot 1, promptly pressing the launch button. The munitions bay beneath the fighter jet opened, and a Sidewinder missile screamed out into the air. JARVIS, alarm blared, missile incoming. Tony's heart raced within his chest as he commanded urgently, "Deploy flare." From the sides of the Mark III's legs, a compartment opened, releasing a multitude of high-temperature incendiary flares. The intense heat emitted infrared rays capable of misleading infrared-guided weapons away from their target, thus averting danger. Unfortunately, the deployment of the flares was too late. The shockwave from the missile's detonation still caused Tony to lose his balance, and the thrusters of his suit malfunctioned, leaving him powerless as he plummeted. A flicker of panic crossed Tony's mind, yet he quickly regained his composure. The emergency mechanisms he had prepared for the suit activated promptly, restoring power to the system, allowing him to regain control and resume his flight with full force. Meanwhile, the two fighter jets remained relentless, unleashing a barrage from their 20mm Gu-12 Gatling cannons upon their target. "Curse it," Tony shouted, making an urgent turn to evade the onslaught. However, the armor-piercing round struck the back of his suit, nearly penetrating the power core. The Mark III began to stall, and Tony's vision blurred as disorientation set in, distorting J.A.R.V.I.S. voice. The suit spiraled out of control in the air, akin to a falling star. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him like a chilling serpent, and Tony Stark plummeted towards the vast ground, a discarded piece of scrap metal. The armor flickered with glaring red fault lights, the violent tumbling disorienting his vision. J.A.R.V.I.S. Thrusters. Restart the thrusters. He bellowed, striving to activate any system capable of generating thrust. However, the attitude control system had completely failed, and the main thruster array was unresponsive. J.A.R.V.I.S. voice, once calm, now crackled with electrical interference, each word striking Tony's heart like a cold hammer. Damn it. Think of something. Do something. Tony's voice, distorted by fear and the rushing air, echoed his futile attempts to kick his legs, as if that could somehow slow his descent. The desert loomed larger in his vision, rushing towards him. The shadow of death once again loomed ominously over him, a chilling despair tightening its grip on his heart. Was he destined to perish in this desolate desert? Suddenly, a dull sound cleaved through the air. Tony, plummeting, abruptly came to a halt, ensnared by a powerful arm around his waist. His parabolic descent transformed into a rapid ascent, astonishingly devoid of any discomfort from the sudden acceleration. Yet, he had no time for contemplation, for he turned to confront a face obscured by a holographic mask. Clad in dark, formidable armor, the figure effortlessly lifted the heavy burden, akin to picking up a fallen leaf. Thanks, Tony gasped, his voice raspy from the harrowing ordeal. Don't mention it, came the cold, mechanical reply, its deep timbre unable to mask a unique cadence. Tony turned his gaze, taking in the elegant lines of the armor that sculpted a slender waist and graceful curves. His eyes widened in realization. Wait, it's you? From the gala last night? Selena tilted her head, as if peering through the frigid mask. Not too dull after all, she remarked, her voice stark and unyielding. A stark contrast to her usual youthful lilt. Save your words for later. First, shake off the tail. Selena cast a glance at the encroaching fighter jets, a soft snort escaping her nostrils. In an instant, she zipped past one of the Raptors at breakneck speed. The dark armor expanded rapidly within the pilot's visor, the proximity allowing the glimmering sheen to be discerned, as if death itself had brushed past him. The pilot instinctively glanced at the menacing mask, the chilling visor seemingly penetrating the cockpit glass, sending a shiver racing down his spine. His heart raced within his chest, nearly ceasing, fingers taut with tension, instinctively ready to squeeze the trigger. Just as the moment hung precariously, the black armor erupted with an even more intense hum, transforming Tony into a streak of ebony lightning that vanished at an astonishing speed. Boom! The violent shockwave crashed into the side of the aircraft that had just been toyed with, like an invisible hammer striking mercilessly. Chaotic shockwaves surged into the engine's intake, triggering a fierce resonance. Engine thrust plummeted, the Raptor jolted violently to one side, swaying and shaking under the strain. Damn it! The pilot cursed amidst the turmoil, cold sweat saturating his flight suit. The intense sense of imbalance left his scalp tingling. He gritted his teeth, relying on muscle memory, gripping the control stick with all his might to combat the uncontrollable roll and descent. The aircraft struggled amidst the deep rumble and alarm bells. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. At last, the roar of the engine stabilized, the thrust restored, and the violently shaking fuselage gradually leveled out. The driver gasped for breath, his back pressed firmly against the ejection seat, his fingertips trembling slightly as the cold touch of death seemed to brush against his skin. The dark remnants of the 22 pilot's vision swiftly dissipated, and he fixated on the empty expanse of the sky ahead. The shrill alarm of the radar screen gradually subsided, leaving only the reassuring green light and the sonic boom clouds blooming on the horizon. The speed limit of the 22 Raptor fighter jet was merely around 2.25 Mach, far from sufficient, especially as the target had already exceeded the locking range of the AM-9 Sidewinder missile by several kilometers in just a few seconds. Commander, we've lost them, The pilot reported honestly, still aware he had a companion. That is not a drone. It's a person. What? Everyone at the Air Force Command was taken aback. Return to base, Rod ordered, his gaze fixed on the now motionless radar display, his knuckles whitening with tension. Understood, the pilot replied, as the fighter jet began to slowly turn back towards the base. Rod fell into deep contemplation. After a long moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Tony's number. Tony, are you still there? Oh, what is up? Tony was currently enjoying a flight experience that was not particularly comfortable, but exceedingly thrilling. Tell me the truth. Was that thing yours? Rod lowered his voice. Tony fell silent for a moment, then admitted, yes, it was me. I was right there. Tony, do you realize how dangerous this is? Rod's voice carried a hint of anger. I know, but I had my reasons for being there, and besides, I'm perfectly fine now, he said, glancing up at Selena, who was focused on flying. This is a no-fly zone. Any targets will be shot down. Rod raised his voice slightly. Haha, I know. There won't be a next time. Probably, Tony replied dismissively. The pilot mentioned another target. Who could that be? Well, Selena curled her fingers and lightly tapped the side of Tony's helmet. Tony turned to look at her, and Selena placed her index finger over her mask's mouth, signaling for silence. Tony understood and said to Rod, I can't disclose that. All right, I understand. Was it you or that friend of yours who was involved in the Kamala incident? Rod inquired. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and Rod, not receiving an answer from Tony, sighed understood. I will hold a press conference tomorrow to clarify that the U.S. military is not involved in this matter. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. Okay, let us leave it at that. He hung up the phone. Tony glanced at Selena's arm wrapped around his waist, feeling somewhat like a pet dog, and awkwardly exclaimed, No one has held me like this since I can remember. Hey, Selena, right? Who designed your armor? What powers it? This is a family heirloom. It has no power source, she replied, her voice resonating through the armor's electronic system, still raspy, yet devoid of any emotional fluctuations. What exactly are you relying on? Tony exclaimed, twisting his head vigorously to discern the intricate design of Selena's armor, yet the limited angle hindered his view, revealing no signs of fuel combustion. Wait a moment, did you just hear the voice on the phone? Didn't you realize you could hear me as well? Tony was taken aback. Indeed, at an altitude of 10,000 meters and traveling at several times the speed of sound, he could distinctly hear her voice. Good heavens, is this magic? Oh, please, such a fuss, Selena retorted with an air of haughtiness, although her processed voice carried an undertone of mockery. Come on, just tell me. I won't be able to sleep without an answer, Tony implored, his expression exaggeratedly pleading. Selena likely rolled her eyes beneath her visor, sensing his fidgety curiosity. Stay still, or I shall drop you. I beg you, satiate the curiosity of this 18-year-old and 240-month-old child. All right. We shall discuss it when we get to your home, she promised, albeit with a hint of annoyance. That sounds like an eternity. Hurry up and tell me, Tony urged. J-A-R-V-I-S. Are you still there? Calculate how long until we arrive home. I am here. Current velocity is approximately 20,935 kilometers per hour, with 4,000 kilometers remaining to California. Estimated time of arrival is about 10 minutes. J-A-R-V-I-S, reported, his voice wavering slightly. Wait, how much? Tony was momentarily stunned by the figure. Close to Mach 20, J-A-R-V-I-S, explained. Note, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The speed of sound is approximately 1,062 kilometers per hour, with Mach calculated based on current sound speed. I can count, J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony nearly shouted, casting a glance at Selena, seemingly catching a smug smile beneath her visor. Chapter 19. Born with divine strength, a splendid white villa sat like a gem upon the cliffside by the sea. Welcome to my home. I call it the City of Freedom, Tony declared, steadying himself and shedding his armor. The environment is quite decent. I assent it? Selena scoffed. Just your living room sofa set could purchase my entire farm. Just a bit of pocket change. Tony chuckled. Come, allow me to show you around. What a lavish lifestyle. Selena muttered to herself. The living room was an expansive open hall, vast and airy, with a direct view of the sea. Its decor was elegantly minimalistic, a stark contrast to Tony's flamboyant personality. The hall featured a soaring two-story design, with stairs leading to the upstairs bedroom. Selena surveyed her surroundings. Let me guess. You didn't design this house yourself. Her tone was laced with amusement. What makes you say that? Tony inquired. It doesn't suit your temperament at all, Selena replied, rolling her eyes. Tony displayed an awkward expression. Is it that obvious? Very much so. Ha ha, that doesn't matter. Come, let me show you my playground. Tony laughed, unconcerned by Selena's assessment. Tony guided Selena through a facial recognition entrance, descending the staircase to the villa's basement, a sanctuary for his cherished collectibles and workspace. The first sight that captured their attention was a classic automobile, a creation from the 1930s, adorned with vibrant flame motifs, exuding a retro yet untamed allure. This is my heirloom. The color scheme of my battle suit is inspired by it, Tony remarked, caressing the vintage car's body. Selena replied nonchalantly, cool. As they continued, Tony enthusiastically introduced his collection of luxury cars, his words imbued with pride and fervor, mentioning models such as the 1953 Cadillac Gia. However, deep down, Tony harbored an unwavering affection for Audi, particularly the Audi 8. Do you fancy any of them? I'd gift one to you, he offered generously. No need. Taking the bus suits my identity as a struggling student, Selena replied, her enthusiasm waning. Having grown up in a small town and recently awakened her abilities, she had never driven and had no need to, especially since she currently lacked a driver's license. That's inconsequential. Behind is my workshop, the birthplace of all my ingenious ideas. Tony noticed Selena's disinterest in cars and deftly shifted the conversation, leading her deeper into the villa. Tony's workspace starkly contrasted with the opulence outside. It was simple and utilitarian, the air thick with the scent of oil and steel. A few tables and cabinets occupied most of the space, each table equipped with mechanical arms and touch screens capable of transforming blueprints into holographic projections, controlled by gestures and movements. These high-tech contrivances sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Selena's eyes. These are rather fascinating, she nodded, a hint of admiration flickering within her gaze. A silver prototype lay in the workshop. This was likely the precursor to the Iron Patriot, Selena mused silently. On one of the tables rested a glass case containing Tony's old reactor core, the very one fashioned in the cave, accompanied by an inscription that read, Tony Stark has a warm heart, a phrase from the official translation of Avengers Endgame. The sight of it stirred a wave of emotion in Selena, reminiscent of a funeral from her past life. She lifted her gaze toward Tony, who was still animatedly speaking, her eyes reflecting a mixture of complex emotions. Tony noticed the shift in her demeanor and raised his chin. Say, that look is just right. All women regard me this way. Selena, hearing this, regained her composure, a smirk playing at her lips. You truly are self-indulgent. Tony burst into laughter. That's about it. Now let us talk about you. He concluded his tour and led Selena back to the living room. As the gentle sea breeze caressed the twilight, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's living room, casting a warm golden hue upon the beige sofa. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Tony gestured to Selena. Just some orange juice will suffice, she replied. Selena has a particular fondness for orange juice. Tony handed her a glass of it while holding a glass of whiskey, casually leaning on the sofa opposite her. So, what exactly propels you to fly? Tony's gaze was like that of a treasure-seeking adventurer, eager and intense. Relying on myself, she replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Tony remained skeptical. Are you suggesting that you can actually fly? And what about Kamala? Did you eliminate those individuals? Indeed, I was responsible for Kamala as well. Selena took a small sip of her orange juice, resembling a well-behaved child. You mean to say you traversed over 10,000 kilometers, eliminated a dozen terrorists, and effortlessly smashed a tank? Tony's voice rose slightly. He looked at the sweet and charming girl before him, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling. Selena shrugged, remaining silent. All right, let us set that aside for now. Where do your powers originate? Tony inhaled deeply. Innate. Selena's response was succinct. No, do not deceive me. Do not attempt to pass off genetic mutations or mythical tales. Tony raised his glass. Selena feigned innocence. I am not deceiving you. I possess innate strength. Are you implying it is hereditary? Tony inquired, confusion etching his brow into a frown. Well, one could say that, Selena pondered before continuing. But I have never heard of such individuals existing. Perhaps I am the first on Earth, she added lightly, her tone eliciting a sense of frustration in Tony. You just mentioned it was hereditary. Now you claim to be the first? Tony seemed to detect a contradiction in her words, questioning her. Some things are better left unexamined once understood. Do not press further, Selena replied with a sly smile. Tony fell silent, aware that this girl harbored many secrets, some of which may never be unveiled. I must take my leave now, Tony, Selena declared, finishing her orange juice in one gulp and delicately placing the glass on the coffee table. If you require assistance, I am here. With that, she stood and walked toward the balcony. Tony also rose to see her off. You have yet to share your number with me, he remarked. Selena stood at the balcony's edge, turned to face him. Just call my name. With arms outstretched, she leaned back and fell freely toward the ocean below the cliff. Tony rushed forward, leaning over the railing to look down, only to witness Selena erupting in a blast of energy just before plunging into the waves, soaring upward with a deafening roar, vanishing into the sky. Tony stood on the balcony, the gust of air created by Selena tousling his hair as he followed her figure with his gaze until she completely disappeared from sight. My heavens, is this a miracle? He murmured to himself. Chapter 20. Peter Parker. Selena glided gracefully through the campus of Columbia University, her steps reminiscent of a dancer in a spring breeze, light and rhythmic. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the winding paths, laying a golden carpet before her. She radiated warmth akin to the sun, bright yet serene. Surrounding students gathered in small clusters, either delving into profound discussions or exchanging snippets of daily joys, the vibrancy of youth permeating the air. From her handbag, Selena retrieved her device, its screen reflecting her clear image. With a gentle press of a button, she selected a meticulously curated playlist, a collection of songs imbued with her emotions, most of which were beloved from her past life, though regrettably, it was only 2008, and many of these melodies had yet to be born. As she donned her headphones, the soothing strains of music flowed gently, familiar notes cascading like a tender stream. The world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only her and the enchanting notes that enveloped her. Strolling along the edge of the playground, her gaze intermittently followed classmates sprinting on the track and lingered on the lively figures on the basketball court. Her pace was unhurried, perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the music. The cacophony of the outside world appeared irrelevant. She was immersed in her own realm, relishing the rare tranquility of a leisurely weekend. She tread lightly across a meadow, adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers. A riot of colors unfolded in the sunlight, creating a splendid rainbow. The fragrant air, infused with floral notes and the scent of fresh grass, intertwined like a gentle spring concerto, intoxicating her senses. Not far off, a group of girls her age sat clustered by a flower bed, their laughter ringing out as they deftly wove flower crowns, playfully teasing one another and sharing whispers. Their faces aglow with carefree joy. Their melodious laughter chimed like wind chimes, particularly delightful in the warm embrace of spring. Selena unconsciously slowed her pace, watching them with a twinge of inexplicable melancholy. Since awakening her powers, her life had been filled with rigorous training and heavy academic burdens. Each minute meticulously planned: combat training, power control, tactical theory, even psychology and philosophy. She could scarcely recall the last time she had enjoyed such pure relaxation, frolicking with friends. She glanced at her own smooth palms and then at the delicate fingers of those girls who entwined tender flower stems, while her fingertips were forever wrapped in training bandages. A soft breeze swept through, carrying away the girls' cheerful chatter, but failing to dissipate the sense of alienation that lingered within Selena. Finding a secluded corner, she settled slowly onto a bench, allowing the gentle glow of the setting sun to caress her figure, bestowing upon her a dreamlike golden halo. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, the surrounding scenery seemed to come alive under the warm light, more vivid than ever. The distant trees danced in the breeze. Nearby petals trembled softly, and everything appeared so tranquil, so beautiful. Her heart calmed in sync with the tranquil ambience, as if the entire world were immersed in this exquisite moment. Sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Serena sat on a bench, eyes closed, savoring this serene leisure. Suddenly, a crisp shudder sound shattered the surrounding peace, prompting her to open her eyes. Not far off, a handsome young lad was holding a camera aimed at her. His neatly groomed black hair complemented a loose-fitting black and white checkered shirt paired with faded jeans, exuding an air of simplicity in life. As their gazes locked, the shutter clicked again, The boy, realizing his impudence, felt his cheeks flush crimson. He awkwardly scratched his head, stammering an apology to Serena. To his surprise, Serena was not angry. With a serene gesture, she beckoned him to pass her the camera. "That camera is very important to me." The boy's voice trembled, his right hand fidgeting with the back of his left. She lifted her gaze and, smiling, asked, "Do I appear to be unreasonable?" The boy's face reddened further, and he shook his head. Serena took the camera and began browsing through the photos. The boy's photographic skills were commendable, capturing her in a natural and graceful light. However, when she reached the last few images, she suddenly paused, close-ups of laboratory spiders. "What is your name?" A glint of amusement flickered in Serena's eyes. "Peter Parker," the boy replied nervously. Upon hearing this name, Serena's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it was him. "You don't seem like a student here." Serena tried to ease the boy's tension. He explained, "I'm a high school student from Midtown High. Our school organized a visit to the lab today. I was just about to leave." Serena nodded in understanding, returning the camera to him. She then retrieved a pen and paper from her handbag, writing down her email address. "I'm Selena Kent. Please send me the photos. I really like them." Her voice was gentle. Peter took the note, his heart warming at the sight of her elegant handwriting. "Thank you. I will send you the photos right away, Miss Kent. Are you interested in applying to Columbia?" Serena inquired suddenly. Peter's eyes lit up. "Of course. Columbia has always been my dream school. Perhaps we will become alumni." Serena smiled, adding, "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me, future junior." Peter's face flushed again. "All right, thank you." Serena nodded, maintaining her smile as she gazed intently at him. I have to go. Goodbye, Miss Kent." Peter understood. Clutching the note tightly, he turned to leave, his steps quickening as if fleeing from something. Yet, as he rounded the corner, just before his figure vanished, he glanced back at Serena from the shadows of the trees, then hurried off. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Selena returned to her dormitory, a haven imbued with the fragrance of books. Adorning the walls were several oil paintings by Edwin Church, while the shelves brimmed with an eclectic assortment of literature. Beyond her core textbooks in journalism, she possessed a collection that spanned from the Republic to Critique of Pure Reason, and included philosophical works such as Zhuangzi and Thus Spoke Zarathustra, alongside an array of novels like Wuthering Heights. With leisure on her hands, she commenced the organization of her course materials. Her notebooks were densely filled with meticulous notes. Despite her extraordinary intellect, this habit of transcribing thoughts onto paper, formed in a previous life, provided her with a sense of security. Her gaze drifted to the watch on her wrist, its hands pointing to 6:30. The soft lighting within the dormitory enveloped everything in the tranquility of the impending night. Where could Gwen be? Selena's eyes wandered, noting the absence of Gwen's vivacious spirit in the room. Typically, Gwen flitted about like a busy little bird, chattering incessantly, harnessing her enhanced vision and hearing. Selena scanned every corner of the campus in search of Gwen's whereabouts. Her friend's college, their familiar classrooms and library, and the shops they frequented, yet Gwen remained elusive. Suddenly, the pulsating sound of bass and drums reached her ears, vibrant yet somewhat chaotic. What could that commotion be? Selena followed the noise, a mix of curiosity and exasperation in her gaze. Indeed, it was Gwen with her so-called band, practicing their rock music in the public rehearsal room of the school. Amidst the music, Gwen swayed to the rhythm, her cherubic face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Perhaps they should practice more. Selena rubbed her temples, stung by the cacophony, a smile curling at her lips as she teased. Her thoughts of Gwen were sparked by Peter Parker. Through Peter's camera, she had glimpsed a spider in a shop window, leading her to ponder that he might indeed be the future Spider-Man. However, in this reality, Peter and Gwen were no longer classmates. In this timeline, Peter was a high school student in 2008. Was he the Tobey Maguire or Andrew Garfield version of Spider-Man? He did not resemble either. He had a cleverness surpassing Tobey's, yet appeared more earnest than Garfield, and was more handsome than Holland. This required Selena to verify gradually. But for now, she awaited another development. Selena sat quietly by the window, closing her eyes to absorb her surroundings. She listened to the pulse of the world, as if she could hear the flow of time and feel the rhythm of life. Selena! Suddenly, a weak but desperate cry pierced the night sky, reaching her ears. It's here! Her heart leapt, and she opened her eyes, a glimmer igniting in her azure gaze. Rising, she sprang lightly to the windowsill, her figure flickering before vanishing from the room. Chapter 21. The confrontation with Obadiah, the crisp sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed through the expansive living room of Tony Stark. He rummaged beneath the couch cushions and retrieved his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was a call from Miss Pepper. "Tony, are you listening?" Pepper's voice emanated from a device. He answered the call, but in an instant, the piercing noise morphed into an invisible constrictor, tightening around his limbs and torso. Tony's body involuntarily arched, his spine taut as a drawn bow, while blood vessels in his eyes burst forth, and the veins beneath his skin throbbed violently. "Deep breath. Relax," Obadiah urged, inching closer to Tony with a hint of mockery. Tony's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Obadiah saunter past him, snatching his phone with ease and abruptly severing the connection. It was as though Tony had been frozen in place, his expression betraying a mixture of terror and helplessness. Obadiah waved a small device before him, a contraband apparatus. "Do you remember this? It's a pity the government denied its production. The potential for inducing temporary paralysis is quite vast," he lamented with an air of regret. Removing his noise-canceling headphones, Obadiah adjusted Tony's sweat-drenched face, continuing in a tone that was chillingly indifferent. "When I ordered your assassination, I feared I might be eliminating a golden goose." As he spoke, he produced a metal tool resembling a bottle opener, pressing it against Tony's chest. "But look, you survived. It's fate. You are destined to lay that final golden egg." A mechanical sound emanated from Tony's chest, accompanied by a plume of white smoke as Obadiah yanked out the reactor core. He delicately extracted the luminous core, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Peering down at the immobilized Tony, he sneered, "Did you truly believe your brilliance belonged solely to you? Your father aided us in creating the atomic bomb. Had he been as selfish as you, what kind of world would we inhabit?" Obadiah's words pierced Tony's heart like a dagger. With a forceful grip, he declared, "Snip." The sound of severed cables echoed like frayed nerves. Tony's muscles tensed instantaneously, resembling iron, while only his eyes trembled wildly within their sockets. "Oh, how exquisite. Tony, this is your ninth symphony, a masterpiece of the maestro, and your legacy," Obadiah taunted, sitting down beside Tony as if they were a pair of kindred spirits. "The new generation of weaponry will revolve around it, restoring order to the world, placing power in our hands." The right hands. He placed the core into a briefcase. "I truly hope you can witness my prototype. It's certainly isn't as conservative as yours." Tony reclined on the sofa, his eyes brimming with anguish and resentment. His body lay immobile, the Adam's apple in his taut neck convulsing violently, yet no sound escaped his lips, leaving him powerless before Obadiah's ostentatious display of dominance. "Worse still, you have ensnared Pepper in this as well. I had intended to spare her life." With that, Obadiah straightened his collar and departed with his briefcase, leaving Tony as a soulless shell. After what felt like an eternity, Tony suddenly convulsed, struggling to rise like a marionette tugged by invisible strings. Laboriously making his way to the basement, recalling the old core he had discarded, which might yet save him, he stumbled down the stairs, each step accompanied by excruciating pain and tremors. His fingers turned pale as they gripped the railing, his joints groaning under the strain. His vision began to blur, the surroundings shrouded in a dense fog, rendering everything indistinct. Sweat drenched his shirt, but ultimately his strength waned, and he collapsed a few steps away from the workbench. He extended his hand towards the core, yet found himself powerless. His arm felt devoid of all strength, every attempt culminating in failure. His hand inched closer to the core, yet paradoxically, it seemed to drift further away. "Selena," Tony's voice emerged as a mere whisper, his consciousness beginning to fade, his thoughts adrift. At last, his body could bear no more. His arm fell limply, his eyes shut tight, breath weak and rapid. His awareness gradually slipped away, leaving only that name echoing in his mind, like a final call, a last prayer. "Selena." His voice dissipated into the air, and then silence enveloped everything. Just as Tony was on the cusp of losing consciousness entirely, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, revealing a pair of long legs within his line of sight. Selena acted swiftly, precisely installing the old core into the hollow of Tony's chest. A warm surge coursed through him, and Tony gasped, his throat producing the guttural breaths of a drowning man being pulled ashore. "I arrived just in time, didn't I?" Selena remarked cheerfully, tapping the reactor core, producing a melodious chime. My mind was racing with thoughts just moments ago. Tony struggled to sit up, asking weakly, "Did you have a premonition? Or did you arrive just in the nick of time?" "Oh, I both anticipated this and happened to arrive just now," Selena replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Tony furrowed his brow, attempting to decipher her meaning. "Then why didn't you inform me sooner?" His tone bore no reproach, only curiosity. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Selena's gaze. "That was part of the plan," she explained, as if everything lay within her control. "Tony! Tony!" A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. It was Rhodey's voice. Upon entering, Rod found Tony seated on the ground by the workbench, his complexion pale and body drenched in sweat. Beside him, a familiar blonde girl casually dangled her leg from the edge of the table, her canvas sneakers tapping rhythmically against the air. Rod lifted Tony's arm, exclaiming, "My God, are you all right?" "Pepper," Tony grasped Rod's wrist tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into Rod's skin. "Where is she?" "She's safe, surrounded by 5 agents, on her way to apprehend Obadiah," Rod reassured him. However, Tony's expression remained grave. "That's not sufficient. Pepper is in peril. Obadiah has secretly constructed a prototype and stolen my core, providing him with ample energy. I might struggle to contend with him." A note of concern and fear tinged Tony's voice. Turning to Selena, he implored, "Please help Pepper. The core can be rebuilt, but her safety is paramount." Selena shrugged. "That is precisely why I'm here." "Wait, Tony, who is she?" Rod frowned, questioning her capability. "Rod, do you recall Kamala?" "That is her doing," Tony clarified. Rod's pupils dilated in shock. "Are you kidding me?" "I had the same reaction when I found out." Tony managed a weak smile. With a light leap, Selena's sneakers made a crisp sound against the floor. "Leave it to me. I'll be waiting for you, Tony." Tony nodded vigorously. "I'll do my utmost to reach you. I entrust Pepper to you." Selena tilted her head, winking as she tapped her wristwatch a few times. Suddenly, a cascade of dark energy enveloped her, forming a sleek black suit that accentuated her formidable silhouette. The gleaming armor emanated a chilling sheen, causing Rod's hair to stand on end. "Let us go," Selena declared, raising her hand, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the air. The shadow surged through the ceiling, leaving debris cascading down. Rod gazed up at the falling fragments, swallowing hard. "Damn." Chapter 22. Iron Tyrant? "Damn it," Rod exclaimed. "For saving my life. I won T, let her suffer." Tony silently scoffed at the thought. Afterward, Tony grabbed a cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow. "J.A.R.V.'s. Prepare my armor." "Certainly, sir," came J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice. Rod observed Tony's disheveled state, concern etched on his face. "Tony, are you all right?" "I must be, Rod. This is all my doing." Tony placed his hand on Rod's shoulder, his demeanor serious. Rod regarded Tony, gradually nodding. "All right, Tony, what can I do?" "Just don't repeat last time. Leave the stage to that girl," Tony instructed. Rod acquiesced. With that affirmation, a sorrowful smile graced Tony's face as he stepped onto the operational machinery. The sound of gears meshing drowned out the responses. The scarlet and gold armor enveloped Tony's body like a living entity, and the hydraulic pipes clicked into place along his spine. Shortly thereafter, Tony donned the armor completely, prompting Rhodey to exclaim, "This is undoubtedly the coolest thing I've ever seen, perhaps even in a tie." Tony let out a soft grunt and, with a blast from his palm cannon, pushed aside the previously damaged blue muscle car, numbered 14. "Let's take off," he declared, sealing his helmet. With a roar, the thrusters at his feet and palms ignited, propelling him skyward, crashing through the ceiling, with fresh cement debris raining down around Rhodey's feet. Rhodey waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust before glancing at the partially completed silver prototype in the corner, feeling a twinge of envy but shaking his head in response. "Next time," he murmured before diving into Tony's Audi 8 and speeding away. In Zone 16, Obadiah should be there. Pepper led a group of sharply dressed agents, headed by Coulson, to the Stark industrial area. However, she was taken aback to discover that, as an assistant, her keycard could not unlock the door. Coulson raised his hand, and the agents behind him promptly handed him a small black device. He affixed the gadget to the doorknob and pressed it gently, causing a red warning light to illuminate. "What is this? Can unlock the door?" Pepper inquired, perplexed. "You best take a few steps back," Coulson advised. Miss Potts hurriedly clicked her heels back a few paces before covering her ears. Meanwhile, Coulson and the other agents stood poised, their trench coats billowing as they crossed their arms, heads bowed, chins slightly tucked, moving in perfect unison like models. After a series of electronic beeps, the device emitted a soft pop, and wisps of blue smoke escaped from the lock, far less dramatic than Pepper had anticipated. Coulson and the agents drew their pistols, advancing cautiously in formation, scanning the dimly lit expanse of Zone 16's factory. The atmosphere was eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint glow of machines and computer monitors, creating a disquieting sense of tension in the air. Breaths and footsteps echoed in the vast space, each step seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Before long, they beheld the prototype that should have been buried deep beneath the sands of the Middle East, the model crafted from scrap metal in a cave. Coulson's expression turned grave. It appears you were correct. He is indeed constructing battle armor. I thought it would be larger, one agent remarked casually. Pepper scanned the surrounding apparatus and noticed several frayed wires on a nearby shelf, crackling ominously. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The agents meticulously inspected everything, with one agent staring at a computer screen displaying a design blueprint strikingly similar to the prototype. Yet he felt utterly bewildered, shaking his head in frustration as he redirected his focus to other clues. The clanking of hanging chains caught Pepper's attention, drawing her gaze. Pepper cautiously approached the swaying iron chains, eager to unveil the secrets concealed within the darkness that lay beyond. Just as she reached out to part the chains, a pair of icy eyes flickered to life in the shadows, rising slowly amidst the mechanical clamor, as if they were the gaze of the abyss itself. A scream escaped Pepper's lips, and she immediately turned to flee. The agents, alerted by the commotion, raised their firearms and directed their attention to the source of the disturbance. A colossal figure shattered the tranquility, a steel behemoth towering at least 3 meters high. Its heavy, ferocious strides reverberated through the ground, shaking the very air around it. The agents fired their guns in vain, bullets ricocheting off the thick, riveted, and welded dark armor, sparking fleeting bursts of fire, akin to insects futilely biting an elephant, leaving not a single scratch. Within moments, several agents were dispatched. Some were carelessly swatted away by the giant metal arms, crashing against the walls like rag dolls. Others were ruthlessly trampled by the heavy mechanical feet, unable to utter a single cry. The destruction wrought by the Iron Tyrant was far from over. Its enormous metallic hand, imbued with immense force, descended upon a relatively rudimentary prototype beside it, as if to crush a mere toy. The agonizing screech of twisted metal and the thunderous sound of tearing echoed as the armor buckled under the terrifying pressure, collapsing inward and fracturing, while internal pipes and components were mercilessly crushed and torn asunder. In sheer terror, Pepper fled, barely managing to halt the Iron Tyrant with a sturdy blast door. Leaning against the cold metal, she gasped for breath, her fingers trembling so violently that she nearly dropped her phone. With urgency, she dialed Tony's number, her voice laced with panic. "Tony, are you all right?" At that moment, Tony had donned his suit, yet the old core's output was insufficient, rendering him incapable of breaking the sound barrier. "I'm fine, how about you?" His voice crackled through the receiver. "Obadiah has lost his mind. He built a massive suit and has killed government agents." Pepper spoke in a breathless rush. "I know. Pepper, my assistant should be arriving soon. I'm on my way. You need to get out of there." Tony's voice was increasingly drowned out by static before the connection broke. A heavy weight lodged in Pepper's heart. Just then, boom. The concrete floor before her trembled violently, fracturing. A gigantic, armored steel arm, akin to a demon's claw reaching from the depths of hell, burst forth from the ground. Dirt and debris flew in every direction. Following this, the Iron Tyrant's massive form, enveloped in earth and the chilling scent of cold metal, erupted from the gaping chasm, obscuring the dim moonlight behind it and casting a suffocating shadow. "Where do you think you're going?" Obadiah's distorted voice echoed through the loudspeaker, chillingly emanating from within the armored giant, carrying a metallic rasp. The imposing figure of the Iron Tyrant instilled a profound sense of dread in Pepper, causing her to tremble as she retreated, each step feeling like a struggle through thick mud. A paralyzing fear constricted her throat, rendering her capable of only fragmented, dissonant whimpers. "I no longer require your services," Obadiah declared, raising the machine gun affixed to his right arm, its 6 dark barrels whirling with alarming speed. The metallic grind and the whir of gears filled the air as 20 bullets screamed forth. Pepper screamed and shut her eyes, bracing for her fate. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. In that fleeting moment when the bullets surged forward, a shadowy figure descended before Pepper like a divine being, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Her figure was tall and slender, standing like an indomitable barrier. The 20 bullets merely stirred ripples upon her dark cloak, failing to penetrate further. "Hey, Miss Pepper, you are safe now," she heard a cold, deep voice, yet in that moment, it bore an unexpected warmth. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a face obscured by a crystalline holographic mask. The beauty hinted at by its contours was undeniable. Gasping for breath, Pepper seemed to draw her fleeing spirit back into her body. The rescuer was none other than Selena, who released Pepper and turned to regard the towering iron tyrant with a frigid gaze. "Who are you, Tony?" Obadiah bellowed in furious outrage. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evidently a woman. Selena paid no heed to his enraged roar, igniting a sense of humiliation within Obadiah that fueled his wrath. He howled, his massive iron fist, imbued with colossal force, swung mercilessly at Selena. A cold smirk graced Selena's lips as she effortlessly raised her left arm, deflecting the heavy blow. The clash of iron against steel resounded with a deafening roar, the violent tremor causing Pepper to cover her ears and collapse to the ground. "Get out of here," Selena urged Pepper. With great effort, Pepper managed to rise, limping in her high heels as she fled the perilous scene. Observing this, Obadiah attempted to raise his machine gun to pursue her, but Selena moved with swiftness that surpassed his. She seized the iron tyrant's arm, her seemingly frail physique rendering him immobile. Selena lifted her head, her icy gaze piercing through the mask. "It is my turn now." Chapter 23. Iron Scrap. "It is my turn." Selena's voice resonated like the frigid ice of the Arctic, chilling to the bone. Her movements were swift and fierce. A high kick struck the iron tyrant's abdomen, forcing him to retreat, each step leaving deep imprints on the concrete floor. In the blink of an eye, she soared through the air like a hawk, tracing an elegant arc as she spun. Her legs coiled like springs, then instantaneously unleashed their energy at an almost impossible angle, delivering a kick that sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, striking the iron tyrant with pinpoint accuracy. The ground shook with a resounding boom. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A thunderous roar resonated as the factory's formidable walls were effortlessly breached. The iron behemoth, shrouded in clouds of dust and debris, plummeted onto the busy thoroughfare below. The vehicles and pedestrians on the road were startled by this sudden upheaval, scattering in alarm, their screams intertwining with the frantic screech of brakes, creating a cacophony of chaos. The sharp, piercing sound of tires grinding against the pavement pierced the air, and amidst the swirling dust, the tranquility of the city was irrevocably shattered. As the iron behemoth crashed onto the roadway, the earth trembled in response. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah struggled to maintain his footing amidst the violent tremors, a frenzied fury igniting in his eyes. With a guttural roar, he bent down and seized a nearby small car, hurling it towards Selena with the force of a stone. Yet, Selena remained unmoved. She merely raised her hand, effortlessly and gracefully catching the oncoming vehicle's chassis, setting it gently back onto the ground. Through the window, she offered a slight nod to the terrified civilians inside, her voice as soothing as she could muster. "Please leave." Obadiah's feet erupted with searing flames, his colossal form bearing down on Selena like a mountain, his arms flailing in an attempt to block her escape. However, Selena flickered like a specter, deftly navigating through the violent gusts of his fists and the searing flames, each of Obadiah's lethal strikes merely tearing through empty air. Astonished by Selena's prowess, Obadiah's voice trembled with confusion and a hint of fear. "What is the origin of your battlesuit? Tony could not possibly possess such technology." Selena responded with a cold smirk, her tone laced with disdain. "You know nothing of me, and before me, you are utterly insignificant." Her words struck Obadiah's heart like a dagger. Consumed by rage, he let out a primal roar, his fingers slamming down on the control panel. The iron behemoth's heavy back armor suddenly sprang open, revealing a menacing missile launcher that emerged with ferocity. A slender rocket screamed through the air, trailing a brilliant tail flame, precisely locking onto Selena. In the blink of an eye, Selena simply raised her delicate hand. With a sickening crunch of metal being compressed, She firmly grasped the rapidly accelerating projectile. The missile thrashed futilely in her palm, its rear exhaust spewing forth flames of destruction. The violent thrust powerful enough to obliterate steel and concrete in an instant. The searing airflow distorted the very atmosphere. Yet, Selena remained steadfast. Her slender arm showed no sign of bending. Not even the hem of her garment fluttered in the fierce wind. The raging kinetic energy dissipated into nothingness, extinguished by an invisible force. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the heavy armor, seemingly affixed to Obadiah's frozen visage of horror within the cockpit. Her eyes bore no weight of seriousness, only a playful mockery, as if examining a mere toy. In the next moment, a faint curve graced her lips, and with a casual twist of her wrist, she redirected the missile's head, aiming it squarely at the very spot from which it had just launched, the iron behemoth's chest. Without any extraneous movements, she merely loosened her fingers gently. At that moment, the missile transformed into a dazzling fireball, whistling back along its original path. A thunderous explosion rent the night sky, as ferocious flames and shockwaves instantaneously engulfed the chest of the Iron Tyrant. This colossal steel beast, akin to a toy struck by a giant hammer, emitted a gut-wrenching metallic wail, its massive form violently swaying and staggering backward. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah was violently thrown against the control panel by the tremendous force, his internal organs feeling as though they had been dislocated, his vision clouded with golden stars, and he, along with the mech, fell heavily to the ground in a disheveled heap. Smoke and sparks erupted around him. Serena offered him not even a second's respite. Before the dust from the explosion could settle, her figure had already leapt onto the trembling, battered form of the Iron Tyrant like a streak of black lightning. Light and precise. Where she landed, the heavy armor groaned under the unbearable strain. Without even gathering strength, she simply raised her fist and, with nonchalance, struck down upon the twisted, deformed chest armor of the Iron Tyrant. Thud! A sound so deep it made one's heart race. Akin to a heavy hammer striking rotting wood rather than a metallic clash. A visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact, instantly penetrating layers of armor and shock-absorbing structures. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah felt an indescribable force, like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon his heart and head. Blood, mingled with shattered internal fragments, erupted violently from his orifices. His eyes, wide with fear and agony, instantly lost all vitality, his body slumping lifelessly into the seat, silent. TSK, how dull. Serena cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless Obadiah. Stanny, came Tony's voice, shouting Obadiah's surname from the sky. Even against the night, Tony's suit was strikingly conspicuous, struggling to reach 3 times the speed of sound due to the inadequacy of its old core's power output. Anxiously, Tony dove toward the massive, familiar wreckage of the Iron Tyrant below, only to be astonished to discover it was billowing thick black smoke and sporadic sparks, like a giant toy that had been unplugged, rendered completely immobile. Serena's slender figure stood leisurely atop the colossal steel wreckage, her black cloak billowing gently in the breeze stirred by the remnants of the explosion. Wait, get out of the way. The thrusters in his palms instantly redirected downward, attempting to execute an emergency stop and force a climb. But classical physics offered him a harsh lesson. Serena glanced at Tony in the air, raising an eyebrow. A hint of exasperation flickered in her ice-blue eyes, accompanied by a faint yet distinctly mocking smile. Power remaining. 2, Jarvis informed Tony. Serena, I can't stop. Due to insufficient energy to sustain adequate propulsion, the velocity, augmented by the force of gravity, far exceeded his ability to decelerate. No. Just as Tony was about to collide with Selena, she finally lifted her gaze. Her icy blue eyes swept over the impending golden-red blur, her brow arched slightly, and a hint of resignation curved her lips. With a subtle shift of her foot, she maneuvered aside. Whoosh! The golden-red armor, accompanied by a piercing wind, brushed past Selena without even grazing the edges of her cloak. Immediately after, there was a thunderous crash. Clang, clang! Tony crashed forcefully onto the hard ground. The tremendous impact sent him skidding across the surface like a stone skipping over water, sparks flying in his wake for several dozen meters. Ultimately, with a resounding bang and a scattering of debris, he collided violently with an unsuspecting car parked by the roadside. Finally coming to a halt amidst the groaning of twisted metal, the alarm blaring in a mournful wail. Thick smoke mingled with electric sparks erupted from the damaged sections of the armor. After a long journey, combined with the recent violent impact, the suit was now battered and bruised. Click! Tony struggled to lift his visor, revealing a face smeared with soot, gritting his teeth in pain. He gasped for breath, a charred mark clinging to his forehead, his eyes reflecting a mix of agony and a nearly overwhelming embarrassment, fixed on the figure not far away, whose cloak remained unruffled. Chapter 24, let us call it that. Tony muttered under his breath, struggling to rise from the heap of smoking, crackling armor debris. He moved with the clumsiness of a toddler just learning to walk. With each motion, the joints of the armor groaned under the strain. He stumbled toward Selena and the remnants of Ironmonger, his demeanor utterly disheveled. Selena stood with her hands on her hips, leisurely watching him approach. A glimmer of concern flickered in her icy blue eyes, albeit more overshadowed by theatrical interest, especially as a teasing smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. The night breeze carried her cool, yet distinctly mocking voice. Tony, I must admit, you always have such a flair for the dramatic. Your entrances are, well, quite memorable. Tony offered a wry smile, shaking his head in an attempt to regain a semblance of his former charm. But the recent collision left him grimacing. Just a few days? And you've witnessed me make a fool of myself 3 times already. My once illustrious image is surely beyond redemption in your eyes. Not necessarily. Selena chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in her expression. Before she even glanced down, she casually bent at the waist, her hand piercing through the heavy armor of Ironmonger's chest cavity as if it were mere tofu. Upon withdrawing her hand, she held a ring-shaped object emitting a faint blue glow, the original arc reactor core that Obadiah had stolen from Tony. With nonchalance, Selena tossed it towards Tony as if it were merely an apple. Hey, be careful. Tony was nearly startled into a leap, his hands flailing as he cautiously caught the tossed core, cradling it in his arms with lingering trepidation to inspect it. For this object was undoubtedly more fragile than his own meager pride. Once he confirmed the core was intact, he heaved a sigh of relief, only to be unable to resist casting a glance at the remnants of Iron Tyrant, his tone laced with a blend of defiance and self-deprecation. But seriously, what level is this hulking creation that Obadiah has concocted? I rushed and hurried, and yet it ended without so much as a sound? Selena gracefully leapt down from the mountainous body of Iron Tyrant, her movements as fluid as a feather landing, as she casually brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. She ambled a few steps toward the roadside while deftly pressing a few buttons on an intricate device on her wrist. With her motions, the mysterious battle armor enveloping her body flowed like liquid mercury, retracting rapidly to reveal a somewhat crumpled ordinary shirt and jeans beneath. Who knows? Selena shrugged, her tone nonchalant as if appraising an appetizer. It's merely a notch above average. ISNT it? After all, we're all just ingredients in the dish. Oh dear. Tony immediately clutched his chest, adopting an exaggerated expression of injury. My dear, your words sting a bit. Selena paid no heed to his theatrics, nimbly retrieving a compact camera from a small pouch at her waist. A mischievous and playful smile graced her face as she raised the camera towards Tony. Tony, don't move. Strike a dashing pose. Say cheese. Click. Tony instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes. The flash illuminated the scene, capturing Tony in a somewhat disheveled stance beside the colossal wreck of Iron Tyrant, cradling the softly glowing core in one hand, while his other arm shielded his face, revealing only his meticulously groomed mustache. The backdrop was a haze of smoking mech debris against the night, imbuing the image with dramatic tension. Tony was utterly bewildered. He lowered his hand from his face, staring at Selena in confusion. What on earth are you doing? He was completely unable to follow the whimsical train of thought of this young lady. What am I doing? I'm making headlines, of course, Selena replied triumphantly, shaking the camera in her hand, her laughter ringing like silver bells, as if she could already envision Tony as heroic rescue, gracing the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. I've even thought of the headline. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer, infused with the fervor of a salesperson. What do you think? Consider hiring me as your exclusive public relations assistant? I'm a bona fide journalism student, you know. Her smile was radiant. Tony furrowed his brow, genuinely contemplating for a few seconds. Well, That doesn't T sound entirely out of the question? Selena clapped her hands in excitement. But first, you must come up with a catchy title for yourself. You are about to become a superhero of great renown, and the naming rights are of utmost importance. Does this involve any copyright issues? Tony queried, a hint of confusion as his commercial instincts kicked in. Absolutely not. Serena shook her head as the night breeze caressed her long hair, causing it to dance gently. However, for the coming decades, even centuries, people would refer to her by this name. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity for self-naming, one that would vanish if missed. But do keep in mind my portrait rights, Tony exclaimed, his eyes brightening with inspiration as he began to pace excitedly. What about Tech Night? It's cool and profound. Serena immediately scrunched her nose, shaking her head vehemently, as if to dismiss the suggestion. Absolutely not. Rejected. The name conjured an unpleasant association in her mind. How about Mechanical Magician? Tony persisted, refusing to give up. Unappealing. Serena swiftly turned her head away, expressing her disdain. What about Guardian of Freedom? Tony raised an eyebrow, attempting to regain some dignity. Serena nearly burst into laughter, turning her head once more. Tony, what exactly have you ever guarded? Then you suggest one. Tony finally sighed in resignation, hands on his hips, regarding the stubborn girl before him with exasperation. Suddenly, Serena spun around, her eyes sparkling as she declared a name in a clear, melodious voice. Is that it? Tony asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Iron Man? That's so ordinary and straightforward. It lacks any creativity. Mr. Tony Stark, Serena said, her smile fading as she crossed her arms, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. Trust me, you do not comprehend the significance of this name. Observing her earnest demeanor, Tony, though still skeptical, ultimately surrendered. After all, how the newspapers would portray it was up to her, the esteemed journalist. Exactly. Serena's playful spirit returned instantly. Now, let's call dear Miss Pepper and have her contact that, lengthy agency to handle the scene. With that, she twirled gracefully, poised as if she were about to take flight. Wait, what agency? Tony asked, momentarily bewildered. Well, Serena blinked innocently. The one with the long name that manages a myriad of affairs. Oh, Tony exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, and he chuckled, waving her off with a flourish. All right then. Just remember to make me look handsome in the report. Got it, Serena replied, and as if suddenly reminded of something crucial, she halted, turning back to Tony with a raised finger. Pointing to the sparks still emanating from her armor, she said earnestly, make sure your beautiful suit has an anti-freeze feature. You'll definitely need it in the future. With that, a radiant smile broke across her face as she gave Tony a big thumbs up. Without waiting for further questions, she lightly tapped the ground, her form blending seamlessly into the night like an ethereal sprite, and with a gentle leap, she vanished into the vast darkness and the distant glow of the city. Chapter 25. Gwen's little secret. Serena walked alone on her way back to the dormitory, the night enveloping her like ink and the streetlights casting a dim, hazy glow. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, resembling the soft whispers of nature. The campus remained as boisterous as ever, with youthful students exuberantly expressing their vibrant energy. Amidst the cacophony, a resounding and familiar voice, reminiscent of a clarion call, pierced through the night, striking Selena's eardrum with fervor. Vote for Obama. Selena's steps faltered, as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped her shoulder. Without needing to glance back, she recognized the exuberant Lucas, a guy whose enthusiasm burned like an unquenchable bonfire. Her lovely brows furrowed momentarily, a flicker of barely perceptible annoyance glinting in her eyes. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, instinctively shrinking her frame, attempting to conceal half of her face behind her petite waist bag. With a subtle turn, she sought to discreetly slip away down a nearby path. Hey, Selena, look over here. Lucas's voice seemed to have a tracking device, precisely honing in on her distinctive golden hair within the crowd. He strode forward with determination, his t-shirt emblazoned with Obama's confident smile standing out vividly in the dim light. What have you decided? Selena's back stiffened, and she internally lamented, you must possess superhuman vision. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him, donning a well-practiced, socially acceptable smile, albeit with a slightly stiff curve at the corners of her mouth. Lucas. Oh, what a coincidence. Her gaze lingered for half a second on the enormous image of Obama on his chest. Today, I even wore this shirt with Obama's picture. Our team has nearly 100 members now. Selena, we need to expand our outreach. Next week, we're heading to Times Square and Central Park. Join us. Selena forced a polite smile and replied, I think not. I have work to attend to, sorry. Oh, right, you're a journalist. Why not cover our event? Lucas suddenly raised his voice, his eyes seemingly aglow with excitement. Selena rolled her eyes internally, muttering a silent curse at such shamelessness, yet feeling powerless against him. An African-American man, while she was merely an ordinary blonde girl. How about this, Lucas? She interjected, her tone unexpectedly earnest. I know someone who would be perfect to assist you. He is, quite available lately, and exceptionally professional. As she spoke, she deftly extracted a notebook and pen from her bag, quickly jotting down a name and number, her movements swift as if fearing he might reconsider. Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy. He has partnered with me at the Daily Planet. Truly very professional. Trust me, Selena asserted with unwavering confidence. Lucas took the note, glanced at it, and forcefully stuffed it into his jeans pocket. Thank you so much, Selena. You are truly beautiful and kind. His voice carried an air of sincerity, perhaps even reverence. Selena felt her cheeks flush, striving to maintain her smile, responding vaguely as she nearly fled from this unexpected encounter. Once Lucas and his eye-catching Obama t-shirt vanished into the throng, Selena finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. She pulled out her phone, her fingertips dancing lightly across the screen, sending a text to Jimmy. The cold light of the display illuminated the slight lift of her lips, the mischievous glint in her smile hinting at a playful triumph. Jimmy, she whispered softly to the night, her voice as light-hearted as a cat that has just pilfered a fish. Good luck. As Selena pushed open the dormitory door, a rush of cold air greeted her, causing her steely frame to shiver involuntarily. Gwen, why is the air conditioning set so low? Selena exclaimed in a playful tone. Gwen, engrossed in a television drama, wore an oversized shirt that belonged to Selena. Her bare feet were exposed, slightly reddened by the cool breeze, cradling a pillow in her arms, her toes curling gently as if seeking warmth. A faint blush colored her cheeks, reminiscent of the last rays of autumn twilight. Upon hearing Selena's voice, she hastily switched the channel and said, Sel, you're back. If I'm not mistaken, that shirt you're wearing is mine. Selena placed her hands on her hips. Gwen flusteredly waved her small hand in front of her cheek, replying, Oh, I'm so sorry, Sel. I just finished band practice, and my clothes are soaked. I had no clean summer outfit to change into. With her tall figure, Selena made Gwen appear even smaller in the oversized shirt. Resembling a petite bride, stealthily donning her boyfriend's attire, her pale legs tucked beneath her as she sat on the sofa, her rosy face gazing at Selena. Selena approached the sofa, tossing her bag and coat into a corner, then sat closely next to Gwen, pulling her shoulder closer. What are you watching? Just the news. Oh, the Stark group is in chaos again, Gwen replied, eyes glued to the screen. Selena cast a glance, seeing the live coverage from various news outlets that had arrived on the scene, yet her interest waned. The internal corporate strife has escalated to a fierce clash. Intriguing. Suddenly, Selena noticed the Sony player beside the television was lit, humming softly, and a sly smile curled at her lips as she turned her head slowly. Whispering in Gwen's ear, You were just sneaking a peek at a movie, weren't you? Is there something you don't want me to see? Seizing the moment when Gwen was distracted, Selena snatched the remote and pressed the input source button, casually saying, Let's see what our little Gwen was enjoying just now. Shall we? The television screen instantly displayed the DVD's playback interface, revealing a simple yet emotive scene that filled the screen. Two women of different skin tones gently touching foreheads, their gazes profound, set against the backdrop of mid-20th century South Africa. A clear title appeared below, The Invisible World. The air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Selena's finger paused on the remote, the bluish light from the screen illuminating her slightly astonished profile. She recognized the film, a 2007 production, which had recently been rescreened at the New York Film Festival. It narrates the poignant yet forbidden love between two women, oppressed by the dual forces of apartheid and gender discrimination in South Africa. Gwen's face suddenly paled, then flushed a deeper crimson that crept to her ears. Instinctively, she twisted the hem of her garment, her lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped. The living room was enveloped in the faint and somber background music of the film. It's a remarkable film, opposing racism, isn't it? Selena attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Yes, yes, of course, Gwen murmured, lowering her gaze and avoiding Selena's eyes, her voice barely audible. Selena remained silent, setting down the remote as the two foreheads on the screen seemed to pose a silent inquiry. She leaned back against the couch, her gaze unfocused upon the ethereal blue light. Observing Gwen's bowed head and slightly trembling shoulders, Selena felt an inexplicable surge of agitation and confusion within her. What should she say? What should she do? Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Ultimately, she simply spoke softly, a hint of hesitation lingering in her tone, weighing heavily upon her heart. The soft glow of the screen continued to flow silently between the two. Chapter 26. Night Talk. Let us see what the news has to say, Selena said, picking up the remote and switching the television to the news channel. Indeed, the screen was still broadcasting live coverage of the disaster that had occurred outside the Stark Industrial Complex. The colossal wreckage of Ironmonger had vanished. Evidently the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. The camera focused on the chaos surrounding the Stark Industrial area, where a reporter stood amidst the devastation. The imagery was shocking. The ruptured highway resembled a grotesque wound torn into the earth, with asphalt shattered into countless irregular fragments, like scattered black scales. Cars were twisted and contorted into grotesque heaps of metal, shattered windshields and remnants piled haphazardly among the churned earth, resembling a sprinkling of cold, sharp iron salt upon the gaping earth's wound. The camera slowly zoomed in, offering a close-up of a car whose half-smashed body was forcibly embedded in the ground. Its metal shell was severely dented and deformed, the paint marred by a web of scratches and scuffs. Gwen curled quietly on the sofa, her hands clasping her knees, her gaze intently fixed on the television screen. A hint of worry on her young face. Selena, she cleared her throat, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible anticipation. Do you think it could be her doing? Selena sat beside Gwen, feeling slightly guilty as she scratched her head, muttering vaguely, no, it's not her. Gwen immediately turned her head, looking at her with curiosity. How do you know it's not? Selena did not answer directly. Instead, she rummaged through her bag for her small camera, her fingers deftly swiping across the screen until she pulled up the photos, presenting it to Gwen. Here, because I was there at that moment. Gwen took the camera, her curiosity piqued, carefully flipping through the photos of the scene one by one. As the scene ultimately freezes on Tony Stark, standing beside the remnants of the Iron Titan, one hand cradling the glowing core while the other strikes an impeccably standard victory gesture towards the camera. Gwen's brows furrow in evident disdain, her lips instinctively pouting as she firmly declares, this is definitely not her. Selena immediately comprehends Gwen's sentiment and bursts into laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Of course not. In the photograph, aside from some noticeable scratches on the armor, Tony appears relatively unscathed, his demeanor exuding the triumph of a general who has just emerged victorious. The ethereal blue glow of the core in his hand, and the smoking wreckage behind him accentuating this image. She would never be so ostentatious. Gwen prods the camera screen vigorously, enlarging the picture, pointing at Tony's gold and red armor with a tone laced with disdain, and look at this armor. It's so ugly. This time, Selena cannot contain herself any longer and bursts into peals of laughter, her bright laughter echoing throughout the living room. Wiping away the tears of mirth, she nods in agreement. I feel the same way. Gwen examines the photo a few more times before handing the camera back to Selena, curiosity tinged in her voice. Hey, Selly, are you the first person to have taken his picture? Well, sort of, Selena replies, casually placing the camera on the nearby coffee table, a hint of pride in her tone. I am definitely the first to capture such a clear close-up. Wow. Gwen's eyes instantly light up, sparkling like stars. Doesn't that mean you'll be making headlines again? Perhaps. Selena smiles at Gwen's twinkling eyes, unable to resist gently pinching her soft, smooth cheek with her fingertip, her expression tender. I'll write the article shortly and send these photos to our editor. If all goes well, you might see it in tomorrow's morning paper. Gwen's cheeks flush a soft pink, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She quickly lowers her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, unable to meet the laughter-filled gaze of Selena. Selena claps her hands lightly. Then I'll head off to write the article. As she speaks, she swiftly grabs the camera from the table and her bag lying nearby. It's late. You should get some rest too, little Gwen. Before her words have fully settled, Selena has already dashed away like a graceful deer into her bedroom, leaving Gwen alone, gazing at the chaotic scene on the television, the warmth on her cheeks still lingering. The final punctuation Selena typed signifies the completion of her article. Stretching her slightly stiff shoulders and neck, she resembles a languid cat. Opening her email, she finds a new message quietly awaiting her attention. The sender none other than Peter Parker. A smile graces Selena's lips as she clicks the mouse. The email contains a dozen photos, instantly transporting her back to that serene afternoon on campus. The gentle sunlight flows like melted honey along the tranquil path. In the center of the scene, the golden-haired maiden sat quietly on a bench, her eyes gently closed, as if she had descended into a gilded reverie. A playful breeze tousled a few strands of her hair, rendering them almost translucent in the light. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon her fair cheeks and arms, resembling flowing fragments of gold. She appeared as a tranquil sculpture, meticulously chiseled by the interplay of sunlight and breeze, while everything around her was enveloped in a warm, golden hue, pure and untouched by dust. "Quite a talent you possess, young man," murmured Selena softly, her fingertips lightly tapping as she saved the photograph to her hard drive. Peter rambled in his email, expressing gratitude for her generosity, revealing that he had a year until graduation, his aspirations for Columbia University, and his willingness to share the peculiar little lives he had captured in the biology lab. Selena lingered momentarily on the words biology lab, her fingers unconsciously drumming lightly on the smooth surface of the table. It seemed a little spider had emerged. She swiftly replied to Peter's email, then compiled the explosive article regarding Tony Stark's assault along with several key photographs, sending them off to Louise Lane. Rising to her feet, she stretched gracefully, her movements as fluid as a swan rising elegantly from the water surface. The delicate blouse clung to her alluring curves, radiating the sheen of healthy skin, delineating the subtle contours poised between youthful innocence and the allure of mature femininity. Before long, the sharp chime of her phone shattered the tranquility of the room, the screen flashing Louise's name. Just as Selena answered, before she could utter a word, Louise's penetrating voice came through like a hammer. "Selena, you haven't taken a single word of what I said to heart, have you? I saw it on television. Are you hurt? Are you?" The urgency in her tone heightened, laced with severity and an overwhelming sense of worry. Selena instinctively held the phone further away, attempting to soothe Louise with a light-hearted tone. "I'm perfectly fine, Louise, truly. Not a thing to worry about. All is under control." Under control? Louise's voice has suddenly shot up, as being in the midst of two tin cans bashing each other considered control. "Selena, is your version of control making my heart skip a few beats?" The frantic breaths echoed through the receiver, trembling with residual fear. Selena felt a warmth in her chest, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of guilt. "I've been following Tony Stark, she hastily explained, her words quickening. "For a couple of months now, and not a peep. I went to Stark Tower, but they wouldn't let me in, said I had no appointment. So, I had no choice but to wait nearby, hoping for a chance encounter. Who would have thought it would be so fortuitous to stumble upon that brawl between the two giants and the little one?" She deliberately took a breath, mimicking a lingering sense of dread. The scene was chaos. I had no idea who the good guys were or the bad ones. So I found a corner to hide in, too frightened to show myself. But that big one was definitely up to no good. He was attacking indiscriminately. How terrifying. "Are you certain you are unscathed?" Louise's voice remained taut, refusing to let her brush it off. "Of course I'm fine," Serena replied with unwavering conviction. "Otherwise, with the way they were demolishing the place, I wouldn't have the breath to sit here and write this for you." Her assertion was indeed well-founded. "And what about the photographs? How were they captured?" That little fellow, the smaller tin man, emerged victorious. He seemed to have noticed me and called out to my hiding place, saying, "Little girl hiding, it's all right, come out." Serena mimicked Tony Stark's tone. That's when I dared to show myself. He saw that I was holding a camera and urged me, "Make sure you capture me nicely." Thus, the photos you see came to be. He was rather amiable. "Humph," Louise scoffed, her irritation somewhat dissipating, yet still laced with sarcasm. "He must be quite the character. Not tossing you aside as mere debris. I've reviewed the draft." Serena's heart leapt to her throat. "What do you think? Tomorrow's morning paper?" A faint rustle of paper echoed through the receiver, and after a brief silence, Louise's voice regained its customary calm professionalism. The content is impeccable, sufficiently explosive. Perry mentioned it's going to the front page. Serena let out an excited gasp, her fist pumping triumphantly in the air. However, Louise's tone shifted, laced with evident disdain. What S with this title? TSK. Serena, where's your sense of taste? Why not choose something more striking, like Metal Storm or Titanium Warrior? Iron Man sounds like a boiler repairman. Hey, Serena's voice rose in protest. Louise, this is a well-considered decision. It's simple, memorable, and catchy. Why bother with all the frills? You'll see, this name is destined to become popular. Louise let out another light huff. But this time it carried a hint of amused exasperation. It's your article. Do as you please. Young lady, don't get too carried away. Off to bed with you. No late nights. Got it, got it. Serena elongated her response, her tone softening into a playful whine, a smile secretly curling at the corners of her mouth. You're more nagging than my own mother. After hanging up, the smile on Serena's face remained radiant. She flung herself back into the expansive swivel chair with a satisfied sigh, her body sinking comfortably into the soft backrest as she gazed up at the ceiling, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over the chair. Chapter 27. Promotion, new boss the following day. As the first rays of morning light gently caressed the gaps in the curtains and streamed through the partially opened window, they fell upon Serena's bedside, rousing her from a deep slumber. On this rare weekend, she relished the cozy warmth of her blankets, the clock's hands lazily inching past 8 o'clock. Suddenly, the sharp ring of her phone by the pillow shattered the morning's tranquility, akin to a mischievous sprite bouncing about the room. Serena furrowed her brow, sleepily groping beside her pillow until her fingertips brushed against the cool screen, which displayed a completely unfamiliar number. She hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button, her voice laced with a heavy nasal tone and lingering sleepiness. Hello. Who is this? The sun is shining brightly, super miss. On the other end of the line, a familiar metallic-tinged voice pierced through the static, accompanied by a hint of mischievous amusement. This is Tony Stark. In an instant, Selena's drowsiness dissipated like mist in the wind. She sat up abruptly, her voice filled with astonishment. Tony Stark? How do you have my number? Oh, it's a trivial matter, Tony replied casually, as if discussing the weather. I just happened to acquire the Planet Daily. From this moment on, you are my employee. Isn't it quite simple for a boss to obtain their employee's number? His tone suggested that acquiring a newspaper was no different than ordering a cup of coffee. Selena couldn't help but roll her eyes silently at the air, muttering under her breath, spoiled rich kid. She cleared her throat, attempting to sound more formal. So, esteemed boss, what are your instructions so early in the morning? On the other end, Tony seemed particularly cheerful, his deep, pleasant laughter resonating through the receiver. I read the front page of the Planet Daily this morning. Mysterious hero Iron Man, his true identity revealed. Quite well written. No wonder you studied journalism. You have a knack for grabbing attention. Upon hearing such praise, she straightened her posture, a smile tugging at her lips as she responded. Thank you for the compliment. Tony then inquired, why don't you write about yourself? I'm not one to seek the limelight like you. I prefer to remain low-key, Selena replied. However, someone likely saw me that day, and it won't be long before there are rumors. We'll see then. Have you come up with a name? The Night Watchman, Selena said, her voice lowered. Oh dear, that's rather ordinary and not very feminine at all, Tony critiqued sharply. What about Nightwing? She suggested another name. But you don't have wings, Tony retorted, and Selena, still groggy from sleep, felt her irritation rising. Oh, are you getting flustered? You were just as snarky with me last night, Tony chuckled. Selena pressed her forehead, resigned. All right, I concede. I apologize. By the way, Pepper asked me to thank you on her behalf. Don't mention it. There's one more thing. Tony cleared his throat and said seriously, at 3 p.m. today, Stark Industries will hold a press conference, and you must represent the Planet Daily. I've reserved a seat for you in the front row, but today is the weekend. Selena perked up immediately. Weekend double pay plus field allowances. I'll be there on time, she declared, somewhat shamefully. Tony smiled mysteriously. Additionally, there's a little surprise waiting for you at the Planet Daily building. What is it? You'll find out when you get there. That is all, goodbye. With that, he hung up, leaving Selena bewildered. Selena lazily turned over, gently awakened by the morning light. She stretched her limbs in bed, savoring the warm embrace of the sunlight dancing upon her skin. The silk pajama pants glimmered delicately under the light, casting a soft sheen on her calves. She swept her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, aside, the ends still imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Shuffling into the living room in her slippers, the apartment was enveloped in a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the gentle flow of sunlight. Gwen had left early for the weekend band rehearsal, which often consumed the entire day. I can no longer afford to be so indulgent, Selena mused to herself amidst the morning light, her tone resolute. With purposeful strides, she approached the window and swiftly drew back the curtains. A golden warmth surged in, enveloping her form. She comfortably squinted her eyes, reminiscent of a cat basking in the sun. Moments later, she decisively turned, positioning herself perfectly on the sofa by the window, an angle meticulously calculated for optimal sunbathing. Yes, this is indeed more comfortable, she sighed contentedly, adjusting herself into a more relaxed posture. Sunlight filtered through the glass, tenderly kissing her collarbone, arms, and calves, while her eyelashes fluttered slightly in the halo of light, her breathing gradually becoming long and even. By afternoon, Selena stepped into the Planet Daily building. The office was notably sparse on weekends, yet both Perry White and Louise were present. Upon her entrance, she was captivated by a massive poster adorning the wall, her own photograph accompanied by bold letters congratulating Selena on her promotion to a full-fledged reporter, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Perry White approached with exuberance, enveloping her in a warm embrace and vociferously expressing his congratulations. Well done, Selena. Your keen insight, lightning speed, and that enviable writing prowess. You are, indeed, the chosen one of the journalism realm. His voice boomed, nearly causing the glass to vibrate. Your presence has made these old-timers feel it's time to retire. As Selena absorbed his effusive praise, she instinctively took a step back, a hint of an awkward smile gracing her lips. Thank you, boss. However, we have been acquired by Stark Industries. I am merely an employee now. Perry's smile widened, evidently impressed by the generous offer Tony must have made. His laughter echoed throughout the floor, prompting Louise to join them, taking Selena's hand and expressing her delight and congratulations. Sparse applause erupted from nearby colleagues who were also working that weekend. Their smiles and words of praise, though subdued, resonated clearly in the expansive office. Surrounded by warmth and enthusiasm in front of the poster, Selena felt even more awkward than being under the scrutiny of a camera, striving to maintain a polite, yet somewhat bewildered smile. Louise, still holding Selena's hand, led her into a spacious and bright office, meticulously arranged, with every item placed just so, evidently prepared for the arrival of the newly minted reporter. What is your relationship with Tony Stark? Louise inquired suddenly, breaking the silence. Selena paused for a moment before replying. We've only met a few times, yet he seems particularly concerned about you. Louise continued to inquire, mentioning that the first thing he did after acquiring the company was to request your contact information from Perry, and he even contemplated promoting you. Selena shook her head, chuckling softly, perhaps, but there is nothing particularly special between us. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have his own contact details. Louise pondered for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Has he taken a liking to you? Selena let out a light laugh, turning to sit in the expensive swivel chair, comfortably spinning around. Come on, senior sister. That wealthy gentleman and his assistant are quite flirtatious. They're just a step away from crossing the line, I can assure you, Selena remarked. Louise teased. You seem to know quite a bit. Why are you so gossipy? Selena chuckled. It's only human nature. With that, Selena reclined comfortably in her chair, gazing at the spacious office before her and the new press pass in her hand, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. In her previous life, she was indeed a renowned journalist, but she never had such an office environment. After all, she was a war correspondent. Subsequently, Selena took out her phone and sent a text message to Tony Stark. The new office is splendid. Thank you. Chapter 28. Tony messed up again before long, Tony called. His voice on the other end was particularly confident and flamboyant. The Planet Daily office is too small. I'm considering moving directly into Stark Tower and perhaps renaming it. You are the boss. It's entirely up to you, she replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. Tony continued, come to Star Tower later. Same place as last time. Rhodey will represent the military at the press conference, so dress up nicely. Selena responded with a touch of disdain. Do I really need to dress up? Tony chuckled indulgently. That's just the official line. Selena lightly scoffed, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction yet more playful in nature. At 3 in the afternoon, the press conference commenced punctually. Selena entered the hall, her presence akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake, capturing the attention of everyone present. She wore a shirt as white as snow, simple yet exquisite, with a cleverly tied red and black ribbon at the collar, enhancing the overall tone while exuding a hint of rebellious vitality. Her black skirt, designed with a fishtail cut, swayed gently with her steps, showcasing an elegant yet striking charm. The golden horsehead belt at her waist not only accentuated her slender figure, but also added a unique flair and allure. Her entrance immediately drew the gaze of numerous reporters as she confidently approached the foldable chair marked with the Planet Daily insignia. This was a reserved spot, situated centrally in the front row, directly facing the podium. Selena sat gracefully, her posture reminiscent of a noble elven queen, her long legs crossed, each movement revealing her ethereal grace. Not long after, Rhodey arrived in the hall, instantly engulfed by the sound of camera shutters filling the air. Rod, as the official representative, approached the podium and addressed the audience. You have all received the official report regarding the events that transpired outside Stark Industries last night. Unverified accounts suggest that a prototype robot manufactured by Stark Industries malfunctioned, resulting in significant property damage, injuries to civilians, and economic losses. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards managed to resolve the situation. At that moment, Tony Stark was in the lounge, where Pepper was meticulously adjusting his collar and styling his hair, attending to every detail with utmost care. Tony perused the Daily Planet, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This name does have a certain ring to it, don't you think, Pepper? While it may not be entirely accurate. After all, my suit is crafted from a titanium alloy. It's more of an expression of intent, a metaphor, if you will. However, Pepper was too engrossed in her task to respond. Just then, Agent Coulson, with a notably high hairline, entered the room and handed Tony a slip of paper. "This is your alibi," he stated. Tony took the paper, glancing at it dismissively. "Oh, right," he replied. "You were on your yacht. We have port records proving you were at Avalon all night." Along with sworn testimonies from 50 guests, Coulson elaborated. A playful smile crept across Tony's face. Or, we might phrase it differently, just Pepper and I alone on that island, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. As soon as he finished speaking, Pepper abruptly yanked his tie upwards, securing it tightly around his neck, the force causing Tony to wince in pain. "Ouch," he exclaimed, looking at Pepper. She did not turn back, but released her grip and moved to the table to grab foundation, preparing to conceal the redness on his face. Realizing that Pepper was not in the mood for conversation, Tony wisely chose to remain silent. He scrutinized the slip of paper again, frowning slightly. "Stanley's name is not mentioned here." Coulson calmly replied, "Stanley's situation has been managed. He is currently on vacation. However, you know how concerning the safety of small aircraft can be." His tone was even, as if discussing a matter of no particular significance. "What about the bodyguard?" Tony questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Coulson smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark, we are quite experienced in such matters. Just follow the script, and it will soon pass." With that, Coulson turned to leave, and Pepper immediately followed to express her gratitude. "It's our duty. We shall be in touch," he said before departing. Pepper inhaled deeply and retrieved Tony's jacket from the wardrobe. "Shall we begin?" she asked. "It's not so bad, really. Even I don't feel like Iron Man," he joked, his gaze fixated intently on Pepper's face. Her brows furrowed slightly as she met his gaze directly. "You are not Iron Man." "I am," he insisted. Pepper shook her head, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "You are not." A bittersweet smile graced Tony's lips as he gazed deeply at Pepper. "Well, if I were Iron Man, I would have a girlfriend who knows my true identity, and she would be utterly distraught, torn between her fear for my life and her pride in my accomplishments. This conflict would drive her to madness." Tony continued to speak, exuding his charm like a peacock displaying its feathers. Noticing Pepper's lack of response, he paused before asking, "Have you never thought about that night?" A flicker of confusion crossed Pepper's eyes as her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her shirt. "Which night?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to confront an unwelcome memory. Tony's gaze deepened, and he spoke softly, you know. His voice was low and magnetic, seemingly guiding Pepper to recall that special evening. A faint blush colored Pepper's cheeks, her gaze wandering before finally settling on a distant point in space. "Are you referring to the night We danced together? We went up to the rooftop, and then you left me alone to fetch drinks downstairs. Is that the night you're talking about? Her tone gradually dipped, tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss. Tony hesitated, non-committally uttering a hum, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. Pepper sighed gently and politely nodded at Tony. I suppose so. There's nothing else, is there, Mr. Stark? Her voice was calm, yet the underlying sense of distance sent a chill through Tony. He managed a strained smile, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. No, nothing else, Miss Potts. As Tony's words faded into silence, he slowly turned away, his figure retreating into the corridor until he vanished beyond the door. Everything that transpired in the lounge was observed by Selena, who let out a long sigh, muttering in frustration, Tony, you are utterly pathetic. Chapter 29, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not entertain any questions. Thank you. Rhodes' voice echoed in the conference room, and as he stepped away, Tony Stark approached the forefront. The journalists immediately resumed their fervent clicking, the room filled with a cacophony of shutter sounds. Amidst this chaos, Selena sat like a serene lotus upon a tranquil lake, elegantly crossing her legs, gently swaying her toes, occasionally adjusting her golden hair, awaiting the unfolding of a significant event. Tony stepped forward, surveying the crowd before offering a strained smile to Selena seated in the front row. It's been quite some time since I last saw everyone. I suppose I'll just read from the script this time. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Tony retrieved the prepared note and cleared his throat. There are speculations that I was involved in the incident that occurred on the highway near Stark Industries. My apologies, Mr. Stark. Did you truly expect us to believe it was merely a coincidence that a suit-clad bodyguard appeared? Selena raised her hand, a sly smile playing on her lips. Tony interjected. No questions, please. Oh, I read the Planet Daily. It was well written. However, I must announce that effective today, the Planet Daily shall be rebranded as the Stark Daily. This is an official statement. Selena rolled her eyes, her lips curling in a smirk as she muttered, that pompous fool. Cough. I understand the situation may be perplexing. Questioning the official narrative is one thing, but making outrageous accusations or insinuating that I am a superhero is altogether different. Tony cleared his throat again, his confidence seemingly bolstered by Selena's discomfort, his voice rising in volume. No one said you were a superhero, Selena abruptly interjected. Is that so? Well, that is splendid, for it is entirely nonsensical and fantastical. Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have my share of flaws and have made numerous mistakes. Rhodey leaned in beside Tony, whispering, just stick to the script. Tony nodded and picked up the note. All right, the fact is. He glanced at the note, momentarily lost for words, then looked out at the crowd, noticing Selena smiling and nodding at him, seemingly encouraging him. A thunderous uproar erupted from the audience as reporters rose to their feet, shouting loudly, their flashes blinding. Only Selena remained seated, gently applauding for Tony before quietly exiting the scene. As dusk settled, Tony dialed Selena's number. Hello, Mr. Stark. Selena's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. Suppressing his frustration, Tony stated, I am at the top of Stark Tower, and I have questions for you. Oh, I'll be right there. With that, Selena hung up the phone. In but 2 breaths, Tony heard a muted sonic boom as Selena landed gracefully on the rooftop of the tower, her 6-centimeter stiletto heels clicking audibly. Her steps were light and elegant, reminiscent of a dancing butterfly. Tony's gaze was drawn to her feet, the exquisite heels sparkling in the moonlight as though they were crafted works of art. The shoes are of good quality. They can support the fall, Tony remarked, watching Selena descend effortlessly. It's not the shoes. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Selena replied, tidying her tousled hair. Tony's curiosity piqued. He frowned and said, try me. As long as I wish, nothing I touch can break, for instance. If I hold a piece of paper, I can deflect a bullet, Selena stated nonchalantly. What? Is that scientific? What is the principle behind it? Tony questioned, perplexed. I call it biological stance. The principle is unclear, but it just works that way, Selena shrugged, appearing indifferent. This matter shall be deliberated upon later. Let us first discuss the present. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Selena's figure appeared strikingly prominent against the backdrop of the night. She approached the railing with measured steps, leaning gently against it, her gaze cast into the distance, calm yet unfathomable. Tony, she did not turn, her voice seemingly capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. You wish to know why I acted as I did at the press conference, do you not? I am aware of your attempts to lead me. Tony scrutinized her profile, his voice laced with a hint of irritation. Tell me why. I was merely ensuring that what is destined to occur will indeed transpire. Selena finally turned her face towards him, her tone as placid as still water. So, what is it you wish to convey? Tony pressed, leaning slightly forward. What you have stated is merely that. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting an elusive meaning. Tony furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that I publicly acknowledge my identity as Iron Man? Indeed. Selena emitted a barely audible sound, the corners of her lips curling faintly. What if I choose not to? The clouds of uncertainty thickened in Tony's mind. I cannot predict the outcome. Selena's expression suddenly turned grave, her eyes piercing into Tony's depths. Thus, I must compel you to speak. A chill intertwined with anger surged within Tony. From the very beginning, this has been part of your scheme, he remarked tightly, gripping the railing before him, his knuckles paling. He abruptly realized that he might have already been ensnared in a far grander conspiracy, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping him. To usher in a new era, you are the key. A mysterious smile graced Selena's face. Before her words had dissipated, she lightly tapped her toes and ascended gracefully to the narrow railing's edge, standing as if weightless. Her toes firmly planted upon the metallic edge. The night breeze lifted her garments and long hair, creating a rustling sound. Welcome to a broader universe, Tony Stark. Tony gazed at Selena and the profound cosmos behind her, his pupils quivering, swallowing hard, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Tony sought to calm his thoughts. So, what will transpire? The mundane existence of humanity, spanning thousands of years, has come to an end. Selena uttered a phrase that Tony could not comprehend. No, that cannot be right. Are you suggesting that humanity's journey over millennia has been mundane? Tony countered. Once you have witnessed it, you shall understand why. A wave of helplessness washed over Tony. In frustration, he grasped his hair, attempting to refute her, but finding no suitable words. He could only ask resignedly, You are merely 18. And yet you speak in such obscure terms? Oh, Mr. Stark, how dare you presume to judge a lady? Selena suddenly raised her voice, her finger pointed exaggeratedly at him, akin to an offended Broadway diva. I apologize, but could you perhaps speak in a more straightforward manner? Tony promptly relented. I was merely jesting, trying to lighten the mood. I feared you might not be able to handle it. Selena flashed a playful smile. Tony shook his head in exasperation. Speak of something of substance. The legend of the mysterious hero that has circulated through New York, is that you? What else could it be? Selena readily acknowledged the situation. Tony animatedly gestured with his hands, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. As a newly minted superhero, shouldn't I be out there, championing justice? Selena arched an eyebrow, interjecting, Are you planning to help an elderly woman cross the street, or rescue a kitten stuck in a tree? Tony pointed to the luminous core in his chest. Please, I'm Iron Man, not a Boy Scout. So what? Let the street kids handle that sort of thing. Selena replied nonchalantly, Street kids? A gang? Are you familiar with the underworld? That's irrelevant. Selena suddenly raised her palm to interrupt him, her expression sharpening as she listened intently, then breaking into a smile. You have a visitor at home. Farewell. Tony attempted to inquire further, but Selena vanished in a flash, leaving a gust of wind that tousled his hair and disrupted his neatly tailored suit. Damn it, Tony muttered, tousling his disheveled hair as he spoke to the empty rooftop. As if he had said much, yet nothing at all. He reluctantly smirked and decided to return home to see who this unexpected guest might be. As night descended like a vast velvet curtain, sprinkled with twinkling lights, Tony arrived at his villa. Upon entering the living room, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A persistent alarm blared incessantly. Jarvis? Tony called for his intelligent assistant. Welcome home, sir, Jarvis responded, promptly silencing the alarm. Tony's gaze traversed the interplay of light and shadow within the room, landing on a vague figure by the window, seemingly merging with the night, elusive and indistinct. The figure mimicked Tony's word from earlier in the day with a peculiar intonation. Do you believe you are the only superhero in this world, Mr. Stark? The figure slowly turned, advancing toward Tony. You have become part of a larger universe. You simply do not yet realize it. Tony was taken aback. The words sounded familiar. But who are you? The figure stepped into the light, revealing a gleaming bald head, a leather eye patch firmly covering the left eye, with the right eye glinting sharply in the shadows. Nick Fury, director of H-I-E-L-D. The man in black curved his lips into a semblance of a smile. I'm here to discuss the Avengers Initiative. Oh, intriguing, Tony nodded. But who are you seeking vengeance against? Chapter 30. The Convergence of World Lines? Life seemed to revert to its mundane rhythm. Classes, work, watching television with Gwen, and making phone calls to family comprised nearly every segment of Selena's daily routine. Of course, there was also the discreet pursuit of justice, akin to what Tony had called Boy Scouting. During this time, New York witnessed the emergence of a superhero clad in a red and blue bodysuit, self-identified as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Each day, he swung between skyscrapers, occasionally ensnaring petty thieves or robbers with his webbing, leaving them suspended from lampposts or adhered to walls, awaiting the arrival of the police. The Horn Daily, a neighboring publication, consistently publishes articles denouncing Spider-Man's actions as infringements upon law enforcement and the judiciary, thus maligning his character. In contrast, the Planet Daily, especially with the insightful Selena, who is well acquainted with the young web-slinger, is certain to pen supportive articles in his favor. Coupled with the recent exclusive revelations about Iron Man Tony Stark, his ostentatious acquisition of the Planet Daily, and Selena's remarkable beauty, she has swiftly gained notoriety as a rising journalist. Consequently, the number of citizens rallying behind Spider-Man far surpasses his detractors, even leading to a notable decline in Horn Daily's sales, much to the chagrin of its proprietor, who cannot help but curse whenever he catches sight of Spider-Man. With a coffee cup in hand, Selena cannot stifle her laughter at the thought of the irate old man in the Horn Daily office. She is acutely aware that, beneath his fiery rhetoric, he is a fervent admirer of Spider-Man, possessing a more extensive collection of candid Spider-Man photographs than anyone else, albeit believing that heroes ought not to conceal their identities. As for the contrary editorials of the Horn Daily, from another perspective, openly opposing or maligning the young web-slinger, especially as he steadily secures the title of New York's most beloved civilian hero, is merely a tactic to garner attention, a form of journalism in itself, demonstrating a clear separation between work and personal life. Of course, Selena's swift promotion of Spider-Man's reputation throughout New York is a deliberate strategy to forge a connection with Peter. Each time she publishes an article about him, Peter is sure to appear outside her office window, greeting her through the thick glass, and they have exchanged contact information, with him occasionally expressing gratitude via text. In turn, she captures a few photographs of him, creating a cyclical relationship that elevates Spider-Man's popularity while simultaneously boosting Selena's bank account. During this period, little of significance has transpired. Since Tony Stark officially announced his identity as Iron Man, and Nick Fury sought him out to discuss matters concerning the Avengers, he has adopted a much more subdued demeanor, focusing intently on researching clean energy and new battlesuits, a decision undoubtedly made with careful consideration. And by the way, Gwen's band has successfully formed, consisting of Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brant, Gloria Grant, and Gwen Stacy, aptly named the Mary Janes, with Mary Jane at the core of the ensemble. On May 28th, this upcoming Saturday, we are set to attend the campus music concert, marking the debut performance of the Mary Janes. Gwen excitedly handed Selena a flyer detailing the concert information, including the list of performing artists and bands, with the Mary Janes prominently featured. Selena's eyes sparkled with delight. How splendid! I will certainly bring a megaphone of cheer. Make sure you come, Gwen urged, her enthusiasm palpable as she leaped toward Selena, wrapping her arms around her neck, her fluffy golden hair brushing against Selena's chin. You are the best. Selena stumbled slightly, bemused as she cradled the soft and exuberant koala in her arms. Hey, aren't we good friends? Gwen froze abruptly, a rosy blush creeping from her ears down to her neck. She recoiled as if struck by lightning, covering her face with her hands, her voice muffled in her palms. This is so embarrassing. Selena burst into laughter, playfully tousling Gwen's silky golden hair. Are you coming to watch our rehearsal? Gwen peeked at her through her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper, revealing a mix of anticipation and shyness. Sure, Selena replied enthusiastically. I'd love to get to know you better. With that, the two retreated to their respective rooms to change. Soon, Selena emerged clad in a vibrant red baseball jacket, the hem of her denim shorts subtly visible beneath, white socks hugging her long, slender legs, her golden ponytail bouncing lively behind her. Gwen, on the other hand, donned an ensemble of dark Gothic attire, a black shirt layered over a striped top, distressed jeans accentuating her slender waist, and a bold charcoal eyeliner accentuating her eyes. She twirled on her toes, her canvas shoes making a soft sound against the floor, exuding an air of nonconformity. "Wow, I didn't expect your outfit to be so cool," Selena remarked, appraising Gwen from head to toe. "Really?" Gwen responded, twisting her body in front of the mirror. "Let us go. I can hardly wait to see your performance," Selena urged, placing a hand on Gwen's shoulder and gently pushing her toward the door. "Wait, I want to try on a couple more outfits," Gwen protested. "It's just rehearsal. No need to take it so seriously," Selena insisted, not giving her a chance to argue. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, Gwen hesitated, conceding, "All right then." Before she could complete her sentence, warm fingers intertwined with hers. Selena clasped her hands tightly, pulling her forward. "It's just rehearsal," she winked, tugging Gwen as they dashed down the corridor. "Let me see what you've got." Sunlight streamed across the campus paths as Selena and Gwen walked hand in hand, engaged in cheerful banter. Gwen chattered incessantly about the band and rock music, while Selena mostly smiled, absorbing the evident passion Gwen held for the music. Suddenly, the tranquility of the campus was shattered by the roaring engines of vehicles, stirring a wave of curiosity among the students. They were astonished to see a convoy of military Hummers, trucks, and personnel carriers invading their normally serene environment, as outside vehicles were typically prohibited on campus. Selena's gaze fixated on the unexpected procession, her heart racing at the sight of 6 or 7 military vehicles. "What is happening?" Gwen inquired, bewildered. Selena's expression grew serious as she focused on a personnel carrier. Through its heavy armor, she discerned the figure of an elderly man in camouflage, a general with a white beard. "Wait a minute. This scene seems familiar," Selena pondered, a wave of unease washing over her. This scenario felt reminiscent. Could it be that the plot of The Incredible Hulk was unfolding right before them? However, it was indeed her own decision to send Banner to seek out Kamartaj, and she had cautioned him not to return to America unprepared. Additionally, the location seemed incorrect. General Ross and Banner's gamma weapon experiments were not conducted at Columbia University. Yet, the unfolding events appeared to diverge from her recollections. "Gwen, step back. Do not approach," she said, giving Gwen a gentle shove before making her way toward the military vehicle. Gwen, growing anxious, called out, "Celine, where are you going?" "That's the military. It's best not to go. I am a journalist. I must document this at once." "You need not worry about me," she replied, sprinting off with her long legs. "Don't go, Celine," Gwen shouted after her, but received no response. "Oh dear," Gwen exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "I must see for myself." With that, she hurried after her. Chapter 31. The Hulk's debut on the grassy expanse in front of the campus library. A couple strolled leisurely side by side. The man wore a baseball cap and a denim jacket, the hem tucked into his belt, while the woman donned a pristine white coat. They were none other than Bruce Banner and Betty Ross. Betty's face radiated joy at their reunion, but Banner wore a grave expression, responding absent-mindedly to her every word. "Hey, wait a moment," Betty said, grasping Banner's arm and tugging at his jacket. "I just wanted to help you pull out. It would be more comfortable." "Oh, is that so?" Banner replied, his reaction muted. Betty gently removed his cap, concern etched across her face. "Isn't your hat a bit too tight?" "It is somewhat," Banner admitted, adjusting his hairstyle and attempting to muster a faint smile. They exchanged gazes for a moment, with Betty's eyes solely focused on Banner. Meanwhile, Banner remained alert, his heightened senses suddenly detecting soldiers moving stealthily behind the distant trees. "They're coming," he said, gripping Betty's arms with urgency. "You must get as far away from me as possible." "Bruce," Betty began, wanting to say more. "Do not argue with me, just go," he urged, darting toward the library. Betty, anxiously scanning her surroundings, noticed military vehicles approaching in the distance, crashing into parked cars along the roadside, plowing forward, and kicking up dirt from the grass. She gasped, lifting her skirts to give chase. "P.S. headed toward 270, shouted a soldier at the forefront of the troops into his earpiece. "Brownsky, not yet," General Ross commanded from inside the infantry vehicle. Brownsky halted, the bulk of his unit barely keeping pace behind him, their heavy breaths echoing in the air. He signaled for them to stop, licking his cracked lips and stifling a light laugh in his throat. "Commander, just watch. The next moments will be quite entertaining." A petite shadow crouched behind a distant car, cautiously peering out to observe the chaos unfolding in front of the library. She searched for Celine's figure, but found her absent. Gwen anxiously retrieved her phone, attempting to reach Selena, but all she could hear was the monotonous busy signal on the other end. Resigned, she returned the phone to her pocket and surveyed her surroundings, where students were hurriedly seeking refuge. Although this was the generally safe New York City, in stark contrast to the more innocent Los Santos, where gunfights were rare. The scene before her was unprecedented. The deployment of troops and armored vehicles was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Even the most reckless and daring among them dared not approach too closely, with few like Gwen and Selena daring to push forward. Grabbing a boy who was trying to slip away, she urgently inquired, "Have you seen a blonde girl in a red coat?" Panic etched across his face, he replied, "No, just run," and broke free from her grip, fleeing like a lizard. At that moment, Gwen heard the sound of shattering glass, emanating from the all-glass skybridge between the two library buildings. Standing on the bridge was Bruce Banner, trapped with both exits sealed by soldiers. The sounds of shattering glass were the result of soldiers firing tear gas canisters that smashed through the glass facade, dense white smoke rapidly engulfing the entire area. In a desperate attempt to breathe, Banner tore off his jacket to use as a makeshift mask, but proved futile. As he sought a way to escape, he caught sight of Betty below, being pursued by two soldiers. Betty fought back valiantly, landing an elbow strike on one soldier's nose, but was quickly subdued by another. Witnessing this unfold, Banner's emotions surged, instinctively discarding his clothing and leaning against the glass wall, his face flushed and his eyes glowing green. From a distance, Gwen observed the scene, her mind racing with confusion. What was happening to her? What were those soldiers doing? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, shattering the glass of the skybridge and causing the soldiers to clutch their ears and collapse. As the smoke began to dissipate, a colossal green figure emerged, letting out a furious roar before leaping from the bridge and landing heavily on the grass below. Gwen screamed. The green giant, bare-chested with muscles rippling, had skin taut and sculpted as if chiseled from ancient rock, exuding strength. His gaze burned with unbridled fury, and within the depths of his eyes lay a cold determination to obliterate all in his path. Each roar reverberated like thunder, shaking the very world around him. Hulk strode purposefully toward Betty, who was surrounded by soldiers, as General Ross radioed, "Alpha Team, engage with full force." Soldiers concealed among the trees swiftly complied, setting up light machine guns to aim at the colossal figure. Bullets rained down like a tempest, yet they merely sparked against Hulk's skin, as if teasing him. Hulk swung his arms to shield himself from the barrage, and despite General Ross's anticipation, he was awestruck by Hulk's formidable power. "Where's 50? Move now!" He cried out loudly, a glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than two military Humvees, armed with heavy machine guns, sped forth from behind him. The gunners unleashed a torrent of fire from there. 50 caliber weapons. The impact of the large caliber bullets stung Hulk, prompting him to roar and charge towards one of the Humvees, flipping a car aside under the onslaught. He then quickened his pace, overtaking another Humvee and smashing into it with his body, reducing it to wreckage before lifting its front end and slamming it down onto a nearby infantry squad. Team Alpha hastily took cover behind a steel structure amidst the grass, as the military Humvee was instantly torn apart. He relentlessly lifted and smashed down, each action imbued with destructive force, transforming the Humvee into a mere heap of scrap metal. In the distance, Gwen trembled as she gazed at the center of the battlefield, her hands clasped in prayer, hoping that Selena would not put herself in danger. "Bronsky, it's your turn," General Ross commanded. A grin spread across Bronsky's face as he seized a grenade launcher from a soldier. "Cover me," he instructed, then approached Hulk with steady strides. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a grenade soared through, accurately striking Hulk's back. The explosion jolted him momentarily, yet he quickly regained his balance, amidst the rain of debris, slowly turning to fix his gaze upon the armed ant on the ground. Without hesitation, Bronsky fired another grenade, this time aimed at Hulk's chest. Although the explosive was insufficient to tear his skin, the violent impact left him feeling uneasy, reminiscent of the Arctic over a year ago. The furious green giant grasped two massive steel plates, using them as shields before his chest. Bronsky discarded the grenade launcher and drew his sidearm, nimbly maneuvering around Hulk while evading his frenzied attacks, all the while firing continuously. Clearly, the pistol posed no threat to Hulk, but this tactic only served to insult him. Escalating his rage, Draw him towards a cannon, General Ross shouted. Chapter 32. The deity descends 2 Humvees, each equipped with a large trumpet-like device, surged forth from the rear of the convoy. This was a product of Stark Industries, a weapon capable of emitting high-powered sound waves. Bronski sprinted towards the sonic cannon, his speed far surpassing that of an average person, reminding the soldiers nearby to fall back. Buzzing and roaring, the grayish-white sound wave collided with Hulk like a solid wall. Where the sound waves traveled, the ground erupted, tearing up the grass. Bronski barely had time to leap aside before he was swept away by the sonic wave, crashing into a pit like a ragged sack, covering his ears as he lay flat on the ground. Hulk knelt on one knee, overwhelmed by the sound waves. The metal shield he wielded twisted and deformed under the pressure, his skin rippling violently as though it were green magma boiling beneath scalding waters. "Stop! You will kill him!" Betty screamed. "Bruce!" Hulk's green pupils suddenly constricted. With a thunderous roar, he seized 2 fragments of a truck. The steel plate in his left hand served as a colossal shield, vibrating intensely under the sonic waves. His right arm bulged with muscle, transforming the steel slab into a gigantic flying axe that spun from his grasp. With a swift slash, a cannon vehicle was cleaved in 2, hydraulic oil spraying into the air like arterial blood. In the instant the sonic pressure diminished, the green giant soared skyward, descending upon a second cannon with a cataclysmic force. The metallic roof crumpled like paper, and sparks erupted beneath Hulk's feet in a brilliant display. At that moment, a sharp sound cut through the air, and a slender black figure landed heavily before Hulk. He halted, warily surveying through the swirling dust and dirt, and beheld a figure clad in black battle armor. The obsidian suit clung to the body like liquid metal, its cold hard surface radiating a muted sheen under the gloomy sky. Intricate patterns interwoven at the joints evoking a skeletal elegance, merging a sense of technology with biological grace. The newcomer was none other than Selena. After deftly shedding Gwen in a visual blind spot, had swiftly vacated the scene to don her Kryptonian light armor in a secluded corner, now observing the battlefield from above. Hulk bellowed at Selena, displeased by the interruption of his fierce combat. Her chilling, low voice resonated in his ears. Startled, Hulk took 2 steps back as unwelcome memories flooded his mind. In a fit of rage, he hurled a sharp shard of metal towards her. Selena merely sidestepped slightly, evading the projectile, which embedded itself half a meter deep into the ground. "I warned you not to return," Selena reproached Hulk, or rather, Bruce Banner. Hulk could only emit a frustrated yet powerless roar. How had he become so foolish after more than a year? Selena felt a tinge of exasperation. General Ross's gaze pierced through the battlefield's haze, landing on the enigmatic figure, his brow furrowed, and his deep voice filled with curiosity as he inquired, "Who is that individual?" "Unknown, sir," came the response from Blonsky, who had halted upon hearing the commotion. His eyes fixed intently on the silhouette as if attempting to discern the true identity concealed beneath the black battle attire. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a profound sense of curiosity and excitement. The dark figure stood remarkably calm in the face of the Hulk's fury, akin to a lighthouse amidst a storm. "Hey, military operations are underway here. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately," Blonsky shouted, raising a rifle and aiming at the figure, issuing a stark warning of impending attack. Hearing his voice, Selena shook her head and turned to approach Blonsky. Blonsky finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer, a lithe figure entirely encased in a black, latex-like bodysuit and armor. The sharp edges of the shoulder plates and chest armor glinted like blades, while the helmet featured wing-like structures extending from the cheeks, resembling the skeletal wings of a predator, casting her visage into shadow, a boundless darkness, an unfathomable silence. Gazing at him with a featureless face sent a shiver down his spine. "This is your warning. Stay away." Selena stood 2 paces from Bronxy, her voice cold and cutting, akin to the biting wind of winter. The harsh, detached tone rendered the very air around him frozen, yet his arrogant nature prompted an immediate retort. "Impossible. This is an official operation. You, masked freak, should be the one to leave." "Freak?" A trace of derision flickered in Selena's eyes as she exhaled deeply. She had no desire to engage further with this worthless creature, who ought to have been shattered by Hulk's might. "I always believed myself to be a merciful individual, but it appears you are destined for this fate." No sooner had she spoken than Selena swiftly seized Bronxy by the head and hurled him forcefully towards the Humvee behind them. He crashed into the vehicle like a discarded rag, producing a dull thud before falling silent. My heavens! General Ross, already troubled by Hulk's formidable presence, found himself in a dire predicament with the loss of his super soldiers. A thought of retreat immediately surfaced in his mind. All personnel fall back. Fortunately, although Hulk was enraged and violent, he had not inflicted excessive harm on the soldiers' lives, having only rendered nearly all the Humvees inoperable. The soldiers fled the scene like startled birds, hastily scrambling onto trucks. A few men dragged Bronxy's lifeless form from the burning Humvee and loaded it onto a vehicle, retreating with greater haste than they had arrived. Hulk seemed to comprehend something, casting a forlorn glance at Betty, who was being ushered away by the soldiers, before he turned and vanished into the crowd. Selena, observing that the situation had been resolved, surveyed her surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss. Her gaze finally settled on a concealed car, where Gwen was nervously holding her phone, the lens aimed at the battlefield, her hands trembling slightly. This is problematic. The air around her began to tremble, as if the energy of the universe responded to her call. Her cloak billowed in the wind like a black banner. Her body began to rise, then abruptly accelerated, shattering the sound barrier, leaving behind a tempest of swirling dust. Selena carved a path through the sky, disappearing into the horizon. She deliberately summoned greater power to whip up a fierce wind, radiating outward from her point of departure, astonishing all present with its force. As silence reclaimed the scene, Gwen and the other onlookers, who had witnessed everything from a distance, slowly exhaled in relief and stood up. A young man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Did you all see that? Is this a movie? I recorded it. It cannot be fake. Movies rely on special effects. How could anyone actually fly?" Another individual beside him responded, "That green giant is like a Hulk, and the masked figure in black can fly. How impressive. Is that a deity?" The surrounding crowd began to stir, buzzing with speculation as each person endeavored to comprehend the extraordinary spectacle they had just witnessed. At that moment, Gwen's phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Selena and quickly answered, "Hi, Selly, where are you? Are you all right?" Selena replied in a light-hearted tone, "I'm fine. I captured so much footage. Tomorrow's headlines are secured. Why didn't T.I. see you?" Gwen pressed on. I'm on the other side." Selena fabricated a lie. "All right, I'll come find you. We were supposed to watch a rehearsal." Gwen hesitated for a moment, then decided, "Never mind, I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to the dorm." "Okay, rest well. I have an interview to do, and then I'll write up my notes." All right." Gwen's response was somewhat distant, which puzzled Selena, but she dismissed it, attributing it to the shock of the earlier events. After ending the call, Gwen walked alone along the path, scrolling through her phone's gallery, scrutinizing the dark figure on the screen, the tall, slender woman. A thought suddenly flickered in her mind, but she shook her head in disbelief. Could it really be impossible? She whispered to herself, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes as her voice lingered in the air, gradually fading away. Chapter 33. Let Banner speak. Selena's figure vanished from the campus, her toes lightly touching the ground, and a shockwave erupted beneath her. In an instant, she transformed into a shooting star, tearing through the sky at an alarming velocity, piercing the leaden clouds above, ascending to altitudes of 10, 20, 30,000 feet, where the frigid stratospheric air enveloped her in icy crystals that sliced against her cheeks like blades. The day was waning, and ominous clouds gathered overhead, heralding impending rain. Selena broke through the sound barrier, reaching the skies over New York State in the blink of an eye. The roiling cumulonimbus clouds resembled a roaring cauldron, with bolts of lightning, as thick as water buckets, ripping through the darkness, unleashing destructive energy upon the minuscule figure in the heights. Zap! The blinding electric serpent engulfed Selena in an instant. Millions, even billions of volts of high voltage merely ignited a strange, fleeting dark red halo upon her exposed neck and arms, akin to a red-hot iron being quenched in cold water. Her ice-blue pupils narrowed slightly as her gaze pierced through the tumultuous sea of clouds and torrential rain, functioning like the most sophisticated radar scanning the entirety of New York State. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder morphed into meaningless background noise in her ears as she focused on capturing the furious roar at that specific frequency. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens and the earth, momentarily illuminating a solitary, sheer cliff below. In that fleeting, ghastly light, a colossal figure, draped in deep green, was vigorously swinging its fists. Each strike upon its chest resonated like a drumbeat, mingling with a primal, defiant roar that momentarily drowned out the thunderous cacophony. Found it. Serena's gaze sharpened, her body tracing an impossible, acute angle through the air as she plunged toward the summit of the cliff. The pressure of her swift descent cleaved a vacuum tunnel through the curtain of rain. Her altitude plummeted rapidly as the rocky precipice loomed larger in her vision. Boom! Her feet struck the cliff's apex like a meteorite. Radiating from the point of impact, spiderweb-like fissures instantly spread for several meters, as the resilient basalt crumbled like brittle cookies, scattering debris. The heavy impact melded with the explosive sound of rock shattering, echoing like a thunderous war drum, forcefully overpowering the howling wind and the wrath of the storm. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Serena's figure gradually straightened. Her black cloak billowed in the gusts, while her hair retained the faint scent of ionized air. She lifted her ice-blue eyes, calmly gazing at the startled, abruptly turning green giant. At the cliff's edge, the massive, muscular figure, clad in rock-like green flesh, spun around. He had been roaring at the lightning, his fists pounding his chest in a fit of uncontainable rage. Serena's sudden arrival was akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. Roar! Hulk's throat erupted with a deafening bellow, his enormous fist, with a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air, hurtling toward Serena, who had just landed. The force was enough to topple a tank. Yet, Serena remained unperturbed, her stance unwavering. The colossal fist came to an abrupt halt mere half a meter from her. As a tempest of force whipped her golden hair about her face, and the rain parted before her, forming an invisible barrier repelled by unseen power. She tilted her head, her ice-blue eyes piercing through the rain, meeting the burning fury and a hint of subtle fear in the giant's green gaze. Hulk's motion froze. That fist, capable of annihilating anything, trembled slightly, not from exertion, but from a primal fear rooted in instinct. He recognized the figure before him. His overwhelming rage was doused, as if doused, in icy water, rapidly replaced by a feeling of retreat. His massive body instinctively recoiled half a step, crushing a rock beneath him. Looking well, came Serena's voice, eerily clear amid the storm, tinged with scrutiny, still as temperamental as ever. What brings you back? Hulk emitted a series of incoherent grumbles, akin to a beast's low growl. He irritably shook his massive head, nostrils flaring as he exhaled hot vapor, evaporating the surrounding rainwater. He pounded his vast green form, gesturing toward the distant lights of the city below, before furiously shaking his fist at the sky, unleashing a torrent of indistinct roars. The essence of the expression is singular: fury, an anger that finds no outlet, and the suffocating oppression of being trapped. Selena sighed, her tone laced with resignation. Where's Bruce? Can we summon him for conversation? The mere mention of his name ignited the final fuse. Hulk erupted with rage in an instant. He opened his gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, filled with defiance and fury, directed at Selena. The stench of his hot breath surged forth like a hurricane. Selena's brow furrowed sharply. Disgusted, she raised her hand to tame the strands of golden hair whipped about by that gust. Yet the temperature in her ice-blue eyes plummeted to a frigid low. In the next moment, Selena's body silently levitated half a meter above the ground. Her eyes suddenly gleamed, no longer the shimmering blue. They transformed into a blinding, pulsating crimson light akin to the core of a furnace. This radiance pierced through the rain, striking like two searing swords into Hulk's terror-stricken green pupils. An invisible pressure, seemingly capable of shattering souls, descended with a thunderous impact. Hulk's world-destroying aura collapsed instantly. An overwhelming dread engulfed him like a cold tide. He emitted a shrill, distorted wail, his massive green form curling back like a frightened beast. Those colossal hands, capable of crushing steel, clutched his head tightly, his enormous body trembling like chaff in the wind. Paralyzed by fear, he attempted to evade that lethal gaze, awkwardly retreating, only to stumble and crash heavily into the cold, muddy ground, splattering muck everywhere. With a hissing noise reminiscent of a deflating balloon, Hulk's immense green body began to contract rapidly. The rock-like muscles softened and vanished. the terrifying deep green of his skin fading swiftly to pallor. Within seconds, the earth-shattering green monster had disappeared. On the muddy cliff, only a frail, pale man remained. Drenched and clad in tattered shorts, curled up, coughing violently in the icy rain and muck. Bruce Banner struggled to lift his head, rainwater streaming down his disheveled hair into his eyes. In his blurred vision, he beheld those eyes suspended in midair, still radiating a destructive white light, and the icy visage of the girl illuminated by that glow. Panting heavily, Banner's voice rasped like a broken bellows. "Selena, how did you find me?" The crimson light in Selena's eyes receded like a tide, reverting to a clear, ice blue. She gracefully floated to the ground, her boots making contact with the wet, cold mud and gravel without a single splash. She tilted her head, gazing at the trembling, disheveled Bruce Banner, and let out a gentle sigh, her voice piercing through the downpour with a hint of exasperation. "Why is it that you clever ones always end up in such a pitiful state?" Banner suddenly lifted his head, rainwater cascading down his pale cheeks and into his mouth. He labored to cough out the muddy water. His bloodshot eyes filled with confusion. "Who are they?" Chapter 34. The Plan, Part 1. It matters not. You shall soon become acquainted with him. Selena waved her hand dismissively. "The pressing question is, how did you return? Did I not instruct you not to come back?" The icy raindrops washed away the grime from Bruce Banner's face as he struggled to sit up, futilely wiping his body with the tattered edge of his shorts, his voice trembling in the cold wind. I went to Kamartaj." Selena's eyebrows twitched slightly. She remained silent, merely observing him. "I met the Ancient One." Banner's gaze seemed distant, as if he were transported back to that serene courtyard atop the Himalayas. She knows everything. She didn't even wait for me to speak." He offered a bitter smile, rainwater dripping from his chin. "She allowed me to experience an out-of-body experience." My consciousness hovered above, watching the pale, shivering Bruce Banner below. He inhaled deeply, the cold air piercing his lungs. I begged her to help me rid myself of the Hulk, as one would excise a tumor. Selena's eyelashes fluttered gently amidst the rain. Then she told me. Banner's voice suddenly turned hoarse, each word rasping as if scraped from sandpaper. "The Hulk is not a creature born of gamma radiation." He lifted his head, the rain mingling with his tears. His eyes, always filled with terror, now swirling with a deeper, more despairing pain. "The Hulk is a manifestation I created." "What?" Selena's voice carried a hint of genuine astonishment for the first time. "It is my past." Banner's nails dug deep into the muddy earth, his knuckles whitening. The echoes of his father's drunken fists, his mother's helpless cries, and the persistent mustiness of the basement flooding his mind. He abruptly shut his eyes, as if scorched by memories. "The Hulk is my protector, torn from the depths of my soul to survive." Gamma energy merely granted him form and strength. He opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at Selena. "He is me. I am him." Selena remained silent. The only sound on the cliff was the wind and rain. She taught me some methods of meditation. Banner's voice was weary, yet the true lesson was to accept him, to reconcile with one's own pain, to find peace with this green version of myself. He managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Thus I have returned. In truth, I have been back for several days." He raised his mud-stained hand, pointing vaguely toward the city below. "I visited my father's old house. The basement still exists." His voice was soft, imbued with an odd tranquility. "I sat on the old sofa, listening to the rain, devoid of anger, devoid of fear, even devoid of the Hulk. Just a peculiar sense of calm." He paused, as if that little boy locked away in the basement had finally found himself. It was a strange, yet liberating feeling, as though I had forgotten the Hulk's existence. Then I came to New York. Banner's gaze pierced through the rain, fixated on the blurred lights of the distant city, his voice carrying a faint hope akin to a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood. "Betty Elizabeth Ross. She is at Columbia University, a genetics professor with enough authority." My accounts have long been frozen. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to swallow the rainwater. She confided in me that she had uncovered certain information. He abruptly turned to Selena, the rain washing away the mud on his pale face, but a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Ross, he still covets my blood. He aspires to create super soldiers. I cannot allow that madman to succeed." Selena stood quietly in the torrential downpour, her ice-blue eyes resembling two fathomless, frigid springs. reflecting Banner's disheveled figure. The sound of wind and rain filled the silence. After a long pause, she sighed softly, the sound elongated and delicate, pulled by the raindrops. You're floundering in the muck yourself, yet you wish to block someone else's gun? You, my friend. She stepped forward, the water rippling around the edges of her boots, extending her hand toward Banner, who was huddled in the mud. Her hand, slender yet steady, gleamed white under the cold rain and dim light. Get up. The ground is cold. Banner's trembling, icy hand grasped her wrist. The sensation was surprisingly warm and strong, akin to a hearth drawing near in the depths of winter. He was effortlessly lifted by that strength, swaying slightly as he steadied himself. Betty Banner's voice grew frantic, laced with a drowning panic. She is in danger now. If Ross discovers she is aiding me. She is temporarily safe, Selena interrupted, releasing her grip, her tone remarkably calm. As long as you don't seek her out. Banner froze abruptly, as if pierced by an invisible icicle to his heart. Rainwater streamed down his soaked hair into his eyes, stinging them and reddening the rims. He opened his mouth, yet only a hoarse, fragmented sound emerged. Ultimately, his taut shoulders sagged in defeat, his gaze lowered, his voice barely audible, akin to a leaf dropped by the rain. Yes. The danger is all brought by me. Selena regarded him silently. Raindrops splashed against her, sending tiny droplets scattering. Do not be hasty to slip the noose around your own neck, Doctor. Her gaze swept over his hunched figure, a trace of an almost imperceptible complexity flitting across her ice-blue eyes. The one binding the ropes is Ross. You and Miss Ross are merely his pawns. She paused, her tone softening slightly, yet still as frigid as the rain, washing away the last remnants of Banner's self-pity. You and his daughter are both victims. Banner stood hunched in the cold downpour, his tattered pants clinging to his skin, frozen to the point of trembling. He wrapped his arms around himself, attempting to draw in a shred of warmth, his voice wavering amidst the storm. Where can I go now? Selena's gaze drifted past him, toward New York, consumed by the curtain of rain. Water cascaded down her high ponytail, splattering at her feet. Just listen. Follow my instructions. Appear at the right time in the right place. She withdrew her gaze, her ice-blue pupils locking onto Banner's anxious eyes. I assure you, not only will you reunite with Miss Betty, but you will also return to your laboratory. Banner's breath caught in disbelief as he stared at the young woman before him. Serena appeared oblivious to the astonishment reflected in his eyes, continuing her discourse with an accelerated rhythm, exuding an air of composed authority. According to the narrative's original trajectory, the military will procure your blood, subsequently crafting a genuine weapon. She paused deliberately, the term piercing through Banner's ears like an icicle, conjuring images of syringes, restraints, and anguished screams. Her tone abruptly turned frigid, laced with a hint of peril, the next Hulk, akin to you, but far worse. She took a step closer, rain cascading down her straightened nose. Banner's complexion appeared even more pallid beneath the stark illumination of lightning. Thus, Serena's lips curled into a faint smile, though her eyes blazed with fervent intensity. We require you. We need the Hulk. What? Banner exclaimed in disbelief. That monster will spiral out of control and harm countless innocents. Serena's voice was resolute, every syllable striking Banner's heart like a hammer. At this juncture, the Hulk must manifest, then expel that beast. She fixed her gaze upon Banner's widened eyes, each word resonating with conviction. Then, I shall reveal the Hulk to the world, not as a rampaging monster, but as a hero who saves cities, a victim of General Ross's illicit experimentation. And you, Dr. Bruce Banner, her voice carried an uncanny allure, will emerge untainted, standing proudly in the sunlight. Thunder roared. A colossal flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating Serena's rain-soaked, razor-sharp profile and revealing the tumultuous storm of emotions swirling within Banner. Fear, struggle, and a flicker of hope. The rain intensified, the frigid droplets pummeling Banner. Yet he felt no chill, only the frantic thrum of his heart reverberating in his chest, causing his eardrums to hum. Chapter 35, The Plan, Part 2, on the television screen. Chaotic scenes from Columbia University's morning unfolded. The Hulk's enormous green form engaged in a fierce battle with the military. Amid the anchor's urgent report, the footage ultimately froze on the surreal standoff between the mountainous green giant and the diminutive figure clad in black. General Ross clenched a cigar between his teeth, arms crossed. His brow furrowed into a tight knot, his gaze fixated on the screen. Good heavens, that brute resembles a Hulk, a chubby boy exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly before the camera. The one in black is simply divine. So cool. Another youth remarked, his eyes sparkling. That soldier is in dire straits, having been sent flying with a single blow. I hope he survives, someone added sympathetically. Due to an unforeseen thunderstorm, the police were compelled to postpone the on-site investigation, and as of now, no critical intelligence had been acquired, the host summarized. General Ross spat out a curse, and almost simultaneously, the office door burst open, a breathless female soldier rushing in. General Blonsky. General Ross's brow deepened with worry as he rose heavily to his feet, following the footsteps of the female soldier toward the medical ward. Have you located his family? He inquired, pinching the bridge of his nose, already contemplating the matter of compensation. You might as well ask him yourself, the soldier replied, her voice tinged with an unusual tremor as she stepped aside. General Ross lifted his gaze, halting abruptly, under the cold illumination of the medical examination area. Emil Bronsky sat bare-chested on the examination table, allowing the doctor to inspect him. Not only was he alive, but he appeared unscathed. More precisely, his muscles seemed to have been reforged, bulging with sinewy strength, sculpted like iron, his skin taut as if brimming with explosive power. His physique was considerably more robust than before. Bronsky sensed Ross's scrutiny and abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. In a low voice, he greeted Sir. Ross, unable to conceal his astonishment, took a few cautious steps closer, his eyes meticulously sweeping over Bronsky's almost sculptural form before he finally spoke. It is a relief to see you unharmed, soldier. His voice carried a barely perceptible tension. Thank you, sir, Bronsky replied, his tone deep and measured. Ross fixed his gaze intently on Bronsky's eyes. How do you feel? Bronsky's pupils constricted suddenly, an icy, pure aura of lethal intent almost coalescing into a tangible form. A sinister smile, bordering on madness, crept across his lips. I am ready to commence the next round. Bruce Banner furrowed his brow in confusion. So what do we do now? Selena shrugged, her tone light and detached. We simply escape, as if I had never existed. Bruce uttered a brief sound of inquiry, evidently struggling to grasp her line of reasoning. Selena raised an eyebrow, as if to say, is that even question? The military is still hunting you down. You have nowhere to hide. If you don't escape, do you intend to walk into a trap? I thought. Bruce hesitated, lowering his voice. You had arranged a safe place. On what grounds? Selena exaggeratedly spread her hands, a playful smirk gracing her lips. I never signed a bodyguard contract. I have no obligation. Bruce's shoulders sagged slightly, weariness and contrition evident in his demeanor. All right, I apologize. Of course, there's a safe place. Selena's tone shifted, her eyes sharpening. But you are the bait. You need to lure General Ross and the forces behind him out into the open, and then we can confront him decisively. You need to find Mr. Blue. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice, and then deliberately give him an opening. Bruce's gaze shot up, his eyes filled with suspicion. How do you know Mr. Blue? Selena merely chuckled lightly, an air of mystery enveloping her. I know much more than that, but it is of little consequence. What matters is that you must find him. She concluded with a gesture suggesting a natural progression, and then everything will fall into place. Bruce fell silent for a few seconds, his eyes darting as if piecing together clues. Finally, with a hint of realization and bitterness, he spoke. I believe I understand your intention. You want General Ross to procure my blood from Mr. Blue and then utilize Mr. Blue's technology to create a monstrous entity that could spiral out of control? I would then intervene to stop it, thus earning the perception of being a good person? Is that the essence of your plan? He inhaled deeply, as though the conclusion suffocated him, and added, and you believe that is the way things will unfold? Selena nodded in satisfaction, her tone brisk. Indeed, that is essentially the case. Yet, a flicker of struggle and unrealistic hope appeared on Bruce's face. But what if Mr. Blue could genuinely cure me? Impossible. Selena interjected firmly, her gaze icy. I apologize if my words cause you distress, but you yourself have stated that the Hulk is your second persona. The faint glimmer in Bruce's eyes extinguished completely, leaving only a resigned gloom. Very well, he acquiesced, suddenly recalling something, his expression growing somewhat awkward. Mr. Blue will require some crucial data, which remains in my stomach. He gestured toward his abdomen, his face contorting slightly. I need to extract it. You'd best, oh. I understand. Selena reacted with lightning speed, promptly spinning around and pressing her hands tightly over her ears, standing rigidly with her back to Bruce. In the shadowy corner, a nauseating, gut-wrenching retch erupted, followed by violent coughing and painful gasps. After quite some time, Bruce weakly wiped his palms with the tattered remnants of cloth, stained with gastric fluid. This is it, he rasped. Send it to Mr. Blue, and I will attempt to locate him. Hum. Selena released her ears, glancing back at the disheveled Bruce, her tone lightening. All arranged, time to wrap up. Now, let's get you down the mountain. No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly extended her hand, grasping Bruce's arm. He felt an immense force surge through him, his body momentarily losing balance. In the next instant, the two tore through the dense curtain of rain, vanishing entirely into the night. Chapter 36. The beginning of the scheme. The cold rain lashed against the massive arched windows of the Stark Industries penthouse, tracing serpentine trails down the glass. Within, however, the atmosphere was altogether different, filled with a futuristic glow and reverberating heavy metal music. Tony Stark was completely absorbed, leaning over his workbench, deftly maneuvering a laser welder. The bluish light landing precisely on the exquisite, streamlined components of the crimson and silver armor, with arcs of electricity occasionally flickering. Welcome back, Miss Selena. The gentle, clear electronic voice of Jarvis suddenly cut through the music, resonating in the spacious room. Tony halted abruptly, extinguishing the laser beam. He looked up in surprise, only to discover that Selena had silently leaned against the dimly lit edge, her slightly damp golden hair tips still bearing the chill of the outdoors. She was examining the half-finished portable suit with keen interest. Oh, a rare guest. Tony instantly donned that signature irreverent grin and casually tossed the welding torch onto the table with a clang. He snatched a soiled rag nearby and wiped his hands haphazardly before bounding over to the bar. Just imagine showcasing this treasure at the shareholders' meeting. How cool would that be? As he rambled on about his latest creation, he poured a vibrant glass of juice and placed it with a clatter on the metallic surface before Selena, gently nudging it toward her. He then seized a half-full bottle of whiskey, pouring himself a modest glass of the amber liquid, swirling it with the ice cubes. He took a sip, the spiciness tingling in his nostrils, and with a satisfied squint, he lazily sank into the sofa, his gaze inquisitive. So what brings you here? Surely it isn't merely to admire my new toy? His implication was clear. He was well aware that she never visited without purpose. Selena did not touch the juice. Her eyes swept across the workbench before she picked up the tablet Tony had left behind. Her fingers glided swiftly over the screen, soon settling on a barrage of news articles depicting Hulk battling the military on the streets of New York, alongside the enigmatic figure in black. She pushed the tablet back towards Tony, the screen now displaying a striking close-up of Hulk's bulging muscles and raw power. Dr. Bruce Banner. Selena's voice remained steady. A top physicist, he conducted gamma radiation experiments for the military, transforming himself into Hulk, and has been on the run for years, homeless. Tony glanced at the diminutive shadow confronting Hulk on the screen, then up at Selena, his brow arching in sudden understanding. He let out a brief, amused chuckle, setting down his glass and crossing his arms. Ah, so you need Iron Man to make a dazzling entrance and rescue this beleaguered colleague from the scientific realm? His tone was teasing, yet his eyes had grown earnest. With your current combat capabilities, you'd just be courting death, Selena dismissed outright. I need you to do something else. She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowering, to appear on site at a specific moment as a third party, a witness of considerable weight and credibility. Tony immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. Witness what? To observe how General Ross's new toy spirals out of control, and how Hulk rises to avert disaster. A faint smile curled at the corners of Selena's lips. Then, you will step in, contact S.H.I.E.L.D., and persuade them to harbor Bruce Banner, recruiting him into the Avengers. Tony fell silent for a few seconds, his fingers unconsciously tapping the metallic surface, producing crisp, rhythmic sounds. A glimmer of light danced in his eyes as he swiftly weighed the risks against the rewards. Moments later, a playful yet enlightened smile graced his face. Oh, I see. Bring him into the fold, exonerate him, and simultaneously give that stubborn old man Ross a good kick in the rear? A threefold triumph, indeed. Quite ingenious. He exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up, adding, and Dr. Banner is a genius, a physicist, no less. Who knows, we might spark some remarkable chemistry between us. Selena, upon hearing this, naturally rolled her eyes dramatically, though her expression remained impassive. That's the plan. When the time comes, you will know precisely where to appear. Remember, your role is merely to maintain order and protect innocent civilians. Understood. Just acting as a caretaker, then. Tony shrugged, picked up his glass once more, his tone casual, yet his gaze keen. Rest assured. Additionally, I require you to monitor a specific location. She relayed a series of coordinates, instructing him to have his satellite observe the site around the clock, ensuring that there exists sufficient, clear video evidence when the event transpires. Tony raised an eyebrow, detecting the certainty in her words. Oh, from what I gather, you are confident you can handle that behemoth. He gestured towards the imposing image of Hulk on the screen. Indeed, Selena replied in a flat tone, as if stating an undeniable fact. Otherwise, how would the plan proceed? Leaning slightly forward, Tony's expression grew more inquisitive. If you can manage it, why not strike directly? It saves time and effort, and everyone would be pleased. Selena's gaze swept over Hulk's menacing visage on the screen. Her voice calm as she articulated, if I were to subdue him, to the world, Hulk would merely remain a failed experiment, a monstrous threat to society. Do you grasp the distinction? With no further words, Selena nodded slightly and melted into the shadows at the edge of the studio, as quietly as she had arrived. The heavy metal door slid open and shut without a sound, leaving only the resonant beats of heavy metal and the monotonous echo of Tony's fingers tapping on the surface of the table. Tony stared in the direction where Selena had vanished, then glanced at the menacing face of Hulk on the screen, a playful smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his whiskey glass in a toast to the Green Giant. Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner. It seems I shall have my hands full. He downed the remaining liquor in one gulp and turned back to his modifications, the faint glow of the workbench illuminating his focused expression once more. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner donned a nondescript outfit, faded and worn, lowering the brim of his hat as he slipped into a dilapidated convenience store nestled in a secluded corner of a gas station. The air was permeated with a mingled sense of gasoline and cheap fast food. He warily surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the empty checkout counter, the dust-laden shelves, and the vacant parking lot outside, ensuring no suspicious tales were trailing him. His heart raced slightly as he quickly seated himself at a public computer, its surface marred by fingerprints. The greasy keyboard felt uncomfortable beneath his fingers, yet he paid it little mind. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly inserted a crucial drive into the port. The screen flickered to life, and his fingers danced across the keys as he logged into an anonymous email account. In the recipient field, he typed the secret codename, Mr. Blue. The body of the message consisted of just 2 brief lines. Mr. Blue, attached are the data. It is time to meet. Signed, Mr. Green. After clicking send, Banner exhaled a sigh of relief and, without a moment's hesitation, yanked the drive from the port, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. He moved like a startled wildcat, quickly lowering his head and rising. The brim of his hat pulled lower as he swiftly pushed through the glass door, merging into the gray twilight beyond, vanishing without a trace. At the precise moment the email was dispatched, an invisible digital torrent surged through the ether, vast as a spider's web. As a formidable surveillance program swiftly scanned the entire network, ruthlessly sifting through a deluge of real-time data. In some part of New York, within a bustling office building, the wheels of fate began to turn. The vast surveillance hall was enveloped in the cold glow of eerie blue screens, with only the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the muted sounds of communication echoing through the air. Dozens of operators, clad in uniforms from various departments, were intently focused on the ocean of data before them. Suddenly, one female operator screen erupted with a warning box representing the monitoring system, adorned with a sharply defined eagle emblem, emblematic of the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. The warning box prominently displayed data match. The operator swiftly opened the information, revealing Dr. Samuel Stern from the cell biology department at Reborn College in New York City. Her pupils dilated in shock as she sprang from her seat, the legs of her chair screeching against the floor. Without even glancing at the detail match, she summoned all her strength and exclaimed excitedly to the bustling hall, "We found it." Her voice thundered, shattering the tense atmosphere of the surveillance room. Chapter 37. Mr. Blue. As the final school bell rang, Dr. Samuel Stern hurriedly navigated through the crowd, emerging from the teaching building, clutching several hefty books. Dr. Stern? A voice, slightly hoarse, suddenly called out to him. Stern, puzzled, turned towards the source and beheld a gaunt man, clad in a faded coat and wearing an old hat pulled low, standing in the shadow of a column. "It's me. May I ask who you are?" Stern adjusted his glasses. "That would be correct, Mr. Blue." The man replied in a deep tone. Stern's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized the man's face for several seconds, a mixture of bewilderment and excitement curling into a smile. "Mr. Green?" he whispered. "I must say," Stern exclaimed, leading Banner into his somewhat disheveled laboratory, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm, "I never expected you to be real, let alone look like this." He examined Banner from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of a scientist appraising a peculiar specimen. How astonishing that someone with such power could appear so ordinary. Banner, equally taken aback, had envisioned Mr. Blue as a meticulous scholar, not the animated and slightly neurotic individual before him. "Listen," Stern leaned closer to Banner, his fingers gesturing animatedly in the air, radiating a palpable excitement. "This is not a picnic in the park. Even if everything goes smoothly and we find the correct guiding method." Calculating the dosage, he spoke rapidly, abruptly mimicking a dramatic coin toss, slapping his palm against his other arm. "And the outcome? Is it a complete cure, or merely a temporary suppressant? No one knows." He paused, his expression becoming intense and perilous, lowering his voice. "If the dosage is even slightly too high, I will die." Banner replied calmly. Yes. That's the gist of it." Stern nodded, then eagerly added. "But if the dosage is just a tad too low, you will be in grave danger," Banner continued. "Huh. I've always been a curious soul, and I've never encountered trouble. So shall we begin?" Dr. Stern responded with a smile. Banner gazed at the exuberant scientist before him, an intricate wave of emotions surging within. He was acutely aware that Stern would ultimately fail. His true objective for this venture was to draw out General Ross. Yet, confronted by this almost naive fervor and pure devotion to science, he found himself unexpectedly moved. "Very well, let us commence." Banner inhaled deeply and nodded. With that, he reclined upon the medical bed as Dr. Stern produced a syringe filled with a translucent, pale green liquid, expertly inserting the slender needle into Banner's arm vein and securing the intravenous line. Subsequently, he affixed several circular adhesive pads with conductive electrodes to the sides of Banner's temples and his chest. Finally, he grasped several broad, sturdy restraints, executing his actions with unwavering precision as he firmly secured Banner's wrists and ankles to the metallic rings at the edge of the medical bed with a series of decisive clicks. Tightening the straps. For safety precautions, Stern explained while he tightened the strap around Banner's ankle, his tone devoid of any apology. "In case your reactions become excessively intense during the procedure, to prevent injury to yourself or others." He patted the restraints to ensure their solidity. Lying there, Banner felt the cold metal and the constricting straps, managing a wry smile that bordered on self-deprecation. "I just hope you won't be frightened when the time comes." Stern, however, did not respond. He was entirely absorbed in the final preparations. He hurried to the control panel, his fingers dancing across the intricate keyboard and knobs, the instruments emitting a low hum accompanied by the rhythmic blinking of indicator lights. His silhouette exuded an intensity akin to that of someone on the verge of unleashing Pandora's box. All set, Dr. Stern's voice emerged through the instrument's low rumble, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, a manifestation of profound excitement. "Let's begin." Meanwhile, high above New York, Selena's figure hovered in the frigid night breeze, her black cloak swirling behind her like a sentient being. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and distance, fixated intently on the happenings within the research facility below. At the moment Banner's blood was extracted, electrical currents coursed through his body, causing his muscles to convulse, his veins to swell, and his skin to change color. His body writhed in agony, straining against the bindings, which groaned under the weight of his burgeoning form. The Hulk's suffocating primal power erupted forth, a thunderous roar that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Dr. Stern hastily injected the serum, forcibly suppressing the violent force as it receded like a receding tide. The massive form slowly shrinking amidst painful spasms, reverting to the gaunt, battered Bruce Banner. The treatment appeared to have succeeded. Yet, Selena's lips did not curve into the slightest hint of relief. She understood better than anyone that the Hulk had not vanished. This was merely the fleeting calm before the storm. Elsewhere, the military base blazed with light, engines roaring. Inside the heavy cabin of a CH-53 helicopter, General Ross, clad in military garb, possessed an eagle-eyed sharpness. Before him, dozens of fully armed elite soldiers conducted a final check of their equipment. With a clear objective in mind, at the intersection of Broadway and 121st Street stood an unremarkable three-story building, the Research Institute of Dr. Samuel Stearns. Brodsky sank heavily into his seat, beads of sweat glistening on his taut cheeks and neck under the dim cabin lights. He breathed heavily, each inhalation exuding a fervent warmth. "How do you feel?" General Ross's voice cut through the noise of the propellers, clear and scrutinizing. Brodsky abruptly lifted his head, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a nearly beastly expression, his teeth glinting ominously in the shadows. "I feel like a beast." This primal and violent declaration deepened the intensity of General Ross's gaze. Above, in the high skies, Selena caught the moment when Hulk was subdued back in a banner and heard Brodsky's beast-like proclamation. A frigid, amused smile finally curved her lips. The show is about to begin. She raised her hand, making a concise yet commanding gesture towards the Stark satellite orbiting over 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface in the profound cosmos behind her. "Tony, prepare for action. How is the view?" Her voice resonated clearly through the encrypted channel. "Huh, I've been waiting for you to say that." Tony Stark's iconic voice, brimming with enthusiasm and impatience, erupted in Selena's earpiece. "Honestly, just watching and not being able to dive and feels like ants crawling inside my armor." Selena let out a slight huff, her gaze sweeping over the helicopters ascending below. "Humph, easy to say now. When those two little darlings really start fighting, do you want to come down and feel it out?" On the other end, an exaggerated intake of breath was heard from Tony. Strategic observation. "Yes, I shall conduct a strategic observation. The view is clear. You continue." Tisich. Selena disregarded Tony's banter, her figure vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 38. Banner's blood. It was undoubtedly the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed in my life, and it would never happen again. Dr. Samuel Stearns, just finished with surgery, was as excited as a child with a new toy, rambling incoherently while pacing in the cramped laboratory, nearly toppling over a beaker on a nearby shelf. Banner languidly slouched on a tattered fabric sofa, rubbing his throbbing temples. All right, calm down. Trust me, you'll see more bizarre occurrences in the future." He silently added, "If Betty were here, her temperament would surely spark a quarrel with this Stearns. Your cells have absorbed the gamma radiation, which is the reason you have survived all these years. We may have neutralized those cells." His pace of speech remained rapid, but became slightly more coherent. "Whether this is permanent or temporary, I lean towards the latter. I cannot be certain, as none of my previous test subjects survived." Wait. Banner's weary eyes suddenly sharpened, his body tensing instantly. "Test subjects? What kind of subjects? Follow me, Doctor." Stern remained enraptured in the immense joy of his experimental success and his dreams for the future, utterly oblivious to the shift in Banner's tone. With an exuberant greeting, he turned and strode deeper into the laboratory, his steps light as if he were treading upon clouds. Banner furrowed his brow, suppressing his rising doubts, and followed suit. As they walked, Stern spoke with an ease akin to that of a collector sharing his prized acquisitions. "We initially experimented with white mice, but none survived. We then resorted to larger specimens, yet we remain uncertain whether it is the gamma rays or your blood that is more lethal." He pushed open a heavy iron door, and a chill of air, imbued with the sense of disinfectant and refrigeration, enveloped him. This was a room designated for storing blood samples, with several enormous metallic refrigeration units emitting a ghostly glow, neatly arranged in rows. Within these units hung a myriad of blood bags, hundreds of dark crimson pouches suspended from cold metal racks, each adorned with a label. Under the stark illumination of the harsh fluorescent lights, the dark red bags emitted a disquieting, icy aura. "These are all your blood. You didn't send much, but I concentrated it and produced more." "Some?" Banner gazed at the dense array of blood bags. "Gamma technology has countless applications. We could discover hundreds of antidotes, granting humanity complete immunity to diseases." He spread his arms wide, his face alight with unrestrained, near-manic joy and boundless anticipation for the future. Selena, concealed in the shroud of night, silently descended upon the rooftop of an abandoned building across from the laboratory. The frigid night breeze fluttered her garments as she nestled within the thick shadows, her keen eyes surveying the unfolding hunt below. Surrounding the laboratory, General Ross's soldiers had encircled the building like an iron barrel, their ominous gun barrels aimed at every exit. The atmosphere thick with tension. Not far away, atop another building, the form of a sniper flickered in and out of view behind his night vision scope, his rifle steadily trained on a target window. Blonsky, like a beast unchained, brutally shrugged off the soldiers attempting to provide him cover, charging in alone with an air of ferocity. A faint gunshot rang out, glass shattered, and Banner, facing away from the window, suddenly froze, then crumpled forward like a marionette stripped of its strings, a slender tranquilizer dart quivering as it embedded itself just below his shoulder blade. "Doctor!" Stern let out a terrified scream. "Oh no!" Blonsky strode in with heavy steps, his gaze locking onto the limp form of Banner on the ground, disregarding everything else. He advanced a few paces, his rough hand seizing Banner's collar, effortlessly lifting the unconscious body as if it were a ragged sack, bringing it close to his fierce visage. "Where is it? Tell me where it is." His beastly growl, laced with seething rage, sprayed across Banner's face. Banner's head hung limply, his eyelids heavy, with only the faintest breath betraying his continued existence, utterly incapable of responding to the frenzied inquiry. "Answer me." Blonsky, having completely lost his patience, was consumed by rage. With a swift motion, he swung his palm like a fan, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and with a dull thud, struck Banner's pale cheek. The force of the blow sent Banner's head whipping to the side, his cheek instantly swelling red. "Bring him out," Blonsky bellowed. The soldiers behind him finally caught up and hurried to restrain him. Gasping for breath, Blonsky's eyes were filled solely with a ferocious intent to kill. He forcefully threw Banner back onto the cold ground, and without a moment's hesitation, seized his assault rifle, striking the stock against Banner's forehead with all his might. A resounding thud echoed as Banner's body fell, completely still. Several soldiers cautiously approached, swiftly lifting the limp Banner onto a prepared stretcher. As the stretcher passed through the center of the street, perhaps stimulated by the cool evening breeze or the sheer force of will, Banner's heavy eyelids managed to crack open a narrow slit. His unfocused gaze aimlessly swept across the chaotic night scene, the flickering police lights, and the stern faces of the soldiers. Ultimately, his gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, transcending the clamor and landing upon the rooftop across the way. On the edge of that desolate rooftop, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, stood a vague yet familiar silhouette, arms crossed, resembling a cold statue, silently surveying all below. Banner's lips barely moved, uttering faint sounds almost torn apart by the night wind. "Stop him." General Ross strolled over to the stretcher, his towering figure casting a heavy shadow that enveloped Banner entirely. Exuding an aura thick with gunpowder and authority, he slowly leaned down, his weathered face coming mere inches from Banner's. With a gaze as cold as a hawk's fixated on its prey, each word dripped with venom. "If you dare to destroy it, I will ensure you spend a lifetime in prison." Lying on the ground, Banner's body rendered immobile by anesthesia and the brutal blow, yet his gaze remained strikingly clear. It was as if he hadn't heard the malicious threat beside him. His deep-set eyes persistently, calmly stared into the overcast night sky. General Ross, fixated on Banner's defiant eyes that disregarded him, felt a sharp sting of humiliation more potent than any angry rebellion. He abruptly straightened, suppressing the tumultuous anger, and with a hint of barely perceptible frustration and annoyance, waved his hand impatiently towards the surrounding soldiers. "Take him away." The soldiers, trained to perfection, promptly lifted the stretcher. As it swayed slightly, Banner's body experienced a gentle jolt, yet his gaze remained fixed on the figure in the night. Chapter 39. The first encounter with hatred. "I am in position." Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Selena began to strategize. "Direct all cameras towards this block while remaining prepared to evacuate the civilians. Be aware that your firepower will be ineffective against the imminent threat. Do not place yourself in jeopardy." "Understood, Commander." Tony's tone retained its usual sarcasm. Selena's gaze pierced through the layers of walls, resting upon Blonsky, who lay on the surgical table, alongside Samuel Stern, whose face bore a mix of excitement and obsession. He placed a large vial of Mr. greens blood onto the surgical apparatus, frantically tapping at the buttons. I have no idea what you injected, but it's evidently working. A pained howl escaped Bronski as his body began to contort and swell violently. The sound of cracking bones resonated, sharp bone spurs tearing through his skin, grotesquely erupting from his joints and spine. "Please, lie back on that chair. I can't heal you," Stern whispered from his corner, trembling under the oppressive atmosphere. A deafening roar erupted as the fully transformed yellow monstrosity swung its arm with ferocity. The sheer force of its bellow sent Stern crashing to the ground. Abomination has been born. Outside the operating room, gunfire erupted instantaneously. Soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the creature that had burst through the wall. Yet the projectiles merely sparked against its hardened skin. The abomination let out a derisive growl, stepping forward and crashing into the crowd like a tank. With a casual swipe, it lifted a soldier as if he were a mere rag doll and slammed him against the wall. Another soldier, unable to evade, was crushed underfoot with a distinct sound of shattering bones. The glass windows shattered under the shock wave, mingling the gasps and screams of ordinary people with the abomination's furious roars, transforming the entire block into a bloody battlefield. "He's here," Selena whispered. Chaos erupted in the streets. Cars were tossed aside as if they were toys, crumpled and flattened. Soldiers, witnessing this horror, had their voices distorted as they screamed into their communicators, "The Hulk is on the street." Repeat, "The Hulk is on the street." Clearly mistaking the abomination for the Hulk. Inside the helicopter, General Ross snatched up the communicator, incredulity flashing across his gaze as he glanced at Banner, who remained unharmed. "Impossible. Soldiers, stay calm. Report your exact location immediately. 121st Street and Broadway. Northbound intersection. It's charging this way." A soldier's voice nearly broke as he fixated on the colossal figure rampaging through the streets, dwarfing even the armored vehicles. "Immediate retreat," General Ross commanded. "Transmit the footage to me." The soldiers on the street suppressed their fear, directing the camera towards the rampaging behemoth. Once a bustling avenue, it had now succumbed to ruin. The cacophony of explosions and screams echoing as the abomination unleashed its desire for destruction with its immense body and power. Boom! A piercing sonic boom shattered the chaotic noise. Thud! Selena descended with tremendous force, sending debris flying in all directions. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure, diminutive in stature, yet radiating a formidable presence, gracefully settled a short distance from the colossal beast. The ground beneath Selena fractured instantaneously, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from her position. "Wow, a superhero landing." Tony's voice intruded inopportunely through Selena's earpiece. "Shut up, Tony, and get to work." Selena disregarded the banter, slowly rising to her full height. The remnants of burning cars around her flickered with orange flames, casting a dance of light upon her dark armor, refracting an icy and piercing gleam. The creature's enormous yellow eyes, filled with brutality and chaos, locked onto Selena, as if recognizing the one who had once sent it sprawling with a mere flick of her hand, sensing the terrifying energy that coursed through the tiny being before it. "I remember you." A roar, laden with a desire for destruction, reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble. The beast forsook its indiscriminate rampage, abruptly pivoting its massive form, its tree trunk-like hind leg launching it forward. With a thunderous crash, the concrete cracked beneath its weight, and the abomination surged forth with astonishing velocity, akin to an uncontrollable battering ram, hurtling toward Selena with a foul wind trailing behind it. The ground was cleaved open in its wake. An overturned car wreckage fluttered like leaves in the wind. Selena's pupils constricted, yet her stance remained remarkably steady. She chose not to confront it head-on. Just as the creature's colossal fist loomed over her, her form suddenly blurred. A subtle disturbance in the air announced her ghostly presence at the beast's flank. Speed and agility were her domains. With an arm slender, yet imbued with terrifying power, she unleashed a swift strike, her armored fist carving a deadly arc through the flames. A thunderous crack echoed, as if a hammer struck the thickest alloy. Selena's fist connected precisely with the abomination's heavily armored lower back. The shock wave visibly rippled outward, and the air emitted a mournful wail. The beast staggered under the concentrated force of her attack. From a distance, General Ross in the helicopter fixated on the live feed, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Yet, the creature merely swayed. It unleashed an even more ferocious roar, its muscular arms slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Selena leaped with grace, her toes barely brushing the sweeping arm, sparks igniting as her boots scraped against the bone armor. Using the momentum, she soared higher, narrowly evading the massive claw that swiped at her. With a tearing sound, the creature's talons shredded the outer wall of a nearby building, creating 3 enormous gashes. The reinforced concrete crumbling like tofu. Selena executed a deft turn in midair, landing steadily atop a relatively intact billboard. The brief skirmish had confirmed the disparity in their combat prowess. Her speed, reflexes, and explosive power far exceeded that of her foe. Although the abomination's defense, composed of mutated bone and fearsome muscle, was exceedingly thick and resilient, her strikes were still capable of unsettling and even slightly damaging its formidable armor. In their brief encounter, Selena was certain that the abomination was far more formidable than the Hulk she had encountered in the Arctic years ago. The troubling aspect was the abomination's utter disregard for consequences. In the moments Selena skillfully maneuvered, its pent-up violent desires turned towards easier targets. It seized a burning bus wreckage and hurled it towards a distant building, where flickering lights and faint screams could be discerned, with the ferocity of a shot put. Damn it, Selena cursed, vanishing in an instant. Almost at the very moment the bus was about to crash into the glass facade of the building, a shadow materialized between them as if teleporting. Boom! Selena crossed her arms to withstand the several tons of steel. The tremendous impact created a shockwave that rippled the air beneath her feet, while her armor screeched against the searing metal in a spine-chilling wail. She let out a muffled grunt, her body pushed backward by the immense kinetic energy, her feet carving deep ruts into the ground, with debris scattering like raindrops. She had managed to block the blow, but at the cost of her agility. "I've got you now," the abomination sneered, eagerly anticipating this moment. Its enormous form unleashed an explosive force at odds with its size, akin to a cannonball fired from a cannon. Taking advantage of Selena's momentary distraction, its colossal fist descended with the intent to obliterate everything in its path, covering every possible escape route available to her. With no avenue for evasion, a fierce glint sparked in Selena's eyes. In a heartbeat, she flung the deformed remnants of the bus aside and channeled all her strength into her arms, the swirling light on her obsidian armor becoming blinding as she prepared to take on this cataclysmic strike. No! On board the helicopter, Bruce Banner gasped in horror, witnessing the destructive fist poised to engulf Selena's petite, yet resolute figure. Just as the situation reached a critical tipping point, a blinding beam of high-energy pulse fire tore through the night sky, striking the abomination's grotesque, twisted visage with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the impact caused its head to jerk violently, the fist narrowly missing Selena as it whistled past her, crashing into the wall behind her and creating a colossal breach. "Hey, big guy, over here. Your opponent is me." A voice, laced with metallic timbre and characterized by a signature nonchalance, echoed across the chaotic battlefield, accompanied by the distinctive hum of Tony Stark's crimson and gold armor soaring through the air. He hovered mid-flight, the palm of his hand still emanating a blue glow from the dissipating energy of his weapon. Ignoring Selena's earlier warning to keep his distance from the battlefield, he made his entrance. Selena remained unfazed in the wake of the rushing wind from the abomination's fist, gradually lowering her crossed arms. The pressure from the punch had indeed sent a strong tremor through her, yet her dark armor adeptly absorbed the kinetic energy, the internal biofield oscillating slightly, leaving her with only a mild, massaging hum within her body, devoid of any substantial injury. However, the crumbling wall had buried her beneath the debris. "Tony, you idiot!" Selena's voice, filled with shock and fury, reverberated through the communicator, laced with suppressed anger. "I told you not to come in. Your attacks are ineffective against him. He seems quite irate." No sooner had Tony spoken than he executed an urgent sidestep and roll. A massive slab of concrete, cutting through the air with a terrifying whoosh, hurtled past his previous position, crashing into a nearby building and leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The abomination, thoroughly incensed by this slap in the face, was further agitated by Selena's slippery maneuvers, and the taunting of the flying metallic creature ignited its primal desire for destruction. Abandoning its pursuit of Selena, the The monstrous yellow eyes locked onto the nimble crimson target in the air. "Insect, I shall tear you apart," the abomination roared, momentarily disregarding Selena as its massive form began to chase Tony with an agility that belied its size. Utilizing his aerial advantage, Tony darted swiftly between the low buildings, turning sharply like an elusive hummingbird. Yet, the abomination's destructive reach was vast. It abruptly seized a burning wreckage, hurling it like a colossal incendiary projectile, the sound of the wind shrieking as it hurtled toward the golden-red figure above. "Sir, a large projectile is incoming." Jarvis's alarm blared. "Taste this." Tony reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting as his palm cannon charged instantly. Whoosh! Boom! A concentrated beam of high-energy pulse struck the oncoming vehicle with precision. The deafening explosion erupted not far in front of Tony, an orange fireball expanding violently, its searing shockwave and thick black smoke engulfing the narrow airspace, completely obscuring Tony's vision and sensor readings. "Damn it! Vision lost!" Tony cursed, instinctively maneuvering his armor upwards, striving to escape the smoke screen. At that moment, as visibility was utterly consumed by flames and smoke, a piercing sound sliced through the cacophony of the explosion. A heavy slab of jagged concrete, the size of a door, was hurled by the abomination with terrifying force, following the car closely. It pierced through the lingering flames and smoke, expertly predicting Tony's evasive ascent with a calculated angle. "Sir, evade! Evade!" Jarvis's warning reached a fever pitch. The display within Tony's helmet was obscured by smoke, capturing only a blurred, immense shadow along with a frantic red warning box. He shifted directions urgently. Crash! The heavy concrete slab, having been narrowly deflected from a direct hit, scraped brutally against the left leg of the armor with its rough, sharp edge. Blinding sparks erupted instantly, akin to ignited magnesium, as a cacophony of metallic twisting and energy overload buzzed within the suit. Warning: severe damage to leg thrusters. Balance system failure. Jarvis's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. Tony felt an immense force yanking him sideways, the armor losing its stable posture in an instant, spiraling uncontrollably like a toppled gyroscope, plummeting toward a relatively intact street below. Tony gritted his teeth, striving to control the system and stabilize his stance before the impending impact. However, the damaged armor responded with alarming sluggishness. The abomination unleashed a ferocious roar, having spotted Tony's descent point. Its massive hind legs surged with power, propelling its colossal form skyward like a launched super projectile, casting a terrifying shadow infused with pure destructive force, accurately aimed at the spot where Tony was about to crash. Its fist, capable of obliterating tanks, was raised high, targeting the golden red armor that was still rolling on the ground, struggling to regain its footing. The abomination, a seasoned warrior, executed this maneuver in the blink of an eye. Tony, the figure of Selena, surged like lightning, darting through the debris with astonishing speed. The abomination's colossal fist, imbued with tremendous force, tore through the air, poised to crush Tony along with his armor completely. Suddenly, swift and viscous strands of white substance sliced through the dust-laden air, adhering with remarkable precision and unimaginable strength to the abomination's elevated elbow, shoulder, and its robust hind legs, which had no leverage in midair. These white strands tightened instantaneously, unleashing a powerful, agile, and ingeniously elastic dragging force. Caught in the act of descending, the abomination's massive body was unexpectedly yanked by this sudden force. It lost its balance, its vast form staggering in midair as its inevitable lethal punch, accompanied by a roar of indignation, crashed heavily against the asphalt beside Tony. Boom! The ground trembled violently, a deep crater forming instantaneously, while at the same moment, Selena yanked Tony away, debris and dust erupting, striking the armor with a cacophony of sound. "Get away from here. I'm waiting for an opportunity," Selena reiterated. The abomination steadied itself, feeling humiliated by the interruption of its 2 consecutive strikes, angrily tearing at the sticky webbing clinging to its arms and legs, searching for this audacious new adversary. Tony, shaken, lifted his head just in time to see the white strands clinging to the abomination, reflecting an unusual sheen in the firelight, remarkably resilient. Selena positioned herself protectively in front of Tony, her black armor covered in dust, yet exuding a fierce aura. Her sharp gaze swiftly scanned the shadows along the battlefield's periphery and the silhouettes of the towering buildings, a hint of seriousness flickering in her eyes. "Hey, big guy, picking on the little ones, isn't cool." A youthful, spirited voice rang out. Chapter 41. The Tangle. "Hey, big guy, picking on the little ones, isn't cool." A vibrant, youthful voice echoed from atop a towering water tank at the battlefield's edge, deliberately lowered in pitch yet still retaining its childlike quality. A figure clad in red and blue launched forth, propelled by strands of webbing as if shot from a slingshot, executing a nimble aerial flip before landing deftly atop a slanted lamppost not far from the Abomination and Tony. With a furious rage, the Abomination tore at the viscous webs clinging to its arms and legs, glaring with a bewildered ferocity at the newly emerged, smaller creature. Tony, shaken to his core, raised his head just in time to see the white strands of webbing stuck to the Abomination glimmering oddly in the firelight, remarkably resilient. The figure atop the lamppost appeared even more agile amidst the swirling smoke and flames. "Tony, can you still move?" Selena's low, calm voice resonated through the communicator, her shadowy form materializing beside him like a specter, shielding him from behind, her gaze icy as it locked onto the Abomination struggling to free itself from the web. "The thrusters are damaged. I can't fly, but I can still fight." Tony strained to rise, his suit emitting an unstable hum. "No," Selena's tone was resolute. "Fall back immediately. Evacuate the remaining civilians from this block, then retreat from the battlefield. I'll handle this." As she spoke, her sharp gaze flicked to the red and blue figure on the lamppost, focusing intently on that individual. "What?" "Selena." Tony clearly hesitated to leave. "Move now, Tony." Selena's voice grew stern. "Your suit can't withstand this. Go do what you must." Tony gazed at Selena's steadfast silhouette, then glanced at the Abomination, now frantically tearing at the webs, its fury palpable, and at the figure on the lamppost, seemingly poised to unleash another attack. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Understood. Be careful." He activated the remaining functional thrusters and staggered towards safety. At last, the Abomination ripped away the last large patch of webbing from its form, furiously flinging the sticky remnants to the ground. Its vicious yellow eyes swept between Selena and Spider-Man, ultimately locking onto Selena. "Annoying insect. I will settle the score for that slap." It charged once more, targeting Selena. Selena swiftly evaded, demonstrating an ethereal agility, easily sidestepping the Abomination's violent assault. Simultaneously, swish. Several strands of web shot forth with precision, not to attack the Abomination, but to ensnare the ground and debris in its path. Though it was their first collaboration, Selena and Spider-Man moved with remarkable fluidity. When the Abomination stepped onto the suddenly elevated sticky tripwire, it failed to topple. Yet the tremendous force was cushioned and dispersed by the webbing, causing its charge to falter abruptly. "Nice one." Spider-Man cheered from the lamppost, propelling himself again, utilizing the webs to maneuver swiftly amidst the surrounding ruins. "Keep your distance. Disrupt its momentum. Do not engage directly." Selena's voice resonated clearly to Spider-Man. "Understood, ma'am." Spider-Man responded immediately, a hint of excitement in his tone. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Selena darted around the Abomination like an elusive shadow, continuously weaving in and out of its reach. Utilizing her remarkable speed, she deftly evaded the Abomination's lethal strikes time and again. Her ebony fist struck with precision against its joints, ribs, and head, resonating with a dull thud akin to the beating of a drum. Each blow was potent enough to inflict pain, causing the Abomination to stagger and leaving shallow marks on its armor. Yet she withdrew her strikes just in time, never fully exerting herself. Her intent was merely to disrupt the Abomination's rhythm, inciting its fury and steering it away from the crowd. Meanwhile, Spider-Man flawlessly played the role of a support and crowd controller. He refrained from direct confrontation, instead anticipating the Abomination's movements with his extraordinary spider sense. He employed his webs to create obstacles, ensnaring its ankles to impede its movement, raising debris to obstruct its line of sight, and even briefly binding its outstretched arms with his resilient webs. His movements were as agile as a monkey in the jungle, darting and leaping among the ruins while continuously alerting, "Watch your left. Duck. Wow, that was close." Their synergy was nothing short of exquisite, one engaging in close combat to suppress the hatred, while the other harassed from a distance, concocting chaos. The abomination, despite its overwhelming size and strength, found itself ensnared, unable to unleash its devastating power, only able to emit increasingly frantic roars. However, the abomination was not merely a mindless beast. Within its serum-enhanced chaotic mind lingered the instincts of battle and cunning. It quickly sensed something amiss. The black-armored woman. The impact of her punches felt strangely off. Seizing a fleeting moment when the abomination was momentarily distracted by the webbing, Selena swiftly maneuvered in, delivering a lightning-fast side kick that landed forcefully on the side of the abomination's robust knee. Boom! The immense creature was knocked to one knee, fracturing the ground beneath it. Roar! The abomination abruptly lifted its head, its yellow eyes fixating intently on Selena, brimming with fury. Yet for the first time, a profound confusion surfaced within. Woman, you're holding back. Why? I crave a ferocious battle. Its colossal claws, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air, lunged at Selena, only for her to easily evade with a graceful backflip. Lightly landing, she remained silent in response to the abomination's inquiry. Beneath her helmet, her gaze seemed to rise momentarily, fleetingly glancing at the military helicopter still circling overhead, its spotlight locked onto the battlefield. It was this fleeting glance, such a minuscule movement, yet it did not escape the abomination's inhumanly keen senses. Following her line of sight, the abomination abruptly looked up, its vision piercing through smoke and flames. Locking onto the roaring military helicopter, it caught sight of the frail figure of Bruce Banner, barely visible through the window. In an instant, a spark of realization ignited within the abomination's disordered mind. It understood everything. Roar! Hulk! The abomination unleashed a thunderous roar, a cacophony of ecstasy, rage, an ultimate provocation. It no longer cast a glance at Selena or the bothersome little spider. At that moment, the terrifying power contained within its massive form erupted completely. Its powerful hind legs slammed into the ground like two colossal hydraulic piles. The solid pavement suddenly sank and collapsed. With a thunderous roar, the abomination charged towards the nearest building like an enraged behemoth, its colossal claws effortlessly piercing through the reinforced glass and concrete walls of the lower levels. Amidst the piercing sounds of shattering and tearing, its massive form began to ascend along the vertical facade with a speed defying the laws of physics. Its movements were wild and primal. Each grip left behind 5 grotesque gashes in the wall. Every step caused large fragments of glass and concrete to cascade downwards. Relying solely on brute strength in its claws, it carved out footholds on the smooth concrete surface, its immense body resembling an uncontrollable battering ram, leaving behind a trail of harrowing destruction as it madly climbed towards a rooftop. The entire building trembled under the terror of its ascent. With a deafening crash, the outer wall buckled inward, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading across a vast area. Harnessing this recoil, the abomination propelled itself like a colossal rocket, ignited and launched, emitting a terrifying shriek that pierced the air as it leapt from the pinnacle of the skyscraper. Its target, the helicopter hovering less than 100 meters above. Hurry! Ascend quickly! Inside the helicopter, General Ross, peering through the window, was horrified to witness the terrifying silhouette rapidly enlarging as it emerged from the rooftop below. Roaring with anguish, the helicopter's engine emitted a terrifying shriek on the brink of its limits as the pilot desperately pulled up the nose, striving to escape the deadly strike zone at the fastest speed possible. Chapter 42. Hulk the Abomination's massive claws, covered in thick bone armor, clamped down with tremendous force on the right main landing gear of the helicopter with a resounding clang. The immense weight of its body caused the helicopter to plummet suddenly. The heavy military helicopter groaned like it had been struck by a giant hammer, tilting and swaying violently, while alarm lights in the cabin flashed frantically, their shrill beeps nearly drowning out the roar of the engine. General Ross and the other soldiers were instantaneously thrown against the cabin wall by the overwhelming inertia, their heads spinning, fingers gripping the safety rings turning white from exertion, their faces etched with terror. Damn it! It's below us! It's pulling us down! The pilot screamed hysterically, desperately pushing the control stick as the engine output soared to its peak, barely managing to keep the helicopter hovering amidst the violent turbulence. Unable to break free from the monster's grasp. In that moment of dread, a dark figure shot upwards like an arrow from below, landing precisely on the abomination's broad, spiny back. She could not unleash her full power here. The combination of the abomination's heavy form and her strength could easily rend the fragile helicopter to pieces. And there were innocent soldiers inside, besides Ross. Release. With a fierce command, Selena unleashed her formidable fists, imbued with the power to penetrate tank armor, yet she restrained herself, wielding them like two heavy hammers aimed directly at the grotesque arms gripping the landing gear, targeting the elbow joints and wrists. The resounding thuds echoed, clearly, even amidst the cacophony of the rapidly rotating blades. Sparks flew as the grotesque's armored limbs were struck, revealing fine cracks. Its pain eliciting a furious growl, yet its ironclad claws remained unyielding, tightening their grip even further. The grotesque twisted its monstrous head, its yellow eyes locking onto Selena, who clung to its back, a malevolent and cunning grin spreading across its face. Suddenly, its massive claws rose with the terrifying might capable of shattering peaks, slamming down upon the helicopter's fragile fuselage. The alloy shell, hard as it was, crumbled like paper before the grotesque's talons, ripping apart to create a gaping hole, further destabilizing the already precarious aircraft. No. Two soldiers positioned perilously close to the breach had no time to scream, instantly flung from the craft like kites severed from their strings, helplessly plummeting downward. Selena instinctively gasped, her breath hitching as she caught herself mid-syllable, her pupils dilating behind her visor. She could not reveal herself yet. Swiftly, she corrected Spider-Man. At that moment, a red and blue figure darted through the air like the sharpest bullet, having already launched himself to a safe yet elevated vantage point, observing the battlefield. The youthful voice held no trace of hesitation. With a rapid succession of sounds, strands of web shot forth at speeds surpassing that of bullets, not aimed at the grotesque, but rather precisely anticipating the soldier's descent. Like the strongest lifelines, they ensnared the waists and thighs of the two soldiers, the powerful stickiness and resilience countering the terrifying force of their fall. "I've got you. Don't be afraid." Spider-Man's voice, tinged with breathlessness, resonated as he flexed his muscular arms, anchoring them against the robust ruins of a nearby structure, halting the soldiers' descent, allowing them to hover in midair, their astonished cries filling the cabin. Within the confines of the helicopter, Dr. Bruce Banner, huddled in the corner, his pallid face trembling violently from fear, suddenly lifted his head. His gaze, piercing through the shattered fuselage, met the grotesque's yellow eyes filled with a desire for destruction and the shadow of Selena on its back. Selena's eyes pierced through her helmet, imbued with a serene yet resolute strength, briefly yet profoundly affirming with a nod. That look seemed to convey, "Now is the moment, Bruce." In an instant, all of Banner's hesitation and retreat were supplanted by a fierce determination to forge ahead. He was uncertain if he could still transform into the Hulk, but he knew precisely what he must do. Banner emitted a roar that was a tumultuous blend of fear, pain, and ultimate liberation. Amidst the incredulous gasps of General Ross and his soldiers, he forcefully pushed away the hands of those attempting to restrain him, unleashing a strength far beyond the ordinary as he leaped across the gaping chasm. "Banner!" General Ross exclaimed in astonishment. Like a moth drawn to a flame, Banner hurled himself from the precarious helicopter, devoid of parachute or protection. His frail form unfurled in the tempestuous winds, facing the inferno and debris-shrouded ruins of the city below. Commencing a free fall, gravity mercilessly yanked at him. The roar of the wind whistled in his ears, and the shadow of death loomed closer than ever. It carried an odd sense of liberation. Time seemed to stretch. Selena's gaze followed the descending figure intently, as the abhorrent roars echoed above. Spider-Man hung steadily in the distance, supporting two soldiers. Then a dull thud resonated, akin to the Earth's heart being shattered, emanating from the distant streets below, overpowering the helicopter's roar and the vile howls. A circular shockwave, laden with thick dust, suddenly radiated from the impact site. Banner's body crashed violently to the ground. Witnessing this, Selena struck the abomination's hand, which clutched the helicopter, pouring her strength into the blow, targeting the joint with precision. The abomination's hardened exoskeleton emitted a painful crunch, the agony forcing its massive claw to relinquish its grip. With a roar of indignation, the abomination's colossal form lost its support and plummeted from beneath the helicopter. "Get away! Move to a safe zone," General Ross bellowed hoarsely at the pilot. The helicopter, freed from the abomination's grasp, regained partial control, its engine roaring with the sound of survival. Shakily ascending, Selena did not pursue the falling abomination. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction of Banner's descent. The dust-laden pit lay in eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Her heart sank. "No, it can't be," she whispered, instantly activating her supervision. Her sight pierced through the swirling dust and the accumulated rubble, focusing on the pit's bottom. Though Bruce Banner's body was largely buried beneath the debris, his chest still rose and fell, his heart pounding violently, green blood beginning to circulate throughout his body. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pit, far more profound and heavy than any preceding explosion, as if a terrifying force from the Earth's core had been unleashed. Countless rocks, concrete blocks, and twisted rebar, stacked above the pit, were hurled skyward as if by an invisible giant's power. From the center, a colossal fist, covered in resilient green skin, emerged like a pillar breaking through the gates of hell, smashing through the rubble above the pit. Roar! A colossal figure, robust and muscular, resembling verdant mountains, erupted from the depths of the swirling smoke. His feet struck the battered street with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble as if it had been struck by a meteor, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly once more. The green skin shimmered under the glow of flames, exuding an aura of primal strength, while tattered pants hung loosely at his waist. His eyes, ablaze with fury yet devoid of pure hatred, were fixated on the long-standing adversary who had just risen before him. "Hulk!" His voice, deep and thunderous, declared his presence. "Hulk!" A similarly resounding roar echoed through the night, as the abomination, shaking off the impact of Selena's blow, rose from the shallow crater he had created. His enormous yellow eyes were now filled with raw rage and exhilaration. He had finally awaited this true battle. Chapter 43. Hulk to the rescue. The abomination's maniacal laughter nearly drowned out its roar. Those yellow eyes locked on a Hulk, brimming with twisted excitement and longing. This was the fight it had yearned for, one that it would pursue at any cost, and it no longer paid heed to Selena and Spider-Man in the distance. In its world, there remained only this green brother, equally infused with gamma power. Roar! Hulk! Bring it on! The abomination's massive form surged forward with an overwhelming momentum, akin to an uncontrollable siege hammer, each step causing the ground to moan as it charged at Hulk, who was slightly smaller in stature. Massive bone claws tore through the air, carrying a suffocating gale, and lunged fiercely at Hulk's head. Hulk let out a furious roar, crossing his arms to shield himself. Boom! The bone claws collided violently with the green fists, producing a sound that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The ground beneath Hulk erupted, his formidable body sliding back several meters under the sheer force of this primal strength. The abomination's power and sheer physicality proved to be superior. Seizing the moment, the abomination's rage intensified. It needed no respite. Another colossal fist, encased in heavy bone armor, followed swiftly, descending like a tempest. Boom! 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 Each strike landed with devastating force, capable of shattering concrete walls. Hulk was compelled to enter a defensive stance, his enormous frame constantly blocking, sidestepping, and retreating as his sinewy muscles quaked under the relentless onslaught. The green hue of his skin deepened as the ground beneath him was battered into deep pits, stones scattering in all directions. For the moment, the abomination, endowed with greater size, held the advantage. It reveled in the exhilaration of domination. Each time it drove Hulk back, it emitted an excited roar. Bone claws grazed Hulk's chest, drawing forth droplets of green blood accompanied by a harsh scraping sound. The giant fist crashed against Hulk's blocking arm, creating a dull thud akin to a drumbeat. Despite Hulk's continuous roars, he appeared somewhat on the defensive, and within the depths of his fiery eyes, there simmered an indescribable sense of repression and restraint, preventing him from fully unleashing the ultimate power of his rage. Good heavens. The big guy is in a precarious situation. Spider-Man skillfully swung down from the edge of a partially collapsed rooftop, observing the Hulk, who was being thoroughly suppressed and forced to retreat below. Anxiously, he voiced his concern to Selena. Should we intervene? At this rate, Hulk is going to be in serious trouble. Selena hovered in midair, her dark visor concealing a calm gaze that swept across the battlefield. The time has come. Strike. Her voice was concise and powerful, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. Understood. Spider-Man responded with renewed vigor, his tone brimming with determination. Let's go. Before his words had fully left his lips, Selena's figure surged forward with sudden acceleration. Her obsidian armor carved a fierce trajectory through the flames, resembling the scythe of death in the night. Silent yet as swift as lightning, aimed directly at the side of the Abomination's ferocious assault. She targeted the creature's relatively weaker joints, needing only to expose a vulnerability to hand the stage over to Hulk. Simultaneously, a series of resilient webs shot forth like preemptive traps, accurately targeting the massive arm of the Abomination, which had just been raised to strike Hulk. The webs acted like invisible reins, abruptly redirecting the creature's arm at the moment of impact. The Abomination's colossal fist grazed Hulk's shoulder, crashing forcefully against the load-bearing column of a nearby, dilapidated building. With a thunderous roar, the column shattered, and a significant portion of the structure collapsed amid a cloud of dust. Hulk, who was enduring direct pressure, suddenly felt the strain on his sides and above diminish sharply. The Abomination, caught off guard by this unexpected and masterfully executed ambush, faltered in its movements. The awkward sensation of its arm being forcibly redirected by the webs, coupled with the numbing impact of Selena's kick, heavy as an iron whip, on the back of its knee, caused its massive form to teeter for the first time. However, instead of displaying any sign of anger or panic, the Abomination's face contorted into an even more grotesque and frenzied grin. This smile distorted its already hideous facial muscles, and its yellow eyes glimmered with a near-morbid delight. Ha ha ha! The Abomination bellowed with ear-splitting laughter, infused with sheer exhilaration. Yes, I'll crush you all. With a thunderous roar that conveyed little meaning, the Abomination abruptly changed direction. Its powerful hind legs unleashed a terrifying force, akin to an out-of-control bulldozer, barreling toward the panicked civilians fleeing in terror. No, it's going after the civilians. Spider-Man exclaimed in alarm. Hulk let out an angry growl and, with heavy strides, followed closely behind. The Abomination's massive form rampaged through the narrow streets, recklessly seizing overturned cars and shattered lampposts, hurling them like refuse at the three heroes pursuing from behind. At an intersection choked with debris from an explosion, a toppled tanker truck lay in the way, its tank ruptured, spilling a noxious stream of fuel across the ground. Die, insects! The Abomination cackled, grabbing a small car and flinging it violently toward the tanker. Bang! Metal fragments, in a frenzied dance of friction, ignited a cascade of sparks akin to the sigh of death, gently caressing the rapidly spreading expanse of ignited fuel. Boom! Instantaneously, a fiery orange blaze erupted, resembling a raging dragon of flames, voraciously extending along the flowing path of fuel, consuming the wreckage of the tanker, surrounding debris, and vast stretches of pavement in an instant. The searing tongues of fire licked the air with crackling sounds, lunging towards nearby precarious residential buildings, where the scorching heat wave made the skin of citizens standing dozens of meters away sting. Help! Fire! The flames are approaching. Run! Desperate cries echoed from civilians trapped at the edge of the inferno, their escape routes severed by the explosion and fire. Selena and Spider-Man's expressions shifted dramatically. Rescuing those in peril became paramount. Save them! Spider-Man's webs shot forth towards the trapped individuals. Yet, the blaze spread with alarming swiftness. In this critical moment, a thunderous roar filled with urgency and resolve reverberated amidst the flames. Hulk! He stood closest to the inferno, the searing flames and the desperate cries of the trapped resonating through his very being. The green fire of rage burned in his eyes, intertwined with an unprecedented, fervent will to halt the destruction. His massive frame pivoted towards the conflagration, raising his colossal green hands like siege hammers high above his head. With unmatched strength, Hulk's hands came crashing down towards the burning truck, exerting every ounce of his formidable power. Boom! It was not merely the dull thud of metal colliding, but a profoundly deep and resonant sound, as if the very fabric of space quaked in response. A visible, almost tangible white shockwave erupted violently from the center of his striking palms. This wave surged forth like a colossal tide, propelled by Hulk's raw yet pure strength, sweeping fiercely towards the raging flames. Miraculously, the flames were instantly subdued, torn apart, and then suffocated. The roaring inferno was extinguished in an instant, leaving only charred remnants and swirling smoke. The fire was extinguished. The searing heat was rapidly dispersed by an even fiercer gust of air. Those civilians, mere moments ago ensnared by the deadly flames and crying out in despair, now stood in disbelief, gazing at the astonishing scene before them. They looked upon the figure, standing amidst the smoke like a green mountain, the giant who had once inspired dread, now reflecting their bewilderment and an indescribable sense of awe and gratitude. Hulk maintained his position with palms raised, his chest heaving dramatically, as green steam billowed from his massive form. He slowly lowered his massive hand, his gaze sweeping over the rescued civilians. A fleeting expression, exceedingly rare and incongruent with his ferocious temperament, resembling a profound sense of relief, momentarily solidified upon his rugged visage. "Well done, Hulk." Selena, engaged in a fierce struggle with Abomination, caught a glimpse of the awe-inspiring scene where Hulk extinguished the flames and saved the innocents, her taut lips involuntarily curling into a smile of relief. Finally, she could act without restraint, clenching her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking like a coiled spring ready to unleash its force. Her keen eyes pierced through the swirling smoke as if she were a hawk locking onto its prey. With a voice icy and laced with long-repressed power, she taunted, "Have you ever been struck, you hideous creature?" Chapter 44. The overwhelming force as Abomination's colossal form staggered back to its feet from the haze. A shadow tore through the air, descending with urgency. Selena surged forth like a comet ensconced in a tempest of darkness, her sleek, ebony Kryptonian battle suit absorbing the chaotic light around her. Abomination barely had time to react before a fist, encased in dark material, collided with his jaw with a thunderous crack. The sound reverberated ominously. The grotesque figure was lifted off the ground, his feet leaving the earth as incredulity flickered across his murky eyes for the first time. Selena did not grant him the luxury of a descent. With a delicate pivot on her toes, the asphalt cracked beneath her like fragile ice, and her dark cloak trailed behind her, leaving a phantom in its wake as she soared above Abomination. Clenching her hands into fists, she summoned the full might of a tempest to bring them crashing down. Boom! Abomination plummeted like a meteor, forcefully thrust into the heart of the intersection. The concrete pavement crumbled instantly, spiderweb-like fractures erupting into a deep pit several meters in diameter, dust and debris soaring into the sky. Wow! Peter Parker, aiding in the evacuation of the last few civilians at the edge of the ruins, abruptly halted, his mask's white eyes widening to their fullest extent. What kind of power is this? Hulk, having just set down the last twisted vehicle frame, also paused, his green head snapping towards the epicenter of the battleground. His heavy breaths stilled for a moment, and within his wild eyes, the silhouette of the dark figure, draped in a billowing cloak, was vividly reflected. That troubling memory surged back to him. In the helicopter circling above, General Ross pressed his face against the window, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Had she been concealing her strength all along? Who is she, truly? The expressions of all the soldiers in the cabin froze in disbelief, silence enveloping the communication channel, leaving only the roar of the engines. Meanwhile, in the Stark Tower laboratory, JAR-VIS projected the real-time, ultra-high-definition footage captured by satellites onto a massive screen. Tony Stark held his coffee cup aloft, his hand frozen in midair as he gazed intently at the figure on the screen, one that exerted absolute power over the Abomination. With a slight twitch of his lips, his voice, laden with complex emotions, flowed through the encrypted channel directly into Selena's earpiece. "Wow, Miss Kent, you clearly possess the capability to subdue this monster directly." In the pit, the Abomination struggled to rise, emitting a furious roar. Selena's gaze hardened, and her form vanished once more. Bang! 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 Crack! A series of muffled thuds and the eerie sounds of shattering bones erupted in rapid succession. The abomination's colossal body resembled a massive sandbag, relentlessly assaulted from every angle by Selena's blurred black figure. Each contact resonated with explosive bursts of air and tremors beneath foot. Its attempt to retaliate only struck air and afterimages, while Selena's every blow landed with precision upon its joints, ribs, and skull, causing its massive form to falter, staggering backward, and even being flung anew, crashing into a newsstand at the street corner, then breaking through a low shop's wall, bricks flying in all directions. Once again, she hurled the abomination with a forceful punch that shattered a nearby fire hydrant, sending a torrent of water cascading over it, leaving it in a disheveled state. Selena hovered several feet above the ground, her black cloak billowing like a banner in the turbulent air. She tilted her head slightly, as if listening, and calmly responded to Tony through the communicator. "I need help to rescue the people." Her voice, amidst the chaos of battle, held an extraordinary tranquility. It was all part of the plan. Amidst the swirling mist, the abomination bellowed in rage, tearing a broken lamppost from the ground and hurling it at her like a javelin. Selena barely moved, simply raising her hand to swat it away. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out deafeningly. The heavy metal pole hurtled back with greater speed, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it collided forcefully with the abomination's broad chest, causing it to stumble back with a muffled grunt. Almost simultaneously, her knee, infused with unmatched power, struck the abomination's face, sending several teeth flying. The abomination's arm bones groaned under the weight of Selena's knee, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, but this was merely the beginning. A glint of cold light flashed in Selena's eyes. Her waist twisted as the amassed power, like a spring compressed to its limit, was suddenly unleashed. Boom! She propelled both feet into the abomination's chest. No longer merely an impact, but a devastating force capable of rending the earth itself. The abomination's massive body was struck as if by a giant cannon, bowing sharply, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar and a cascade of shattered stones and debris, propelled toward the far end of the block like a severed kite. Just then, a massive green figure erupted from the nearby ruins with a thunderous roar. Hulk's muscles, taut as steel cables, coiled as he swung his right fist upward with the might to topple mountains. Bang! Another pulse-pounding thud reverberated through the air. The trajectory of the abomination, altered against its will, resembled a tennis ball struck by a racket, careening back toward the very spot where Selena had just landed. She slightly bent her knees, her black cloak clinging to her form as she moved with remarkable speed, calculating the trajectory and velocity of the oncoming abomination with precision. She lowered her body to the limit, channeling her strength like a flowing stream into her right fist, which cut through the air in a dark arc. With a resounding thud, her perfectly timed punch collided forcefully with the unguarded abdomen of the abomination. The shockwave erupted in a circular burst, the creature's spine cracking under the strain as its massive form arced through the air, landing with a thud at Hulk's feet, leaving a spiderweb-like crater in the concrete. This time, the abomination could not rise. It lay at the bottom of the pit, its chest heaving violently, issuing weak and labored breaths akin to a deflating bellows, spewing hot, yellow-green blood. Its murky eyes brimmed with pain and disbelief. Even the fury it once possessed seemed utterly dissipated. A figure clad in red and blue swung gracefully on webs, landing securely on a broken lamp post nearby. Peter Parker's voice trembled with excitement from beneath his mask. This was simply exhilarating. Hulk, panting heavily, let out a menacing growl as he advanced step by step towards the defenseless abomination in the pit. His enormous green fist rose once more, eyes ablaze with fury, clearly intent on reducing his nemesis to mere pulp. Yet, he refrained from striking. A low growl emanating from his throat, his fist hovering in mid-air, muscles quaking with restraint. Gradually, Hulk began to calm, a complex array of emotions surfacing in his gaze. After a prolonged moment, the abomination could no longer rise. Selena appeared as if teleporting, positioning herself between Hulk and the pit, her black cloak cascading behind her, forming an invisible barrier. She spoke to the raging green giant with a serene and almost soothing tone. "The sun is about to rise." These words seemed imbued with a certain magic. Hulk's body stiffened suddenly, his pupils flickering intensely, as his rage ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a profound human struggle for release. His heavy breathing gradually steadied, his raised fist drooping listlessly, and his massive form slightly hunched. The green skin began to contract and fade like melting wax, the contours of his muscles dissipating. Within mere seconds, the mountain-like green behemoth vanished, leaving only the naked form of Bruce Banner behind. Banner swayed, darkness encroaching his vision. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold rubble beneath him. Gasping for air, he weakly supported himself with trembling hands, his face a tapestry of relief, confusion, and deep exhaustion as he gazed up at the sky now clearing of smoke. The battle had come to an end. In the distance, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. Chapter 45. Do not ask why amidst fire and water the sound of helicopter rotors stirred the heavy air left in the wake of the battle. The transport helicopter, adorned with military insignia and its exterior marred by scratches and dents, resembled a wounded bird, struggling to find a barely level patch of ground amidst the devastation at the intersection. As dust swirled around, the cabin door swung open with a resounding thud. General Ross emerged first, his camouflage uniform still impeccably pressed, though the collar hung slightly loose and his face was slick with sweat, betraying an effort to maintain his authority amidst an undeniable fatigue and complex emotions. Following him were several soldiers, their expressions tense and weapons gripped tightly, scanning the battlefield that had just endured unimaginable destruction. Dr. Banner slumped against the cold rubble, utterly drained, barely able to lift a finger. His bare skin was caked with dirt and bruises. Peter Parker cautiously descended from a lamppost, landing lightly beside Banner, his large eyes behind the mask blinking with curiosity. "Hey, buddy." Peter's voice carried the youthful wonder and slight nervousness characteristic of his age as he pointed towards the faintly gasping abomination in the pit, and then at Banner. "You were that big guy. The green one, super powerful? How did you do that? Some kind of biotechnology? Oh my gosh, that's so cool." His words flowed rapidly as ever. Banner struggled to lift his eyelids, his vision hazy as he regarded the young man clad in a red and blue spider suit, the corners of his mouth twisting into an almost imperceptible, bitter smile. "It's a long story, kid." His voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, laden with the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "A very long story. What about this?" Peter swiftly shifted the topic back to the abomination. His curiosity piqued like that of an inquisitive cat. "This big guy is almost out of breath. What do we do? We can't just let the police come and slap handcuffs on him, right?" "I think regular handcuffs might. The military will handle the follow-up," a deep voice interjected. General Ross had approached, his gaze sweeping over the abomination, which lay on the brink of collapse, his eyes revealing both scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of regret. He then turned his attention to Selena, the formidable black figure radiating an aura of power, standing calmly a few paces in front of Banner and Peter, like a silent black monolith. Finally, his gaze landed on the disheveled Banner, his expression flickering with complexity. Standing tall, Ross addressed Selena as if she were the true authority in the situation, his voice resonant and formal. "On behalf of the United States government and the citizens of New York who were spared, I extend our deepest gratitude. You have saved countless lives from peril and prevented immeasurable destruction." His words were formulaic, infused with the characteristic intonation of a soldier. However, Selena's response felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. "General Ross, if you do not attempt to collect or replicate powers that you cannot possibly control, the citizens would not have found themselves in this so-called peril." Selena's voice resonated with unwavering clarity across the fractured streets, even overpowering the distant wail of sirens and the increasingly louder thrum of a media helicopter, eager to capture the unfolding scene from above. General Ross's stern countenance momentarily froze, quickly replaced by a flicker of undeniable embarrassment and irritation. Instinctively, he raised his hand, clearing his throat with undue force, the veins in his neck faintly pulsating. The soldiers behind him held their breath, their gazes wandering restlessly. Ross's voice emerged hoarse and dry, avoiding Selena's piercing ice-blue eyes that seemed to see through him. "You are correct. In terms of assessment, control, and understanding consequences, we truly..." He struggled to find the words, ultimately inhaling deeply, having learned a painfully profound lesson. Selena did not turn to him again. Her gaze shifted to the helicopters emblazoned with various news stations, their cameras greedily trained on the wreckage and figures below. She then cast a glance at the news vans racing around the street corner, adorned with logos from multiple media outlets. With determination, she pivoted and strode over to the slumped figure of Banner. Ignoring the dust and dishevelment clinging to him, Selena extended an arm under his armpit, effortlessly lifting the exhausted Banner as one might a ragged sack. He emitted a weak groan, his body nearly limp against hers, feet dragging uselessly along the ground. With Banner supported, Selena turned once more to face Ross, her stance exuding an undeniable authority. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, her tone succinct and frigid. "Doctor, Banner is coming with me. Do you have any objections, General Ross?" Her voice, though not loud, bore an intangible weight, as if the very air around them had thickened. Ross instinctively retreated half a step, quickly realizing that this diminished his authority, and he halted. He shook his head repeatedly, almost involuntarily gesturing dismissively, his tone tinged with a desperate eagerness to absolve himself. "No, no, no. Of course, there are no objections. Dr. Bruce Banner deserves proper care and rest. It is only right." Selena offered no further words, not sparing Ross another glance. She slightly tilted her head, addressing the somewhat bewildered young hero beside her. Spider-Man. Peter, as if summoned, stood upright with a start. "Yes. Ma'am? You did well." Selena's voice revealed an exceedingly rare hint of warmth. "Keep it up, and we may meet again." Before her words could settle, the ground beneath her feet shattered silently, a wave of energy bursting forth. Without any preliminary movement or warning, Selena, with Banner in tow, ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of black, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the atmosphere and soaring toward the heavens. "Wow," Peter exclaimed, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself from the powerful gust and swirling dust. The large eyes on his mask intently followed the swiftly vanishing black within the twilight sky, his tone brimming with unabashed envy and astonishment. "My goodness, how fast! This is far cooler than a roller coaster." "Wait, I don't have the money for a roller coaster." General Ross was momentarily staggered by the sudden gust of wind, instinctively grasping the shoulder of a nearby soldier to steady himself. He tilted his head upward, gazing in the direction where Selena had disappeared, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Ultimately, all emotions settled into a profound sense of helplessness and dread. "Sir," a soldier nervously reminded him, pointing to the reporters and cameramen who had already arrived at the scene and were attempting to breach the cordon. Weary, Ross waved his hand. "Proceed according to protocol. Secure the area and retrieve the target. Inform those reporters that there is no comment. Everything will be based on the official military statement later." His tone regained its customary hardness, yet fatigue was evident. "Hey, General." Peter's voice interrupted Ross's thoughts. The young Spider-Man had already adjusted to the situation, waving his arm equipped with a web shooter at Ross. "Since I'm no longer needed here, I should be off. I still haven't finished my homework. See you." His tone was light, as if he had not just experienced a battle that nearly devastated several city blocks. "Wait, Spider-Man." Ross attempted to call him back for a question, but Peter had already raised his hand, a milky white web precisely adhering to the top of a relatively intact building in the distance. With a whoosh, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, the red and blue figure soared upward, tracing a dynamic arc in the air before vanishing into the shadows of the towering structures. Amidst the cacophony of the media's shouts, soldiers began to mobilize, and the distant wail of sirens intertwined. In the shattered center of the intersection, only General Ross and the soldiers beside him remained, along with the monstrous being lying in the enormous pit, reduced to faint breaths and sporadic twitches. General Ross trudged heavily towards the edge of the pit. He looked down, his silence lasting for what felt like an eternity, with only the sounds of soldiers setting up barricades and the distant clamor of journalists surrounding him. Finally, he released a deep, silent sigh, his voice barely audible, heavy with an indescribable weight and a hint of barely perceptible regret. "Is that you, Blonsky?" The bewildered, hateful pupils narrowed, turning towards Ross. Chapter 46. Recruiting Banner on the rooftop terrace of Stark Tower. The brilliant night view of New York unfolded beneath him, the wind carrying a hint of chill. Tony Stark leaned against the transparent glass wall, holding a glass of amber liquid, surveying the distant smoke and flashing police lights in the direction of Brooklyn, still unsettled. A blurred shadow descended from the sky with astonishing speed, hovering silently for a moment at the edge of the terrace before landing lightly, barely stirring a speck of dust. Selena Kent stood firmly there, her left hand effortlessly lifting the nearly unconscious Bruce Banner as if carrying a travel bag. She cast a glance at Tony, offering no pleasantries, allowing her arm to drop casually. Banner let out a low groan, unceremoniously tossed onto the cold floor like a sack of potatoes, struggling to catch his breath as his chest heaved violently. He pressed his hands firmly against his heart, his complexion as pale as parchment, cold sweat drenching his hair. His voice came in ragged gasps. I flew too fast. I couldn't control my heartbeat. Hulk was almost about to emerge. Selena raised her left hand, her fingers deftly tapping on a sleek black wrist device. The dark Kryptonian battle suit that clung to her lithe form undulated like a living stream of shadow, rapidly dissolving from her neck downward. As if erased by an invisible brush, the powerful and enigmatic attire vanished within seconds, revealing her pre-dawn casual wear, a fitted athletic tank top that accentuated her sculpted arms and taut midriff, paired with snug athletic shorts. The expanse of her fair skin shone brilliantly under the bright morning light on the terrace, presenting a striking contrast to her earlier appearance. Tony observed the transformation with keen interest, taking a sip from his glass, a characteristic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Selena before settling on her face, his tone laced with playful mockery. Well, the child has grown up. He elongated the last syllable. Selena shot him a blank look, her beautiful blue eyes betraying no emotion, and delivered a perfectly executed eye roll. She bent down, grasping Banner's arm to help him rise from the frigid floor, almost supporting him as they made their way to the expansive, comfortable outdoor sofa at the center of the terrace. Tony quickly fetched a robe to cover Banner, whose clothes had long since been rendered rags by Hulk's transformation. Banner sank into the cushions like a heap of clay, leaning back against the soft pillows, exhaling a long breath as if trying to expel all the dread lodged in his lungs. How are you feeling, Doctor? Tony inquired more seriously, moving to a nearby bar. Would you like something to calm your nerves? About everything you could desire. Banner weakly waved a hand, his voice hoarse. Water, or perhaps some vegetable juice. Thank you. Ever since that incident, he had sworn off high sugar and alcoholic beverages. A hint of bitter amusement and resignation flickered in his eyes. Tony nodded, swiftly pouring a glass of clear ice water and retrieving a bottle of what appeared to be a healthy green juice, handing it to Banner. He then poured himself a measure of brandy and turned to Selena. Orange juice? That will do, Selena replied succinctly, accepting the vibrant glass of orange juice and walking to the edge of the terrace, her back to them as she gazed at the horizon, still dimly lit by the dawn, the cool morning breeze tousling her hair. Tony settled into the armchair opposite Banner, leaning slightly forward, his gaze inquisitive. So, Dr. Banner, what are your plans moving forward? Clutching the glass of ice water, Banner's fingers tightened until his knuckles turned white. He lowered his head, weariness and confusion evident in his eyes, his voice a mere whisper. Plans? I was unaware that my original laboratory had long since vanished. Now the entire world is aware of my potential to transform into a monster. The recent chaos in New York has made it evident to the military, law enforcement, and the public alike what the Hulk truly embodies. He rubbed his forehead in anguish, pondering, where can I go? Where can I live a normal life? Tony swirled his glass, the amber liquid reflecting a mesmerizing glow under the light. He fell silent for a few moments, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before speaking in a tone characteristic of a business elite. You see, you're a genius, Bruce. The knowledge and potential you possess have been overshadowed and squandered by that hulking figure. It is simply unjust. He set down his glass, straightening his posture, his expression growing serious. Stark Industries boasts the finest laboratories in the world, equipped with cutting-edge technology, and most importantly, substantial funding and a hint of government connections. A sly smile crept onto his face as he continued. I am establishing a brand new frontier department focused on clean energy. Your expertise would be an invaluable asset to Stark Industries. Rather than hide away, why not remain with me? You might discover, well, a second chance? Banner lifted his gaze, a flicker of light appearing in his eyes, a long-suppressed scholarly yearning for a premier research environment. Yet, the glimmer was soon shrouded by the shadows of reality. Mr. Stark. Thank you. But work is only part of the equation. The Hulk is the core issue. As long as he exists, I will never be able to truly live normally. A bomb that could explode at any moment. No one would truly accept his presence among the crowd. Tony did not respond directly. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance toward Selena, who stood by the railing. Selena seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned around, carrying a glass of orange juice. She approached the sofa, calmly taking over the discussion. Plans are already in place. Tony has recorded sufficient video material to demonstrate that the Hulk is controllable and positive, alongside testimonies from various witnesses, including you and Miss Betty. Her words were clear and composed, exuding a sense of command. We will leverage this material. A series of meticulously crafted articles, complete with a chain of evidence, will be strategically published in several influential media outlets. The core narrative is straightforward. Secret military human experimentation and the political persecution of an innocent scientist. You, Bruce Banner, are an almost perfect victim. The public needs to understand the truth and require an acceptable rationale to explain the existence of the Hulk. Tony interjected with a hint of cunning. Once public opinion exerts pressure, we can utilize some, well, informal channels to communicate with Capitol Hill and the Pentagon. We need to make them understand that forcing you into the role of a public enemy serves no one's interest. Acknowledging reality and incorporating you into a framework of oversight and collaboration is the only viable option to mitigate losses. In this way, you could reintegrate into society, albeit under appropriate supervision. As Banner listened to their plans, he instinctively tightened his grip on the glass in his hand. The chill of the ice water seemed insufficient to quell the warmth surging within him. Could this truly be possible? He murmured, his voice tinged with a long-forgotten tremor. Things are in our hands, Doctor. Tony shrugged, taking a sip of his drink. However, his expression soon turned hesitant as he glanced at Selena once more, his eyes questioning. Selena nodded in understanding. She set down her orange juice and approached Banner, gently patting his still, trembling shoulder. Her touch, though not tender, exuded a reassuring strength. We're intervening in this matter, Bruce, Selena said, meeting his slightly panicked gaze with clarity and determination. Besides standing up for what's right, there is another purpose. She paused, seemingly waiting for Banner to absorb her words. Confused, Banner looked at them. What purpose? We need you, Selena continued, her tone serious. Not just your intellect, as Bruce Banner, but also the strength of the green giant within you. We require your presence in the Avengers. The Avengers? Who are we avenging? Banner felt bewildered by the term. Just a name. Tony interjected, leaning forward, his gaze sharpening. A team of heroes composed of individuals like us, rather unique in nature. Our objective is to confront threats that conventional forces cannot handle, such as the abomination we face today, and potentially more dangerous foes in the future. Banner was utterly taken aback, as if he had been told a fantastical tale. He shook his head vigorously. Wait. Selena, Tony, are you joking? The Hulk? He can't be controlled. The Hulk saved many today. Selena interrupted him, her tone resolute and her eyes locked onto Banner's. She gave his shoulder a firm pat, her gaze unwavering. You certainly can be a hero. A brief silence enveloped the terrace. Banner stared blankly into Selena's clear, ice-blue eyes and then glanced at Tony Stark, whose eyes sparkled with encouragement and anticipation. Join us, Banner, Tony urged. Banner opened his mouth to inquire. How many people are in this team? Currently, it's just me. Tony scratched his head. Chapter 47. Conversations after the battle, the eastern skyline began to glow with the first light of dawn. The deep blue night sky yielding to warm hues of orange and gold. The sunlight flowed like molten gold through the silhouette of New York's steel forest, dispelling the chill of night and illuminating the three sleepless figures on a rooftop. The city's pulse resumed, as the streets below buzzed with the gradually increasing sounds of honking cars and human voices, heralding the start of a new day. Tony exaggeratedly stretched, the sound of cracking joints breaking the tranquility of the terrace. A new day has dawned. It's time to treat everyone's appetite, he declared. So, gentlemen, what would you like to eat? My kitchen is at your service 24 hours a day, fully stocked. Wrapped in Tony's robe, Banner curled up on the sofa, holding a glass of water, appearing somewhat anxious and reserved. The prolonged tension and exhaustion had left him without an appetite. Upon hearing Tony's question, he quickly looked up, forcing a smile that barely masked his weariness, his voice still hoarse. I'm fine with anything, Tony. Thank you. Just something simple will do. His gaze remained somewhat unfocused, clearly still reeling from the shock of last night and a proposal regarding the Avengers. Selena, seated in a leisure chair by the railing, hugged her knees. The golden morning light outlining the delicate contours of her profile and illuminating the fair skin exposed by her tank top and shorts. Upon hearing the mention of food, she turned her head and replied earnestly, "A bacon and egg sandwich with double bacon, and the egg should be runny. Also a cup of hot milk." "Huh, quite discerning." Tony snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Jarvis," he called out to the air, summoning his intelligent assistant. "Prepare as Miss Kent requested. Please arrange a nutritionally balanced breakfast for Dr. Banner, light on the palate. As for me, the usual, a double cheeseburger with a side of pancakes. Have Pepper bring it up." "Understood, sir." The order has been communicated to the kitchen. Jarvis' calm, electronic voice responded. Upon hearing this, Selena's lovely brows immediately knitted together, her face openly displaying disdain and confusion. She dropped her arms from her knees, straightened up, and fixed her gaze on Tony. "Miss Pepper? Tony, a personal assistant, is not a nanny." She emphasized the title, noting that it was barely the start of working hours. Tony, with a self-satisfied lift of his chin and a signature, somewhat narcissistic smile, elegantly swirled the glass in his hand before downing the last sip. "Hey, that's enough to prove my remarkable charm. Besides, this top floor is my private domain. Inviting Pepper over is a matter of my trust." He wore an expression of absolute entitlement. Selena regarded his infuriating demeanor and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, rolling her eyes in exasperation, turning away to continue watching the sunrise. After a brief silence, Banner, who had been somewhat lost in thought, suddenly spoke up, his voice soft, tinged with curiosity and confusion. "That kid from last night? The one in the red and blue, tight suit? The one that resembles a spider? Isn't he part of your Avengers?" "Oh, right. That spider kid." Tony was instantly ignited by the topic, leaning forward with an expression brimming with interest and inquiry. "I was just about to ask you, Selena." He seemed quite young, moving as nimbly as a monkey. His strength is absurd. He even managed to lift that behemoth of a creature. "And what about that white, sticky substance he shoots? Is it some sort of biological silk? Or a high-tech synthetic material?" "Quite intriguing." Selena's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of affection and admiration. She shook her head gently. "He's not a member." Noticing the spark of excitement in Tony's eyes, she quickly added, "At least not for now." "Why?" Tony queried, bewildered. His abilities are quite unique, and he displayed considerable courage last night. He has great potential, because he is still too young. Selena's voice deepened, imbued with a sense of elder responsibility and a touch of severity. His powers are still evolving. More importantly, his mindset, his understanding and control of that power is still too immature. It is unjust for him to be drawn prematurely into the level of danger and pressure we may face. She gazed seriously at Tony. Tony shrugged, deliberately adopting an exaggerated tone. "Come now, dear Miss Kent, are you truly that old? I have perused your file, and to be precise, you have only just reached adulthood. Your tone resembles that of a fretful guardian. Can it truly be compared?" Selena, like a cat with its tail stepped on, abruptly turned her head, hands on her hips, spine straightened. Her exquisite face flushed slightly with indignation, her voice rising an octave, tinged with the youthful charm and eagerness distinctive to her age. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Both Tony and Banner chuckled. Just then, the glass door leading to the terrace swung open with a thud. Pepper Potts, impeccably dressed in a professional outfit that exuded the essence of a workplace queen, strode in, her feet adorned with high heels of at least 7 centimeters. In one hand, she balanced a massive platter piled high with an array of breakfast items, while the other clutched several thick documents, moving with a brisk determination. Yet, her beautiful visage was marred by evident anger. She marched directly toward Tony, her heels rhythmically clicking against the floor, completely disregarding the now somewhat relaxed Selena and the visibly awkward Banner, unleashing a torrent of accusations at Tony. "Tony Stark, I have warned you. I am not your delivery robot. My schedule is calculated by the minute. At 10 o'clock, I have a video conference with the Deputy Secretary of Defense. At 11:30, I must review the global marketing budget for the 3rd quarter. And you had Jarvis notify me to personally deliver breakfast to this damn cold-winded rooftop terrace. Just because you crave hamburgers and muffins?" With a resounding thud, she placed the heavy platter on the table before Tony, then slammed the stack of documents down beside it, hands on her hips, her chest heaving slightly in frustration. Furthermore, these are crucial documents requiring your signature this morning. They've already called 3 times to hurry me. Can you not muster even a modicum of basic respect for me? Just a little bit. The terrace fell into an immediate silence, save for Pepper's somewhat hurried breaths fueled by anger. Tony recoiled slightly, offering an awkward smile to Selena and Banner. Selena and Banner exchanged glances, each recognizing the barely contained amusement in the other's eyes. Ahem, my apologies for the spectacle. Oh, Selena, do remember to drink your milk while it's warm. Pepper, feeling a bit sheepish, smiled at Selena and Banner, then promptly turned back to Tony, asserting, "This is not to be repeated." She then clicked away in her high heels. Chapter 48. The boss's task after enjoying a breakfast that was subtly tense, yet fairly delightful. Selena stood up with decisive grace. "I must take my leave." She glanced at her watch, addressing Tony and Banner. "There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the newspaper." "Understood," Tony nodded, setting down the half-eaten hamburger, his expression turning serious. "Let us proceed as planned. The flames of public opinion must be stoked sufficiently to ensure that the esteemed gentlemen of the Pentagon and the White House feel the heat. I shall commence my efforts concurrently." Selena responded succinctly, acknowledging the plan. She turned to Banner, her tone softening. "Dr. Banner, please take your time to rest here. Tony will take care of everything." Banner nodded appreciatively, still somewhat reserved. "Thank you, Miss Selena. Just call me Selena," she replied with a gentle smile, then wasted no time in departing. As her words faded, she gracefully leaped from the terrace of the building. "Hey!" Banner exclaimed in surprise. Almost immediately, a visible rush of white energy erupted behind her, breaking the sound barrier as her figure vanished beyond the skyline, leaving Banner in a state of astonishment. "You'll get used to it," Tony remarked nonchalantly, continuing to munch on his hamburger. In the blink of an eye, Selena reappeared outside the campus dormitory, clad in a refreshing tank top and shorts, perfectly suited to feign a morning jog, even wiping her forehead as if she had just finished exercising. Upon returning to her room, she swiftly changed out of her practical workout attire into a polished ensemble, a tailored white shirt paired with a deep gray pencil skirt, topped with a luxurious beige trench coat, and elegantly perched in a pair of stilettos. In an instant, she transformed from a warrior endowed with extraordinary powers into an urban elite. Grabbing her commuter bag, Selena stepped outside, blending seamlessly into the bustling morning crowd of ordinary New Yorkers. Remarkably, she refrained from using any superpowers to hasten her journey, opting instead to walk conventionally to the subway station and board the somewhat crowded morning train. The subway rocked her along its route until she finally reached Grand Central Station. As she emerged with the throng of people, the towering Stark Tower loomed behind the station, a daily sight for fans who often witnessed Tony soaring through the skies in his armored suit. Across the street stood the Planet Daily building. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the office floor, and a palpable atmosphere filled with the sense of ink, coffee, and sheer anxiety surged forth, hitting her like a tidal wave. Manuscript. When will the photos from the disaster site be sent back? Have the casualty figures been confirmed? We need a definitive statement from the city government. The live broadcast van. My live broadcast van is stuck on 5th Avenue. Find a way to reroute them. Editor. The special edition of the Hornet Daily has been published. We are falling behind. The entire open plan office was in a state of frenzied chaos. Journalists either shouted into their phones or furiously typed on their keyboards, while editors frantically navigated the aisles with manuscripts in hand, phones ringing incessantly. The air was thick with the scent of competition for breaking news. As Selena stepped out of the elevator, still attempting to smooth the wrinkles from her coat caused by the crowded commute, a familiar voice, reminiscent of a bull's roar, erupted from the editor's office. "Selena, thank heavens, you have finally arrived. Selena Kent, come here at once." Perry White, the esteemed editor-in-chief of the Planet Daily, commanded attention with his signature booming voice, which resonated even amidst the cacophony of the bustling office. Sighing in resignation, Selena hastily navigated through the chaotic workspace, reminiscent of a battlefield, towards the office with its inviting door ajar. Upon entering, she beheld Perry, akin to a restless caged beast, hands on his hips, animatedly conversing with the exasperated yet slightly exhilarated Louise Lane. Scattered across the floor were several printed, indistinct photographs from the scene. As Perry turned his gaze upon Selena, his typically irritable visage transformed into one of almost sycophantic enthusiasm, sparkling with fervor. He bounded over, hands gesticulating animatedly, his words almost splattering Selena with his exuberance. "Selena, my most exceptional ace reporter. My goddess, you have finally returned. Do you know that in your absence over the past few hours, I felt as though the entire Planet Daily was on the verge of a cataclysmic halt?" Selena, bemused by his fervor and double entendre, could only manage an awkward chuckle, deftly sidestepping his spittle. "Perry, calm down. What do you need?" Rubbing his hands together, a broad grin plastered across his face. Though laced with palpable anxiety and anticipation, he exclaimed, "You see, Selena, darling, what transpired last night was nothing short of monumental. All of New York, nay, the entire world is transfixed on this." He gestured towards the clamorous office outside, where two titanic figures were involved. One had been whisked away by the military, while the other had been apprehended by a cloaked vigilante. The elusive Spider-Man was nowhere to be found. The only superhero readily accessible? You guessed it, our new boss, Mr. Tony Stark. Iron Man, drawing a deep breath, as if to herald a sacred mission, he declared, "I need an exclusive, in-depth interview regarding last night's events. Unearth the insider information, extract the details, disclose his perspective, especially concerning those two titanic figures and the masked individuals." Perry's gaze was fervent as it bore into Selena, and with a nod towards Louise, he added, "We deliberated, and it seems you are the sole person in the entire newsroom who shares any rapport with Mr. Stark. This task is most fitting for you." Selena exhibited a flicker of uncertainty. "Interview him? Is it truly wise to expose my own employer?" "Please," Louise interjected, arms crossed, "we're journalists. It is our duty to unveil the truth. Regardless of who he is, Tony Stark is Iron Man. This is an open secret. With his status and connections, he is undoubtedly an informed party. He may even be involved in certain coordinating efforts. He is the only one who can provide us with insight." Selena pondered, her gaze lowered in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. This could serve as an excellent cover, allowing her to engage Tony directly about the article, subtly gleaning crucial information intended for media release while simultaneously confirming the progress of the Mayor Facker operations on his end. As she lifted her head, a reluctant expression crossed her face, as if contemplating the possibility. "I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee a successful meeting or any significant revelations." Upon hearing this, Perry was elated, as though a heavenly melody had graced his ears, nearly leaping from his seat in exuberance. "Oh, Selena, you are truly my lucky charm, the beacon of our newspaper." He clasped Selena's hand fervently, and though she resisted the urge to withdraw immediately, she encouraged him to proceed. "Feel free to ask for any resources you may need. I shall reserve the front-page headlines for the next week, eagerly awaiting the monumental scoop you will bring back. Best of luck." Perry almost ushered her out of the office, his demeanor radiating eagerness and anticipation, as if Selena were departing to salvage the very fate of the newspaper. Amid Perry's excessive enthusiasm and Louise's contemplative gaze, Selena shook her head in resignation, grasping her commuter bag as she made her way to her workspace. She needed to gather her thoughts before officially contacting Tony. Chapter 49. The concerns of youth. She strode directly to her cubicle, carelessly tossing her commuter bag to the floor before collapsing into the creaking office chair with a thud. "I am utterly exhausted," she sprawled out in an unceremonious manner, tilting her head back to the ceiling in a melodramatic sigh that attracted curious glances from passing colleagues. Quickly, she gestured nonchalantly, feigning that the noise had originated from her chair's protests. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved her phone, pursing her lips as her fingers deftly navigated through her contacts until she located the entry labeled "Arrogant Boss." She composed a text message. "Selena, could you spare a moment? Boss, let's proceed through the usual channels and arrange for an interview with our own Planetary Daily. Please consider it." The message was read almost instantaneously. Just as Selena placed her phone back on the desk and reached for the cup of coffee she had casually purchased that morning at the station, her phone rang urgently. "Hello," Selena answered lazily, deliberately elongating her tone. On the other end, Tony Stark's signature voice, tinged with playful sarcasm, responded, "Selena, my esteemed journalist. Have you already departed from my presence for less than an hour? Longing for me already? Or has my charm rendered you incapable of focusing on your work?" Selena rolled her eyes, though he could not see her. "Enough of your vanity. I mentioned it was a task from a boss. Do you think everyone has the luxury of idleness like you? I am merely a working individual striving to make a living. Striving to make a living? Tony chuckled from his end. Very well, considering your service to Stark Industries. How about this afternoon? I need to settle Dr. Banner this morning. How does 3 o'clock sound? I assure you the meeting room will be spotless, devoid of any grease. That works, Selena replied succinctly, mentally calculating how much time she had left to indulge before the appointed hour. Excellent, Tony continued. When you arrive, just head upstairs. J.A.R.V.I.S. is familiar with you. The passage is direct, requiring no appointment. Faster than queuing for coffee at the CAF downstairs. Thank you, boss. You are truly generous, Selena responded, her tone shifting to one of flattery. Her eyes darted momentarily as she recalled the matter at hand. Oh, right. I almost forgot the crux of the issue. Boss. As a special consultant for that particular agency, she deliberately obfuscated the name of S.H. lowering her voice slightly. You should possess the capability to arrange for a leader of considerable influence to join our discussion regarding Banner. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Of course, Tony's voice regained a semblance of seriousness. I'll make the arrangements. Excellent. Selena chuckled with delight. Then it's settled. See you this afternoon. It sounded as though Tony was about to end the call. Goodbye. Selena, like an eager child, hastily hung up the phone, flashing a victorious gesture at her device. All done. She tossed her phone onto the table and slumped back into her chair, letting out a comfortable sigh. After a long night, it's time to relax a bit. The scene shifted to Midtown High School in New York City. The chemistry class was excruciatingly dull. At the front, the somewhat grizzled teacher, Mr. White, with a face lined with age, passionately scribbled complex molecular formulas on the blackboard, the chalk clattering rhythmically. In the back row, by the window, sat a youthful and handsome boy, Peter Parker, sitting upright, his eyes fixed on the board, embodying the image of a diligent student. Suddenly, a resounding vibration emanated from deep within his desk. Buzz. His phone was ringing. Peter's reflexes kicked in swiftly before his neighboring classmates fully registered the sound. His hand shot into the drawer like lightning, deftly pressing the button to silence the call. The vibration ceased instantly. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed slightly from the sudden tension. He quickly regulated his breathing and resumed his attentive posture, directing his gaze toward the board as if nothing had transpired. The teacher, engrossed in his writing, seemed to catch a faint sound and turned with a puzzled expression. What's that noise? Who's playing with their phone during class? His sharp gaze swept across the classroom. Peter maintained a stoic expression, innocently mirroring the bewildered looks of his classmates. The teacher, finding no apparent anomaly, dismissed it as an illusion and admonished, "Let us maintain classroom decorum. Some things are best left silent until after school." With that, he returned to his fervent scribbling of the wild molecular formulas. Crisis averted. Peter let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a trickle of cold sweat on his back. He cautiously retrieved his phone from the depths of the drawer, as if committing a clandestine act, and quietly placed it screen down on his lap. He stole a quick glance at the screen. A missed call from Miss Selena of the Daily Planet. Her image instantly crystallized in Peter's mind. Golden hair, azure eyes, a radiant smile, so beautiful she seemed to have stepped out of a Disney fairy tale, exuding a peculiar aura that filled him with both yearning and an overwhelming sense of comfort. Since that memorable open day at Columbia University, he has been profoundly impressed by her. Under the guise of a prospective freshman, he mustered the courage to bombard her with countless inquiries about the university, often meandering into trivial conversations that ultimately led to an overage on his phone bill this month. Even more astonishingly, she turned out to be a journalist and a devoted fan of Spider-Man. Consequently, he splurged on an anonymous SIM card, maintaining contact with her as Spider-Man, with Miss Selena evidently unaware that the two identities were one and the same. The call he received at that moment was indeed directed to the Spider-Man card. During that visit to Columbia, he was bitten by a spider in the biology lab, acquiring extraordinary abilities. Now, as Spider-Man, he would soar through the skyscrapers of New York each night, occasionally passing by the Planet Daily building, sometimes through the vast expanse of the glass windows. He could see Selena engrossed at her desk, intently focused on her computer screen or fervently scribbling notes. In those moments, Peter would cling silently to the exterior of the several-story-high window, stealing glances at her. He couldn't help but wonder, was she writing a piece about Spider-Man? Was she chronicling his heroic deeds? The thought of Miss Selena admiring and revering Spider-Man filled him with an indescribable blend of pride, delight, and inexplicable anxiety. A smile, foolish yet imbued with a youthful sense of wonder, crept onto Peter's lips. However, he quickly recoiled as if stung, scrubbing his mouth with the back of his hand, suppressing that revealing smile while his ears betrayed him, flushing slightly. He certainly hadn't forgotten he was in class, still attending lectures. Cautiously, he used his other hand to type a reply into the desk, his fingertips trembling slightly from nervousness and the earlier emotions. Peter, Miss Selena, I apologize. It's inconvenient to take the call. I'll contact you later. Sent successfully. Peter hastily shoved his phone deep into the drawer, covering it with a book as if discarding a hot potato. He inhaled deeply, striving to refocus his attention on the chemical symbols on the blackboard, resembling hypnotic incantations. Benzene rings, conjugated double bonds. He muttered them like a mantra, attempting to banish the persistent image from his mind and quell the erratic beating of his heart. School should end soon. Hurry up and end. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 50. Teasing Peter. Peter took a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering bird within his chest, and pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed Selena's number, of course, under the guise of Spider-Man. Beep, beep, beep. The wait felt interminable. Anxiously, Peter paced back and forth on the rooftop, the gravel beneath his feet making faint scratching noises. Would she answer? Hi, Spider-Man. The call connected, and Selena's melodious voice emerged, tinged with a barely perceptible breathlessness, as if she had just paused her hurried steps. You finally called. Are you well? The genuine concern resonated through the waves, directly touching Peter's heart. It felt as if a soft feather had gently brushed against him, and a warm current flooded his being. He quickly lowered his voice, attempting to project a carefully crafted deep tone, yet could not conceal the joy that accompanied her concern. I'm well, Miss Selena. Thank you. I just resolved a minor inconvenience nearby. You know how busy Spider-Man can be. In truth, he had only just remembered her call, seeking to confirm the sentiments of the citizens of New York. The excuse felt so flimsy that he nearly wanted to cover his face in embarrassment. On the other end, Selena's gentle laughter floated through, reminiscent of a breeze stirring wind chimes. Oh, you, she said, her tone laced with a kind of affectionate exasperation. You always do this. Before caring for others, why not take a moment for yourself? She paused, her voice softening further. Regarding last night, I received some fragmented accounts. While I lack the specifics, I can only imagine the difficulty of facing such levels of destruction, correct? Peter's heart skipped a beat. Was she truly so concerned for him? I'm fine, Miss Selena. Truly. He hastily reiterated. See, I'm lively enough to call you. I know you are strong. Selena's voice suddenly imbued with a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. Pierced through the facade of Spider-Man he had carefully constructed. But sometimes when I look at you and listen to you, it feels as if. She seemed to search for the right words, tentatively probing, you are still so young. Peter was taken aback, his steps coming to an abrupt halt, as if the very wind had stilled for a moment. In that instant, he almost felt that beneath the mask was a young man who had yet to graduate. Selena's voice dropped low, carrying an unusual tenderness and clarity, bearing the weight of the city's expectations, wounded and bleeding in unseen corners, shouldering pressures that no one else could share. Her concern was so palpable, like intricate threads weaving around Peter's heart. It must be exhausting, right? Peter's throat tightened, a wave of emotion washing over him, rendering him nearly speechless. For so long, he had grown accustomed to Aunt May's well-meaning nagging, Ned's adoring cheers, the pressures of confronting criminals, and the solitude of nursing his own wounds. Yet, no one had ever, like Selena, touched upon the exhaustion, loneliness, and strain that lay beneath the Spider-Man persona with such precision, from the perspective of an observer. This understanding, this compassionate recognition, struck him at his most vulnerable core. He opened his mouth. The deliberately lowered tone vanished, replaced by a young man's voice, tinged with evident emotion and a hint of rawness. He was unaware that his disguise had faltered for a few seconds. Thank you, Miss Selena. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. I truly appreciate your words. He fell silent for a few seconds, the wind from the rooftop whistling into the receiver. When he spoke again, his voice was deep and resolute, imbued with a gravity that transcended his age. But I have my reasons for doing this. There is someone of great importance to me, who once told me, with great power comes great responsibility. This phrase has always resonated within me. As he mentioned Uncle Ben, the buried nostalgia and sense of duty ignited a warmth in his chest, empowering him. On the other end of the line, Selena remained quiet, sensing the weight and sincerity in his words. After a few seconds of silence, punctuated only by faint electrical sounds, her voice emerged once more, softer than before, imbued with a profound resonance and a barely perceptible sigh. With great power comes great responsibility. She repeated it softly, as if savoring the simplicity yet heaviness of the phrase. What a remarkable belief. She paused, her tone infused with warmth and a hint of a smile. But promise me, next time you take on responsibility, please ensure your safety in return. Will you? At the very least, let those of us who care about you hear your voice, even if it's just to reassure us. This almost candid concern made Peter's heart swell with a warmth akin to being immersed in sweet honeyed water. All weariness and the drudgery of the classroom faded away in that moment. I promise you, Miss Selena. His voice regained its vigor, resonating with the clarity and conviction unique to youth. Absolutely. That's wonderful. Selena's tone lightened considerably, laced with a smile. Now go and do what you must, our good neighbor. Yes. Goodbye, Miss Selena. Goodbye, Spiderman. The call ended. Peter clutched the still warm phone tightly, standing motionless on the vast rooftop. Selena's words, "You're still so young," and it must be exhausting, echoed in his mind. The sunlight stretched his shadow long. He inhaled deeply, his chest brimming with a complex yet luminous sense of power. With a shout of exhilaration, he executed an excited backflip, feeling a surge far more thrilling than any past exploits over New York's skyline. He lowered his mask, shot out a web, and gracefully melded into the city's horizon. Selena tossed her phone onto a desk cluttered with documents. Her demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon as she slumped heavily into her spacious office chair, releasing a long sigh filled with mixed emotions. Phew. She raised her hands, vigorously rubbing her somewhat stiff cheeks, as if attempting to erase the mask she had worn during their conversation. Her fingertips pressed against her slightly warm skin, and she murmured to the emptiness of the office, tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Goodness, I'm a bit nauseated by myself. Somewhere in her conscience, it felt as though a tiny needle had pricked her, and she softly added to the air, almost to the innocent visage of the boy lingering in her mind. I'm sorry, dear Peter. In order to maintain the invaluable channel of information with that fellow in the tight-fitting attire, she indeed exhibited a certain degree of genuine concern, having exerted every effort just moments ago. Her overly sweet concern, infused with a perfectly measured tone of empathy, seemed to possess the ability to penetrate his mask and perceive his weariness with acute insight, an intricate web she had meticulously woven. As the saying goes, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deception. She was fully aware that Peter was susceptible to her charms. The lad appeared as transparent as glass before her, his thoughts laid bare upon his face and in every word he uttered, though unseen over the phone. She could envision it with absolute clarity. Could this be construed as a sacrifice of her allure? Selena smirked, her fleeting pangs of guilt swiftly overshadowed by a more potent emotion. In truth, she had contemplated the possibility of revealing her identity outright. Disclosing her true self did not seem so intolerable. It could spare her the exhausting facade she had donned. However, the moment that thought surfaced, she extinguished it within her own mind. Why? A glimmer of mischievous delight, tinged with a hint of wicked amusement, crept onto Selena's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. Unconsciously, she tapped her heel lightly against the floor, reminiscent of a child who has just pilfered a sweet treat. She envisioned Peter on the other end of the line, momentarily speechless due to her simple inquiry, fervently eager at her expression of hope, his clumsy yet fervent sincerity evoking a sense of flustered bewilderment whenever she touched upon his innermost thoughts. Unable to contain herself, Selena let out a soft laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly. Though it bordered on unethical, she murmured to herself, her smile deepening, radiating a sense of newfound delight akin to discovering a fresh plaything. After all, how could one resist such an endearing reaction? Teasing a young man was undeniably entertaining. Chapter 51, Confrontation with Coulson, Part 1. These 3 chapters are verbose narrative interludes, primarily serving as a transition, and can be skipped. The data has significantly declined since their release, and it feels as though the momentum is waning. Selena stepped into Stark Tower precisely at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a slight nod to the front desk, she proceeded directly into the exclusive corridor. As the elevator doors slid open, Jarvis's gentle voice greeted her. "Welcome, Miss Selena. Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner are awaiting you on the top floor." "Thank you, Jarvis," Selena replied with a smile directed at the overhead sensor. "At your service," came Jarvis's steady response. Ding. The elevator doors opened once more, revealing the spacious and exquisite outdoor private meeting room on the top floor, a place she had previously visited with Banner. Tony was engaged in a hushed conversation with Banner. A few steps away, Agent Phil Coulson, appointed by Fury, sat upright, his glass coffee table strewn with a collection of documents, the header emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Eagle emblem, and the bottom corner stamped with a conspicuous classified seal. His characteristic, gentle expression now appeared particularly cautious. Selena's arrival interrupted their clandestine discussion. Tony and Banner simultaneously looked up, exchanged brief greetings, and intuitively made way for her to the single sofa facing Coulson, who offered her a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed by her presence. "All right, everyone is here." Tony leaned slightly forward, his fingers tapping on the surface of the coffee table. "Shall we commence?" "Of course," replied Agent Coulson, his voice calm and professional. "Agent Coulson," Tony began, his tone more composed than before, imbued with a hint of the suave demeanor characteristic of a top-tier entrepreneur. "We all acknowledge that S.H.I.E.L.D. is dedicated to global peace and security. However, the events that transpired in the heart of New York City are of an entirely different nature." He cast a glance at Banner, who instinctively tightened his grip on his knees. The unrestrained gamma weapon tests led by General Ross not only inflicted irreversible physical and psychological harm on Dr. Bruce Banner, but Tony's tone grew somber, each word striking the table with palpable weight. It also birthed a monstrosity known as hatred. How many innocent lives were lost due to that creature? How many homes and streets were devastated? The economic repercussions are staggering. He paused, his gaze sharply fixed on Coulson. During this ordeal, who truly intervened to prevent the tragedy from escalating and to safeguard the citizens of New York? It was Dr. Bruce Banner, who has been pursued as a failed experiment and monster by the military for years. It was I, compelled to don armor at a moment's notice. And we must not forget our esteemed journalist friend. He nodded toward Selena, who swiftly unveiled the truth to the public. Where was the military's commitment to protecting American citizens? Frankly, Agent Coulson, the entire incident is disheartening. The public's outrage and skepticism are not unfounded. Tony's pace quickened, his intensity palpable. We were thrust into the disaster left behind by the military, ultimately halting its progression. We have been left to clean up the monumental mess created by others. Now, you seek to bring Dr. Banner ashore, to harness this power for your purposes, a motive we understand. However, Tony's tone shifted. This cannot be a one-sided demand. Those of us who stood up to protect this city and its people during the military's dereliction of duty deserve corresponding security and respect. Reclining on the sofa, he spread his hands, adopting a commanding posture. Therefore, Coulson, let us witness your sincerity. What do we receive in return? Banner adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses remarkably steady. Tony is correct. I require a legal and stable identity that is no longer subject to pursuit, not a probationary status or limited amnesty that could be revoked at any moment. His fingers unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup, knuckles turning pale as he seemed to suppress something within. Dr. Banner, Coulson's tone remained steady but resolute. We acknowledge your innocence and contribution in this incident. A formal identity, a legitimate position, and a contract as a scientific advisor within S.H.I.E.L.D. will ensure you are shielded from any undue scrutiny or harassment by government entities, provided you are willing to join us and cooperate in managing the other side of yourself. My requests extend beyond that. Agent Coulson, Banner's voice was low yet firm. I need a tranquil environment, an independent and well-equipped laboratory, not for the purpose of weapon creation, but for my own needs. Moreover, the delineation of my research focus and the ownership of my achievements must be distinctly defined, a reasonable demand. Coulson nodded, acknowledging the extraordinary value of your expertise and capabilities. The contractual terms will thoroughly consider your research needs and personal safety. We are not an imposing force. but rather allies seeking to jointly uphold the security of our planet. Allies? Tony chuckled softly, though there was little warmth in that laughter. Speaking of allies, let us discuss the Avengers Initiative. Fury's concept seems promising, yet I am not fond of the term consultant. It lacks gravitas. If we are indeed to unite against the potential emergence of a menace or some other abomination, I require substantive authority over this team, as well as a voice in decision-making regarding actions. To put it plainly, I am not here to serve as a mere henchman for S.H.I.L.D. Tony's tone was resolute. Mr. Stark, Coulson met Tony's gaze with unwavering composure. S.H.I.L.D. as a global security organization authorized by the International Security Council, possesses the resources, experience, and a worldwide network. Director Fury's envisioned Avengers Initiative is designed to operate within the framework of S.H.I.L.D., comprising a rapid response and special intervention team of elites endowed with extraordinary abilities or cutting-edge technology. It necessitates unified scheduling, coordination, and professional intelligence logistics. He paused slightly. We understand your insistence on decision-making involvement and hold your capabilities in high regard. Therefore, in Director Fury's proposal, you will not only serve as a consultant, but also as the Chief Technology Officer and Tactical Core Advisor of the Alliance. Deeply engaged in the entire chain of work from equipment development and tactical planning to mission execution, possessing significant veto power and prioritization in critical technological nodes and tactical recommendations. We regard you as one of the key leadership members of the Alliance. Coulson's wording was precise, elevating Tony's status while clarifying his authority, all the while skillfully maintaining the baseline that the Alliance must operate within the S.H.I.L.D. framework. Tony narrowed his eyes, evidently weighing the implications of Coulson's statements regarding power distribution, prioritization of voice. It sounded appealing, but what were the specific boundaries? And what of resources? The negotiation focused on the meticulous contestation over leadership authority within the Avengers Initiative. Tony aggressively sought a concrete list of responsibilities and commitments for resource allocation. Coulson stood firm like the hardest rock, steadfastly safeguarding S.H.I.L.D.'s leadership and coordination core, while also making some careful concessions under the pressure from Tony and Banner, promising Tony substantial autonomy and significant influence in the daily operations, tactical planning, and equipment development of the Alliance. Selena listened intently, refraining from speaking easily, her sharp gaze keenly observing every subtle expression of Coulson. The air seemed to solidify under the dense exchanges of interests and the overt and covert struggles embedded in the dialogue. Tony pressed forward relentlessly, while Coulson represented the unwavering stance and bottom line of a vast organization, constituting an invisible yet fierce struggle. Just as Tony was on the verge of slamming the table for further engagement, Coulson's eyes flickered momentarily. Indeed, he suddenly decelerated his speech, shifting his previously unwavering gaze from Tony to Selena, addressing the resource assurance permissions that Mr. Stark sought, as well as the ultimate guarantees required for the complete freedom of those present, particularly Dr. Banner. Slowly, he withdrew another dark folder, similarly emblazoned with the S.H.I.L.D. insignia, from beneath the stack of confidential documents, suggesting that perhaps the attendees should first peruse this. Chapter 52. Confrontation with Coulson. Part 2. Selena cast a glance at the file, which contained her own dossier along with meticulous records of her various disguises since her first foray over a year ago. The details were comprehensive, documenting the time, location, and entirety of each event. Most crucially, there were screenshots from surveillance footage, capturing her transformation process with remarkable clarity. She abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixated on Coulson, her pupils seemingly shimmering with a certain intensity. The atmosphere in the meeting room descended into a palpable silence, with a look of astonishment crossing Tony's face. Miss Selena, we possess a sufficient chain of evidence indicating that Coulson's gaze wavered not in the slightest, he stated, his tone edged with a hint of sharpness. The enigmatic and formidable hero clad in black is none other than yourself. His eyes then swept over Tony and Banner, adding, otherwise, given Mr. Stark's customary approach and proud disposition, it is truly perplexing how a mere journalist has been accorded equal standing and access to pivotal decisions in such a core discussion. We exchanged glances, the air thick with the weight of being seen through. After a few seconds of silence, Selena's previously composed demeanor began to transform. She leaned slightly against the back of the sofa, inadvertently exuding an aura of quiet authority, transitioning from an elegant urbanite to a queen seated upon her throne. A subtle smile graced her lips, imbued with a near-provocative curve. "Indeed, it is I." Her clear voice resonated with striking clarity in the hushed room. "What do you wish to propose?" "Please understand, Miss Kent." Coulson immediately softened his tone, though his words remained unequivocal. "We harbor no intentions of threat. Transparency is the foundation of cooperation. Dr. Banner and his abilities are vital to maintaining peace, and for that, we are willing to offer assurances and rewards sufficient to earn the Doctor's trust." He gazed deeply into Selena's eyes, sincerity etched into his tone. "Now that we have discovered the true identity of such a powerful, rational, and, rarest of all, benevolent guardian of the citizens, our singular desire is to extend a sincere invitation for you to join us." He leaned slightly forward, representing a formal commitment, stating that Director Fury had personally instructed him prior to this meeting. "Should you agree, even if merely as an advisory figure or to maintain contact, we promise to provide necessary assistance in times of genuine urgency." He emphasized the word urgency, clearly delineating boundaries, affirming that SHIELD is willing to commit to fulfilling your needs and conditions within the limits of their capacity. "Please trust in our sincerity." Selena rhythmically tapped her fingers against the armrest of the sofa, as if weighing the significance of each word. A silence lingered for several seconds, her blue eyes deep as a well. "What if I refuse?" This would not imply any form of opposition or retaliation. Coulson responded with unwavering certainty, even exuding a sense of relief and openness. "Your identity will be held in the highest confidentiality. Furthermore, any preliminary intentions or agreements regarding Bruce's situation and the formation of the alliance with Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner will remain entirely unaffected and proceed according to established protocols." He nodded slightly, adding, "Of course, we respect your right to choose. You may consider it at your convenience. My channels of communication are always open to you." Selena lowered her gaze momentarily before raising it again, the spark of a journalist returning to her face. "All right, I will think about it. Now, if there is nothing else, I must begin my scheduled work for today, the exclusive interview with Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner." Her gaze shifted towards Coulson, imbued with a gentle yet distant hint of dismissal. Coulson displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he stood with grace, wearing his signature polite smile. Certainly, both of their stories deserve thorough coverage. He adjusted his suit collar and then shifted the conversation. "However, may I be so bold as to make a small request? Would Miss Selena permit me, as an anonymous senior agent, to delay you for a few minutes? Perhaps I could provide some unpublished insights regarding the Capitol and the Pentagon in relation to the abhorrent incident." Selena's eyes brightened. "Oh?" She raised an eyebrow, her smile widening with genuine interest. "Insider information from a senior agent? Frankly, Agent Coulson, as a journalist, to miss such an opportunity would be the gravest affront to my profession." Before he could finish speaking, she deftly retrieved a compact recording device and an elegant notebook from her bag. "So, esteemed agent, shall we commence?" Reliable sources have indicated that it was Air Force General Thaddeus Ross who spearheaded and executed the project to replicate the World War II super soldier serum using gamma rays, resulting in an incident that transformed Dr. Bruce Banner into the green giant known as the Hulk. Yet, instead of providing proper oversight, treatment, and reassurance to Dr. Banner, he opted for arrest, pursuit, and aggression. "Agent, is this true?" Selena's voice was crisp and direct, her gaze piercingly fixed on Coulson. Without a moment's hesitation, Coulson closed the folder in his hands and responded decisively. "Indeed, it is true." Selena leaned slightly forward, her fingers gently tapping on the table. "A few days ago at Columbia University, the military launched an open assault, causing significant damage to the school and leaving many students with severe psychological trauma. General Ross has yet to make an appearance or offer an apology. As a student of Columbia, I feel compelled to speak out. May I ask why? How do you intend to address this matter?" Her tone carried an unmistakable edge of anger. "I am unaware of his specific movements." Coulson's tone remained steady, yet according to the information at my disposal, General Ross has been impeached, and Capitol Hill is contemplating demoting him and mandating a personal public apology. Selena inhaled briefly, seemingly suppressing her dissatisfaction, Before posing the next question, where did the abomination that appeared last night originate? Coulson interlaced his fingers upon the table, leaning slightly forward, and stated matter-of-factly, he is an elite soldier under General Ross, Emil Blonsky. Ross placed immense trust in him and administered the initial version of the serum, which enabled him to survive the conflict at Columbia. However, Blonsky, driven by personal ambition and the allure of power, forcibly injected himself with a sample of Hulk's blood, resulting in his transformation into that monstrous abomination. He inflicted harm upon many innocent civilians and our valiant soldiers. Have I elucidated clearly enough? His gaze swept over Selena, seemingly seeking confirmation of her understanding. Selena furrowed her brow. Are you implying that the entire responsibility for this incident is to be shouldered solely by that soldier? What about the military itself? Is there no accountability for oversight failures and mismanagement? Ma'am, Coulson leaned back slightly, regaining a semblance of professional detachment. I am merely responsible for conveying information. The ultimate determination of judgment and accountability lies beyond my purview. Selena's tone softened slightly, yet retained an inquisitive edge. So, regarding the Hulk, or rather Dr. Banner, how do you intend to proceed? Coulson's expression grew notably serious. We will initiate a comprehensive reassessment of Dr. Banner's mental health and physical condition, striving to find a treatment or at the very least stabilize his state. Of course, he emphasized, his gaze lingering momentarily on Tony and Dr. Banner. To ensure the fundamental personal liberties of citizens, we will not resort to involuntary confinement. Any actions will occur solely at Dr. Banner's voluntary consent. Chapter 53 Confrontation with Coulson, Part 3. Selena relaxed slightly against her chair's backrest and introduced a more sensitive inquiry. I wish to understand the official stance on civilian heroes. What is your perspective on their, vigilante actions? She chose a somewhat neutral term. A trace of barely perceptible exasperation flickered across Coulson's face as he adjusted his tie. This question is rather complex. This time, his gaze firmly locked onto Selena, imbued with a sense of insight. We naturally welcome individuals who choose to maintain a concealed identity, dedicated to combating crime and safeguarding citizens. He paused, his tone growing clearer and more emphatic. However, this does not imply we will unconditionally endorse all their actions, particularly opposing any form of excessive personal harm inflicted by human agency or actions that transcend legal boundaries, as well as extrajudicial punishments that undermine procedural justice. Shifting the conversation slightly, he allowed a warm smile to grace his face. Indeed, in New York City, we have two commendable examples, the elusive Knight of the Night and our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Their approach, in the eyes of the public and officials alike, appears rather appropriate. His gaze remained fixed on Selena's face, seemingly conveying an unspoken message. Are you implying that I am inadequate? Tony interjected, clearly displeased. Coulson turned to Tony, offering a slight smile and a shrug. You're certainly not lacking. Tony, Selena interrupted his complaints, continuing with her inquiry. Does the government have any plans to incorporate these individuals with special abilities into some form of official oversight? There are currently no such plans in place. Coulson replied succinctly, but quickly added, however, it is indeed a commendable suggestion. I shall present it as a significant proposal to my superiors. His expression was sincere, as if he were genuinely contemplating the merit of the suggestion. Selena fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly feeling a tinge of helplessness at this meticulously cautious yet overtly official response, before finally waving her hand and stating, "That's all I wanted to ask." Her tone carried a hint of weariness. Coulson maintained his standard gentle smile, leaning slightly forward with a touch of professional concern, inquiring, "Miss Selena, may I ask if you are satisfied with my response?" Selena looked up at him, pursed her lips, and bluntly replied, "It's average," without showing any offense. Coulson's smile remained unchanged. He promptly stood up, tidied the documents on the table, and said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He glanced toward Tony on the sofa and added, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Senate is likely to arrange a public hearing regarding you and your armor, so be prepared." With that, he nodded to the three and departed with his folder in hand. After escorting Coulson out and closing the door, the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted for a few seconds. Selena, Tony, and Bruce Banner, who sat in the corner, exchanged silent glances. It was Banner who finally broke the brief silence. his voice low yet imbued with a sense of relief. At least it seems things are moving in a positive direction. Indeed, Banner's situation has been resolved. Tony languidly crossed his legs, sinking into the soft sofa, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, exuding his signature nonchalant demeanor. I was hoping to live a few more years in quiet freedom, unencumbered. She gently shook her head, a trace of a bitter smile gracing her lips. I underestimated the power of the national machinery. They found me much sooner than I anticipated. She walked toward the sofa and sat down, her tone laced with resignation. It seems my plans for a few more years of tranquility before re-entering the fray will have to be redone. He tilted his chin toward Selena, his eyes glinting mischievously. I'm serious. You might as well agree to that, smiling Coulson. Suddenly, Tony straightened up, resting his elbows on his knees, leaning slightly forward and displaying a shrewd, confident smile. With your skills and capabilities, you need not worry about them throwing any obstacles or scheming against you. This, in fact, presents an opportunity. His fingers danced in the air as if sketching a grand blueprint, a significant chance. You could boldly negotiate terms with them, extorting a considerable sum. Resources, technology, talent, and even certain privileges. These are all tangible assets. Aren't they the perfect springboard to pave the way for your grand ambitions? Why not seize the moment? Selena, who had been pouring water, hesitated momentarily at his words, a fleeting look of mild embarrassment crossing her face. She set down the kettle and turned, her gaze flickering towards Tony, her voice tinged with an almost bashful honesty. To be frank, the matters you've mentioned regarding the negotiations with the officials and their technical intricacies were originally meant to be your responsibility. She cleared her throat, her eyes drifting to the ceiling, intending to delegate all of it to him. The playful smile on Tony's face instantly froze, his entire demeanor as if struck by a silent, petrifying spell. He widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, and after a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly slapped the armrest of the sofa, erupting into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, I see now. I see why you urged me to charge into the front line of firepower against Coulson like a fighting cock. What with your outrageous suggestions to be bolder and demand more? He pointed at Selena, his shoulders shaking with laughter, realizing that it was her own reluctance to engage in the tedious negotiations that had led her to seek me as her unwitting proxy. What a clever scheme you have concocted. Huh, Tony chuckled, shaking his head, still muttering about her shrewdness, while his right hand raised high, poised to deliver a playful slap on Selena's shoulder, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. I am neither a businessman nor a politician. I am not adept at negotiations. Selena elegantly sidestepped, perfectly evading him. Tony's hand fell into empty space, his body slightly tilting forward from the momentum, his smile abruptly faltering into a look of surprise. This brief pause lasted but a second before Tony quickly found a new target. He burst into laughter, pivoting swiftly to deliver a hearty slap to Bruce Banner, who was still oblivious to the commotion. With a resounding clap, Tony's enthusiastic palm struck Dr. Banner's somewhat slender shoulder, causing him to sway like a blade of grass in a tempest. Banner, bewildered and innocent, could only retract his neck, perplexed. Selena observed Banner's dazed and precarious stance, her cheeks warming slightly. She promptly cleared her throat, raising her voice intentionally to mask her embarrassment. All right, Tony, enough of the antics. She pointed emphatically at him, then at a voice recorder and notebook resting before her, exclaiming, Now, please take a moment to review your own manuscript carefully. Let's avoid any stumbles. Chapter 54. Explosive heat. The air was thick with the scents of ink, old newspapers, and hurried dinners, mingling with the last whiffs of freshly roasted coffee wafting up from the CAF below. Selena pushed open the heavy door of the Planet Daily, the hinges emitting a subtle creak that blended seamlessly with the languid clamor of dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson, while long, orange beams of light slanted through the towering glass facade, casting mottled shadows on the polished beige marble floor, resembling flowing rivers of gold. She clutched a hefty folder tightly, the edges of the brown paper pressing against her arm, containing information potent enough to reverberate throughout the nation. An exclusive interview with Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, alongside a classified message from an anonymous agent detailing the intricate undercurrents surrounding the Hulk, the Gamma Weapons Program, the Abomination, and General Ross. The distinctive bustle of the editorial office rushed towards her, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards, the ringing of telephones, and the hurried conversations of reporters converging into a torrent of activity. Navigating through this familiar fervor, she made her way directly to the office of Editor-in-Chief Perry White. Selena's voice carried a note of buoyancy, reminiscent of someone who had just accomplished a significant task. As she firmly placed the folder atop the mountain of manuscripts on Perry's desk. "Here, that's the breaking news you wanted, hot off the press." Perry abruptly lifted his head from the pile of papers, his glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Almost snatching the folder from her grasp, he began to swiftly peruse the photographs, transcripts, and Selena's concise summary within. The pace of his page-turning quickened, the weariness etched on his face fading away as a spark ignited in his eyes. "Good heavens," he gasped, as if scalded by an unseen force. "How dare they, Ross? That madman, Banner, the military." Each word tumbled from his lips as if forced through clenched teeth. Finally, with a resounding thud, his fist struck the table, causing the coffee cups to jolt. "Excellent work, Selena." Before he could finish his exclamation, he seized the internal phone, his booming voice igniting a frenzy throughout the entire editorial office. "Immediately. Right now. Clear all front-page space for tomorrow. Not a single advertisement should remain. Stuff this in its entirety. I want the headline in the largest font possible. Explosive. Those 3 words must be emblazoned right in the center of the front page. I want all of New York. No, all of America. Let us seize tomorrow morning's headlines." His grip on the receiver turned white-knuckled from the force of his urgency. Abruptly, he hung up, his intense gaze fixated on Selena. "This will be the exclusive that makes the Planet Daily a treasure of the year. Nay, of the past decade. You have done a remarkable job." Perry's commands resonated as the highest decree. In an instant, the Planet Daily building, which had been basking in the relaxed twilight, transformed into a frenzied hive of activity, each cog whirring madly. Selena watched her colleagues bustling about, letting out a soft sigh, pondering to herself, "It's too early to declare victory. This may well be the smallest news of the coming decade." The following morning, the explosive headline of the Planet Daily, "Military Conspiracy, the Fallen Genius, and the Uncontrolled Weapon," struck like thunder across every corner of New York. The subheading read, "General Ross's Secret Plan Exposed, Citizens' Safety Reduced to Experimental Bargaining Chips." The newspaper ignited an inferno of outrage and debate throughout New York, spreading like wildfire to broader horizons. Crowds gathered at street corners and newsstands. In taxis, broadcasts repeated news summaries. CFS, subway cars, and office cubicles buzzed with fervent discussions. Good heavens, General Ross has sunk to such depths. He would sacrifice his own for the sake of weaponry. Poor Dr. Banner, driven to despair. Hulk, it turns out, was saving lives. We misjudged him. The abomination, a monstrous creation of the military. It nearly obliterated Harlem. Iron Man, Tony Stark. If it weren't for him, how many lives would have been lost? I was wrong to despise him before. And that girl in black, who can fly? She has been adamantly battling the abomination. Truly impressive. My cousin said Spider-Man saved her child that night. What a good neighbor he is to New York. A tumult of anger, sympathy, dread, and gratitude swirled like boiling water among the public. The outcry was fiercely directed at the military and General Ross, with demands for thorough investigations echoing loudly. Meanwhile, the heroes named in the fray found their images adorned with a dazzling golden sheen. Among them, Peter Parker and Tony Stark undoubtedly shone the brightest. The title of New York's beloved neighbor, Spider-Man, became indelibly etched in every neighborhood. His daily acts of kindness were resurrected by the media, harmonizing beautifully with his courageous stand during the crisis. As for Tony Stark, the once controversial playboy and arms dealer, he redeemed himself by heroically stepping in that fateful night. Though he was short-lived on the scene, he nonetheless saved many civilians and later contributed funds for their reconstruction while publicly supporting Bruce Banner's valor, embodying a near-perfect transformation. The media generously bestowed upon him titles of philanthropist, technological pioneer, and great hero. Wall Street's reaction was immediate. Stark Industries, which had plummeted after shutting down its arms division and barely stabilized following Stark's revelation as Iron Man, saw its stock prices soar to unprecedented heights in the following days, leaving shareholders delighted. Meanwhile, the nameless figure, like a shadowy specter in the night, remained submerged in silence, utterly untraceable. Selena said her Workstation, perusing the deluge of online comments and media follow-ups. noting that public attention naturally gravitated towards the most illustrious heroes and the most despicable villains. As for the potential future issue of hero regulation she had mentioned during negotiations with Agent Phil Coulson, she wisely chose not to reference it in the reports. After all, the superhuman heroes currently wielding significant influence were, at best, limited to Iron Man, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, whose identity remained concealed but whose impact was widely acknowledged, and herself. The other streetwise youths active at the community level wield limited influence and have yet to raise widespread concerns regarding national security. What control could be discussed when these community heroes lack even superpowers? Introducing such topics prematurely will not only incite unnecessary panic and controversy, but may also render ordinary individuals, those genuinely striving to make a difference, targets for criticism or exploitation by those with ulterior motives. The official agency represented by Coulson evidently adopts a wait-and-see approach. As for SHIELD, it is an organization shrouded in secrecy from the common populace. Selena believes that broaching this subject would merely invite trouble, resulting in unwarranted complications. Chapter 55. Work arrangements. The shrill ring of Selena's phone interrupted her thoughts, the screen flashing the words, "Annoying boss." She languidly swiped to answer. "Hey, little hero." Tony's voice crackled with its usual mischievous enthusiasm. "Did you see? Our Dr. Banner is now a superstar. And me, my stock prices are soaring." "Yes, Mr. Stark. Congratulations on your success," Selena replied, leaning back in her chair with a teasing tone. "Call me Tony." On a serious note, Tony moderated his exuberance. Those SHIELD folks are operating with an efficiency that rivals the government. Just a day after we requested better terms, they sent over a revised contract with conditions so lenient, it's as if they're begging us to take action. Banner was absolutely thrilled. He was just bouncing around the lab and immediately rushed to share the news with his Miss Betty. General Ross is a bit overwhelmed, as Banner mentioned that the father and daughter are at odds, but that doesn't hinder the young couple's romantic outings. He paused for a moment before his tone lifted again. "By the way, Banner has a date with Betty tonight, and Pepper will be there too. Shall we celebrate together? A top-notch restaurant, on me. What do you say, kiddo? Join the fun?" Selena envisioned the scene. Tony and Pepper, Banner and Betty. She rolled her eyes dramatically. "Thanks, Tony. But you two are all paired up." She held the phone a bit farther away and shouted, "Am I just supposed to stand there like a third wheel, feasting on your love? No thanks. I fear I might suffer from indigestion." She deliberately emphasized the word kid. Tony's laughter erupted on the other end, unabashed and hearty. "Ha ha, a clever little one with a keen sense of self-awareness." Evidently, Selena's refusal pleased him, as Banner and Betty were intended to play the role of wingmen for Tony and Pepper. Although Selena had met Pepper numerous times, the significant age gap made her concerned about fitting into the conversation. Once the laughter subsided, Tony cleared his throat, his tone taking on a more serious note. "Ahem, on to business. The contract is signed and Banner is settled," which means he elongated his words for dramatic effect. "The Avengers Initiative can officially be put on the agenda. It's time to get to work. The first step, of course, is infrastructure." Tony's words quickened, his fingers gesturing animatedly as if sketching blueprints in the air. "Office locations, training facilities, research and development centers, logistical support, intelligence hubs. Oh, and a top-tier coffee machine. That, without a doubt, is the primary productivity tool. Site selection, design, and construction." He lamented, his voice faltering. "Although they promise to provide sufficient funding, the manpower is simply inadequate. Pepper and I have been exceedingly busy lately. Managing Stark Industries is already a handful, and now I must also divert my attention to this nascent superhero alliance. Dr. Banner is of no help, as he is solely focused on his laboratory and Miss Betty." Serena listened quietly to Tony's grievances, yet beneath his words lay an undeniable excitement for the future. "Therefore, I am truly stretched thin." Tony's voice lowered slightly, imbued with a sense of mystery, as if he were divulging a monumental secret. "I am contemplating utilizing the upper floors of Stark Tower, swiftly transforming them into a temporary headquarters that is not only cool and practical, but also stylish. Just think about it. Currently, it's just Dr. Banner and me, barely a full team, and you could be considered reserve at best. There's ample space. Moreover, the location of my tower is simply unparalleled. Just imagine standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows at the very top, overlooking the entire city while discussing how to save the world. The sensation is exhilarating. Serena could not suppress a laugh. Tony, listening to your plan, it sounds less like establishing a superhero headquarters and more like creating a club for yourself. Hey, you are mistaken. Tony immediately protested, but the pride in his tone was unmistakable. The essence is functionality, practicality, with just a touch of necessary comfort. Do you understand? Thus, we have joyfully decided the top floor of Stark Tower shall serve as our temporary headquarters. By the way, Serena shifted the conversation. I need to tell you that I will be leaving New York for a few days tomorrow. Huh? Tony was momentarily taken aback, wondering what new complication had arisen. Do you need this little hero to step in? It's a legitimate assignment, Serena clarified. Editor Perry has assigned me a task. A friend of his informed him of an internal tip regarding something discovered in the Arctic, and I need to head there promptly to investigate. The Arctic? Why wasn't I informed? Tony's voice rose sharply, filled with concern. How can I let you go there? Aren't you afraid of turning into an ice pop? What would be so perilous? I don't know yet. Apparently, it's something the military has been searching for years, Serena replied, her tone casual. Don't worry. It's not just me going. Reach out whenever. The signal in the tundra should be adequate. Ugh, you're barely an adult and already fretting like an old man. Tony quipped, then suddenly recalled something important, slapping his thigh in frustration. One could almost hear his exasperated gesture over the phone. Oh, how unfortunate. In a day or two, I am hosting a Grand Stark Expo, showcasing Stark Industries' most cutting-edge and astonishing technologies that will leave the world in awe. I even intended to invite you, providing you with a front-row VIP seat to broaden your horizons. Serena could almost visualize Tony, brimming with eagerness to boast, yet slightly regretful, fidgeting with his hands. The Stark Expo? She mused, recalling the name vaguely. It sounded quite lively. It's all right, Tony. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Surely, this exposition cannot be a solitary event? Of course not, Tony responded, instantly ignited with enthusiasm, his voice soaring once again. However, you are correct. There are myriad opportunities awaiting. Once you emerge from that icy abyss in the Arctic, do remember to contact me at your earliest convenience. Agreed, it's a promise, Selena replied. I wish you immense success at your exposition and hope you enjoy yourself thoroughly. And Tony's voice carried a mischievous lilt as he quickly added before hanging up. Bundle up tightly, little popsicle. You wouldn't want a polar bear mistaking you for a delectable treat. In a state of elation, Tony Stark was positively buoyant, his speech imbued with an exhilarating lightness. I can swim in the Arctic Ocean without a care. Selena called into the microphone with playful annoyance before decisively ending the call. Chapter 56. Arctic business trip. Selena and her senior, Louise Ryan, boarded a military helicopter arranged for them, flying alongside a scientific research team to the Arctic. The cabin roared with the thunderous engine noise, overwhelming all senses as everyone donned noise-canceling headphones. A young soldier seated across from Selena seemed to take a particular interest in her, persistently attempting to strike up a conversation, to which Selena merely responded with polite nods. Noticing the young man's behavior, an older soldier leaned closer, lowering his voice to admonish, "Buddy, get a grip. Take a good look. That esteemed lady is Louise Ryan, a Pulitzer Prize winner, and the young woman is Selena Kent, the most talked-about figure in New York right now. Are you not concerned that a mere slip of the tongue could lead to your social demise?" Instantly chastened, the young soldier fell silent and retreated to his seat. This exchange was clearly audible to Selena and Louise through their headphones, prompting a shared glance and a mutual eye roll, while Louise's lips curled in a slight smirk as she impatiently tapped her fingers against her headphones. The two soldiers finally grasped their faux pas and exchanged awkward smiles. The protracted journey commenced from New York, with multiple stops at bases and supply points for refueling, consuming the better part of the day before they finally crossed into the Arctic Circle. For Selena, this marked her first encounter with such an extensive voyage, and despite her extraordinary resilience, she felt her back and waist grow sore and stiff. Even the seasoned Louise, accustomed to constant travel, could not mask her weariness. Observing Selena grimacing and frequently adjusting her position, a flicker of compassion crossed Louise's gaze. "Come here, lie down for a moment," she said, patting her thigh. Selena, not one to refuse, quickly pecked Louise on the cheek and curled up contentedly, resting her head on her senior's warm, soft lap, soon slipping into a deep slumber. Louise gazed down at Selena's serene, youthful visage, now devoid of its usual brilliance in sleep. Her expression softened as she gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto Selena's cheek, rhythmically patting her back as if soothing a child to sleep. After an indeterminate time, Selena felt an odd, tickling sensation at the tip of her nose. Achoo! She sneezed, blinking awake. She found Louise teasingly holding a tuft of fluff from the edge of her down jacket, leaning playfully close to her nose. Awake now, sleeping beauty? It's time to rise. Welcome to the Arctic, Louise exclaimed with a smile as she withdrew her hand. Serena struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, fighting to sit upright while rubbing her stiff lower back. How long have I slept, Louise? Almost 3 hours, Louise replied, kneading her numbed thigh muscles with a feigned grimace. You're quite the weight, aren't you? I do work out regularly, Serena retorted, her cheeks flushing as she hastily stood to stretch her limbs. Come on, grab your bag. The two leaped from the helicopter, and the biting cold wind instantly enveloped them in a flurry of icy snowflakes, forcing them to huddle their necks. A few soldiers promptly approached, eagerly taking their various bags and equipment. A man clad in heavy winter gear greeted them, his voice resonating powerfully amidst the howling wind. Welcome, Miss Ryan and Miss Kent. I am Jed, the head of the Arctic transport team. Louise extended her hand and shook his firmly, getting straight to the point. We're at the base. The temporary camp is just ahead, freshly set up. They will handle your luggage. Please follow me, Jed replied, gesturing towards a cluster of tents standing resolutely on the desolate ice field, before turning to lead the way. The wind howled fiercely, necessitating raised voices as Jed continued. Honestly, I don't often read the Planet Daily, but Miss Ryan, I thoroughly enjoyed your in-depth coverage of the First Division, and Miss Kent, your article on Iron Man was quite impressive. Thank you, Louise replied flatly. To be honest, my writing tends to improve when I'm not wearing a bulletproof vest. The trio braved the biting wind to reach the central area of the camp. An officer in his 40s, with a somewhat receding hairline, stood at the entrance of a slightly larger tent. Upon seeing them, he forced a polite smile. Ah, Miss Ryan and Miss Kent. I am Colonel Hardy of the Northern Command. His winter gear flapped in the cold, revealing patches that read U.S. Air Force and Hardy. This is Dr. Amy Hamilton from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, Colonel Hardy said, stepping aside to introduce a short, bespectacled man with a white beard. The doctor nodded slightly, exuding a warm demeanor. I thought you two were arriving tomorrow. Hardy's tone carried a hint of complaint about the disruption of his plans. We arrived early today. Louise stepped forward, meeting Hardy's gaze with a clear and icy voice, devoid of pleasantries. Let me be frank, Colonel. This is Canadian territory, and your ban has been overturned by the federal court. If the pleasantries are over, please have your people take us to the site to see what you claim to have discovered. We did not come here for coffee. Colonel Hardy smiled abruptly froze, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, his expression turning awkward. He turned to Dr. Hamilton with an unmistakable plea for assistance. The doctor, understanding the unspoken request, nodded and spoke in a calm tone to smooth things over. Of course, please follow me, ladies. He led Louise and Selena away from Colonel Hardy's tent, making their way towards a considerably larger metallic structure at the far end of the camp, resembling a prefabricated module. Colonel Hardy is not a bad person, really. The doctor murmured as they walked. He just struggles with conversation. Don't take it personally. I want tea, Louise replied, her tone unwavering and serene. He is merely following orders. Wow, Louise, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Selena, who trailed closely behind, leaned in to whisper excitedly, her eyes sparkling. But what's the deal with your history with the military? I've previously exposed some of their less than glorious activities. Louise shrugged nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. In this line of work, you are bound to encounter such things sooner or later. You will too. You'll get used to it. Selena was utterly taken aback by Louise's calm demeanor, marveling at her composure, a true testament to her Pulitzer Prize-winning prowess. Upon entering the significantly warmer modular laboratory, the doctor manipulated a few controls on a device, and a complex waveform appeared on the enormous screen. Yesterday, while scanning the ice sheet, the detection team received an anomalous reflection from a massive object, approximately 15 to 20 meters beneath the surface, he explained, pointing to a clear horizontal line on the screen. Look here, this anomalous object measures at least 50 to 60 meters in length. Its shape, he paused from the reflection's outline. It resembles an aircraft. Is it Soviet or American? Louise inquired immediately, her professional instincts kicking in. It cannot be determined at the moment. We must await the engineering team to excavate the ice layer for further analysis. The doctor shook his head, but based on preliminary assessments of its characteristics and depth, it is likely from the 1940s or 1950s. Understood. Louise nodded decisively. We will await news from the engineering team. Exiting the laboratory, they returned to the icy wilderness. Selena finally had the leisure to scrutinize her surroundings, which revealed an expansive, boundless expanse of white ice, with colossal blue icebergs looming in the distance, shrouded in a mysterious and oppressive gray sky. Wow, it's truly vast and desolate here, she remarked, deliberately tightening her collar, her breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Louise merely smiled in response. At that moment, Colonel Hardy's voice carried from not far behind them, laden with an exaggerated congeniality. Just a reminder, ladies, the nighttime temperature here can plummet to around minus 40 degrees Celsius. If you happen to lose your way or accidentally fall into a crevasse, you may not be found until next spring when the ice melts. His face bore an unsettling, forced smile. Louise's smile vanished instantly, her gaze sharpening like a blade. Selena, crossing her arms, shivered slightly, wrinkling her petite nose as she retorted without reservation. Colonel, you truly struggle with conversation. With a composed expression, Louise strode towards the tent that had been arranged for them on the other side of the camp. As she lifted the heavy double door curtained to enter, both women stood in stunned silence. The space was evidently nothing more than a storage room, cramped with a few shelves and tools, with only two makeshift army beds awkwardly crammed into a corner. The biting cold within was scarcely better than that outside. Louise's gaze turned frigid as she pivoted to confront Colonel Hardy, who had not yet departed from the tent's entrance. Suppressing her indignation, she inquired, "Pray tell, Colonel, what we to do should nature call?" The insincere smile faded from Hardy's face, replaced by a stoic expression as he gestured toward a shadowy corner at the far end of the tent. "There's a bucket in that corner." With that, he offered no further opportunity for discourse and slammed the door shut behind him. Louise and Selena were left standing in silence, exchanging glances. Chapter 57. Excavation. Louise Lane was roused from her slumber by an icy chill. It had been 3 days since her arrival. Her consciousness was not yet fully restored. She first felt the hard army bed digging into her bones, followed by the relentless howl of the Arctic wind penetrating the thick canvas. Instinctively, she wrapped herself tighter in her covering, only to realize it was Selena's heavy down jacket, enveloping her like a warm cocoon, shielding her from the majority of the frigid air. A wave of warmth surged within her, dispelling the morning's chill. That thoughtful child, Selena. She sat up, the dim light of the storage room revealing an empty army bed beside her, with Selena's backpack carelessly splayed open on the ground. Louise rubbed her still sleepy eyes, a gentle smile unconsciously curving her lips. The little one had risen quite early today. She quickly attended to her physiological needs at the unpleasant facility in the corner, splashing her face with the icy, biting meltwater, the frigid sensation fully awakening her senses. The cold touch tightened her skin, yet thoughts of Selena's consideration warmed her heart. Pushing aside the heavy double-layered door flap, the cold wind rushed in like a blade of ice, revealing distant glaciers glowing with a chilling blue light in the gray dawn. The camp was already abuzz with activity. Workers moved about, and the faint roar of machinery echoed in the background. Louise halted a technician, bundled tightly and hurriedly carrying a toolbox, and asked, "Have you seen the young girl who accompanied me? She is quite tall, with golden hair." The technician pointed towards the outskirts of the camp, near a massive ice pit, his voice muffled by his scarf. "Oh, Miss Kent, she has gone to the site. Just over there, at the opening the engineering team has excavated." The mention of the site sent a thrill through Louise's heart. Grateful for the information, she swiftly donned her coat and made her way in the indicated direction, her pace quickening to a near run. In the distance, she spotted a colossal, bottomless square pit carved into the ice. Several drilling and excavation machines stood at the edge, emitting a deafening roar that made the ice beneath her tremble. Steam and icy dust swirled together, rising into the air as technicians clad in reflective work attire busied themselves around the pit's mouth. Louise hurried to the well's edge, where Colonel Hardy, Dr. Hamilton, and several officers were gathered around a display screen engaged in discussion. She paid no heed to their greetings, her gaze anxiously searching the crowd for a familiar youthful visage. "Miss Ryan?" The nearby Jed recognized her. Jed, have you seen Selena Kent? Louise spoke rapidly. Kent. Jed paused momentarily before gesturing towards the vast, abyss-like ice pit. She went down there with a few engineers. Down there? Louise's voice escalated sharply, her heart leaping in her throat. The ice pit appeared bottomless, with colossal excavators and suspended equipment operating at its mouth, shrouded in darkness, pierced only by beams of powerful searchlights that cast an eerie, cold blue glow upon the icy walls of the chasm. How deep is it? Are there safety measures? Fear not, Miss Ryan, an engineer nearby interjected quickly. The ice has been reinforced. Its depth is approximately 20 meters, with safety ropes and a lift. However, Louise scarcely registered the latter part of his explanation. She dashed to the edge of the pit, disregarding the biting chill of the metallic railing, and leaned over to peer into the abyss below. All she could see was an endless void, as if it could devour all light. A bone-chilling wind surged upward from the depths, carrying icy fragments that tousled her hair and sent a shiver down her spine. The thunderous clamor of machinery was amplified within the cavernous space, echoing so loudly it felt as though it would burst her eardrums. Selena, Louise shouted with all her might, her voice colliding fiercely against the cold, hard walls of the well, reverberating and bouncing back, only to be swiftly obliterated by the greater cacophony of machinery below, fading into the thick darkness. 20 meters beneath the ice, Selena and several technicians, donning safety helmets, illuminated a colossal shadow beneath the ice with their powerful flashlights. It was a massive metallic object encased in a thick layer of ice. Under the intense cold light, a deep gray metal shell, frosted and adorned with rivets and welding marks, came into view, cold and unyielding. This craftsmanship resembles German engineering, one could surmise. The roar of machinery was compressed and amplified here, deafeningly loud. Selena Kent and her team stood atop this monumental object, their feet resting upon a secret that had lain hidden beneath the ice for decades. A laser cutter, fixed to a track, emitted a sharp, piercing hum, its front end expelling a dazzlingly bright beam, akin to an invisible sword, rotating as it moved along the junction of an exceptionally thick layer of ice and metal. Where the beam made contact, the solid ice vaporized instantly, billowing dense clouds of white mist, while the resilient metal melted and was sliced through, leaving behind crimson-hot edges and scintillating sparks, filling the air with a peculiar, acrid scent of burning metal mingled with icy vapor. Selena stood a short distance away, her hands steadily holding her professional digital camera, the lens firmly fixed on the evolving cutting point. Yet, her perspective transcended the mere confines of the camera lens. Though her gaze appeared to be locked onto the cutting point, an invisible force had long since disregarded the rigid metallic surface, extending inward. Her vision functioned like an intangible probe, penetrating the frigid metallic armor, delving into the interior where the control panel had been deformed and covered in thick dust and ice. Twisted supports rapidly scanned the wreckage that had been encased in ice for decades. Here, time had crystallized. Broken cables, contorted seats, and shattered instruments all remained in the posture they held at the moment of the crash. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on a relatively enclosed area in the midst of the wreckage, where a tall male figure lay encased in ice, much like an insect trapped in amber. He appeared to be clad in a blue, form-fitting combat suit, though it had long since frozen into a stiff and distorted state, its colors indistinguishable. He lay quietly in the position behind the cockpit. As her gaze shifted slightly, she noticed a circular object lying quietly beside the frozen remains. This object was also coated in ice, yet its outline was remarkably clear and familiar. A round shield. The edges of the shield were distinctly visible, most of it encased in ice, with only a small portion exposed in a crevice, subtly revealing the iconic red and blue combination that remained striking despite the ravages of time and frost. At the very center of the exposed circle, a slightly raised star pattern stood out vividly in Selena's penetrating view. It was Captain America's shield. Thus, this frozen relic, entombed here for decades, was none other than Steve Rogers. Chapter 58. The old popsicle. The laser beam shrieked, leaving searing marks on the thick, dark gray metal plate. This German creation from the last century was astonishingly robust. Even the most advanced cutting machines took considerable time to penetrate it. Selena stood quietly to the side, her grip on the camera steady. Internally, however, she felt a twinge of impatience. If she could intervene, the obstructive wall would yield in mere seconds, like tearing through paper. Yet, with too many people present, she suppressed her impulse, continuing to play the role of the focus chronicler. Almost there, everyone prepare, the lead technician shouted, intently monitoring the progress. Surrounding technicians quickly checked the ropes and tools, readying themselves to enter. With a piercing sound of tearing, the heavy circular metal plate was finally severed, crashing down onto the cabin floor and sending up a cloud of icy dust. A perfectly round hole, approximately half a meter in diameter, appeared before everyone's eyes. A rush of cold air mingled with the scent of decades of confinement surged forth. Ropes were swiftly lowered, and several technicians adeptly slid into the opening. Selena followed closely behind, landing lightly on the ground. The cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence, the darkness thick and oppressive. Only a few emergency headlamps pierced through the gloom, illuminating the twisted and shattered interior, along with a thick layer of dust and frost. The air was biting cold, infused with the scent of rust and decay. "Miss Kent, please watch your step," a technician cautioned. "All right, thank you," Selena replied absently. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the depths ahead. She moved with purpose, deftly sidestepping the accumulated debris and distorted metal structures, heading straight for a spot she recalled from her memory. Her footsteps echoed sharply in the desolate cabin. Soon, she arrived at the door of the target chamber, or what once was a door, now merely a contorted frame. The beam of her headlamp settled steadily in the corner, revealing a tall male figure encased in a thick layer of ice. However, Selena's attention was immediately drawn to a more conspicuous object on the ground beside him, a round shield. She hurried forward, kneeling to carefully brush away the thin layer of snow and ice crystals that covered its surface. The red and blue stripes, along with the silver star at its center, emerged clearly under the light. A subtle smile curved her lips as she swiftly raised her camera, capturing several close-ups of the shield and the frozen corpse. Task accomplished. She then lifted her head, inhaled deeply, and called out towards the corridor, "Someone come." The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. "What happened, Miss Kent?" A technician rushed in, breathless. Upon seeing Selena crouched in the corner, pointing to the ground, he paused momentarily before his gaze followed her finger to the shield, then abruptly shifted to the handsome yet lifeless face encased in ice. "My God," he gasped, instantly regaining composure, fumbling for his military walkie-talkie, his voice trembling with excitement. "Quick, notifie Colonel Hardy. There is a gentleman here who has waited far too long." Before long, amid the commotion and heightened tension, Louise Lane, along with a shocked and incredulous Colonel Hardy, Dr. Hamilton, and several officers, were urgently guided to descend. As Colonel Hardy rushed to the corner, the beam of his headlamp fully illuminated the handsome, youthful yet lifeless visage alongside the iconic shield. Overcome with emotion, he wiped his face, confirming he was not dreaming. "My heavens, it truly is him." His voice quivered as he barked orders to those behind him. "Quick, organize a team. Be extremely careful while extracting him. Do not harm him. Hurry." Louise stood a short distance away, her gaze shifting from the frozen Steve Rogers to Selena. She quickly approached Selena, pulling her aside to a relatively quiet corner, her voice tinged with reproach. "You could have called me when you came down." Feeling a bit guilty, Selena blinked innocently. "I saw you sleeping so soundly when I left. I didn't want to wake you. I thought you might appreciate a little more rest," she added sincerely. Louise cast her a glance, evidently unconvinced. "I see you can hardly contain your eagerness for the headlines. Is this bounty substantial enough for you?" Indeed, Selena's face instantly transformed with the characteristic excitement of a journalist as she patted her camera bag. "All set," Louise sighed, yet upon witnessing Selena's composure, the taut strings of her heart began to relax. "We'll leave this to them. Let's ascend." "Absolutely," Selena nodded promptly, and the two turned in unison towards the entrance, where light and ropes beckoned. Inside the makeshift command center, a low-frequency hum of communications filled the air, punctuated by various device indicators. Colonel Hardy gripped the satellite phone, the veins on the back of his hand bulging with tension, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. "Yes, sir, it is indeed him. The preservation state is remarkably well-maintained. The ice layer nearly envelopes him, frozen as though he were a popsicle, without visible trauma." However, the excitement in his voice abruptly dwindled, becoming labored. "Yes, we have confirmed it. There are no signs of life. He is completely frozen. An unmistakable directive seemed to emanate from the other end of the line, draining the color from Hardy's face, replacing it with a pallor of disbelief. His body tensed sharply, as if struggling to accept the gravity of the news, even swaying slightly. What? But sir, this location has been my responsibility, our responsibility, throughout the entire operation, all logistics and support. He attempted to argue, but the opposing command was resolute, silencing all his protests. Ultimately, he could only force out a few words through gritted teeth. All right, I understand. Understood. He slammed the phone onto the communication station with a resounding thud. Damn it! A suppressed roar erupted from his chest. With a fierce blow, he struck the adjacent metal control desk, producing a thunderous sound that splattered the liquid within a nearby coffee cup. This sudden outburst startled Louise Ryan, who had been perusing photographs nearby. Colonel, what has happened? She immediately sensed the shift in circumstances. Hardy whipped around, his gaze filled with resentment, and barked in a harsh tone, "None of your concern." He even dismissed the pretense of concealing his anger and humiliation, snatching his military cap from the back of a chair and forcefully pulling down the brim before striding out of the command center tent without a backward glance. As the flap of the tent lifted, his gruff voice resonated through the icy wind of the expanse. "Attention, everyone. Soldiers, cease all work at once. Immediately. Pack up all personal gear and our supplies. Prepare for boarding. We're going home." This command struck like thunder, plunging the bustling camp into stunned silence. Soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. "Sir? Why? The mission isn't complete." One sergeant could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Silence." Hardy abruptly halted, turning to glare furiously, his jaw clenched, the line of his chin taut as stone. "Do not question further. This is an order. Execute. Execute immediately." The camp was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of tension, oppression, and bewilderment. Despite the soldiers' deep-seated confusion, they swiftly sprang into action, dismantling equipment and packing supplies under the weight of long-standing training and discipline. The roar of engines became chaotic and urgent. Selena Kent approached Louise from a heap of disassembled gear, glancing at the sudden evacuation scene unfolding before them, and whispered, "It seems they are about to leave." Louise furrowed her brow, her gaze following Colonel Hardy's retreating figure. Why? This is utterly strange. Her instinct told her that this matter was anything but simple. Selena shrugged. "I don't know. What should we do?" Louise inhaled the frigid air deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and turned her focus towards the direction of the ice cave. "Don't rush. The military's sudden departure will surely bring subsequent personnel." She had not finished her sentence when a deep, thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the distant sky, drowning out the clamor of the camp. Everyone instinctively looked up. Against the grayish horizon, a large transport aircraft, characterized by its sharp lines and painted in a low-visibility dark gray camouflage, was swiftly descending through the thin clouds. Beneath its wings, the distinctive eagle emblem was faintly visible in the dim light. Colonel Hardy also halted, his eyes fixed intensely on the approaching aircraft, his expression inscrutable, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his tension. The soldiers accelerated their efforts in transporting supplies. Chapter 59. Entrapped by capital with a resounding crash. The massive cargo door of the transport plane slammed onto the frozen ground. A cold gust, laden with snowflakes, surged in, causing a shiver to ripple through the onlookers. Phil Coulson tightened his impeccably tailored suit jacket and winter coat, being the first to descend the staircase. Following him were several technical agents carrying precision instrument cases, trailed by a small squad of well-armed, sharply vigilant special forces. Their figures appeared particularly formidable against the vast ice expanse, their boots crunching rhythmically through the snow, shattering the base's silence. Coulson's gaze swept over the scene like radar, disregarding the bustling activity around him, and made his way directly toward Colonel Hardy, who was hastily gathering personal belongings from several military supply crates. Hardy's face bore unmistakable signs of indignation and barely contained fury. Coulson stopped a few steps away from Hardy, deftly retrieving a black identification card emblazoned with the eagle insignia from his inner pocket. He extended it forward with a steady wrist, his voice clear and formulaic, devoid of emotion. "I am Phil Coulson, Senior Officer of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. I am now in charge of all matters here." Colonel, you're free to leave. Hardy shot his head up, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. He forcefully shoved aside a nearby crate, producing a jarring screech, spitting words almost directly into Coulson's face. Who orchestrated this grand affair? It turns out to be you blood-sucking parasites. You vanish when it's time to work, yet you're the first to claim credit. How can we possibly serve a nation while entangled with you vermin? As he spoke with increasing fervor, his finger nearly poked Cole's nose. I have toiled with my comrades in this godforsaken place for months. We were frozen to the bone. After finally unearthing this precious gem, within a mere 2 hours, you lot come to snatch it away. Bah! He spat vehemently, his curses reverberating in the frigid air, his demeanor exceedingly hostile. In the face of such vitriol, Cole remained unperturbed, merely lifting his chin slightly, his gaze calmly penetrating Hardy's fury, his voice steady and indifferent, as if outlining a routine operation. I sincerely apologize, Colonel Hardy. I am merely following orders. The decisions made above are, of course, based on their own considerations. Hardy drew in sharp breaths, seemingly expelling a significant portion of his ire with his recent outburst, yet his eyes still sliced through Cole like blades. He waved his hand forcefully, as if to cast off misfortune, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Fine. What a commendable adherence to orders. Commissioner Cole, I wish you success in your forthcoming endeavors. Farewell." He nearly spat the last 2 words through clenched teeth before bellowing at his soldiers. "What are you all standing there for? Pack up, we're leaving." The soldiers, silent yet swift, began to mobilize, gathering Hardy's scattered belongings and loading them onto the awaiting helicopter. Hardy boarded the aircraft in a fury, not daring to cast a glance back. As the roar of the rotor blades intensified, the helicopter whipped up a flurry of snow, swiftly vanishing into the gray-white horizon. It was not until the engine's sound faded into the distance that Cole signaled to the Special Forces team behind him, issuing a low command, form a line and maintain vigilance at the entrances. The soldiers immediately dispersed in silence, establishing a tight perimeter around the command center. Cole then led a few technical agents as they pushed open the door to the command center. A unique scent, a blend of machine oil, disinfectant, and cold metal, enveloped him. Inside, the room was brightly lit, with machines humming softly, starkly contrasting the icy wilderness outside. His attention was immediately drawn to the central focus of the command center, a large metallic conference table. Upon it lay Steve Rogers, still encased in thick layers of ice, his figure and handsome profile faintly visible through the frozen barrier, the ice crystals refracting a fragmented cold light, as if time itself had frozen around him. Several researchers surrounded the table, anxiously operating thawing equipment and recording data. Closest to the table stood 2 female reporters, Selena Kent and Louise Lane. Cole's gaze lingered for a moment on Selena's face, a professional, inscrutable smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slightly nodded. "Good to see you again." Miss Kent. Selena, holding her camera aimed at the frozen captain, glanced up at Cole from behind the lens. Her eyes held little warmth. She sniffed, offering a stiff nod in response. "Good morning, Agent Cole." Coulson paid no heed to her frigid demeanor as he strode purposefully towards the conference table, clearly announcing to all present, "I am Phil Coulson, Senior Agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." The gentleman paused at the edge of the table, his gaze intensely scanning Steve Rogers' frigid visage, as though verifying a long-lost treasure, his fingertips nearly hovering above the icy surface. With barely perceptible tremors in his voice, he murmured almost to himself, "It truly cannot be mistaken. It is just like the old photographs." His focused expression resembled that of a devotee reverently gazing upon a sacred relic. Selena astutely detected the peculiar nuance in his tone. Her long brows arched slightly as she set down her camera, her voice laced with curiosity. "Oh, Agent Coulson is an admirer of Captain America?" Her gaze flitted between Coulson's rare display of concentration and his intense scrutiny of the frozen captain. Coulson then lifted his head, diverting his gaze from Steve to Selena, nodding with an air of calmness, even managing a smile that could be deemed gentle. "Of course. You're familiar with him too? That is indeed rare. Not many young people today recognize these legendary heroes." He appeared to be in high spirits and promptly turned to the technical agents beside him, decisively commanding, "Prepare for the transfer. Ensure the process is stable and secured with the highest level of security. Execute immediately." The agent stepped forward, beginning to handle the situation with professionalism and caution. At this moment, the elderly scientist, Dr. Hamilton, who had been nervously rubbing his hands and hesitating to speak for some time, could no longer contain himself, his tone filled with urgency and embarrassment. "Wait, Commissioner, now that you're taking him away, what are we to do?" He anxiously clutched the hem of his lab coat. Coulson, evidently unprepared for their predicament, was momentarily taken aback by the question before regaining his composure. He surveyed the scientific personnel who clearly did not belong to his mission, contemplated for a moment, and with an air of realization, remarked, "Oh, your task is complete. The subsequent operations are classified and no longer require your involvement." His gaze returned to Dr. Hamilton's anxious face, pausing for 2 seconds before enlightenment dawned upon him. He raised a hand, pointing towards the exit. "Understood. Apologies, you do not possess your own transportation. We can offer you a ride out of here. Please gather your belongings promptly." His tone was brisk, as if resolving a trivial inconvenience. Having addressed the scientist's concerns, Coulson again approached Selena. Noticing her evident displeasure, he donned that impeccable professional smile. "Miss Kent, are you satisfied with this business trip experience?" His words carried an appropriately probing undertone. Selena's expression hardened. "Did you arrange for us to come here?" Her voice suddenly chilled. Coulson met her gaze with a composed demeanor, wearing a deliberately formulaic smile. "Indeed, transparency is the foundation of a fruitful collaboration." With a short, sarcastic laugh, Selena expressed her discontent unabashedly. "Well, I must sincerely thank you. Agent Coulson, you've gone to great lengths to toss me into this icy abyss for an honest encounter. What a delight." She crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed. Coulson, amused by her candid complaints, chuckled, the sound echoing oddly in the vast command center. "Calm down, Miss Kent. Let us consider this an unconventional polar expedition. We still require some time for preparations. You both may take a brief respite. However, I must remind you that matters here are of the utmost secrecy." He turned away once more, fully engrossed in overseeing Captain America's work, as if their previous exchange had merely been an insignificant interlude. Louise stood beside Selena, observing the hurried scientists packing their equipment, the busy S.H.I.L.D. agents, and finally, Steve Rogers, before her gaze settled on Selena's displeased expression. Bewildered and utterly at a loss, she leaned in and whispered, "Selena, what exactly is happening?" Selena did not immediately respond to Louise's inquiry. Instead, she glared at Coulson's busy figure as he moved about the conference table. She tightened her not-so-thick coat and began to mutter under her breath, each word laced with irritation. "Thank you for this delightful polar adventure. S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 60. The temporary resting room, the makeshift lounge, serving as a storage room, was filled with the scent of oil, dust, and lingering chill. The harsh fluorescent light barely illuminated the cramped space cluttered with old parts, while a table missing a leg was propped up with wooden crates, upon which rested 2 military rations emitting faint wisps of steam. Louise Ryan wrapped herself tightly in the borrowed military coat, yet did not touch her portion of food. Her keen eyes remained fixed on Selena, curiosity and confusion nearly spilling over, as her gaze flitted across Selena's flushed, delicate features. "Sel, I simply cannot contain myself." Louise finally broke the silence, her voice ringing clearly in the stillness of the small room, laced with teasing amusement, though genuine inquiry lay beneath. "I never expected you to know such prominent figures." She emphasized the words prominent figures, gesturing towards the direction of the recently departed Coulson. Selena, in a foul mood, poked at the congealed grease in her ration can with a spoon. At Louise's words, she paused, rolled her eyes dramatically, and pouted, revealing her undeniable disdain. "What do you mean, no?" she retorted, her tone irritable. "I've merely crossed paths with Tony Stark a few times and happened to encounter this bunch from S.H.I.L.D. on occasion." She crossed her arms and leaned back against the cold metal wall, as if attempting to distance herself from those lingering memories. "Who want to know them? They're so elusive, it's utterly vexing." Louise found Selena's exasperation amusing and took a sip from her warm coffee cup, the warmth dispelling some of the cold. All right. She smiled and deftly shifted the topic, her eyes still sparkling with brightness. "However, truth be told, I had never heard of this bureau before. Its name sounded rather cumbersome." Taking a deep breath, Selena, with a hint of exasperation at having to pronounce this unwieldy title. Articulated clearly and swiftly, the Bureau of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistic Support. Once she finished, she couldn't help but make a face of disbelief. Louise was taken aback by the elongated name, her mouth slightly agape, before bursting into laughter and shaking her head, exclaiming how difficult it was to pronounce. Who was the bureaucrat that concocted such a name? A tongue twister, perhaps? Selena shrugged, her tone laced with understanding, explaining that they typically referred to it by its abbreviated form, S.H.L.D. It was said to have originated from the Strategic Scientific Reserve established during World War II. She paused for a moment, lowering her voice slightly, adding that according to their own claims, in certain exceptionally specialized domains, their authority was even greater than that of others. Louise's smile gradually faded, and she set her coffee cup down, her fingers lightly tapping against its rim as she sank into contemplation, her bright eyes narrowing. Like this time, Selena nodded affirmatively, tilting her chin towards a frozen captain outside the door. Steve Rogers, a hero from 70 years ago, was in many ways the product of their predecessor's super soldier program. Having lain in ice for 70 years, he was now unearthed and handed over to them for handling. It seemed quite fitting, didn't it? There was a hint of resignation in her voice. Louise responded with a soft hum, her expression becoming intensely focused. Habitually, she pulled out a small notebook from her pocket, though she didn't write anything down, instead absently stroking the pages. It seemed her voice carried a blend of excitement and regret, reflecting that the bounty from this trip was far richer than she had anticipated before arriving. She paused, letting out a long sigh. What a pity. Selena finally picked up her spoon, stirring the nearly cold food, and glanced up at her. What a pity about what? Louise turned to face Selena directly, the keen intuition of a reporter glimmering in her eyes. It's a pity that such a significant scoop will likely not see the light of day. Not a word will be leaked. Her tone was resolute, even though this time they had been allowed to participate, or rather, you had been invited in. Just think about it. Selena, she leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. The military is still reeling from the chaos caused by that counterfeit super soldier serum. It has barely settled down for a few days, and now, the real, living Captain America has been found. If this news were to escape, the Pentagon and Capitol Hill would go into a frenzy. Selena ceased her stirring, her gaze becoming profound. She nodded slowly, her expression grave. Indeed, Louise. Moreover, Steve Rogers is not merely an individual. He is a symbol. If he truly manages to regain his health and stand before the world once more. She exhaled softly, as if envisioning that very scene, certain that countless politicians would be eager to exploit him for their own narratives. The little one has truly matured, displaying remarkable insight. Louise's face radiated a smile of satisfaction as she affectionately tousled Selena's hair, embodying the pride of a mentor towards an exceptional prodigy, tinged with a subtle hint of concern. However, I must emphasize, her fingers gently tapped Selena's forehead, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. These matters run deep. Steer clear of politics. Selena, safeguard yourself, and do not immerse yourself in the eye of the storm. Selena immediately cast aside the unappetizing can, her momentary gravity replaced by a playful demeanor. Like a kitten seeking refuge, she affectionately clutched Louise's arm, nuzzling her cheek against her shoulder, and began to coo sweetly. Oh, don't worry, Louise. I won't publish anything. In the cold storage room, a flicker of warmth seemed to arise as Louise looked at her fluffy head with indulgence, shaking her head with a resigned smile. Chapter 61. The unusual Tony. The afternoon sun of Manhattan poured through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Selena Kent's somewhat disheveled desk at the Planet Daily. Fresh from the Arctic, Selena had yet to sip a warm glass of milk to thaw her chilled body when she swiftly grabbed the phone and deftly dialed her bombastic boss, Tony Stark. The call connected almost instantaneously. Hey, Selena, how does it feel to be back in the embrace of civilization? Are you missing the temperature control pool on the top floor of Stark Tower and my private amenities? Tony's voice exploded like a rocket engine, bombarding Selena's eardrums with an extraordinary, nearly overwhelming speed and volume, leaving no room for interruption. Just as Selena opened her mouth to recount her experiences during the Arctic assignment, Tony's rapid-fire words completely drowned her out. You would never guess what transpired these past few days. My exposition, Selena, my exposition was simply phenomenal. unprecedented in history. You missed the most spectacular opening ever. I descended from the sky, crash landing right in the center of the stage. And then guess what? A whole row tall, leggy, dazzlingly clad performers danced beside me. They were fantastic. The crowd went wild. The spectacle, the atmosphere, even Pepper had to concede, despite her later complaints about the venue's safety plan, that it was undeniably a historic moment. Stark Industries stock soared. Those stubborn old shareholders, when they called me this morning, their voices were sweeter than honey. They were ecstatic. And of course I was ecstatic too. His voice brimmed with exuberant enthusiasm, his rapid pace making Selena worry he might bite his own tongue. He was like a supercar with the accelerator floored, racing wildly down the highway. Oh right, I almost forgot the most thrilling part. Yesterday morning, the Senate Military Committee. Those old men. Tony's voice suddenly soared an octave higher, brimming with sarcasm and unabashed disdain. They held a hearing, questioning me. He demanded that I surrender the battle armor technology for national security. Hand it over to the government. Hand it over to the military. He let out a series of sharp, mocking laughs, distorted through the receiver. Who do they think they are? God? The most absurd part is that they even brought in that clown, Justin Hammer, as an expert witness. Oh, dear Selena, it was truly a loss that you weren't there. That fool was on stage boasting about stable mass production and patriotic duty, to the point where he almost convinced himself. And then, Tony mimicked the questioning tone others might have used, answering himself, his pace quickening, and then I merely manipulated a few controls, blacked out the main screen of the meeting, and played a highlights reel of Hammer Industries product tests. Do you know what I showcased? It was that prototype of his, like an iron coffin, which had gone haywire and snapped a soldier's waist. The scene, TSK, TSK. Hammer's face instantly turned as dark as a charred pot bottom. Truly unfortunate for that soldier. His tone was exuberant to the point of near tearing, filled with a sense of vengeful delight. But it doesn't end there. They even brought in Rhodes. James Rhodes, colonel in the Air Force. My good friend, you know him, the one who always wants me to grow up. Tony's tone abruptly shifted to one of mixed disappointment and intensified anger, and as a result, he was swayed by them, or perhaps commanded by his superiors. He came to lobby, standing beside that befuddled senator, saying something about government jurisdiction and potential threats. The most outrageous part is that he even suggested I join in politics. Join politics? Tony's voice rose to a near breaking point, filled with utter disdain and revulsion. Me? Tony Stark. What an international joke. Let me be clear. Unless, his tone elongated with a hysterical resolve, they want me to be the Secretary of Defense. Otherwise, not a chance. Not a window. Not a door. He almost roared the next line, bursting with a fervent, undeniable pride. It is I, Tony Stark, who has privatized personal safety. It is I who holds peace and security in my hands. I possess this capability. I wield this technology. I am the one who decides everything. They have no right to dictate to me. No one does. He continued, his speech rapid to the point of incoherence, seemingly prepared to unleash the entirety of the hearing. All the details that displeased him, along with the excess excitement and suppressed anger he had accumulated over these days, all at once through the phone line to Selena. Alongside his fervent, piercing voice, a faint sound of metal being incessantly hammered and the unstable crackling of energy arcs could be heard in the background. Selena's grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles whitening. The expression on her face shifted from initial interruption and impatience to a deep-seated worry and seriousness. Tony's emotions were too off-kilter. He was usually talkative and boastful, but at this moment, his extreme exuberance, the sharp aggression in his words, and the nearly pathological insults directed at the hearing's details conveyed a sense of madness teetering on the brink of collapse. This is certainly not the pure joy one would expect after a successful expo, a life saved, and a soaring stock price. Rather, it signals a state of disarray. Without the slightest hesitation, Selena held her breath as her extraordinary senses unfurled silently. Her gaze penetrated the walls of the Planet Daily building, traversing through steel and concrete, and swiftly locked on a Stark tower. The vision continued to pierce through layers of reinforced glass and alloy walls, accurately landing in the open laboratory on the top floor, a place she had once visited. The sight before Selena's eyes caused her heart to plummet. The laboratory was in utter chaos, more disordered than ever before. Metal parts, disassembled tools, and remnants of pizza boxes were strewn across the floor. Several robotic arms hung, suspended in mid-air, as if intoxicated. Amidst a heap of cables and metal debris sat Tony Stark himself, disheveled and disoriented. His expensive silk shirt was wrinkled and open at the chest, revealing the blinding blue glow of the arc reactor, which seemed more unstable than usual, flickering erratically. There was no trace of the triumphant spirit that should accompany a successful expo. Instead, he was enveloped in an overwhelming fatigue and a near-exhausted despondency. His hair was unkempt, cascading onto his forehead, a stubbled jawline marred by dark bristles, and his eyes were sunken, bloodshot, and haunted. In one hand, he clutched the communicator Selena had dialed, while the other hung limply by his side, the fingertips still grasping an empty whiskey mini bottle. He spoke into the air, or rather to the communicator, his words a chaotic torrent, yet his gaze was vacant, with a nearly neurotic, inscrutable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was far from the victorious demeanor expected after a successful expo. Selena's eyes sharpened, and she resolved without further hesitation. Just as Tony continued his fervent discourse on the other end of the call, Selena decisively pressed the end call button on her phone. The abrupt disconnection became the only sound resonating in Stark's laboratory at that moment. In the next instant, a fleeting, nearly imperceptible ripple disturbed the air before Tony, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, as a figure, moving faster than the limits of human perception, materialized, stirring the air and tousling Tony's hair and the scattered papers on the floor. "Welcome, Miss Kent," Jarvis's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Selena, bearing the lingering chill of the Arctic and unmasked concern, stood resolutely before the despondent Tony Stark. The air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, the burnt residue of welding, and a faint whiff of alcohol. She chose not to glance at the discarded phone on the ground, but instead fixed her gaze upon Tony's bloodshot eyes, filled with exhaustion and the hollowness of abnormal excitement. In a measured tone, she questioned Tony Stark, "Tell me, what on earth is going on with you?" The laboratory was left with only the occasional crackle of electric arcs. Chapter 62. Why Not Tony Stark was startled by the abrupt disconnection and the almost simultaneous appearance of a ghostly figure. He abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes straining to focus, revealing before him the icy presence of Selena, her expression grave and solemn. The muscles of his face twitched imperceptibly, as if he were attempting to summon his former nonchalance, only to produce a grotesque smile that was more disconcerting than tears. "Oh, hi," he croaked, his voice hoarse and parched, laced with the haze of a hangover and a forced cheerfulness. "Our great hero has arrived. I apologize for this disheveled state." He gestured with fingers stained with oil, raking through his unkempt hair and wrinkled shirt. "If Pepper were here, she would scold me." His gaze flitted away, avoiding Selena's penetrating eyes, shrinking back imperceptibly, attempting to establish some distance. "All right, Pepper is no longer my assistant. I've hired a new one, young, beautiful, and capable. Of course, she pales in comparison to your beauty and prowess." Selena did not engage in his clumsy pleasantries. Her brow furrowed, her eyes sharp as blades. She leaned down and forcefully seized Tony's bottle of alcohol, slamming it onto the corner of the only relatively clean workbench. Standing upright, hands on her hips, she regarded Tony with an unwavering gaze, as if intent on unearthing the frailties he sought to conceal deep within his soul. Under Selena's oppressive scrutiny, Tony felt his defenses rapidly crumbling. He coughed twice, his throat constricting, his gaze wandering aimlessly across the table in a futile attempt to shift the conversation. His voice trembled with a facade of bravado. "Hey, don't be so serious. Did you come straight to me upon your return? To report on your work, right?" He tried to muster a casual smile, but the rigidity of his lips betrayed him. "Oh, and I almost forgot to ask, how was your expedition to the Arctic? Did you uncover any significant news?" His tone rose deliberately. Selena took a deep breath, cutting through the fragile pretense with unwavering clarity, her voice slicing through the ambient noise of the lab. "Tony Stark, you're dying, aren't you?" The word struck Tony like a thunderclap, shattering the facade he had so painstakingly constructed. His ghastly smile, the forced calm, and his clumsy attempts at deflection froze in an instant, crumbling like a plaster mask struck by a hammer. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Selena's, pupils dilating in disbelief and a flicker of panic at being exposed. His lips trembled, struggling to form words. He stammered for several seconds before finally managing to choke out the fragmented syllables. How did you know? His voice was as delicate as a feather, trembling as if admitting the truth drained him of his last remaining strength. Selena's gaze remained unwavering. She pointed to her eyes, where a faint glimmer seemed to swirl within her azure pupils, as if to say, I can see through you. I can perceive the toxins coursing through your veins. Tony's body trembled violently, as though the last vestiges of his were being stripped away. The horror in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a numbed tranquility, a fatigue from bearing a long-held secret that was finally being unveiled. He lowered his head, gazing at the dimly glowing arc reactor upon his chest, which had once been the source of his vitality, but had now become a slow poison, killing him. After a prolonged silence, he managed to curl his lips into a self-deprecating, despair-laden smirk. All right, I almost forgot that seeing through internal organs and blood vessels is perfectly normal for you. He lifted his gaze to meet Selena's, devoid of any pretense, leaving only the stark acknowledgement of his despair and relief. Yes, you're right. I am dying. This thing, he gestured to the reactor at his chest, is both my heart and my coffin nail. The laboratory was enveloped in a deathly silence. Witnessing his despondence, Selena's anger flared even more. So what? Her voice rose sharply, laden with stern inquiry. Have you given up? Tony Stark, have you resigned yourself to this fate? Her words struck him like a whip. He nearly shouted in response. Give up? How could I possibly do that? Struggling to rise, he staggered slightly. Bracing himself against the table, his gaze as fierce as tempered steel, fixed on Selena. I'm Tony Stark. I acknowledge that I am in a terrible state, utterly wretched. But let me tell you, Selena Kent, I have not surrendered. I have been searching for solutions. Pepper is helping me. Happy is helping me. Jarvis is assisting me. And Banner, I have tested every conceivable combination of elements in the database, every known material. His words tumbled forth, somewhat incoherent, yet his unwavering determination was crystal clear. Believe me, I will find a way. There must be a solution. I just need a little more time, just a bit more time. His voice trailed off, imbued with a barely perceptible plea, both to fate and to the friend before him. As Selena gazed into his bloodshot eyes, now ignited with a flicker of the will to survive, the anger born from her worry began to dissipate, transforming into a sigh. Yes, her tone softened. I believe in you, Tony. She stepped forward, extending her hand to gently pat his trembling shoulder, hoping to convey warmth and strength. How about a smile? Tony paused, momentarily taken aback by Selena's request. He instinctively tugged at the corners of his mouth in an attempt to present her with a reassuring, familiar, roguish smile. However, what emerged was merely a grotesque expression, more sorrowful than a frown. Ah, enough, Selena exclaimed, turning her head away in disdain. Stop laughing. It's utterly ridiculous. She surveyed the laboratory, which resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest, and shook her head in exasperation. Then, as if recollecting the purpose of her visit, and aiming to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, she approached and laboriously extracted a somewhat intact high-back stool from a heap of components before seating herself. Tony, too, sank heavily onto a chair, emitting a weary groan. Selena composed her thoughts and began recounting her observations from the Arctic. Over there, we discovered Captain America, Steve Rogers, frozen in the glacier for 70 years, yet still alive. The agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., including that Agent Coulson you've met a few times. Initially, she intended to succinctly narrate the discovery and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subsequent takeover. However, perhaps due to the stifling cold she endured for days, or perhaps Coulson's demeanor that irked her, or perhaps her concern for Tony's dismal state, Selena found herself unable to contain her frustrations. When she began to speak, her words flowed relentlessly, from the biting chill upon their arrival at the base, to Colonel Hardy's neglect towards them, and Hardy's scathing rebuke of Coulson, to Coulson's impassive seizure of credit. Her pace quickened, laced with sarcasm, and her descriptions grew increasingly vivid, particularly when she recounted how Coulson commanded his subordinates to transport the frozen captain and then casually dismiss them. Selena's tone surged with indignation, and that Mediterranean man in a black suit, Coulson, he and his expressionless entourage handled it as if he were collecting a package from the Amazon, swiftly boxing up Captain America, Steve Rogers himself. And what about us? We were reduced to mere disposable wrapping paper, sent back without any gain from this expedition, not to mention the waste of my cold weather gear funds. It's simply outrageous. He even claimed it was classified information and threatened me. You know what I mean, right? As Selena continued to vent her frustrations, she suddenly noticed that Tony had fallen unusually silent. She paused, turning to him in confusion. Hey, Tony, are you listening? Did you fall asleep? Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over the reactor before him. The despair and fatigue that had previously marked his features were now replaced by an oddly intense expression. His eyes, once vacant, now sparkled with the fervor of a hunter who had spotted rare prey, gleaming with excitement and calculation. A slow, wicked smile crept across his lips, transforming his weary face into one radiating a dangerous allure. He abruptly straightened, interrupting her tirade. Send? Why not send? Selena's mocking remarks abruptly ceased, her eyes widening in astonishment. Tony's devilish grin spread even further. Is it reasonable to keep such explosive news under wraps? Chapter 63. The user still too young Selena was momentarily stunned by Tony's revelation, questioning whether the palladium virus had impaired his sanity. Have you lost your mind? Tony abruptly rose from his chair, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet the previous spark of mischievous exhilaration reignited his pale visage. He circled the chair and approached Selena directly, placing his hands firmly on the armrests of her chair, leaning slightly forward. His bloodshot eyes bore into hers with an intensity that conveyed both pressure and madness. His voice, though not loud, was unmistakably clear, carrying a metallic edge. Why remain silent? How do you intend to approach that golden boy? He taunted, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Taken aback by his sudden proximity and the insinuation in his words, Selena instinctively recoiled. What do you mean approach? Who's trying to get close to him? Stop pretending. Selena. Tony's gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly able to penetrate her thoughts. I know you have feelings for him. Selena's eyes widened in bewilderment, her cheeks flushing slightly, reminiscent of a child caught in a lie. What? Tony quickly added with a mischievous grin. Oh, don't misunderstand me, dear. I'm not referring to that kind of affection. You deliberately sought to get close to me back then, so I find it hard to believe you have no thoughts about the illustrious Captain America. He straightened up, creating a slight distance, yet his gaze remained fervent. Steve Rogers is the first hero crafted by my father, Howard Stark, a figure he revered throughout his life, placed upon a pedestal as the epitome of perfection. Tony's tone was laced with a complex blend of curiosity, inquiry, and a barely perceptible struggle against his father's legacy. As a wayward son, I must witness firsthand what this saint, living in textbooks and my father's reminiscences, is truly made of. Watching the fervent fire flickering in his eyes, Selena's concerns were far from assuaged. I understand your point, Tony. However, what if this news breaks and S.H.I.E.L.D. gets anxious? Coulson and his team are not to be trifled with. Tony let out a short, sharp laugh, dripping with contempt for the so-called threat. Anxious? He spread his hands in an exaggerated gesture of delight. If they can become so easily agitated over a news piece that serves the public's right to know, then I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks considerable value for deep cooperation. His gaze transformed into an extraordinary calmness, imbued with the keen judgment characteristic of a top-tier businessman and scientist. Moreover, Selena, use your astute mind to ponder this. He unabashedly tapped his temple, suggesting, given that someone as meticulous as Coulson would deliberately arrange for you to witness Steve Rogers' discovery in the Arctic, placing you, a living journalist, in such a sensitive situation, do you truly believe they haven't considered your potential to report on this matter? They are fully aware of your identity and your connection with me. To this end, even the innocent Louise Lane was summoned to serve as your witness. The blue glow emanating from Tony's chest reactor fluctuated slightly with his emotions. He recalled his own words. Transparency is the foundation of our collaboration. This was a clear indication that they were permitting you to publish this news. It is, in fact, an olive branch extended to you. More explicitly, it was a premeditated element of their plan. Selena was momentarily taken aback, meticulously reflecting on Coulson's words and demeanor, which indeed bore a certain subtlety, an implication that was not entirely prohibitive. Was it so? Her tone was tinged with embarrassment for her own mental lapses. Tony interrupted her, his face displaying an expression of exasperation akin to that of a weathered piece of wood. Selena Kent, has your brilliant mind recently taken leave to the ice fields? You are still too young to grasp the intricacies of human affairs. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Do not squander my time. They're your own exclusive. Do as I say. Now, immediately, right away. Return to the Daily Planet. Toss that article to Perry White, that old firecracker, and let him blast it out as the front page headline. Tony's tone carried a hint of irritation as he issued his decree. Go. I have pressing matters to attend to and no time to further dissect S.H.I.L.D. with you. Selena felt somewhat dizzy from his barrage of sharp words and commands. Observing the formidable glint in his weary eyes, she realized that further debate would be futile. She took a deep breath, shot Tony a glare, and ultimately rose to her feet. Fine. You are the boss. I will publish. But if Coulson and his suited entourage are waiting at my doorstep tomorrow morning, I will certainly throw you under the bus. With that angry retort, she stomped her canvas shoes against the floor, producing a sound of discontent, and swiftly vanished from the laboratory. The sound of the door closing echoed, and the lab was once again enveloped in oppressive silence. The earlier bravado that Tony had feigned receded like a tide, leaving behind a profound sense of fatigue and weakness. He staggered back to the workbench. Without a glance, he seized the bottle of alcohol that Selena had previously confiscated and tilted his neck back, gulping down a generous mouthful. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, delivering a fleeting sensation of burning and numbness. He let out a muffled groan of anguish, using the back of his hand to wipe away the wine stains from his lips before refocusing his gaze. Steadying himself against the workbench, he took several deep breaths, striving to quell the tumultuous churn of his stomach and the racing of his heart, exacerbated by the dual stimuli of strong liquor and toxins. He then extended his slightly trembling fingers and swiftly tapped several seemingly unrelated areas on the metallic surface of the table. A gentle blue beam of light surged vertically from the center of the table, quickly unfolding into a complex, continuously rotating three-dimensional molecular structure. The very element alternative he had devoted countless hours to researching. Tony's gaze sharpened with an extraordinary focus and resolve. His fingers danced across the air, deftly maneuvering as the molecular structure was pushed aside, revealing a brand new encrypted interface marked with intricate permission locks, into which he entered an exceedingly long and complex series of keys. A soft, almost inaudible unlocking sound resonated. The core interface suddenly transformed, and a new folder icon emerged, bearing the word legacy, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. Tony stared at the folder icon, his expression a complex tapestry of self-mockery and reluctance. Taking a deep breath, his fingertips imbued with heavy determination, he opened the folder. Not enough. I must hasten my progress. Chapter 64. Natalie Rushman, the rhythmic. Clear sound of high heels striking the marble floor approached steadily, halting just outside the tightly closed door of the laboratory. Following this, two restrained yet polite knocks reverberated. Tony's movements froze, his heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand, a flicker of panic akin to having a secret unveiled coursing through his bloodshot eyes. Swiftly, he drew his fingertip across the air, and the holographic projection, shimmering with blue light, vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. "Come in," he said, clearing his dry throat with deliberate impatience and a raspy voice. Simultaneously, he hastily, almost rudely, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, attempting to erase the marks of despondency and feigning the guise of a workaholic disturbed. The glass door of the laboratory slid open silently. Standing at the threshold was not Pepper Potts, but a strikingly beautiful woman of assertive allure, Miss Natalie Rushman, the new assistant. She wore a perfectly tailored black business suit that accentuated her curves exquisitely, and her fiery red hair cascaded like a burning waterfall over her shoulders. Under the cold light of the laboratory, her face, a captivating blend of Eastern European mystique and lethal allure, appeared even more radiant. With a blend of professionalism and charm, she approached, her stiletto heels clicking rhythmically, resembling a top model gliding down the runway. As she drew near, an intoxicating fragrance of rose and cedar, rich yet not garish, enveloped the space, overpowering the laboratory's usual scent of oil and alcohol. Tony discreetly inhaled, his throat subtly shifting, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the enticingly exposed neckline of her professional attire. He forced himself to avert his gaze immediately, directing his attention towards the stack of documents in Natalie's hands. "Ah, it's you, Miss Rashman." Tony endeavored to make his voice sound casual and relaxed, yet the weariness and huskiness were difficult to entirely conceal. Is there something you need? What documents are those? He gestured towards the item she held, instinctively leaning slightly backward against the cold edge of the lab counter, attempting to maintain a safe distance from the alluring assistant before him. The smile on Natalie Rashman's face was perfectly measured, carrying a hint of endearing dependence. She approached Tony, placing the documents on the relatively clean surface beside him, her voice sweet and gentle, tinged with a slight raspy quality. Yes, Mr. Stark. There are several urgent financial approvals and a technical authorization that require your signature. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a mildly troubled expression. Ms. Potts mentioned that these need your personal attention. Tony picked up the stack of documents, barely glancing at them. Casually remarked, "Oh, can't Pepper just handle these?" She asked the one who Natalie's expression of concern deepened. She lowered her eyelids slightly, blinking those deep. Emerald green eyes that seemed capable of drawing one in, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, casting a small, endearing shadow beneath her eyes. "Mr. Stark, it was Ms. Potts who sent me to find you. She doesn't seem to like me very much." Tony's expression shifted to one of awkwardness and discomfort. He certainly understood why Pepper held reservations about this exceedingly attractive new assistant. Well, he faltered, picking up a pen and hastily lowering his gaze to the documents, attempting to evade Natalie's overly glistening gaze. "All right, I'll just sign it." He quickly scrawled his name on several papers, his handwriting more hurried than usual. Just as Tony thought he could dismiss her, Natalie Rashman spoke again, her voice still sweet. "There's one more thing, sir. Regarding the classic car rally in Monte Carlo next month. I checked your schedule, and you previously mentioned a strong desire to attend. Here is the original formal invitation, just faxed over by the event organizers." As she spoke, her slender fingers deftly extracted a beautifully designed card from the middle of the stack of documents. Tony's eyes instantly lit up. "Oh, huh." He eagerly snatched the invitation adorned with a striking vintage racing motif, his face breaking into a genuine, childlike smile for the first time that day. "Yes, I love this. The sunshine of Monte Carlo, the beach, the roar of engines. Fantastic. Tell Pepper to ensure the schedule is clear. There will be many old friends and important figures attending. I need her." He enthusiastically perused the details on the invitation, his fingers lightly tapping upon it. His spirits visibly lifted, momentarily casting aside all gloom. This pure excitement allowed him to reclaim a semblance of the flamboyance that characterized his playboy persona. He lifted his gaze, naturally sweeping over Natalie's stunningly beautiful face, which bore a professional smile that only enhanced her allure. His eyes briefly lingered on her curvaceous figure with unabashed admiration. A smirk, characteristic of a playboy, graced his lips as he added, "You should go too." His tone was casual, yet left no room for dissent. Natalie's smile remained unchanged. Yet a fleeting glimmer of light seemed to flicker in the depths of her deep green eyes, too swift to capture. She nodded gracefully. "Understood, Mr. Stark. I will make all the arrangements." With that, she picked up the documents signed by Tony, her movements fluid as she turned, the click of her high heels echoing a crisp rhythm. The door silently closed behind her, shutting out the intense fragrance of rose and cedar and taking with it the ephemeral, false clamor. The laboratory fell into a profound silence once more, illuminated only by the cold blue glow of the arc reactor and the lingering, disquieting aura in the air. The excitement that had ignited Tony's face at the invitation to race ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a deeper weariness and an unmistakable irritation in his eyes. Chapter 65. Louise's concern. The cacophony of the Planet Daily building gradually settled as Selena pushed open the door to her small office, filled with the sense of printing ink and coffee. Outside the window, the sea of neon lights in Manhattan had unfurled, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that resembled a flowing galaxy, projecting cool blue and green hues onto her sharply defined profile and furrowed brow, as if bestowing upon her a layer of mesmerizing glaze. She cast aside her distractions and opened her computer, her fingertips dancing over the keyboard, the cold light of the screen illuminating the tenacity in her eyes. Keywords: Captain America, Steve Rogers, she typed into the search bar. Instantly, the page filled with yellowed historical images and impassioned text, single-handedly breaching Hydra's defenses, rescuing 107 captured soldiers, resolutely crashing a bomber laden with dangerous weapons into a glacier, sacrificing himself to avert disaster. Those heroic feats of the past, suffused with epic glory, now served as a reminder that the frozen legend was about to resurface. She paused her rapid typing, her knuckles unconsciously pressing against her slightly throbbing temples, the skin beneath her fingers exuding a coolness. She tapped her forehead, contemplating how to weave together a report that would ignite public discourse. Knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle rapping at the door interrupted her thoughts. Selena looked up to find Louise Ryan, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the doorframe, her gaze warm, yet penetrating with an understanding of everything. Still pondering that matter? Louise's voice was soft, yet her concern felt palpable. Selena shifted her gaze from the screen to meet Louise's eyes, nodding calmly, yes. One hand instinctively curled a strand of golden hair that had fallen over her shoulder, wrapping it around her fingers. It was then that Louise stepped inside, gently closing the door behind her, isolating them from the external clamor. She approached Selena's desk, one hand casually resting on the back of the chair, her body slightly leaning forward, her voice lowered to a more serious tone, imbued with the solemnity that only a senior can convey to a junior. I understand that you are harboring frustration. That bureaucratic demeanor is irksome for anyone. However, Selena, heed my words, her gaze sharpened. This matter is far too intricate. Acting rashly could provoke not just S.H.I.L.D., but the entire military, Congress, and even some obscure corners we cannot perceive. It is perilous. Selena remained silent for a moment, lifting her head with a hint of stubbornness, seeking support in her eyes. Louise, I have consulted the boss. The boss? Louise momentarily faltered, her brows knitting into a deep furrow, before it dawned on her. Tony Stark? He said to proceed? Yes, Selena affirmed. Louise let out a soft yet profound sigh, laced with disapproval. Selena, do you comprehend who Tony Stark is? She straightened slightly, her speech quickening, imbued with a chilling realism. He can berate senators in the Senate and emerge unscathed. He has the Stark Industries empire backing him, armored suits that are impervious to harm, capable of flight and evasion. He possesses the qualifications to overturn the table and confront the entire system. And you, Selena Kent, what do you possess? Your press credentials will not deflect bullets. Her tone was not mocking, but filled with an urgent protective instinct. I recognize your aspirations and convictions as a journalist, your fervor for unveiling the truth. That is commendable, truly. Yet sometimes, she paused, her gaze sincere and heavy, we must learn to discern the weight of reality, finding that safe line between ideals and survival. Selena listened quietly, her eyes sweeping over the delicate lines at the corners of Louise's eyes, feeling a stirring in her heart. This doesn't sound like something Louise Lane would say. She murmured. In her understanding, Louise was renowned as a top journalist, celebrated for her courage and incisive pen. Louise's lips curled into a slightly bitter arc, her gaze drifting to the vibrant nightscape outside the window, her reflection cast upon the glass. Her eyes pierced through the pane, transcending the dust of time, resting upon her once youthful, impetuous self. Precisely because it is I must say this. Selena, these are the pitfalls I encountered at your age. Some traps, once fallen into, irrevocably alter one's essence. I do not wish for you to tread the same path. Her voice grew somber. Selena felt the weight of that deep concern, her emotions swirling in complexity. She inhaled, her voice soft yet clear. But Louise, I still believe it should be published. Citizens have the right to know. The existence of Captain America is, in itself, a part of public memory and expectation. Upon hearing this, Louise's earlier expression of worry vanished, replaced by a feigned sternness. She placed her hands on her hips, leaning closer to Selena, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Oh, now you're invoking citizens' right to know. Wielding civil rights against me, are you, little rascal? Her tone carried a familiar, sisterly teasing lilt. Selena immediately raised her hand in a gesture of surrender, her face adorned with a charming smile. I wouldn't dare, Senior Louise. I merely believe that this course of action is warranted. Yet, the glimmer of determination persisted in her eyes. Louise gazed intently into Selena's clear and resolute gaze, seemingly assessing the depth of her conviction. Finally, she let out a long, resigned sigh, her shoulders sagging as the stern facade she had worn dissolved, leaving only a sense of helpless compromise and fondness. Very well, Louise's voice regained its usual sharpness, laced with a hint of subtle pride. If you insist on jumping into the fire, she pointed to the draft Selena was preparing, add my name to it. Louise Ryan, while not on par with Stark, should carry some weight. After speaking, she turned to leave the room. A wave of gratitude surged within Selena, swiftly followed by a profound sense of guilt. She possessed the power to shield herself from potential repercussions, yet this senior, who regarded her as a sister and willingly offered her support, stood by her side without knowing the full extent of the situation, acting solely out of trust and protection. "Thank you," she began, but Louise paused at the door, not turning back, merely waving her hand with a casual flourish. "Hurry up and write. I still need to review it." The door gently closed, sealing Selena's unfinished apology and tumultuous emotions within. Chapter 66. The enthusiastic Captain America fans, Selena's report detonated like a deep-sea bomb, igniting a frenzy around the Captain America memorial. Captain America returns. This brief sentence unleashed a tsunami of excitement that far exceeded anyone's expectations. Almost overnight, the streets of New York transformed. Throngs of fans spontaneously organized, donning either rudimentary or elaborate Captain America costumes, blue and white striped bodysuits, helmets, and circular shields, most crafted from cardboard, chanting synchronized, rhythmic slogans. Their jubilant song spread like an unstoppable wave, surging from subway entrances into the streets and alleys. The crowd, brandishing homemade signs and waving miniature stars and stripes flags, commenced an almost carnival-like parade centered around the memorial. The atmosphere was as vibrant as an early Halloween, filled with blue-clad figures and exuberant faces. The Planet Daily building became a hotspot of activity. The voices of the newspaper's operators had long grown hoarse. Each day, hundreds of calls flooded in, all inquiring about Captain America. "Hello, is this Miss Selena from the Planet Daily? Is Captain America truly back? Where is he? I saw the report. When is he having a fan meeting? Can you give me a signed photo of the captain? I'll pay anything. Your newspaper has exclusive interview rights, right? Share a little insider information, please." Selena's public email address was thoroughly inundated, filled with thousands of unfamiliar messages ranging from fervent declarations of affection to frantic inquiries, and even proposals. This terrifying surge of attention is something that Selena has never encountered in her journalistic career. The fervor of her fans is rather overwhelming, isn't it? Gazing at the ominous red notification of $999 in her inbox, she massages her throbbing temples, her emotions a tumultuous medley. Influence is the elusive dream of every journalist. Yet when that influence manifests as a tidal wave of fervent admirers, the sensation becomes rather daunting. Even those tasked with maintaining order are struggling to cope. The sheriff responsible for the Times Square area has directly contacted Perry's office. "Editor Perry, how reliable is your report? Every day, throngs of Captain Americas are parading. Traffic is gridlocked. Safety concerns are escalating. We can barely manage." Perry can only offer vague reassurances to the overwhelmed officer. While the report igniting such a significant response is indeed a positive outcome, its evolution into a citywide phenomenon transcends the realm of news itself. However, what surprises Selena profoundly is the stark contrast between this nationwide fervor and the deafening silence from the political arena. In her original expectations, particularly from those Republican lawmakers who typically champion personal heroism and the American spirit, this would be the perfect opportunity to bask in the limelight and garner votes. A passionate speech calling for the recognition and protection of a national symbol, Captain America, would be a seamless fit for their political personas. Yet the reality is that the Senate, Capitol Hill, and the White House remain eerily quiet. No prominent figures have publicly weighed in, not even a symbolic tweet, as if the very name bears no relevance to them. This extraordinary disparity weighs heavily on Selena's heart, instilling in her a vague sense that matters are far more complex than they appear. The boiling point of public opinion stands juxtaposed with the silence of the social elite, separated by an invisible wall. Outside, a tremendous wave of sound surges once more. The parade seems to have been meticulously planned, grandly passing beneath the Planet Daily building. The raucous chants, mingling with the clamor of the crowd, the blaring horns, and even sporadic fireworks, penetrate the thick glass windows of several stories. The entire office buzzes with excitement, colleagues abandoning their tasks to crowd by the windows, voices rising in a chorus of speculation. "Wow, what a scene. Selena, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Look, that leading figure has an impressive shield. That person seems quite renowned." Selena's office, located on the street side with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offers a perfect view of the colossal advertisements in Times Square. At this moment, the spectacle below unfolds before her eyes in its entirety. She grimaces as she covers her ears, but the resounding noise seems to penetrate her palms, piercing her eardrums and nerves. It's so loud, she cannot help but exclaim, burying her face in her desk. The office door swings open, and Louise Ryan leans against the doorframe, observing Selena's disheveled state with a smirk, teasing, "You asked for it. Now you're reaping the consequences, aren't you? Now you truly understand the power of being in the spotlight." Selena lifted her head, a look of despondency etched across her face, her eyes brimming with regret. "How foolish I am," she lamented. "I only thought that by disseminating this news, it might lead to an interview, a minor impact on my work rating. I never anticipated that the fans would become so frenzied as to besiege the newspaper office. Now I truly comprehend the challenges of being a celebrity." Louise chuckled as she entered, casually adjusting the blinds to muffle the cacophony outside. The fervor of the fans was akin to a relentless torrent. "Help me," Selena grimaced, thoughts surfacing. "Louise, do you think I could write anonymously in the future? I wouldn't mind sacrificing some of my bonuses. I genuinely fear the reality of facing this rabid crowd in person." "Regretting it now?" Louise chuckled, patting her shoulder. "It's too late for that, darling. No way. Perry would never agree. You are the crown jewel of the newspaper, the exclusive reporter of Captain America's return, the queen of the front page. Embrace this bittersweet burden." Selena let out a mournful groan, burying her face deeper. "Crown jewel? This title is far too hot to handle." Frustration and pent-up despair churned within her. This is all the fault of that instigator. She seized her phone, brimming with indignation, and furiously typed a message. "I hate you. Tony Stark." Once the message was dispatched, she stared at the screen as if she could will it to shatter. After a few minutes, as the tumult outside began to subside with the fans moving to their next destination, her phone screen lit up with a reply from Tony. She opened it to reveal a photograph featuring the azure sky and the cerulean waters of Monaco, showcasing Tony Stark in sunglasses and racing gear, flashing a signature smirk at the camera. Below the image were the words, "What's going on? I'm in Monte Carlo, basking in the sun, surrounded by beautiful women and racing. Perfection. Soon I'll be racing myself, so tune in to see my prowess. Don't forget to record it." As if to validate his words, the message concluded with the muffled roar of a racing engine, its deep, wild growl faintly audible through the earpiece. Selena gazed at the screen, at the carefree man, and then out the window, where the distant cheers of the fans still echoed. She slumped helplessly in her chair. "Prowess? I wish you would go bald early, Tony." She silently raged at her phone screen. Chapter 67. Tony under attack and the Shield Invitation Monaco, Monte Carlo racetrack. The roar of engines still reverberated in her ears, but the track was now a scene of devastation. Shattered remnants of racing cars lay scattered, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning rubber and a more pungent metallic odor. Tony Stark stood amidst the wreckage, clad in the battle-worn Mark V armor, now marred with scratches and burns, its red and gold luster dulled. Through the visor, his gaze was piercing as he confronted an assailant a few meters away. The man was roughly apprehended by the tardy police, who had finally arrived on the scene. He possessed a robust physique, adorned with greasy long hair, and his face along with his exposed arms bore the grotesque markings of Slav-inspired tattoos. His right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, having evidently been shattered during the recent struggle. He appeared as though all the bones had been extracted from his body, collapsing weakly, his mouth filled with crimson froth. Yet his gaze resembled that of a dying beast, fixated intently on Tony. Ivan Vanko. Tony did not recognize him, entirely unaware of why this unfamiliar brute, equipped with 2 whips, awaited him here with malevolent intent. However, what astonished Tony the most was the blinding glow emanating from the intruder's collar. A crude and rudimentary device with exposed wiring, eerily reminiscent of the arc reactor embedded in his own chest. Ivan emitted an unintelligible sound from his throat. Struggling to lift his head, even under the restraint of the police, he teetered precariously, yet a smile, a chaotic blend of agony and madness, spread across his face. Summoning all his strength, he spat a mouthful of blood towards Tony, proclaiming hoarsely, "You have lost, Stark." His voice cut through the chaos of the racetrack. Then, he was dragged away by 2 sturdy officers, like a heavy sack of refuse, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the security corridor. Yet, His deranged laughter echoed in the air. The surrounding audience, still reeling from the ordeal, erupted into cheers of survival. They chanted Tony's name, their applause resounding like thunder. Once again, the billionaire, playboy, genius, Iron Man, in a moment of dire peril, had turned the tide and saved the innocent, including his own life. The hero had triumphed once more. Tony stood expressionless, neither waving nor offering his signature smile. The crowd's cheers felt as though they were muffled behind a thick pane of glass, distant and indistinct. He glanced down at his palm, gripping a rudimentary reactor core that he had forcibly extracted from the madman's chest, still faintly warm to the touch. This crude imitation struck him like a cold slap across the face, shattering his faith. His fingers clenched tightly. Crack! The inferior metallic shell and shattered luminous components crumbled, cascading into a heap of worthless debris from between his fingers. The eerie blue glow extinguished completely. New York, Daily Planet editorial office. The enormous LCD screen vividly displayed the heart-stopping scene in Monte Carlo. The air in the editorial room seemed to freeze as everyone, reporters, editors, interns, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen. The initial envy had long since transformed into panic at the moment the energy whips tore through the racetrack and the cars exploded. However, when the iconic red and gold armor made its appearance, overcoming perilous entanglements to subdue the assailant, the tension was replaced by immense surprise and relief. And the office erupted in subdued cheers. Well done, Tony. Iron Man, forever a legend. Who was that madman? How could he wield such energy weapons? The atmosphere was electric. Selena sat at her workstation, arms crossed, fixated on the screen displaying Tony, whose expression bore no trace of joy as he crushed the subpar reactor. Her brow furrowed tightly, her gaze devoid of the ease exhibited by her colleagues, instead shrouded in gravity. The situation was far from resolved. Just a few hours later, major news channels urgently interrupted their broadcast to connect with Senator Stern, who had erupted in fury during the congressional hearing at Tony's declaration, "I am Iron Man." Senator Stern now sat in his study, his face betraying an excitement and pride that he struggled to conceal, a sentiment that even the high-definition camera could not obscure. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone with an affectation of restrained seriousness. During the previous hearing, Mr. Stark assured us all that the Iron Man suit technology is unique. It is irreplicable. Stern's lips curled upward, barely able to suppress a triumphant smile. But today, in Monaco, we have witnessed that those armors have indeed been replicated. He raised his voice dramatically, nearly shouting, "This proves that the technology Mr. Stark prides himself on has already been appropriated by adversaries. His guarantee of its exclusivity now appears to be a laughable oversight." Taking a deep breath, as if to project a sense of fairness, the gleam in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Thus, I stand here, once again and with greater conviction, to call for action. For national security, for public safety, Stark must confront reality. He must relinquish his Iron Man suit technology and submit to government oversight and control. This is the responsible stance towards our nation and its citizens. Senator Stern raised his chin slightly on the screen. The previously fervent discussions in the editorial office of the Planet Daily fell into a profound silence, replaced by an uneasy, stifled whisper among the crowd. The government would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. This man truly knows how to exploit a gap. Stark was in serious trouble. Leaning back in her chair, Selena's gaze swept across the senator's face, slightly flushed with excitement, and she let out a soft sigh. She picked up the mug on her desk, taking a sip of orange juice, the tartness spreading across her palate. "What is inevitable will come," she murmured softly. Her fingertips unconsciously tapped on the desk as her mind raced. Upon Tony's return to America, he would be met with an even more complex and treacherous political onslaught. What could she do to assist him? A deep investigative piece to clarify the doubts, exposing Stern's ulterior motives? Yet the fact that the technology had been replicated was undeniable, and public sentiment was already ignited. Just as she became lost in contemplation, her phone vibrated in her pocket, an anonymous call flashing on the screen. Furrowing her brow, she swiped to answer and held the phone to her ear. "Hello, Miss Selena Kent?" A deep, steady voice with a barely perceptible rasp responded. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. However, at that moment, she could not recall precisely where she had heard that name before. "It's me." Selena maintained a professional vigilance. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am Nick Fury." The other party introduced himself without any hesitation, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Selena's brow furrowed slightly. She had anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would seek her out, but she had not expected to be contacted directly by the director. Her voice instinctively tightened a bit. "Hello? What can I do for you?" To her surprise, his tone was unexpectedly relaxed, even carrying a hint of casualness, if convenient. "I would like to invite you to our headquarters in New York for a face-to-face discussion. Do you have any time available in the near future?" Selena took a deep breath. Her intuition warned her that this conversation would be anything but simple. Yet without any hesitation, she responded with equal decisiveness, "Of course." "When and where?" "Oh, the timing is flexible." Fury's voice seemed to carry a smile. "The location is at the Morgan Stanley building. Someone will be there to greet you upon your arrival." "Morgan Stanley?" Selena instinctively repeated the name. "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No." Selena quickly regained her composure. "I will arrange a time to come by." "Excellent." Fury on the other end appeared quite satisfied. "I look forward to your message. Goodbye." The call ended succinctly. Selena slowly set down her phone, pressing it against the desk. She raised her gaze, as if her sight pierced through the glass curtain walls of the newsroom, directly into the vibrant heart of Times Square, bustling with colors and throngs of people. The shock within her eyes radiated like ripples on a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. The Morgan Stanley Building, headquarters of a world-renowned financial institution, stood as a landmark of global wealth and power. It was right next to Times Square, a mere 5-minute walk from the Planet Daily building. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base was so boldly established in such a location, and she had been oblivious to it? Was this the essence of hiding in plain sight? Chapter 68. The Deal. The Morgan Stanley Building, a financial titan towering in the very core of Times Square, now appeared to Selena shrouded in a cold and mysterious mist, isolating her from the clamor of the outside world. Phil Coulson, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, awaited her in a conspicuous position. Upon seeing Selena, he approached her with a friendly demeanor. "Oh, hello, Miss Kent. We meet again." Selena frowned slightly, her expression conveying her displeasure. "Why is it always you? Is there no one else at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson maintained his composure. "There are others. However, as I am the head of operations in New York, it is only fitting that I personally attend to such esteemed guests. Please follow me." They traversed the bustling lobby, which was as busy as a beehive, yet exuded an understated luxury. The crowds flowed around them, yet no one spared them a glance. Coulson silently guided her toward an unassuming elevator. Inside, there are no floor buttons. Instead, a scanning area radiating a ghostly blue hue is embedded in the sidewall. Coulson places his palm upon it, and a green light flashes momentarily before the elevator doors close silently. A slight sensation of weightlessness envelopes him as the elevator ascends with remarkable speed and smoothness, its walls cold and sleek, reflecting the top profile of Selena. Silence reigns, interrupted only by the faint sound of air flowing. A crisp, brief chime resonates. The elevator doors glide open soundlessly, revealing a scene that shifts instantaneously. A distinctive scent, a blend of metal and antiseptic, assaults the senses. The chaos of the outside world is entirely shut out, replaced by a near vacuum of tranquility. A vast, curved screen wall divides the space, silently scrolling through a global hotspot map, intricate streams of real-time data. In a clear image, Steve Rogers lies peacefully in a vintage-style hospital room, his vital signs flickering gently. In the center of the room stands Nick Fury, his back turned to her, the black trench coat accentuating his imposing stature as he gazes at the sleeping Captain America on the screen. Selena steps forward, her footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Fury slowly turns, and for a fleeting moment, the air seems to freeze. A rare complexity flits across his typically expressionless face, akin to nostalgia or contemplation. His voice emerges deep and slightly husky, imbued with a sense of distant reminiscence. "You look like..." He pauses, his gaze lingering on her radiant golden hair, the taut line of her jaw, and her clear yet vigilant eyes, too much alike. The unfinished thought lands like a stone cast into a deep pond. Selena maintains her composure, slightly furrowing her brow as she meets Fury's gaze. "What?" The corners of Fury's mouth seem to twitch ever so slightly, the emotion ambiguous, whether self-deprecation or something else entirely. "A friend. You bear her youthful shadow, particularly that stubbornness. And those eyes, His gaze sweeps over her once more, as if capable of seeing through everything. He abruptly withdraws the nostalgic sentiment, elegantly gesturing towards a nearby seat. However, today, we must address more pressing matters. He takes a seat first, appearing relaxed, yet an aura of control envelopes the room like a tangible entity. Selena complies, seating herself, but maintaining a posture of alertness, bracing for what is to come. She knows the crux of the matter is at hand. We need you. SHIELD requires young individuals like you. Fury's gaze is sharp as a hawk's. Join us. Become an elite force within SHIELD. Resources, intelligence, and cutting-edge technological support will be at your fingertips. He pauses, presenting a direct invitation. Think it over? There are no empty pleasantries. Fury lays his cards on the table. For an ordinary person, the prospect of joining a premier intelligence organization would elicit exhilaration. Yet, Selena merely smiles, not a surprised grin, but one laced with palpable detachment and a hint of playful mockery. She even gently shook her head. Agent Coulson has mentioned this before, Director. Do you hold me in such high regard? Selena's voice was crisp, laced with a hint of jest, yet the prospect of joining SHIELD seemed utterly absurd to her. Fury's brow twitched ever so slightly, his one eye unwaveringly fixed on her. Beside him, Coulson maintained his perennial gentle smile. Yet his gaze had grown a touch more intent. Meeting Fury's gaze, Selena articulated her reasoning with conviction, tinged with a hint of nonchalance. Look at me, young and vibrant, with my prime years yet to be squandered. I cherish my freedom, the ability to go wherever I please and do as I wish. SHIELD. She gestured dramatically, as if bound by invisible chains. So many rules and constant surveillance? The mere thought of the tangled politics and power plays makes me feel stifled. I fear that within a few days, I might suffocate in there. Freedom? He echoed, revealing no discernible emotion. Indeed, freedom, Selena asserted firmly. Fury remained silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he let out a low, brief chuckle, shattering the tense atmosphere. Ah, the youth. He leaned back slightly, his posture appearing more relaxed, yet the aura of control he exuded remained undiminished, almost like an invisible web enveloping the room. I understand your preference for freedom. So, let's approach this differently. His singular eyes sparkled with shrewdness. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not wish to join SHIELD. Let's strike a deal, shall we? A deal? Selena raised an eyebrow. She disliked the sensation of being led by the nose, but understood that refusing to listen would only leave her in a more vulnerable position. Yes, a deal, Fury clarified, his fingers lightly tapping on the console. All the challenges you face, risks of identity exposure, potential complications from being monitored for superpowers, and even more insidious threats from the system. SHIELD can shield you from them, smoothing over these issues. All we require from you is one thing: to join the Avengers Initiative as an external member. Fury elaborated, you need not become a SHIELD agent, nor will you be subject to our daily commands or regulations. You could even choose not to participate in the Alliance's routine missions. Sounds quite lenient, Selena interjected. But what if you need me? When the Alliance, or rather, when this world, faces a monumental threat that requires your level of power to resolve. Fury's eye remained unblinking. You must cooperate with us. He paused deliberately, allowing the weight of the conditions to settle. In exchange, SHIELD will ensure that your true identity remains intact. All sensitive information related to you, anomalous records, and even certain street surveillance footage will be completely eradicated. And you, he pointed to the image of Howard's blueprints on the screen, will obtain the crucial key that could save Tony Stark's life. Selena did not respond immediately. She slowly approached the chair and sat down, her posture relaxing somewhat, though her gaze appeared to be analyzing a complex equation. So, you will help me keep my identity secret, she slowly reiterated, and provide the means to save Tony. Fury nodded in affirmation. Selena suddenly emitted a brief, sharp laugh, shattering the tense atmosphere. What a delightful rhetoric. Help. You already possess this antidote. It has long been grasped within your hands, hasn't it? Clearly, you could present it to save a life, yet you choose to wait, to select the opportune moment, to barter it for some advantage. Fury's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated her inquiries all along. This is a transaction, Miss Kent, he stated, his tone as calm as if declaring an established fact. Mr. Stark has not yet reached the precipice of his demise. We have time to await a more mutually beneficial arrangement. Mutually beneficial? Selena scoffed, leaning slightly forward with an intense air of pressure. Engaging in conversation with you cunning old foxes is indeed exhausting. I've heard enough of your convoluted rhetoric. Abruptly, she rose, her hands pressed against the cold edge of the control panel, her gaze piercing through the illuminated screen towards Fury. I can save Tony's life myself. However, a transaction can be made, yet your bargaining chip is woefully inadequate. I require one more thing. Fury's expression, which seemed to embody absolute control, remained unperturbed, even as the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, revealing a flash of glaring white teeth. He let out a deep, resonant laugh, reclining back with an air of relaxed authority, his arms casually resting on the armrests, exuding a sense of dominance over the youth before him. Fury's voice carried a tone of generosity, or perhaps arrogance. Do proceed, Miss Kent. As long as it falls within S.H.I.L.'s jurisdiction and is housed in our warehouse, I can grant it to you. Selena laughed as well, her lips curling into a smirk that did not convey warmth or compromise. The atmosphere in the room seemed to tighten, the data scrolling across the screen appearing to slow momentarily. Selena enunciated the name with clarity. Cosmic Cube. In an instant, the facade of Fury's composed demeanor shattered. That smirk of indulgence froze in place, vanishing entirely. Time seemed to stand still in the frigid air. The command center fell into an eerie silence. The faint hum of sophisticated instruments juxtaposed against the steady heartbeat of Steve Rogers, intensifying the room's tension. Chapter 69. The deal. All expressions on Fury's face instantly turned to ice, replaced by pure vigilance and scrutiny. His voice became as hard as steel. Miss Kent, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. He opted for the most direct denial. The tides had turned. Selena let out a brief, mocking chuckle, advancing without hesitation. Her aura unwavering. Director Fury, there should be these words within S.H.I.E.L.D.S. encrypted files. 1945, Red Skull, Howard Stark, and Project Pegasus. This precise intelligence struck Fury like a bullet, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Fury's body tensed instantly, his voice cold and piercing. You know more than I had anticipated. Certainly. Hand over the Tesseract to me, and I shall overlook the machinations of S.H.I.L.D. Fury clapped his hands together twice with a firm gesture. Fine. Interesting. He straightened himself, as though transformed, perceiving Selena as a legitimate adversary. However, the Tesseract cannot be given to you. It is one of the cornerstones of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Selena smirked slightly, turning to leave. So, there is nothing to discuss? Whether or not you possess the Tesseract is of little consequence to me. But you must know, women can hold grudges. Wait, Fury's gaze flickered rapidly, his mind racing to weigh the situation. I genuinely wish to establish a cordial friendship and cooperative relationship with you, Miss Kent. However, the Tesseract is exceedingly dangerous, far beyond your comprehension. The troubles it brings far outweigh the problems it can resolve. Your request is absolutely out of the question. Selena met his warning gaze, a hint of provocation in her demeanor. Danger? For whom? For you, who cannot fully control it, or for those greater threats who covet its power? I am aware of its power, Fury. I also know you have it locked away in some impenetrable secret base as a prized possession. Yet, you are incapable of truly harnessing it, whereas I can. A sharp glimmer flashed in Fury's single eye. You can? On what grounds? Just because of your strength? His voice rose sharply. The Tesseract is not a toy. Hydra has gone mad over it. Red Skull was obliterated because of it. And even those cosmic entities we cannot fathom covet it. Each improper use of it could invite catastrophic doom. To hand it over to you? That would be akin to giving a child the ignition button capable of igniting the entire Earth. His fervent words echoed with a near roar of final warning. Selena remained unperturbed, her voice calm and clear. Precisely because I understand how perilous it is, I need it even more. Listen, Fury, you mentioned greater threats. Let me put it this way, the impending menace far exceeds that of the abomination. You need every possible weapon at your disposal. What is the difference between stowing away a weapon and a brick in a museum? I need it for purposes that may concern the survival of us all. Fury fell into a profound silence, his singular eye inscrutable, his mind feverishly calculating risks and benefits. He fixed his gaze upon Selena, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Do you realize you're playing with fire? What makes you so certain you can control it? Rather than becoming another fool like those before you, ultimately consumed by its power? Selena did not respond immediately. She inhaled deeply. An invisible yet immensely powerful energy field coalesced around her, causing the room's lights to dim and flicker. The floor emitted subtle yet distinct cracking sounds, and several sophisticated instruments blared sharp alarms. The sensation of this power weighed heavily upon everyone present, only to dissipate with her next breath. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Fury's mouth. Do you not wish to uncover the true method of utilizing the Tesseract? A prolonged, suffocating silence enveloped the command center. Fury's singular "I" seemed to penetrate the very soul of Selena. At last he spoke, his voice deep and hoarse yet unwavering. Very well. We have reached an accord. S-H-I-E-L-D shall fulfill all promises, providing the necessary data to save Stark and shielding you from all nuisances. However, he stepped closer, his gaze locking onto Selena's. This will be confined to the highest level isolation area under S-H-I-E-L-D stringent surveillance and specified conditions. It is imperative that I, or another designated individual, accompany you at all times. Only limited contact research is permitted. Each interaction must be reported in advance, recorded without blind spots, and subjected to the most rigorous assessment thereafter. You only possess the right to use it, Miss Kent. Do not blame me for being meticulous. I wish to avoid opening Pandora's box. Do you understand? Listening to the excessively stringent terms, Selena's face broke into a relieved yet victorious smile. Crystal clear, Director. It's a deal. She decisively extended her hand. Fury regarded her outstretched hand, hesitating before finally issuing one last caution. Remember, the Tesseract is not a toy for your whimsy. The friendship you gain from S-H-I-E-L-D and all the assistance we provide must be reciprocated with equal responsibility and absolute self-restraint. S-H-I-E-L-D is not a charitable organization, nor will it tolerate betrayal. He then reached out, their hands meeting in a brief yet firm clasp. Welcome to the epicenter of trouble, Miss Kent. Fury's voice was low. Let's hope we do not come to regret this. Tony stood alone in the cold bathroom of his mansion. The vast mirror reflected his pale, haggard visage, but more striking were the dark, grotesque veins on his chest, twisting like poisonous vines beneath his skin, signaling the rapid depletion of his life. He stared blankly at his reflection, silence weighing heavily in the air. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse whisper. J-A-R-V-I-S. How much time do I have left? The calm, unwavering electronic voice of the AI responded, based on the accelerating concentration of palladium in your bloodstream. Less than a week. Sir, a week, Tony repeated softly, a near-resigned smile forming on his lips. There won't even be time for a birthday. He spoke as if discussing the weather. Make the arrangements, J-A-R-V-I-S. I want the grandest, wildest celebration. Invite all the dancers from the last expo. The more, the merrier. Very well, sir. I am currently drafting the guest list and venue plans. However, if I may be so bold, I believe Miss Potts will be quite displeased with such a scale of festivities. J-A-R-V-I-S. Interjected with a hint of simulated hesitation. Doesn't he matter anymore? Tony gently waved his hand, his gaze returning to his reflection. It all seems inconsequential now. He took a deep breath, the action tugging painfully at his chest. I'm running out of time. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror once more, as if rehearsing a farewell. Please help me draft a will. My personal shares should be divided into 10 portions. He paused for half a second, swiftly reciting the names of a few old friends. While the remainder of my assets will be entirely donated to establish a youth innovation fund. As for the company, he closed his eyes briefly and decided to entrust it to Pepper, for she is the most suitable candidate. He raised his wrist to check the timepiece, as time marched on relentlessly. Additionally, I must call Selena now. A few seconds later, the call connected. The background noise was a cacophony of thunderous drums and the roaring cheers of the crowd, nearly drowning out Selena's elevated voice. Tony, although you're the boss, you can't just summon me back to work at the last minute. What is the urgency? Her voice stood out with vibrant energy amidst the clamor. Why is it so noisy there? Where are you? Tony furrowed his brow, striving to discern the background sounds. In a university auditorium. There's a music festival happening. My friend Gwen is performing with her band tonight, and I must be there to support her. Selena explained loudly, her excitement palpable through the microphone. Hey, over here, Gwen, go for it. Gwen, clad in a stylish black shirt and ripped jeans, held her drumsticks, waiting with her bandmates at the side of the stage. At that moment, she was on tiptoe, searching for Selena in the audience. Despite the auditorium's vastness and dim lighting, the moment her gaze swept this way, she distinctly spotted those bright blue eyes watching her. Gwen's smile instantly broadened, radiating like a little sun, and she vigorously waved toward Selena, making a thumbs-up gesture. Selena immediately beamed back, raising her arms high and waving fervently, shouting, "Go, Gwen! You're amazing!" "Tony, are you still there?" "Yes," he replied, clearing his throat. His tone revealed little emotion amidst the music festival's backdrop. "It's nothing major. Just wanted to let you know that tomorrow is my birthday. I'm planning to throw a big party at the villa. Would love for you to come by and join the fun. It'll be quite lively." "Tomorrow? A party?" Selena's voice paused for a moment, the background music slightly dimming as if she had moved to a quieter spot. "Of course, but I might be a bit late. The party won't in too early, right?" "Certainly not. It will go on all night." Tony elongated his words. "You must come. I've invited many interesting friends." "Absolutely. I still need to prepare a grand gift for you." Selena responded quickly. "Ha, thanks. Enjoy the festival." Tony's tone regained a hint of his usual nonchalance. "I have a long list to notify, so I'll hang up now." "All right, bye." Tony quietly stared at the phone as the screen darkened. "Moments latte." He placed his hands on the expensive sink and exhaled deeply. Selena watched as the call ended on her phone screen, slowly lowering it from her ear. The brilliant stage lights flickered across her face, and she pressed her lips together, a flicker of seriousness glinting in her clear eyes. "Hold on a little longer, Tony. Soon, I will present you with a truly magnificent gift." At that moment, the stage lights dimmed abruptly, and a spotlight swept dramatically to one side of the stage. The host's excited voice resonated throughout the hall. "Let us give the warmest applause and cheers to welcome the coolest new rock sensation of the night, the band." Gwen!" The thunderous applause from the audience jolted Selena back to reality. She immediately lifted her gaze to the stage. With a powerful opening from lead singer Mary Jane, the intense drum beats crashed through the hall like a violent surge of electricity, penetrating the very air. Gwen's slender arms, brimming with strength, wielded the drumsticks with precision, each strike resonating with vigor, the rhythm of the cymbals crisp and clear, while the booming bass drum pulsed like a heartbeat. The dynamic melody, Gwen's piercing percussion, and the lead singer's sweet yet soaring voice ignited the entire venue. Students in the audience leaped and screamed with wild abandon, their arms waving like a forest, transforming the hall into a surging sea of enthusiasm. Selena was instantly swept into the moment. Her face radiated pure joy, filled with pride for her friend. With her left hand steadily raised, she aimed the camera at the electrifying Gwen, capturing the way her golden hair flew with each movement. Her focused profile glowing as she struck the drums, the shadows of the sticks dancing in the air. Simultaneously, her right hand was raised high, swinging in rhythm, her body swaying instinctively to the beat, her voice joining in loudly, cheering and exclaiming at the pivotal moments. "Gwen, you are amazing. Gwen!" Catching sight of Selena amidst the fervor, beamed even brighter, her drumming growing more powerful, as if pouring all her passion and joy into each beat. The lights flashed, the music roared, and the fervor of youth ignited in that moment. Selena basked in the triumph of her friend's performance, momentarily forgetting all her heavy secrets and responsibilities, allowing the deafening joy to engulf her completely. Chapter 70. The cosmic Rubik's Cube, as the rising sun gilded the skyscrapers of New York with a golden hue. Selena stood at a helicopter landing pad. The wind generated by the spinning rotor tousled her golden locks. She glanced at Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat and bearing an impassive expression, and couldn't help but remark, "Honestly, Director Fury, there was no need for you to accompany me on this flight. I could have flown here myself in less than 3 minutes, saving time, effort, and your fuel costs. You could have simply sent someone to meet me." Fury boarded the aircraft first, casting a single-eyed glance at her, his tone imbued with an air of official seriousness. Selena, although we reached an agreement yesterday and are now friends, he deliberately emphasized the word. The necessary procedures must be followed without exception. The most valuable assets of S-H-I-E-L-D are not places you may enter at will. Please sit down and fasten your seatbelt. Selena pouted, reluctantly taking her seat beside him, fastening her safety belt, then turning her face toward the window, watching as the swiftly passing outlines of the city were gradually replaced by the undulating gray mountains below. The helicopter navigated through the layered ridges before landing on the helipad of an exceedingly concealed and vast base. Bold lettering adorned the heavy door, clearly displaying Joint Dark Energy Operations Division, Western Branch, Project Pegasus, Space Radiation Research Center, S-H-I-E-L-D, High Energy Particle Accelerator Testing Ground. The words conveyed an aura of coldness and profundity. Fury was the first to disembark, striding purposefully toward the entrance, with Selena closely trailing behind. The interior of the base was heavily fortified. S-H-I-L-D, personnel in uniforms moving briskly. Fury led her through multiple heavy security doors requiring extensive verification before they finally entered an impressively large elevator. As the elevator descended, the indicator lights flickered rapidly, the duration feeling as though they were sinking into the Earth's core. Selena, like a curious child entering a new world, observed the cold metallic walls and intricate piping surrounding her with wide eyes. Here, Fury's voice resonated in the enclosed space, is one of S-H-A-E-L-D's highest-level core research facilities. According to confidentiality regulations, you should never have set foot here in your lifetime. He turned his head, his single eye gazing deeply into hers, a mixture of trust and the sincerity of friendship allowing her presence here. Selena instantly adopted an exaggeratedly grateful expression, nodding enthusiastically, her tone laced with a hint of insincerity. Yes, yes. I understand. Thank you for your kindness and trust, Director. I shall certainly perform well. Fury huffed through his nostrils, clearly unconvinced by her act. The elevator finally came to a halt. The heavy door slid open silently, revealing a breathtaking expanse. This was no ordinary laboratory. It resembled a colossal underground hangar, astonishingly spacious. Dozens of enormous experimental tables were arranged in a chessboard pattern, covered with various intricate instruments and high-tech equipment adorned with blinking indicator lights. The background was filled with the humming of electric currents and the low thrum of cooling systems. The air was imbued with the distinct scent of ozone and metal. At the heart of this array of instruments, a serene, azure light, stable and seemingly embodying the essence of the universe, captured Selena's entire attention. The Tesseract. It was secured in a precise energy containment apparatus, quietly hovering, emanating a chilling luminescence. That pure blue seemed capable of consuming one's very soul. That was the Tesseract. Fury's voice broke the silence. At that moment, a cold female voice emerged from behind Fury, casting an unmistakably scrutinizing gaze upon Selena. Forgive my candor, Director. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division has invested vast resources and enlisted top scientists for decades to study it. Aside from utilizing it as an energy source and developing some high-powered engines and specific weapon prototypes, there's been little to no groundbreaking progress. A tall woman with sleek black hair, clad in the Shield's elite uniform, stepped forward, her expression grave and her eyes sharp as blades. I do not believe that a temporary consultant can yield any new discoveries. Selena tilted her head, diverting her gaze from the cube to the imposing female agent. May I inquire who this formidable sister is? Maria Hill, senior agent and my assistant, Fury introduced. Ah, Selena nodded in understanding, her focus returning to the glowing cube. Perhaps Agent Hill was indeed correct. However, since the opportunity lay before her, she was determined to give it a try regardless. Fury glanced at his watch. You have a maximum of 1 hour. Agent Hill will supervise the entire process. His gaze swept between Hill and Selena. Miss Kent, please proceed as you see fit. Remember your promise. Stay safe and do not damage anything. With that, Fury departed, his heavy footsteps echoing in the vast laboratory. Only Selena, Maria Hill, and a few researchers in goggles, nervously fixated on their data screens, remained. Hill crossed her arms, her gaze locking onto Selena like a hawk. Selena seemed utterly oblivious to Hill's icy stare, her mind wholly captivated by the cube before her. Steeling herself, she inhaled deeply and walked directly toward the restraint rack. As she approached and extended her right hand, seemingly intent on touching the luminous surface of the cube, a young researcher with goggles shouted in panic, "Hey, wait! Do not make direct contact. It appears stable now, but the internal energy structure is dynamic. Triggering an unknown feedback or energy dissipation could overwhelm the protective layer, and we would all be instantaneously vaporized." Selena halted her movement. She turned to the frightened researcher and offered a reassuring smile. "Thank you for the warning." Then, under the narrowed gaze of Maria Hill and the researcher's collective intake of breath, Selena's pale hand, without a trace of hesitation, firmly grasped the cosmic cube. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion or energy shockwave did not manifest. The cube remained tranquil, emanating a steady blue light in Selena's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her supervision. Her pupils constricted, focusing as her sight penetrated the dense, nearly tangible energy mass that could scorch the eyes of an ordinary person. At the very core of the cube's ethereal blue glow, she saw it clearly, a crystalline blue gem, pure and flawless, seemingly encapsulating the essence of the entire universe. Floated serenely at the core of the cube, emanating a primordial force more profound and ancient than the cube itself. Selena instinctively held her breath as her palm pressed against the cold, smooth surface of the cosmic cube. This sensation was not that of ordinary glass. It resembled the solidified core of a star, heavy, dense, imbued with an ancient chill. The cube in her grasp was not entirely still. She could sense a subtle tremor, a minute vibration arising from the turbulent energy flowing within, each pulse akin to a star breathing in the palm of her hand. Simultaneously, her fingertips experienced a faint yet persistent tingling sensation, reminiscent of static electricity. She held her breath, focusing intently, attempting to harness and absorb the dissipating energy. She summoned the concentration similar to that of basking in sunlight, yet there was no response. Unlike the familiar warmth that nourished her like a sweet spring, the cube's energy was cold and ferocious, as if it resisted taming behind an impenetrable barrier. It appeared that direct absorption was futile. Selena murmured with a furrowed brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She recalled hazy memories suggesting that anyone who had touched the cube could effortlessly unlock its power, as though it possessed an inherent switch. Was it a spell, magic, or perhaps a manifestation of intention? There were no instructions. Everything necessitated exploration. Yet in her hands, this key brimming with infinite possibilities, it felt as cumbersome as a brick. The cube lay within her grasp, but she found herself powerless. This sense of helplessness ignited a fire within her. If the intellectual approach proved ineffective, then perhaps a more forceful method would suffice. A dangerous crimson glimmer ignited deep within Selena's pupils. Her fiery gaze fixated upon the tranquil surface of the cube, and the temperature began to rise as she tentatively pressed against the blue energy barrier. The cube responded. The once faint, mist-like blue energy erupted into a fierce, chaotic tempest. Blinding arcs of electricity shot forth from the surface of the cube, crackling violently, striking her tightly clenched hand. Her fair skin instantly reddened from searing contact. The pain intensified abruptly, akin to grasping a high-voltage cable. Simultaneously, an entirely different, ferociously violent torrent of energy surged into Selena's body. This force stood in stark contrast to the warmth and tranquility of sunlight. It was rebellious, tempestuous, and reckless. Like countless tiny, searing steel needles, it surged through her meridians, bringing with it a tearing, burning sensation. Yet amidst the chaos, a connection emerged. Selena could finally sense its presence. The laboratory's alarms erupted into a piercing wail. A blinding blue light exploded from Selena's hand like a supernova, engulfing both her and the cube in an instant. The vast subterranean space was bathed in an ethereal blue hue. The violent shockwave of energy radiated outward in visible ripples, warping the surrounding air. "Stop! Let go immediately!" Maria Hill drew her firearm almost instantaneously as the blue light flared to life, the cold muzzle locking onto the epicenter of the luminous sphere. Her voice, however, was a mere whisper amidst the cacophony of alarms and the roar of energy. It was chaos. "Run!" The on-duty researchers were gripped by terror, frantically pressing the emergency alert button before scrambling toward the nearest protective shelter and emergency exit, following the route rehearsed countless times. The instrument panel emitted a strained hum and sparks under the onslaught of the violent energy field. Director, the Tesseract is exhibiting an extreme energy reaction. Requesting assistance. Repeat. Requesting assistance. Hill fixed her gaze on the cataclysmic blue light, urgently calling into the communicator. Assistance is en route. Hold on. Nick Fury's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity and urgency. Yet, the Tesseract offered no reprieve. Boom! Instead of a deafening explosion, a disquieting hum reverberated as if space were being violently torn apart. The blue light that had consumed Selena abruptly collapsed inward, erupting into a visible, circular shockwave of deep blue. As the shockwave surged forth, it seemed to siphon the very air, and the laboratory's alloy walls groaned in protest. The heavy instrument panel was forcibly displaced. At the epicenter of the shockwave, space fractured like a shattered mirror, revealing an unstable spectacle of intertwining darkness and deep blue. In the span of a single breath, the light, the shockwave, along with Selena and the Tesseract, vanished without a trace. The laboratory was engulfed in a profound silence, punctuated only by the futile flashing of the alarm lights and their monotonous, piercing wail. The acrid scent of ozone permeated the air, and wisps of dissipating energy flickered like ghostly flames before extinguishing. Maria Hill, her arms still poised with the weapon, found herself frozen in place. Her gaze fixed in disbelief upon the vacuous space, her face a canvas of incredulous horror. What on earth? She whispered, as if confronting a supernatural occurrence. Sudden, heavy footsteps approached, and a fully armed rapid response team burst in, their weapons sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury's silhouette appeared at the doorway, his hawk-like eye scanning the chaotic scene and the empty containment frame. Where's she? Hill spun around, her heart racing, pointing toward the void. She and the Tesseract have vanished. Right before my eyes, an eternal, biting cold enveloped the landscape. The leaden skies hung low, and an endless expanse of white snow stretched to the horizon. Only the relentless, howling wind traversed the icy peaks and snowdrifts, producing a sound akin to the wails of 1,000 tormented souls, whipping up razor-like snowflakes. Suddenly, a muffled yet intensely violent spatial explosion shattered the stillness. A ferocious, deep blue energy shockwave struck the thick ice cover like an invisible giant's fist. The ancient, unyielding ice shattered instantaneously, vaporizing into a chasm several meters in diameter. The shockwave swept forth, carrying with it countless ice crystals and snowflakes, resembling a white dust storm that surged in all directions. As the smoke and azure light gradually dissipated, a figure emerged at the center of the abyss, none other than Selena. The frigid, razor-like winds filled her mouth and collar, tousling her radiant golden hair in a wild dance behind her. The biting cold pierced her skin like a myriad of needles. She abruptly lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing her ice-blue eyes, soon replaced by astonishment. Have I succeeded? She whispered, her voice whisked away by the chill. Lowering her eyes to her palm, she beheld the cosmic cube resting quietly within it, its deep azure glow now subdued, resembling the heart of the most profound ocean, as if the cataclysmic fury that had just transpired had never existed. She surveyed her surroundings, a boundless expanse of ice, desolate yet magnificent. Not far off, a bottomless pit marred the snowfield. Though obscured by the relentless winds and snows of the past year, its outline remained distinctly visible, starkly contrasting with the smooth surface of the snow. This is near the Kryptonian spacecraft, Selena exclaimed, her delight evident. So this is how it is used. Without a moment's hesitation, she tightened her grip on the tranquil cube, focusing her thoughts to initiate the teleportation once more. With a hum, the explosive force of the previous event was absent this time. The teleportation manifested in a much gentler manner. A soft, wave-like blue halo enveloped her, as the fabric of space underwent subtle, nearly imperceptible folds. In the next instant, Selena found herself within the familiar confines of the Kryptonian exploration vessel. Warm, bright white lights flickered to life, illuminating the streamlined walls and intricate control panels, as if welcoming their master. The interior of the ship was as warm as spring, shielding her from the external chill. "Ivel, daughter of Jor-El, welcome back," echoed the electronic synthetic voice from the ship's main control. A solid, clear blue light projected from the control panel, swiftly outlining the familiar and wise figure of Jor-El. Iva, his projection beamed with a gentle smile. His gaze warmly fixed upon his daughter. "Father." Serena's face blossomed with genuine joy. She raised the cube, radiating a ghostly blue light high above her head. "Look, I have obtained something." The cosmic cube's icy blue luminescence flickered quietly beneath the soft glow of the Kryptonian vessel. Chapter 71. The Search for Krypton. Serena presented the cube, glowing with an ethereal blue light, to Jor-El's projection. "Father, this is known as the Cosmic Cube. It harbors nearly limitless energy," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe. "Moreover, it can facilitate spatial teleportation. I just use it to transport myself back here in an instant." Jor-El's projection gazed intently at the cube, and as one of Krypton's foremost scientists, astonishment was evident in his eyes. "Incredible. This civilization possesses such a refined and powerful energy source. Where did you acquire it?" An official institution, Selena spoke ambiguously, attempting to downplay the matter of borrowing from them. "Borrowing?" Joel's brow furrowed, his insight remarkable. "The Parliament? The military? Eve? Taking such a core strategic item away from its secure location could undoubtedly lead to unforeseen consequences." Selena's smile faltered. "Well, it's a similar type of institution. It was entirely accidental. I was merely trying to activate it in the laboratory to explore its functionality, only to have the energy spiral out of control and teleport here." She inhaled sharply, relieved it had only arrived here. Had it been flung to the edge of the solar system or into some unfamiliar star domain? Becoming utterly lost would have been disastrous. "How do you intend to use it?" Joel inquired, his gaze profound. "I haven't quite figured that out yet," Selena admitted, shaking her head honestly, her fingers caressing the cold surface of the cube, yet the power it harbors is immensely significant. A sudden spark of inspiration flickered in her eyes as she turned to her father. "By the way, Father, do you think we could use it to power our spaceship? To conduct interstellar travel?" Joel's projection flickered momentarily, seemingly engaged in rapid calculations. "Theoretically, it is worth a try. Any pure and potent energy source may be compatible with Kryptonian energy interfaces." The two proceeded to the ship's core, where the futuristic cockpit awaited them. As Selena placed the cube on a circular area of the control panel, the surrounding liquid metal and nanostructures began to flow like living entities, swiftly forming precision restraints and conduits that perfectly matched the cube's shape and energy frequency, as though the cube were an integral part of the ship's design. "Wow," Selena gasped in awe. "This is technology from Krypton, tens of thousands of years old," Joel remarked calmly, then traced an invisible command in the air with his finger. A delicate yet precise beam of blue electricity emanated from the control panel, gently stimulating the surface of the cube. Buzz. The deep azure glow within the cube instantly became vibrant, as if awakened from slumber. Visible streams of energy flowing like liquid blue light along the ship's intricate energy circuits. "Chart the star map," Joel commanded. "Command confirmed." The electronic voice announcing the construction of the spatial, three-dimensional star map resonated steadily. In an instant, the central area of the cockpit was filled with a colossal, resplendent holographic projection. A magnificent star map. Initially, it displayed the familiar solar system, the blazing sun at its center, with Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars clearly marked along their respective orbits. Then, the view was suddenly pulled back. The solar system shrank to an insignificant point of light. The spiral structure of the Milky Way unfolded before them with a thunderous grandeur. A silver band composed of billions of stars resembled an endless ocean, adorned with magnificent nebulae. The Orion Nebula glowed like a burning rose-hued flame, while the Horsehead Nebula appeared as a colossal ghostly silhouette in the profound cosmos, vast globular clusters scattered like pearls. The view continued to expand rapidly. The star map ruthlessly crossed the boundaries of the Milky Way. The Virgo supercluster, an astonishingly vast network composed of countless galaxies, emerges vividly before one's eyes. Each galaxy resembles a rotating island crafted from myriad diamond dust, separated from one another by the shadowy abysses of the cosmos. Further afield, other superclusters form magnificent structures akin to the walls of cosmic bubbles. The entire cockpit transforms into an arc of the universe, immersed in the heart of the stellar ocean. Joel gazes at the ever-expanding celestial map, a testament to the boundless grandeur of the universe. After a moment of silence, his voice, imbued with a hint of indescribable anticipation, intones, "Locate the coordinates of Krypton. Search for signals from the home planet." Command confirmed. Currently searching for pre-stored characteristics of the Kryptonian star system and civilization signals. The cockpit falls into a hushed stillness, with only the silent flow of the star map, revealing distant, cold, and alien realms. As seconds tick by, the breathtaking panorama is almost suffocating in its beauty. Eventually, the search yields no results. Search failed. No celestial bodies matching Kryptonian characteristics, energy signals, or traces of civilization found within the existing database or observable star systems. The electronic voice remains unperturbed. A profound sense of loss envelopes Joel, rendering him almost translucent. Despite merely being a projection, he had long accepted the demise of Krypton. Yet witnessing the absence of any trace of his homeland within this vast star map rekindles an indelible nostalgia. Selena perceptively senses her father's melancholic mood and gently approaches the projection, her voice a soothing balm. "Father, it seems this place is indeed not the universe we once knew." Joel remains silent for a few seconds, the light and shadow stabilizing once more. "Yes, Eve, we can ascertain that now." He gathers his emotions, his voice returning to calm as he initiates the charging process. The display indicating the core energy reserves of the ship, previously in single digits, now ascends wildly like a runaway stallion. 1050800100. In mere breaths, the bar graph representing energy reaches its zenith. The entire vessel seems to awaken from slumber, the engine resonating with a deep and powerful hum. Charging complete. The reaction chamber of the warp engine and life support system are fully energized. Joel gazes at the full readings and the cube's steady release of ethereal blue light, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible energy density, such pure power." He pauses, a hint of historical lament in his voice. If only Krypton had possessed it, there would be no need for further discussion. He turns to his daughter now. The ship is ready to embark, to explore this unfamiliar universe. "Shall we attempt the leap now?" Selena immediately raises her hand to glance at her watch. "No. Time is nearly up. I only borrowed an hour." Her tone is urgent. She must return promptly. "Understood. You manage your time." Joel refrains from dissuading her. Selena steps forward, cautiously extracting the cube from its perfect containment. The cold cubic form remains tranquil in her grasp. "There will be future opportunities, Father." She cast a soothing smile at Joel's projection, saying, "I'll be on my way. Take care, Eve." Joel's voice brimmed with concern. "Goodbye, Father." Selena tightened her grip on the cube, her focus sharpening. A faint hum resonated as subtle spatial ripples undulated within the spacecraft, accompanied by a fleeting flicker of blue light, reminiscent of a bursting bubble. In an instant, Selena's figure, along with the cosmic treasure, vanished from the warm core of the Kryptonian exploration vessel's cockpit, leaving only Joel's projection, quietly suspended beneath the vast star map. Chapter 72. The return of the belongings. A slight, almost imperceptible distortion of space rippled through the center of the laboratory, akin to a pebble cast into still waters. The next moment, Selena's figure materialized abruptly, just as she had vanished. "Don't move. Drop your weapons. Raise your hands." In an instant, a dozen dark gun barrels were aimed at her, and the tense atmosphere felt nearly frozen. The armed agents braced themselves for confrontation, fingers poised tightly on triggers. Maria Hill instinctively shielded Fury, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Relax, em unarmed." Selena disregarded the agents, adding, "Your weapons are of no use to me." Nick Fury's expression darkened ominously, as if he could extract water from it. He pushed aside Hill, his solitary eye locking onto Selena with an intensity that threatened to ignite Fury itself. "Miss Kent." His voice was low and deliberate, imbued with a tempestuous wrath. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, our friendship and agreement can be rendered null and void at this very moment." Selena appeared utterly unfazed by the palpable hostility or Fury's thunderous ire. A hint of ease, as though she had just completed an extraordinary journey, played upon her features, even tinged with a touch of pride. She strode directly towards the restraint frame designated for the cube, carefully placing the now tranquil azure cube back into its rightful position. Back to its owner, she declared, brushing her hands as if to dispel non-existent dust, offering a placating, or perhaps more accurately, a dismissive smile to Fury and the surrounding agents. Look, it's intact, not a scratch on it. Your precious artifact is quite safe. Fury's gaze swiftly darted to the cube, confirming its stability, then snapped back to Selena, his eyes seemingly dissecting her. Then what in the blazes was that earth-shattering commotion? You took the highest classified asset of S.H.I.E.L.D. on a whim. Do you have any idea the panic and damage this has caused? He gestured emphatically at the still flashing alarm lights and the chaotic surroundings. Well, I merely demonstrated the correct way to operate the cube. Selena shrugged, her tone nonchalant. Yet a flicker of seriousness glimmered beneath her demeanor. As it turns out, it's quite a handy mode of transportation. Transportation. Fury was nearly rendered speechless with rage. Selena Kent, I do not care what you consider it. You activated, moved, and utilized it without authorization. This is a grave violation of our agreement. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? This was the question that weighed most heavily on his mind at that moment. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent decades researching, only to employ the wrong methods, was astonishing. Selena blinked, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Well, it's about feeling, or perhaps the power of intention. Like this, she extended her hands, mimicking a grasping motion before suddenly opening them wide. Imagine the place you wish to go, and then, voila, it takes you there. Her description was exceedingly simplistic, almost as if she were jesting. Fury's facial muscles twitched. He certainly did not believe that it could be that straightforward. Feeling, he repeated the word, his single eye scrutinizing Selena for several seconds, as if reassessing her threat level and strategic value. Ultimately, his anger was forcibly subdued by his formidable will, morphing into a chilling caution. Miss Kent, I trust you comprehend that this unexpected journey is a one-time occurrence. Should you dare to touch it again without permission, or if any further incidents arise, the agreement will be immediately terminated, and you will become a primary subject of interest for S.H.I.E.L.D. His threat was clear and direct. Selena tempered her casual demeanor, nodding, understood, director. It won't happen again. However, I have a statement to make. Do not test the limits of my mercy. Fury's expression stiffened, and he let out a cold huff, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He turned to Hill, signaling her with a glance. Maria Hill promptly understood, hastening to a nearby safe that required both her fingerprint and iris for dual verification. The safe door swung open, and she retrieved 2 items from within. Fury approached and first took from Hill a weathered metal suitcase, its surface marked with the weight of history. The suitcase boasted a distinctly vintage style, sharply defined edges, and a clear label indicating it as Howard Stark's property. Fury handed the suitcase to Selena. This is a legacy document left by Howard Stark, detailing a theoretical configuration of a new element. It may save his beloved son's life. Fury's tone was matter-of-fact, yet the gravity of his words was undeniable. As per our agreement, it is now yours. Stark must not perish. Selena accepted the suitcase, its weight substantial in her hands. She nodded, I know what to do. Next, Fury received the second item from Hill, a flat, compact device resembling an antiquated radio or pager. It was entirely cloaked in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s characteristic deep gray hue, its design minimalist, featuring only a small LCD screen and a prominent badge-like button. You'll need this as well, Fury remarked, handing the petite device to Selena. It is a specially encrypted pager. No matter where you are in the world, or even beyond, he emphasized, clearly implying something significant. It will receive specific signals. When there is a need for your urgent appearance, I will summon you using it. Keep it safe, do not misplace it. And certainly do not filter it as junk. Selena curiously accepted the compact pager, feeling its cool surface. Weighing in her hand, she smiled, understood. The director's personal call device. The items are in your possession. Now, Fury stepped aside, gesturing for passage, his tone returning to a formal demeanor. Miss Selena, your time here has concluded. Agent Hill will courteously escort you out. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your efforts to clean up this mess. Selena, one hand grasping the weighty box containing Howard's belongings and the other idly toying with the diminutive pager, appeared to be in good spirits. Under Hill's vigilant gaze and the watchful eyes of numerous agents, Selena made her way outside, turning back to flash a slightly provocative smile at Hill. I hope our next meeting occurs under less chaotic circumstances. No sooner had she spoken than she inhaled deeply, her legs bending slightly. Suddenly, a dull sonic boom erupted. In an instant, she broke the sound barrier. Selena's figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a visible wave of white air that surged forth as she shot skyward. To the astonishment of Maria, Hill, and the agents, Selena became a rapidly diminishing black dot against the vast horizon, vanishing in the boundless sky, leaving behind a massive crater and swirling dust. Fury remained rooted in place, having scrutinized the cube for quite some time. A flicker of light danced in his singular eye. Let us give it a try. Chapter 73. Legacy. Tony Stark's seaside villa had now been reduced to ruins. The traces of a raucous, extravagant birthday celebration had vanished, leaving only chaos in its wake. Shredded remnants of sofas torn apart by energy blasts, shattered bottles, and toppled expensive decor scattered about. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred materials, a noxious blend of alcohol and dust. The men and women who had once reveled here had long since fled in terror, leaving behind an eerie silence. In the core of the villa on the floor, Tony lay helplessly clad in his armor. The glow of the arc reactor in his chest was dim, casting a pallid light on his ashen face. The sinister, dark purple veins, reminiscent of poisonous vines, were now more pronounced, twisting grotesquely along his neck and exposed skin, signaling the imminent extinguishment of his life force. Mere moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with his closest friend, Rhodey, clad in the armor that had been taken from him. The clash of their palm-mounted cannons reverberated like a hammer, striking Tony's already fragile chest, inflicting unbearable pain and a near suffocating dizziness that felled him instantly. He could only watch helplessly as Rhodey activated the thrusters. The heavy silver-gray figure carrying his legacy surged through the debris of the villa, disappearing into the sky with a thunderous roar. "This is your legacy." Rhodey's voice was hoarse and faint, nearly lost to the wind. He attempted to muster a smile, yet the effort only twisted his chest in agony, leaving him with nothing but distorted convulsions. His body felt as though it had been drained of every last ounce of strength. Even lifting a finger became an insurmountable challenge. The cold armor pressed uncomfortably against his back, and he resigned himself to the futility of struggle, collapsing like an abandoned, tattered doll upon the frigid rubble and shards of glass. His vacant gaze fixated on the gaping hole in the ceiling, through which the indigo, indifferent night sky was visible. Despair washed over him like a chilling tide, completely submerging his will. Perhaps this fleeting life, barely a week long, could come to an end without much regret. All struggles seemed merely futile attempts to delay the inevitable pain. A sudden, muffled yet remarkably clear sound of a heavy object striking the ground, accompanied by a slight tremor, abruptly shattered the silence. Tony's unfocused gaze instinctively gravitated towards the source of the sound, struggling to concentrate. Through the dust, a tall figure materialized. Selena Kent landed steadily, just a few paces in front of him, dressed casually, yet holding an old-fashioned, heavy metal briefcase that appeared entirely out of place amidst the lavish ruins. She surveyed her surroundings. Her eyes swept over the battlefield, as if ravaged by a tornado, ultimately resting on Tony's face, etched with despair and illness. Raising an eyebrow, her voice calm, yet laced with an imperceptible concern, she remarked, "It seems I've missed the party, Tony. Are you planning a renovation?" Quite an audacious style. Tony struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and upon recognizing Selena, a flicker of faint surprise crossed his weary eyes, quickly drowned by exhaustion. His voice was hoarse, breath unsteady. "Selena, you're here? The party is over. Was tea today supposed to be significant?" "Indeed," Selena nodded, stepping forward to gently place the heavy metal briefcase on the ground before Tony with a muffled thud. She deliberately adjusted its angle so that the clear, weathered inscription, "Howard Stark Property," faced his gaze. "A birthday gift for you," she stated flatly. Yet her words struck Tony like a thunderclap. "Happy birthday, Tony." "Birthday gift?" Tony murmured, his dazed eyes magnetically fixed on the name of his father. This sudden jolt of realization momentarily revived his muddled mind. An indescribable force sustained this dying man as he summoned every ounce of strength to abruptly lift his mask. Struggling to sit up, he could only manage to prop himself up with his elbows. Yet his gaze remained locked on the briefcase, as if attempting to see through it. What? What is this? His voice trembled, filled with disbelief and a faint glimmer of hope he scarcely dared to acknowledge. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was still under the influence of alcohol or caught in a near-death hallucination. The inheritance your father left for you, Selena stated succinctly. My father's inheritance? Tony's fingers trembled as he cautiously brushed against the name on the briefcase. Where did you get this? It's impossible. Howard Stark's belongings have been meticulously sorted through countless times. Selena, observing the rekindled spark in his eyes, akin to a drowning man clinging to driftwood, responded without reservation. S-H-I-E-L-D has been safeguarding it. She briefly recounted the prior agreement. I agreed to serve as their external aid in exchange for a chance to save your life. The air seemed to solidify around them. Tony lifted his gaze toward Selena. His eyes, weary and filled with pain and despair, clearly reflected the golden-haired girl before him. The complexity of his expression was astonishing, a mixture of shock and confusion, ultimately converging into a searing gratitude akin to that of a survivor. Selena's throat constricted, her voice hoarse, as if burdened with a multitude of unspoken words, and she managed to utter the two most weighty words, "Thank you." Task accomplished. A faint, relieved smile graced Selena's face, as if she had merely delivered a package and was now ready to leave. Take a good look at what's inside, Tony. Also, your body needs as much repair as your house. Hurry and get some rest. It's quite late. She offered him no further opportunity for questions and decisively turned away. Selena. Tony could not help but call out. Selena paused momentarily, glancing back slightly. Goodbye. Travel safely, he added, watching her retreating figure. Bye. Selena waved her hand casually without turning back. In the next moment, she bent her knees and propelled herself with explosive force. A powerful gust of wind stirred the dust and debris from the ground as Selena shot into the sky like an arrow, vanishing through the gaping hole in the villa's roof, leaving behind only fleeting sound waves. The villa returned to an eerie silence. Yet in this stillness, something profoundly different began to emerge. Tony, having removed his armor, sat alone amidst the cold ruins, the surrounding chaos and his bodily pain momentarily muted. All his attention was fixated on the heavy, unadorned metal box before him. The soft blue glow of the reactor illuminated the box, revealing his father's name. As if it possessed warmth, his father's legacy. He extended his trembling hand, reverently caressing the engraved letters repeatedly, with each touch confirming a distant yet achingly close reality. The flickering desire for life, nearly extinguished, was reignited by this unexpected inheritance, flaring up into a small yet fiercely resilient flame. A legacy meant for me? He murmured to himself, as if seeking answers from his father in the ether. Chapter 74. Brother, it's me. Selena soared from the ruins of Tony's mansion. She flew at high speed through the stratosphere, the scenery below transitioning rapidly from the azure coastline of the Pacific Ocean to the vast arid deserts and mountains of the interior. The wind howled past her ears, and the cold, thin air had no effect on her. She headed east towards New York. As she flew over the arid, scarlet wilderness of New Mexico, a strange atmospheric phenomenon abruptly captured her attention. In the dense darkness of night, a dazzling display of natural auroras danced wildly. Deep greens, dark purples, and otherworldly blues tore through the darkness like a colossal curtain, swirling and emitting a majestic aura that felt alien. Further below, a massive, spiraling tornado was forming in the distance, stirring up clouds of dust and producing a low, ominous rumble. How could there be auroras in New Mexico? Selena pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her mind. Before she could finish her thought, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying thunderclap, indescribable by mere words, seemed to explode directly within the depths of the soul. Its brilliance illuminated the entire wasteland as brightly as day. Boom! The immense sound of the impact resonated clearly even at great heights, a shockwave swirling dust rapidly expanding. The meteor's landing point was not far from Selena. Without hesitation, Selena adjusted her course, diving down like a predatory hawk, her enhanced vision piercing through the swirling dust. Where the tornado had dissipated lay a vast, intricate circular pattern, and nearby, an old gray caravan flickered with lights. On the ground beside it lay a towering, robust man clad in simple attire, his striking golden hair cascading down, motionless. "Ah, so it truly is you." A mischievous grin involuntarily crept across Selena's lips, her eyes sparkling with cunning, as a bold yet slightly wicked idea took shape. She swiftly lowered her altitude, landing lightly in a concealed spot away from the landing site, then instantly switched her demeanor, running and calling out in a panicked voice. Like any frightened girl, "Brother, brother, where are you, brother?" She feigned a frantic search, pushing aside sparse dry grass, her gaze anxiously scanning the area. Soon, her eyes precisely locked onto the golden-haired man on the ground, as well as two women and a man, equally shaken, stepping down from the pickup truck and surrounding him. "Oh my!" Selena exclaimed dramatically, her acting prowess erupting. She rushed to the unconscious golden-haired man, kneeling beside him, unceremoniously slapping his handsome yet dirt-streaked cheeks vigorously. "Brother, wake up! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." She then abruptly lifted her head, her azure eyes instantly igniting with fierce anger, as if ready to unleash flames. Fixating intently on the equally stunned Jan Foster, Daisy Louise, and Dr. Eric Selvig. "It's you? You injured my brother?" The dark-haired girl, Jan Foster, was startled and quickly waved her hands in a flustered explanation. "No, it's not like that. We never intended to hit him. He fell from the sky as if struck by lightning, right in front of our car. We had no time to brake. We are truly, truly sorry." Her voice trembled slightly from fear and anxiety. Daisy, standing nearby, looked pale with fright, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes. It's not our fault. He charged at us." It was terrifying. The older and more composed Dr. Eric spoke with a grave tone, furrowing his brow. "Miss, arguing about responsibility is futile at this moment. Your brother's condition is uncertain. The priority is to get him to a hospital for examination." He gazed at the robust figure on the ground, filled with concern. At that moment, the golden-haired giant lying on the ground seemed to be stirred awake by Selena's slapping and commotion, emitting a painful groan. He abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of icy blue orbs, brimming with strength and wildness, as they scanned the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. A stunning yet unknown girl with black hair, a flustered plump girl, a worried elderly man, and a young blonde girl with blue eyes, who was gently gripping his arm and gazing down at him with utmost concern. All were strangers to him. "Oh, my face hurts." Thor struggled to sit up, feeling as though his bones might disintegrate. He shook his heavy head, pondering his whereabouts. Was this the realm of mortals? His voice emerged low and hoarse, imbued with an unnatural authority. Suddenly, as if recalling something of utmost importance, he frantically glanced around, his voice rising in urgency. "Where is my hammer?" Selena immediately supported him with great force, cleverly restraining his attempts to break free, her tone tinged with exasperation and affection. "Brother, what do you need a hammer for? Come home with me first. Everyone is looking for you. Release me, woman," Thor exclaimed, attempting to shake off Selena's grasp, only to discover that this seemingly delicate woman possessed astonishing strength, rendering him immobile. His eyes widened in astonishment as he glared at Selena, demanding, "Who are you?" "I have no sister." A blend of embarrassment and sorrow crossed Selena's face as she turned to the bewildered onlookers, including Jane, and explained, "I sincerely apologize for the commotion. My brother," she gestured to her temple, offering an understanding expression, "has sustained an injury, and he is not fully lucid. Whether it's from drink or some stimulus, he tends to forget people and ramble, constantly claiming to be the god of thunder in search of his hammer. Alas, our family has grown accustomed to his wandering." Her performance was remarkably convincing. Daisy, observing the striking resemblance between the golden-haired siblings, particularly Selena's concerned demeanor, was instantly persuaded. Nodding sympathetically, "Oh my, so that's the case. It's evident he's not quite himself. Please take good care of him. We must be on our way. This has been quite frightening." She patted her chest, clearly eager to distance herself from this apparent lunacy. "Thank you for finding him. Farewell." Selena expressed her gratitude hurriedly, then gently yet firmly guided the still resisting, bellowing, "Release me, mortal. I am Thor, god of thunder." Golden-haired giant away from the pickup truck and the impact crater. "Don't struggle, brother." Jane Foster stood frozen in place. "Jane, shall we depart?" Dr. Eric tapped her shoulder. Jane snapped back to reality, suppressing her bewilderment, and cast one last glance at the two figures nearly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Yes, let us go. Chapter 75. The meow meow hammer. As Selena half-dragged, half-pulled him away from the impact site and Jane's group, Thor's fury finally erupted. He halted abruptly, pivoting like an enraged lion, his golden hair swirling in the night breeze, and roared at Selena. Enough! Despicable mortal woman! His eyes widened with fury, the blue irises ablaze with a thunderous wrath. I'm the Prince of Asgard, the future ruler of the 9 realms, the omnipotent god of thunder, Thor Odinson. My father is Odin, the All-Father. How dare you mock me so? Reveal your name. Selena, abandoning her pretense, released the grip on his arm, crossing her arms and watching him with an air of calm as he raged, interrupting him with a tranquil tone. I know you are Thor. Thor paused, then erupted into an even louder, scornful laugh, his chin raised in arrogance. Since you know my name, why do you not kneel and beg for mercy? Before I truly unleash my wrath. Instinctively, he extended his palm towards the sky, habitually calling out to his most loyal companion. Mjolnir. Silence. Only the howling wind of the wasteland echoed around them. Thor furrowed his brow and tried once more. Hammer, come. Still, there was no response. Selena tilted her head slightly. A look of almost pity painted across her face. The arrogance on Thor's countenance froze, an unprecedented unease beginning to take root within him. At that moment, a thunderous roar pierced the night sky. A meteor streaked across, shrieking fiercely as it struck the depths of the wilderness, not too far away. Upon landing, the ground trembled beneath them. Thor abruptly turned his gaze towards the source, and although obscured by swirling dust and distance, a deep resonance from the depths of his soul confirmed his certainty. Yes, it is my hammer. A radiant joy ignited in his eyes. As if a drowning man had spotted land, he laughed heartily at Selena. Mortal, wait for me. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, you shall witness divine retribution. With that, he disregarded Selena, striding purposefully towards the direction of the meteor's descent. Selena observed his staggered yet determined figure with a smirk. In the next moment, she bent her legs slightly and leapt gracefully. Like a feather, she traversed hundreds of meters, landing precisely at the edge of the newly formed crater. At the center of the pit, a plain, square-headed war hammer stood quietly embedded in the scorched earth. It was none other than Mjolnir. Selena made no attempt to disturb it, simply standing with her arms crossed, leisurely awaiting his arrival. Thor, panting heavily, finally stumbled to the edge of the pit, and upon seeing the composed Selena awaiting him, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. You? What is happening? How did you? Selena, uninterested in explanations, merely nodded her chin towards the center of the pit. Behold, your hammer. As if sensing its master, Mjolnir stirred, and the air crackled with fine, visible blue-white arcs of electricity, like awakened serpents of thunder, swirling around the hammer, emitting soft crackles, a palpable pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Upon witnessing this familiar sight, a confident grin reappeared on Thor's face. Ha! Mortal woman, watch closely. He ceased his idle chatter, his heart racing with an unwavering resolve as he leaped into the crater, extending his once mighty right hand that had wielded the hammer and commanded the storm countless times before. Drawing in a deep breath, his arm muscles tensed, fingers firmly grasping the cold handle of Mjolnir. He exerted all his strength, yet remained immobile. A smile froze on Thor's face, disbelief flooding his expression. No, it cannot be, he muttered, his eyes wide with incredulity. This time, he extended both arms as if embracing a long-lost lover, summoning every ounce of his strength, his knuckles paling from the exertion. A deep roar erupted from his throat. Rise. Come to me, Mjolnir. However, that once familiar divine hammer now felt as heavy as the stars, as immovable as a mountain, no matter how hard he strained. His knees buckled beneath the immense weight, his arm muscles taut to the brink of tearing, while Mjolnir remained stubbornly embedded in the earth, coldly rejecting its former master. Ultimately, his strength waned, and with a heavy thud, Thor collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with dust cascading down his neck. Despair engulfed him like a chilling tide, and he raised his head towards the indifferent, unresponsive starlit sky, emitting a pained and bewildered wail. No, Father, do not treat me thus. His voice was hoarse, laden with endless grievance and confusion, his hands trembling violently from exhaustion and frustration. Selena's voice drifted down from the rim of the crater, tinged with a faint, grating mockery in Thor's ears. Looks like things aren't going too smoothly? Is your mortal body struggling to adapt? Thor whipped around, his dust-covered face a mask of shame and fury, his gaze fixed intently on Selena. Who are you? Loki? Are you the one scheming here? He regarded Selena as the embodiment of his cunning brother. I am not that insufferable wretch, Selena retorted, rolling her eyes. She gracefully descended into the crater, landing beside Thor, observing the disheveled prince deprived of his powers, and gently patted his muscular yet trembling shoulder with a tone of perfunctory consolation. It's all right. Everyone has a few off days each month, you know? You don't understand. Thor violently swatted her hand away, his voice laced with insulted rage and profound helplessness, unable to accept that his father had stripped him of everything. Perhaps, Selena shrugged, appearing indifferent. Her gaze fell once more upon the silent warhammer, as if drawn by some unseen force. She stepped forward, and to Thor's astonishment, slowly extended her delicate, pale hand toward the cold handle that once belonged to the god of thunder. Stop, foolish mortal, Thor exclaimed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Leaping up to intervene, his face a portrait of disdain and contempt. Don't harbor such delusions. Only one bestowed with divine power by the All-Father is worthy to lift Mjolnir. His roar abruptly ceased. The moment Serena's fingers grazed the hammer's handle, a thunderous crack echoed, an unprecedented, terrifying bolt of lightning, tearing through the heavens, erupted without warning. The blinding light illuminated the entire wilderness and crater as if it were midday. A wild wind sprang forth, swirling up a tempest of dust. The charged air made every hair stand on end. What left Thor in a state of shock, his mind blank, was the sight of Serena seemingly unfazed by the cataclysmic lightning and gales. Her seemingly fragile arm merely lifted the hammer with casual ease. A low, peculiar hum resonated, as if the very fabric of space were being stirred. That hammer, heavy as the stars, had been denied to him, like a mere straw. It was effortlessly raised by Serena, as if it bore no weight at all. She even tossed it lightly in her hands, catching it with ease, weighing the divine hammer in her grasp, feeling the immense power within. A playful smile spread across her lips. Oh, this is rather manageable. At the bottom of the crater, Thor knelt upon the scorched earth, head tilted back, mouth agape, as if struck by the mightiest thunder that pierced his very soul, rendering him a statue of shock. In his once furious, proud, and despairing ice-blue eyes, only an unadulterated, profound terror remained. Chapter 76. The Super Thunder God. Serena's delicate fingers firmly grasped the cold handle of Mjolnir, raising it high toward the heavens. A resonant hum echoed. It felt as though a gate connecting the heavens and earth had been opened. The terrifying thunder was not merely a deafening roar, but a deep, grand sound, as if the universe itself pulsed with a terrifying low-frequency wave, overpowering all other sounds. Ink-black clouds swirled as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, coalescing into a massive vortex that enveloped the entire sky. Countless bolts of blue and white lightning, stout as serpents, violently formed, entwined, and exploded within the clouds. Serena was entirely enveloped by the surging torrent of lightning, dazzling arcs of electricity dancing and crackling around her. Her radiant golden hair soared wildly in the electric currents. Her eyes, once deep blue, transformed into a brilliant, radiant azure, as if concentrated storms brewed within, shooting forth blinding beams of electric light that were nearly impossible to gaze upon. Suspended in the void, she seemed to be cradled by the very essence of thunder, becoming the supreme ruler of this realm. Beneath her lay the humble earth. Above her raged the tempest of lightning. She stood between the two, cloaked in a might of 1,000 thunders, sovereign over all. A new, ferocious, and searing energy surged within Serena, distinct from the warm, serene life energy produced by Kryptonian cells absorbing sunlight, and vastly different from the profound, chilling spatial power of the cosmic cube. This was a force of destruction and rebirth, infused with the primal, scorching heat that incinerates all and the fierce intensity that rends all asunder. The power of thunder, Selena felt the surging power of thunder within her. A serene smile, imbued with a divine arrogance, gracing her lips. Her right hand gripped the sturdy leather strap at the end of the hammer's handle, her arm suddenly exerting tremendous force. With a hum, the hammer transformed into a blurred shadow, emitting a piercing shriek as it spun at high speed. Akin to the swing of a chain ball, the velocity increased. The hammerhead trailed long, intertwining arcs of blue and white electricity. These wild bolts of lightning did not scatter. Instead, they converged towards the rapidly rotating hammerhead as if drawn by a vortex, compressing with fervor. In an instant, the entire warhammer seemed to metamorphose into a radiant sphere of pure lightning, exuding an aura of destruction. The energy, compressed to its utmost, distorted the surrounding space. "Let's try this," Selena proclaimed, her eyes sparking with electric brilliance. Harnessing the potential energy accumulated through her rotation, she twisted her waist. Her arm taut like a drawn bow, and unleashed a strike imbued with apocalyptic might towards the immense wall of the crater, located several dozen meters away. Boom! The concentrated and fiercely violent sphere of lightning, akin to an ancient thunder dragon breaking free from shackles, emitted a deafening shriek as it detached from the hammer and shot forth, carving a luminous path through the night sky, leaving behind a fleeting yet blinding vacuum scorch. In the next moment, it collided fiercely with the unyielding rock face. A bolt of utterly pure, devastating lightning. The blinding flash instantaneously engulfed the entire wall of the crater. Countless, denser, and more intense arcs of electricity spread like a spider's web across the impact zone. The immensely hard rock vaporized silently, as if cut by a hot knife through butter, under the pressure of millions of volts and unimaginable force. As the light dissipated, a gargantuan hole, nearly 10 meters in diameter, with edges as smooth as a mirror and a charred interior, still emitting wisps of smoke, manifested prominently upon the wall. Residual currents continued to leap and hiss against the caverns of the hole, exuding an aura of searing heat and death. "Oh!" Selena marveled at her creation, her voice brimming with the pure excitement of a child receiving a new toy. This was exhilarating, far more enjoyable than heat vision. This was precisely the move that Steve Rogers would later employ against Thanos. Thor, witnessing all from the bottom of the crater, beheld his once proud artifact wielded with power that surpassed even his prime. He had long ceased his cries. Despair engulfed him entirely. As Selena recklessly wielded the power that should have belonged to him, he could only sit helplessly upon the scorched earth, his throat dry as if scorched by fire, futilely waving his arms towards the sky like a drowning man. "Come down, please come down." His voice, hoarse and faint, was utterly consumed by the roaring thunder. It was only when he had exhausted his voice that Selena seemed to tire of her play. The brilliant electric light surrounding her gradually receded into her being, and the tempestuous thundercloud vortex slowly calmed, dissipating to reveal the pale night sky illuminated behind. She descended gracefully from the heavens, landing soundlessly upon the scorched earth like a fallen leaf. Upon closer inspection, the vibrant blue electric spark in her eyes had not yet entirely faded. Rather, it flickered faintly like a hidden flame, glimmering deep within her pupils. Her already extraordinary aura now radiated an even more imposing, otherworldly majesty. Thor staggered to his feet, his body teetering dangerously due to weakness and the overwhelming mental shock he had just endured, gazing at the formidable woman before him, who had stripped him of everything. His eyes were vacant, and his voice, tinged with the brink of collapse, quavered. "Who are you?" He clung to a thread of absurd hope, wondering if she might truly be his unbeknownst sister, the flesh and blood of their father lost to the world. This was nearly the only explanation that could help him comprehend the scene unfolding before him. "I am not," Selena replied flatly, casually weighing Mjolnir, which she had just caught from the air. The hammer seemed weightless in her grasp, devoid of any kinship to the Asgardian lineage. Thor's gaze fixated on the weapon that rightfully belonged to him, and all his fury, pride, and skepticism transformed into the most humble yearning. He extended his trembling hands. Akin to a child begging for candy, his voice infused with an unprecedented vulnerability. "Then please, return it to me. I beseech you." Selena observed the last flicker of humility in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. She uttered not a word, but casually tossed Mjolnir into the air. The hammer, tracing a brief arc, Selena expertly caught the hammerhead and then gently placed the smooth end of the handle into the trembling palm of Thor's outstretched right hand. Instinctively, He closed his fingers, striving to grasp it. Just as Selena released her hold on the hammerhead, a dull thud echoed. It felt as if the hammer were not merely a weapon, but a mountain descending from the sky. Thor sensed his arm being wrenched by an irresistible force, as if it were about to be torn asunder. He had no time to react. His body was like a scarecrow swept away by a tidal wave, dragged once more to the ground by the unassuming hammer, collapsing heavily and disgracefully, his cheek pressed against the searing, scorched earth. This time, Thor did not struggle. He did not roar. He lay beside the hammer, staring at Mjolnir, which was so near yet felt worlds away. A low, suppressed chuckle escaped his lips, a bitter laugh that rapidly escalated into a mad, desperate cackle, echoing across the desolate expanse. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The laughter reverberated in the vast crater, brimming with self-mockery, desolation, and a cruel mockery of fate. Struggling to rise once more, he wore an eerie calmness, as if his heart had turned to ash. He did not cast another glance at Selena, nor did he regard the hammer at his feet. Dusting off his clothes with stiff movements, his eyes remained hollow, as if his very soul had been extracted. "The hammer is yours," he rasped, uttering the words with a terrifying calmness. Then, he turned around like a soulless shell, swaying unsteadily as he dragged his weary feet away from the crater, retreating into the unknown darkness that lay beyond Selena. Each step felt as burdensome as shouldering a great mountain, his silhouette appearing diminutive and forlorn beneath the dim starlight. "Hey, brother," Selena called out, observing his zombie-like figure, as she weighed the Mjolnir in her hand. "Are you coming home for dinner?" Thor's form did not halt, nor did he respond. He merely continued to walk numbly, step by step, towards the profound darkness that lay before the dawn, accompanied by the howling winds of the desolate wasteland. Chapter 77. The fallen prince and the Cinderella Selena watched as Thor's despondent figure, seemingly forsaken by the entire world, vanished into the obscurity of the wilderness, shaking her head. The Mjolnir in her grasp retained its cold metallic essence, with occasional flickers of electric arcs dancing upon the hammerhead, resonating with the remnants of divine power still simmering within her. "I've had my fun, and the main act has fled," she murmured softly to herself. Then with a slight flick of her wrist, she hurled the hammer towards the center of the crater. Mjolnir traced a precise arc before landing with a soft thud, firmly embedding itself back into the scorched earth, the hammerhead facing downward, maintaining its poised stance. At the moment the hammer's handle met the ground, the last vestiges of blue-white lightning seemed to be drawn in, swiftly burrowing into the charred soil, vanishing without a trace. The last few dark storm clouds hovering above the wasteland quietly dissipated, allowing the pale starlight to re-emerge before dawn. Selena's gaze swept across the expanse, her enhanced vision penetrating the darkness, instantly locking onto the distant camper van of Jim Foster, slowly traversing the dirt road. "Hey, fallen prince, it's time to go home," she said, a sly smile curling upon her lips. With a swift motion, she darted after Thor's staggering figure, her arm encircling his neck with an iron grip, leaving no room for protest. What are you doing?" Thor's astonished inquiry barely escaped his lips before he was abruptly yanked off the ground by an irresistible force. His feet dangled in midair. The wind howled in his ears. Thor looked down in terror at the rapidly receding earth, and a sensation of weightlessness instinctively compelled him to flail his limbs in resistance. "Put me down, you mad woman," he bellowed, his voice torn apart by the rushing wind. "Hold on tight." Selena's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible jest, akin to holding an unruly cat, as her speed surged. "Can you fly?" Thor managed to twist his head in the tempest, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the ease with which this woman carried him through the air, his voice tinged with shock and an indescribable pang of sorrow. As the future king of Asgard, the omnipotent god of thunder, Thor found himself unable to fly on his own. Selena turned her head slightly, casting him a glance, her eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity laced with an air of unquestionable certainty. You can't?" As if inquiring about something as simple as breathing. Thor found himself momentarily silenced by the flippant retort, his fury and astonishment lodged in his throat, replaced by an overwhelming sense of humiliation, akin to that of a fallen phoenix reduced to a mere chicken. He had been so utterly disgraced by a mortal woman, and he was powerless to retort. Serena paid no heed to the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, her gaze fixed upon the approaching gray camper van on the road below. Calculating the angle and distance with precision, she swung her arm forcefully. Off you go. Whoosh. Thor felt as though he had been launched from a trebuchet, soaring through the air in a rather ungraceful and somewhat comical parabolic arc, accompanied by a prolonged cry of terror, as he accurately plummeted onto the surface of the road ahead of the camper van. Thud! A heavy, muffled sound echoed as Thor landed solidly on the dirt road a few meters in front of the pickup truck, sending up a cloud of dust. And he clumsily rolled twice before coming to a halt. Squeal! The piercing sound of brakes screeched to a halt. Bang! The pickup truck collided with Thor, and despite the sudden decrease in speed, it still sent him flying, landing in a most undignified manner. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Jane Foster, her face ashen, was the first to leap from the vehicle, rushing over in a state of panic, her voice trembling. However, when she beheld the dust-covered, yet unmistakably familiar, golden-haired giant on the ground, she was utterly bewildered. Is it really you? Following her, both Daisy and Dr. Eric were equally dumbfounded. Daisy gasped, pointing at Thor on the ground, then glancing around at the empty surroundings, her words tumbling out incoherently. Wasn't he taken away by his sister? How could he have ended up here? Dr. Eric furrowed his brow, his expression filled with astonishment and an inexplicable confusion that defied scientific reasoning. This is completely illogical. He hastily approached, crouching down to examine Thor, disregarding his grimaces of pain, and quickly assessed his condition. Astonishingly, despite such an ordeal, Thor bore only dust-covered clothing and a few minor abrasions. He had no significant injuries, not even a broken bone. Incredible, Dr. Eric murmured, regarding Thor with the awe one might reserve for a miracle or a monster, noting merely superficial wounds. Clearly, this gentleman's physical constitution far exceeded that of an ordinary human. He looked up at the still-shocked Jane and the wide-eyed Daisy, sighed, and concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, they could not leave him here. They needed to get him away from this place first. Jane gazed at the bewildered figure on the ground, his face a mix of confusion and a hint of familiar grievance, and her peculiar intuition and the enigma surrounding him intensified. She nodded, and alongside Daisy, they cautiously helped the disoriented Thor, half dragging and half supporting him onto the camper van. Serena hovered above the clouds, hands on her hips, like a clandestine director, observing with satisfaction the reunion unfolding below. She watched as Thor was assisted into the vehicle, saw the gray camper van restart, its taillights glowing as it swayed and vanished into the horizon of the desolate road. As the first act of the prince's misfortune comes to a close, it is time to grant the protagonist a moment of solitude. She nods in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. The task has been accomplished. There is no reason to linger. With a slight movement, Serena's figure shifts in the air. Boom! A resonant sound wave erupts, shattering the silence. She transforms into a fleeting streak of light, hurtling towards New York, and in an instant, she vanishes into the vast expanse of clouds on the horizon. In the cozy warmth of a mobile home, Thor Odinson, once the god of thunder and now a wayward giant, begins an enchanting interaction with astrophysicist Jane Foster. As Thor describes the Bifrost Bridge in mythic terms, Jane's eyes sparkle with excitement. She eagerly sketches intricate diagrams of space-time on her notebook, fervently explaining the Einstein-Rosen bridge and wormhole theory. The Bifrost you describe perfectly aligns with the characteristics of a highly stable spatial wormhole. When Thor recounts the world tree that supports the 9 realms, its branches traversing multiple dimensions, Dr. Eric is skeptical, yet cannot help but ponder the implications of a multiverse theory. If the structure of space truly resembles a tree, what would the connection points between dimensions be like? Magic and science, myth and reality, collide in a remarkable tapestry. Thor is deeply captivated by Jane's fervor for knowledge and her relentless quest for the unknown, while Jane is equally moved by Thor's ancient, unadulterated masculinity and the rare glimpses of his innocent heart, though both are, in truth, enamored with each other's appearances. An indescribable, transcendent chemistry quietly blossoms between them. A few days later, on a serene morning, sunlight streams through the window. Thor awkwardly attempts to use a magical earth contraption, the microwave, to heat a dessert. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking resonates on the glass sliding door, soft yet imbued with a peculiar cadence, as if striking upon a heavy metal surface. Confused, Thor turns his gaze. The next moment, the object in his hand clatters to the ground. Outside the door stand several extraordinarily stout figures clad in resplendent, ancient armor that gleams with metallic luster. The bravest warriors of Asgard, Thor's most loyal companions, the three warriors, Hogun, Vandal, and Volstagg, alongside Lady Sif. As Thor gazes upon their familiar faces, worn from their search for him, he freezes in place, a wave of shock and exhilaration surging through him like electricity. Chapter 78. The Destroyer upon recognizing Sif, Hogun, Volstagg, and Vandal. Thor is rendered nearly speechless by the overwhelming shock and indescribable excitement. Thor, my prince, we have finally found you. After a brief embrace filled with the camaraderie of reunited warriors and simple pleasantries, Sif quickly shifts to the matter at hand, her tone grave. Thor, Asgard is in grave danger. This is all Loki's scheme. He has deceived everyone, including the king. He is the one who obstructs your coronation, the mastermind behind the covert invasion of Jotunheim. Loki? Thor staggered back in disbelief, shaking his head in anguish. No, this cannot be. He is my brother. Nothing is impossible. Your Highness. The tempestuous Volstagg could no longer contain himself, bellowing with fervor as his massive fist struck the doorframe. That treacherous deceiver. He has not only misled you, but has also duped King Odin. The king is now ensnared by his deceit, lost in the Odin sleep. The realm is leaderless. Treachery reigns supreme. Thor, you must return with us at once. Only you can restore order and thwart Loki. Odin's sleep? The king's whereabouts unknown? This revelation was the final straw. The last remnants of hesitation in Thor's eyes were replaced by fury. Asgard, father, that is the home he must protect. His voice fell low as he uttered Loki's name. Just as they stepped out of the room, a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a landslide mixed with the screech of metal, echoed from the distant horizon. A colossal silver figure, towering far above them like a moving fortress, advanced with heavy, mechanical strides through the swirling dust. It was clad in a thick, cold, seamless silver armor, its lines as rigid as divine craftsmanship, with no joints visible, resembling a cast giant. Its face was merely a smooth surface, with only two hollow, abyssal eyes. Most disquieting was the pure, ancient energy emanating from those dark eye sockets in its entire form, a wave of destructive intent. The Destroyer. This is a catastrophe. Loki has dispatched this abomination. Volstagg gasped sharply. Concurrently, several black vehicles, shrouded in dust, sped towards them, screeching to a halt near the Rainbow Bridge's terminus. Agents swiftly disembarked, and Coulson, gazing at the menacing silver giant in the distance, furrowed his brow. Sir, a young agent nervously pointed at the Destroyer. Is this yet another one of Stark's new toys? Coulson's expression grew grave as he fixated on the inhuman creation, slowly shaking his head. I do not know. He never informed me he would construct such a thing. Taking a deep breath, Coulson prepared to utilize his customary diplomatic rhetoric to engage with the anomaly. Suddenly, a massive cavity split open in the center of the Destroyer's smooth face, swirling with blinding orange-red light. The terrifying heat distorted the air around it instantaneously. A concentrated beam of scorching energy, imbued with annihilation, erupted forth like a roar from the sun's core. Boom! A colossal crimson shockwave, as thick as a giant's pillar, struck with divine precision, obliterating two parked SHIELD vehicles. A violente explosion érupted, sending steel tearing and melting like paper, transforming it into a mass of burning wreckage, while the shockwave hurled nearby SHIELD agents into the air. Enemy attack. Fall back. Seek cover. Coulson's expression changed drastically as he bellowed commands. All agents fled the highway in a frantic scramble. The Destroyer paid no heed to the scattering agents. Its enormous head turned mechanically, hollow eye sockets locking onto Thor and the warriors of Asgard. With heavy footsteps, it began to advance. Each step sent tremors through the ground beneath. It disregarded the abandoned vehicles and debris in its path, swinging its colossal iron fist, sending a derelict truck flying like a mere toy, crashing into the walls of a nearby building. Flames and thick smoke spread in its wake. Get out of the way. Evacuate the residence. Thor shouted to Jane. Protect the prince. Sif cried fiercely, drawing her long sword with determination. In an instant, battle erupted. The Asgardian warriors unleashed astonishing courage and strength, launching a tempestuous assault upon the destroyer. Volstagg let out a battle cry, charging like a frenzied bull, and swung his massive axe down upon the destroyer's leg joint with tremendous force. "Break for me!" The axe struck the silver armor with a deafening roar, leaving only a faint white mark. The destroyer did not even flinch, casually swatting Volstagg away as if he were a fly. Volstagg was sent hurtling back, crashing into a low wall with a painful cry. Hogun, silent yet resolute, raised his chain hammer, attempting to ensnare the destroyer's arm to restrict its movements. The hammer whistled through the air as it wrapped around. However, the destroyer's arm shook violently. The immense force instantly shattered the resilient chains. The colossal iron fist came crashing down. Hogun narrowly rolled aside. The ground where he had stood was transformed into a deep crater, debris flying everywhere. Sif moved like lightning, darting around the destroyer with remarkable speed, her sword becoming a flurry of glimmering stars, precisely targeting the gaps in its back armor and the hollow of its eyes. Her strikes were swift and lethal, piercing the back of the destroyer's neck. Yet, the destroyer rotated its armor, swapping front and back, unleashing a torrent of searing air that forced Sif to retreat. Vandrel, known for his speed, wielded his piercing sword like a silver blur, darting in as the destroyer momentarily stood rigid. His blade aimed for what appeared to be an observation slit on the destroyer's head. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the sword struck true, yet it felt like colliding with a star. Vandrel's hand shattered from the recoil, and he was flung back by the force. The destroyer ignored these trivial attacks, its focus solely on Thor. Its face cracked open once more, a deadly crimson energy beginning to coalesce. Enough! Thor gazed at the warriors writhing in pain on the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. His eyes filled with anguish and resolve. He would no longer evade. He opened his arms wide, step by step, deliberately moving toward the source of destruction. His voice was low and calm, resonating with acceptance of his fate. "Loki, if you wish to kill me, then come forth. But spare them. They are innocent." The energy cavity in the destroyer's face reached its peak. The destructive beam was on the verge of erupting. Just at that critical moment, a fleeting silhouette, adorned in resplendent hues of red and blue, transcended the limits of human perception, unexpectedly interposing itself between Thor and the destroyer. The destroyer momentarily faltered, its concentrated orange-red annihilation beam unleashed towards the abruptly manifested figure. The terrifying energy beam instantly engulfed both Thor and the shadow before him. Yet in the next heartbeat, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion failed to materialize. The devastating ray, potent enough to melt steel and vaporize rock, collided with a figure that appeared slender yet proved to be unyieldingly indomitable, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The searing beam was forcefully repelled, unable to disturb the silhouette in the slightest. As the radiance dimmed and the dust settled, a tall, statuesque figure stood resolutely before Thor. She hovered a foot above the ground, her golden tresses gently stirred by the remnants of the energy shockwave. Her physique was enveloped in a strikingly vivid classic red and blue bodysuit. The deep blue fabric clung to her strong, curvaceous form, while a crimson shield emblem, symbolizing hope, was emblazoned upon her chest. A matching scarlet belt cinched her waist, complemented by equally vibrant red boots. Flowing behind her was a grand cape, reminiscent of sunset, its rich hue fluttering autonomously, creating an ethereal sound. Sunlight filtered through the lingering dust, illuminating her figure. With the contrast of red and blue so pure, so radiant, exuding an aura of powerful beauty. Around her, faint arcs of electricity danced visibly, as if the cataclysmic force that had just transpired merely served as a backdrop for her presence. "Stand back, brother." Selena Kent slowly raised her gaze, her ice blue eyes calmly fixed upon the towering, cold figure of the destroyer, a confident smile gracing her lips. Her voice, melodious yet piercing, cut through the chaos of the wreckage. "Are you prepared to face judgment, invader?" Chapter 79. The blast, the annihilation beam, unleashed with all the destroyer's might, not only failed to harm the red and blue figure, but was absorbed entirely by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. This astonishing spectacle plunged all present, whether it be the moaning warriors of the Celestial Palace, the shaken companions of Jane, or the awestruck HELD. Agents taking cover in the distance, into a profound silence. Thor stood frozen, his mind blank, gazing in awe at the radiant figure before him, a divine presence seemingly graced by sunlight. The destroyer, however, exhibited no trace of surprise, confronted with this unforeseen obstacle. Its hollow eye sockets merely flickered momentarily before it resolutely initiated a direct physical obliteration protocol. With a thunderous roar, its massive metallic arm swung with immense weight. The silver fist, capable of easily collapsing hills, screamed through the air with terrifying momentum, descending upon the suspended Selena like a meteorite. As the force of the impending strike approached, the fierce wind it generated caused the crimson cape of Selena to flutter violently, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. "Be careful!" The instinctive exclamations of Thor, Sif, and others echoed simultaneously. Yet, she merely raised a hand casually above her head. A thunderous clash, powerful enough to rupture eardrums, erupted. The cataclysmic punch of the destroyer struck squarely against Selena's delicate, pale palm, devoid of any embellishment. Contrary to expectations of bloodshed or being sent flying, the colossal silver fist of the destroyer, upon contact with Selena's hand, seemed to collide with the core of a neutron star. The immense kinetic energy was forcibly neutralized by her sheer strength. The indomitable armor of the destroyer emitted a visible, violent metallic groan at the point of impact, bending inward and distorting grotesquely. Meanwhile, Selena remained effortlessly suspended in midair, her garments undisturbed. She even tilted her head slightly, her ice-blue eyes observing the briefly frozen, contorted fist of the destroyer, a subtle, almost playful smile gracing her lips. Still not hard enough, her voice floated through the air, imbued with an air of critique. In the next instant, boom! Selena's right leg, still hovering, lashed out with a terrifying force that erupted like a tsunami. The massive, heavy form of the destroyer was struck as if a high-speed aircraft carrier had collided with a small skiff, accompanied by a spine-chilling metallic distortion. It was propelled from the ground like a colossal, uncontrollable projectile, rocketing away. Whoosh! Crash! The destroyer's enormous body traced a tragic arc through the air, covering over 100 meters in an instant, before crashing into a distant building. Bricks crumbled, dust billowed into the sky. Half the structure was obliterated upon impact. The silver figure of the destroyer was deeply embedded within, debris and splinters raining down like a storm. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the absurdity of that single kick. Whoosh! 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 Like a wraith flickering in and out of existence, Selena's form vanished from sight. In her stead, multiple afterimages of the destroyer's massive body appeared from all directions, each a fleeting trace of her rapid movement, not yet fully dissipated. Each afterimage captured her various attacking postures, punching, kicking, elbowing. This was a velocity surpassing the limits of human and even Asgardian perception. The true Selena was unleashing a tempest of close-quarters strikes upon the destroyer at a speed beyond the eye's ability to track. There were no earth-shattering roars, only the relentless, muffled sound of impacts, as if a torrential downpour was hammering against metal, sending shivers down spines. Boom! Thud! Crack! Bang! In the eyes of the spectators, the colossal form of the destroyer appeared as though it had been thrust into a malfunctioning projector. Its body, ensconced in flickering red and blue afterimages, twisted and trembled in an extraordinarily unnatural manner, as if disjointed. The armor on its left arm collapsed inward with a sharp crack. An invisible force struck the knee joint of its right leg, creating a deep crater. The once smooth surface of its chest plate was instantly marred by countless fist imprints and dents. A powerful elbow strike sent its entire head lurching to one side, the neck armor emitting a piercing metallic fatigue sound. The destroyer was utterly incapable of mounting any semblance of a counterattack. It barely raised its intact arm in an attempt to retaliate, but could only futilely swipe through the air, shattering the phantasms left by Selena. Just as the energy cannon on its visage ignited with a red glow, it was brutally struck on the chin by a precise uppercut from below. The moment of energy convergence was abruptly interrupted, and a wisp of black smoke emerged from the cannon's mouth. This was entirely one-sided, a merciless onslaught akin to pummeling a sandbag. Each blow harbored the power to rend steel asunder. The jaws of Thor, Sif, Vostag, Fandral, and Hogan, all Asgardian warriors, were nearly dislodged in disbelief. They beheld the ultimate weapon that once instilled terror across the 9 realms, now being toyed with by that Earth woman as if it were a mere doll, their worldview profoundly shaken. Jane and Daisy clasped their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment, nearly forgetting to breathe. The destroyer seemed finally to be incited by this ultimate humiliation and pain, triggering some form of supreme counterattack protocol. Its body, embedded in rubble, erupted with a blinding red light. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. It relinquished all protection for its body, channeling all its energy instantaneously into the cannon on its face. The orange-red glow from the open chamber became even more dazzling. Catastrophic energy coalesced and compressed. The air around the cannon distorted violently from the intense heat. It locked onto the red-blue figure hovering not far from it, which had just revealed itself. It was poised to unleash the most powerful strike in history, a reckoning even at the cost of mutual destruction. Faced with this energy fluctuation capable of reducing an entire town to rubble, Selena hovered in the air, her expression finally turning serious. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and within her icy blue pupils, 2 dangerous red glimmers ignited like miniature stars. A confrontation? Selena scoffed lightly. Very well, let us play. The moment her words fell, zing! 2 beams of concentrated, molten red energy erupted from Selena's eyes, unreservedly unleashed. The terrifying heat and destructive energy contained within caused the air through which the light passed to ionize instantly, emitting a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, boom! The destroyer's accumulated annihilation beam, like a liberated force of cataclysm, roared forth to collide head-on with Selena. 2 pure energies of destruction, embodying opposing forces, collided in an instant at the heart of the battlefield. Boom! The heavens dimmed. All living things fell silent. A colossal, ever-expanding sphere of energy materialized at the collision point, its crimson and orange hues intertwining in a frenzied dance of annihilation and compression. It unleashed shockwaves and radiation potent enough to vaporize steel in an instant. The earth wailed in agony, and the sky quivered in response. Yet, this impasse endured for less than half a second. Selena furrowed her brow and uttered a sharp command, her eyes igniting with a blazing crimson light. The output power of her 2 scorching beams surged to an alarming degree. With a resounding pop, they sliced through the air like a hot knife through butter. The beam of the destroyer, confronted by the purer and more domineering red-hot gaze, disintegrated as if it were the first snow meeting boiling sunlight, collapsing in an instant. Selena's scorching gaze surged forth like 2 ferocious red dragons, mercilessly streaming upward through the barrel of the destroyer's visage, unstoppable and fierce. The gargantuan form of the destroyer trembled violently, as if enduring unimaginable torment, despite its lack of sensation. The armor on its face reddened, softened, and melted at a visible rate under the searing crimson glow. The next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from within. The destroyer's massive body resembled a metal compact with explosives, ignited and ready to burst. Countless molten, vaporized, and incandescent metal fragments, mingled with surging energy, erupted from every seam and weak point of its form, resembling a dazzling yet deadly display of fireworks. Fiery metal shards shot outwards like a torrential downpour, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud, intertwined with flames, thick smoke, and blinding light that ascended into the sky. After a considerable time, the billowing dust gradually settled. What remained was a vast, unfathomably deep-charred pit, at the bottom of which lay a pool of twisted, melted, utterly obliterated silver metal debris, exuding wisps of smoke and a pungent odor. The once dreaded ultimate weapon of Asgard, the destroyer, had been reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Selena descended gracefully to the ground, hovering at the edge of the scorched pit. Her red and blue uniform remained unblemished in the aftermath of the explosion's gentle breeze. The crimson glow in her eyes slowly dimmed, returning to a clear ice blue. She lightly brushed her hands as though dismissing non-existent dust. Turning around, she gazed at the still petrified Asgardians and the dazed expression on Thor's face, offering a relaxed smile, as if she had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. All done. Does anyone else require assistance? Chapter 80. A formal debut? Thor watched as Selena effortlessly concluded her display of power, landing steadily, her red cloak fluttering behind her, her figure radiant under the sunlight. He gaped, struggling to regain his voice, stammering, I suppose we don't need any more help. Thank you. You are astonishingly strong. His tone resonated with the awe of a reality profoundly reshaped. Selena brushed away the non-existent dust on her hands. Her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It's pretty average. There are quite a few strong ones like me. It's not surprising that the rural folks from Asgard don't know better. Her words were laced with a hint of jest. At that moment, Jane Foster hurried over, weaving through the burning wreckage and smoking metal debris. The first thing she did was rush to Thor, anxiously checking him over. Thor, are you all right? Are you hurt? After confirming that, despite being covered in dirt, he bore no visible injuries, she let out a sigh of relief and turned to Selena, her face radiating gratitude and curiosity. Thank goodness. Thank you for saving him, Thor's sister. I still don't know your name. She evidently still believed Selena's previous claim of siblinghood. Selena couldn't help but chuckle at Jane's earnest yet bewildered expression, finding it amusing. As a renowned journalist in New York, Selena Kent's face might be recognized in Manhattan, but in the desolate expanse of New Mexico, she had yet to gain such fame. Tilting her head slightly, she blinked her bright blue eyes. Eve, Evo Dinson? Jane instinctively responded, reasoning that as Thor's sister, their surname should be the same. Daisy, ever the outspoken one, immediately interjected, adjusting her glasses with an air of cultural savvy, according to their tradition. It should be Eve, Odin's daughter. After affirming her own statement with a nod, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. But wait, is there a goddess named Eve in Norse mythology? That name sounds more like the one from the Bible. Selena shrugged nonchalantly, an expression that conveyed her indifference to their musings. Her red cloak fluttering gently with her movement. That's not important. At that moment, Phil Coulson approached with several shaken agents in tow. His gaze toward Selena was filled with inquiry and profound gratitude. Thank you once again. Your arrival was perfectly timed. He observed her strikingly vivid red and blue attire, along with her billowing cape, and remarked, Are you preparing to debut as a superhero? Selena replied with a playful tone, a hint of cheekiness in her response as she gestured toward Coulson. Sort of. However, I still need you to keep this under wraps. I don't want anyone disturbing my family. Of course, Coulson replied, musing over the name Eve. Is it your code name? No. Selena shook her head, her smile bright and sincere, just Eve. Coulson's gaze fell once more upon her seemingly tailored, otherworldly attire, the enormous emblem glistening under the sunlight. And this uniform is quite unique. I've never seen anything like it. Selena glanced down at the emblem on her chest, a fleeting softness in her eyes, her tone imbued with nostalgia and pride. This was given to me by my father. It represents my belonging. She spoke those words with earnestness. Coulson nodded thoughtfully, as if grasping a critical piece of information, a look of understanding and relief spreading across his face. I see. Thank you once again, Miss Eve. He solemnly nodded at Selena, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to direct his subordinates in clearing the harrowing remnants of destruction, primarily the shattered remnants of the Annihilator and the wrecked vehicles. Meanwhile, Sif and the others from Asgard anxiously surrounded Thor. Thor, Loki is still wreaking havoc in the palace. We must return at once. Sif exclaimed, her tone fraught with urgency. Indeed, Thor, that rascal could cause further mischief, Vostag declared, shaking his fist. Yet Thor gazed at his own hands, his expression dimmed and laden with self-doubt. Me? Return? I am merely a mortal now, unable even to lift Mjolnir. What can I do? I would only hinder you. Vostag, undeterred by Thor's lamentations, seized his arm with the fervor of a tempestuous warrior, dragging him towards the Rainbow Bridge's terminus. Enough of this. You are a prince, the son of Odin. You must resolve this. Forward. Selena, intrigued by the spectacle of the prince being forcibly pulled, raised an eyebrow at Thor's despondent remarks. Hey, wait, she called out to them. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the assembly, Selena casually extended her right hand towards the vast crater in the distance, fingers splayed, and with a gentle flick, whoosh, a silvery streak surged forth, piercing through the tent erected by S.H.I.L.D., accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Traversing the wilderness at astonishing speed, ultimately landing firmly in Selena's outstretched palm. It was none other than the mighty Mjolnir. The Asgardians were momentarily petrified, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the artifact, which rightfully belonged to Thor, in Selena's grasp. They glanced at Thor, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Thor, is that your hammer?" Thor bowed his head in bitterness. "Yes, but it no longer belongs to me. I am no longer the god of thunder." Selena paid no heed to their astonishment. Weighing Mjolnir in her hand, she deftly flipped her wrist, sending the hammer soaring into the air, spinning until it reached its zenith before plummeting downwards. Selena extended her right hand once more and, with precision, caught the hammer's head, steadily presenting the smooth, leather-wrapped handle before Thor. Her gaze was clear and piercing, as if penetrating the fog within Thor's heart. Her voice soft yet imbued with a soul-stirring power. "Answer me. Are you the god of thunder, or the god of the hammer?" Thor trembled at her words. He abruptly met Selena's gaze, as if thunder itself had resounded in his mind. The remnants of past pride, glory, responsibility, and the disorientation and insecurity that followed his exile collided in a tumultuous crescendo. A force deep within his lineage seemed to beckon. He hesitated no longer. His resolve hardened like iron. He roared with conviction. "I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am the son of Odin." With a determined heart, he cast aside thoughts of failure. With all his might and faith, Thor reached out, gripping the handle of the hammer that Selena had offered. Boom! The very moment his fingers made contact with the handle, as if sensing the return of its true master, a colossal lightning bolt, unprecedented in magnitude, suddenly tore through the heavens, connecting earth and sky. In its wake, countless resplendent blue and white arcs of electricity erupted from the mighty Mjolnir, dancing like frenzied serpents of thunder, instantly wrapping around Thor's arms and torso. The blinding radiance engulfed him entirely. Amidst his roar, the silver-scaled armor, emblematic of his princely status in Asgard, and a crimson cloak materialized from thin air, swiftly enveloping his entire being. His shattered mortal form was remade, and the long-lost divine power surged back like a tidal wave, filling every corner of his body in an instant. As the brilliance faded and the thunder quieted, the figure standing before the onlookers was no longer the disheveled and bewildered man, but Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, his gaze electrifying, clad in silver armor. The red cloak billowing majestically, his divine might surging. Mjolnir felt as though it were an extension of his very being, firmly grasped in his hand. Jane stood transfixed, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes shimmering with awe and disbelief. Thor inhaled deeply, savoring the long-awaited flow of power, and turned to Jane, offering a radiant smile imbued with divine brilliance and a hint of youthful pride. "Not too shabby, is it?" Jane, her heart racing from his smile, exclaimed sincerely, "You look absolutely magnificent." Thor then turned his gaze toward Selena, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude and profound confusion. Why Eve? Why return to me? He could not fathom why someone capable of wielding such formidable power would relinquish this artifact. Selena rolled her eyes dramatically and gestured towards the sky. "What do you think? Because you have an impressive father." Mimicking Thor's earlier tone, she added, "Your father, Odin, the All-Father. He has recognized you, you fool." A sudden realization washed over Thor. An immense joy, coupled with the warmth of paternal love, surged within him. Ecstatic, he raised Mjolnir and, gazing into the sky, still crackling with the remnants of thunder, shouted, "Thank you, Father." The radiant call of the Bifrost shimmered in the distance. Time was of the essence. Thor looked tenderly at Jane. A multitude of words welled up in his chest, ultimately transforming into a singular act. Striding forward, under the gaze of all, he wrapped one arm around Jane's slender waist and gently lifted her chin, bestowing upon her a fervent and heartfelt farewell kiss. "Wow," Daisy gasped, covering her mouth, her face alight with envy. "Ugh." Selena exaggeratedly shielded her eyes and turned away, a look of feigned dismay upon her face. After a brief moment of intimacy, Thor released Jane, her cheeks flushed, and cast one last deep glance at Selena, as if to convey something unspoken, but ultimately just nodded emphatically. He raised Mjolnir high and called out to the warriors of the realm, "Brothers, we return home. For Asgard." Sif and the others responded with fervor. In an instant, a cascade of vibrant colors enveloped Thor, Sif, Hogan, Volstagg, and Fandral. Like a coiling rainbow, they vanished from sight, transported back to the distant star realms. Only Jane, still savoring that kiss, remained in place, alongside the gossiping Daisy, the contemplative Eric, the busy agents tidying up the aftermath, and Selena, arms crossed, gazing at the vanishing direction of the Bifrost, her crimson cloak gently swaying in the breeze. The setting sun cast a long shadow, and she exhaled softly. This journey to New Mexico had finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 81. Returning to routine, the vibrant colors of the Bifrost had completely faded into the distant horizon, leaving behind only a charred circular mark on the ground. Jane Foster stood rooted to the spot, her hands unconsciously folded across her chest, her gaze dreamily fixed on the place where Thor had disappeared, a sweet, almost dreamy smile plastered across her face, oblivious to the dust settling in her hair. Beside her, Daisy exaggeratedly rubbed her arms as if the sentimentality had given her goosebumps. Goodness, Jane, snap out of it. Can you tone down that lovesick expression? Get a grip. She leaned closer to Jane, lowering her voice in an attempt to awaken her friend's rationality. That's Thor, the god of thunder, a figure from mythology. He has returned to his divine realm. Do you really think he will, like some college quarterback you met at a party, drive his, Bifrost back to take you on a date? Without hesitation, Jane retorted, her eyes still sparkling. He will come back, Daisy. I know him. He promised he would return for me. I can feel it. Her tone was resolute, as if she had grasped the very truths of the universe. Daisy rolled her eyes dramatically, hands raised in surrender. Women in love are terrifying. Should I just keep quiet? Good luck, Miss Jane Foster. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, her expression one of resigned acceptance, as if to say, let her be. Jane's attention was finally drawn back to the conversation nearby. Her gaze shifted to the figure who had just saved everyone, the shimmering red and blue of her suit radiating an aura so powerful it deterred anyone from breathing too loudly. Eve, Odin's daughter. At that moment, Eve was engaged in a hushed conversation with Agent Coulson, the latter displaying a demeanor of respect tinged with habitual caution. Jane's romantic inclinations kicked into high gear. This was Thor's sister, future, sister-in-law. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her wind-tousled hair, plastering on an exuberant and somewhat ingratiating smile, hastening her steps towards Eve. Princess Eve? Jane stumbled over her words, carefully choosing her phrasing to convey respect for the imagined royal status of the other. I am Jane Foster, she exclaimed, extending her hand, only to retract it awkwardly. Laughing embarrassedly, there was no helping it. Even standing still, Eve's tall and statuesque figure, towering over Jane, along with the powerful contours of her fitted suit, accentuated by her recent triumph over the destroyer, made her appear like a living, breathing high-voltage power tower, exuding an overwhelming presence. Selena, Eve, had just concluded her quiet exchange with Coulson when she turned her head. She tilted her head slightly, her ice-blue eyes glimmering with a hint of curiosity and a barely perceptible mischief as she gazed down at the nervously fidgeting Jian. Oh, hello, is there something you need? Jian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the proximity of such an exquisite visage and an intangible aura. Why didn't you leave with your brother Thor? The moment she uttered the question, she felt it was rather foolish. Selena nearly burst into laughter. Observing Jian's sincere yet inquisitive expression, she decided to clarify the misunderstanding. Haha, just kidding. Thor and I are not actually siblings. She suppressed her laughter, shrugging her shoulders lightly, which caused her crimson cloak to flutter gently. That night in the wilderness, he really resembled a lost, golden retriever. I was merely teasing him. Jian's face instantly flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her as if she could dig her toes into the ground and disappear. So that's how it is. She felt utterly foolish for having taken the playful banter at face value, nearly bowing in respect. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Jian hastily shifted the topic in an attempt to salvage her dignity. I truly, sincerely thank you. You saved Thor and all of us. Her gratitude was genuine. It was nothing. Selena waved her hand nonchalantly, her tone as relaxed as if she had merely assisted in carrying a bag. Glancing at her wristwatch, her brow furrowed slightly. I must make a hasty exit. I skipped an important class to be here. With that, she bid farewell, her words tumbling out as if skipping class was more urgent than confronting a world-ending threat. Just as her words faded, boom, without any superfluous motions, Selena's figure shot upwards in an instant, leaving behind a compressed ring of air that erupted violently. The shock wave spread like a ripple. Jin, Daisy, and Dr. Eric were caught off guard. Whoa, ouch, what? In an instant, chaos ensued, with screams echoing throughout. The winds kicked up dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Jin stumbled backward, saved from falling by Daisy's quick grasp. Coughing awkwardly, she gazed at the rapidly diminishing red and blue light in the sky, her face reflecting shock and bewilderment. Good heavens, just who is this Miss Eve, and from which galaxy does she hail? The sharp sound of the school bell reverberated through the corridor. Selena Kent dashed into the academic building at breakneck speed, her casual attire, hoodie and jeans, slightly disheveled from running. She flung open the back door of a large classroom, attempting to minimize noise as she curled herself into a small ball, pressing against the wall like a cat trying to sneak into the kitchen unnoticed. Swiftly, she moved toward an empty seat in the back corner. Unfortunately, she underestimated the young professor's keen perception at the podium. The instructor, an amiable-looking fellow sporting black-rimmed glasses, was deeply engrossed in his lecture. His peripheral vision accurately captured the entrance of the notably hard-to-miss figure. In the context of the modern information explosion, the lecturer deliberately paused, adjusted his glasses, and donned a teasing smile, his gaze fixed on the back row, where the delineation of media responsibility became particularly significant. Ahem. For instance, if a certain journalist were to pursue first-hand information on a news story capable of shaking the world, he would intentionally pause, drawing the attention of the entire class. Particularly, those who recognized Selena turned their curious and amused gazes towards her. The young lecturer then leisurely added, in his characteristic teasing classroom tone, "Well, look who has returned. Is that not our star from the Planet Daily, Selena Kent? I thought you had been whisked away by some explosive headline, completely forgetting this tedious class on media ethics and social responsibility." He emphasized the words "big star" with particular clarity. Instantly, dozens of eyes converged on the back corner where Selena was just about to settle into her seat, momentarily frozen in place. A mix of embarrassment, contrition, and a sheepish grin quickly spread across her face. She hurriedly nodded and bowed towards the podium, raising her right hand to perform an awkward salute, resembling more of a gesture of surrender, silently mouthing apologies. The fluidity of her movements conveyed a desperate plea for mercy. Once the professor turned back with a smile to continue his interrupted lecture. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the delineation of responsibility. Selena felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. She swiftly slid into her seat, burying herself behind a stack of books, striving to diminish her presence. She opened her backpack, retrieving her class notes, her fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard of her laptop in an attempt to keep pace with the professor. Chapter 82. Tony's plea as Selena stepped out of the classroom at Columbia University, clutching her books, her phone buzzed in her pocket. The familiar flamboyant name, Arrogant Boss, flashed on the screen. She answered the call. "Hey, our little hero. Were you off to save the world now?" Tony Stark's iconic voice, now brimming with excitement, burst forth from the receiver, loud enough to make Selena instinctively hold the phone a bit further away. "Tony, you sound quite energetic." Selena raised an eyebrow, responding as she strolled along. "More than just energetic. I feel unprecedentedly fantastic." Tony's voice soared, his words tumbling out at a rapid-fire pace. "Thank you for sending that box. It's been nearly 20 years since Dad passed, and he is still teaching me lessons." He was almost incoherent with excitement. "Bruce and I have been working tirelessly for several nights. Guess what? We did it. A brand new element reactor, non-toxic and highly efficient. I feel like I could fly around the Earth 3 times without a breath. Light as a feather. Buddy, I've been reborn." His laughter rang out, genuine and filled with the joy of having escaped the shadow of death. Selena's lips curled into a smile. "Congratulations, Tony. I suppose my efforts weren't in vain after all." "Of course." Tony's voice resonated with an ambitious fervor, and I felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through me. It was time to embark on something significant. You know, that fool Justin Hammer, the one whose mind is consumed with wealth, and cheap cologne. His tone suddenly shifted to one of disdain, tinged with a hint of excitement, as he expressed disbelief that Hammer dared to emulate my presentation at the Stark Expo. He orchestrated his own Hammer Industries Expo, set for tonight. He even had the audacity to send me an invitation beforehand. And guess what Pepper said? She left me all alone at home, huh? I've been cast aside. Now I find myself a solitary elder, while she allows Happy to drive her and my newly appointed assistant. What was her name? Rashman? No, Romanoff, who was a spy placed beside me by S.H.L. Selena could almost envision Tony on the other end of the line, gesticulating animatedly as he complained. She sighed and rubbed her temples. So, you plan to sneak over and cause some chaos? What do you mean by chaos? Tony immediately retorted, his tone brimming with an eagerness for pandemonium. Little Selena, listen to me. I've uncovered something. That Russian madman, Ivan Vanko, who lashed me with an electric whip, is now working for Hammer. The silver armor that Rhodey pilfered from me is presently in Hammer Industries' workshop, being altered by those imbeciles beyond recognition. I would wager my life that Vanko, that lunatic, has undoubtedly left back doors in those mechs. If that's the case, tonight's Hammer Expo will surely devolve into a spectacular display of fireworks. And that fool Hammer will remain blissfully unaware on stage. Selena's expression turned serious. That makes sense. Do you require assistance? Well asked. Tony immediately responded, his tone shifting to one of gravity. That fool Hammer has produced an incalculable number of drones. If Ivan is indeed controlling them from backstage, and he intends to escalate matters, I would be left to confront a horde of uncontrollable, fully armed tin cans, a situation that would likely overwhelm me. It would be quite the spectacle. I need someone to have my back. He paused, his voice tinged with an uncommon sincerity. You understand. Selena halted, watching the pigeons soar above the campus, and decisively replied, Understood. I shall see you tonight, Tony. That evening, on Staten Island, New York, the Hammer Industries Expo was ablaze with lights and bustling with crowds, yet it exuded a cheap imitation of the Stark Expo, overly striving to replicate its grandeur. Justin Hammer stood at the center of a grand stage, adorned in a shimmering custom suit, his hair meticulously styled. He mimicked Tony Stark's most flamboyant entrance, dramatically extending his arms. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future, the Hammer Industries Expo. Accompanied by what he perceived as a fervent oration, the central stage floor gradually parted. A colossal lift ascended, showcasing dozens of uniquely designed drones, all gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Their lines were rigid, their paint schemes gaudy, exuding the cheapness of an industrial assembly line, starkly contrasting the fluidity and spirit of Tony's armors. Ultimately, a towering mech, entirely painted in a military silver-gray hue, yet forcefully affixed with a shoulder-mounted Gatling gun and a plethora of rugged weaponry, emerged at the forefront of the squad. This was the two controlled by Rhodey. If you ask me, Hammer declared with palpable pride, gesturing toward his legion, this is far cooler than Tony's mere dancing cheerleaders, isn't it? He bellowed to the audience below, attempting to stir the atmosphere. However, the crowd's response was sparse, with only a few scattered applause. Many faces displayed expressions of bewilderment. These mechs seemed to be nothing more than a crude imitation. Hammer's triumphant grin began to falter. Just then, whoosh, an ear-piercing sonic boom approached rapidly. A streak of gold and crimson, akin to a meteor, descended with unparalleled speed and force, crashing down at the edge of the stage. The newly outfitted triangular core, 6 armor, gradually stood upright. Anthony? Hammer gasped, his face draining of color. How did he get here? Tony barely acknowledged Hammer, his gaze immediately locking onto the silver gray, drastically modified to Rhodey. Listen, we're in trouble, serious trouble. You must believe me. In the backstage control room, Ivan Vanko, fixated on the screen displaying Tony, grinned with a sinister, malevolent satisfaction. Gotcha. Stark's tattooed fingers slammed down on the control panel. V-room. On stage, chaos erupted. All the unmanned mechs, once standing silently in their poses, along with the 2 piloted by Rhodey, had their eye-monitoring lights shift instantaneously from standby blue to blinding crimson. The shoulder-mounted cannons, the chain guns on their arms, and the missile launchers on their backs unlocked in an instant, emitting an ominous charging hum. Dozens of dart gun barrels collectively aimed at the edge of the stage, targeting Tony Stark. Rhodey within the 2's cockpit, was horrified to see all control interfaces morph into red exclamation marks. The mech was completely out of control. He shouted into the communicator, "Tony, I'm locked on. The system has been hijacked. Get out of here. Damn it. I knew it." Tony cursed, reacting with lightning speed. The helmet sealed shut in an instant. The leg thrusters expelled a powerful tail flame. "Everyone stay calm. Follow me outside," he shouted urgently through the venue's sound system, propelling himself into the sky. Almost simultaneously with Tony's ascent, bang, 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 ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The unmanned mech army on stage opened fire. A suffocating barrage of gunfire erupted instantly. Countless deadly bullets, like a violent tempest, tore through the air, raining down upon the swiftly moving gold and crimson target above. Yet, Tony's movements were too swift. The majority of the bullets found only empty space. Nevertheless, several stray rounds and explosives struck the stage's surroundings, the architectural support beams, and boom. Crack. The grand venue of the expo, adorned with an opulent glass dome, FAAD, was abruptly torn apart by a barrage of high-explosive munitions, creating a gaping maw. Countless shards of glass, sharp and varied in size, cascaded downward like a torrential downpour upon the terrified crowd below. The thunderous crash of glass, the piercing screams of panic, and cries of despair filled the air. The once orderly assembly transformed in an instant into a chaotic inferno of confusion and death. Chapter 83. The expo riot. The night sky was ablaze with the light of explosions, resembling a hellish canvas. Above the main arena of the Hammer Industrial Expo, Tony Stark and James Rhodes were embroiled in a fierce aerial combat with a multitude of errant hammer drones. "Jarvis, have we regained control of the Mark II?" Tony deftly rolled and dove amidst the hail of gunfire, launching micro-missiles from his shoulder that obliterated two encroaching interceptor drones into fiery wreckage. How many of these monstrosities did that fool Hammer create? And he even armed them with live ammunition? Tony's scalp prickled as he observed more mechs ascending from the stage below, joining the fray. Machine guns, surface-to-air missiles, armor-piercing rounds. This was far beyond the security measures one would expect in Expo. This was a fully armed battalion of drones, based on the public tender from Hammer Industries. The total number of drones displayed exceeds 40, sir. The ammunition reserves are staggering, Jarvis reported, his analytical data failing to assuage Tony's growing anxiety. On the ground, chaos reached its zenith. Explosions, flames, collapsing structures, and a relentless rain of glass sent the panicked crowd fleeing like headless chickens, their screams and cries echoing in the tumult. At that critical moment, a lithe figure clad in a striking red and blue suit, accompanied by a slender strand of white webbing, executed an acrobatic flip and landed gracefully atop a slanted, collapsing steel beam in the center of the venue. "Good evening, everyone. It seems tonight's program has encountered a slight hiccup." A youthful, energetic voice, speaking rapidly through a voice modulator, rang out. "Don't be alarmed. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here to help maintain order." It was none other than Peter Parker. While lacking the formidable firepower of Tony and Rhodey, his agility and strength shone through brilliantly in this moment of ground rescue. His webs, as if imbued with life, precisely ensnared the massive glass shards hurtling toward the crowd or caught a lady who had been shoved and was about to be trampled, pulling her to safety. Swiftly, he spun a vast web barrier between two precariously swaying exhibition structures, shielding against the relentless cascade of debris. To the left staircase. "An elderly person is trapped," the young hero shouted, alerting the panicked masses, while leaping to securely catch a middle-aged man jumping in terror from the second floor. "Hey, watch your head." With remarkable agility and reflexes, he deftly ensnared a piece of flying metal with a strand of web, preventing it from striking the crowd. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small, striking figure amidst the chaos. A boy who appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, donning a plastic Iron Man helmet and wearing toy Iron Man gloves, boldly facing a mech that had its sights set on him. "Oh dear, the little warrior," the young spider exclaimed, acting without a moment's hesitation. His reaction time surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. His wrists moved in a flurry. Whoosh! 3 strands of milky web shot through the air like precise electric whips. One struck the mech's crimson electronic eye. Another ensnared the gun barrel, rendering it useless, and the most crucial strand secured itself firmly to the mech's back. With a powerful tug, he shouted, "Bring it down," accompanied by the agonizing sound of twisting metal. The heavy, unwieldy mech was pulled off balance as if tripped by an unseen force, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust swirling into the air. Using the momentum, the young spider leaped into the air like a spring, tracing a perfect arc of red and blue in the moonlight, landing deftly on the fallen mech's back. "Good night, Tin Can." Before his words faded, his palm came crashing down like a hammer. Crack! Boom! With an ear-splitting sound of metal tearing and sparks flying, the mech's hard metal head crumpled like a soda can under a hydraulic press, exploding into fragments. The young spider sighed in relief, looking at the little boy, his tone instantly brightening, the joy evident even through his mask. "Hey there, kid. That was so cool. That was a close call, but don't worry, Iron Man is over there taking care of the bad guys. We need to get out of here. Stick close to your big brother Spider-Man, and I'll make sure you safely reunite with your mom. Brave child." He gently patted the boy's helmet. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters of Hammer Industries, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved like a shadow, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit. She effortlessly dispatched several guards equipped with outdated security systems, which to her seemed barely more challenging than a kindergarten exercise, making her way purposefully toward Ivan Vanko's main control laboratory. However, as she kicked open the heavily secured password door, she found the workstation still cluttered with hot tools and scattered blueprints. A massive screen displayed real-time battle footage from the exhibition venue, along with a multitude of control interfaces. But the most crucial figure, Ivan Vanko, had already vanished. "Cunning bastard," Black Widow cursed under her breath, without a moment's hesitation. Her gaze swiftly scanned the intricate control panel, her eyes glinting with sharp focus, her fingers deftly tapping the keyboard to reboot Rhodes' armor. Moments later, the icon representing War Machine illuminated in green, indicating friend status. "Your Iron Buddy is back." Natasha's voice resonated clearly through the battlefield communication channel. "Thanks, Agent Romanoff." Tony breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't thank me yet. You're about to be surrounded." Natasha's eyes remained glued to the screen, her words flowing rapidly. Just as Tony and Rhodes had narrowly escaped a barrage of missiles, they found themselves besieged by a new wave of drone mechs emerging from all directions. At least a dozen of them, unleashing a torrent of firepower that nearly obliterated all avenues for evasion. "Damn it, this is relentless." Rhodes, commanding the two's Vulcan cannon, unleashed a frenzied barrage. But the sheer number of mechs was overwhelming. Tony's gaze sharpened. "Jarvis, prepare the clearing package. Crouch." In an instant, Tony dramatically spread his arms wide, and two beams of searing red laser, akin to molten lava, erupted from the arc reactors on his forearms. "Taste this." Tony's body spun like a high-speed gyroscope. The crimson beams radiated outward from him, sweeping in a 360-degree arc without a single blind spot. Z. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the laser traversed, destruction ensued. The dozen or so drone mechs surrounding him and Rhodes were cleaved apart by an invisible cutting blade. Their armor melted away, structures disintegrated, and internal circuits shorted, leading to explosive bursts. They plummeted like harvested grain, reduced to smoldering heaps of scrap metal. The sky cleared momentarily. Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. "Tony, you should have used that move earlier." That move can only be used once," he replied, just as a deafening roar erupted from the ruins below. A colossal figure, far larger and more formidable than any previous mech, burst through the collapsed exhibition hall walls, making a grand entrance. Standing nearly 3.5 meters tall, it was enveloped in heavy, angular dark silver-gray armor, adorned with prominent rivets and heat vents. Unlike the mass-produced models before, this mech exuded a wild, handcrafted brutality and aesthetic. The most striking feature was its arm-mounted weapons, no longer the commonplace machine guns, but two robust, super-energy whips forged from a high-strength alloy, crackling with blinding arcs of high-voltage electricity. Each whip was as thick as an adult man's thigh, the jumping blue-white arcs producing explosive crackles as they distorted the air and scorched the ground. In the semi-open cockpit of this massive mech, controlling the Iron Beast, was Ivan Vanko, his face covered in grotesque tattoos, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. He slowly raised the colossal mech's head. The two crimson-eyed heads locking onto the familiar figures in the sky, a wicked and cruel grin spreading across his face. Stark's game has been upgraded. The mechanical, synthesized voice, crackling with static, was imbued with a chilling intent to kill. The enormous steel whips, entwined with terrifying electric arcs, slowly ascended, aiming directly at Tony and Rhodes. Chapter 84. Art is explosive. Although Tony's lasers were tremendously powerful, their consumption was immense, and at that moment, the glow of the reactor in his chest had dimmed slightly. Rhodey maneuvered the two war machines, the pride of Hammer Industries, as the preposterous missile struck Ivan Vanko's specially designed heavy armor, merely producing a sound before plummeting into the water and extinguishing. Both combatants found themselves in disarray beneath the wrath of Vanko's formidable super-energy whips, which crackled with terrifying arcs of high-voltage electricity. With a sizzle and a snap, one of the electric whips lashed out like a colossal serpent, striking the side of the armored suit with tremendous force. Rhodey and his mech were sent spinning through the air like a top, leaving a charred scar on the armor as internal alarms blared wildly. Tony attempted a dive attack, but an even swifter whip lashed out, coiling around him like a serpent. With a crack, the crimson-gold gauntlet of Mark was ensnared, and an overwhelming force yanked Tony towards the ground. A surge of electricity coursed through the whip into the suit, causing sparks to fly from the internal systems. Both Tony and Rhodey were ensnared, immobilized by the two thick energy whips pulsating with a lethal blue glow akin to insects pinned to a display. The violent electric shocks contorted their faces beneath their visors in agony. Rhodey, Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with static yet resolute. Do you aspire to be a hero? Rhodey, teeth chattering from the electric jolt, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Tony, what are you planning? Listen to me. Trust me. Tony bellowed, struggling to lift his ensnared arm, the blinding light of his palm cannon gathering swiftly. In an instant, Rhodey grasped Tony's intent. Raising the arm that still had mobility, his palm cannon glowed with a similar intensity. Now, fire. Tony roared. Boom! The two beams of concentrated energy, representing the entirety of their current might, did not target Ivan, but instead collided violently between them, at the closest point to Vanko's mech. The cataclysmic energy converged and erupted with a ferocity far exceeding that of a single shot. A brilliant sphere of energy suddenly expanded, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged outward with the force of a tidal wave. Tony and Rhodey were catapulted like projectiles from a trebuchet, the force of the explosion propelling them away violently. The massive mech of Ivan Vanko, closest to the epicenter, bore the brunt of the devastation. The ferocious energy impact slammed into its chest armor with the weight of a sledgehammer, visibly collapsing and deforming it as sparks erupted within. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ivan Vanko's agonized cough and the sound of blood choking echoed from within the colossal mech's chest. Half reclining in the shattered cockpit, his body smeared with blood and grease. The flickering core of the crude reactor in his chest was riddled with cracks, emitting wisps of black smoke. He gazed at the distant figures of Tony and Rhodey, struggling to rise, and a twisted grin of agony, madness, and satisfaction spread across his face as he summoned the last of his strength to roar. You have lost, Stark. The piercing, urgent sound of an alarm reverberated from within the colossal mech, akin to a death knell. Simultaneously, dozens of battered hammer drone remnants scattered across the ruins of the exhibition began to emit blinding, synchronous crimson light from their shattered chests. A surge of destructive energy seemed to be rapidly accumulating within the wreckage. No, this is terrible. As Tony struggled to prop himself up, his pupils dilated in horror at the sight before him. He instantly comprehended Ivan's final, desperate intent, a self-detonation, and not just any explosion, but a catastrophic chain reaction involving all the mechs. It could reduce the entire exhibition site and its surroundings to ash. Pepper, they're still here. Tony bellowed. Selena, where are you? His voice, filled with despair, echoed through the communication channel, warning of the impending explosion. Just as Tony called out the name, Selena, clad in her obsidian armor, had already arrived on the battlefield, effortlessly crushing a mech before discarding it to the ground. She too caught sight of the flashing red lights. Despicable. She sprang into action, In an instant, a blurred black silhouette darted into the fray, devoid of extravagant maneuvers or dazzling energy displays, pure speed and power at their zenith. Selena collided directly with the wreckage of a heavily armored mech, its crimson beacon flickering ominously at the brink of detonation. Her hands, encased in black armor, struck like a relentless battering ram. With her left hand's fingers aligned like a blade, she pierced through the thick alloy armor as if it were mere tofu. Penetrating the mech's chest, the moment she grasped its core, boom, the entire metallic construct erupted as if struck by a cannon. Fragments of metal and burning components scattered like fireworks. But this was merely the prelude. One was insufficient. Far from enough. The remnants of dozens of impending explosions lay scattered about. Time dwindled to milliseconds. Selena's figure became a blur, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! In the next instant, she appeared 50 meters away beside another anti-aircraft mech, its deadly red light flickering. Without pause, her ebony-shod foot struck out like a battle axe. Crack! The hulking mech was severed in two, its upper half sent soaring. Yet this was still inadequate. All sources of threat must be eradicated. Selena's mind raced at the speed of light. Aha! The black lightning twisted and turned through the ruins, flashing. With each appearance, a massive, glowing remnant was seized by an overwhelming force, as if a giant were lifting a child's discarded toy. Selena's movements were unfathomably swift. She had no time to completely dismantle the mechs. She could only seize them, aim for the sky, and hurl them with all her might. 1, 2, 10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The entire scene resembled the activation of a catapult. Dozens of immensely heavy mech remnants, under the inhuman strength of Selena, were hurled into the night sky with a ferocity that made them appear as mere lightweight models. They trailed flickering red afterimages, their speed so astonishing that they produced sharp, piercing sounds as they sliced through the air. In mere seconds, every glimmering piece of red-lit mech debris scattered within a radius of hundreds of meters in the ruins of the exhibition was swept away by this black tempest. It was as if they had been swept aside by the hand of a god, forcibly launched to heights of at least 1,000 meters. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, their kinetic energy waned, transitioning from rapid ascent to suspension before they began their descent, carrying the remnants of destruction with them. High above, Selena's figure had unknowingly come to hover, like a sovereign of the night, gazing upward at the dozens of flickering red dots she had cast into the sky. Now, slowly descending, her dark visor opened, and two beams of light, akin to molten lava, suddenly ignited. With a swish, two intensely concentrated crimson rays of vision erupted from Selena's eyes. The focus was instantaneous. Zing! Pure, concentrated energy surged into the target in a fraction of a second. The mech barely had time to complete its falling arc before its core was instantaneously melted through under extreme heat, leading to an overload. Boom! An unprecedentedly violent detonation erupted in the air. A colossal fireball, mingled with molten metal fragments, expanded wildly. The shockwave from the explosion violently struck several nearby mechs. Their flickering red lights were instantly engulfed by the expanding fireball. Boom! 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 A chain reaction was set ablaze entirely, one after another, like a line of toppled dominoes. The detonations burst forth like the grandest fireworks of a festival, wildly blooming, intertwining, and layering in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters. The crimson fireballs consumed and fused with one another. Scorching metal fragments transformed into a rain of death. The immense shockwave collided and reverberated at the epicenter of the explosions. The sky appeared to be cast into a burning inferno. The entire night sky of New York was illuminated as bright as day by this destructive display. The tremendous shockwave spread high above, crashing and stirring the clouds into a tumultuous swirl. The searing metal fragments became a blazing meteor shower, rapidly incinerating in the friction of the air. Magnificent, terrifying, like a divine artist painting a masterpiece of destruction across the night sky. The night wind whisked away the final remnants of smoke. Selena hovered in the air, her dark armor reflecting a cold sheen in the aftermath of the explosions. Her visor silently closed, concealing her calm visage, as swift and silent as she had arrived. The dark armor turned and transformed into a streak of light, merging seamlessly into the night, vanishing into the vast horizon, leaving her deeds unrecognized. Only the people below, still in shock and gazing skyward, could attest that the recent spectacle was no mere illusion. Chapter 85. Holiday. The afternoon sun lazily streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the editorial office of the Daily Planet, casting geometric patterns of light upon the polished floor. The air was infused with the rich aroma of coffee, the scent of ink, and the rhythmic sound of fingers dancing upon keyboards. The fervor surrounding the exposition news had slightly waned after 2 bustling days, and the editors were now preparing for in-depth analyses and follow-up reports for the next issue. Selena Kent had just concluded a discussion regarding the agricultural section, her fingers pressed against her temples as she returned to her workstation. Her desk was cluttered with freshly printed manuscripts and a cup of coffee that had long since cooled. No sooner had she settled down than her phone began to vibrate on the surface, the screen lighting up with the image of her obnoxious boss. "Hello, Tony. You'd better have something brighter and more significant than my new reactor today," Selena answered, leaning back in her comfortable office chair, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. On the other end, Tony Stark's signature, vibrant voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, burst forth. "Hey there, little hero. Am I interrupting your world-saving endeavors? But I must declare, what I'm about to announce is of utmost importance." "Oh, which small newspaper has Mr. Stark acquired this time to silence me?" Selena quipped, twirling a pen between her fingers. "Far better than that. No, 1,000 times better." Tony's voice rose with an unusual and unrestrained excitement. "Listen up, little Selena. I just professed my love to Pepper, and she said yes." Selena halted her pen's rotation, sitting upright as a flicker of understanding and genuine joy lit her eyes. "Wait, you and Pepper? You're officially a couple." "Absolutely correct." Tony's voice brimmed with dramatic tension. "You have no idea. After that debacle at the exposition the other day, I was a wreck. My body was screaming. I was drenched in sweat inside my armor, but I rushed straight to her." On the line, Tony began to vividly recount how he heroically reached Pepper's side, confessing his previous erratic behavior due to palladium poisoning, acknowledging that he felt his days were numbered and that leaving Stark Industries in her capable hands was the only thing he could do for her. "You know what? I was more nervous facing her than I ever was against Ivan Vanko. I felt like a high schooler who had forgotten his speech." Tony's voice carried a mix of trepidation and sweet lament. "I said, Pepper, my previous despicable actions were because I thought I was on the brink of death. I believed that handing over Stark Industries to you was the safest thing I could do for you before I turned into a cold corpse." Selena listened intently, envisioning the shock and heartache that must have crossed Pepper's face. "And then?" she softly inquired. "And then?" Tony's voice soared. "Then she cried. Not the sad kind of crying, but you know, the kind that's both angry and heart-wrenching. She said, 'You arrogant jerk, you think you can escape through death.' Then she said she wanted to resign. But I kissed her right then and there. Oh my God, you have no idea how wonderful it was." He imitated Pepper's tone, filled with sweet triumph. Selena couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Wow, congratulations, Tony. Pepper has finally decided to take on the hot potato that is you. This is undoubtedly the most splendid news I have encountered today." She genuinely rejoices for her friend and employer. After enduring numerous trials, Tony has finally arrived at the sanctuary he so richly deserves. She understands that, from this moment forth, although troubles will undoubtedly continue to knock on his door, a significant stretch of true happiness will grace Tony's life. Of course, Tony is beaming with pride, and thus I felt compelled to share this with you immediately. After all, you are somewhat of a matchmaker and savior for our fated pair. What do you think? Shall we host a celebratory party in Malibu this weekend? Pepper mentioned she would personally prepare the meal, or we could opt for a Michelin 3-star dining experience. Either way, spare me, please, Selena chuckled, politely declining. You two should simply relish your time together. My blessings have already reached you. Treat her well, Tony. Pepper deserves nothing but the best. Thank you. I now feel invigorated with positive energy, he responded, and after ending their conversation filled with rose-tinted exuberance, Selena felt her spirits lift as well. She set her phone down and gazed out the window. The late May sun in New York was just right, casting a clear blue sky. Columbia University had entered its lengthy summer break, rendering the campus significantly quieter until the bustling return in early September. This period, for Selena, signified a rare and soothing rhythm. Her life had returned to its familiar path, arriving at the newspaper office on time, tracking news leads, and crafting articles, finishing work punctually to savor moments of tranquility. At regular intervals each week, she would call Kent Farm in Kansas, where the phone was typically answered by Mama Martha, who would ramble on about the farm's harvest, amusing anecdotes about the neighbors, and the recovery of Papa Jonathan's back injury, chiding him for never heeding the doctor's advice. Selena would then share tales of her experiences in New York, of course, meticulously curated to avoid causing concern. As she knew the strength of her daughter, but still harbored worries about her well-being, the air thick with the warmth of home. During her leisurely days, she would visit Gwen's house. Although Gwen's band had no major performances during summer break, there were numerous rehearsals and street performances, and Selena became her most devoted audience and bag assistant. They would spend time in the quaint boutiques of their district or sit on benches in Central Park, enjoying ice cream while gossiping. Occasionally, minor crimes such as pickpocketing or muggings would cross her radar, and she would discreetly change into civilian attire, or sometimes not even don her armor, to silently resolve the situations as effortlessly as dusting off a surface. This tranquility flowed like a gently babbling brook, washing away the tumult and tension of previous battles, instilling within her a grounded sense of peace. She had even begun to relish the mundanity of an ordinary life, until one fateful day, when a name Peter Parker illuminated her phone screen. "Hello, Peter?" Selena answered the call, her tone relaxed. "Hi, Miss Kent." Selena." Peter's voice sounded somewhat anxious, his words tumbling out rapidly. "I apologize for interrupting you, but I graduated. Yesterday, we held a high school graduation ceremony." "Wow, congratulations, Peter, on officially graduating from high school." Selena sincerely congratulated him. "How does it feel?" "It immensely gratifying to receive your diploma. I still feel quite happy." Peter's voice brimmed with excitement, but before the diploma had even warmed in his hands, he encountered a bit of trouble. His tone dipped. "What's wrong? Is it that you don't have enough money for the graduation trip? Or did Aunt May buy you another dreadful plaid shirt?" Selena teased with a smile. No, it's about college." Peter sighed. "I applied to Columbia University in the physics department. I submitted my transcript and resume. It seemed like everything was in order. But what? But the recommendation letters are causing an issue." Peter's voice was laden with frustration and helplessness. "The admissions office requires at least 2 substantial recommendation letters. I contacted our physics teacher, Mr. Fisk, who is very kind and agreed to write one for me. But I cannot find anyone else. The principal is too busy, and he only writes for students from prominent families or those who have won national awards. The other teachers lack sufficient influence. Selena, I'm just an ordinary student from Queens, and my family's situation is modest. I've searched everywhere, but I simply cannot find a credible recommender. I feel like Columbia might be out of reach." Silence lingered on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and Peter's heavy breathing was audible, clearly indicating the weight of his disappointment. Selena could envision Peter in his small room, cluttered with electronic components and textbooks, his brow furrowed as he tugged at his hair. After a moment of contemplation, a name surfaced in her mind. "Peter," Selena began, her tone soothing, "don't lose heart just yet. I actually thought of someone who might be able to help with the recommendation letter." "Really? Who is it?" Peter's voice brimmed with renewed hope. "Dr. Bruce Banner. You must have heard of him, right? A leading theoretical physicist. Although, while his current situation is a bit sensitive, as he isn't affiliated with a university anymore, his reputation and background in academia are undoubtedly top-notch." "Banner, I remember you interviewed him, the gamma ray expert." "Goodness, he is a colossal figure." Peter's voice escalated with excitement. "But would he be willing to write for me?" "He is a genuinely good person," Selena assured him, despite having faced difficult times. "He has never relinquished his care for knowledge and students. I will reach out to him and explain the situation. I believe he won't decline." She paused to add, "Oh, by the way, his girlfriend, Dr. Elizabeth Betty Ross, you might also know her. She is General Ross's daughter. She is a professor at Columbia University and has made significant contributions in both physics and biology. Professor Betty is extremely kind and appreciates talented young individuals. I think securing a recommendation letter from her is also a possibility." What Selena refrained from articulating was that, even if Banner and Betty's approach proved futile, she possessed an alternative option whereby Tony Stark could wield his considerable influence or leverage the Stark Foundation's name to recommend Peter directly to Columbia University. Given Tony's current exuberance and the bond forged through her assistance to Pepper, coupled with Peter's undeniable talent, this matter could essentially be resolved with a mere utterance. However, she was reluctant to pursue this avenue unless absolutely necessary, as it would not be the most favorable choice for Peter's self-esteem or future development. Really, Dr. Bruce Banner and Professor Betty Ross. Peter's voice brimmed with incredulous delight. If they would be willing to write a recommendation letter for me. My goodness, I can hardly fathom it. Selena, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I'm at a loss for words. Let's not rush to gratitude just yet. Selena interjected with a smile. Let us wait until the recommendation letter is in hand. I will reach out to Dr. Banner as soon as possible. All right. I understand. Peter eagerly responded, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his tone shifted to one of bashfulness and hesitation. Selena, there's one more thing, What is it? Well, this summer is particularly long, almost 3 months. I was pondering finding something to do to earn some pocket money. I can't always rely on Aunt May. Peter's voice bore a hint of shyness. I noticed that the Daily Bugle often hires interns and temporary workers. I'm capable of anything. Proofreading, organizing materials, running errands, photography. Though my skills might be average, I learn quickly and have good stamina. Does your newspaper happen to need extra hands at the moment? Selena, holding the phone, momentarily found herself at a loss for words. A newspaper? Temporary worker? Peter Parker? Her initial reaction was that this young man, busy being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in Queens, was not occupied enough to take on tasks in newspaper. However, after a mere fraction of a second's pause, a flash of realization struck her. Wait a moment. Selena's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips twitched involuntarily as alarm bells rang in her mind. What is this? Is this young man attempting to use the pretext of work to get closer to me? Goodness. On the other end of the line, Peter perceived her silence and became increasingly anxious. Selena? Are you still there? Is it no? If it's not possible, that's all right. I was just inquiring. Selena took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the torrent of inner commentary, and endeavored to keep her voice calm and natural. Oh, I'm still here. The newspaper, yes, they do occasionally hire interns and temporary workers. She deliberately elongated her tone, her mind racing. However, I must first consult with the HR department and Editor Perry. After all, this isn't solely my decision. Moreover, summer positions are highly sought after. She needed to quickly establish a safe boundary. I understand. Thank you for inquiring on my behalf. Peter hurriedly said. Regardless of the outcome, I'm grateful to you. Selena responded vaguely, preparing to fabricate an excuse to terminate the awkward conversation. Peter's voice wavered slightly. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm counting on you for the recommendation letter and the temp position, Selena. I truly appreciate it. Goodbye. Goodbye, Peter. Once the call was ended, Selena leaned back in her chair, unable to suppress a soft chuckle, murmuring to herself, this little spider has quite the lively mind. She shook her head, picked up her coffee cup from the table, and downed the cold brew in one swig. She then called Banner and Tony, assisting Peter with the recommendation letter. Banner readily agreed. Tony chimed in, suggesting that if Peter wished to attend MIT, it could be arranged with just a word. Selena retorted, the boy wants to go to Columbia. Why are you so concerned? Tony merely chuckled, observing that if Selena held Peter in such high regard, he must possess remarkable qualities. Expressing a desire to get to know him, Selena consented. Outside, the sun bathed New York City in a warm glow, and the air seemed to carry the languid essence of early summer. Note, the interactions with Peter served merely to create a light atmosphere and propel the plot, not to establish a romantic interest. Additionally, the information regarding universities in the United States is sourced from Baidu. I have not attended, so there's no need to dwell on that. Chapter 86. Odin's invitation. The morning sun still bore a hint of laziness as Selena sat at her desk at the Daily Planet, grappling with a tedious report on the city's sewer system renovation. The television screen beside her was on, the volume turned low, broadcasting the morning news. Suddenly, the image shifted to the entrance of Capitol Hill, where an elaborate ceremony adorned with flowers was being live-streamed. Live broadcast? Inquired Louise Lane, peering over. Who has such clout? Our boss. The camera focused on the podium, where Senator Steinhorn, who had persistently challenged Tony during the congressional hearings and had been most vociferous following the Monaco incident, stood at the microphone, his expression akin to that of someone who had just swallowed an entire lemon, yet managed to muster a forced smile. Thus, Steinhorn's voice, transmitted through the microphone, was dry and devoid of enthusiasm. In light of the extraordinary courage, exceptional initiative, and profound sense of responsibility exhibited by Mr. Tony Stark and Colonel James Rhodes in safeguarding the lives and property of innocent civilians, effectively curbing the disaster's spread and maintaining national security and social stability. We hereby award the two of them. Sparse applause echoed from the audience, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. The camera shifted to the recipients of the award. Tony Stark, clad in a perfectly tailored bespoke suit, wore his signature, slightly irreverent smile and raised an eyebrow at the camera. Beside him, Colonel Rhodes stood in a crisp military uniform, his demeanor serious, embodying the standard military posture. Steinhorn approached, clutching two gleaming medals, and when he adorned Rhodes with one, the proceedings seemed relatively normal. As he approached Tony, Stain's fingers seemed to inadvertently apply excessive force while grasping the pin on the back of the medal, resulting in the sharp tip piercing Tony's chest with a sudden jab. "Ouch!" Tony exclaimed, caught off guard by the unexpected pain. A mischievous grin, reminiscent of a trickster, flashed across Stain's face as he lowered his voice and quickly remarked, "A little prick like you can be so irritating, can't you?" With that, he swiftly resumed his facade of solemnity. Tony's eyes nearly ignited with fury, but constrained by the cameras, he could only muster a forced grin through gritted teeth. Rod, observing from the side, furrowed his brow in disapproval. "Cool, me. Let us applaud our two heroes. Let us take a commemorative photograph," Stain called loudly. The three of them, gritting their teeth, Tony, a visibly annoyed Rod, and a smugly pretentious Stain, stood side by side, displaying what could only be described as the most contrived and awkward smiles of the year for the camera. Click! Just as the live broadcast switched away, Selena's phone chimed. She picked it up to find a message from Tony. Image, a selfie of Tony and Rod with the capital in the background. "Tony, Selena, did you see the live broadcast? You must. Immediately. Get me on the front page of the Planet Daily, on pages 2 and 3, and across all social media platforms. Make a grand spectacle of it. Highlight Stain's constipated face and my gleaming medal. The headline must be astounding. Stark and Rod receive national honors, truly deserving. Senator Stain personally bestows the accolade upon our heroes. Make sure to report it vigorously. I want to see Stain's face plastered across newspapers for the entire week. It must infuriate him." Selena gazed at Tony's youthful exuberance and vengeful spirit radiating from a screen, shaking her head in resignation as her fingers deftly tapped out a response. "Selena, received, boss. I promise to let all of New York, no, the entire United States, know how glorious you are today." "Tony, well done, Selena. Year-end bonuses doubled. Forget I said that if Pepper doesn't approve." Sighing, Selena set down her phone, rubbing her temples. What a child a few days later in the evening. After a long day's work, Selena exited the Planet Daily building, stretching her arms, ready to reward herself with a cup of hot cocoa from her favorite CF. The sky, once adorned with beautiful orange hues of sunset, darkened ominously without warning. Dense clouds, not typical rain clouds, but a deep purple hue shimmering with a strange, flickering silver-blue light, swept in from the western horizon at a visible pace. "Huh?" Selena paused, looking up at the sky with a furrowed brow. As the weather report had clearly indicated a sunny day, an unusually familiar energy wave permeated the air. Her pupils contracted ever so slightly as her supervision pierced through the thick layers of cloud. Amidst the swirling, ink-like clouds crackling with dangerous electricity, a figure flying at high speed became distinctly visible. The shimmering scales of armor gleamed, and the crimson cloak billowed like blood in the tempest. As the mighty Mjolnir crackled with dancing serpents of lightning in his grip. Indeed, it was the thunder god, Thor. Serena was taken aback. Wasn't the Bifrost Bridge destroyed by him? How had he returned? Moreover, the incident with Loki seizing the Tesseract should not have occurred yet. How had he suddenly come back to Earth? As her thoughts raced, she swiftly melded into a nearby deserted alley. In the next moment, a slender yet incredibly swift figure soared into the air, piercing through the churning storm clouds, intercepting Thor's flight path. The fierce winds whipped her golden hair as Serena hovered midair, raising her hand in greeting. "Hey, Thor, what brings you here?" Thor, initially startled by the sudden interruption, instinctively raised his hammer. Upon recognizing her, a broad smile broke across his face. Hey, Eve, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. Let us talk down below. The two figures descended into a secluded glade on the outskirts of the city. Serena regarded Thor with curiosity. You look well. I take it things in Asgard went smoothly? You're a positively radiant big guy. Thor, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest habitually, leaning his hammer casually against the ground. His chin lifted with the unique confidence of the divine. Naturally. Although Loki caused a bit of trouble again, I ultimately resolved it. I remain the all-powerful thunder god. Thor. Serena chuckled at his blunt yet somewhat foolish bravado. All right, I get it. You're impressive. So, what brings you to seek me out? Surely, you don't need me to help guard your hammer? She teased. No. Thor hastily waved his hand, a rare seriousness crossing his face. Eve, I come bearing a formal invitation from my father, the king. Odin's invitation? Serena blinked in surprise. To invite me? Why? Indeed. Thor nodded, his tone imbued with a sense of pride. Father is very interested in you. The fact that you can wield Mjolnir signifies your extraordinary character and strength. Not to mention, you single-handedly defeated the Destroyer. Father wishes to meet you personally and get to know this remarkable individual from Midgard. Thus, he has commanded me to invite you to Asgard. Asgard, the celestial palace, Serena whispered, repeating the mythic name. She felt a flicker of curiosity about the legendary All-Father, Odin. Furthermore, as the center of the Nine Realms, perhaps she could learn more? This was a rare opportunity. Without much hesitation, Serena nodded decisively. All right. Since it is a personal invitation from King Odin, I shall certainly attend. Wonderful, Thor exclaimed, elated, eager to take flight with Serena. Then let us depart at once. Wait. Hold on. Serena laughed and dodged his outstretched hand. Are you in such a hurry? Did you fly here with your hammer? Shouldn't we prepare a bit first? Thor scratched his head, a rare hint of embarrassment flickering across his handsome face. Well, you see, I accidentally destroyed the Rainbow Bridge. This time, I had to rely on my father's assistance, along with the powers of several gods, to locate the passage to the Nine Realms. It was quite a challenge, and it cannot be sustained. His voice grew softer as he chuckled sheepishly. I got a bit carried away while spending 2 days with Jane and almost forgot my father's important task. Selena rolled her eyes dramatically. Even if you're in a rush, I must inform my family, right? And who knows how long a trip to your divine realm might take. I can't just vanish into thin air. Ah, yes. Absolutely. Thor nodded vigorously. Selena took out her phone and swiftly composed a text. To Mom. Hey Mom, I'm going on a trip to a place with poor signal. The duration is uncertain, but shouldn't be too long. Don't worry. I'm safe and will take care of myself. Love you. Then to Tony Boss. I need to take leave. A friend has invited me to spend a few days away, and I'm unsure when I'll be back. Please send my regards to Pepper and Banner. Finally, to Gwen, I'm off on another adventure, heading to a beautiful spot with no signal, but I'll bring you back some local goodies. Best of luck with the band rehearsal. Don't miss me too much. After sending the messages, Selena tucked her phone away and nodded at Thor. All set. Let us go. Great. Thor beamed, his face lighting up with joy. He stepped forward and raised Mjolnir. A gentle wave of blue-gray energy, shimmering with starlight, radiated from the hammer, swiftly enveloping both Thor and Selena like ripples on water. This light was warm and potent, imbued with an ancient, sacred aura of space. Selena could distinctly feel the subtle shifts in the surrounding atmosphere as the air rippled like water. Steady now, Thor cautioned. Selena embraced the force without resistance. In a flash of brilliance, their figures vanished as if erased by a painter's eraser, leaving behind only a few delicate golden particles drifting slowly into the twilight. Chapter 87. Arrival in Asgard. The blue-gray magical glow gradually dissipated, retracting like a receding tide. Selena's boots touched the ground, which was paved with unknown stardust and peculiar metals that shimmered softly. Before her lay a breathtaking sight. Majestic palatial structures towered as if to pierce the heavens. They were constructed from a stone that radiated a warm golden light, adorned with gem-like stained glass. Against the backdrop of swirling magnificent nebulae and roaring waterfalls, they exuded a divine, ancient, and resplendent brilliance. Her heightened senses were overwhelmed. The air was astonishingly pure, imbued with a metallic coolness, the freshness of exotic flora, and a warmth akin to the embrace of a newborn sun. A deep and melodious sound of horns echoed from afar, mingled with indistinct yet fervent cheers. Beneath my feet, the ground pulsated with a profound and steady energy, akin to the rhythm of a colossal heart. Sunlight bathed me, feeling more nourishing than that of earth, as if a warm current, embodying the essence of life itself, flowed through my limbs. Thor's hearty laughter resonated nearby as he clapped Selena's shoulder with vigor. Welcome to Asgard, Eve. How do you feel? Is it not far superior to your Midgard? Selena took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and trepidation of stepping into this unfamiliar divine realm, and simply remarked, unforgettable. A spacious avenue led to a vast square, at the far end of which lay a long staircase, ascending to a magnificent golden palace. At the summit stood Odin, the All-Father, alongside Frigga, the goddess of the sky. Odin was clad in dark golden armor, his gray-white hair cascading over his shoulders, his visage formidable, resembling a sculpted figure. His solitary, I seemed to perceive all. In his right hand, he held the eternal spear Gungnir, which silently emanated an invisible pressure, commanding life and death. Frigga, adorned in a luxurious dark gown, wore a gentle and benevolent smile. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and kindness, akin to warm sunlight, instantly dispelling any tension within Selena. Reminiscent of her mother, Martha, who bore a similar gaze. Flanking the staircase stood the golden-armored guardians of the palace, statuesque in their poise. Their armor gleamed like mirrors, and their spears stood straight as trees, exuding an aura of impenetrable authority. A step back, Heimdall, clad in golden armor, stood quietly. His molten gold eyes rested calmly upon Selena, as if they could pierce through skin and gaze into the depths of her soul. Steadying herself, Selena recalled Thor's hurried instructions on etiquette, placing her right hand upon her left breast and slightly bowing in a gesture of solemn dignity. She could distinctly feel Odin's sharp gaze of acknowledgement and Frigga's sincere warmth of welcome. Odin's deep, authoritative voice resonated like a tolling bell, shattering the silence. Welcome to Asgard. Evel from Krypton. Selena's gaze shot upward, her azure eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. You know of Krypton? The corners of Odin's mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly, akin to a fleeting smile. Indeed, the world is vast, and the name Krypton is not unknown. The light in his singular eye was deep and inscrutable, yet he declared, but today we shall not dwell on the past. You have traveled far, and your questions will find answers in due time once you have settled. His tone brooked no dissent, effectively shelving the topic. Selena quelled the tumult within her and nodded in acquiescence. Understood, Your Majesty. Frigga gracefully stepped forward, naturally extending her hand to gently grasp Selena's wrist with boundless kindness. Child, there is no need for such formality. Asgard is your home. Her voice was soft, imbued with a soothing strength, assuring Selena of her place in this new world. Your bravery and that pure heart of yours evoke an overwhelming sense of warmth within us. A gentle yet powerful current of magic flows, akin to a mother's soothing touch, transmitting through the point of contact into Selena's being, instantly easing her taut nerves. Selena can distinctly perceive the vast and gentle magical energy residing within Frigg. Thank you for your kindness. At last, Selena's tense shoulders relaxed, and this heartfelt acceptance bestowed upon her an unprecedented warmth. Thor beamed a broad smile. Let's be off. The beauty of the celestial palace extends far beyond this place. Amidst the cheers of the populace and the watchful gaze of the soldiers, they ascended into a splendid carriage drawn by two majestic steeds adorned with enormous, pristine wings. The carriage soared smoothly into the sky, traversing the expansive aerial thoroughfare. On either side of the road, the people of Asgard rejoiced, waving their arms and bowing in reverence, their faces radiating sincere enthusiasm. Frigg, observing the fervent crowd below, smiled and remarked to Selena, "The Asgardians are ever so warm and hospitable." Within the grandeur of the Golden Palace, Odin did not occupy his throne. Instead, he stood opposite Selena alongside Frigg, signifying a profound respect for equality. Odin's voice reverberated through the hall, deep and authoritative. Born of the stars from Krypton, nurtured upon the sacred soil of Midgard, Eve Al. With your pure and untainted heart, you have lifted Mjolnir, a symbol of goodness and responsibility. With your extraordinary strength, you have aided Thor in vanquishing formidable foes, safeguarding the tranquility of one of the 9 realms. Asgard shall forever remember your deeds and your radiant character. Odin paused, his eternal spear Gungnir striking heavily upon the ground. The resounding boom echoed like a great drum marking a proclamation, the sound waves reverberating across the palace's golden floor. In the name of the All-Father Odin, I hereby declare Eval, the most esteemed guest of Asgard. The gates of the celestial palace shall forever be open to you. Frigg, with a gentle smile, approached Selena slowly. Her smile radiated warmth akin to spring sunshine, enveloping all in comfort. Dear child, do not be anxious, just relax. Frigg softly advised, extending her fair hand to gently rest upon Selena's arm. Selena immediately felt a soothing warmth from Frigg's palm, as if it could penetrate her skin. Reaching deep into her heart, consider this place your home during your journey. Dear child, Frigg continued, we all look forward to your delightful stay here. Selena gazed at Frigg, absorbing her tenderness and care. Her gaze then turned to Odin, seated upon the throne, who, in that moment, revealed a hint of a benevolent smile. Standing beside him, Thor grinned broadly like a child, his joy radiant. Taking a deep breath, Selena once again bowed slightly, and with a clear and sincere voice expressed, thank you for your generosity and trust, your majesty, the God King, and your majesty, the Goddess Queen. It is indeed an honor for me to arrive in Asgard. Chapter 88, Sparring with Thor. After departing from the Golden Palace, Thor led Selena on a leisurely stroll, yet his destination was unmistakably the training grounds of the Celestial Palace. His most cherished locale. In the expansive, open arena, warriors of Asgard donned training leathers or rudimentary armor, sweating profusely as the clang of swords and the echoes of shouts resonated throughout. Lady Sif, alongside the three valiant champions of the Celestial Palace, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun, were undeniably the focal point of the arena. Seasoned by countless battles, their movements exuded both power and finesse, marking them as Thor's closest allies. Thor approached with Selena, his voice booming. Friends, come and see who has arrived. This is Ivaldi from Midgard. Instantly, all training ceased. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison to fixate on Selena, filled with curiosity, awe, and scrutiny. Thor introduced each of them. This is Volstagg, our embodiment of strength. This is Fandral, unmatched in swordsmanship and speed. And this is Hogun, taciturn yet the most dependable shield. Finally, he gestured toward the poised Sif. And this is Lady Sif, the most outstanding warrior of Asgard. With a proud smile, Thor declared, I have proven that young ladies can also become the kingdom's most valiant warriors. Sif crossed her arms, her expression one of assuredness. No, it is I who have proven that. Thor laughed heartily, giving Sif's shoulder a hearty pat. Indeed, but I am her greatest supporter. Selena felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she offered a smile to Sif. Sif stepped forward, her gaze sharp and appreciative, nodding slightly. Ivaldi, I have witnessed your feats in Midgard. I never anticipated that the realm could nurture such a formidable warrior as you. I hope we may have the opportunity to exchange insights. Selena promptly replied, It is my honor, Lady Sif. At that moment, Thor interjected with enthusiasm, a hint of a desire to redeem himself. On Earth, my powers were restrained, and you taught me a lesson. Now, it is a different tale. Ivaldi, shall we spar now? I am itching for a fight. Selena, observing the fiery determination in Thor's eyes, smiled. I shall not refuse. The training grounds erupted with excitement. The warriors burst into thunderous cheers, swiftly clearing a large space in the center of the arena, forming layers of spectators around. The deafening chants were predominantly for Thor. Thor, the god of thunder, shall prevail. Yet, only Sif and the three champions stood at the forefront, with Volstagg muttering as he rubbed his beard. Though Thor is our beloved prince, I fear. Fandral shook his head in resignation. Will he learn? Hogun remained stoic, his expression betraying skepticism. Sif, arms crossed, called out directly to the center of the arena. Ivaldi, give it your all. The warriors surrounding the arena momentarily turned their attention, but Sif remained unfazed, returning their gazes defiantly. In the center of the cleared space, Thor and Selena stood opposite each other, both unarmed. Are you ready? Thor's eyes sparkled with thunderous energy. At any moment, Selena slightly bent her knees, lowering her center of gravity. Before her words faded, Thor surged forth. Like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air, he closed the distance in an instant. His right fist, accompanied by a dull whoosh, descended upon Selena's shoulder and neck with the force of a warhammer. The gale emanating from his fist was infused with a tempestuous might, fierce and unyielding. Instead of retreating, Selena advanced. At the moment his fist neared, her body transformed into a supple, boneless serpent, executing an exquisitely deft sidestep to evade his strike. Thor's unparalleled strength grazed her shoulder, the rush of air lifting her hair in its wake. Before Thor could retract his punch or alter his approach, Selena struck back. Her left hand shot forth like a venomous snake, aiming with lightning speed for the wrist of Thor's punching arm, while her right leg, akin to a steel whip, cleaved through the air toward his supporting leg. A flash of intensity ignited in Thor's eyes. His combat instincts compelled him to lower his elbow and block the sweeping leg. Thud! The collision of his calf with his elbow produced a muted thump, ignoring the threat to his wrist. Thor twisted his immense strength in a counter to seize Selena's arm. Simultaneously, his left fist rocketed toward her midsection like a cannonball. Selena, seizing the momentum from Thor's twisting force, executed a peculiar rotation at an odd angle, deftly dissipating the torque while narrowly avoiding the incoming heavy punch. The centrifugal force from her spin propelled her right leg, which she swung like a battle axe toward Thor's temple. Thor reacted with remarkable swiftness. He jerked his head aside, just in time. Selena's heel barely brushed past his temple, the resulting gust of wind stinging his skin. Such a rapid change of tactics. Thor's heart raced, but he pressed on with unyielding ferocity. With a primal roar, he abandoned complex grappling techniques, charging at Selena like a battering ram, arms outstretched, intent on ensnaring her with sheer force and impact. A subtle smirk graced Selena's lips. Rather than retreat from this brazen assault, she met it head-on. In the instant before he could grasp her, she crouched low, slipping through the gap beneath his outstretched arms like an eel into his embrace. At that moment, her left elbow drove forcefully into his unprotected ribcage. Bang! The sharp sound of bone meeting flesh resonated. Thor emitted a pained grunt. His massive form staggered by the concentrated force, involuntarily retreating a step. A flicker of incredulity crossed his eyes as he marveled at Selena's speed, flexibility, and impeccable timing, which far surpassed his expectations. Yet, Thor was no mere pretender. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his ribs, his fighting spirit surged even more fiercely. His wealth of combat experience told him that he must not allow his opponent to dictate the rhythm of battle. Harnessing the momentum of his stagger, his left leg's muscles coiled like a true steel whip, unleashing a devastating sweep toward Selena's lower body with a piercing shriek that ripped through the air. The sheer force seemed capable of leveling the ground beneath him. Selena's reflexes were impeccably sharp. In the fleeting moment, the leg swept toward her. She sprang forth with the lightness of a swallow, propelling herself off the ground with a powerful push. Her core erupted with astonishing strength, allowing her body to execute a breathtaking flip in midair. This is not merely an evasion of the lethal sweep. It allows her to descend with ghostly precision behind Thor, who has just begun to regain his footing and adjust his center of gravity. Beware behind you. Vandal cannot help but exclaim from the sidelines. Thor feels the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A fierce wind rushes past him like the scythe of death. He scarcely has time to turn and defend himself. At that critical moment, the God of Thunder's battle instinct saves him. He lunges forward with all his might, executing an extremely awkward yet remarkably swift tactical roll. With a sharp hiss, Selena's fierce hand strike grazes his back perilously close. Thor rolls back on his feet, his chest heaving violently. In just a few exchanges, he feels an unprecedented pressure. Selena relies not on brute strength, her ghostly speed, cunning angles, and an array of fluidly connected combat techniques resemble a precision machine crafted for battle. With a thunderous roar, Thor emits a sound akin to an enraged ancient beast. The power of thunder within him is no longer restrained. It surges violently through his limbs and body. Instantly, he is enveloped in a layer of crackling electric arcs, his momentum skyrocketing. Clenching his fists tightly, the crackling lightning dances between his fingers. He transforms into a humanoid tempest, striking with the most ferocious and unreasonable demeanor, unleashing a barrage of thunderous punches that saturate the space before him. The shadows of his fists howl, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Each punch carries the terrifying might to shatter mountains, forming an impenetrable curtain of destruction that completely seals off any potential escape routes for Selena. This is an absolute display of overpowering strength. In the face of this apocalyptic fury of thunder, the icy blue light in Selena's eyes intensifies dramatically. She unleashes her super speed to the fullest. To the astonished gaze of the audience, it appears as though she is transformed into several indistinct phantoms. The sharp sounds of slicing air resonate continuously. Selena weaves through Thor's frenzied, destructively powerful thunderous barrage with astonishing speed, her movements surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Each evasion is executed with a precision that sends chills down one's spine, whether sliding sideways, leaning back to the extreme, or crouching close to the ground. She glides through the storm like a swift swallow, narrowly avoiding the blue electric arcs. She does not entirely evade the attack. Rather, she utilizes the smallest movements and the most precise timing to penetrate the relatively weak gaps. Thor's vision blurs momentarily. The furious curtain of punches, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart, is forcibly breached. A figure, like a specter, suddenly breaks through, now within arm's reach. He can even discern the calm, ice-like blue of Selena's eyes. A pale hand, seemingly delicate, harbors a terrifying strength that even gods would tremble before. With a speed that transcends thought, it precisely penetrates the gap created by Thor's relentless assault. With a resounding smack, Selena's hand, cold and unyielding like a steel trap, firmly grasps Thor's right wrist as he throws his punch. The sheer magnitude of power compelled Thor to feel as though his wrist bones were groaning under the unbearable strain. The tempestuous force of thunder was swiftly subdued by this sheer strength and the deft application of joint lock techniques. Just as the thought of astonishment flickered in Thor's mind, Selena's movements flowed like water, exhibiting no hint of hesitation. Her core and leg strength were in perfect harmony, erupting forth with a twist of the waist, a lowering of the shoulders, and an explosive force. It was executed seamlessly, a textbook-perfect over-the-shoulder throw. Whoosh! The onlookers perceived a dazzling flash of silver-blue light racing past. Boom! A deafening, terrifying roar erupted, akin to a meteorite striking the earth. Thor's tall, muscular frame, as if forged from divine iron, was violently slammed by Selena onto the unyielding stone floor with a clean, decisive motion imbued with an aesthetic of raw power. The immense impact generated visible ripples of shockwaves, causing the entire training ground to tremble violently. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Thor lay sprawled in a large lettered shape within a shallow crater, his chest heaving like a bellows, golden locks disheveled and clinging to his sweat-drenched face. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to behold the golden-haired woman, who loomed over him, her breath steady and untroubled, as if the breathtaking battle had merely been a warm-up. His eyes were filled with shock, defeat, and an incredulous amalgamation of emotions. Instinctively, he struggled, but Selena's grip on his right wrist, pinned behind his back, felt as though it had been welded to the ground. Unyielding, his other hand, the only one he could still move, futilely slapped the ground twice before falling limply to his side. As the dust gradually settled, an eerie silence enveloped the training ground. Cough, cough, I concede. Stop. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in stunned silence, swiftly followed by an uproar. All the warriors, who had been chanting Thor's name, stood agape in disbelief. Sif leaped to her feet, a knowing smile of triumph gracing her face as she shouted to the astonished warriors around her. What did I tell you? Chapter 89. Odin's Vault and the Sword of Victory the following day. Odin and Frigga personally led Selena and Thor into the most sacred and enigmatic sanctum of the celestial palace, Odin's Vault. The heavy door, etched with ancient runes, slid open silently, revealing a sight that far surpassed Selena's imagination. This was not merely a repository of wealth. It resembled a hall of cosmic curiosities and historical relics. The dome above mirrored a starry night sky, casting soft beams of starlight that illuminated each artifact, radiating formidable waves of power. Walls flowed with a liquid-like energy barrier, sealing away the potent forces of each treasure. They advanced slowly, and Odin pointed out the legendary creations. One artifact, a rectangular box adorned with silver patterns, was enveloped in frost flowers that never melted, exuding an aura so chilling it seemed to freeze the very soul. This is the frost giant's core of power from Jotunheim. The icebox, Odin's voice dripped with a cold reminiscence. I sealed it here after defeating Laufey. It can encase stars in ice. The eternal flame takes the form of an unremarkable brazier, enveloped in an everlasting blaze. It emits no heat, yet radiates a primal essence of life and destruction. Akin to a pulsating heart, originating from Muspelheim, it embodies the primordial power of Surtur, the fire giant, containing the might to ignite worlds. A colossal glove, forged from dark gold and adorned with 6 immense recesses, rests quietly on a solitary pedestal, a mere replica. Odin's voice remains calm and unruffled, yet a profound light flickers in his singular eye. Selena gazes at the vacant recesses, her heart stirring with memories of a significant event. Odin recounts tales of his youth, battling with Bor across the 9 realms, sealing divine artifacts, and quelling the chaos of war. His tone oscillates between fervor and solemnity, steeped in nostalgia for that impassioned era. He then exhales softly, his voice softening with a hint of weariness as he turns to Frigg beside him. Time passes, and the flames of power inevitably cool. We are indeed growing old. Thor immediately straightens, declaring with conviction, "Father, have no fear. With me, Thor, the glory of Asgard shall flourish." Odin regards him with a sidelong glance, a grunt escaping his lips. His tone, though neutral, carries an undertone of admonishment. Glory requires more than mere bravado and strength. It demands wisdom as well. Thor feels a touch of embarrassment at the words. Frigg offers a gentle smile, patting Thor's hand reassuringly. Amidst this interplay of levity and gravity, the group ventures deeper into the vault, arriving at a dimly lit corner where the displays are sparse. The artifacts here appear ancient. Their energy pulses intricate and elusive. Suddenly, Selena halts abruptly, her body instinctively tensing. A faint yet striking sensation of tremor unexpectedly envelopes her, a mingling of profound sorrow, inexpressible anguish, and a whisper of tenacity and yearning, flickering like a nearly extinguished flame. This call transcends the barriers of time and space, penetrating her consciousness. Her gaze, as if drawn by an unseen force, locks onto an unassuming corner. There lies a sword, quietly resting. It is not a resplendent artifact. Rather, it appears remarkably battered. The blade is elongated and archaic in design, yet it bears the charred remnants of a fire that has long since consumed its vitality. Even more bizarrely, from the hilt to the tip, it is entwined with countless black vines that seem almost alive, twisted and withered. These vines bear no leaves, only sharp thorns, resembling despairing brambles that constrict the blade, exuding a heavy, lifeless aura that starkly contrasts with the sacred brilliance of the vault. This sword appears as a personification of destruction and finality, encapsulating frozen sorrow and an indomitable spirit. Selena, entranced, steps forward, irresistibly drawn closer to the darkened blade. As she approached, Selena could distinctly hear the silent lament emanating from within the sword, a captive power, a cursed fate, and an indomitable spirit that, even when ensnared by darkness and thorns, refused to succumb completely to despair. This sensation was both vivid and weighty, leaving her breathless. Odin and Frigg simultaneously noticed Selena's peculiar demeanor. They exchanged a glance. Frigg's eyes reflected a knowing anticipation, while a rare, subtle smile, rich in meaning, graced Odin's authoritative visage. Thor, who had been closely observing Selena, absorbed this brief, silent communication between his parents. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes brimmed with profound questions and confusion. He glanced at Selena, whose expression seemed to resonate silently with the sword, and then at his parents, whose expressions bore a delicate blend of enigmatic amusement and expectation. The turmoil in his heart surged like bubbling magma. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Father, Mother, what is the story behind this sword? It appears ominous." And Eve, Selena, too, withdrew from her deep reverie, casting a questioning gaze toward Odin and Frigg. With a soft sigh, laden with the weight of millennia and sorrow, Frigg stepped forward, her gaze tender and compassionate as it settled upon the charred, entwined sword. "This sword is named Leviathan," she declared, her voice resonating clearly in the silent treasury, echoing with the cadence of an ancient epic. "It once belonged to my brother, Freyr, the pride of the Vanir, the god of abundance, sunlight, and victory. In Frigg's eyes, the glimmers of a bygone radiance appeared. In her brother's hands, it was a symbol of vitality, a blade that ushered forth harvest, peace, and unassailable glory. However, her tone abruptly shifted to one of gravity, laden with foreboding. Yet, in a cataclysm long buried by time, one that shook the very foundations of the Nine Realms, Frigg's voice trembled imperceptibly, as if brushing against the most painful of memories. My brother, Freyr, fell. With Freyr's demise, Levitin suffered an unprecedented shattering. Odin's deep voice took over, his single eye fixed upon the sword's entwined, withered vines, a once vibrant blade now reduced to charred remains. Its glory devoured by thorns. It not only lost its power, but became a dreadful curse. Anyone who dares to approach it, even we, will distinctly feel their life force draining away like sand through an hourglass. It no longer bestows blessings. Its very existence radiates decay and death's curse. Reluctantly, we were compelled to return to Asgard, sealing it away to stem its malign influence, until this day. Selena listened in silence, her emotions churning. She turned her gaze back to Levitin, the profound sorrow and unyielding desire within her growing ever clearer. This was not merely a relic. It was a testament left by a fallen deity, imbued with blood, tears, and an indignant legacy. That desire was a cry for rebirth, a call to reclaim the tarnished glory. Taking a deep breath, Selena's gaze became resolutely steadfast as she addressed Odin and Frigga. Your Majesties, the King of gods and the Queen of heaven, I feel its anguish and the unwavering spirit that remains unextinguished within it. Odin exchanged a glance with Frigga. A flicker of light danced in Odin's single eye as he slowly nodded. The fact that you can perceive Leviathan's lament is, in itself, a fateful gift. You possess a pure heart, capable of resisting potential dark encroachments, and you harbor the possibility to bear the essence of this power. His voice resonated with conviction. We do not decide. It offers you a chance. Approach it, touch it, and listen to its will. If you can endure the trial of this sword and gain its true recognition after millennia of silence, then this sword, once belonging to the god of the sun and abundance, shall be yours. Frigga stepped forward, gently yet earnestly encouraging. Child, trust your heart and respect its choice. But remember, if you feel overwhelmed, let go immediately. Do not force yourself. Beneath her beautiful gaze, encouragement mingled with palpable concern. The curse of Leviathan was no trivial matter. Selena nodded vigorously, her eyes betraying no hint of retreat. She turned once more to face the darkened sword, imprisoned by an ominous golden aura. With resolute steps, she advanced towards it. The closer she drew, the more intense the invisible sorrow and yearning became. Taking a deep breath, Selena resolutely extended her hand. The moment her fingertips brushed the hilt of the sword, an unexpected transformation occurred. The withered black tendrils entwined around the dark blade suddenly awakened. Akin to venomous serpents roused from eons of slumber, the tendrils writhed and surged with frenzied energy. Countless minute, obsidian-like barbed spikes instantaneously pierced through Selena's palm, ascending her arm. Blood, crimson and infused with the life energy of Krypton, gushed forth. For a decade, no injury had drawn blood from Selena. Those tendrils, now embedded in her flesh, seemed to have found the sweetest nectar, voraciously drinking her life essence. Simultaneously, an unimaginable, bone-chilling pain surged from her wounded palm, flooding her nerves like a breached dam. Selena cried out in agony. This was not merely a physical torment. The icy energy, laced with corrosive madness and a curse's power, forcibly extracted her vitality, piercing through her veins with the merciless ferocity of a million red-hot needles, driving deep towards her heart. It was an ultimate suffering that reached the very core of her soul, symbolizing decay and finality. Selena's vision darkened in an instant. An unprecedented, suffocating weakness enveloped her entire being, as if life itself were being forcibly stripped away. Her legs buckled, and her body involuntarily lurched forward. Thud! She knelt heavily upon one knee, yet her hand, gripping the sword's hilt, remained as if welded, holding on tenaciously with no intention of releasing. Even as the vine continued to frantically siphon and stir within her flesh, even as the piercing agony caused her entire body to convulse violently, Eve. Upon witnessing Selena's sudden devastation, Thor's expression shifted dramatically, and with a startled cry, he rushed forward, intent on forcibly pulling her away. Wait! Odin's remaining eye blazed with intensity, and his hand, like a vice, firmly grasped Thor's shoulder, exerting immense strength. Thor, desperate, felt the veins on his forehead throb, watching Selena tremble in pain and weakness. His fists clenched tightly, crackling with tension. But father, her consciousness, besieged by excruciating pain and the rapid drain of life, resembled a fragile vessel amidst a tempest. Gritting her teeth, with veins bulging, a singular thought consumed her mind. I cannot falter. I cannot let go. I heard it crying, struggling. The indomitable, well rooted in the core of Leviathan, resonated powerfully with the resilience coursing through her veins. Ah! Selena abruptly lifted her head, unleashing a scream that seemed to be wrenched from the depths of her soul, a fusion of agony and unwavering resolve. At the very moment this cry erupted, a vast, indescribably chaotic and ferocious wave of energy surged forth from her being. Odin and Frigg's expressions transformed simultaneously. Odin uttered a low growl, slamming the eternal spear Gungnir into the ground. Frigg swiftly formed intricate magical sigils with her hands. The couple, in perfect harmony, merged their formidable divine power with exquisite magic in an instant. A colossal, translucent shield, composed of countless swirling golden runes, materialized like an inverted golden bowl. Enveloping Selena and the Leviathan sword she clutched tightly within. Boom! The ferocious energy, potent enough to rend space itself, collided violently against the shield. The entire Odin treasury trembled. The runes upon the shield flickered wildly, their light wavering, emitting a resonant hum under the immense strain. Yet ultimately, the barrier forged by Odin and Frigg successfully absorbed and dissipated the cataclysmic energy onslaught. As the storm subsided, the shield gradually dissipated. Selena remained in a kneeling position, yet her body had completely surrendered to exhaustion, her grip on the sword's hilt slackening unconsciously, her form collapsing backward like a marionette bereft of its strings, slipping into unconsciousness. All eyes immediately turned to the once charred and ruined long sword lying beside Selena. Leviathan. It lay quietly by her side. It had been reborn. The ash-like charred remnants had entirely peeled away, revealing beneath it a blade shimmering with a soft silver glow, as if forged from moonlight, adorned with ancient and exquisite engravings. The black, withered vines that had clung to it like a malignant growth were now utterly purified, reduced to mere ashes that vanished without a trace. The sword emanated a profound yet boundless aura. It was no longer lifeless, no longer decayed. It brimmed with vibrant vitality, embodying the sharpness to sever all constraints and herald ultimate victory. Once withered, the sword of Leviathan, after being awakened by Selena's life and resilience, finally re-emerged in all its luminous sanctity after a millennium of silence. Like a slumbering monarch, it awakened at the call of a valiant warrior. Soul rushed forward, supporting the unconscious Selena while anxiously assessing her condition. Meanwhile, Odin and Frigga approached the reborn Leviathan, with Odin bending down to lightly touch the sword's silver-glimmering blade with his fingertips, a complex yet seemingly relieved smile gracing his countenance. Old friend Fry, he whispered, audible only to Frigga. Frigga gazed at the newly revived Leviathan, and then at Selena, whose breath was gradually stabilizing despite her unconscious state. Her eyes filled with comfort and expectation. Chapter 90. The Battle of the God. Selena, as consciousness seemed to struggle to ascend from an abyss of despair. And suddenly she opened her eyes. What greeted her was not the resplendent dome of a celestial palace, but a hellish landscape. The sky was shrouded in thick, sulphurous black-red smoke, resembling a festering wound, with only the occasional pale lightning piercing through to offer fleeting illumination. The air was suffocatingly hot, filled with the acrid scent of molten metal, the putrid stench of charred flesh, accompanied by desperate screams and dying wails. The ground was marred with fissures, crimson magma flowing like the veins of a colossal beast, surging and consuming fallen bodies. In the distance, tattered banners fluttered in the hot wind, faintly revealing the eagle emblem of Asgard and the totem of the great tree of Vanaheim. It was a battlefield, A cataclysmic clash of ancient gods. Was this a dream? Her gaze was instantly drawn to the center of the battlefield. A figure stood valiantly amidst the storm of flames, tall and agile, his flowing golden hair reminiscent of sunlight, now matted with sweat, dust, and blood, yet still shimmered with an indomitable light. His handsome visage, once radiating warmth and abundance, was now replaced with profound fatigue and resolute determination. He bore no weapon, tightly gripping a massive, softly glowing staghorn, desperately fending off the onslaught of a terrifying entity. That entity was none other than the fire giant, Surt. Towering like a mountain, his body was encased in searing lava armor, with incandescent flames erupting from the fissures. His face, twisted like a volcanic crater, burned with an unquenchable rage of annihilation. He wielded the Twilight Sword, forged from pure flame and the will of destruction, symbolizing the twilight of the gods. Each swing tore through space, wielding the power to incinerate everything. Fry, the god of sunlight and abundance, struggled beneath this world-ending blade. Each collision between the staghorn and the Twilight Sword erupted in blinding sparks and the jarring sound of shattering. The light from the horn quickly dimmed, cracks spreading, as his divine power, the essence of all life, was ruthlessly suppressed before the sheer ferocity of the raging flames of destruction. His steps were unsteady. The once resplendent armor he wore now lay in tatters. His exposed skin was marred by charred wounds, burned by flames and torn by the edge of blades. With golden divine blood continuously dripping down, evaporating instantly upon contact with the searing ground. Fry! In an instant, Selena's heart surged to her throat. Instinctively, she felt compelled to rush forward, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of the gently glowing lavatin at her waist. Frey's sword. A thought ignited in Selena's mind, and she yearned to ascend into the skies, as she usually did. Yet there was no response. No familiar surge of energy coursed through her body. No thunderous roar as she broke the sound barrier. She could not leap to great heights as effortlessly as she did on Earth. Her strength, the powers of Krypton, her ability to fly, her super speed, vanished. It was as if they had never existed. Shocked, Selena looked down at her hands, then tightened her grip on lavatin. The sword's cold touch resonated within her. Had she become an ordinary person wielding a divine blade? The cacophony of battle and Frey's agonized grunt pulled her thoughts back to reality. There was no time to ponder. A fierce flame ignited in Selena's eyes. Without power, she would strike with her sword, gripping lavatin tightly. The silver blade felt unusually heavy in her hands, yet it emanated a steady and sharp presence. She surged forward. With her legs, unencumbered by supernatural abilities, she raced across the battlefield strewn with bodies, scorched earth, and fissures, heading toward the distant and seemingly hopeless center of the chaos. Roar! A solitary fire giant warrior spotted the small yet conspicuous figure amidst the fray, letting out an excited roar as it swung its blazing axe. Charging at Selena like a mountain, the scorching gust rushed toward her. Selena's pupils constricted. Instinctively, she halted. She was no longer the invulnerable superhero. With a fierce shout, at the moment the axe descended, she swiftly sidestepped. The axe blade grazed her hair, crashing down onto the ground, sending hot debris flying. Now it was the moment. A fierce determination flashed in Selena's eyes. She no longer sought to overpower through strength. Instead, with both hands on the sword, she used lavatin as an extension of leverage. Taking advantage of the giant's brief moment of rigidity after the swing, she summoned all her strength and aimed at the fire giant's vulnerable knee joint, delivering a powerful upward slash. Slicing through, lavatin's blade met no resistance as it cleaved through the giant's rough and resilient leg armor, as easily as a hot knife through butter. Dark red, lava-like blood gushed forth accompanied by a piercing scream. The fire giant howled in agony, collapsing to its knees. Without hesitation, Selena harnessed her forward momentum, gripping the sword with both hands in a standard thrusting position, and drove the tip of the blade forcefully into the giant's gaping mouth. The sword pierced through its skull. Thud! The massive form of the fire giant fell with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Selena panted heavily, her thin garments drenched in sweat. Her hand trembling as it gripped the sword, her palm numbed from the impact. She cast a fleeting glance at the fallen giant. showing no hesitation as she resumed her heavy-footed charge towards the distant battlefield, a realm akin to the core of hell, continuing her frenzied sprint, slashing, dodging, running. She was no longer the invincible warrior she once was. Each time she blocked the fiery giant's weapon, the tremendous force left her arms tingling and her insides quaking. Each evasion of the molten lava sprays or sweeping blows was fraught with peril. Her body bore numerous charred abrasions and burns, and every breath was laced with the metallic tang of blood and searing pain. Sweat blurred her vision, and her muscles screamed in protest. With every flash of her sword, she vanquished an approaching foe, yet the distance to the battlefield of Fry and Surt remained dauntingly vast. At the heart of the conflict, Frey's situation had become perilously fragile. The Twilight Sword, emanating a destructive arc of light, once more breached the defenses of the giant antlers, striking fiercely at Fry's chest. Golden divine blood gushed forth like molten gold. Fry's towering form staggered backward, barely managing to remain upright. His strength ebbed swiftly under the Twilight Sword's corrosive influence. The radiance of life at his wound frantically flickering, battling against the searing flames of destruction. Surtur's thunderous laughter echoed, his face, forged of lava, twisted in malice. Fry, it is over. Let the flames consume this decaying world. He raised the Twilight Sword high, its tip gathering the apocalyptic power capable of cleaving the stars. Fry knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his broken antlers. His golden hair fell forward, obscuring his pallid face, drained of blood. In this moment of life and death, he seemed to sense something. With great difficulty, he slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the smoke and blood mist of the battlefield, landing upon Selena, who was pushing her way through the throng, drenched in blood and utterly disheveled, striving with all her might to reach him. Their eyes met. Fry felt neither fear nor despair. In those azure eyes, warm as the spring sun, a remarkably clear and comforting smile blossomed in the final moments of his life, directed toward Selena, a smile that seemed to convey, "You've come. That is wonderful." "No." Selena's eyes widened in anguish as she summoned every ounce of strength to scream hysterically. Her voice, however, was swallowed by the cacophony of the battlefield and Surtur's maniacal laughter. In the midst of that warm smile, suddenly, the Twilight Sword, ablaze with the fires of annihilation, pierced through Frey's chest as effortlessly as if it were but a thin veil. It struck true at the heart of the divine, a symbol of abundance and life. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Frey's body convulsed violently. The light in his eyes dimmed, akin to extinguished stars fading into darkness. That warm smile became frozen upon his lips. The essence of life surged forth from his wound like a dam breaking, his hand slackening its grip on the antler. His form collapsing backward, as if all support had been withdrawn, slowly and silently falling away. His body transformed into countless shimmering golden motes, dissipating into the air. "Fry!" Selena let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if her very heart had been pierced by that sword. An inexplicable surge of sorrow, anger, and resentment erupted within her like a volcano. The Leviathan, tightly gripped in her hand, seemed to sense its master's downfall, emitting an unprecedented, soul-rending hum. The blade trembled violently. An unimaginable, searing, and overwhelming force surged through her being, akin to billions of newly ignited stars, flooding into Selena's body from the lamenting hilt. This power was utterly foreign, distinct from the solar energy absorbed by Kryptonian cells. It was purer, more primal, reminiscent of the very essence of life at the dawn of the universe. It seemed to have been suppressed for eons, now unleashed by the fall of its master and the overwhelming emotions of its new bearer. This power emanated from the Leviathan, from Fry, from the eternal sun. In the torrent of strength, Selena howled to the heavens. Her weary body, drained of power, was instantly revitalized by this immense divine light. A golden-red radiance erupted from within her, and on the scorched earth beneath her feet, a vibrant expanse of golden grass sprang forth in an instant. She felt it, an unparalleled power, the divine force belonging to the sun, to life, to victory. Selena's feet propelled her off the ground. Boom! The earth beneath her collapsed into a vast, web-like pit. This time, it was not a flight. Her form transformed into a streak of blazing golden red light, tearing through the heavens. The speed was such that it seemed to ignite the very fabric of space. In an instant, she traversed the chaotic battlefield. Surtur had just drawn the twilight sword from Frey's heart, reveling in the ecstasy of annihilating a deity. He barely caught sight of a figure ablaze with the flames of the golden red sun, appearing before him at a velocity that surpassed the limits of his reaction. Selena gripped the Leviathan with both hands. In that moment, the divine sword was no longer a cold silver light. Its blade flowed with a boiling, tangible golden flame. She leapt high into the air, her body stretching to its utmost, akin to a bow drawn taut to shoot the sun. All her grief, all her divine power, all her indomitable will were channeled into that single strike. Surtur! The chilling roar melded with the humming of the divine sword. A golden light of unimaginable brilliance and splendor, like a newly born sun, tore through the chaos and darkness of the battlefield, descending upon Surtur's neck with fierce determination. Time, space, destruction, and flame lost their meaning before the edge of that sword. Whoosh! There was no thunderous explosion, only a soft sigh. As if space itself had been cleaved apart, Surtur's colossal, grotesque head was smoothly severed from his body by that golden light, as if gliding through a mirror. Upon the enormous head, those molten eyes, ablaze with the fires of destruction, were frozen in disbelief and a hint of fear, extinguished by a purer light. The headless, colossal body stood still for a moment before crashing down with a thunderous roar, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The twilight great sword slipped from her grasp, its brilliance swiftly dimming. At that instant, the entire battlefield descended into a profound silence. Both the fiery giant and the divine warriors were left in awe by this earth-shattering blow. Selena, with the flaming golden Leviathan in hand, descended steadily before the fading golden glimmers belonging to Frey. The divine power surging within her gradually subsided, while the divine sword in her grasp emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to the rejuvenation of nature in spring, echoing her heartbeat. Selena grasped Surtur's head and raised it high. The fiery giant soldiers knelt in surrender, signaling the end of the war. Chapter 91. The god of the sun and abundance, Selena's consciousness slowly resurfaced from the abyss of a battlefield filled with light and fire. The heavy fatigue receding like a tide. Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Instead of the cold void of the cosmos or the scorched earth of battle, she beheld the intricate and resplendent beauty of the celestial palace. The towering dome was adorned with exquisite murals and reliefs depicting the epics of stars and gods, while soft magical light flowed like moonlight, enveloping the room in a warm and tranquil ambience. The bed beneath her was soft and comfortable, almost lulling her into a state of blissful slumber. "You are awake?" a gentle and familiar voice inquired. Selena turned her head to see Queen Frigg seated in a nearby chair, holding a softly glowing scroll and gazing at her with concern. "Your Majesty." Selena managed to sit up, feeling somewhat weakened from the blood loss, yet reassured that she was not gravely harmed. The unsettling sensation of life force ebbing away had vanished. "How long have I been asleep?" "Not for long, my child." Frigg set down the scroll and approached the bedside with a look of relief. "It seems you have not only awakened, but have truly gained its acknowledgement." Her gaze shifted to the low table beside the bed. Following her line of sight, Selena saw the rejuvenated Leviathan resting quietly on the table. The silver blade shimmered with a subdued brilliance. Its exquisite ancient patterns seemed to breathe with life, emanating a gentle yet commanding aura, strikingly different from the ferocious divinity of the sun she had last sensed, yet even more unfathomable. It was no longer heavy and ruined. Instead, it resembled a slumbering masterpiece. Selena's gaze lingered on the sword, a sense of familiarity blossoming from the depths of her bloodline. She reached out, her fingertips lightly grazing the cool spine of the blade, and a peculiar resonance spread through her. "Yes," she softly replied to Frigg, an air of certainty settling over her like dust at rest. "It appears so." She lifted the soft silk coverlet, preparing to rise. As her bare feet touched the cool floor, she belatedly realized that she was no longer clad in her ordinary attire from Earth, but instead adorned in a splendid gown tailored to fit her form perfectly. The gown's main body shimmered in a resplendent gold, adorned at the neckline, cuffs, and hem with intricate silver embroidery. The patterns appeared to symbolize life and rebirth, resembling entwined vines and blossoms. The fabric felt exceedingly comfortable, imbued with a faint trace of magical energy. Serena gazed down in astonishment, inquiring, "My dress?" Freya replied with an elegant smile, "Your previous attire was tainted with dust, so I had a maid assist you in changing. This is the formal attire prepared by Asgard for esteemed guests. It suits you well, does it not?" Freya's eyes sparkled with admiration as the outfit seemed to cleanse Serena of any remnants of dust, accentuating her poised figure and extraordinary demeanor. Serena took a couple of light steps, the hem of her dress swaying gracefully. "It is beautiful, Your Majesty." "Thank you." Approaching the low table, she solemnly grasped the hilt of levitine. As her fingers met the cold metal, a profound sense of connection surged within her. She caressed the smooth, exquisite blade, her gaze momentarily distant. "I had a dream. I dreamt of Fry and a fire giant named Surtur." Freya's expression instantly transformed, imbued with complexity and depth, as if the sorrow of eons resurfaced. She sighed softly. "That was no mere dream, child. It is the most genuine and painful memory etched in the heart of Levitine. It recounts the battle in which my brother Fry fell, in pursuit of the giantess Gerd from Jotunheim. Fry had entrusted his sword Levitine to his loyal servant Skirnir as a token of his affection. However, when Levitine was delivered, it not only lost Frey's divine power, but also seemed to forsake its very soul, utterly refusing to fight for anyone else and falling silent as mere iron. Deprived of Levitine, Fry was compelled to confront the fire giant Surtur armed only with his majestic stag antlers during that fateful battle. Freya's voice was laden with deep sorrow and regret, stripped of his most reliable weapon, which contained a fragment of his divine essence. Fry was ultimately subdued in combat and perished. Freya paused, her gaze refocusing on Serena and Levitine in her grasp, her expression softening and deepening. Thus, within the depths of Levitine lies a profound resentment towards Fry. It resents being abandoned for love, left to gather dust, which ultimately led to Frey's demise. Yet, it harbors a deep love for Fry as well. Freya's voice resonated with conviction. It was a companion and friend to its master for millennia. This love, this resentment, and the guilt and pain of failing to protect its master bound it in darkness and thorns for 1,000 years. She approached slowly, extending her warm hand, caressing Serena's cheek with a maternal tenderness. "Child, I believe it has chosen you precisely because of your resilience, fearlessness, and unwavering determination, qualities that remind it of the Fry of old." Freya's fingers glided along Serena's jawline, her gaze earnest. "Do not betray this recognition. Do not allow Levitine to gather dust once more. Prepare yourself. Odin awaits you in the Golden Hall." Selena tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, sensing the subtle tremor emanating from the blade, a sign of recognition and anticipation. She silently recited her thoughts, as if engaging in a communion with the sword. Suddenly, Levitine emitted a gentle silver glow, its form swiftly diminishing and transforming into a streak of light, ultimately coalescing on Selena's right-hand index finger into an ancient and exquisite silver ring. The surface of the ring was intricately adorned with delicate leaf engravings, its center set with a radiant golden crystal reminiscent of sunlight. Selena raised her hand to admire the ring, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Freya also smiled, her eyes filled with approval. "Come now, let's not keep His Majesty waiting." The two of them exchanged light-hearted banter as Freya inquired about Selena's feelings, while Selena shared amusing anecdotes from Earth, creating a relaxed atmosphere. They traversed the grand corridor, stepping into the resplendent and majestic Golden Hall. Odin sat regally upon his throne, crafted from Uru metal and the branches of Yggdrasil, the eternal spear Gungnir standing beside him. Thor stood at the base of the throne, and upon seeing Selena and her mother enter, his trademark boisterous smile broke forth. "Hey, Eve, you look splendid. That dress suits you perfectly." Selena, in high spirits, lifted the hems of her skirt and twirled gracefully, the golden fabric blooming like a flower, the silver embellishments shimmering under the light. "Thank you for the compliment, Thor." Odin's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the hall. Instantly, Selena composed her expression, turned towards the throne, and gave a slight bow. "Congratulations," Odin declared with approval. "You have passed the trial of Levitin and earned its recognition. From this day forth, the divine sword of abundance and victory, Levitin, rightfully belongs to you. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's generosity, and I shall forever cherish the trust and friendship of Asgard." Selena responded with sincerity and gravity. Odin slowly rose, leaning upon Gungnir. The spears but gently struck the ground twice. Thud, thud. The crisp and commanding sounds resonated like the tolling of a bell, filling the hall. Odin's voice surged, imbued with the undeniable authority of a king. "I, Odin Borson, father of the gods, ruler of Asgard, guardian of the Nine Realms, hereby proclaim the bestowal of the title of God of Sun and Abundance upon Evel, hailing from Krypton. Your name shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of Asgard. The Nine Realms shall forever hold a place of glory and honor for you." At these words, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Even Thor displayed a hint of astonishment, let alone the vigilant guards and distant nobles. To bestow a divine status upon an outsider from the wild Midgard? Such an honor was unprecedented. Selena was utterly taken aback. "Me?" She pointed to herself, incredulously repeating, "God of Asgard? God of sun and abundance?" Indeed. Odin's voice regained its steadiness, a rare warmth glimmering in his single eye, signifying the awakening of Leviathan and the rightful inheritance of the identity of the god of Frey. Selena blinked, processing this astonishing revelation, and immediately posed a rather pragmatic question. Does that mean I have to work in Asgard? Like, regularly tending to the crops, or something?" She felt a twinge of concern that this divine title might impose some obligatory duties. To her surprise, a clear and benevolent smile, imbued with the wisdom of an elder, graced Odin's formidable visage. "Of course not, my child." His voice carried a rare lightness, clarifying that this was merely an esteemed title, nothing more. The divine roles in Asgard adhere to their own rules. You remain a free Ivel. Selena visibly exhaled in relief, gently patting her chest. This gesture appeared somewhat endearing against the backdrop of her golden gown. "That's a relief. Otherwise, I would truly be overwhelmed. There are countless matters awaiting me back on Earth." Her words elicited hearty laughter from Thor and a bemused smile from Frigga. Thor strode forward, wrapping his arm around Selena's shoulders in joviality. "So now you are our household's sun goddess. This truly makes you my sister, doesn't it?" Selena playfully elbowed him. "In title perhaps, but in a real fight, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me." Thor waved dismissively. "Oh, come now, we're family now. No need to talk about who can defeat whom. From now on, we shall be a loving family." Watching Thor's antics, Selena couldn't help but chuckle. However, after the laughter subsided, a lingering question re-emerged in her mind. She composed herself and addressed Odin, seated upon his throne. "By the way, your majesty Odin, there's another inquiry I have long wished to pose." Odin seemed to anticipate her question, nodding slightly. "Speak." Selena met Odin's profound gaze. "You mentioned knowing of Krypton, yet it does not exist in this world. I wish to understand how you came to know of my origins." In Odin's eyes, it seemed as if galaxies were swirling, the light of wisdom ebbing and flowing within. "Indeed, I am aware of Krypton. Yes, this world, this reality, this universe we inhabit does not contain the star of your birth." Selena's voice, unconsciously tinged with tension and anticipation, inquired, "Does that imply the existence of other worlds? Other universes?" Odin nodded slowly. "The mysteries of the universe are vast and boundless, and the threads of time are intricately woven. The Nine Realms we inhabit are but a fragment of a grand tapestry. Beyond Midgard, above Asgard, outside the universe we know." His voice carried the weight of ancient wisdom and a hint of caution. "Indeed, there exist other possibilities, other dimensions, even alternate realities. They are akin to the diverse fruits borne upon the branches of the world tree." Odin's words seemed to unlock a gateway to an endless sea of stars. Selena's heart raced. The existence of other worlds, other universes. Did this imply a radiant world where Krypton still thrived? Does the ordinary yet familiar world she once knew still exist? A faint hope of returning home quietly takes root in her heart. However, Odin's tone swiftly shifts. "But this is merely a revelation of potentiality, my child." His profound single eye gazes intently at Selena, his voice taking on an air of utmost seriousness, to probe, to locate, and even to transcend the barriers of these divergent realities lies beyond the guardianship of the Nine Realms. The rules, dangers, and costs inherent within are beyond my complete comprehension, let alone my ability to guide you. There remain too many secrets that you must uncover through your own strength, alongside your companion Leviathan, on your forthcoming journey. The fervent light that had ignited in Selena's eyes dimmed slightly, yet that glimmer of hope does not extinguish. Instead, it solidifies into a more resolute determination. I understand, Your Majesty. Thank you for your enlightenment. Selena bows deeply, her voice regaining its calm. Yet within her, the flame of exploration has been thoroughly ignited. Chapter 92. Homecoming. The journey to Asgard, akin to a splendid dream, has finally reached its farewell moment. In the Golden Palace, Odin and Frigga stand side by side. Selena bows deeply. Thank you, King of the Gods and Queen, for your hospitality and trust. All that I have experienced in the Celestial Palace shall remain etched in my memory. Odin nods slightly. Return with the glory and power you deserve. The gates of Asgard shall ever be open to you. Frigga steps forward, her eyes brimming with affection and reluctance. My child, take care on your path ahead. She extends her hands, a gentle emerald magical aura emanating from her palms, enveloping the Leviathan ring on Selena's right hand. The golden crystals upon the ring shimmer faintly. A blessing of protection. It will aid you in resisting the encroachments of magic. Thor strides forward, enveloping Selena in a vigorous embrace. Once I conclude my affairs here, he whispers conspiratorially, I will definitely seek you out on Earth. Selena smiles. It's a promise, but I fear you might be more inclined to find Jane. Am I right? Thor bursts into laughter. Indeed. Lady Sif, clad in silver armor, approaches without uttering a word, but delivers a firm salute by thumping her right fist against her left breast, paying her highest respect as an Asgardian warrior. Her gaze is sharp and unwavering. Ivy, your strength and will inspire my admiration. I shall strive to hone myself, aiming to match your prowess. Selena solemnly returns the gesture, and they share a knowing smile, their sentiments unspoken yet understood. Standing at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, Selena casts one last look at the resplendent realm of deities, the towering golden palace, the starry structures, the roaring waterfalls, and the radiant figures of warriors under the sun. A gentle breeze carries the fragrance of Frigga's eternal flowers. Odin and Heimdall exchange a glance, simultaneously raising their long spear and sword of guardianship, their divine powers resonating in harmony. A deep, concentrated blue-gray beam of light soars into the sky, completely enveloping Selena's figure. As the light consumes her, the Leviathan ring emits a melodious chime akin to wind chimes, as if responding, I am ready. With a flash of brilliance, Selena vanished into the dazzling light of the Celestial Palace. Earth, Kansas, Smallville, the Kent family farm. The familiar front door loomed before her. The afternoon sun radiated warmth, and the air was imbued with the scent of earth and fresh grass, while the distant hum of a tractor's engine and the gentle rustling of leaves formed the most comforting background melody. The grandeur of Asgard faded like a dream, revealing the serene simplicity of the farm, which was her true foundation. Glancing at her watch, Selena noted that only a short time had passed. She weighed the peculiar fabric-wrapped parcel in her hands, filled to the brim with Asgard's rare fruits and several jars of exquisite divine brew. A bountiful return. Her spirits soared. She deftly managed her interstellar purchases. The largest and sweetest fruits, along with a small jar of the most potent celestial wine, were discreetly delivered to Tony's laboratory. Some exotic berries and a gentle, sweet floral nectar were packaged and sent to Dr. Banner and Betty, and she selected the most visually appealing, refreshing fruits and lady-friendly fruit wines for Louise and Gwen. Once these tasks were completed, Selena finally allowed herself to unwind. The experience in Asgard had been overwhelming, and she desperately needed to recuperate on the farm for a few days. Pushing open the familiar, somewhat weathered wooden door, she entered the kitchen, where Martha Kent was busily engaged in her tasks, her apron tied securely around her waist. Upon hearing the door, she turned abruptly, and upon seeing Selena, her face erupted with a joyous smile. Selena, darling, you're back. Martha nearly dropped her ladle as she rushed over, enveloping her daughter in a tight embrace, as if clutching a treasure gem that had been lost and found again. Her anxious gaze scrutinized Selena from head to toe. How are you? Are you all right? Were you in any danger? Your father and I were so worried. The phone was unreachable, and you sent only one text saying the signal was poor. Martha's words were laced with concern and apprehension. as she even tiptoed to cup Selena's face, needing to confirm her daughter's safety with her own eyes. A warm glow filled Selena's heart, mingled with a twinge of guilt. She returned the embrace, resting her head on her mother's shoulder, her voice softening as she reassured. "Mom, I'm fine. I just spent a few days there as a guest. It was quite interesting." Martha chuckled through her tears, giving Selena a gentle pat. "Oh, you child. I'm just glad you're back safe. Where's Dad?" Selena released her mother and scanned the room. "He.S. out back, wrestling with that treasured tractor of his." Martha gestured toward the door. "He's been mentioning you for days, saying his back hurts too much. And this year, the farm is counting on his super daughter." Selena smiled knowingly, dropping her backpack and changing into the old work clothes and rubber boots Martha handed her, before heading to the backyard. Indeed, Jonathan Kent had most of his body buried beneath the hood of an aging red tractor, his hands smeared with grease. Hearing the commotion, he emerged, and upon spotting Selena, his face lit up with a hearty yet mischievous grin. "Hey, my little sunshine is back from her trip." Jonathan wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, leaving behind an oily smudge. "So how did it go? Everything all right?" "All went smoothly, and I even made some new friends." "Good, just glad you're back." Jonathan broke into a hearty smile, patting the sturdy iron shell of the tractor, exclaiming that he had returned just in time. Look at this old companion, having toiled for over a decade, yet now seemed to have taken a break. He swiftly redirected the conversation, gesturing towards the vast expanse of tender green corn seedlings swaying in the breeze, lamenting how much he had put this machine through. But his daughter was truly remarkable. She could accomplish the work of 10 tractors. "What do you say? How about stretching those muscles and helping your father spray the pesticide? Let us finish before dinner, shall we?" Jonathan's eyes sparkled with trust and unmasked pride. Selena, gazing at her father's pure reliance, felt a warm surge in her heart as she looked upon the thriving fields before her. "No problem, Dad," she replied, rolling up her sleeves with enthusiasm. "Leave it to me. I promise to complete the task before dinner." Under the sun, the lush green corn seedlings swayed gently in the wind. A shadow darted through the rows of crops, as swift as the wind itself. Jonathan sat leisurely on the ridge, savoring the Asgardian fruits brought by Martha and sipping chilled Asgardian fruit wine, his face beaming with satisfaction and pride as he observed his daughter's extraordinary efficiency. Martha stood beside him, shaking her head, but with her eyes filled with contentment and happiness. On this land, rich with love and humble toil, the sun god returned from the divine realm, transforming once again into the daughter of the Kent family. A thought flickered in Selena's mind, and her ring emitted a warm glow. This soft light illuminated the cornfield, and to her astonishment, the recently sprouted seedlings visibly began to grow, stretching over a foot in mere seconds. "Goodness, no wonder you are the goddess of abundance. With this, farming could indeed be lucrative," Selena joked, likening her situation to that of a king wielding a golden axe. Chapter 93. The Sleeping Beauty awakes. The days Selena spent on the Kent farm were not solely filled with leisure. Every morning and at noon, when the sun shone brightest, she would seek a quiet, deserted field to commune with the Leviathan ring upon her finger, becoming acquainted with the new divine power that flowed through her, akin to a warm sunlit stream originating from Fry. Soon, she discovered a delightful surprise. This divine essence of abundance and sunlight, under the guidance of Leviathan, nourished her Kryptonian cells like a gentle, continuous stream. This sensation differed from merely absorbing sunlight. It was a deeper, more soothing immersion into the essence of life. She could distinctly feel that each cell in her body was undergoing subtle yet persistent evolution under this divine nourishment. Even more exhilarating was the realization that her efficiency in absorbing and converting solar energy significantly heightened whenever she actively engaged with sunlight. It was as if this newly awakened divinity had opened a broader gateway, allowing the surging solar energy to flow in more swiftly and smoothly. Selena could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in her strength. Compared to her condition before arriving in Asgard, her raw physical power had at least doubled. This pace of growth astonished even her, although she had yet to identify a precise limit for testing. After all, she couldn't very well uproot the entire farm. She had a clear feeling that the difference between pulling a 10,000-ton freighter and towing a car was not as vast as one might think. as she basked in the novelty and delight of her upgraded experience. The phone resting on the ridge of the field began to ring, the screen illuminated with the image of a black egg. "Selena," she answered. "Director Fury? Inviting me for afternoon tea?" Nick Fury's voice was as crisp and decisive as ever. "We'll save afternoon tea for another time, Miss Kent. Our sleeping beauty has awakened." The scene shifted to a nondescript street in Brooklyn, New York, where an old-fashioned gym had long since fallen into disrepair. Thick layers of dust coated the windows, allowing only a few beams of sunlight to penetrate, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air, which was permeated by the scent of aged wood, rust, and decay. Inside the vast, dilapidated space, only the heavy sounds of striking echoed. Steve Rogers, clad in a snug shirt and worn athletic pants, faced an antiquated leather punching bag suspended from a thick iron chain. Drenched in sweat, each punch emanated incredible force, following a rhythm that bordered on cathartic, striking the bag with a deep thud. Sweat cascaded down his muscular arms, pooling on the dust-laden floor. His movements were fluid and precise, embodying the instincts of a top-tier warrior from 70 years prior. Yet a hint of persistent confusion lingered in his gaze. He needed to reclaim his physical prowess and, more importantly, rediscover his sense of belonging in this unfamiliar era. With a creak, the rusty hinges emitted a sharp groan as the gym's battered door swung open. "Hello, is anyone here?" A vibrant voice, strikingly out of place amidst the silence, rang out. Steve's movements halted instantly as he turned, wary of the unexpected visitor. Who would venture into such a forsaken place? Especially a seemingly youthful girl? Against the light streaming from the doorway, a tall figure stepped into view. Steve discerned that it was a blonde girl clad in a white athletic tank top and form-fitting yoga shorts. She appeared remarkably healthy and attractive, a stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. Her radiant smile was blinding, her curious gaze surveying her environment. Selena bounced into the center of the space, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wow, this place is so vintage." Her eyes eventually landed on Steve, her smile widening to an innocuous degree. "Sorry to intrude. May I practice here for a bit? It's so hard to find an available gym." Steve was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. This girl seemed entirely out of place in such a setting. Yet, the gentlemanly nature within him compelled him to accommodate a seemingly harmless lady. "Of course, please," he replied, his voice deep yet tinged with an awkward restraint, nodding slightly before turning back to the bag, striking it with renewed vigor as if to drown out the presence of this unexpected guest, or perhaps to mask his own discomfort. Selena stifled a laugh internally, her expression remaining one of innocent charm as she moved to another hanging bag not far behind Steve. Coming to a halt with her back turned to him, she did not commence immediately. Instead, she engaged in a seemingly deliberate warm-up of her wrists and ankles before embarking on her meticulously orchestrated performance. Clumsily, she directed her fists at the sandbag. The first punch was feeble, akin to brushing off dust. The second was awkward, her shoulders misaligned, and much of her strength dissipated. The third punch lacked stability, nearly causing her to stumble. Each exertion was accompanied by her intentionally strained grunts. Although Steve was engrossed in his own workout, his ears involuntarily captured the dismal sounds emanating from behind him. He frowned slightly, unable to resist glancing back several times, each sight of her erratic and potentially injurious movements tightening his brow further. His soldierly instincts and protective nature towards the vulnerable began to surface. At last, as Selena emitted another peculiar grunt, Steve abruptly halted his own movements. He turned, striving to infuse calmness into his voice without being overly stern. "I apologize for interrupting your practice." Selena paused, her back to him, a sly grin of triumph surfacing on her face. She quickly adjusted her expression, turning to reveal an innocent demeanor, eager for guidance. "What is it?" Steve felt somewhat awkward, instinctively adopting a serious demeanor in an attempt to appear professional. "Your technique is not quite right. This not only yields poor results, but also risks straining your wrists and shoulders." "Really? Is that so?" Selena feigned surprise and a hint of chagrin. "What should I do? I'm still a novice." Gazing into the girl's seemingly sincere, though likely feigned, eyes, Steve sighed and stepped closer, maintaining a slight distance. He began to demonstrate the correct technique on her sandbag. "Look," he said, inhaling deeply, grounding his feet firmly, rotating his torso to deliver a punch that was both powerful and precise, cutting through the air with a whoosh. This way, the power emanates from your core, traveling through your waist, back, and shoulders, ultimately flowing smoothly to your fist rather than merely pushing with your arms. As he explained, he executed several standard jabs and hooks, emphasizing the importance of a stable body axis and synchronized breathing with each strike. Selena nodded, feigning earnest attention, and replicated his movements. Like this, she mimicked Steve's stance and threw 2 punches. Though still somewhat awkward, her technique was noticeably improved, with the force transfer now correct. Yes, precisely. Just like that. A flicker of surprise and satisfaction danced in Steve's eyes as he nodded approvingly. Although it's not yet fluid, you're on the right path. With more practice, you'll find a rhythm. Thank you. You know so much. Selena beamed, resembling a student who had just received invaluable guidance from a master, her progress evident. She then turned back to the sandbag. This time, without any preamble, her gaze sharpened, and her right fist shot forth like a cannonball, exuding a raw explosiveness starkly contrasting her earlier clumsiness, striking with a resounding thud. Boom! Crash! The resilient leather sandbag, in the face of such absolute power, was as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart. The filling erupted forth like an explosion. Selena's fair fist pierced through the back of the sandbag, remaining unscathed in midair. In that moment, Steve Rogers was utterly taken aback, his eyes wide and mouth agape, staring at the gaping hole as if confronted by a monster, fixated on that seemingly delicate fist that had retracted behind it. Chapter 94. Heroism. Steve Rogers' gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixating intently on Selena before him. What? Wait, who exactly are you? Selena retracted her fist, brushing off the sand particles with an air of nonchalance. Me? I'm a journalist. Her tone was as casual as discussing the weather. A journalist? Steve's voice brimmed with skepticism, tinged with irritation as if he felt mocked. Are you from S-H-I-E-L-D? Did Fury send you to spy on me? No. Selena shook her head. From the military? Or Hydra? Steve's demeanor grew increasingly vigilant, his body taut, adopting a defensive posture. I refuse to believe you are merely an ordinary person. I am indeed not an ordinary person, Selena admitted candidly, locking her gaze with Steve's bewildered yet wary blue eyes. However, I also do not belong to any of the organizations you just mentioned. I represent all of humanity, safeguarding it in my own way. Though somewhat grandiose, it was an authentic expression of her sentiments. Stop beating around the bush. Steve's brows furrowed, discontent with such vague replies. Selena sighed, opting for a different angle. All right, let me reiterate. I truly am a journalist, and I'm the one who witnessed you being excavated from the Arctic ice. She emphasized the word excavated, her eyes revealing a flicker of genuine resentment. The headline of your return to this world was sent out by me. That cunning rascal Fury set me up. Steve instinctively let out a low growl, his tone softening slightly. There's no one else here. But let us not use that term. Selena rolled her eyes dramatically. Fine, Nick Fury. I'm not one of his people. Please believe that. However, it was indeed he who informed me of your awakening and suggested I come to see you. After all, in a sense, I am one of your discoverers. Upon hearing this, Steve's expression revealed a knowing annoyance. I knew he had a backup plan. He seemed profoundly resistant to this arrangement. He ceased to inquire further, bending down to retrieve his discarded clothes and towel, evidently intending to leave this troublesome place at once. However, just as he began to move, whoosh, 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 several fleeting shadows darted past him, as swift as teleportation. In the next moment, the towel in Steve's hand, his removed jacket, and even the water bottle he had just placed on the bench all vanished without a trace. They were whisked away by an irresistible, gentle force, neatly piled several meters away. Steve stood frozen, gazing at his empty hands, then turning his attention to Selena, who had returned to her original position as if she had never moved. His expression was a tumult of emotions, ultimately settling into a semblance of resignation and understanding. So, you are indeed a superhero like Stark on television, dressed in flamboyant attire, parading ostentatiously through the streets? His tone was laced with palpable detachment and disapproval, tinged with a hint of disappointment, as if to say, if that is the case, we have nothing further to discuss. Selena did not immediately retort. She leaned gently against a nearby exercise machine, arms crossed, her gaze clear and unwavering as she regarded Steve. There was no mockery in her demeanor, nor any defense. Her voice was calm, as though stating an undeniable truth. Captain Steve Rogers, I am aware that you harbor profound disappointment towards the world as it stands. You awakened after 70 years, only to find that the ideals for which you fought and sacrificed, the pure, idealistic resolve to defend the vulnerable, seemingly dissipated and forgotten in this era. Has heroism, much like Stark's, devolved into a mere spectacle? Steve remained silent, yet the tightness of his lips and the flicker of pain in his eyes confirmed her assessment. So, you believe that spirit has perished? You think retreating into this corner, lost in your own thoughts, is a fitting response to this age? A subtle hint of sorrow tinged Selena's voice. Without waiting for Steve's reply, she continued, You are mistaken, Captain. Profoundly mistaken. Tony Stark's flamboyant approach may be ostentatious, yet he is genuinely kind to his friends and supportive of the youth. He is also dedicated to harnessing power for the benefit of humanity. Selena shrugged. That is merely one of countless approaches. Perhaps one that does not suit your taste. But you cannot dismiss the potential for other heroic virtues that may exist in this era solely because of him. She straightened her posture, her gaze now more earnest. Look at yourself, Captain. Are you truly here because of your disillusionment with this world, or is it fear that drives you? Selena's voice was soft, yet it struck Steve's heart like a gentle hammer. Are you afraid of being out of place in this new world, like an outdated relic? Are you fearful that your strength may find no purpose in this bizarre, new reality? Steve's pupils slightly contracted. Selena's words pierced his innermost fears and uncertainties with precision. He was no longer the invincible Captain America of the battlefield. Everything he encountered upon awakening felt alien and overwhelming. Upon witnessing his wavering resolve, Selena suddenly smiled, her expression carrying a youthful innocence that belied the weight of her words. Do not be too quick to deny. I too grapple with my own confusion. I possess boundless power. She glanced at her palm. Yet I remain in a state of exploration. I do not know how to wield my strength most effectively to assist the greatest number of people, rather than incite chaos and fear. Thus, I have worn a mask, cloaking myself in shadows, afraid of making the wrong choices. Selena inhaled deeply, then exhaled. In the eyes of ordinary people, I'm almost a deity. No, I am a deity, though that was never my intention. I possess the strength to lift an aircraft, to circle the globe numerous times in a single breath, and to hear a gunshot from the other side of the earth. Yet, each morning, I still find myself walking into the kitchen to fry a soft-boiled egg, occasionally allowing the shell to fall into the pan. When hot oil splashes onto the back of my hand, I instinctively let out a soft hiss. I must do this. I must breathe, allowing the air to circulate within my lungs. I must feel the texture of bread being crushed between my teeth. I must endure the searing pain of scalding coffee on my tongue. For I am afraid that one day, when I raise my hand to quell a typhoon, I will no longer remember the tickle of the wind against my sweat-drenched skin. Afraid that one day, when I rescue survivors from flames, their tears will fall upon my skin without evoking a single ripple of emotion. Afraid that one day, I will hear the cries of all, yet be unable to hear the heartbeat within my own chest. Thus, I stubbornly embrace these shackles of humanity. I willingly allow myself to be bound by them. She candidly acknowledged her vulnerabilities and then shifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze as she looked at Steve. So, Captain, I am not merely myself. Everyone requires a role model, a guiding light. Someone who truly understands responsibility, who comprehends sacrifice, and who always prioritizes the welfare of the majority. A person who, having traversed darkness, can still uphold the belief in light. She paused, her voice clear and resolute. That person is you, Steve Rogers. The Steve Rogers from Brooklyn, who dares to shield others from grenades. The Captain America, who sacrifices himself to save the world. We need you. I need you. The spirit of heroism lies in the deepest recesses of one's heart, stripped of all accolades and labels. It is the choice between standing idly by or stepping forward to protect those who cannot defend themselves. This spirit has never perished. It has merely been temporarily obscured by the flashy noise of this era. Dreams have saved us, supporting and transforming us. Above my soul, I vow that until the world becomes the land of my dreams, filled with respect, equality, and justice, and until these visions come to fruition, I shall not cease my struggle, forever. Join us, Captain. Steve smiled with relief. It seems this era isn't as doomed as it appears. Chapter 1. The Gathering of Iron Shields. I asked the exalted sun how to shine brighter than the dawn. The sun did not respond, yet my heart heard. Burn. Since Steve Rogers was persuaded by Selena to join the Avengers, she felt as though she had adopted an elderly man with dementia. Nearly every weekend, her schedule was meticulously arranged, accompany Steve on outings. Not for shopping, but for immersive social observation. Amidst the throngs of New York, she introduced him to mobile phones, computers, and the internet. Sitting in a crowded cinema, watching the latest blockbuster with stunning special effects, Steve marveled at green screen technology. Though he often expressed confusion regarding the plot's logic, he played a variety of popular music for him. After listening to a rap song, Steve furrowed his brow and remarked, "The rhythm is strong, but what are they saying?" He even took him to a contemporary art museum a few times, where Steve observed the abstract paintings with a rather solemn expression. In his daily routine, Steve seemed to have returned to boot camp, running every day and faithfully training at that dilapidated gym to regain his peak physical condition. Selena brought him a thick stack of old newspapers from the newspaper office, fervently catching up on societal events. Every day, he sat in front of the television watching the news, attempting to comprehend the complex political, economic, and social issues of this age of information overload. Selena sighed. To keep up with the times, one truly must exert themselves. His earnestness made her feel inadequate. She had also dedicated some time to such pursuits in her youth, but eventually succumbed to complacency. On that particular Sunday morning, the sun shone just right. Selena was summoned by Steve and appeared punctually at a popular outdoor CAF in front of the Central Station. The two sat at a small round table, with Selena sipping her cold drink and observing Steve as he sketched. Yes, sketching. Steve held a compact sketchbook and a pencil, intently drawing on the paper. His strokes were skilled and fluid, and his gaze occasionally drifted to the stark building across the street, which stood out brilliantly in the sunlight. The enormous letters reflected a dazzling glow. Soon, Steve turned the sketchbook toward Selena. The lines of the stark building were simple yet precise, its robust angles and vast glass windows captured with remarkable fidelity. Steve pointed to his work, his brow slightly furrowed, commenting that the building was both tall and ugly, disrupting the overall aesthetic of the neighborhood. The previous architecture had so much character, he lamented. Selena glanced at the drawing and then back at Steve, who was earnestly critiquing Tony's taste, and she stifled a laugh while sincerely nodding. Well, Tony's taste is indeed quite unconventional, but your drawing is truly impressive. It's very expressive. Steve closed his sketchbook, a hint of nostalgia gracing his lips, old hobbies and habits. Before I enlisted, I enjoyed capturing the streets of Brooklyn, fire hydrants, phone booths. During the war, while resting in the trenches, I would draw the bombed churches of Europe, the muddy fields, and weary comrades, as if it would help me remember something. Just then, an elderly gentleman at the next table, with graying hair and reading glasses, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but interject with a chuckle. "Young man, if you want to see Iron Man, you'll have to come on a weekday. He rarely shows up here on weekends." Steve turned, somewhat taken aback. "No, I'm not a fan of his." Selena quickly stood up. "It's about time. I'll go settle the bill. Please wait for me here." Of course, she wasn't using her own money. Nick had allocated a substantial sum for her as a fee for guiding Steve. She grabbed her handbag and briskly walked towards the CAF. As soon as Selena walked away, the loquacious old gentleman chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Steve, his eyes brimming with mischief. "Young man, you are quite fortunate," he remarked. Steve, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" The old man gestured with his chin towards the direction Selena had departed, saying, "In this day and age, it is rare to find a patient and well-matched lady like her." Steve felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks and quickly clarified, "No, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship." However, the old man waved his hand dismissively, interjecting with an understanding smile exchanged with another elder at the table. "I understand. I truly do. I've been around. I get it. Young people are so concerned about their image." Steve opened his mouth, glancing at the two elders who were sharing knowing smiles, ultimately resigning to rub his temples, swallowing his explanation. As Selena emerged after settling the bill, she noticed Steve's face, which bore an expression of restrained frustration. "What's wrong?" she asked. Steve quickly shook his head, the motion overly exaggerated. "It's nothing. Let us go." He stood up, retrieved his coat from the back of the chair, and directed his gaze towards the imposing tower, intent on meeting the son of an old friend, Stark Tower. With Selena as presence and status, access here was seamless. She led Steve directly into a remarkably swift elevator that ascended to the top floor, where Tony had transformed it into a temporary Avengers headquarters. The place had changed dramatically since her last visit. The renovations were astonishing. A vast, futuristic lounge was beginning to take shape. The floor gleamed with reflective composite materials, and an intelligent glass wall encircled the space. At the center stood a colossal, circular holographic projection platform, surrounded by several luxurious, ergonomic chairs. Yet, in one corner, a lavish bar that spanned an entire wall, adorned with a dazzling array of the finest spirits from around the globe, somewhat diminished the solemn atmosphere of the command center. Clearly, Tony's hedonistic tendencies were ever present. "Tony, Banner, I brought a friend," Selena announced as she stepped into the grand hall, her voice echoing in the expansive space. Deep within the hall, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were engaged in a discussion around a complex holographic energy structure model. Upon hearing Selena's voice, Tony looked up, his gaze drifting past her to the tall figure standing behind her, exuding a distinct aura of composure. Instead of a welcoming smile, Tony's expression was a mix of scrutiny, appraisal, and a hint of barely concealed competition. He set aside his work and sauntered over leisurely, hands tucked into his trousers, his gait embodying his characteristic nonchalance and confidence. "Oh," he elongated the word, his eyes scanning Steve from head to toe, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "So, it's the illustrious Captain Steve Rogers you've brought back, Selena. Quite the antique you've returned with." In an instant, Steve Rogers' demeanor shifted, his expression growing decidedly colder. Tony's flippant tone and scrutinizing gaze touched upon a sensitive chord deep within him. He met Tony's gaze without flinching, inquiring, "Are you Howard's son, Tony Stark?" He too assessed Tony, his tone seemingly evaluating something, indeed resembling your father. The air instantly thickened. Invisible sparks crackled between the two equally proud and formidable men, hailing from vastly different eras. Dr. Bruce Banner stood slightly behind, adjusting his glasses as he observed the tense standoff between Tony and Steve, then glanced at Selena, whose expression seemed to say, "I knew this would happen," leaving him utterly flustered, his face etched with the questions, "Who am I? Where am I? What should I say?" He struggled to muster a conciliatory smile, which instead appeared more like a grimace. Selena stood between the two adversaries, watching the discordant pair, helplessly resting her forehead in her hand, letting out a barely perceptible sigh of exasperation. The Avengers' assembly seemed to be more tumultuous than she had anticipated. Chapter 2. Adversaries. As the invisible current between Tony and Steve threatened to ignite, Selena swiftly intervened, her arms outstretched in a gesture for pause. "Stop. Hold on. You two. Now listen. You three, along with another friend who is temporarily unavailable, form the initial foundation of Nick Fury's Avengers Initiative. You need to unite, understood?" Upon mention of the other friend, Tony's previously provocative gaze was instantly replaced by intense curiosity. "Who?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by this enigmatic figure that had piqued Selena's interest. Banner adjusted his glasses, revealing a look of inquiry. Even Steve momentarily set aside his confrontation with Tony to listen. Selena cleared her throat, resolved to be forthright. "Well, a deity from a mythological pantheon?" She endeavored to deliver the information casually. Tony, Banner, and Steve nearly chorused an incredulous exclamation. Tony exaggeratedly rubbed his temples. "Am I still groggy from last night? Or was the coffee too strong? A god?" Banner's reaction was comparatively composed, though his eyes brimmed with astonishment as he rapidly pondered. What kind of god? Greek mythology? Biblical? Or perhaps one from Eastern Lamia's traditions? Having briefly sojourned in Camartage, he had encountered the near-divine presence of the Ancient One, which had significantly broadened his understanding of the cosmos. Norse god, Selena disclosed, Thorodinson. Thor. Tony's voice soared an octave higher, infused with incredulity. The one who wields a hammer, dons a red cape, and commands thunder and lightning? I've only seen him in Broadway plays and comic books. Selena attempted to clarify her friend's eccentricity, explaining that his mannerisms could be somewhat theatrical. But trust me, he is genuinely kind and utterly reliable. Suddenly, it seemed Tony had connected a dot, slapping his forehead with realization. Wait. Previously, you mentioned embarking on a journey. returning with an assortment of fruits utterly unattainable on Earth, along with that potion which could bestow the drinker with the vitality of youth. He gazed keenly at Selena. Pray, do not tell me you ventured to the homeland of this thunder god? Selena nodded with composure. Indeed, I visited Asgard as a guest. Oh my heavens! Tony emitted a peculiar groan, as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered, disbelief evident in his tone. Selena Kent, you, of all people, have transcended the realms of technology, capital, and social strata to directly engage with deities? Your life's fortunes are simply outrageous. Steve, seemingly disinterested in the topic of deities, redirected his focus to the team at hand. All right, everyone, I am here today not to engage in banter with Mr. Stark, nor to deliberate on mythical legends. His serious gaze swept over Tony and Banner, emphasizing, I am here for this team. That is the matter at hand. Yes, forming a team. Selena promptly steered the conversation back on course, nodding vigorously. Banner exhaled in relief, adjusting his glasses. Finally, are we able to discuss something of substance? Being caught between the imposing presences of two titans was rather discomforting for him. Yet, Tony clearly had no intention of relinquishing any opportunity to assert his dominance. Very well. Since we were discussing the formation of a serious superhero team, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering on Steve for a moment. There exists a fundamental question that must be addressed. Who shall lead? He straightened his collar, revealing his signature smile replete with confidence, or perhaps arrogance, and declared with conviction, I propose that I assume the mantle of leadership. Steve's expression contorted into a frown almost instantaneously. Why? His voice conveyed evident skepticism and disapproval. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. The reasoning is quite sound. First and foremost, I was the first individual Nick Fury approached. He personally signed the authorization, empowering me to form and lead this alliance. Procedural justice, you see? He gestured toward the ceiling, as if the S.H.I.L.D. documents were suspended above them. Steve scoffed, unreservedly countering, is that so? How fortuitous. He communicated the same to me, asserting that I was the sole individual in his plans capable of leading this team. His calm tone dropped like a bombshell in the room. Banner's expression transformed into one of sheer amusement as he glanced between Tony and Steve, awkwardly chuckling. So, am I the only one who was directly recruited as an employee? Selena patted Banner on the shoulder. Count your blessings, Banner. At least you are an official employee. I am merely a contracted worker, lacking even a formal position. However, the gazes of Tony and Steve clashed once more in the air, the atmosphere between them shifting from a momentary easing to one of palpable tension. Tony's eyes narrowed. Fury. That old fox. Steve stood firm. It appears he has told no one the truth. Tony retorted, I manage a corporation with tens of thousands of employees. I am seasoned. Steve countered, I have personally led troops into countless battles. As the two stubborn elderly gentlemen appeared poised for yet another clash, Selena felt a piercing headache looming. She exaggeratedly pressed her hand to her forehead and softly lamented, I was wrong. I truly was. I should never have agreed to persuade Steve to come out of retirement. If I hadn't sought him out at that dreadful gym in Brooklyn, if I hadn't dragged him to meet Tony, she muttered to herself. Selena, what are you mumbling about? Tony inquired, his brow furrowing. Startled, Selena straightened like a frightened rabbit, plastering on an excessively formal smile. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Her gaze flickered, subtly shifting towards the door. Such an important matter as team leadership is of great significance. As an external contractor, I shall refrain from participating. You core members may deliberate at your leisure. Haha, I won't disturb any further. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, she swiftly turned and hurried away, eager to escape the volatile atmosphere. Seeing Selena attempt to slip away, Banner felt a surge of hope and quickly followed suit. Hey, Selena, wait for me. Bruce. Tony's voice rose an octave. You are not permitted to leave. You are our chief scientist. You must stay and partake in the decision-making. He grasped Banner's arm firmly. Steve observed Tony's grasp on Banner and then glanced at Selena, who was trying to depart. His expression sharpened with vigilance as he straightened his posture, his voice steady and commanding. What's this? 2 against 1? That is quite all right. I can contend with you all day. Oh ho! Tony exclaimed dramatically, releasing Banner, who appeared utterly despondent, crossing his arms with his chin slightly raised. Captain, confidence is commendable, but this time, I beg to differ. In the hall, the atmosphere grew tense once more. On one side stood the embodiment of cutting-edge technology, the flamboyant Tony Stark. On the other, the steadfast Steve Rogers, a paragon of traditional free will. In between them stood Bruce Banner, who was at a loss for words, wishing only to immerse himself in his research. Meanwhile, the contractor Selena, who had suggested the meeting, had successfully made her way to the elevator, furiously pressing the down button. Chapter 3. Black Widow Selena finally slipped into the spacious elevator, the doors slowly closing behind her, isolating her from the tense atmosphere above. Leaning against the cool metal wall, the sounds of the dispute on the top floor buzzed in her ears. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The gentle sensation of weightlessness as the elevator descended seemed to promise a reprieve from the cacophony. Just as she began to relax against the cold metal wall, the elevator abruptly halted. The doors slid open, revealing a tall, graceful figure in the doorway, Natasha Romanoff. She was clad in a perfectly tailored, cream-colored professional suit that accentuated her flawless curves. Her signature auburn hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her face bore a refined yet understated makeup. She cradled a cardboard box in her arms, filled with several folders, a coffee cup, and an assortment of personal belongings, evoking the scene of a professional bidding farewell as she gathered her things. A potent and assertive fragrance of high-end perfume permeated the confined space upon her entrance, standing in stark and vivid contrast to the pure sunlight and subtle scent of soapwort that enveloped Selena. Instinctively, Selena stepped aside, donning a polite and gentle smile. "Miss Rashman, which floor are you headed to?" With grace and poise, she entered, her steps light. "I'm going to the Human Resources Department on the 4th floor." Selena pressed the button for the 4th floor on behalf of Natasha, who had her hands full. Natasha responded with a perfectly professional smile, tinged with just the right amount of fatigue. "Thank you." The two occupied opposite corners of the elevator, the air thick with the rich scent of perfume and the soft hum of the elevator's operation. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, laden with an invisible tension. Selena found the silence more discomforting than the earlier quarrel on the top floor. Clearing her throat, she glanced at Natasha's box, striving to break the ice. "Miss Rashman, are you leaving?" Natasha stood relaxed, and at the inquiry, she shrugged effortlessly. "Well, sort of. It's a job transfer. I'm just moving to a different office." Her tone was casual, as if she were merely changing departments. "Oh, I see." Selena nodded, indicating her comprehension. The conversation lapsed once more. Selena fixated on the diminishing numbers on the elevator display, regretting her decision to take the elevator instead of soaring directly to her destination, feeling as though she had invited trouble upon herself. "Miss Selena, are you here to discuss work with Mr. Stark?" Natasha's voice broke the silence, laced with casual curiosity, though her gaze seemed to casually flicker over Selena's visage. "Yes, indeed," Selena responded promptly, her tone seamlessly ascending the conversational ladder Natasha had provided. "There are some business matters from the Planet Daily that I need to discuss with Mr. Stark." She positioned herself as a diligent worker. A hint of admiration graced Natasha's features. "Miss Selena, you're on the verge of being promoted to editor-in-chief, aren't you? I often see you rushing over here. It must be for significant projects." While her words sounded like flattery, they bore an undercurrent of probing. No, Selena quickly waved her hand, her smile humble, yet her eyes clear and sincere. "It's still early. I haven't been working long enough." "You're too modest." Natasha's tone carried a subtle note of inquiry. "I've seen the pages you've managed. They've secured numerous key and highly sensitive breaking news stories for the company. Mr. Stark and the other executives seem quite pleased." She deliberately emphasized the words other and pleased. A faint alarm rang in Selena's mind, yet her smile remained unyielding, infused with the youthful exuberance of a novice. "You flatter me. Perhaps it is merely youth, emboldening one to pursue leads that others dare not touch." Natasha slightly tilted her head, her emerald green eyes gazing at Selena, as if she could penetrate the surface and discern the depths of her heart. Her voice softened, imbued with a tone of maternal concern. "Bravery is commendable. Yet, you are a true genius, Miss Selena. I merely hope that in your pursuit of these intriguing leads, you remain vigilant for your own safety." She paused, her words laden with significance. After all, this world is far more intricate than it appears. Some depths conceal treacherous currents, and danger often arises from the most unexpected directions. Selena recognized the kindness in her words, her smile unwaveringly sincere. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Rashman. I understand." She then offered her own well wishes, her tone light. "I also wish you success in your work. I hope your new position is not too taxing, and that your new colleagues," she hesitated, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, "are all good people." Natasha's flawless professional smile remained unchanged. "Thank you for your kind wishes." A melodic chime echoed as the elevator finally reached the 4th floor. The doors opened slowly, bright light flooding in from the outside. "Goodbye, Miss Rashman," Selena beamed, nodding at Natasha. "Goodbye, Miss Selena," Natasha replied, returning the sweet smile impeccably, cradling her cardboard box as she gracefully exited the elevator. The faint hum of the closing doors felt like the severing of the last thread of pretense. Selena stared at her blurred reflection on the metallic door, her glass-like blue eyes devoid of mirth. Meanwhile, the sound of Natasha's high heels clicking against the pristine, mirror-like tiles of the lobby echoed rhythmically through the spacious, brightly liquidor. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the vast glass facade, casting golden patches on the floor, yet failing to penetrate those verdant green eyes. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory, ever since witnessing Selena activate the Tesseract, Nick Fury's secret project had not paused. Electrification, intense light, radiation, various known activation methods were repeatedly attempted. Yet the Tesseract remained as inscrutable as a bottomless well, only yielding the faintest ripples before falling silent. He enlisted the expertise of Dr. Eric Selvig, an astronomer and cosmic energy specialist who had once collaborated with Jane Foster during Thor's initial arrival in New Mexico. After extensive study, Selvig's gaze remained fixated on the Tesseract. It is a portal capable of leading to any place in this universe. Unfortunately, we lack the key to unlock it. If we could possess that key, Nick Fury's voice resonated ominously in the shadows. What we would have is true infinite energy. Indeed, it is worth the endeavor, Director, Eric replied, a glimmer of elusive intrigue flickering in his eyes. Chapter 4. Little Krypton at dusk. Selena traversed the bustling streets of New York. A faint, intermittent whimper emanated from the depths of a dimly lit alley. As Selena approached the source of the sound, she discovered a small, white figure curled up within a dilapidated cardboard box beside a refuse bin exuding a foul odor. It was a Labrador puppy, seemingly no more than 2 months old, its tiny body marred with dirt and grievous wounds, rising and falling weakly with shallow breaths. Selena's heart constricted in an instant. She carefully cradled the puppy and rushed to several veterinary clinics. Ultimately, a veterinarian solemnly set down the X-ray, shaking his head with a sigh. The little creature had suffered for far too long. If it survived, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Even with every effort, it would likely face a life of disability. Holding the increasingly frail life in her arms, Selena felt a heavy weight in her heart. Suddenly, a thought flickered through her mind, her eyes brightening as her fingertips gently brushed the puppy's forehead, her voice soft as a sigh. "Do not fear. We shall go to a better place." A barely audible sound wave erupted, and the shadows at the street corner were empty. Soon, Selena found herself standing amidst the biting wind and snow of the Arctic, before the grand entrance of a solitary fortress. Wrapping herself tightly in a blanket, she securely held the puppy close. "Welcome, daughter of Krypton," resonated a familiar electronic, synthesized voice from deep within the fortress. "Father," Selena called out eagerly. The holographic image of Jor-El coalesced before her, gazing at her with warmth. "Eve, it seems you are in need of assistance. I have encountered a predicament." Selena gently lifted the small body wrapped in the blanket. "But perhaps not for you." Jor-El's gaze swept over the frail earth creature. "It is gravely injured. The time elapsed is too long. Indeed, conventional methods are insufficient. Follow me." Jor-El's image turned to lead her. Kryptonian technology might offer a glimmer of hope. They entered a vast hall, echoing with an ancient aura. The vaulted ceiling seemed to reach for the stars. The Genesis chamber, Jor-El's voice reverberated softly within the space. The source of Kryptonian civilization, the genesis of countless lives. Selena immediately grasped his intent. "You wish to save it using Kryptonian genetic technology? Physical restoration cannot reverse the fundamental damage." Jor-El paused. "Unless It possesses characteristics akin to mine? Selena interjected. Precisely, Eve. Jor-El nodded slightly. He raised his hand, and the smooth floor silently parted, revealing a pool glowing softly beneath, filled with a viscous liquid that appeared almost alive. For millennia, the Kryptonian bloodline has thrived in such places. You are the sole exception. Place it within. Selena softly reassured the trembling puppy, carefully immersing it into the warm, viscous pool. The liquid enveloped its tiny chest, eliciting a faint, anxious whimper. Instantly, Selena extended her hands, a gentle, warm golden aura emanating from her palms, tenderly enveloping the puppy and caressing its head. Under this warm embrace, the puppy gradually quieted, obediently floating in the pool, gently cradled by the viscous substance. In the realm of extraordinary powers, Eve, Joe's tone carried a hint of admiration, suggesting that you have made new discoveries. From Asgard, the divine realm. Selena's lips curled into a subtle smile, embodying an energy they refer to as divine power. The deities of Krypton once roamed as well. Joe's voice bore a trace of distant reminiscence, only to shake his head and refocus entirely on the small life within the pool. He waved his hand once more, and several tendrils, formed from flowing nanoparticles and as supple as vines, extended from the pool's wall, gently wrapping around the puppy's limbs and torso. Subsequently, a probe as slender as a silver thread silently pierced the puppy's spine. The puppy's body convulsed sharply, prompting Selena to immediately infuse it with more comforting divine light, swiftly alleviating its fear and discomfort. The essence being infused was Kryptonian DNA, Joe explained in a steady voice, originating from an ancient species with a similar form, exhibiting a highly compatible genetic sequence. Observing the small creature in the pool, still trembling yet filled with trust, Selena softly inquired, "How long will it take?" "Before long." Joe's gaze seemed to penetrate the viscous substance. "Continue to unleash your power, Eve. It is absorbing. I can sense it." Selena complied, allowing the golden radiance to envelop the puppy like a warm current. A miracle unfolded before her eyes. The once dry, yellowed fur transformed at a visible pace into a fluffy, pristine white. Wounds healed rapidly. Shallow breaths deepened and steadied, and the faint heartbeat that had nearly vanished now pulsed vigorously. "It is getting better." Selena could hardly contain her delight. The nanoparticle tendrils quietly retracted into the pool. The little creature shook its damp head and, with a push of its limbs, stood up firmly. It had evidently grown, now resembling a half-year-old Labrador. It measured nearly half a meter in length, with a well-proportioned and robust physique. Its snow-white coat gleaming with health, and its amber eyes sparkling with the vitality of rebirth. "We have succeeded, Eve." Joe's voice resonated with satisfaction. Indeed, gratitude shimmered in Selena's eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Father." "Have you thought of a name?" Joe asked. Selena bent down, embracing her rejuvenated companion tightly. Her cheek pressed against its warm, soft fur and smiled, saying, "Little Krypton. From now on, your name shall be Little Krypton." "Woof, woof." Little Krypton seemed to understand, joyfully barking twice, immediately licking Selena's cheeks and chin with its wet tongue. "Ha ha ha. All right, Little Krypton. No mischief." Selena laughed, lifting it high over her shoulder. Little Krypton, excited, kicked its short legs, realizing it could not reach its owner's face, whimpering desperately in midair, with its little paws stretching and attempting to scratch. Selena set it down for a closer inspection. At that moment, Little Krypton had indeed outgrown its previously tiny form, now measuring over half a meter, rotund and lively. A vibrant, healthy little darling. Watching his daughter play joyfully with the spirited Kryptonian pup, Joe's image revealed a rare, profoundly warm smile. After playfully frolicking with Xiaoka for a while, Selena paused to reflect. "Father, I would like to leave Xiaoka here for the time being. It is currently brimming with energy, and I worry it may not yet understand boundaries. I fear it might inadvertently harm someone." Xiao nodded in understanding. "You have considered this thoroughly. Of course, it is perfectly fine. There is ample space for it to roam here." "Oh, by the way," he seemed to recall something, the holographic outline softening slightly. "While you were away, I tidied up the fortress a bit. I added some small features." He pointed to Selena's wrist. "You can check on the interior of the fortress at any time through your watch. Also, I have set aside a bedroom for you. I am unsure of your preferred style, so I kept the furnishings basic, allowing you to arrange it as you wish." A warm current surged within Selena, and just as she was about to speak, Jiao raised his hand, the fingers of the holographic image gently making a silencing gesture, kindly interrupting her. There is no need for gratitude, Eve. As long as you, his gaze softly settled on Xiaoka, can frequently return to visit this lonely old man. That is more than sufficient. As he spoke, Jiao bent down, extending his finger, the holographic light flickering before Xiaoka's nose. Xiaoka immediately barked excitedly and leapt forward with its hind legs, only to pass through the light and land on the ground empty-handed. The little creature tilted its head, gazing at its paws and then at Jiao's image, emitting a confused yet slightly aggrieved whimper, as if questioning why it could not make contact. Jiao's laughter was deep and joyful. Having this little rascal to keep me company will surely bring much liveliness to this place. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. It is quite intelligent. Selena chuckled as well, stepping forward to embrace her father's intangible image gently. I will visit often, father. Perhaps I could bring friends along to be guests in the future? That would be splendid, Jiao replied, as the hand of the hologram rose, its unique luminescence softly caressing Selena's radiant golden hair, creating rippling halos as his fingertips passed. Chapter 5. Peter's working day's life seemed to return to its mundane rhythm. Ultimately, it was Selena who secured Peter's summer job as an assistant to the photography department at the newspaper. Officially an assistant, in reality, he was tasked with lugging heavy equipment cases, holding reflectors, and setting up tripods during outdoor assignments. His mentor was Jimmy Olsen, a forthright, exuberantly enthusiastic young photographer who, while well-meaning, could be somewhat oblivious. Both Jimmy and Peter were quite talkative, and within a few days, they had become fast friends. Their chatter beginning the moment they stepped out of the newspaper office. Hey, kid Peter, that box looks pretty hefty. Can you manage? Jimmy, carrying a large camera bag adorned with a multitude of lenses that clinked as he walked, observed as Peter unloaded a thick, heavy alloy equipment case from the cart, filled with spare batteries, microphone stands, and various other accessories. No problem. Leave it to me, Peter grinned, exerting his arm with determination, swiftly balancing the seemingly weighty box upon his somewhat slender shoulder. He casually hefted the box and briskly followed Jimmy, seemingly unfazed. Oh, Jimmy exclaimed, raising his eyebrows in surprise as he observed Peter's lanky frame carrying the hefty box with ease. I never would have guessed. You look like a mere sprout, yet you possess considerable strength. Well done, young man. He reached out to pat Peter's arm, giving it a gentle squeeze. My, what solid muscle you have, hidden depths indeed. Peter, flattered by the praise, chuckled shyly, maintaining his steady pace with the box. It's all right, I suppose. I occasionally exercise at home. Ah, youth is indeed remarkable, Jimmy mused. So, your summer job is wrapping up, and soon you shall embark on your university journey? Which institution have you chosen? Columbia University, majoring in physics, Peter replied. What? Columbia? Jimmy exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Peter anew, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Columbia University? Is this true? I never would have guessed. Peter. He gestured towards Peter's somewhat bashful face, adorned with glasses, reminiscent of a bookish introvert, and yet he was a high achiever. Peter's cheeks flushed slightly, though a hint of pride crept in. Well, I wouldn't say I'm particularly exceptional, Jimmy. I just enjoy spending time at home and delving into my studies. My grades are decent, I suppose. Columbia University, Jimmy repeated, seemingly struck by inspiration. His eyes sparkled suddenly, and he slapped his thigh. Ah, Selena, isn't she at Columbia? Oh my goodness, our God is from the Columbia department. Upon hearing her name, Peter's body stiffened momentarily, and his face turned crimson, with a rosy hue creeping to his ears. Why yes, Miss Selena is at Columbia. I met her there. Now it all makes sense, Jimmy exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising several octaves. How on earth did you manage to secure a position as an assistant in our department so easily? Selena must have put in a good word for you, right? My goodness, Peter, what luck you have. Selena is quite the prominent figure. Many would struggle to even strike up a conversation with her. And considering her close ties with Tony Stark, heavens, your future is looking bright. You'd best hold on tight to that connection. Peter felt utterly mortified, his face burning as if on fire, wishing he could bury himself in the equipment box. He stammered, struggling to articulate a rebuttal. It's not that exaggerated, Jimmy. I can be quite chatty. Usually at that moment, he resembled a closed-off clam, quickening his pace to escape the suffocating awkwardness. Jimmy, cheerfully trailing behind, continued to chatter. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm merely stating the truth. Associating with the big shots, what a promising future awaits you. Before he could finish, a melodious voice, laced with evident amusement, floated over from a nearby news van. I believe I just heard someone discussing me from behind. Jimmy stumbled in fright, nearly flinging his camera bag aside. He turned abruptly to find Selena languidly seated in the passenger seat, her arm resting on the window, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her mouth as she observed the two of them. Oh my goodness. Jimmy exaggeratedly patted his chest before instantly adopting an expression of utmost innocence, shaking his head vigorously like a bobblehead. No, Selena, how do you appear out of nowhere? We were definitely not discussing you. We were talking about basketball. Yes, basketball. He yanked the petrified Peter forward, forcefully patting his shoulder. Peter swayed forward from the impact, nearly losing his grip on the heavy case. Look at this guy, seemingly delicate, right? But he is actually the star of the high school basketball team. His shooting is impeccable. His explosiveness is extraordinary. I tell you, when he jumps with all his might, he can shatter the rim. Scary, right? Ha ha. At that moment, Peter felt as though his very soul was about to float away. Clutching the weighty equipment case, he lowered his head, his face flushed a deep crimson, the color creeping from his neck to his hairline, a fog settling on his glasses. He resembled a malfunctioning tape recorder, only able to produce fragmented syllables. And no, Jimmy. P.S. Just joking, it's not like that. Oh, is that so? Selena elongated her tone, her azure eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized Peter, who wished he could shrink into a ball. She even leaned forward deliberately, closing the distance, her smile deepening. I never would have guessed, Peter. I always thought you were just a bookish nerd confined to the laboratory or library. Turns out, you have his hidden talent? You can dunk? Under the intense scrutiny of Selena, laced with teasing undertones, Peter completely malfunctioned. He felt his entire circulatory system revolt, a buzzing in his ears drowning out all coherent thought. His mouth gaped open, his throat constricted as he could only emit meaningless, foolish laughter. He clutched the heavy equipment case tightly, as if it were his only support and refuge, his toes practically trying to carve out a space in his shoes. Selena reclined the seat back, nearly lying down. Get in the car, don't delay the work. At your command, Jimmy replied playfully, beckoning Peter to load the gear into the car. Chapter 6. The cube is stolen. After finishing her work at the newspaper, Selena did not return to her dorm at Columbia. Recently, she often visited the Arctic's solitary fortress to tend to little Krypton. In a spacious area near the observation window, once barren, Selena gradually transformed it into a living room infused with warmth. A soft gray carpet lay atop the cold metallic floor of Krypton, while several minimalist yet comfortable couches encircled a low, round coffee table, which held the coffee pot she had just brought from Earth, along with a few vibrant green plants. In the corner against the wall stood a petite bookshelf, adorned with an eclectic collection of her favorite books and several pristine manuals on pet training. Although she could peruse an entire volume in mere seconds, rendering the acquisition of books unnecessary, her penchant for collecting compelled her to display them on the shelf as testament to her reading. Adjacent to it, a fireplace, essentially a heat blower, cast a warm, flickering glow, offering a comforting visual ambience. Pleased with her living room, Selena ventured into a newly partitioned room prepared for her by Joe, her bedroom. Compared to the living area, this space was simpler. A grand bed draped in lake blue linens, a gracefully designed coat rack, and a bare desk. The desk held only a picture frame, containing a cherished photograph of her with her adoptive mother, Martha, and her father, Jonathan, taken on the farm. Selena gently spread a star-patterned blanket at the head of the bed and placed a new set of toiletries in the corner S floating storage compartment. Not bad, she murmured softly to herself. At least it resembled a place where one could rest. At that moment, the expansive and luminous main hall of the fortress resonated with the joyous barks of little Krypton. As she stepped through the doorway, a bolt of excited white lightning dashed towards her. This mixed-breed Labrador, nearing adulthood, was as energetic as a perpetual motion machine, its snowy coat gleaming with health under the fortress's gentle light, exhibiting agility and strength that surpassed ordinary canines. Little Krypton chased after a projected, erratically bouncing light orb. Slow down, little Krypton, Selena called out with a smile, yet she did not genuinely attempt to halt him. She settled into a comfortable armchair, and upon hearing her voice, little Krypton temporarily abandoned the light orb, racing to her side, its fluffy head eagerly burrowing into her embrace. "Did you miss me today, little one?" Selena laughed as she crouched down, arms wide open to receive its enthusiastic leap. The pup's moist nose nudged her chin and neck, emitting contented purrs, while its paws playfully pawed at her, seemingly checking for treats. It had adapted splendidly to life in the fortress. Joe's holographic image stood quietly nearby, a gentle smile gracing his features as he observed the interaction between his daughter and her companion. He is thriving, remarkably intelligent, and has an astonishing capacity for learning complex commands, he noted. Indeed, Selena replied, stroking little Krypton's thick, soft neck fur, which caused the creature to blissfully squint its amber eyes. "But Joe, don't you think the training regimen you designed may be a bit advanced? Dodging energy beams and calculating ballistic trajectories?" Joe's image donned an innocent expression. "I merely simulated a few basics from the Kryptonian youth training camp out of boredom. He possesses more potential than you realize, Eve. His learning ability and physical adaptability exceed my expectations." Selena shook her head in playful resignation, her eyes sparkling with mirth. All right, let us just consider training for a military dog." Little Kira seemed to understand, letting out a dissatisfied whimper as it nudged Selena's hand, urging her to continue their previous game, its tail still wagging joyfully. With no other option, Selena smiled and complied with its request, picking up a small piece of pet jerky from the coffee table. Little Kira immediately caught the scent, its eyes sparkling with eagerness as it sat up straight, extending its neck in anticipation of being fed. "Not so fast," Selena teased, shaking the jerky to entice it. "See, she." Little Kira promptly straightened its back, sitting like a statue, then raised a front paw, accurately placing it in the palm of Selena's outstretched hand, its movements impeccable as it gazed longingly at the jerky, brimming with expectation. "Good boy." Selena laughed as she fed it the treat, and little Kira happily began to munch away. Suddenly, a dull vibration, accompanied by a series of sharp beeping sounds, abruptly shattered the warm atmosphere. Selena's smile froze on her face. She reached into her coat pocket and retrieved the retro black pager, a special communication device given to her by Nick Fury. At that moment, the small LCD screen flickered with the familiar emblem of SHIELD, displaying a pulsating coordinate below. Fury? A jolt of alarm coursed through Selena, her brow furrowing. The need to use this emergency communicator was anything but ordinary. Could it be? Joe keenly noticed the fleeting change in Selena's expression. "Go, Eve." His voice was steady and calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. "If someone requires your strength, do not hesitate." "Understood." Selena nodded without a moment's hesitation, her gaze sharpening instantly. She didn't even have time to bid farewell to little Kira, her figure suddenly blurring, as if scattered by the wind, vanishing completely. Little Kira, who had just been nestled in its owner's embrace, was left bewildered. It looked up in confusion, its amber eyes filled with uncertainty, anxiously circling the spot where Selena had disappeared before sniffing the air, ultimately letting out a low whimper laced with disappointment and unease. At the highly classified SHIELD base, codenamed Operation Pegasus, Selena's figure materialized above the coordinates. The sight before her made her heart sink. Unlike the orderly and heavily guarded environment she had encountered during her last visit, the base now lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. The shrill sound of alarms mixed with the groans of the wounded, while raging flames illuminated the smoke-filled sky and twisted metal debris littered the ground. Numerous agents and personnel were evacuating the devastated battlefield in a hurried yet orderly manner. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and a strong metallic tang of blood, along with a lingering energy signature that felt eerily familiar. Activating her enhanced vision, Selena pierced through the swirling smoke and chaotic crowd, quickly locating her target. The iconic figure of Nick Fury in his black leather coat stood like a silent rock near the wreckage of a severely damaged helicopter, which was billowing black smoke. Selena descended silently, her boots crunching on the debris and shards of glass scattered across the ground. "Director Fury." Her voice pierced through the cacophony of the scene, laden with an air of gravity. What had transpired? Nick turned, his single eye sharp as it fixed upon Selena, devoid of pleasantries. "The Tesseract has been stolen." Selena's brow arched ever so slightly, yet her tone was resolute. Let me guess, it was Loki, Thor's brother? Nick's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, scrutinizing. How do you know? That is of little consequence. Selena refrained from elaborating and swiftly inquired. What do you wish for me to do? I'm aware of your previous dealings with Thor. Nick's voice was low and urgent. Loki has taken the Tesseract and has also murdered my people. Do you have any means to contact Thor? You want Thor to intervene and rectify the mess his brother has created? Selena instantly grasped his intent. Indeed, Nick nodded, his solitary eye sweeping over the devastation surrounding them. The destruction wrought by Loki is immense. If we were to employ Earth's military force to forcibly capture or even eliminate him, he emphasized, I fear Thor may perceive our actions as an affront against his kin and retaliate. This could very well precipitate an unbearable direct conflict between our civilizations. The situation would spiral out of control. Selena was silent for a moment before nodding gently. Yes, that is a valid point. However, in truth, Loki's actions are not representative of Asgard. There are other forces at play. Who? A true tyrant that poses a grave threat to the safety of the entire universe. Fury drew in a sharp breath. I fear Earth is not yet prepared to face extraterrestrial forces. Do not fret. That day has not yet arrived. Selena sought to reassure him. Moreover, we are not alone in this fight. Very well, there is no time for idle chatter, Nick interjected. Let us act, Selena. Find Loki and the Tesseract, and do so with utmost haste. He surveyed the ravaged base and the bustling agents, a cold fire burning in his solitary eye. The Avengers initiative is ready to commence. Chapter 7. The Gathering of Hammers leaving the smoke-filled, chaotic S.H.I.O.D. headquarters. Selena did not linger for a moment. She swiftly sought a relatively secluded corner, gently caressing the ancient silver ring upon her right index finger. With a surge of her will, the ring's surface instantaneously glowed with a faint luminescence as she infused it with her divine power, calling out, Heimdall, Buzz. Almost as soon as the call escaped her lips, a powerful blue-gray magical energy coalesced in the air before her, swirling violently to form a stable portal entrance. With a Bifrost yet to be repaired, Selena was compelled to act as a bridge with her divine power, forcibly establishing a transient passage between the two realms in collaboration with Heimdall of Asgard. Without hesitation, she vanished into the blue-gray vortex. The portals swiftly closed behind her, the energy dissipating as if it had never existed. It had not been long since Selena last set foot in Asgard. The golden palace of the divine realm still stood majestic and imposing, and the guardian Heimdall remained clad in resplendent golden armor, his hands resting upon a mighty sword, his golden eyes akin to ancient, unchanging stars. He had long since discerned Selena's intentions through the all-seeing eye. As soon as Selena touched down, she bypassed pleasantries and went straight to the point. Heimdall, Loki has appeared on Earth. He has stolen the Tesseract. I witnessed it. Heimdall's voice resonated with depth and tranquility, imbued with an air of omniscience. I must seek Thor, Selena declared without hesitation, her words barely leaving her lips before she transformed into a blurred streak of light, racing towards Thor's chambers in the Golden Palace. In an instant, Selena found herself outside the opulent metallic gates of Thor's abode. She raised her hand and struck the sturdy door with force, her voice penetrating the barrier. Thor. With a resounding thud, the door was swiftly pulled open from within. Thor's towering figure appeared in the doorway, his golden locks cascading haphazardly, his face adorned with a surprised yet hearty smile. Oh, it's Eve. I never expected you to seek me out. I was just planning to visit you in Midgard soon. There is no time for explanations. Selena interjected rapidly, grasping Thor's armored wrist. Come with me, we'll talk on the way. She tugged at the bewildered god of thunder, who was still clad in casual attire, and turned to depart. What on earth is happening? Thor pondered, forcibly swept along, the wind howling in his ears. Yet, he instinctively trusted his friend and followed her towards the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, the gateway to Asgard. Eve, what has transpired? They landed before Heimdall. Take us back to Midgard, Heimdall, Selena urged anxiously. Heimdall's gaze swept over the perplexed Thor, yet he remained silent, merely nodding with composure. He raised his great sword, Hofund, and simultaneously, Selena lifted her right hand, her silver ring radiating with brilliance as she harmonized her power with Heimdall's magic. A denser surge of blue-gray magical energy erupted, enveloping Selena and Thor like a tangible tide. Before Thor could voice another question, a blinding flash erupted. In the next moment, the immense energy cocoon that surrounded them vanished without a trace. Earth, the desolate wilderness where Selena had arrived. The blue-gray luminescence flickered abruptly before swiftly retracting. Selena and Thor's forms solidified once more. Thor staggered slightly before regaining his balance, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion as he gazed at Selena. Eve, tell me, what exactly has transpired? Loki, he has come. He has stolen the Tesseract. What? Thor's pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by lightning. The shock compelled him to instinctively question, Loki? Was he not cast into the abyss? Vanished? How could he appear in Midgard? Who has aided him? A torrent of incredulous inquiries flooded forth. The situation was indeed intricate. Powerful figures had clandestinely assisted him in his escape. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Selena's tone was resolute, curbing Thor's impending barrage of questions. The priority is to locate Loki immediately. We must stop him. Come. She decisively turned, gazing towards the distant city. I will take you to meet a few allies. Without a moment's pause, Selena pressed onward. She reached out directly and grasped the arm of Thor's armor. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Thor felt an overwhelming force surge forth, and the scenery before him instantly transformed into a blur of colors that rushed backward. The pressure of the wind became palpable, fiercely battering against his body and face. Within mere breaths, the swift motion came to an abrupt halt. He felt the solid ground beneath him, and the cacophony of the bustling city flooded his ears. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he discovered he was standing on the terrace of a skyscraper. A massive sign glistened under the sunlight. He gazed in astonishment at the ultramodern glass, curtain walls, and the helipad, breathing in the crisp air at such heights. Selena, on the other hand, moved as if she were returning home, striding directly towards a heavy alloy automatic door that stood ajar, distinctly contrasting with the building's overall design. Welcome, Miss Selena. A gentle yet emotionless electronic voice, Jarvis, resonated through the corridor even before Selena had fully entered. Inside lay a spacious area imbued with a sense of science fiction. A temporary Avengers base refurbished by Tony Stark. At that moment, an atmosphere of relaxed joy permeated the room. Tony Stark held a small arc reactor model pulsating with an ethereal blue glow, his face beaming with unabashed pride. Dr. Bruce Banner stood nearby, clutching a tablet, a light smile gracing his features, as if he had just accomplished a significant breakthrough. Pepper Potts, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, smiled at them, holding a glass of celebratory champagne. Selena, you've arrived at the perfect time. Upon hearing Jarvis's prompt, Tony turned with a beaming smile. Come, see our latest achievement. The Stark Industries Clean Energy Project. Oh no. Now, it's merely the Stark Tower Independent Energy Matrix, has just successfully connected to the grid. From today onward, this building will be entirely self-sufficient. He waved his arms extravagantly, his tone brimming with boastfulness. This was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment. Pepper nodded in agreement, her gaze shifting towards the entrance. Selena, come join us. Her words abruptly halted as she caught sight of the tall, imposing figure behind Selena, draped in dark leather armor. With golden hair cascading down his shoulders, wielding a short-handled warhammer, distinctly out of place in the modern setting. Tony and Banner also noticed Thor, their smiles freezing simultaneously, transforming into expressions of surprise and curiosity. Ahem, Tony set down the reactor model, raising an eyebrow and looking toward Selena. Your timing is impeccable, but Selena, who is this Broadway actor? Before Selena could introduce him, Thor stepped forward, chest held high, his voice resonant and confident. I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, the god of thunder. As he spoke, an air of authority naturally emanated from him. Tony and Banner exchanged swift glances. Bruce gently adjusted his glasses. Mr. Thor? Selena did mention you to us. His tone carried the characteristic calmness of a scientist, laced with a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. Thor furrowed his brow in slight confusion. Turning his gaze toward Selena, who is Selena? I am. Serena calmly raised her hand, pointing to herself. Selena Kent, the name I use on Earth. Oh, Thor exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across his face. I see. You Midgardians certainly have a plethora of names. He then turned to Tony and Banner, glancing around the metallic, illuminated space. What pressing matters have brought us together today? Just as Serena was about to elucidate the grave situation, a sudden sound interrupted. The frosted glass door at the entrance of the base slid open silently once more. Agent Phil Coulson, clad in his signature well-tailored suit and wearing his customary, enigmatic smile, entered with steady strides. His gaze swept over the assembled company, lingering momentarily on Thor, before seamlessly taking the floor. His voice was calm and measured. "Mr. Thor," he said, his attention returning to Thor's face, "the significant matter we must discuss pertains to your brother, Loki." Chapter 8. The Capture of Loki. The S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier loomed like a steel fortress suspended in the clouds, its engines rumbling deeply. The original Avengers, excluding the controlled Hawkeye, gathered for the first time. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Thor, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, and the invited external member, Serena, as they were already acquainted, and with Serena acting as a central liaison. The initial tension typically associated with first meetings was absent, replaced by a composed atmosphere tinged with the unique tension of impending conflict. Nick Fury led the group on a tour of this awe-inspiring behemoth. "Wow," Tony remarked, surveying the coldly gleaming bridge with the endless, swirling sea of clouds below. "Optical invisibility? Quite intriguing. You've sparked my creativity." Fury approached the somewhat reserved Banner, extending his hand. "Welcome, Dr. Banner." Banner hesitated briefly before shaking his hand. "Thank you for the invitation and for what transpired earlier." "A trifling matter," Fury replied. Adjusting his glasses, Banner got straight to the point. "How long do we expect to be here?" "Until the Tesseract is back in our possession," Fury answered firmly. "Is there any progress?" Banner pressed. Fury remained silent. Turned to point at the enormous main screen. On the screen, a global map was covered with a dense array of light points and flowing data streams. Phil Coulson interjected at the opportune moment to explain, "We are mobilizing all interconnected devices worldwide. Cameras, smartphones, laptops, they're our eyes." Natasha's gaze remained fixed on one of the surveillance screens, where Hawkeye's indistinct silhouette flickered. Her voice was low. "This feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. The efficiency is abysmal." Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, his tone heavy with discomfort. "Are you monitoring civilians?" Fury turned to face Captain America, his gaze piercing. "Captain, if we allow Loki and the cube in his possession to roam free," his voice carried a metallic chill, "the discomfort brought by this intrusion will become the most trivial of our future troubles. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed." Bruce Banner's voice broke the tension of the moment. "We need to narrow the scope." "Director Fury, how many spectrometers can you deploy?" The vital information provided by Selena indicates that the cube emits gamma rays when activated. "This is our breakthrough. Contact all available research laboratories and set their equipment to detect gamma radiation. I will devise a tracking algorithm to help us eliminate most of the ineffective areas and narrow our search." Fury nodded decisively, agreed. Banner immediately inquired, "Will I be working?" "Agent Romanoff," Fury commanded, "take Dr. Banner with you. The equipment is ready." On the other side of the bridge, Agent Coulson approached Steve, barely able to contain his excitement as he whispered fervently about his collection of limited edition Captain America cards and vintage memorabilia. Steve listened politely, his expression one of confusion, as these contemporary terms were as foreign to him as an ancient script. "Target identified. 67 match." "Director," a technician shouted. Cross-referencing shows a 79 match. "Germany, Stuttgart. 28K Nigstra E." It aligns with Loki's physical characteristics. He has no intention of hiding. The main screen instantly shifted. At the entrance of a resplendent, crowded classical ballroom, a man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit stepped forward, wearing that signature, alluringly mocking smile. Fury's eye narrowed sharply, his voice low and resolute. "Captain, it's your turn." "Germany, Stuttgart, K Nigstra E." Outside the ballroom, Selena's speed surpassed the speed of sound. As the roar of Tony's armor, the thunderous call of Thor, and the rumble of the Quinjet carrying the captain and Natasha echoed in the distant sky, she had already materialized like a black meteor, tearing through the night, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, halting midair before Loki and the kneeling civilians. Under the streetlight, Selena emerged, clad in a sleek black Kryptonian armor glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Beneath her visor, her gaze was like ice, fixated on the malevolent god before her, Loki. Her cold voice echoed through the helmet, carrying a steely resonance. "Ah, Loki's eyes flickered with a momentary surprise, quickly morphing into a thicker amusement. He elegantly turned halfway on the spot, the tip of his scepter tapping lightly on the polished ground, producing a crisp sound. "Look who it is!" A masked jester afraid to show their true face? He mocked, his gaze sweeping over the already startled and frenzied crowd around him. Before his words could settle, Loki's figure distorted in an eerie wave, as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil pond. In an instant, 7 or 8 identical Loki phantoms materialized out of thin air, each adorned with the same sinister grin. They surged from various angles, darting through the crowd like arrows released from a bow, swiftly lunging toward Selena, suspended in midair. Beneath her mask, her brow furrowed slightly, her superhuman senses magnified to their utmost, inundating her mind with a torrent of subtle energy fluctuations, vibrations in the air, and distorted light and shadow. In the next moment, her figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a shockwave that broke the sound barrier. As she charged directly towards the Loki whose energy trail appeared most solid. Boom! The air was violently compressed, resulting in a thunderous roar. A fist, imbued with enough force to shake mountains, tore through the atmosphere and struck the target's chest with immense power. However, the Loki who was hit did not go flying as anticipated. Instead, his body twisted bizarrely like a punctured soap bubble, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Only the echo of his mocking, tooth-grating laughter lingered, having struck a meticulously arranged illusion. Simultaneously, several other phantoms launched their attacks. They paid no heed to the prostrated crowd, their staffs aglow with brilliant gemstones. Several beams of ominous blue energy, akin to venomous snakes, striking, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Selena from various directions. Reacting with the swiftness of lightning, Selena crossed her arms defensively in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams collided violently against her gauntlets, erupting into blinding sparks of energy. The force of the impact caused her to sink slightly, leaving shallow grooves on the shattered pavement beneath her. But this was merely the beginning. More Loki phantoms emerged like specters from the panicked crowd, their staffs waving as dense beams of energy rained down upon Selena like a torrential storm. Selena's figure flickered through the barrage, akin to a storm-battered seabird, her arms and armor perfectly deflecting each lethal strike. Every dodge was executed with precision, avoiding the terrified citizens, while every block was controlled to prevent the residual energy from harming the innocent. She found herself ensnared in Loki's meticulously crafted quagmire, struggling to cope with the overwhelming onslaught. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, fury igniting in her eyes beneath the mask. The true Loki, at this moment, stood leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back atop the pedestal of a towering classical statue. He observed the scene as if relishing a grand opera he had orchestrated, a cruel and satisfied smile gracing his face. From his elevated vantage point, his voice sliced through the cacophony of the banquet hall, penetrating the chaos to reach Selena's ears. What a pitiful and laughable display of mercy. His voice carried a chilling seduction, masked out of fear of revealing his unsightly visage or being recognized by the world. Look at the ants crawling beneath your feet. Do they truly deserve such restraint from you? With divine power at your fingertips, are you truly bound by the cries of these fragile lives? He slowly extended his arms, as if to embrace the chaos around him. His voice suddenly escalated, infused with scorn and incitement. Behold them, ignorant, fragile, greedy, perpetually engaged in self-destruction. What they require is not your pitiful pity and protection. They crave dominion, a reverence that springs from their very marrow. Look at you, playing a heroic game amidst the lamentations of these wretched souls. Such is the utmost folly. Join me. With a flourish, Loki brandished his scepter, the gem atop, it radiating a crystalline brilliance. His voice slithered like a demon's whisper, laden with lethal allure and menace. Like a true deity, transcending all beings. Rule over them. Selena listened intently to Loki's incessant provocation. Her fury, coupled with an acute impatience for this farce, finally breached its threshold. No longer would she wait for Tony, Thor, and the others to witness this vexing spectacle. With a sudden movement, she halted all rapid evasions and parries. her feet striking the shattered ground with force, establishing an unyielding stance between the crowd and Loki above, like an insurmountable barrier. If you wish to live, keep your distance. She commanded the throng behind her, who stumbled and fled in disarray. In moments, the vicinity was nearly deserted. Loki, her voice, emanating from behind her visor, was as frigid as the polar wind. You have successfully provoked me to my limit. The instant the final syllable fell, her black Kryptonian battle armor, shimmering with a cold luminescence, surged and pulsed violently, disassembling, contracting, transforming into countless minuscule nanoparticles that vanished like receding tides. And instead emerged the vibrant red and blue suit, a symbol of hope and strength. The primary hues of profound blue and fervent red adorned her form, while a grand golden emblem upon her chest gleamed brilliantly in the light. A scarlet cape billowed behind her, rustling as if animated by an unseen wind. The city's neon lights and the illumination within the hall intertwined, crafting an aura around her that resembled the divine descent of a mythic deity. As that unmistakable red and blue, etched in the depths of countless nightmares, along with the emblem, vividly penetrated Loki's vision, his expression of triumph, mockery, and total control instantly froze, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. His pupils constricted violently, shrinking to pinprick size, from which erupted an incredulous horror and an all-encompassing, soul-deep terror. "It is you." The exclamation lost all semblance of the dark god's composure and grace, morphing into a dissonant, sharp shriek. In that afternoon in New Mexico, the image of that red and blue figure, with the force to obliterate, crushed his weapon of war. The destroyer into scrap metal, a memory that surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an instant. Selena disregarded the astonishment etched across his face. Her body levitated steadily and upright, hovering several meters above the ground. The mask had long vanished, revealing her elegantly contoured cheeks. Yet those once sky-blue eyes, now akin to the core of a furnace, were frantically gathering a blinding, fiery red light. "Loki," Selena's voice, though not loud, resonated like a war drum striking deep within the soul. "Congratulations, you have achieved your aim." Her tone suddenly turned icy, reminiscent of the frigid winds of the polar regions. "Now, behold as the crimson light, which has been brewing to its zenith and burns like a tangible entity, erupts with ferocity. Let's see if your pitiful tricks can withstand my wrath." Buzzing with intensity, at the moment her words fell, two beams of searing, white-hot energy, with temperatures high enough to instantly ionize the surrounding air, distorted and ignited visible ripples as they hurtled towards Loki, who stood transfixed in shock at the statue's apex. Chapter 9. Fury. The blazing white-hot gaze erupting from Selena's eyes resembled twin pillars of apocalyptic light, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, carrying a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing all in its path, and swiftly bore down upon Loki. Only the most primitive astonishment remained on Loki's face. He could scarcely muster the illusionary doubles, as the instinct to survive overwhelmed all, and he desperately raised the mind scepter, glowing with an ethereal blue light, to shield himself from the annihilating force. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire district. The gem at the scepter's tip erupted with blinding energy, barely managing to fend off the searing heat, yet the unmatched physical force crashed into him like a tsunami. Loki felt as if he had been struck by a meteor, his body uncontrollably flung backward, crashing violently into the grand banquet hall behind him. Crash! His back collided without any cushioning against a Roman column, thick enough for two to embrace. The immense kinetic energy, akin to that of a large-caliber shell, surged into the ancient structure. Boom! The robust column surface, like porcelain struck by a heavy hammer, instantly spiderwebbed with massive cracks. The supporting structure of the opulent dome groaned with a sound that sent chills down the spine. The grand crystal chandelier broke free from its restraints, crashing down with a jarring shatter, reducing to dust upon impact. Exquisite marble reliefs and decorations cascaded from above, shattering as they fell, after merely a second or two of tension. Accompanied by a series of heart-stopping cracks and collapses, the magnificent edifice, a testament to history and luxury, was utterly ravaged, collapsing like a sand sculpture swept away by the tide. Amidst the billowing clouds of dust and debris, it crumbled, countless bricks and beams raining down like heavy raindrops. The rebar, swept by the residual waves of the intense gaze, melted like wax, yielding and dripping molten red iron, emitting a nauseating metallic burn. The once pristine, smooth marble was corroded into grotesque pits, its edges flowing like volcanic lava. The aftermath of a single assault transformed the classical opulence of the hall into a wasteland, shrouded in acrid black smoke, twisted steel, and shattered remnants. Coughing violently, Loki sputtered blood with each harsh gasp. He struggled to free himself from the rubble that pinned his lower body. In this moment, the elegance and composure of the god of mischief had vanished entirely. His meticulously groomed hair, once akin to black satin, was now disheveled, caked with gray dust and dark crimson clots of blood. His noble Asgardian attire lay torn and charred, the once resplendent emerald fabric now blackened and tattered, stained with mud and brick dust. Most striking were his hands, which had wielded the scepter. The skin at the palms and knuckles was horrifically burned, presenting a ghastly brown hue, with large blisters bursting forth, oozing viscous fluid, while exposed flesh revealed bone beneath, searing with pain. The acute agony caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of gripping anything. The scepter, once a source of his power, glowed red-hot, slipping weakly from his trembling, battered hands and rolling away. As the smoke began to clear, Selena's silhouette emerged like a judge from the ruins, descending slowly onto the debris before Loki. Her crimson eyes burned like the fires of hell, coldly fixating on the disheveled god below. Without a hint of hesitation, her foot, encased in scarlet boots, descended with crushing force, mercilessly pressing down on Loki's pained chest. The already cracked marble floor beneath him shrieked under the renewed burden, fragments sinking as spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread. The intense pressure and agony from his ribs caused Loki to gasp for breath, his handsome, pale face contorting in excruciating agony, veins bulging on his forehead. Now, Selena's voice resonated like the chilling winds of a polar wasteland. With a slight increase in pressure, she leaned closer, her blood-red eyes narrowing upon Loki's dilated pupils, so near that she could discern the blood vessels within. "Do you dare repeat what you just said?" she taunted. Who was the fool now? Loki struggled, greedily gasping for air, each inhalation like a tug on his fractured ribs. The intertwining of excruciating pain and humiliation, yet on his blood-stained, disheveled visage. A twisted semblance of a grin emerged, reminiscent of a malevolent specter, his eyes gleaming with cunning and madness. Ha. He labored to breathe, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. "So, do you dare to kill me now?" The suppressed crimson glow in Selena's eyes flared like a fire ignited by fuel. Erupting with intensity, with a sudden surge of force, Loki felt the stone beneath him shatter completely, collapsing. The vast spiderweb cracks fractured further, spreading across the ground. The entire banquet hall trembled, as if in response. Loki emitted a piercing wail, a sound that defied humanity, as if all the air and organs within his chest were about to be crushed and exploded by that single blow. "You think I won't dare?" Selena's voice suddenly rose, infused with a tempestuous fury, reverberating like a tangible shockwave that set the surrounding debris trembling. She could no longer tolerate any further nonsense. With lightning speed, her left hand shot out, fingers like steel vices, fiercely gripping Loki's severely burned right arm, where the flesh was torn and the bone was visible. Loki's heart-wrenching scream was abruptly cut short. Selena's arm surged with power, channeling her entire strength into that grip. With a thunderous roar, Loki's robust form was swung in a half-circle, akin to a tattered rag doll, hurled with unbridled ferocity against a crumbling wall riddled with rebar. The impact sent bricks and stones flying as the wall collapsed significantly. In rapid succession, Loki's body was lifted once more and brutally slammed against a protruding, twisted metal support. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood, spreading through the air. With a third violent crash, he was mercilessly slammed onto the cold, hard ground littered with rubble. Boom, boom, boom. There was not a trace of restraint, nor a hint of hesitation. Selena's power surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. She relentlessly grasped Loki's arm, repeatedly and savagely smashing him against every solid, cold, or sharp object in sight. The hardened debris, warped steel, frigid stone pillars, and cracked flooring echoed with thunderous impacts, each collision stirring up new clouds of dust and debris. The sickening sound of bones fracturing rang clear, as if resounding in one's ear. It was impossible to count how many times he was struck, until the body in her grip became entirely limp, devoid of any sign of tensed muscle, resembling a discarded rag. At last, with a suppressed roar, Selena summoned every ounce of her strength, veins bulging, and hurled what remained of Loki, utterly devoid of resistance, down towards the earth with tremendous force. A colossal crater, spanning several meters in diameter, erupted beneath Loki as if struck by a meteor. The shockwave, carrying debris and dust, radiated outward in a circular fashion, shaking the very foundations of nearby buildings. Amidst the swirling dust, Loki lay embedded in the center of the pit, his body grotesquely contorted, nearly motionless, resembling a puddle of obliterated flesh. Only the faintest rise and fall of his chest betrayed the tenuous thread of life still clinging to him. He had exhausted even the strength to moan, left with nothing but a faint, almost imperceptible gasp that hinted at his imminent demise. Blood seeped slowly from beneath him, staining the rubble. Selena stood at the edge of the pit, her chest heaving violently, drawing deep breaths of the searing air thick with dust. The acrid scent of charred flesh and the metallic tang of blood. The crimson glow in her eyes dissipated swiftly like retreating tides, revealing a purity akin to the azure sky. She lowered her gaze to her clenched fist, its knuckles pale from the ferocity of her earlier exertion, trembling nervously. A flicker of confusion and helplessness crossed her slightly dazed countenance. I just, she murmured, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. The sharp roar of the golden-red armored engine approached, abruptly hovering above the ruins, stirring the dust with a gust of wind. Following closely was a formidable figure, enveloped in thunder and lightning, crashing down upon the debris, raising a cloud of dust. Tony's helmet snapped open, his gaze piercing through the haze, locking onto the formless mass at the pit's bottom and the somewhat fragile figure of Selena, whose expression appeared scattered. Without hesitation, he descended beside her, firmly yet gently grasping her trembling shoulder, giving it a slight shake in an attempt to restore her senses. "Hey, Selena, can you hear me? Are you all right? What on earth has happened here?" His tone lost its usual teasing lilt, replaced by an uncommon seriousness and urgency. Meanwhile, Thor, consumed by anxiety, leaped directly into the blood-scented abyss, kneeling beside his brother. The sight of Loki, nearly unrecognizable, drained the color from the god of thunder's face, even one accustomed to the battlefield. Loki! Loki! Thor's voice tightened with palpable panic. He cautiously extended his trembling fingers to probe the bloodied visage of Loki. Sensing the faintest hint of breath, his voice carried a note of desperation. "Wake up, brother. Please tell me you are alive." At the pit's bottom, Loki seemed to be stirred by Thor's voice or touch, managing to move his blood-stained eyes with excruciating difficulty. His dilated pupils barely focused on Thor's face, his lips pale and weakly attempting to part, like a dying fish. "Brother." His breath was so faint it resembled a whisper, each word seeming to drain his last vestiges of life. Selena inhaled deeply, the heavy dust and metallic scent of blood choking her. Her gaze swept over the ravaged expanse beneath her feet, as if trampled by a colossal beast, finally settling on Loki, bloodied and barely clinging to life in the pit. The bewilderment in her eyes was replaced by a deeper, more complex emotion, regret and disbelief in herself. I think I lost control." Her voice was soft, laced with a subtle tremor of fear, acknowledging her overreach. Tony followed her gaze, quickly surveying the devastating scene around them. What was once a grand spectacle now lay in ruins, reduced to rubble and flames, as though bombarded by missiles. Loki, gasping for breath in the depths, and beside him, this powerful girl, visibly shaken by her own actions. He took a deep breath, striving to adjust his expression, and feigned nonchalance as he patted Selena's shoulder. "Excessive?" He elongated his tone, forcing his lips into a signature smile. "It's manageable, I suppose, though the banquet hall and half the street have collapsed. The spectacle may be somewhat grand. Don't worry, I can bear the cost." Chapter 10. Embers following the outburst. The frigid reality swept in like a biting wind, dispersing the fervent flames of anger. Selena stood transfixed at the edge of the ruins, the acrid smoke mingling with a faint metallic scent that pierced her nostrils. Her gaze fell upon Loki, curled up in a deep pit like a rag doll, his breath shallow, a chilling reminder that pierced through the remnants of her rage. A wave of intense fear and overwhelming guilt surged within her, akin to a cold tide, instantly engulfing her. Instinctively, she stumbled back a couple of steps, as if trying to escape the suffocating crimson emanating from the pit and the terrifying marks left by her uncontrollable power. The earlier fleeting sense of dominance, born from her violent outburst, had vanished, leaving only a burdensome guilt that threatened to crush her, an emptiness that rendered her fingers icy and made breathing a challenge. Tony, perceptive to Selena's pallid complexion, trembling fingertips, and unfocused gaze, stepped closer, aligning his shoulder with hers. In a deliberately lowered, softer, and steadier tone than usual, he spoke. "Hey, listen to me." He gently patted her arm, imparting a semblance of steady strength. "I know your mind is racing right now. Goodness, I nearly turned that vile god into a wall ornament. But hey, Supergirl, breathe. Let me break it down. First, that sculptural masterpiece of yours is unfinished." He is still breathing. "Sure, he is temporarily incapacitated, but Thor will handle him." Second, and most crucial, Tony pointed towards the edge of the ruins, where citizens were receiving care and comfort from medical personnel and a distant crowd organized by police, shaken but safe. "Look at them. Behold those who can still stand, still breathe, and are grateful for their survival, who disrupted that madman slaughter before it could escalate, who shielded them from beams of energy that could reduce a person to ash, and who interrupted Loki's soliloquy, longer than a Shakespearean drama." He paused, deliberately shrugging to dissipate the heavy guilt. "As for that old building, and the supposedly valuable trinkets inside, trust me, Stark Industries' coffers are far deeper and far duller than you might imagine. It's merely a chance for some exercise." With great effort, Thor extricated his almost unrecognizable brother from the pit, carefully placing him on a relatively intact, massive marble slab that had yet to shatter completely. He gazed at Loki's pallid face, marred by congealed blood, his twisted limbs, and the feeble breaths that seemed on the verge of extinction. His eyes were a tapestry of ineffable emotions, blending instinctive heartache with profound resignation. He lifted his gaze to Serena, his brow furrowed tightly. "Eve, your strike was a tad too forceful." As their eyes met, he ultimately shook his head, releasing a long sigh, resigning himself to the outcome. He brought this upon himself. He will indeed face the consequences, but will not perish. The last words felt more like a self-justification. The Quinjet landed smoothly at the edge of the ruins, the roar of the engines gradually subsiding. The hatch slid open, and Natasha Romanoff and Captain America, Steve Rogers, nimbly descended. The acrid scent of smoke and blood instantly darkened their expressions. Natasha's gaze swept over the vast expanse of devastation, still emitting wisps of black smoke. The glaring dark red stains at the edge of a deep pit. The seemingly disassembled god, Loki, gasping for breath beneath the rubble. And in the corner, curled into a fragile ball amidst the debris, sat Serena, her gaze vacant and forlorn. A flicker of intense shock crossed Natasha's typically composed eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of destruction, surpassing all expectations. Yet, the instincts of a seasoned agent compelled her to suppress her emotions. Though her demeanor grew notably solemn as she looked back at Serena, Steve's brow knitted into a tight frown, his eyes brimming with instinctive concern for the order of the scene and the safety of the injured. He strode purposefully towards the officers and firefighters coordinating the rescue, swiftly identifying himself, employing a mixture of English and simple German phrases along with gestures to assist in organizing efforts, securing the more perilous areas, and prioritizing the transfer of the gravely injured to ensure clear access for medical aid. It was only after the rescue operations began to take shape under his guidance, and the hazardous zones were effectively cordoned off, that Steve finally removed his helmet, tucking it under his arm, and picked up the scepter from the debris, making his way towards Serena's corner. He cast a glance at Tony, who was crouched beside Serena, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with Stark-style platitudes. Without uttering a word, Steve silently settled down on the other side of Serena, the hard, stony ground failing to sway him in the slightest. Tony, addressing Serena with slightly hurried speech, exclaimed, "So, what's the conclusion? You've successfully dealt with a god threatening Earth, saved possibly hundreds, and conveniently provided us, Tony Stark, with a justifiable reason to spend money. Do you know how tedious it is to let those stock dividends sit idle? This is truly a triple win. Serena, I propose we hold a celebratory gathering upon our return to Stark Tower. Steve placed his helmet beside him, slightly turning to face Serena. His clear blue eyes, weathered by the trials of war, yet still resolute, earnestly gazing at her downcast face. In a deep, commanding voice, he remarked, Serena, I have known many exceptional soldiers, the finest warriors, who, despite their battle-hardened experience, occasionally make less than perfect choices when confronted with the brutal realities of the battlefield. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of hesitation and judgment, or the helplessness in a complex situation, or merely the cunning of the adversary, who exploited your sense of justice, your sense of responsibility, and even the vulnerabilities within your heart. He paused, his gaze sharply sweeping over the distant ruins where Loki lay, his voice deepening further. Yet what you accomplished today was to thwart a horrific attack intended to harm countless lives. You safeguarded the civilians here. This is an undeniable fact. Selena lowered her head even further, her gaze fixed upon her outstretched palms. These hands, moments ago, wielded a cataclysmic power capable of shaking mountains. The tips of her fingers still seemed to retain the sensation of Loki's arm, charred and rotting, and the numbing recoil from striking a solid object. With a bitter tone, she spoke, her voice barely concealing a tremor. Captain, do you remember what I told you before? I fear the immense power I wield. I am terrified that in a fleeting moment, a single erroneous choice could lead to irreparable consequences. She inhaled deeply, the dusty air scratching her throat, and now, you have witnessed it firsthand. This is the price. Her gaze, heavy with uncontrollable guilt, drifted once more towards the ruins and the injured being taken away in droves. You should not bear the weight of guilt. Steve's voice was resolute. Your intent is to protect, to prevent atrocities. It is that malevolent God, adept at manipulating hearts and treating lives as mere trifles, who has deliberately provoked you, inciting your sense of justice to serve as his pawn in fostering greater chaos. He is the true architect of this tragedy. It is his orchestrated provocation that has led to this devastating outcome. He must bear the lion's share of the blame for all this. Wait, Captain. Tony interjected almost immediately, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with evident irritation. Come on. Your words sound as if you are saying, Selena, dear, you're not at fault. But let us be honest, it's not entirely unrelated, is it? Please, is this really the moment for philosophical sparring? She just saved hundreds of innocent lives. She directly ended a terror attack. She vanquished an extraterrestrial madman intent on overthrowing Earth. Is that not the most accurate truth? Selena is innocent. Steve pivoted sharply to face Tony, his expression turning sharp and serious, his jaw clenched. Stark, I understand your eagerness to comfort Selena, but precisely because we are her friends, we cannot gloss over reality or comfort her through evasion of responsibility. We must confront it. Enough. Selena suddenly raised her hand, her voice soft yet serving as an invisible barrier that instantly halted the escalating argument between the two. Wearily, she cast a bemused glance at Tony, who bore an expression of did I say something wrong, and then turned to Steve, who stood firm in his principles. Gentlemen, so you have come to use me as an example in your debate? Her tone carried a hint of exasperation, her gaze flitting between them. Steve pressed his lips together, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, ultimately emitting a brief and clear snort of derision through his nose as he diverted his gaze to the distant rescue scene. Tony exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back slightly, muttering in a deliberately elongated and heavily sarcastic tone. All right, you're absolutely right. Old man, I refuse to argue with someone whose thoughts are still stuck 70 years in the past. At that moment, Thor, who had been half kneeling beside the crumbling wall, attempting to staunch Loki's bleeding with his guardian first aid, only to end up smearing more blood on both himself and his brother, could no longer contain his voice. His tone, a mixture of urgency, helplessness, and a hint of misplaced absurdity, rang out. Hey, I say, could you all possibly pause your discussion for a moment? He raised his bloodied hand, gesturing towards the ground where his brother lay, barely alive, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the stones beneath him. Is there anyone who can at least look this way? He is still alive. Who will tend to him? Upon hearing this, Steve's gaze fell upon Thor and the dying Loki at his feet. Thor, before you fret over your brother's injuries and their potential threat to his life, I urge you to remember one undeniable fact. Not long ago, in the SHIELD headquarters, he personally killed dozens of agents and employees. Just moments ago, he indirectly caused an uncountable number of injuries on these bustling city streets. The blood on his hands far exceeds that which he is currently losing. Thor's expression instantly morphed into a captivating blend of embarrassment, the discomfort of being struck at his core, and a stubborn protectiveness. He opened his mouth, glanced at Steve, then looked down at his brother, who lay on the brink of death and whose sins were indeed numerous, the muscles in his jaw twitching violently. Ultimately, his authoritative visage crumbled as he murmured softly, he was adopted. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Even Selena, who had been engulfed in guilt, couldn't help but raise her hand to shield her forehead and eyes. Tony let out a short, unreserved scoff. All right, get Loki on board, gather your spoils. We're heading back. Steve handed the scepter to Selena and adjusted his helmet once more. Chapter 11. Whispers of the soul. The roar of the Quinjet's engines gradually blended into the colossal rumble of the mothership. The massive hangar doors slowly closed, shutting out the chaos of the outside world. The group disembarked from the aircraft in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Loki was carried by two sturdy agents on a stretcher, his limp body swaying slightly with each movement, emitting faint groans. Nick Fury, Bruce Banner, and several senior agents were already waiting in the conference room. Fury solitary, I scanned the crowd before resting on the stretcher and subsequently on the still pale Selena. Take the esteemed guest to the special suite, Fury commanded the medical team, his voice steady. Implement Plan 2 and prepare the medical equipment. The so-called suite was, in fact, a specially designed, enormous cylindrical glass cage located in the belly of the mothership. At this moment, a fixed hospital bed had been added to the room, various life support devices flickering with a standby glow. Loki was carefully transferred inside. His constitution indeed surpassed that of a mere human. His skin and muscle tissue were remarkably resilient. Ironically, it was precisely because Selena had battered him to the brink of broken bones and torn flesh, rendering him as soft as a hamburger patty, that his impervious skin now cracked like a spider's web, thus facilitating Earth's medical interventions. The doctors swiftly and efficiently administered a potent sedative, commencing the cleaning of wounds, staunching the bleeding and bandaging. The intense pain caused Loki to involuntarily convulse, even in unconsciousness. The attendees silently entered the conference room and took their seats. The metallic chair's surfaces and the cold tabletop reflected the glow of the overhead lights. Selena had not changed out of her striking red and blue battle attire. Her crimson cloak was tightly clutched in her hands, as if it were a lifeline enveloping her body, with her chin nearly buried in the emblem on her chest, revealing only her slightly furrowed brow and dazed eyes. The conference room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the ventilation system. Each face bore varying degrees of gravity and fatigue. Banner inhaled deeply, rose, and took a seat next to Selena. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke softly, imbued with his characteristic gentleness and understanding. Hey, Selena. He waited for her gaze to subtly shift towards him before continuing. Do not be too hard on yourself. In confrontations of this magnitude, inflicting harm is nearly unavoidable. He offered a wry smile, gesturing to his chest. Have you forgotten the big fellow inside me? Every time he emerges, he wreaks havoc and endangers others. All we can do is strive to mend the aftermath, to make the next encounter a tad better. Tony leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop, adding Banner is right. And speaking of harm, he smirked self-deprecatingly. Before I became Iron Man, the missiles and bombs from Stark Industries have left an indelible stain of death and shattered families. I dare not even contemplate the numbers. Yet, one cannot dwell forever in the shadows of the past. What matters is what we're doing now. Nick Fury pressed his hands on the conference table, leaning slightly forward, his single eye piercing as he regarded Selena. Miss Kent, you are a journalist. You have reported on wars and tracked disasters. You should be more acutely aware than anyone of what is to come. You have revealed your powers and your identity, and now, under the global spotlight, you have stirred quite a commotion. He paused. Those who support you will elevate you to a pedestal, while those who oppose you will see you as a greater threat. A storm is brewing. Selena, wrapped in her cloak, seemed to shrink inward, her voice muffled beneath the fabric, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I just want my family in Kansas to be safe. This was her deepest fear. Leave this to us. Fury's promise was succinct and resolute. SHIELD would endeavor to control public opinion and monitor any abnormal movements, doing everything possible to protect those uninvolved. Thank you. Selena's voice was as soft as a sigh. No need to thank me. Fury stood upright, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Reasonably, he stated that they had performed admirably. Consider this. Had it been the conventional military deployed today, instead of us, to subdue a target like Loki, it would not have been implausible for the entire block to be razed by artillery. What would the casualties have been? He shifted his tone. However, now is not the time for relaxation. Loki has been apprehended, yet he is not the sole concern. The Tesseract remains missing. Agent Clint Barton and Dr. Eric Selvig are still unaccounted for and are likely under some form of control. Fury's voice regained the steadiness and decisiveness of a commander. Thus, the mission continues. First, rest and recalibrate. We must be prepared to act at any moment. With that, Fury nodded to Natasha and the others, departing the conference room with several core agents. The heavy metal door closed behind him with a resounding thud. Inside the conference room remained only Selena, Tony, Steve, Banner, and Thor. Steve rose, breaking the brief silence. We are indeed all exhausted. Let us return to our quarters. Keep communication lines open. The others stood up in unison. As Tony passed by Selena, he gave her shoulder a firm, encouraging pat. Stop overthinking and get some sleep. The Star Tower can weather any storm. He attempted to maintain his usual tone, though it lacked some of its customary flippancy. Banner merely gave Selena's arm a gentle pat, his gaze warm and understanding, conveying an unspoken bond. Thor looked at Selena with a complex expression, hesitating for words, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh as he too patted her shoulder before striding out. He needed to check on the progress of treating his adopted brother. Steve lingered behind, standing beside Selena, observing the girl tightly wrapped in her cloak. He firmly and steadily patted her arm, a gesture of trust and support befitting a warrior. His gaze was resolute, and without uttering further comforting words, he nodded solemnly before turning to leave. The heavy metal door finally clicked shut, sealing the room. Selena was left alone within the vast space, which suddenly felt overwhelmingly empty and silent. The cold fluorescent lights seemed to dim slightly. She clutched her cloak tightly, enveloping herself in that little cocoon. Time seemed to freeze, with only the gentle rise and fall of her chest affirming her existence. After a long while, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze instinctively, or perhaps as if drawn by an invisible force, pierced through the walls of the conference room, landing on the shelf where the scepter, seized from Loki, lay quietly. Its cold metallic sheen glimmered, and the deep blue gem at its tip, even under the bright lights, emanated an indescribable depth, as if it could absorb the very light around it. The moment Selena's gaze met that gem, a chill surged through her thoughts like a jolt of electricity. A singular notion resonated with crystal clarity, reverberating in Selena's mind like thunder. It is it. Those emotions, magnified to infinity. The brutal impulses that nearly consumed her. The overwhelming guilt and remorse that crashed upon her like a mountain avalanche or a tidal wave. These extreme feelings were swept away by an invisible vortex, pushing her to an intolerable peak of dissonance. The source of it all did not arise solely from her own heart. It was that gem, embedded at the pinnacle of the scepter. Unseen, it perpetually influenced and magnified her emotions like the most clandestine whisper. From Loki's seductive words during battle to the collapse of her spirit afterward, this gem acted as an emotional amplifier, propelling her inner turmoil into an uncontrollable abyss. A chill instantly crawled up Selena's spine, only to be replaced by a resolute urgency to break free from these invisible shackles. The gem bore no notions of good or evil, but the human heart does. It could no longer remain here. Selena sprang to her feet, her crimson cloak unfurling silently behind her. The uncertainty and fragility in her gaze were replaced by an unprecedented determination, as the depths of her azure eyes sparkled with a glimmer of resolve. Without hesitation, she strode directly towards the pedestal, extending her hand to grasp the cold scepter that seemed to pulse with a faint heartbeat. The metallic sensation surged through her palm, and at the moment she held it, the gem flickered ever so slightly. There was no hesitation in Selena's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, She tightened her grip on the scepter imbued with perilous power. Then, she turned, her cloak billowing as she departed the laboratory without a backward glance. Chapter 12. Joe's comfort. Selena's silhouette emerged within the cold, metallic hall of the solitary fortress. She clutched the scepter, radiating a ghostly blue glow, as if grasping a shard of ice. Woof! A familiar joyous bark shattered the fortress's silence. A lithe white figure shot forth from the depths of the corridor like lightning, racing towards Selena with a gust of wind. It was little Krypton. It had grown stronger than an average adult dog, its amber eyes sparkling with delight. Selena relaxed her taut nerves, kneeling on one knee, arms wide open to welcome its leap. The warm, soft, sun-kissed fluff of its white fur enveloped her in an instant. Little Krypton's large head affectionately nuzzled against her neck, emitting a contented purr as its tail wagged furiously. This pure and exuberant vitality flowed over her like a warm current, gently soothing the chill within Selena's heart. Eve, welcome back. Joe's holographic image silently coalesced before her, his gentle gaze resting upon her and the excited little Krypton. Your emotional fluctuations are quite pronounced. Father. Selena's voice bore a hint of weariness. She did not lift her head, but simply embraced the warmth of little Krypton tighter, standing with little Krypton in her arms. She offered no explanation and walked directly toward a corner of the hall. There lay a chair she had personally arranged, draped in thick blankets, beside which was a virtual fireplace simulated by Joe, flickering with warm, dancing light. Selena released the small Kryptonian, casually discarding the tightly grasped scepter of her psyche onto the cold metallic floor, producing a jarring, piercing sound. She curled into the embrace of a lounge chair, pulling a crimson cloak tightly around herself, resembling a cocoon seeking refuge. Her vacant gaze fixated on the flickering shadows cast by the flames in the fireplace, their glow illuminating her features, yet failing to dispel the pervasive gloom that enveloped her. The small Kryptonian, a bit bewildered, tilted its head and cautiously approached the scepter on the floor, then glanced back at Selena. Ultimately, it settled quietly at her feet, resting its head on its forepaws, its amber eyes filled with concern for its master. The image of Joe silently materialized beside the lounge chair, his voice remaining calm and encompassing. Eve, I can sense the turmoil within you. What has transpired? You may confide in me. I am here for you. Selena buried her face deeper into the cloak, her voice muffled as she spoke. I have made a grave mistake. It was unintentional, yet I could not reign in that power, nor could I contain my own anger. Perhaps I am simply unworthy of such power. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Joe remained silent, merely raising his hand slightly. A clear projection swiftly unfolded in the air before Selena. The source of the imagery was evidently linked to global surveillance satellites and city cameras. The firewall of Earth's network rendered utterly ineffective against Kryptonian technology. The footage accelerated, rapidly replaying the harrowing scene on King Street in Stuttgart. Joe observed the entire sequence in silence, the frown on his holographic visage deepening. He manipulated the imagery, repeating several crucial moments, particularly the close-up of Selena shedding her black armor, revealing her red and blue battle attire. It distinctly captured the moment when Loki's hand gripped the scepter, the deep blue gemstone emanating a brilliance much more vibrant and active than usual, sparkling with a myriad of hues. This radiance was especially pronounced amidst Loki's derisive remarks directed at Selena. A peculiar energy reaction, Joe murmured. Selena gently kicked the scepter on the ground, producing a soft metallic scrape that startled the small Kryptonian. It is due to this. It can influence emotions and minds, amplifying what resides within, especially negative sentiments. Her tone carried a hint of self-doubt. Though she mused, perhaps it is merely an excuse I have conjured. Ultimately, it is I who failed to control myself. Joe's gaze shifted from the scepter to Selena, his expression softening. Eve, you need not bear the weight of all blame upon your shoulders. Recognizing the need for reflection and feeling remorse is a testament to your admirable sense of responsibility. Yet it does not imply that all consequences should rest solely with you. Even Krypton's greatest warriors are not all-knowing deities. They too can err and make mistakes. What matters is to learn from these lessons and strive to avoid repeating them. Selena sat up a bit straighter, her cloak wrapped around her. Joe's words, akin to a gentle spring, began to wash away the murky despair within her heart. She tenderly stroked the warm head of the small Kryptonian. "Thank you, Father. In truth, my friends have said much the same to me." She recalled Tony's triumphant spirit, Banner's empathetic understanding, and even Steve's somewhat rigid yet fundamentally protective insistence on accountability. A look of relief spread across Joe's holographic visage, suggesting that her friends were not merely acquaintances. "This is commendable, Eve," he remarked, gesturing towards the scepter resting on the ground. "Having recognized its peril, how do you intend to address it?" Selena's gaze shifted to the ethereal blue gem atop the scepter, her expression turning earnest. She straightened, allowing her cloak to fall slightly. "Father, do you remember the blue cosmic cube I brought last time? The core of that cube is, in fact, a gem imbued with immense spatial energy." Joe nodded, impressive. "It represents a form of energy we have yet to encounter." "Indeed," Selena affirmed, "and this," she pointed to the sapphire at the scepter's apex, "is another gem of the same origin, yet it harnesses the powers of the mind." Taking a deep breath, she began to unravel the secrets of the Infinity Stones. According to ancient lore, at the dawn of the universe, 6 Infinity Stones emerged, each embodying fundamental cosmic principles: space, mind, reality, power, time, and soul. Each possessed the might to alter the very fabric of the universe. She succinctly described the color and abilities of each stone, along with the catastrophic consequences that could arise should they converge. Joe listened intently, his holographic expression graver than ever. Despite his vast knowledge accumulated over millennia of Kryptonian civilization, he felt a profound sense of awe and caution in the face of the unknown. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, one eye-opener. "Krypton has long proclaimed itself the ruler of the cosmos, exploring countless star systems. Yet our understanding of such power, which represents the very laws of the universe, is astonishingly superficial. It is incredible that this seemingly insignificant and fragile Earth has already acquired 2 of them." Selena regarded her father's visibly shaken image and blinked. "In fact, it possesses 3. Joe's holographic form trembled as if struck by a powerful wave of information, the light particles that constituted his image flickering momentarily in instability. "What?" His voice was laced with disbelief, a shock that transcended rational calculation, emanating from the depths of his intelligent core. "What did you say?" "The 3rd one. On Earth." "Which one?" Selena replied softly, "The one that governs time." The core hall of the fortress fell into an eerie silence, the flickering flames of the virtual fireplace casting shadows that danced upon Joe's holographic visage, rendering it even more ethereal and unsteady. A similar gravity weighed upon Selena's face. In the stillness, an unspoken, colossal question reverberated. What manner of place is this Earth? Chapter 13. The Mind Stone. Selena's gaze shifted from the alluring yet perilous yellow gem in her hand to the small Kryptonian lying at her feet. Xiaoku acutely sensed the gaze of its master, and its amber eyes immediately turned toward her, radiating pure concern and unabashed dependence. Gazing into those clear eyes, Selena felt as though her previously heavy heart had been cast into a warm stone, her lips involuntarily curving into a genuine smile tinged with relief. "Hey there, little one," she said, extending her hand. Responding to the signal, Xiaoku joyfully yipped, propelling itself with its hind legs, and gracefully leaped into Selena's embrace, affectionately nuzzling her chin with its warm, furry head. This little creature was no longer insignificant. It could easily knock over an ordinary person with such force. It placed its front paws on Selena's chest, its damp nose almost touching hers, and their soulful eyes locked in a silent exchange, as if asking, "Are you all right, Father?" Selena lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with determination. "I believe I have an idea." Joe's holographic image leaned in slightly, concern lacing his tone. "Oh, what idea?" "The ability to influence others' emotions and minds is merely the most superficial, minute effect of this gem." Selena's voice brimmed with the excitement of a discoverer. "As far as I know, its true power lies in its ability to connect the consciousness of all intelligent beings throughout the universe. It can alter, erase, and even reshape memories. It can even endow other beings with thought and wisdom." Joe's holographic projection furrowed its brow, the light emanating from his image dimming slightly. "Eve, such a terrifying power should not be wielded carelessly. The implications and risks are incalculable. You must exercise utmost caution." Selena nodded solemnly. I understand, father. I will heed your warning. She gently placed Shao Ku on the ground, skillfully flicking her foot to lift the scepter, catching it effortlessly. The cold metal glimmered faintly in her grasp, its sharp tip indeed a weapon capable of inflicting grave harm. She gazed at it for a moment before decisively removing the gem with a crisp sound and discarding it carelessly as if it were mere refuse, sending it clattering to a distant corner of the hall. Now, all her attention was focused on the egg-sized blue gemstone resting in her palm. Its glow was warm, yet seemed to harbor an infinite allure. Selena extended her other hand, cautiously pinching it. It felt cold and hard to the touch, yet there was an odd dissonance. She attempted to rub the surface of the gemstone vigorously with her thumb and forefinger. With a slight crack, a faint sound echoed. The seemingly seamless blue shell shattered like weathered stone, revealing a more resplendent and refined core, reduced in size by about 1/3, emanating a pure and gentle, almost tangible golden light. The essence of the mind gem. Selena held her breath, delicately pinching this true cosmic treasure, now liberated from its confines. It radiated a dreamlike golden aura from her fingertips, as if it possessed its own heartbeat and pulse. This was her first encounter with the tangible essence of the Infinity Stone. An indescribable thrill surged within her heart. No longer hesitating, she grasped the golden gem firmly in her palm. Boom! The moment the stone made contact with her skin, an overwhelming torrent of pure mental energy surged into her being. This force disregarded the barriers of the physical realm, like a breached river of stars cascading into her mind in an instant. Countless points of light erupted within her consciousness. Each point seemed to embody the spirit of an intelligent life form. The myriad faces of humanity, with their joys and sorrows, fragments of memory, and hidden desires. The primal perceptions of the birds, beasts, insects, and fish in Earth's forests, and from the distant cosmos. An overwhelming tide of unfathomable information from countless civilizations rushed in like a cosmic tsunami. Even Selena, with her supercharged brain enhanced by solar radiation, felt an unprecedented, near-crushing impact. This sensation instantly reminded her of a decade ago, within the school of her small town, when her abilities first awakened, accompanied by a heart-wrenching, excruciating pain as if her brain might burst. Selena let out a low groan, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling slightly, her legs weakening, nearly unable to stand. Eve, Joe's anxious voice broke through. But this time, she did not falter. She shut her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth, and summoned all her mental strength to sift, filter, and adapt to the torrent of cosmic information flooding in. After what felt like an eternity, though only a mere dozen seconds had passed, the violent surge began to gradually subside under her resolute will. Selena abruptly opened her eyes. In that instant, her pupils transformed from their pure azure to a dazzling golden hue, reminiscent of molten gold. Yet, in the next moment, the gold swiftly faded, returning to her original gaze. With a long, deep exhale, Selena released a burden that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes shone with newfound clarity and depth. How do you feel? Joe's voice was laced with concern and trepidation. Selena opened her palm, observing the golden gem resting quietly within, sensing its gentle power. No longer tumultuous, but resonating subtly with her consciousness. I believe I can see. Her voice trembled with barely concealed awe. I can perceive the memories of every human on Earth. If I so desire, I could effortlessly browse, modify, or even erase any fragment. The magnitude of this power sent a shiver through her. Immediately, Joe reached out anxiously to intervene. No, Eve, please do not do this. It is a desecration of life. Selena nodded resolutely, tightening her grip on the gem slightly. I understand, Father. I assure you, I will not misuse this power. She paused, a glimmer of longing flickering in her eyes. Moreover, I believe I have glimpsed even farther. I have seen distant galaxies, civilizations, and beings utterly unlike our own. Perhaps one day, we can venture to explore them? Joe's image paused slightly, seemingly stirred by this proposal, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Interstellar travel? The last time I departed from the home planet of Krypton for an exploratory journey was in my youth. Then it settled. Selena's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered a goal worth anticipating. Once we resolve the troubles on Earth, we shall embark. All right. Joe replied, feeling reassured. Oh, by the way, Selena suddenly seemed to remember something, glancing down at the little Kryptonian who had been quietly gazing up at her. She crouched down, meeting the amber eyes of the small creature at eye level. Then, she extended her right hand, clutching the mind gem, and her fingertip coalesced into a small orb of soft yet pure golden light, resembling a miniature sun. She gently touched this golden glow to the little Kryptonian's forehead. The light silently permeated its fur. In that fleeting moment, the creature's body appeared unchanged, yet its gaze transformed dramatically. No longer was it merely the innocent eyes of dependence, joy, or curiosity. Instead, a deeper, more vibrant light emerged, one closer to understanding and contemplation. Little Kryptonian? Selena tentatively called softly. The creature lifted its furry head to look at Selena. This time, its eyes radiated not mere affection, but a clarity filled with the brilliance of wisdom and joy. It even slightly parted its mouth, the corners curling upward, displaying an expression remarkably vivid and smiling. This expression brimmed with understanding, reliance, and a newfound exhilaration. Wow! Selena exclaimed in delight, wrapping her arms around the little Kryptonian's neck. We did it! Look, Dad! Joe's image also reflected surprise and admiration. You have bestowed upon it greater intelligence? Indeed, Selena replied joyfully, stroking the now remarkably astute head of the little creature. I do not wish to keep it in solitude any longer. I want to take it with me, to accompany me on adventures. Joe observed his excited daughter and the spirited little Kryptonian, nodding with a smile. Good child, that is splendid. Knowing you have a companion brings me peace. He deliberately paused, his image performing a slightly melancholic shrug. But with this, I shall be left as the solitary elder in this fortress. Selena released the little Kryptonian, stood up, and approached Joe's image, her gaze warm and resolute. I will return often, bringing the little Kryptonian with me. After a moment's thought, she added, besides, we can always video call. Joe was amused by her words, letting out a deep chuckle. It seems I must consider creating a few talking robots to keep me company and alleviate my boredom. Selena couldn't help but laugh as well. The little Kryptonian, sensing the warm atmosphere, joyfully barked twice, its voice crisp and vibrant with newfound energy. The golden light of the gem flowed gently in Selena's palm, illuminating the smiling visage of the elderly father in the fortress, the warm-hearted young girl, and the small dog whose eyes sparkled with light. Chapter 14. Loki's escape deep within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier in a reinforced, specially designed glass prison. Loki lay ensconced like a true mummy, swathed in bandages that left only his tightly shut eyes and bruised visage visible. A medical personnel completed the final routine check of the evening, meticulously recording the data and softly reported into the communicator. Vital signs are stable, yet consciousness remains unresponsive, maintaining a state of profound coma. With a crisp sound, the heavy reinforced glass door sealed shut with an electronic lock. The silhouette of the medical personnel vanished into the depths of the corridor. At the very moment the footsteps faded into silence, Loki, still in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were sharp, alert, showing no trace of dormancy. A sinister and frigid smile crept upon his lips, akin to a serpent ready to strike. Not long after, the imposing figure of Thor, the god of thunder, appeared outside the glass cage. He gazed through the transparent barrier at his oblivious brother, his face marred by a tapestry of sorrow and regret. He turned to the agent accompanying him and softly implored, "Allow me to see him, just for a moment. Will you remain outside to guard the door?" The agent hesitated briefly before nodding in acquiescence. He entered a temporary access pass on the control panel. With a hiss, the airtight door slid open. Thor stepped into the cramped cell, and the door promptly shut behind him with a resounding clang. Standing before Loki's bed, he looked down at his brother's pallid and tranquil face, obscured beneath layers of thick bandaging. His voice was heavy with unmasked anguish as he spoke. "Loki, you should not be here. You ought to have remained in Asgard." His throat tightened, and he inhaled deeply. "The last time I came to Midgard, your fury followed, bringing chaos. This time, you dared to plunge the entirety of Midgard into war and enslavement. Why, Loki, must you act thus?" Silence enveloped the cell, broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system. Thor watched his unresponsive brother, weariness and profound loss flickering in his eyes. He sighed long and deeply, his voice steeped in nostalgia. Perhaps we can never return to our childhood. That time is long lost, brother. A chilling, mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. Thor's pupils dilated, and he jerked his head up. There lay Loki, now wide awake, his ice-blue eyes brimming with derision, his lips curled into that signature, sinister smile. What shocked Thor further was that Loki's form abruptly vanished before him like an apparition. Panic surged through Thor as he spun towards the door. Yet it was too late. Through the transparent glass wall, he clearly saw Loki's figure materialize behind the agent, who stood unsuspectingly at the entrance. Clad in a dark green Asgardian robe, which he had somehow restored, Loki appeared unharmed save for the fading bruises on his face. In his hand, a sharp dagger had materialized, and with lightning speed, he plunged it into the agent's back. The astonishment on the agent's face froze instantly as his body crumpled to the ground. Loki stood beside the corpse, locking eyes with Thor through the glass, a smirk of unmasked pride and cruelty etched upon his face. Brother, you remain as merciful and foolish as ever. He relished the sight of Thor trapped within the confines of his cage. Without further ado, he strode to the central control panel of the prison, his fingers dancing swiftly over the intricate buttons, producing a series of beeps. Alas, my scepter is missing, but fret not, I shall reclaim myself. As he manipulated the controls, he appeared to converse with himself. Ah, brother, the Midgardians often claim that we gods are immortal. A mad glint flickered in his eyes as he added, Today, we shall put that assertion to the test, shall we? With a thunderous roar, the solid metallic floor beneath Thor opened abruptly, revealing an abyss of swirling clouds below. A violent gust of wind rushed into the cramped prison. Loki's eyes gleamed with brutal satisfaction as he maliciously pressed the red button on the control panel that signified emergency release. Farewell, my dear brother. The entire cylindrical glass prison, along with the helpless Thor, plummeted like an elevator with severed cables, hurtling toward the endless clouds below. Loki erupted into maniacal laughter as he watched Thor vanish from sight, though the sudden movement jarred his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain and grimace. Damn that woman, he muttered under his breath, shaking his wrist as he departed, his figure swiftly melding into the shadows of the ship's intricate corridors. The following morning, in the warm and comfortable bedroom of the Arctic fortress, Selena was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of her phone. The shock of last night's encounter with the Mind Stone still lingered, leaving her head heavy, as if she had spent the night ensnared in a bizarre dream, where countless strangers' thoughts and memories tugged at the edges of her consciousness. She fumbled for her phone, blindly pressing the answer button with her eyes still closed, her voice thick with sleep. Hello, who is this? Immediately, Tony Stark's voice crackled through the receiver, filled with an unprecedented urgency and even panic, his words tumbling out in a rush. Selena, thank heavens you answered. There has been a disaster. Loki has escaped. His people attacked the ship, and the situation is spiraling out of control. The losses are catastrophic. What? Selena sat up straight, the weight of this explosive news dispelling her drowsiness. He escaped. He shouldn't even be able to move right now. A vivid image of Loki being reduced to a puddle of mush flashed through her mind. Who knows what dark sorcery that fiend has employed? Tony's voice was frantic. In any case, he has gone. He set a trap to lure Thor into his glass prison, and Thor, along with the prison, has been thrown from thousands of feet in the air. And that is not all. Banner was unaware of what had provoked him, but he transformed into the Hulk in a fit of rage. He rampaged through the mothership, frantically dismantling everything in sight. We were nearly torn to shreds, along with the ship. Ultimately, he leaped down as well. Selena listened in astonishment, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to regain clarity. What is the current situation? How the mothership? What about the others? The mothership was barely stabilized, but severely damaged. Agent Barton, taken by Loki, had been rescued and had regained consciousness. He revealed that Loki would soon take further action. Tony's voice brimmed with urgency. We needed to prepare immediately. Loki's next move could commence at any moment. Selena's mind raced. The Tesseract. He intends to activate the Tesseract. Activate the Tesseract? What is his intention? Tony inquired. He aims to open a portal, a massive, stable wormhole. Selena's voice was resolute, allowing his extraterrestrial army to descend directly upon Earth, right in the heart of New York City. The voice on the other end audibly gasped. New York? Damn it. Banner, and I studied the Tesseract. Activating it requires an astronomical energy threshold, at least 120 million Kelvin in temperature, or an equally formidable, extremely stable energy source. Tony's voice shifted in tone, filled with disbelief and frustration. Stark Tower. My arc reactor matrix. It is the most significant and stable energy output in all of New York, and it is the most conspicuous landmark. That egotistical bastard who loves to be in the spotlight. Precisely. That is indeed his stage. Selena was fully alert now. Tony, we must depart immediately. Don't eat the sour radish. Tony couldn't help but curse on the other end, urging, hurry. We must split up for New York. Time is of the essence. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended by Tony's haste. Selena gripped her phone, inhaling deeply, the last remnants of drowsiness replaced by a chilling resolve for battle. Chapter 15. The Avengers Assemble. Little K, we are leaving. Selena commanded with a clear voice, her red cape billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. Woof. Little K responded loudly, the same red cape around his neck, emblazoned with a striking shield emblem, fluttering in the breeze. In the next moment, the two figures surged forth like arrows released from a bow, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Little K soared with astonishing speed, closely trailing Selena, who was already in her normal flying pace. Their streaks, akin to meteors, blazed across the skies of North America, reaching the war-torn expanse above New York in the blink of an eye. Thick smoke billowed, explosions erupted in succession, and chaos reigned in the streets. Selena did not pause for a moment, her gaze fixed firmly on the rooftop of Stark Tower as she and Little K thunderously landed in the top-level lobby. Thud! Thud! The sound of their landing echoed. Upon entering the lobby, they were met with the sight of the opposing parties. Tony Stark, clad in casual attire and devoid of his armor, stood facing Loki, who had his back to the window, a stormy expression upon his face. Oh, look who has arrived. Just as I mentioned, Tony, facing the entrance, immediately spotted Selena, his tense demeanor slightly easing. Loki abruptly turned at the sound. As he beheld the newcomer, his pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of uncontrollable malice and apprehension washing over his face. It is you. Selena approached with a measured stride, flanking Tony, effectively cornering Loki against the vast glass wall. Loki, Selena's voice fell like ice shards, laced with an incredulous mockery. I never imagined you would recover so swiftly. Like a cockroach. I thought I'd struck you down last night, leaving me to bear unwarranted guilt throughout the night. Loki suppressed the fury boiling within, forcing a twisted, sinister smile, his gaze darting towards the ever-expanding wormhole outside. Oh? To evoke such sorrow in a lady as formidable and exquisite as yourself? What immense honor. He opened his arms, gesturing towards the window. Regrettably, your time is running short. The Chitauri army will arrive imminently. At that moment you, along with all the ants in this city, shall kneel before my throne. Surrender now, and I may grant you a dignified position. The Chitauri? Selena scoffed, as though she had heard the most ludicrous joke, that infamous group in the cosmos, mercenaries for hire, devoid of honor, the most wretched cannon fodder in the universe? Loki's smile abruptly froze upon his face, as if struck in a vulnerable spot, his voice rising sharply. Who said that? Utter nonsense. They are elite. Boom. Before his words could settle, a cataclysmic roar erupted from the center of the building's rooftop platform where the Tesseract lay. A formidable blue energy beam shot skyward, violently colliding with the expanse above New York. The fabric of space was suddenly rent asunder by an unseen force, twisting into a colossal, shimmering blue vortex, its edges flickering with terrifying arcs of electricity, taking shape amidst the terrified gazes of all present. There is no time left. Loki laughed maniacally, pointing at the wormhole, his voice distorted with excitement. My army is coming. You are doomed. Then let us see. Tony's gaze sharpened, as the hidden bracelet on his wrist activated in an instant. The Mark 7 armor swiftly enveloping him, glowing with a brilliant gold and red radiance. Selena, I leave this chatterbox to you. Before his words could fade, the thrusters behind him roared to life, shattering the glass wall as he transformed into a meteor, charging toward the swarm of Chitauri ships pouring forth from the wormhole. In the hall, only Selena, little Krypto, and Loki remained. My scepter. Loki's gaze fixated on Selena, filled with greed and urgency. You took it from me, did you not? Hand it over. Loki, neither the scepter nor the tesseract is within your grasp. Selena's eyes were sharp as blades. You have no idea what calamity that so-called ally behind you will bring upon the entire universe. Calamity? Loki snorted. I only know that I am about to become the ruler of the 9 realms. It is I who will wield his power to achieve my ends. Wield? Selena seemed to hear the most absurd jest, shaking her head slightly. With your profoundly foolish arrogance, you dare claim to be more astute than him? You are merely a pawn, meticulously chosen by him. A pawn to be discarded once used. Words are futile. Loki, utterly infuriated, conjured 2 daggers once more. Adopting à combustance. So be it, as you wish. A glint of cold light flashed in Selena's eyes. In the very instant her words fell, Selena's figure abruptly vanished from sight. A blurred crimson afterimage tore through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom, and instantly appeared before Loki. Loki's eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting as he barely managed to cross his daggers defensively across his chest. With a thunderous crash that could halt a heartbeat, Selena's seemingly delicate fist, imbued with the strength to move mountains, struck the crossed daggers and Loki's chest with unyielding force. Crack! The daggers twisted and shattered in an instant. Loki felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. His chest visibly caved in. He could scarcely emit a scream as he was sent reeling backward like a marionette with severed strings, violently crashing into the opulent crystal bar, shattering countless bottles and scattering shards of glass. Ultimately, he resembled a discarded, tattered painting, slamming against the sturdy load-bearing wall with a resounding thud, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake before slumping to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. A flash of white lightning charged toward him. It was little Krypton, like the most loyal hound. It latched onto Loki's wrist with unerring precision. Ah! Loki let out a piercing wail of agony. Little Krypton unleashed its formidable biting power, its sharp teeth piercing through Loki's skin and muscle, embedding deep into his bone. Damn beast! Release me! Let go! Loki's face contorted with pain as he exerted every ounce of strength to violently shake his arm, while his other hand sought to strike little Krypton on the head. However, little Krypton's 4 paws anchored firmly to the ground, resembling a boulder rooted in place. Undeterred by Loki's frantic struggles, its body swayed slightly, but its grip remained unwavering, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. Selena observed this comical yet satisfying scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. Well done, little Krypton. Hold him tight. Ugh. Little Krypton emitted a brief, fierce response, its gaze fixed menacingly on Loki. With his wrist firmly clamped, Loki was rendered immobile, the excruciating pain and humiliation driving him to madness. Tell your dog to release me. Let us fight fairly. Selena approached the enormous shattered window, gazing down upon the inferno engulfing New York City, her voice laced with icy mockery. Ah, never mind. I truly fear that if I'm not careful, I might actually kill you. After all, she glanced back at the disheveled Loki. If I were to kill you, that fool Thor would surely weep. Loki was on the verge of exploding with rage, just about to unleash a torrent of curses, when little Krypton suddenly jerked its head. Loki screamed once more, his entire being yanked by an irresistible force, lifted off the ground like a ragged cloth, before being slammed back down with tremendous impact. His wrist bled profusely, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly incapable of resistance, leaving him at the mercy of the small creature that dragged him across the floor, leaving a vivid trail of blood. On the streets of New York, the wormhole had fully opened, and the invasion of the Chitauri had reached its zenith. Like a swarm of locusts, a torrent of individual aircraft descended from the wormhole, blotting out the sky. They emitted a piercing shriek, as energy weapons unleashed a torrential barrage upon the streets. Explosive flames erupted continuously, as the sturdy walls of skyscrapers were blasted open. Charred remnants of automobiles littered the streets, while terrified citizens screamed, fled, and cried out. Police cars, their lights flashing, rushed to the scene, but their weapons were mere toys before these alien soldiers, quickly suppressed by overwhelming firepower. A Quinjet roared into the battlefield, its cannons spewing forth furious tongues of fire, obliterating several low-flying Chitauri crafts. However, it immediately drew the attention of more nearby foes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple, thick energy beams struck the aircraft with precision. The jet's turbines exploded in a blaze, billowing black smoke akin to a wounded bird as it unsteadily descended onto a relatively open street. The hatch opened, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaped down first, followed closely by Hawkeye, Clint Barton, with his quiver of arrows, and the agile Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. "Evacuate the crowd. Establish a defensive line," Steve commanded, raising his shield to deflect an energy beam. The trio immediately split into two groups, with Steve and Natasha clearing the Chitauri infantry from the streets, using their shield and precise shots to carve a path for the panicking citizens. Hawkeye swiftly scaled the remnants of a building, surveying the chaos from above. With his keen eye, every tremor of his compound bow sent a specially designed arrow piercing through the skulls of Chitauri soldiers or the engines of their crafts. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, descended like a god, landing beside Steve, surrounded by dancing serpents of electricity. "Just in time, Thor," Steve exclaimed, raising his shield to block an energy beam aimed at Thor. "I come to assist you," Thor bellowed, swinging his hammer, unleashing a tempest of thunder that incinerated 7 or 8 Chitauri soldiers in an instant. "Where's Loki? I wish to have a word with him." "Oh, really?" Hawkeye scoffed, accurately shooting an arrow that exploded the head of a Chitauri soldier. "Then you'd best fall in line behind me." Captain Steve, while helping a civilian who had been toppled by the blast, calmly replied to Thor, "Selena is back. She and Tony are upstairs. With her here, Loki 1T escaped this time." Thor's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, but he breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as Eve is there." He then added, "But it's best not to go too far. After all, Loki is still, Thor, do you hear me? This is not the time to discuss your brother." Tony's anxious voice echoed through everyone's communicator. The energy shield surrounding the cube was astonishingly robust, rendering conventional methods utterly ineffective. "We must first deal with these alien foot soldiers." "Indeed," Steve shouted into the communicator, simultaneously striking down a charging Chitauri soldier with a powerful blow from his shield. "We must prioritize eliminating the enemy. We must coordinate like a true team." A revving motorcycle engine grew, increasingly louder. A figure, clad in loose trousers and a torn shirt, appearing somewhat disheveled, skillfully navigated through the chaotic streets, finally halting in front of Thor and Steve. It was Bruce Banner. Observing the hellish scene before him, he murmured, "The situation does not appear promising." Natasha swiftly dispatched an enemy and approached, glancing at Banner with a subtle smirk. "Trust me, Doctor, I have witnessed far worse scenarios." Banner felt slightly awkward. My apologies." Natasha shook her head. "In comparison to the chaos caused by that lady on the top floor, you are quite restrained." She shifted her tone to a serious note. "However, we truly require some formidable assistance right now." Steve immediately shouted into the communicator, "Tony, Banner has arrived." At that moment, Tony was soaring at high speed between skyscrapers, a deafening roar resonating behind him. As the camera zoomed out, it revealed that he was dragging an enormous creature. It was a biomechanical leviathan of the Chitauri, resembling a gargantuan metallic skeletal whale. Its size rivaled that of a large transport aircraft as it thrashed wildly, attempting to devour Tony ahead. "Received. Let us transform Banner. I've brought something exceptional for you." Tony's voice broke through the cacophony of engines and the leviathan's growl. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony abruptly descended, diving toward the block where Steve and the others were situated. The colossal leviathan followed closely, descending like a meteor. "Oh my," Natasha looked up at the overwhelming shadow and the glimmering metallic body, gasping in disbelief. "Tony, this is not the kind of exceptional thing I had in mind." Banner gazed at the terrifying beast that blotted out his entire field of vision, feeling the suffocating air and the stench it brought. "Dr. Banner." Steve tightened his grip on his shield, his gaze sharp as an eagle. It was time to unleash his fury. A faint smile curved Banner's lips, calm yet brimming with an impending storm. He looked up at the Leviathan's looming head, his voice low. "Let me share a secret with you, Captain." His body began to swell violently, as if inflated like a balloon. His skin transformed into a deep shade of green in an instant. His loose clothing tore apart, shredded by the explosive growth of his muscles. A raw, savage, and destructive aura surged forth, palpable in the air. I have been angry all along. With a roar that shook the entire block, the Hulk was born. He barely paused for a moment. At the moment when his form reached its zenith, his leg muscles detonated with explosive force. Boom! The asphalt beneath shattered and caved in an instant. Hulk's colossal green fist, imbued with a power capable of rending the very stars, surged forward with unparalleled kinetic energy, slicing through the air with a deafening crack as it struck the Leviathan's most formidable armored head with the ferocity of a battering ram. Clang! A terrifying sound that transcended the impact of metal reverberated. At the point of contact, the Leviathan's head, comparable to battleship armor, twisted and deformed, creating an immense imprint as it concaved inward. The tremendous shockwave abruptly halted the beast's descent. Its entire head was forcefully driven into the ground. Boom! The Leviathan's head collided with the earth like a watermelon struck by a hammer, embedding itself into the street. The massive shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, sending wreckage and debris flying. Its gigantic body, akin to an aircraft carrier, lost balance due to inertia and toppled forward with a thunderous crash. The enormous metallic form fell like a collapsing mountain, casting a shadow of despair over Steve, Natasha, Thor, and the recently landed Tony. In the nick of time, a blinding red light sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the sky. Selena emerged beneath the Leviathan's colossal shadow, suspended in midair, her eyes ablaze with a dazzling crimson glow that threatened to blind. Buzz! Two exceptionally thick, almost tangible crimson beams of thermal sight, carrying the searing heat and impact capable of cleaving the stars, instantaneously targeted the Leviathan's midsection. Sizzle! Upon contact, it was as if a hot knife had sliced through butter. The Leviathan's biological armor, thick enough to withstand missile strikes, was instantaneously melted through, liquefying like paper. Its rigid skeletal structure proved equally fragile before the searing temperatures. The vast gash glowing a molten red, exposing its innards and mechanical components to the air, instantly charred. Selena's head turned slightly. The two destructive beams followed suit, sweeping across with surgical precision. The colossal Leviathan was cleaved in two along its axis, the fiery incision emitting plumes of smoke and a noxious odor. The severed halves, weighed down by despairing inertia, fell thunderously to either side of the street, collapsing several low-rise buildings and sending clouds of dust into the air. The golden-red glow in Selena's eyes gradually faded, returning to a clear, icy blue. She descended slowly from the smoke-filled sky, landing among her teammates. Selena! Steve's voice brimmed with exhilaration, arriving just in time. Selena surveyed the group, smiled, and nodded, turning to Natasha. Agent Romanoff, do you enjoy your new role? Natasha responded with a smile. I am indeed weary, yet my new colleagues are remarkable. As the smoke began to dissipate, the battlefield revealed Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers wielding the vibranium shield, Thor Odinson raising Mjolnir, the muscular Hulk, and the back-to-back duo of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint Barton. Suspended slightly above, the crimson-caped Supergirl Selena Kent hovered, her presence commanding attention. The original Avengers had assembled. Chapter 16. Victory on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Chaos reigned in the corner of the battlefield. All forces advance. Crush them. Loki, like a wounded beast, was gripped tightly by the young Kryptonian, his wrist ensnared. The agony and blood loss rendered him pale, yet he continued to scream hysterically at the wormhole in the sky. The wormhole was akin to a breached dam, unleashing a torrent of Leviathan beasts and a dark swarm of Chitauri spacecraft. Like a cloud of death, they enveloped the beleaguered city of New York. Everyone heed my command. Steve Rogers' steady and powerful voice resonated across the battlefield. Barton, ascend to the high ground for a comprehensive view. Report on enemy forces and their attack routes. Stark, secure the perimeter. Do not let a single enemy escape. Thor, use your lightning to intercept the newly arrived foes. Ensure they do not touch the ground. Romanoff, join me in clearing the ground and safeguarding the rescue routes. The National Guard is en route. Hulk, Steve's voice bore both authority and urgency. Smash. Roar. Hulk responded with a thunderous bellow. Meanwhile, Selena, the undisputed powerhouse of the battlefield, hovered over New York's core. Her eyes emitted beams of molten intensity, akin to a deity wielding a sword of judgment. Wherever her searing gaze fell, whether upon the low-flying Chitauri crafts or the rugged Leviathan beasts, they were instantaneously melted, severed, and incinerated. Dismembered remains and burning metal rained down like a violent tempest, creating a devastating vacuum beneath her. However, the wormhole seemed to connect to an endless abyss, with Chitauri forces continuing to pour forth. While Selena maintained a semblance of composure, the other team members, under the relentless strain of battle, began to show signs of exhaustion, their labored breaths audible over the communication channel. At that moment, Natasha's voice pierced through the communication line, laced with palpable excitement. "Captain, Dr. Eric Selvig has recovered. He informed me that he left a backdoor in the Tesseract device." Everyone perked up. Steve immediately inquired, "What backdoor?" He said that using an energy source of equal caliber to the Tesseract to strike the shield would forcibly close the wormhole. Natasha spoke swiftly. "An energy source of equal caliber? Where can we find such a thing?" Steve's voice was tinged with urgency. "The scepter." Natasha nearly shouted, "Loki's scepter. Where is it?" Steve's voice resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the cacophony of gunfire. "I'm here." Selena's cold voice sliced through the chaos with unwavering resolve. She pierced another Leviathan and transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, landing precisely atop Stark Tower, adjacent to the ominous cosmic cube radiating terrifying energy. Natasha had just dispatched a handful of entangled soldiers, her attire marred by smoke and blood, a conspicuous wound adorning her forehead. Gasping for breath, she rushed onto the rooftop platform, urgently calling out to Selena, "Selena, hurry, shut it down." Without hesitation, Selena's hand swiftly moved to her belt, where the softly glowing, extracted Mind Stone was embedded. "Wait, don't shut it down." Tony's hoarse roar erupted through the communicator, drowning out the explosions. "I have a nuclear bomb. It's about to detonate in 1 minute. I must take it into the wormhole. Tony, don't take that risk." Selena's pupils dilated as she instantly grasped Tony's intent, but she was quicker. "Let me go." Before her words faded, her figure vanished from the rooftop. In the next moment, Selena appeared beneath the low-flying nuclear bomb, its tail spewing flames of death. Without an ounce of hesitation, she firmly cradled the bomb, embodying the ultimate force of annihilation. With a slight exertion, Selena forcibly altered the bomb's trajectory, redirecting it towards the massive wormhole above. With a roar, Selena embraced the bomb, her speed surging as she rocketed like a meteor hurtling towards hell, instantly vanishing into the ethereal blue vortex. Inside the wormhole, an eerie silence enveloped her. The clamor of New York, the explosions, the cries, all sounds were abruptly severed. Only an absolute, heart-stopping vacuum and profound darkness remained. The only sound was the rush of her own blood coursing through her veins. Selena's gaze sharpened, locking onto the colossal Chitauri mothership, suspended in the cold cosmos like a grotesque beehive. "This is for you," she hissed, her arms unleashing tremendous power as she hurled the nuclear bomb with the force of a javelin. The bomb transformed into a silent, deathly light in the vacuum, mercilessly colliding with the mothership's core at a velocity far surpassing that of its engines. Selena hovered at the edge of the wormhole, her icy eyes witnessing the cataclysmic eruption. A sphere of blinding white light, beyond description, erupted at the mothership's center, engulfing all in its path. The annihilating energy, akin to the universe's inception, surged forth, expanding. The immense structure of the mothership twisted, shredded, and disintegrated in the soundless explosion like fragile building blocks. Countless Chitauri vessels were reduced to mere dust, swept away like ants caught in a storm. The core of the entire Chitauri fleet was transformed into cosmic debris under the radiance of destruction. Mission accomplished. Selena turned without a moment's hesitation, shooting out from the wormhole like an arrow released from its bow in a New York battlefield. At the very instant the mothership was obliterated, the soldiers of Zatar and the colossal Leviathan, all still wreaking havoc on the ground, suddenly became as lifeless as puppets stripped of their souls. Their movements abruptly froze, the crimson glow in their eyes extinguishing in an instant. The airship lost its propulsion, tumbling from the sky like a severed kite. The immense, heavy form of the Leviathan crashed to the earth with a thunderous roar, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire battlefield was instantaneously enveloped in an eerie silence. Selena's figure descended once more to the summit of Stark Tower, standing beside the cube device that continued to emanate a blue energy shield. She took a deep breath, her right hand clenched into a fist. A rich, golden radiance, the power of the Mind Stone, enveloped her fist in an instant. With a fierce shout, her gaze sharpened like a blade. She directed her full might towards the formidable spatial energy shield encasing the cube and unleashed her punch. Boom! The golden fist collided violently with the ethereal blue shield. Blinding sparks of energy erupted like fireworks. The spatial shield quaked violently, warping and emitting a strained hum under the burden. Selena felt a powerful backlash surge towards her, an intense burning pain radiating from her fist. Yet her gaze remained cold, devoid of retreat. Break! Ignoring the searing pain, her palm enveloped in the Mind Stone's energy thrust forward, piercing through the faltering fissures of the shield. Gripping the cube's core like an iron claw. Buzz! The power of the Space Stone surged violently. Selena's palm endured the terrifying forces of spatial slicing and energy burning. But she gritted her teeth, unleashing all her strength, her arm muscles taut. Come out! With her low growl, the cosmic cube was violently wrenched from the core of the device. Swish! In that moment of losing the cube, the energy core, the massive wormhole hovering above New York, was abruptly constricted by an invisible hand. The edges crackled with chaotic arcs of electricity. The spatial structure collapsing inward at a visible speed, healing itself. In mere seconds, a soft sound, akin to a soap bubble bursting, echoed. The vast azure wormhole vanished completely, leaving behind a sky over New York shrouded in smoke. The danger was averted. Selena swiftly transferred the searing cube to her left hand, directing a blast of icy frost breath from her right hand, which was scorched and emitting wisps of steam. The chilling air rapidly dissipated the residual spatial energy, neutralizing the burning sensation. Selena's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. Looking at her right hand, the original burns were receding visibly, restored by the formidable self-healing abilities of her Kryptonian physiology, quickly returning to its pristine state. We succeeded. The excited voice of Black Widow, Natasha, shattered the brief silence, her eyes glistening with tears of triumph as she gazed at the restored sky. We won. With her exclamation, the entire battlefield seemed to awaken, as if a switch had been flipped. On the streets, amidst the ruins, and beside the war machines, all surviving Avengers felt the tension in their nerves suddenly ease. Thor leaned on Mjolnir, gasping for breath. Steve's sweat soaked his golden locks as he slid down the wall to the ground. Tony's armor hovered in midair, the visor retracting to reveal a weary, yet smiling face. Hulk's massive form swayed slightly, emitting an unintelligible grunt. Clint emerged cautiously from behind cover, leaning against a broken wall as he set down his bow. A profound sense of exhaustion washed over everyone, a feeling of having survived a catastrophe. Do we truly win? Steve's voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief and relief. Seeing Natasha utterly spent, Selena swooped down and lifted her effortlessly into her arms. Wow! Natasha exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Selena's neck. With Natasha's laughter, a blend of fatigue and exhilaration, Selena ascended once more, transforming into a streak of crimson light, and gracefully landed beside Steve, Thor, and Hulk. Huh, Selena, that was exhilarating. Natasha laughed heartily as she released her grip and embraced Selena tightly upon landing. Tony descended as well, his armor emitting faint mechanical whirs. He gazed at his weary comrades, covered in grime, yet alive. Licking his cracked lips, he suddenly spoke, Hey, has anyone had shawarma? I heard a new place opened 2 blocks away, and it smells delightful. I haven't tried it, but I feel like I could go for some right now. Steve, bemused, struggled to rise with the support of his knee. Stark, it doesn't seem like the time to relax. We still have unfinished business with Loki. Oh, right. Tony slapped his forehead, a look of epiphany dawning on him. Let us wrap up this business first, then we can eat. Selena couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's antics. Clearing her throat, she looked toward Stark Tower and called out loudly, Little Krypton. A resounding bark echoed in response. Then, a flash of white lightning descended from sky, accompanied by a shrill and relentless scream. There, Little Krypton majestically carried a figure, Loki, now unrecognizable. Draped in a flowing red cloak, he resembled a triumphant general. Little Krypton soared above the group, releasing his grip, and with a thud, Loki was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Immediately, little Krypton leaped into Selena's embrace, licking her face affectionately. "Well done," Selena praised, stroking the little creature's head. Loki, in a disheveled heap, curled up tightly, his left hand clutching his right wrist, which was nearly severed and bloodied, trembling and moaning in agony. "Damn beast," as he struggled to lift his head. He was met with the vengeful gazes of the Avengers encircling him. Suppressing his pain and humiliation, Loki managed to force a grotesque smile, his voice hoarse. "Hello, everyone." If it's not too much trouble, he swallowed hard. "Could I possibly have a drink?" Chapter 17. The temptation of barbecue at the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Despite the chaos of shattered glass and overturned furniture, along with the cracks left in the wall from Loki being propelled by Selena's punch and the meandering trails of blood dragged by the diminutive Krypto, the space remained surprisingly spacious. With a grand gesture, Tony set up an enormous makeshift dining table on the clear ground. It was laden with steaming, aromatic shawarma, the succulent. Charred meat sliced into thin pieces, heaped into small mounds, accompanied by fresh lettuce, tomatoes, shredded onions, towering soft flatbreads, and an array of sauces. In the aftermath of battle, such simple, hearty, and soul-soothing fare was just what they needed. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The immense shock of survival and the draining exertion left everyone visibly fatigued, quietly wrapping their flatbreads with slow, deliberate motions. Natasha, her forehead bandaged, ate in silence. Steve's gaze remained somewhat vacant. Banner, clad in Tony's coat, took small bites. Thor chewed on his wrap absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing at the tightly bound Loki in the corner. Even Tony seemed to have lost his usual boisterousness. It was Selena and Krypto who shattered this somber mood. Selena exhibited an impressive appetite, her movements graceful yet remarkably efficient as she deftly rolled her wrap, stuffed it with meat, and consumed it with delight. Krypto, on the other hand, became the center of attention, its vibrant red cape swaying as it busily indulged in its meal. It didn't even require a wrap. Tony had prepared a large plate piled high with meat. Krypto buried its face in the food, devouring it with an unrestrained vigor, emitting satisfied grunts, its tail wagging so energetically it seemed ready to take flight, while the plate was licked clean with a delightful slurping sound as it spun around. Natasha was the first to succumb to laughter, witnessing Krypto's comical display, as if it had been starved for centuries and was ready to consume the plate as well, caused Steve's previously taut lips to relax, while Tony burst into exaggerated laughter. Even the weary expressions of Banner and Clint softened into amused smiles. The stifling atmosphere was thoroughly invigorated by this spectacle of a boy and his dog, seemingly starved and delighting in their feast. "Hey, this little fellow," Tony exclaimed, pointing at Krypto with twinkling eyes, having only just noticed the creature that had darted around biting Loki. "Selena, where did you find this? It's remarkable." It had Loki howling. His gaze towards Selena brimmed with curiosity. Thor also set down his wrap, scrutinizing Krypto intently, nodding in agreement. "I have encountered many rare beasts in Asgard and other realms, giant wolves, dragons, but one as clever as this is indeed a rarity." He gave Krypto a thumbs up. Krypto seemed to understand the praise, barking proudly and wagging its tail even more vigorously. After the laughter subsided, Tony's expression gradually turned serious. With oil-stained fingers tracing the napkin, he spoke solemnly. "I intend to request authorization from Nick to establish a post-war reconstruction foundation." On one hand, he was financially supporting the citizens and the reconstruction of the community. On the other, his gaze sharpened as he began to collect the scattered remnants of extraterrestrial debris. "I must delve into this matter thoroughly. Perhaps I shall uncover something of value or gain insight into their true nature." Taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on the vanishing wormhole in the sky, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "The greater adversary of the Chitauri has truly arrived." Selena was correct. Earth is no longer an unnoticed corner of the universe. We must prepare ourselves diligently. Selena swallowed the last bite of her wrap and wiped her hands with a napkin. "The universe is indeed vast, Tony. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that we need not burden ourselves with the weight of the entire cosmos at this moment." Noticing the gazes directed towards her, She retrieved the softly glowing Mind Stone from the inner side of her belt and displayed it in her palm. When I hold it, I have witnessed countless civilizations, most of which resemble our current Earth, full of potential and vitality, yet still unacquainted with the true expanse of the stellar sea. Civilizations possessing the power to obliterate galaxies with a mere gesture are exceedingly rare. Pausing momentarily, she surveyed the crowd. Their focus was not yet on our youthful Earth. Tony nodded thoughtfully, draining his drink. You are right. No need to be paralyzed by fear just yet. However, preparation remains essential. Once the reconstruction is on track, I shall immediately begin strategizing a new defense force. We must be proactive. Steve turned to Selena. Selena, you have operated under a mask until now. This time in Germany. And in New York, far too many have seen your true face. Are you ready to confront the ensuing mundane matters? He referred to the immense attention, adoration, suspicion, and even fear that would follow. Selena smiled slightly, her expression a blend of cunning and composure. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Fortunately, I have already devised a strategy. She gestured to her own body. I possess an ability known as biological positioning. Tony is aware. I can render my facial features vague in people's memories or cause them to instinctively overlook them. As she lifted the Mind Stone in her hand, she added, and now, with its enhancement, I can achieve even greater efficacy. I can, well, make them subconsciously perceive my face as indistinct, or even entirely forget the details captured in photos and videos. In short, she glanced around with a hint of pride. Even if I were to stand beside a large poster clearly depicting my face, pointing to it and declaring I am her, they would still feel, it doesn't quite resemble her, or simply forget the specific features captured in the image. Wow, Natasha exclaimed in awe. Impressive. Clint couldn't help but praise. Cool. Tony whistled in admiration. Thor also displayed an expression of wonder, truly a remarkable power. Amidst their banter, the sunset over New York painted half the sky in hues of crimson. The evening breeze carried the coolness of dissipated smoke across the remnants of shattered rooftops. Steve gazed at the dimming sky and addressed everyone. All right, folks, we're all exhausted. Let us call it a day. Everyone should head back and rest. Loki, he glanced towards the corner. First, let us escort him back to us. Loki, who had remained silent like a mere backdrop, immediately lifted his head at the sound of their voices. Ah, have you finally remembered me? Thank you. Tony glanced at the remaining barbecue on the table, raised an eyebrow, and teasingly remarked, there's still some shawarma left, though it's gone cold. However, it truly tastes delightful. Would you care to try? I doubt you Asgardians have anything like this. Do you? Oof. Loki turned his head away, raising his chin with an air of disdain. I shall not partake. Before he could finish his refusal, Selena approached, carrying a plate of steaming barbecue. Ignoring Loki's resistance, she swiftly pinched a piece of succulent meat, coated in sauce, and, seizing the moment as he opened his mouth to protest, promptly shoved it into his mouth. Stop! How dare you? I won't, MMPH. Loki was forced to silence, instinctively chewing a few times. Suddenly, his struggles ceased. The rich, smoky flavor of the meat, the fragrant spices, and the sweet and sour sauce burst in his mouth, providing a raw yet immensely satisfying taste he had never experienced before. As he swallowed the first bite, his eyes flickered with disbelief and an insatiable desire for more. Well, Selena observed him with an amused demeanor. Loki, licking the remnants of sauce from the corners of his mouth, his gaze drifting, lowered his voice. May I have a bit more? Selena promptly placed the plate before him. All remnants of his previous restraint vanished as he leaned forward like a famished child, burying his face into the platter and devouring the food with unbridled enthusiasm. In no time, the plate was completely cleared, every drop of sauce licked clean. Loki raised his head, sauce smeared across his face, and let out a small, satisfied burp. He looked at the others, revealing an exceedingly rare, utterly genuine smile of contentment. Truly delicious. From the upper floor, laughter mixed with exhaustion, relief, and amusement echoed among the Avengers. The lights of New York, after the smoke had cleared, gradually began to twinkle once more. Chapter 18, Supergirl. In Smallville, Kansas at the Kent family farm. The familiar scent of earth mixed with the fresh aroma of corn greeted Selena as she held little Krypto's hand and pushed open the familiar white wooden door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Her voice resonated with the ease and joy of returning home. Woof, woof. Little Krypto barked happily as if to say hello. God bless. My darling. Martha Kent rushed out from the kitchen, her face etched with concern. She seized Selena, scrutinizing her from head to toe, as though to ensure that her daughter was whole and unharmed. The news has gone wild. New York, alien monsters, and explosions. Goodness, you scared your mother to death. Selena chuckled, patting Martha's hand gently. Mom, have you forgotten that I'm an alien too? She teased in a light-hearted tone. Oh dear, how could I be so forgetful? Martha suddenly slapped her forehead, her tense demeanor finally relaxing into an expression of bemused relief. Upon witnessing those terrifying images, she had forgotten everything. Thank goodness everyone is safe. Come, sit down, and let me have a good look at you. It was at this moment that Martha noticed the elegant white Labrador sitting quietly by Selena's feet, adorned with a small red cape. Selena, when did you acquire such a large dog? It looks so vibrant. This is Shauka, Selena said, gently stroking Shauka's head. I found him injured by the roadside. He was in critical condition and nearly didn't make it. I nursed him back to health, and now he refuses to leave my side. He has become my loyal companion. Oh, poor little creature. Martha's eyes immediately filled with sympathy. But soon a hint of hesitation crept in. He won't bite, will he? He looks quite strong. Shauka seemed to sense Martha's concern, promptly lifting his head and gazing at her with his large, amber eyes glistening with moisture. He then stood up, making an effort to sit up straight like a person, puffing out his chest and gently nudging his head towards Martha's hand, softly purring in a comforting manner. Oh, what a considerate fellow. Martha's heart melted at this small gesture, and she couldn't help but gently ruffle Shauka's fluffy head, concluding that he must be a good boy. All right, she said, turn to Selena. It's nice that you have a companion in such a big city like New York. It reassures your mother. Selena feigned a pout. Mother, your words imply that I have no friends in New York. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, and the tall figure of Jonathan Kent descended, his face lighting up with a comforting and proud smile upon seeing his daughter in the living room. You're back. Yes, I'm back, Dad, Selena replied with a smile. I've seen the news, Jonathan said, moving towards the window to gaze at their tranquil farm. Things in New York are quite chaotic. Indeed, Selena agreed, stepping beside him. Everyone is pitching in for post-war reconstruction. It will likely take a good 6 months to fully recover. Jonathan nodded, his gaze deepening as he looked at his daughter. I saw you, Selena. You were wearing that blue outfit. You made quite an appearance. His tone bore no reproach, only inquiry and affirmation. Selena met her father's gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. I believe the time has come, Dad. If you possess that confidence and have contemplated the consequences, then Jonathan solemnly placed a hand on her shoulder. Both your mother and I trust your judgment. You have always known what you were doing. Thank you, Dad. Warmth swelled in Selena's eyes. The television is overflowing with news about you. Jonathan gestured toward the TV in the living room. It seems everyone admires and appreciates you. A genuine, relaxed, and proud smile blossomed on Selena's face. At the Planet Daily editorial office in New York, the atmosphere was as fervent as boiling water. The large screen continues to loop the astonishing scenes of the Battle of New York, the sky-darkening Chitauri motherships, the colossal Leviathan beasts resembling mountains, and the Avengers descending like deities. These visuals have completely dominated all news headlines, maintaining an unrelenting fervor. Tony Stark's flamboyant gold and crimson armor, Steve Rogers' star-spangled shield, the previously seen Hulk, and Thor, the god who commands thunder, naturally attract countless gazes. Yet, the most fervent discussions and the fastest-growing fanbase undoubtedly belong to the Supergirl clad in a red and blue suit, exuding grace and possessing astonishing strength. The comments and likes beneath her footage are skyrocketing. Guys, does no one find this Supergirl exceptionally beautiful? Jimmy Olsen slides his chair to the center of the office, pointing at his computer screen where a still image of Selena hovers midair, her hair flowing, and her strength is nothing short of extraordinary. I'm a diehard fan of hers. An editor beside him adjusts his glasses and quips, Jimmy, ISNT, this her first appearance? How have you become a long-time fan? Indeed. Several colleagues around chuckle in agreement, teasing Jimmy. Your words are misguided. Jimmy cryptically raises a finger, lowering his voice. You are all misled by appearances. This Supergirl is not merely a flash in the pan. Oh, what do you mean? Curiosity peaks among the crowd. You may not know. Jimmy exudes confidence, deliberately creating an atmosphere. I have a close friend in the know. He confided that the police records have been updated long ago. The mysterious hero who fought street crime in New York City over a year ago, and the Supergirl who saved the entire city yesterday, are actually the same person. Wow, is that true? Such a thing exists? An uproar of astonishment and incredulous chatter erupts in the office. Absolutely true. Seeing the effect he has created, Jimmy beams with pride. My friend said they already have leads internally, knowing that the hero is a young blonde girl. Look at this image. Doesn't it match perfectly? Therefore, I assert that I am indeed a longtime fan, without a doubt. The crowd is once again persuaded, nodding in agreement, their gazes towards a figure on the screen, imbued with admiration. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, who has been seated in the corner, repeatedly watching the combat footage of Selena, furrows his brow tighter upon hearing this. Unable to restrain himself, he raises his hand, his voice soft but filled with uncertainty. Doesn't anyone else find this Supergirl in the video strikingly familiar? Familiar? Jimmy leans closer to his screen, scrutinizing Selena's impeccably clear facial close-up, stroking his chin in contemplation. Now that you mention it, there seems to be a hint of recognition, but I'm quite certain I don't know her. A girl so beautiful and graceful. If I'd seen her, how could I possibly forget? He finds Peter's question somewhat perplexing. Peter is taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He gazed at the screen, with a face he knew all too well belonged unmistakably to Selena Kent. Looking around, he noticed his colleagues wearing expressions of calm indifference. Something was amiss. This was profoundly unsettling. Tentatively, he inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Jimmy, where's Selena? Didn't she come to work today? Jimmy, engrossed in analyzing clues about Supergirl, answered without lifting his head. Oh, Selena? She took leave to return to her hometown in Kansas. The boss approved her time off, said she needed a few days to rest. Otherwise, with her nature, she'd be the first to rush to the front lines for coverage on such a significant story. Peter was utterly flabbergasted, caught in a tug-of-war between Selena's face on the screen and her vacant office. What was happening? Why could only he see through this? The cacophony of the office seemed to fade away, leaving only the familiar gaze of Supergirl on the screen and a colossal question mark swirling in his mind. Chapter 19. A kiss in the deep of night at the Kent family farm. The Kansas night was tranquil and profound, with stars scattered across the velvet sky like shards of diamonds. Selena cradled a fluffy little Kryptonian, comfortably sinking into the old swing chair in the yard. A relic transformed from an old sofa by Jonathan during her childhood. The bubbles in her glass of ice-cold cola popped gently, offering a refreshing sensation. Her gaze seemed casual as it roamed the starry expanse, yet her supersight had already penetrated billions of kilometers, engraving the topographical details of each planet within her mind, silently searching for signs of potential civilizations. The tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by the ringing of her phone. Selena withdrew from her vast contemplation, catching sight of the name Gwen Stacy flashing on the screen. A warm smile crept across her face. Hello, Gwen. She answered the call, her voice soft. Up late and looking to chat with me? Gwen's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Are you in your dorm? No. I've returned to my hometown in Kansas. Selena gently swayed the swing chair, the little Kryptonian in her arms emitting contented purrs. Ah, I see. Gwen's voice carried a note of disappointment. I just couldn't sleep and thought you might still be awake, so I wanted to chat a bit. Perfect timing. Selena tilted her head back to gaze at the resplendent Milky Way, her tone relaxed. I'm stargazing in the yard. The weather is splendid, and the night sky is breathtaking. There's no light pollution here, so everything is incredibly clear. You have a farm? Gwen's voice revealed her curiosity. It seems you've never mentioned your family before. Just a typical farm, really, Selena chuckled lightly, her tone playful. Compared to someone like you, the daughter of a New York sheriff, it might seem rather rustic. I worry you might find it unappealing. Not at all, Gwen quickly retorted, her voice laced with urgency. Selena, you're so exceptional. How could I ever find you unappealing? Suddenly, she paused, her breath audible over the line. Is everything all right? Selena sensed her hesitation. Gwen, are you still there? Gwen inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision. Cecily, there's something I wish to inquire about. Why the formalities? Just speak your mind, Selena replied briskly. Gwen's voice lowered. Were you in New York when the incident occurred? Selena's grip on her cup faltered slightly. No, I've been home for several days. She endeavored to keep her tone casual. Is that so? That's a relief. Gwen seemed to exhale a breath of relief, though her voice remained somber. Manhattan was reduced to rubble. My mother and I received alerts and took refuge in the basement. Father had to remain on duty. Her words were laced with lingering dread and concern. But she quickly added, "Fortunately, he is unharmed." "That is good to hear," Selena responded softly, her worries alleviated somewhat. The news reported that a group called the Avengers rescued New York. Strange name, but they're indeed heroes, Gwen spoke with admiration. Indeed, Selena concurred. After a brief silence, Gwen's voice resumed, this time imbued with a deeper inquiry. "Cecily, do you know who that Supergirl is?" Coughing abruptly, Selena nearly choked on her icy cola. What? Supergirl? I have no idea," she hastily denied, her voice betraying a hint of panic. "Really?" Gwen's tone settled into calmness, suggesting understanding. "Your boss, Tony Stark, should be aware. Don't you think? How would I know if he knows?" Selena felt her defense wane. Silence cloaked both ends of the line, with only their breaths filling the void, akin to a silent struggle. "Cecily," Gwen's voice rose slightly, now imbued with determination. "You are her, aren't you?" "What?" Selena's heart raced. "You are Supergirl." "Selena," Gwen asserted, no longer posing it as a question. "Gwen, how could you possibly think that?" Selena attempted to resist. "Intuition and numerous details. I've suspected for quite some time, especially after that incident at school when Dr. Banner." "Oh no, Hulk, lost control. That figure in black was you, wasn't it?" "Why you how?" Selena began, only to realize she had spoken too much. "You see, you've confirmed it," Gwen laughed gently, her laughter flowing like a clear stream. "All right." Selena sighed in resignation, her shoulders relaxing, though a smile crept onto her face. "It's me. I admit it. So, Gwen, what do you plan to do about your peculiar friend?" "Do?" Gwen's laughter rang even more joyfully. "Having a superhero as a friend is so cool. Shouldn't he be ecstatic?" "Cool." Selena cradled little Krypto, burying her face in its warm fur, her voice muffled. "When a superhero is exhausted, the weight of responsibility is overwhelming, and the pressure is immense. It would be better to simply be an ordinary person, free and unburdened by excessive thoughts." Suddenly, Gwen's voice dropped to a hushed tone, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of loss. "In truth, I wish you could just be an ordinary person too." Why?" Selena raised her head, somewhat puzzled. "Weren't you just happy a moment ago? If you were ordinary." Gwen's voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely noticeable tremor. "At least we would be equals." "But we are already equals, Gwen," Selena immediately retorted. "We are friends. What does being a superhero have to do with it?" "No, Selena. It's different." Gwen's voice was imbued with gentle sorrow. "I can't help but look up to you, and I always have. You are radiant, Selena, in every aspect. Now that I know you possess such extraordinary power, standing so high above, I fear even more." "Fear? Afraid of me?" "No, not afraid of you harming me," Gwen quickly clarified. "I fear being too distant from you. I fear being just the most insignificant of your countless followers, lost in your brilliance. I fear we will no longer be as we once were." Her voice grew softer with each word. "Gwen Stacy." Selena's voice held an undeniable strength. "You're my best friend. Now, in the past, and in the future. That will never change." Gwen fell silent on the other end of the line. But Selena could hear her faint inhalation. "Are we truly best friends?" Gwen's voice held a tinge of fragile hope. "Of course." Then, as the best of friends, Gwen's tone suddenly turned playful and tentative. "Could you do me a favor? Just say it. I promise to do it," Selena declared, thumping her chest in assurance. "You can fly, right?" Gwen asked. "Uh-huh," Selena replied, her tone brimming with pride, "and I fly incredibly fast." "How long would it take to fly from your farm to New York?" 2 minutes, Selena blurted out, then quickly corrected herself. "No, 1 minute. That's more than enough." "Wow," Gwen exclaimed. "That's over 1,700 kilometers from Kansas to New York." After a pause, her voice took on a playful tone filled with request and anticipation. "I'm waiting for you in my dorm now." Selena inhaled the night air, fragrant with grass and earth, her eyes shimmering with golden light. "Wait for me." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, her figure on the swing vanished in an instant, leaving only the gentle sway of the seat and a lingering sound wave in the air. A streak of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot towards New York like a meteor tearing through the night sky. Little Krypto was left bewildered on the swing, watching Selena's departing figure, mumbling a few sounds before curling up and falling asleep. In New York, in the university dormitory, Gwen, clad in soft pajamas, hugged her knees as she curled up on a small sofa. The phone screen remained on the call interface, with Selena, the timer still ticking. With only the sound of whistling wind left in the receiver, she gazed out at the city lights, her expression vacant yet filled with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing. Click! The dormitory door emitted a faint sound of turning, gently pushed open. "Gwen?" A familiar voice resonated. Selena appeared at the threshold, her hair still infused with the coolness of a Kansas night, as if she carried the residual shockwaves of high-speed flight and a hint of rural freshness. Gwen instantly snapped back to reality, quickly setting aside her phone, uncrossing her legs, and letting her pale feet touch the carpet. She lifted her gaze to the figure at the door, her face blooming with a radiant smile that mingled surprise, joy, and a sense of finally feeling at ease. "Selly, your voice is like honey. You arrived even faster than you said you would." Selena stepped inside, casually shutting the door, thus sealing off the outside world. She approached the sofa, settling down next to Gwen, causing the soft couch to sink slightly. Turning towards her, with her cerulean eyes fixed intently on the girl beside her, she said, "I'm here, Gwen. Speak to me. What do you wish to share with your best friend?" Gwen felt her cheeks flush deeper, akin to a ripened apple. She raised her glistening eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently as she summoned her courage. "Actually, She opened her mouth, her voice barely above a whisper. "Selly." Selena observed her nervous yet endearing demeanor, a wave of tenderness washing over her. Gradually, she leaned closer to Gwen, extending her hand, the warmth of her palm softly pressing against Gwen's flushed cheek. Gwen's heart raced, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Instinctively, she raised her hand to rest upon Selena's, cherishing that comforting warmth. Gwen's lips moved. "Selly, Hush!" Selena's fingertip gently pressed against Gwen's soft lips, halting her unfinished words. Her gaze was tender yet resolute, imbued with an unspoken understanding. Then, under the watchful eyes of Gwen, which sparkled like stars, Selena tilted her head slightly, combining a hint of dominance with unparalleled gentleness, and softly kissed her. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The clamor of the city outside faded away, leaving only two young hearts in the quiet dormitory, beating fervently for one another. The soft glow of the nightlight outlined their intertwined silhouettes, the sensation of their lips meeting warm and palpable. Chapter 20. I Am Spider-Man. As the smoke from the battle in New York dissipated, a semblance of calm, post-catastrophe settled in. Particularly in New York, the citizens, having endured the calamity of an alien invasion, exhibited a newfound caution and appreciation for life, with a rare atmosphere of pragmatic reconstruction permeating the streets. Of course, there were always those who took risks, smugglers eyeing Chitauri relics who often sneaked into areas sealed off by S.H.L.D. and Stark Industries under the cover of night, attempting to pilfer remnants to sell on the black market or to unscrupulous researchers. Fortunately, S.H.I.L.D. DS lockdown proved effective. Most of these miscreants were apprehended on the spot and handed over for processing. The brief respite of vacation time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Selena bid farewell to the Kansas farm and her parents, returning to the Reborn New York, while little Crypto remained at home, frolicking around the farm with Jonathan and even taking on the responsibility of watching over the cattle. The debris on the streets of Manhattan had been meticulously cleared, replaced by a dense jungle of scaffolding towering several stories high. Workers bustled through the maze, the roar of massive machinery supplanting the former clamor. The once cold concrete forest was now enveloped by steel frameworks. The Daily Planet building emerged as a fortunate survivor from the Battle of New York, remaining virtually unscathed and resuming operations the very next day after the conflict. Selena walked into the office with familiar strides, smiling in response to her colleagues' greetings. "Selena, you're finally back." Louise Ryan hurried over, placing a stack of documents on her desk, her voice tinged with exaggerated exhaustion. "I've been utterly worn out in your absence, running errands everywhere and monitoring articles. I've grown accustomed to having you leading the charge." The vacation was blissful, Selena replied with a smile as she pulled out her chair to sit down, especially as she had deftly avoided the most chaotic days in New York. Feeling as if she had struck gold, Louise stood by her desk, leaning slightly forward, lowering her voice as curiosity sparkled in her eyes. "Characteristic of a reporter, you returned just in time." Have you heard about the Supergirl who made waves during the Battle of New York? Selena raised an eyebrow, maintaining her composure. Of course, who hasn't tea? What is the matter? Strange things. Louise frowned. To this day, the entire news industry hasn't been able to unearth even a semblance of her background. Her face is so clearly exposed, yet major databases, social networks, and school records yield no results. It's as if she appeared out of thin air. Is it possible, Selena mused, picking up a lens cleaning cloth and casually dusting her monitor, that she did just materialize out of nowhere? Like those Chitauri from some unknown place? Huh. Louise looked at her incredulously. An alien invader appearing simultaneously as a being who looks exactly like a human and assists Earthlings in fighting off aliens? Selena, that is utterly fantastical. Do you believe it? I don't. What are you suggesting? Selena placed the cloth down, her fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Someone captured a crucial lead. Louise's eyes sparkled with excitement. The night before the Battle of New York, she was seen in Germany alongside the Avengers. And it was quite a spectacle. Although the footage is a bit blurry, the outfit is unmistakably the same. They boarded A-S-H-I-E-L-D plane together. So, Selena elongated her tone. The breakthrough lies with the Avengers, Louise asserted firmly. Coincidentally, Stark Industries just announced their acquisition of half a block there to establish a branch in Germany. We should approach Stark. Why is it always the boss? Selena sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Yes, very busy. What about the others? Louise pressed on. Dr. Banner, you've interviewed him before. You must have some rapport, right? Try reaching out to him. Serena envisioned the flustered expression of the earnest Banner as she pressed him with questions and immediately shook her head. Doctor, Banner is a wonderful person. Let us not put him in a difficult position. Very well, she thought. Perhaps I shall see if I can trouble Mr. Stark instead. It's up to you, Louise said, patting her shoulder with satisfaction. However, this matter is not particularly urgent. Take your time and do not raise any alarms. With that, she turned and immersed herself back into her work. Serena began to tidy her desk, which had been untouched for several days. A fine layer of dust blanketing the papers and keyboard. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, and Peter Parker peeked inside. Upon seeing Serena, a smile instantly brightened his face. Serena, I heard from Jimmy that you were back, so I came to check on you. What do you want to see me for? Serena replied with a smile. I'm just home on leave, not recovering from an injury. Peter stepped inside, gently closing the door behind him. He pulled out a vacant chair opposite Serena, but hesitated to sit, standing awkwardly instead. Serena, he cleared his throat, his voice dropping to a low whisper laced with tension and hesitation. There's something I don't quite know how to say. Serena paused her cleaning, looking up at him with curiosity. Is this about Supergirl again? Louise just spoke to me about that. Yes, but not entirely, Peter replied, retrieving his camera from his bag. He deftly manipulated the device, bringing up several photographs, then turned the screen toward Serena. The images displayed her in her red and blue attire, captured mid-flight, emitting heat vision, or gracefully suspended in the air, each shot taken from a professional angle with remarkable clarity. These were taken by other photographers that day, Peter explained. Serena leaned in closer, nodding appreciatively. They're quite good. What is the matter? Serena, Peter's voice dropped even lower, his body leaning slightly forward, his gaze intensely fixed upon her eyes. Stop pretending. This is you. Serena's heart raced, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Peter, what are you talking about? What I mean is, Peter inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself. I, too, have my truth to reveal. I am Spider-Man. Others may have been distracted by one of your abilities, but my spider sense, an appellation I devised, alerts me to minute details that others overlook, even allowing me to sense danger slightly in advance. Thus, it appears to have enabled me to recognize you. Serena gazed into Peter's earnest and sincere eyes, pausing in silence for 2 seconds before finally exhaling in resignation. Tinged with relief, all right, I truly did not expect this. Peter, your spider sense is remarkably effective. I find myself a bit envious. You also never anticipated it was me, did you? Peter said, excitement coloring his cheeks. I had no idea at all. The illustrious Supergirl, and I've known you all along. Shoo! Serena gestured for silence, casting a wary glance at the door. Please do not tell anyone. This is our secret? Absolutely. Peter immediately straightened his back, lowering his voice, yet speaking with unwavering determination. You are the second person to know my identity. We shall keep each other's secrets. Selena gazed at the slender yet remarkably powerful young man before her, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Very well, it's settled. We will safeguard our secrets. I shall not disturb your work any longer. Peter picked up his camera, a broad smile of relief spreading across his face as he swiftly exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Selena's extraordinary vision allowed her to clearly see Peter's moment of elation just as the door shut, and she silently punched the air in excitement, nearly jumping on the spot. The sight of him suppressing immense exhilaration while feigning composure made her shake her head. Yet a smile tugged at her lips. This boy, she murmured to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk, sensing it was time to intensify their training. Chapter 21. The Avengers Reserve. The iconic Stark Tower sign had been replaced with a prominent announcement declaring it the new headquarters of the Avengers. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. The once spacious and grand reception area was now cluttered with construction materials and equipment, the sounds of drilling mingling with the chatter of workers. Selena led Peter through the somewhat chaotic construction zone to the central platform area. Tony Stark was intently gesturing at a floating holographic blueprint, making adjustments as he went. Welcome, Miss Selena. Jarvis's calm voice resonated from above. Huh, Selena, back from vacation? Tony looked up, a smile breaking across his face as he temporarily set aside his work. Yes, I'm back, Selena nodded, gesturing towards Peter who stood behind her. I brought a newcomer to meet you. Tony regarded the slightly awkward Peter with interest, a teasing smile creeping onto his lips. The kid's quite handsome, isn't. Selena, is he your boyfriend? Tony. Selena immediately rolled her eyes dramatically. Peter stepped forward, slightly bowing his head. Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Peter Parker. Oh, Tony exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he pointed a finger. I remember now. Selena called me specifically to help write a recommendation letter. This is quite a rare honor. He extended his hand, and Peter promptly grasped it with both of his own in reverence. So, you're the one, Peter Parker. A pleasure to meet you. Mr. Stark, I have long admired you. Peter's voice betrayed his barely contained excitement. Really? Tony withdrew his hand, casually walking toward a makeshift area he had cleared, mostly for his precious bar, while inquiring, I've read your resume. Enjoy physics? Like tinkering with small inventions? Yes, sir. Peter followed closely, but my endeavors are mere trifles compared to your monumental achievements. If it were that easy to catch up with me, Tony turned, pouring himself a drink from an exquisite bottle, raising an eyebrow, then I would have wasted decades of my life. Wouldn't I? Tony, Selena called out in warning. With a playful jest, Tony shrugged and glanced at Peter. Young man, you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Absolutely not. Peter quickly waved his hand. Tony took a sip of his drink and turned to Serena. Orange juice? Serena nodded. Tony shifted his gaze back to Peter, who promptly said, I'll have orange juice too. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Not drinking alcohol is commendable, Tony remarked as he poured each of them a glass of orange juice, casually adding, though a drink can be quite comforting when the pressure mounts. Serena accepted her glass. Is it possible, Mr. Stark, that neither of us has yet reached 21? Oh, I forgot. Tony feigned sudden realization, dramatically tapping his forehead. I always felt, Serena, you seem a bit older. Do I look old? Serena's eyes widened. No, that's not what I meant. Tony quickly raised his hands in surrender. Let's get to the point, Peter, shall we? What brings you here? Serena chimed in. Tony, I recall you have a project for the Genius Youth Innovation Fund. Sure on funds? Tony interjected, turning directly to Peter with a straightforward tone. If you're lacking funds, just say so. Why take up spots from other kids? Serena exchanged a resigned glance with Peter. All right, Serena sighed. I'll be blunt. Remember when we helped Dr. Banner out of jam? Spider-Man lent a hand then. Of course I remember. Tony set down his glass, his expression turning serious. The friendly neighborhood hero swinging around New York? Quite memorable. Peter took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and declared clearly, Mr. Stark, I am Spider-Man. Tony's hand, holding the glass, momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by scrutiny. Without warning, he flung the empty glass towards the side of Peter's face. Peter instinctively sidestepped and caught the glass with an astonishing fluidity. Impressive reflexes, a satisfied smile crept onto Tony's lips. You could be quicker. Peter gently placed the glass on the bar, his eyes sparkling. Tony picked up another empty glass, this time not throwing it at Peter. Instead, he flicked his wrist, sending the glass arcing towards a cluttered corner behind Selena. Peter's arm shot up like lightning. Whoosh! A slender, pristine web shot from his wrist, perfectly adhering to the glass mid-flight. With a quick flick of his wrist, the glass was smoothly reeled back and placed delicately on the bar in front of Tony, a small piece of glistening webbing still clinging to its surface. Wow! Tony's eyes lit up as he picked up the glass, keenly examining the webbing. What material is this? The tensile strength is remarkable. Peter promptly explained the mechanics of his web shooter and the biopolymer he had synthesized. A brilliant design. Tony sincerely marveled. How remarkably clever. Peter, somewhat bashful from the praise of his idol, felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Tony set down his cup and turned to Selena, decisively declaring, I want this kid. I am in need of an intern. Selena reminded him. He is already part of Stark Industries, working as a photography assistant at the Daily Bugle. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Peter quickly nodded. Selena helped me secure that position. Such a waste of talent. Tony waved dismissively, asserting, what is the name of the person in charge over there? Never mind. Peter won't need to go to the Bugle starting tomorrow. He will report here directly. However, he gestured to the ongoing construction around them. For now, since I'm busy with renovations, you should first familiarize yourself with Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner. Peter's voice rose in excitement. Oh my God. Observing Peter's youthful enthusiasm and vigor, Tony posed a weighty question, leaning slightly forward, with a hint of formality and invitation. Kid, are you interested in joining the Avengers? I would absolutely love to. Peter exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, his eyes sparkling with the light of dreams coming true. Tony? Selena furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't this a bit premature? Premature? Tony turned to look at Selena, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You were a year younger than him when you took down Obadiah, weren't you? Selena fell silent, and Tony flashed a victorious smile. All right. I understand your concern for him. Here's the deal. He turned to Peter, his tone more serious. You'll start as a reserve member. We can discuss the details once everyone convenes. How does that sound? Looking into Peter's expectant eyes, Selena finally nodded. All right then. You're in charge of the Avengers. So it's your call. Peter clenched his fist in excitement, his voice loud and resolute. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Selena, I will do my utmost. Chapter 22. Jane's request, leaving the exhilarated young Spider-Man, Peter, at Stark Tower, soon to be the Avengers' headquarters, for him to absorb the wisdom of the scientific geniuses Tony and Banner. Selena returned alone to the Planet Daily Bugle. The familiar rhythm of keyboard taps and rustling papers filled the office. Selena had scarcely settled into her chair to sort through the emails accumulated over the past few days when her phone vibrated in her pocket. The screen displayed a completely unfamiliar number. Raising an eyebrow in mild curiosity, she answered the call. Hello? A young, gentle voice, tinged with hesitation, responded from the other end. Hi, may I speak to Ms. Eve? Very few people on Earth knew that name. Selena replied. Who is this? Hi, I'm Jane Foster. The voice became clearer, a note of recognition lacing her tone. We met in New Mexico, remember? With Thor. Oh, hi Jane. In an instant, the image of the devoted astronomer studying the Rainbow Bridge surfaced in Selena's mind, her voice tinged with amusement as she recalled, of course. I remember. You're my sister-in-law. But how did you get my number? She teased playfully. On the other end of the line, Jane chuckled softly. As long as you remember me, that's what matters. It's Eric. He obtained your number from S.H.I.E.L.D. There's something I'd like to ask of you, if you're available. All right, what is it? Selena set her pen down, leaning back in her chair. Is it about Thor? Yes, Jane's voice lowered, revealing a blend of longing and disappointment. It's been ages since we last saw each other. Ever since he left, we've only managed a fleeting encounter. A few days ago, I saw him on television during that battle in New York. She paused, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. But he hasn't come looking for me. So I thought, I understand. Selena interjected, keenly discerning Jane's sentiment. You wish to see him, but you can't reach that stubborn Thor. You want me to be a messenger and tell him, hey, your girlfriend misses you. Hurry back to Earth. Am I right? Yes, exactly. Jane's voice brightened momentarily before it took on a shade of melancholy. I know this is rather presumptuous of me, and I apologize for disturbing you. But you're the only person I know who has connections in Thor's circle. If he has truly moved on from me. Her voice grew softer and more fragile. At least I want to know the truth. I can't endure this hopeless waiting any longer. Stop thinking like that. Selena's tone was resolute. That muscle-bound, honor-driven man could never forget you. I suspect he is currently bogged down with matters from Asgard. You know how it is. His father Odin is aging, and Thor is almost the next king. He has to learn to manage state affairs and become a competent ruler. Perhaps, Selena teased. Prolonging her words with a hint of gossip, he is frantically preparing to come and take you back in style, officially crowning you as his queen. Oh my. Jane couldn't help but laugh at Selena's audacious speculation, the weight on her heart lifting. Queen? Don't joke around, Selena. I'm just an ordinary Earth girl. How could that possibly happen? Why belittle yourself, Jane? Selena interrupted, her tone sincere and appreciative. Someday, you may no longer be just an ordinary person. She smiled knowingly. Jane, evidently oblivious to the deeper implication in Selena's words, took it as encouragement, feeling warmth spread through her. Thank you, Selena. Regardless, hearing your words has uplifted my spirits. If you hear anything about Thor, could you please call me? Absolutely, Selena replied readily. I happen to have some free time lately and would love to visit Asgard, Thor's homeland. I'll keep you posted. That's wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye. After hanging up, Selena held the phone and helplessly raised her hand to scratch her forehead. Alas, she murmured softly, what manner of constitution do I possess? Am I, perhaps, the fabled natural matchmaker? Nevertheless, facilitating connections for others is a noble endeavor. After pondering her agenda for the upcoming days, Selena noted that Louise had not assigned any urgent tasks. The regular duties detailed in the daily report were well within her capabilities. Excellent, quite leisurely indeed. With a mere thought, her extraordinary vision activated, an invisible gaze penetrating through steel and concrete, traversing the bustling streets of Manhattan, precisely locating the apartment of Gwen Stacy. The scene materialized vividly. Gwen was in her private chamber. The bed and chairs were strewn with an array of garments, as if a tempest had swept through. At that moment, she held a refreshing light blue dress before a full-length mirror, frowning in apparent dissatisfaction. Before turning to retrieve another stylish tank top and a pair of denim shorts from the bedside, caught in a dilemma. Watching her in her charming yet conflicted state, Selena couldn't help but smile. In the next instant, her figure vanished from the office. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of gentle knocks echoed against Gwen's glass window. Gwen, puzzled, turned her head, and upon seeing the familiar silhouette on the balcony, her eyes sparkled with surprise, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Selena, she exclaimed, akin to a joyous little bird, casting aside the clothing in her hands and sprinting towards the door. She flung it open and without hesitation, leapt into Selena's embrace. Filled with the refreshing essence of the outdoors, tightly wrapping her arms around her waist. What brings you here so early today? Selena naturally reciprocated the embrace, gently rubbing her chin against the soft crown of Gwen's hair. I missed you, she replied. Gwen's cheeks immediately flushed with a rosy hue as she mumbled. But I haven't chosen my outfit yet. She took Selena's hand and led her back to the chaotic battleground of clothing, holding up the two perplexing garments. Tell me, do you think this dress looks better, or should I go with this tank top and shorts? As Selena met her expectant yet anxious gaze, her heart swelled with tenderness. She reached out, not to take the clothes, but to gently press down on Gwen's hands, urging her to set both garments aside. Silly girl, Selena cradled her face. Her azure eyes focused intently upon her, radiating genuine warmth and a hint of possessive affection. You would look beautiful in anything. Truly, even if she paused deliberately, playfully blinking, you were to don a plastic bag, it would still be the most exquisite plastic bag in all of New York. Hey, Gwen, instantly flustered, lightly smacked her, exclaiming, how could one wear a plastic bag? That's absurd. It would be indecent. She retorted earnestly. Ha ha ha. Selena was amused by her earnest demeanor, laughing heartily as she ruffled Gwen's hair. I was merely jesting. You took it too seriously. Gwen, unable to suppress her laughter, nestled into Selena's embrace, burying her face in the crook of her shoulder, savoring the comforting intimacy and sweet aroma surrounding them. The two remained silently entwined for a moment. Selena savored the soft warmth in her embrace and the delicate fragrance emanating from Gwen before she spoke. Her tone softened. Gwen, I must leave for a few days tomorrow, and I might not be able to accompany you. Gwen immediately lifted her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise, followed by an overwhelming sense of loss. Ah? Where are you going? Can I come along? She inquired cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, Selena considered the potential risks and inconveniences of Asgard, explaining that she was heading to a friend's hometown, which might have a rather unique environment. Next time, I promise to take you with me, all right? She reassured, gently squeezing Gwen's cheek. Although a hint of disappointment flickered in Gwen's expression, she understood and nodded earnestly. She nestled her face back against Selena's chest, nuzzling like a devoted kitten. All right, I understand. I'm not the kind of girl who causes trouble. Have I ever been a bother to you? Her voice was muffled yet playful. Selena was utterly charmed by Gwen's adorable and considerate demeanor. She cupped Gwen's face, gazing into her eyes with sincerity. Of course not. My dear Gwen is the most understanding. A smile danced in her eyes as she deliberately elongated her words, laced with a hint of playful seduction. So, being this considerate, perhaps I should reward you? Before the last syllable had escaped her lips, she playfully exerted a gentle force. Gwen let out a soft gasp as they tumbled backward together, laughter echoing as they fell onto the spacious, soft bed, strewn with clothing. Ah, Selly, my clothes, Gwen exclaimed, her voice filled with laughter. The warm hues of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the two playful figures, casting a golden glow upon their hair. Chapter 23. Vanaheim, a vibrant cascade of rainbow light surged forth like a galloping river of stars, enveloping Selena and little Krypto. An irresistible yet gentle spatial thrust propelled them, instantly transporting the travelers across unfathomable distances to their destination. Before them stood the magnificent entrance of the Golden Temple. Selena landed gracefully, her gaze lifting to behold the guardian Heimdall, who stood like a golden statue before the control console. His golden eyes, imbued with the essence of the cosmos, gazed serenely at her. Is the Bifrost prepared? Selena surveyed her surroundings, noting the newly energized conduits shimmering with a lively glow upon the crystalline bridge. When did this happen, Heimdall? His voice resonated deep and powerful, echoing through the temple. Shortly after Thor returned Loki and the Tesseract to Asgard, His Majesty Odin, along with several ancient gods, and I restored this vital connection between the 9 realms. The massive sword, Hofund, in his hand lightly touched the ground, emanating a stable spatial vibration. That's wonderful, Selena exclaimed genuinely. That will make traveling back and forth so much easier. At least I won't have to strain myself to open a portal. Heimdall's golden gaze appeared to penetrate all truths. You seek Thor for the sake of the mortal woman, Jane Foster from Midgard, do you not? Serena was taken aback. You can see that too? Thor has entrusted me with the vigilance of her safety, Heimdall replied with serene composure. I have indeed observed your communications with her. Alas, Serena sighed helplessly. Jane has truly fallen for a god who does not return home. Her heart bears the weight of unfulfilled longing. Thor is the heir to Asgard, the future guardian of the 9 realms. Heimdall's voice remained calm and unwavering, for he bears responsibilities that cannot be shirked. I understand. Serena nodded, the classic dilemma of choosing between duty and emotion. Please, tell me where he is? He is currently in Vanaheim. Heimdall pointed towards the celestial map displayed on the console, where a band of interstellar pirates is invading and the Vanna tribe seeks assistance. Oh, Serena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid. Transport me there at once. I shall lend a hand and seek him out. Without further ado, Heimdall grasped the mighty sword Hofund tightly, plunging it resolutely into the heart of the Bifrost control core. With a thunderous roar, a cascade of vibrant light engulfed Serena in an instant. Vanaheim. As the brilliance of the Bifrost faded, Serena found herself amidst a verdant land brimming with life, yet steeped in an untamed essence. The environment bore an astonishing resemblance to Earth, yet it was purer and more expansive. Beneath her feet lay a soft, sprawling meadow, adorned with vividly colored, exotic flowers rarely seen on Earth. In the distance rose undulating mountains, crowned with towering, lush trees, with the melodious calls of birds and the roars of beasts echoed from the depths of the forest. The air was refreshingly invigorating, infused with the unique aromas of grass, earth, and the distant briny sea breeze. At the horizon's edge, a vast ocean sparkled like shattered diamonds, merging seamlessly with the sky. However, upon this tranquil land, a fierce battle was presently unfolding. In the distance, the thunder god Thor led the charge, wielding Mjolnir, summoning ferocious thunderbolts to strike the invaders. He commanded a cadre of elite warriors from the Celestial Palace, valiantly defending a group of Vanna tribespeople armed with bows and spears. These tribespeople had long since lost the formidable protection of their ancient deities, who once stood as equals to the Aesir, in an age when Odin's father, Thor, and the Vanir engaged in a protracted conflict, eventually forging a peace treaty that involved the exchange of hostages, among them Frigga, who would later become queen, and the late Freyr. Now, only a handful of their descendants, lacking in power, could not withstand the onslaught of foes and had to rely on the guardianship of Asgard. The invaders were a motley crew of genuine interstellar marauders, each of diverse lineage. Selena beheld slender beings with insect-like compound eyes wielding energy rifles, humanoid creatures with rock-like gray skin brandishing flails, and several monsters resembling upright lizards. Among them, one stood out most prominently, a colossal figure nearly 4 meters tall, entirely composed of dark gray, rugged stone, as if it had emerged from the very mountains. It bore a heavy, spiked wolf mace, proportionate to its massive form, and commanded its minions to attack with a thunderous roar. A thought stirred within Selena's mind. It seemed there was also a stone being among her future friends and soul. "Hey, clear a path, everyone!" Selena's voice resonated above the battlefield, and as her words fell, several crimson beams, reminiscent of molten rivers capable of melting gold and iron, blazed forth. The searing heat swept across the field like divine retribution, deftly avoiding Sol and the celestial warriors, plowing through the densest cluster of invaders. The air shimmered with distortion from the intense heat. Those fragile insectoid and lizard-like creatures, even a few of the rock-skinned minions, were instantly vaporized or cleaved in two upon contact with the beams, their screams echoing in the air. A pungent scent of charred flesh quickly filled the atmosphere. Roar! The colossal stone chief was thoroughly infuriated by this sudden assault. It unleashed a roar that could shake the very earth, akin to an erupting volcanic peak. Its eyes fixated on Selena, burning with frenzied wrath. "Damn it! I will grind you to dust!" It bellowed, wielding its massive wolf mace with immense force, striking toward Selena and Sol, who stood nearby. Exchanging a knowing glance, Sol and Selena acted in harmonious unison. Sol dodged swiftly, his movement as quick as lightning, causing the enormous mace to crash into the ground, creating a tremendous impact. Meanwhile, Mjolnir in Sol's grasp had already accumulated a tremendous charge of thunderous power. With a resounding crack, the hammer struck the stone being's robust chest like a pile driver. The hard rock shattered instantly, countless large fragments shooting outward like cannonballs. The stone chief's massive form froze in place, the blazing fire in its eyes extinguished, replaced by disbelief, before it collapsed in a thunderous crash, reduced to a lifeless mound of rubble. Sol stood firm, Mjolnir gracefully returning to his hand. He surveyed the remaining invaders, merely a handful, terrified by Selena's scorching gaze and the demise of their leader, dropped their weapons with a clatter and knelt trembling on the ground, too fearful to lift their heads. "Huh, Eve!" Sol then laughed heartily as he approached Selena, opening his arms for an enthusiastic embrace infused with the sense of smoke and sweat, which Selena deftly evaded. "I never expected you to come. Come, let us have some fun." Selena shrugged, taking in her surroundings. The scenery was indeed splendid. That behemoth was just a bunch of oblivious interstellar scum. Sol scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the pile of rubble. "I'll leave the cleanup to Hogan and the others." Hogan nodded, responding with a deep, resonant voice, "Rest assured, Your Highness." He looked at Selena with eyes filled with awe and gratitude. "Let's go." Sol grasped Selena's arm once more, exuberantly pointing towards the direction of the Bifrost, his voice booming, "Back to Asgard." Today's battle was exhilarating. A celebratory feast must be held. Chapter 24. Thor's longing in the grand hall of Asgard, illuminated by brilliant lights and filled with a cacophony of voices. A magnificent banquet was underway to celebrate the triumphant return from Vanaheim. A colossal long table was laden with golden, crispy roasted wild boars, their tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, while large barrels of chilled honeyed mead were continuously brought in by the attendants. The atmosphere was rich with the savory sense of food and the intoxicating fragrance of wine. The celestial musicians played stirring melodies as the graceful Asgardian dancers twirled in time with the drums. Warriors raised their enormous goblets, laughing heartily, boasting of the day's exploits. Their boisterous laughter nearly shaking the very heavens. Selena, adorned in a gown thoughtfully chosen by Queen Frigga, sat at Thor's side. She savored the exotic roasted meats, her eyes curiously surveying the lively and vibrant Aesir around her. Little Kree crouched at her feet, gnawing on a sizable bone from a silver platter. Yet, the guest of honor, the mighty Thor, appeared somewhat out of place. He clutched a massive, gem-encrusted golden goblet filled to the brim with mead, which he had scarcely touched. A forced smile lingered on his face, his gaze frequently drifting towards the profound night sky beyond the hall, tinged with an indescribable sense of melancholy. What troubles the omnipotent god of thunder? She gently nudged Thor's robust arm with her elbow, her voice rising above the surrounding clamor. You are the star of the celebration. Is the mead not potent enough, or the roast not fragrant enough? Thor snapped back to the moment, forcing a smile as he raised his goblet and took a hearty swig. Of course not. The feasts of Asgard are unparalleled. I merely found myself reflecting on certain matters. Certain matters? Selena keenly sensed the emotions flickering in his eyes, or perhaps it was a particular person. She deliberately elongated her words. Thor stiffened slightly, then let out a wry smile, offering no denial. He lowered his gaze to the swirling golden liquid in his goblet, his voice growing somber, laced with longing. You know, I often ponder, in some corner of Midgard, under the gaze of countless stars, what is she doing? He lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the barriers of time and space. Is she also gazing at the stars, thinking of me? Selena understood immediately, her expression revealing her realization. She did not mock him, but rather nodded solemnly. Indeed, Thor, she is not only thinking of you, but she longs for you immensely. Thor abruptly turned to her, his eyes igniting with fervor as he asked eagerly, how do you know? Have you seen her? Is she well? Just before I came, she reached out to me. Selena observed Thor's anxious demeanor and unflinchingly shattered his illusions. She did not know how to contact you, so she sought me out instead. She wishes to know where you are, why you Haven T sought her out, and even fears that you may have changed your mind. She paused, then shifted her tone to one of inquiry. Thor, the Bifrost has indeed been repaired. A moment is all it takes to reach Earth. Since you too miss Jane, why do you not seek her out? Why leave her there, alone in her solitude, lost in her thoughts? The light in Thor's eyes dimmed, overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness and a tinge of irritation. He tightened his grip on the golden goblet, his knuckles pale. There are too many matters at hand. Eve, his voice bore the weight of suppressed agitation. The threat from Vanaheim had just subsided, and now the frost giants of Nibelheim were stirring at the borders. My father's health is deteriorating. He needs me. All of Asgard requires my presence. Moreover, my father would never approve. He has always believed that the interaction between gods and mortals is sufficient. Thor Odinson. Selena abruptly interrupted him, locking her gaze onto Thor's astonished eyes. Her words sharp as an ice shard. Cast aside your grandiloquent excuses. Her voice was not loud, but each word resonated with clarity and striking intensity. Too busy, you say? King Odin has reigned for millennia. He understands better than anyone the weight of safeguarding the 9 realms. Yet, did he surrender his love for Queen Frigga because of it? No. Asgard needs you? Then you should comprehend that a powerful ruler must first learn to master his own heart. As for Odin's disapproval, a smirk curved Selena's lips mockingly. You, wielding Mjolnir, the god of thunder who commands the lightning, when did you become so timid, so fearful of retribution, that you hesitate to confront the frost giants? Why do you now lack the courage to pursue your beloved, merely out of fear of a few reprimands? Concerned about so-called rules? You are a complete coward. The final word struck Thor's ears like thunder. He trembled violently, his face flushing crimson, anger mixed with a deeper humiliation and shock. His eyes widened, incredulously staring at the woman who dared to confront him so boldly. Selena stood her ground, her gaze piercing. Jane is still waiting for you. She worries for you every day, and you would rather drown your sorrows here, playing the coward, than face your stubborn father to fight for your own happiness? Do you deserve her waiting, Thor? Each word landed like a hammer upon Thor's heart. He clenched his fists, his chest heaving. Selena's incisive and candid remarks shredded the fade he had constructed to numb himself. Indeed, in the face of an apocalyptic threat, the mighty adversaries charged forth without fear. Why does the god of thunder cower when confronted with his own emotions and his father's authority? He once defied Odin's commands to confront the frost giants in Jotunheim. Now, the term coward echoed painfully in his mind, laden with acute shame. Selena observed the tempest of emotions swirling in Thor's eyes: anger, shame, struggle, ultimately replaced by a resolute light. He suddenly rose to his feet. The force of his action toppled the goblet before him, golden mead spilling across the table. Yet he paid it no heed. Within his blue eyes burned a long-lost, thunderous flame of determination. "You are right, Eve." Thor's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an unprecedented clarity and determination. I absolutely must not let her waiting go in vain. I refuse to be a coward who cannot even confront his own desires." He raised his hand forcefully to wipe away the wine splatters from his face, his eyes devoid of hesitation. "I shall seek her out at once." No sooner had he spoken than Thor strode forth, his cape billowing behind him, advancing with an indomitable spirit toward the entrance of the rainbow bridge that led to the Golden Palace. Selena watched Thor's resolute figure recede, and a smile of relief and gratification finally graced her lips. She lifted her scarcely touched cup of honeyed wine and drank it in one go. Quite sweet indeed. With that, Selena rose and called out to the little Kratos, who was still engaged in a standoff with a meat pie. "No more eating, little Kratos. Let us depart." "Miss Eve, do stay," came the gentle voice of Queen Frigga. "It has been a long time. Why not stay for the night?" Chapter 25. The love between gods and mortals. With reckless determination, Thor dashed toward the rainbow bridge, vanishing in an instant amidst its resplendent beams of light. Just as Selena intended to follow, a warm yet insistent hand gently rested upon her arm. "Miss Eve, please pause," spoke Queen Frigga's tender voice, revealing that she had quietly approached Selena's side. Reluctantly halting her steps, Selena regarded the beautiful and wise goddess. Frigga's face bore a sincere plea. "Miss Eve, might I request a moment of your time? It would bring this old woman immense joy to have someone to converse with." Her tone possessed a familial warmth that was difficult to refuse. Unable to decline the queen's heartfelt request, Selena nodded in acquiescence. "As you wish, your majesty." Frigga's face brightened with a satisfied smile as she affectionately took Selena's hand, guiding her to a secluded terrace away from the revelry of the banquet, where they could gaze upon the magnificent nightscape of Asgard. Soon, attendants brought forth warm honeyed wine and exquisite delicacies. Frigga, holding Selena's hand as if addressing a beloved younger relative, began recounting amusing tales from Thor's childhood, his mischievous antics, his defiance of authority, and his innate affinity for Mjolnir. Her tone was filled with maternal affection, imbued with a warmth unique to mothers. Selena relaxed, smiling as she listened, occasionally sharing anecdotes from her upbringing on a farm on Earth. "Your adoptive parents must be wonderful," Frigga remarked after hearing Selena's stories, her eyes reflecting genuine admiration. "To nurture a girl from a foreign land into someone so kind and strong. They must be immensely proud of you." Gradually, however, her inquiries deepened. "Are your parents in good health? Do you have any siblings? Have you been betrothed?" Though her questions appeared benign, Frigga's gaze carried an ineffable scrutiny and anticipation. Selena felt a stirring within her, sensing that the conversation was veering into unfamiliar territory. Unable to remain composed any longer, she set down her cup of honeyed wine, cautiously raising her eyes to Queen Frigga. "Your Majesty, do you have a particular purpose in asking me these questions?" Queen Frigga did not shy away. She met her gaze with a calm and gentle demeanor, her face adorned with the seriousness befitting a queen, one who plans for her offspring. "Ah, you are a perceptive child. As for Thor, you have also observed his impulsive nature. He has yet to find a suitable match. As his mother, I cannot help but feel anxious for him." She lightly patted Selena's hand. "Miss Eve, you are truly exceptional, powerful, breathtakingly beautiful, and possessing a resolute character. You would be the perfect match for Thor." "No, no, no," Selena exclaimed, akin to a cat startled by a sudden movement, nearly leaping from her seat as she waved her hands in protest. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I harbor no romantic feelings for Thor. To me, he is merely a good friend. In fact, I already have someone I care for." Her tone was resolute. "Oh," a glimmer of surprise flickered in Frigga's eyes, soon replaced by curiosity. "Is this someone as formidable as you?" "No." Selena shook her head, her voice inadvertently softening. "She is just an ordinary girl. On Earth, A mortal girl from Midgard? The expression on Queen Frigga's face became complex and grave. She did not seem surprised. Rather, it appeared she had anticipated this, her eyes reflecting a profound sigh and a sense of empathy born from experience. Eve, Frigga's voice was low and imbued with a soul-piercing intensity as she regarded Selena, as if imparting a harsh yet immutable truth. You, I, Thor, we are different from them. We are of the immortal kind. Immortal kind? Selena felt a twinge of unfamiliarity and unease at the term. Indeed, Frigga nodded, our lives are measured in millennia. Your life may prove to be longer than you imagine, while your beloved's existence is but a fleeting century in the grand tapestry of time. The queen's voice bore a gentle cruelty. You are in the prime of your youth, powerful and capable of safeguarding her from worry. Yet, as you witness her youth fade, her beauty diminish, you will ultimately find yourself laying her to rest when she has grown old, while you remain vibrant as the rising sun. She paused, her gaze piercing as she looked at Selena. At that moment, what you embrace will not be a lover, but a cold corpse, an ephemeral chapter destined to conclude in the vast expanse of your prolonged life. Frigga's words pierced through the corners of Selena's heart she had sought to avoid, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. Thor, too, is in a similar predicament. Frigga's tone carried a deep sense of resignation. I know he loves Jane Foster. As a mother, I respect his fervent feelings in this moment and sincerely wish for them to relish their present joy. I harbored no contempt for that Earth girl. However, her voice grew more solemn, imbued with the weight of a queen's responsibility and foresight. What if 50 years hence? Thor will be in the prime of his divine Asgardian years, his life just beginning to blaze. He will have at least 3,000 years left to govern the 9 realms. By then, Jane Foster will either have turned to dust or become a frail elder. Eve, pray tell me, how can a frail mortal, aged and nearing the end of their days, become the queen of Asgard? How can she assist the king of gods in shouldering the monumental responsibility of governing the 9 realms and uniting the hearts of the divine? This is not a slight against the people of Midgard, but rather an insurmountable chasm of reality. Silence enveloped the terrace, broken only by the distant murmur of the banquet and the gentle rustle of the curtains in the night breeze. Selena sat quietly, absorbing the weighty words of Queen Frigga. The queen did not speak out of malice. Each word was infused with profound concern for her son's future and the stability of the kingdom. Her remarks extinguished the fervor Selena had felt in advocating for Thor and cast an unprecedented shadow over her heart. After a long silence, Selena regained her voice. Your Majesty, you and the king have chosen Lady Sif. Frigga nodded, acknowledging, indeed, before your arrival, Sif was among the most esteemed warriors of Asgard. She is brave, loyal, and possesses the strength, character, and beauty befitting a queen of the Aesir. She harbors expectations for Thor. A note of lament colored Frigga's tone regarding Sif's fate. Yet she refrained from elaborating, shaking her head in tacit understanding. Your Majesty, Selena raised her gaze, clear and resolute, embodying unwavering determination. I hold great admiration for Lady Sif's character and valor, and her bond with Thor is indeed moving. However, I harbor no feelings for him beyond that of a comrade. I have already given my heart to another, and that shall not change. Frigga observed the star-like brilliance of determination in Selena's eyes, neither angered nor disappointed. Instead, she offered a gentle, understanding smile. Ah, Miss Eve, I do not intend to compel you into a union with Thor. If your hearts align, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Should you be unwilling, I harbor no intention of coercion. Her expression turned serious again, infused with a mother's deepest plea. I implore you, as a mother, do not invest too deeply in this fleeting life, for the resultant anguish will ultimately be yours alone. She gazed intently at Selena. If possible, I also beseech you to counsel Thor, to steer him away from becoming too enraptured in this transient fervor. He is not alone. He is the future king of Asgard, the guardian of the 9 realms, and cannot focus solely on one. The gravity of this matter weighed heavily on Selena's heart. Having just chastised Thor to seek Jane, she was now faced with a request from his beloved mother to persuade him to relinquish Jane. This tremendous reversal left her feeling utterly conflicted, as if a great stone had been placed upon her heart. Frigga, observing the furrowed brow and inner turmoil in Selena's eyes, sighed softly, filled with understanding. Very well, my child, She rose, regaining her regal composure after a moment of introspection. Her voice, though gentle, bore a hint of fatigue. If my words tonight cause you distress or discomfort, consider them merely the ramblings of an old wife. Forget them. She elegantly adjusted her sleeves. Go with Thor. He must ultimately confront the consequences of his choices. Time shall reveal the answers we all seek. With that, Queen Frigga turned away, her expression a tapestry of unspoken complexities, merging with the shadows of the Golden Palace as she departed the terrace. Alone, Selena remained, the night breeze caressing her hair, the sweetness of mead lingering in her mouth, yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. After a prolonged moment, she gradually rose and, under the guidance of a servant, returned to the opulent chamber prepared for her by the queen. The room was spacious, adorned with exquisite gold and silver artifacts and warm candles. Selena settled by the large bed, her fingers unconsciously tracing the silky, soft sheets. The words of Queen Frigga echoed in her mind like an inescapable refrain. To witness her aging, her death, is to embrace a cold corpse, a fleeting past. She abruptly shut her eyes, striving to dispel the suffocating phrases. Yet, unbidden, the image of Gwen Stacy emerged in her thoughts, her radiant golden hair glittering in the sunlight. The laughter in her clear eyes akin to the warming sun melting winter's frost, the soft, fragrant touch when she leaped into her embrace, and the look of trust and reliance when she nestled beside her. A profound longing and an ineffable panic tightened around Selena's heart. The anxiety of Queen Gwen weighed heavily upon her soul for the first time, striking her with an undeniable gravity. Chapter 26. A visit to Loki the following morning. Selena indulged in a rare slumber within the luxurious chambers of Asgard. Sunlight streamed through the ornate window, infused with the crisp air distinctive of dawn. After a brief wash, she enjoyed a simple yet delightful Asgardian breakfast, guided by respectful maidens. Freshly baked grain bread, an unknown sweet jam, crisp pickled vegetables, and a small cup of invigorating golden morning dew. Post-repast, she requested an audience with Odin. In a solemn side hall, she encountered the God King seated upon his throne, his single eye reflecting boundless wisdom and the weight of heavy responsibilities. Your Majesty, Selena bowed, I wish to see Loki. Odin's solitary eye regarded her intently, as if perceiving her true intentions. After a moment of silence, he gently tapped his staff, Gungnir, producing a resonant echo that lingered in the air. Loki, Odin's voice, heavy with weariness and resignation, reverberated through the hall like a sigh. He always walks the path of folly. Wherever he treads, chaos, war, and death follow in his wake. My share of the blame lies within this too. The God King lifted his eye to the horizon, his gaze profound and pained. I taught them to weigh their choices, to command armies, to be worthy kings. Yet, I overlooked the more crucial truths. His gaze fell upon Selena, laden with profound reflection. I have failed to impart true humility to Thor and have not enabled Loki to comprehend the power of compassion. He was the progeny of the frost giant Laufey, an abandoned infant meant to thrive in the bitter cold of Jotunheim. I brought him back to Asgard, raising him as my own. Odin's voice trailed off, tinged with an indescribable bitterness. I once hoped that millennia of nurturing and the glory of Asgard would forge him into Thor's most formidable ally. Yet, as the ages passed, he became ensnared in the quagmire of treachery and deceit, manipulating hearts and sowing chaos. Odin's voice, heavy as granite, declared, he harbors no love, or rather, he knows not how to love. Selena listened quietly as this formidable king of gods revealed his regrets and anxieties. After a moment of silence, she gently responded, My lord, perhaps Loki is not devoid of love. He may simply be a traveler lost in a fog, never having glimpsed the true visage of love, nor received authentic guidance on how to possess it. Odin's single eye flickered slightly as he regarded Selena, a glimmer of elusive light passing through his gaze. He did not contest her words, merely nodding slowly. Perhaps, child, you may go. Let the guards escort you. He waved his hand, falling once more into that ponderous reverie. Accompanied by two solemnly armed palace guards, Selena descended the spiraling stone steps to the depths of Asgard's dungeon. To her astonishment, the dungeon was not the dark, damp, and foul scene she had envisioned. It was remarkably spacious, with lofty ceilings, walls polished to a mirror-like sheen, adorned with crystals that emitted a constant, gentle glow. Individual cells were separated by transparent magical energy barriers, shimmering with colors like the grand showcases in a luxurious mall. The interiors were spacious and tidy, even verging on the comfortable. Each prisoner was clearly visible, akin to exhibits in a transparent display case. As a prince, Loki naturally occupied a well-appointed, generously sized independent cell. It boasted a comfortable bed, a table and chairs, and even a bookshelf filled with tomes. At that moment, Loki reclined on a cushioned bench, holding a hefty, ancient volume. Idly flipping through its pages, his gaze hollow. "What are you reading?" Selena's voice shattered the cell's silence. Only then did Loki lazily lift his eyelids. Casting a glance her way, the corners of his mouth curling into a habitual smirk tinged with self-mockery. "Oh, look who has arrived?" Some utterly tedious, fundamental theories of Asgardian magic. He tossed the book aside, adjusting his posture slightly, arms crossed. "What is it? Is it not enough to humiliate me in the courtyard, to beat me like a wounded dog? Now you've come to my cell to administer further lashes? Or," he elongated his tone, surveying Selena's Asgardian silver-threaded gown with an uncharacteristic lack of derision in his eyes, "are you simply here to witness my misery? By the by, you appear far more graceful in a dress than in that constricting battle attire. This truly resembles a woman." Selena disregarded his probing remarks and the slight compliment intertwined within. "Loki, I have never sought to humiliate you deliberately. It was you who distorted my emotions with the power of your scepter, nearly leading me to commit an irreparable error. This is not something that can be brushed aside with a mere, trivial compliment." Unfortunately, Loki leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands, a genuine regret etched upon his face. "If only I could have fully controlled you, perhaps I would have succeeded. The Midgard, the Tesseract, even Asgard, you remain unrepentant." Selena's gaze turned icy in an instant. "Repentant?" Loki scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. "Wherein lies my fault? Throughout history, which kingdom has not been built upon conquest and subjugation? Beneath every throne lie countless bones. To the victor go the spoils. I simply lost to you. That is all." He picked up his book again, signaling her to take her leave. "If there's nothing else, do not disturb a rare moment of peace for a prisoner." Yet, Selena did not depart immediately. Instead, she slowly retrieved from her waist a mind stone, encased in an intricate device, radiating a warm golden glow. "Loki." She cradled the gem in her palm, allowing its brilliant light to illuminate the entire cell. "Behold this." Loki's indifferent gaze flicked over it before abruptly freezing. It was as though an invisible needle had pricked him, his body tensed, brow furrowed. "What is this?" "My scepter. You have stripped it away?" He recognized that pure gem. "It is called a Mind Stone," Selena calmly stated. "Your scepter was merely a crude shell, a temporary vessel for it." Loki fixed his gaze on the stone, his throat involuntarily constricting. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, forcing a fa of nonchalance back upon his face. "Ah, well, you have triumphed. Spoils of war naturally belong to the victor. That is only reasonable, is it not?" Selena offered no response to his feigned ease. She activated the Mind Stone, a pure and gentle golden light enveloping Loki in an instant. Ugh! Loki's body jolted violently, as if struck at the very core of his soul. The carefully maintained mask of arrogance melted away like the tide, his brows knitting tightly as his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable reddening. More alarmingly, the dazzling garments sustained by illusion faded like washed-out paint, revealing the tattered attire he had worn since the battle in New York, torn and stained, marred by grime and dry blood. Beneath the fabric, the horrifying bruises and scars, though bandaged, were starkly visible. Selena observed his true, wretched state in silence. Her eyes filled with intrigue as she tilted her head slightly. Loki felt her gaze upon him, as if it were searing his very being. The cell had long been ravaged by his fury, and he found himself slumped in the cold corner, leaning against the wall, emitting a bitterly sardonic laugh. "Are you satisfied now? Do I resemble a stray dog in this wretched state?" "I did not mean that," came Selena's calm voice, devoid of emotion. "What then do you wish to see?" Loki's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with a desperate, self-destructive impulse, akin to a wounded beast's low growl. "Do you wish to behold my pitiful, true form? Is that it?" Before his words could fade, his skin swiftly transformed into the characteristic icy blue of a frost giant, adorned with rock-like patterns. His eyes, once deep as a forest, morphed into golden, slit pupils that shimmered with an otherworldly coldness reminiscent of molten gold. Do you see this? Loki gestured towards his face, marked with blue veins. His golden pupils ablaze with anguish, fury, and a profound self-loathing. I am a frost giant, the offspring of that failure, Laufey. I do not bear the name Odinson. My name is Loki Laufeyson. He surged to his feet, bellowing at the frigid magical barrier. This place, Asgard, has never truly harbored a place for me. What kind of prince am I? Merely a captive, exploited, and now imprisoned in a cage. Odin has never been my father. He is merely a hypocritical deceiver. He mimicked Odin's authoritative yet seductive tone, steeped in biting sarcasm. You were born to be a king, Loki. A lie, a complete and utter falsehood. He never intended for me to ascend to the throne. Never. The throne has always belonged to one master, Thor, his own foolish, arrogant son. Loki's voice trembled with profound resentment and bitterness. Thus, I shall strive. I shall seize what is rightfully mine. I do not require his charity. I will ascend, step by step, to the highest echelon. Let all gaze up at me. Let Odin witness the consequences of his own making. As Loki unleashed centuries of pent-up rage, insecurity, and warped hatred within the confines of the cramped cell, Selena felt a tumult of complex emotions welling up inside her. Disgust lingered, yet at that moment, it was overshadowed by a sense of sympathy and pity. Why must you choose slaughter and conquest? Selena's voice was laced with deep confusion. Must your path be paved with blood? Loki abruptly halted, turning to face Selena, his golden slit pupils filled with a derisive absurdity. You inquire why? Mortal woman, tell me, which great king has not walked upon a mountain of corpses? Which vast empire was not born from rivers of blood? The rise of one general success is built upon the bones of many. This is an immutable truth. And what more for a king? He pointed accusingly at Selena, his tone aggressive. Is Midgard beneath your feet? Not just that. Which glorious history was not constructed from the lives of countless individuals? Tell me, what separates us from them? Selena found herself momentarily speechless, struck by his fervent inquiry. She could not refute this brutal historical fact, merely letting out a heavy sigh. Such is the narrative inscribed upon the annals of Earth as history. Behold, Loki seemed to have garnered some form of validation. Spreading his arms wide, a morbid satisfaction etched across his face, for all are alike. The weak are prey to the strong, and the victors write the history. If that is the case, what fault lies with me? I am simply enacting what all powerful beings undertake. It is merely that I have faltered. Jotunheim is your homeland, your realm. Selena endeavored to find a point of balance, but Loki abruptly interrupted her, his face contorted with utter disdain and humiliation. I loathe Jotunheim. I detest that cold, desolate land, rife with barbaric fools. Even more, I abhor the filthy blood that courses through my veins. He gazed down at his intricately patterned blue arms, his eyes brimming with raw hatred. I would rather perish. I would rather be eternally imprisoned by Odin in this transparent cage than accept this disgrace that is inescapably tied to my lineage. Selena observed the cunning god, now utterly ensnared in a chasm of self-loathing and obsession, and ultimately shook her head in resignation. Loki, you are beyond redemption. Huh? Loki scoffed coldly. How could you, with your life so untroubled, filled with power and glory, comprehend the anguish and despair that I, a pawn struggling within the crevices of lies and prejudice, must endure? Mortal, spare me your insincere sympathy. Very well. Selena ceased her attempts at communication, turning to leave. There is nothing more to discuss. You may remain here and reflect upon your so-called truth. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your remaining days shall be spent in this very place. Inform Odin, Loki shouted after her, a fierce resolve in his voice. Let him execute me. Do it now. Selena did not look back, her footsteps unwavering, leaving only her silhouette behind. Chapter 27. The cursed warrior Selena ascended the stone steps from whence she came. Upon reaching the grand hall at the entrance of the dungeon, she was met with a raucous and hearty uproar. The three valiant warriors of the celestial palace, Vastag, robust and brawny, wielding a colossal double-bladed axe, Vandal, handsome and gallant, adorned with a slender sword, and Hogun, taciturn and holding a war hammer, were escorting a dozen despondent captives clad in tattered leather armor into the dungeon. Hey, is that Lady Eve? Vastag's voice boomed like a resounding bell, as he heartily laughed, and waved at Selena. Vandal elegantly came to a halt, placing his right hand upon his chest, offering Selena a formal knightly salute, a charming smile gracing his lips. Hogan merely nodded vigorously, his eyes betraying a respect for the strong. Selena returned their smiles. Vostag, Vandal, Hogan, just returned from an expedition? Indeed, Vandal replied, his tone relaxed. We made a trip to Vaterheim. A small band of rascals, origins unknown, has been stirring restlessly in their lair. It seems the operation went exceedingly well, Selena remarked, observing their armor, which bore little trace of blood. Too well, Vostag bellowed, patting his belly. These rascals are more cowardly than rabbits. Before we could advance, he surrendered to the ground. I dare say the dungeons of Asgard are wasted on holding such as him. The three exchanged triumphant smiles, reveling in their victory. Serena also smiled faintly, preparing to take her leave. Suddenly, a faint sound, nearly drowned out by the footsteps of the warriors, reached Serena's ears, a droplet of liquid falling. Her steps halted abruptly. Her heightened senses instantly detected something amiss. Slowly, she turned her head, her sharp gaze honing in on one of the captives among the dozen being escorted, a warrior taller than the rest, clad in antiquated armor that enveloped his entire body, and wearing a mask that obscured much of his face. A drop of dark red, nearly black, viscous blood seeped from a seam in his armor, covering his abdomen, silently falling onto the polished golden stone of the dungeon floor, spreading a small, ominous stain. Serena's attention fixated on that barely perceptible wound. To her perception, there was no strong energy emanating from this warrior. He was even fainter than the other captives beside him. Yet, an instinctual warning signal surged through her, like a cold current racing up her spine. Though it was merely a glance, Serena keenly registered the fleeting emotion within him. Not fear or despair, but an overwhelming chill akin to an abyss, a profound silence, and an essence of self-sacrifice. She furrowed her brow slightly, lingering her gaze on the armored warrior for a moment longer before casually diverting her attention, nodding to the three valiant warriors. I wish you a smooth handover. I shall take my leave now. Just as Serena bid farewell to the three champions and turned to take a couple of steps, she abruptly halted. Wait. Her voice was cold and urgent. Lady Eve, is there something else? Vostag, hefting his axe, turned in confusion. Serena offered no reply. Her piercing gaze fixated like a tangible force on the tall captive with the iron mask, bleeding from his abdomen. She strode forward, disregarding the astonished expressions of others, her enhanced vision penetrating the tattered armor. Within the inner layer of the armor, a strange object, pulsating and composed of dark red and deep black, akin to congealed blood, clung to the warrior's wound. An overwhelming aura of cold, filth, and the stench of decay emanated from it, instinctively provoking disdain and aversion from the solar power within Serena. Has he surrendered as well? Of course. Vandal elegantly raised his hands, assuming Serena was merely curious about the captive brought back from Vanaheim. What is it? Is something amiss? His words barely escaped his lips when the unexpected transpired. The iron-masked captive's eyes erupted with madness and resolve. He let out a ferocious roar, his arms surging with astonishing strength, instantly hurling the two Asgardian warriors, escorting him aside. Simultaneously, his hand shot into the crevice of his shattered armor, seizing that peculiar red-black object. Crack! The dark elf captive unhesitatingly crushed the malevolent entity. A thick, inky smoke, reeking of noxious sulfur and putrid flesh, surged forth from his orifices and the seams of his armor like boiling tar. Wherever the smoke drifted, the rocky floor emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. His skin visibly withered, turning ashen and dry like desiccated bark, only to swiftly transform into a fiery crimson. He resembled a living corpse set ablaze, surrounded by black flames, his form swelling in agony, emanating a terrifying and chaotic energy wave. He struggled to resist, swiftly subdue Vostag, and let out a roar. The warrior emitted a sound that was hardly human, completely disregarding the weapons that pierced around him, his focus solely on Selena. Vostag, positioned closest, bellowed as he lunged forward, his heavy double-bladed axe wielding the might to split mountains, striking fiercely towards the foe's head. Clang! A jarring noise that sent shivers through the spine. The axe, capable of cleaving through a colossal beast's skull, was caught firmly in the grasp of the warrior's left hand, adorned with grotesque black veins. Vostag felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, as he was abruptly pushed back by a single hand, stumbling several steps before regaining his footing, his arms tingling. Boom! Selena's figure left behind an afterimage. Her fist, breaking the sound barrier, carried the compressed shockwave, akin to a cannonball, striking solidly against his hastily crossed arms. Bang! His massive body was hurled back as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently against the sturdy dungeon wall. The hard rock surface instantly shattered, forming a spiderweb of immense cracks, debris cascading down. Cursed warrior. Selena recalled that he was a dark elf. Capture him, Hogan roared, and alongside Vandal and the other Celestial Palace warriors surged forward. The clash of blades rang out, glimmering with cold light. Clink, clink, puffed. The sharp sword struck against the cursed warrior's skin, now dark and hard like charcoal, leaving merely shallow white marks or penetrating only an inch before faltering. Even the tips of the blades that pierced his body, enveloped by the boiling dark energy within, reacted as if thrust into rotting wood, completely unyielding. Roar! The cursed warrior erupted with ferocity. Muscles bulging, he heaved his arms. Crack! Several weapons embedded in him snapped with a sound. The soldiers surrounding him were flung away like small boats tossed by a colossal wave, screaming as they fell. Clear out, Selena commanded sharply. She discerned that ordinary attacks would be ineffective. Before her words faded, her figure vanished once more. In the next instant, a tempest of fists descended upon the just-risen, cursed warrior. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous, thunderous impacts resounded like a tempest in the dungeon hall. Selena's speed reached its zenith, transforming into a tempest that enveloped the cursed warrior. Each punch carried the terrifying power capable of shattering stone, striking mercilessly at the joints and vital points of her foe. Crack, crack, crash! The tattered, dark elf armor of the cursed warrior disintegrated under such ferocious assault, scattering into countless metallic shards. The exposed, charred skin caved in and cracked, oozing thick, dark ichor, after enduring a barrage of heavy blows. The cursed warrior was finally sent crashing to the ground. He abruptly raised his head from the rubble and dust, his visage, completely ravaged by darkness and grotesque as charred remains, bore no trace of pain, only a mindless, abyss-like will to kill. The cold, golden-slit pupils fixed unblinkingly upon Selena, reflecting nothing but annihilation. Is he truly that resilient? Selena's gaze hardened, igniting a fire within her. The pure, deathly malice emanating from him unnerved her deeply. She held nothing back, her eyes igniting with a fierce, molten red beam that erupted forth. Buzz! Two immensely thick, superheated rays, scorching enough to ionize the air, swept across the cursed warrior's chest and shoulders. Sizzle! The cursed warrior's resilient skin and flesh succumbed to the heat of the rays, charring, carbonizing, and evaporating like butter. The tremendous force sent him crashing again, this time into a distant wall, leaving behind a horrific silhouette, smoking and marked by a molten imprint. Selena stepped forward, instantly teleporting before the nearly incapacitated cursed warrior, lifting her skirts and leaping into the air, her alabaster knee crashing down onto his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Bang, 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 bang. She showed no intention of stopping. With fists enveloped in golden energy, she unleashed a relentless barrage, embodying a destruction more fierce and pure than when she had faced Loki in New York, raining down blows like a tempest. Each punch sent tremors through the ground. Each strike was infused with disdain for that foul, dark power. Splatter, crack, muscles tore, bones shattered, flesh flew. The entire dungeon hall fell into a chilling silence, save for the sickening sounds reminiscent of pulverizing rotting wood and the faint breeze stirred by Selena's fists. After a full half-minute, Selena finally ceased her onslaught. She slowly rose to her feet, gently brushing off her hands, now specked with a bit of black ash, exhaling deeply as if she had merely completed a trivial household chore. Done. As the dust began to settle, only a grotesque, bloodied mass remained, nearly sunk into the rock, utterly devoid of human form, as if crushed repeatedly by a massive hydraulic press. Huh! The cursed warrior was still alive. Selena's brow furrowed slightly, and with a flicker of her right-hand ring, a finely crafted silver, long sword materialized in her grasp. Selena executed a dazzling flourish with her sword, and with a swift motion, severed the head of the cursed warrior from his body. Time seemed to stand still. All the Celestial Palace warriors, including the battle-hardened Vostag, Vandal, and Hogan, were as if petrified by a spell, their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, large enough to swallow a dragon egg. Deep within the dungeon, prisoners who witnessed the scene through a transparent magical barrier turned pale, huddling in corners and trembling uncontrollably. Silence enveloped the area, an eerie stillness where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Selena surveyed the stunned warriors, as if they were encountering her for the first time, and raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of perplexed lightness. What? Is there a problem? The individuals caught in her gaze, as though struck by an invisible whip, collectively shook their heads in a frantic agreement, their movements swift enough to leave afterimages. No, absolutely not. Their voices harmonized, tinged with awe and a barely perceptible tremor. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery, yet betraying a slight quiver, emerged from Loki's cell. What a barbaric woman. Selena turned towards the sound, her gaze locking onto Loki's complex expression, a mixture of shock, apprehension, and forced composure. She offered him a harmless smile, replying, "Thank you for the compliment." Then, she casually suggested to the still-dazed Vostag and the others, as if discussing what to have for dinner. "By the way, I recommend you go ahead and, burn his head and body separately. Who knows if such a thing might come back to life." Vostag, Vandal, Hogan, and all the surrounding celestial warriors shuddered in unison, an uncontrollable wave of terror washing over them. Cold sweat instantly covered their backs. "Yes, Lady Eve, we'll take care of it. Rest assured it will be handled thoroughly." The three nodded eagerly, their movements unusually brisk. Selena nodded in satisfaction, her face beaming with a radiant smile that starkly contrasted with the earlier violent scene. "Then I shall trouble you, brave warriors, until we meet again." With a light wave of her hand, her divine sword transformed back into a beam of light, returning to the form of a ring. She flicked the Asgardian fabric of her dress and departed with a light-hearted step, reminiscent of a lady. In the chaotic dungeon, thick with the scent of charred flesh and blood, the celestial warriors exchanged glances. Vostag wiped the cold sweat from his brow, eyeing the indescribable spoils of battle on the ground, swallowing hard, his voice still wavering. "Brothers, let us get to work. Remember, the cleaner we handle it per Lady Eve's suggestion, the better." Vandal elegantly produced a silk handkerchief to dab at his forehead, chuckling ruefully. "Next time we encounter such a minor inconvenience, I think it would be wiser to simply have Lady Eve handle it directly." Hogan remained silent, merely nodding vigorously, while Vostag, with a grin, drew his axe and approached the pile of remains. Chapter 28. Ether Particles. As Selena returned to the opulent chamber arranged for her, she had yet to sip the warm morning dew offered by her maid, when a gentle knock echoed from the door. "Miss Selena," the maid bowed respectfully. "Prince Thor has returned to Asgard, accompanied by a lady." "Jane?" Selena instantly rose, inquiring about their whereabouts. The maid hastily led the way. In the medical hall of the Golden Palace. The medical hall, suffused with a soft light, was imbued with the unique fragrance of herbs intertwined with pure energy. Jane Foster reclined upon a treatment table crafted from a lustrous white stone, her face aglow with an unmistakable blush of happiness. Her gaze tenderly drifted towards the solemn Thor, who stood vigil by her side. Thor's sudden appearance had filled the heart of this lovesick scientist with overwhelming joy. Several composed female physicians surrounded her, manipulating a soul-refining apparatus resembling a crimson three-dimensional projection platform. Above it, a three-dimensional hologram vividly displayed Jane's anatomy in a manner surpassing conventional medicine. Bones, meridians, delicate blood vessels, and even the activity of her cells were discernible. Yet, amidst the flowing network of light, a dissonant dark red substance, akin to viscous liquid rubies, pulsated ominously with her blood, a particularly jarring sight. "Thor." Selena approached swiftly. "Hello, Selena." Jane beamed upon seeing her, her smile widening as she attempted to rise. "Stay still." "Jane." Selena moved to the edge of the treatment table, observing Jane's improved complexion and teasing. "You seem to be in quite good spirits. When did you arrive?" "I've been here for a while. Thank you, Selena." Jane's voice radiated genuine gratitude and joy. She instinctively reached for Selena's hand, only to be gently restrained by a nearby physician's touch on her wrist. If it weren't for you, she glanced at Thor, her eyes brimming with affection. I truly wonder how much longer I would have had to wait. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Eve, Thor's large hand soothingly patted Jane's hand. His brow furrowed with concern as he cast his worried gaze upon the flowing scarlet filaments. A formidable and unknown dark energy had taken residence within Jane's being, and even Asgard's medical expertise seemed powerless against it. Selena's expression sharpened, and recalling her recent harrowing experience in the dungeon, a name escaped her lips. Ether particles? Ether particles? Both Thor and Jane queried in unison. Selena did not respond immediately, her azure eyes focused intently, her enhanced vision acting as a meticulous scanner that penetrated Jane's skin, muscles, and blood vessels, closely tracking the bizarrely flowing dark red particles within her bloodstream. They resembled sentient nanoparasites, emanating an intensely unsettling, frigid aura. Jane seemed to sense the penetrating gaze, shifting uncomfortably. "Do not worry, Jane," Thor immediately reassured her, his voice steady. "Selena is here to assist you. It is something that has existed since the cosmos itself was not yet fully formed." A voice, ancient and commanding, resonated like a thunderclap at the entrance of the medical hall. The crowd turned to behold the figure of Odin, the God King, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, Gungnir, flanked by 2 armored sentinels as he entered with measured grace. His singular eye seemed to encapsulate the wisdom and weight of the universe, settling upon Jane Foster at the diagnostic table. Jane Foster? Odin's voice was deep and unwavering, yet it carried an invisible weight. Jane felt a pang of anxiety in the presence of such a formidable deity, instinctively clutching Thor's hand. "Yes, that is I. And you are?" "Odin, king of Asgard, protector of the 9 realms." His gaze remained calm and unyielding, the father of Thor. Jane was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. She opened her mouth. "Oh, I am honored." Odin raised his hand, directly interrupting the meaningless pleasantries. "Spare me the formalities." He wasted no time, extending a finger to trace the air above Jane's bare arm. A gentle golden light flickered. Beneath her skin, the veins became startlingly pronounced, and dark red particles, thick as blood, began to manifest, reminiscent of serpent's venom. "These are ether particles," Odin declared with undeniable gravity. "Follow me." He turned away from the table, striding forth with resolute steps. Thor immediately followed, while Selena cast Jane a reassuring glance before trailing behind. They were led to one of Asgard's most magnificent edifices, a vast temple crowned by a dome that pierced the clouds, with countless bookshelves arranged like stars, the air saturated with the fragrance of ancient knowledge. Odin approached a lectern emanating an aura of antiquity. Without the need to search, he merely gestured in a tome of immense weight, its cover forged from a dark silvery metal and embedded with a colossal black crystal, soared from a distant shelf to rest steadily before him. As the book opened, its heavy metallic pages were inscribed with ancient runes and diagrams that shimmered faintly. The 9 realms are not eternally immutable. There exists a dawn of creation and an inevitable dusk. Odin's voice resounded like a narration of a cosmic epic. Before the primordial dawn, the universe lay shrouded in darkness, ruled solely by the Dark Elves. "Born from the eternal night, the Dark Elves will steal your light," Thor murmured, a glimmer of childhood memories illuminating his eyes, recalling tales his mother spun in their youth, which were not mere fabrications. "Sounds like a bedtime story meant to frighten children, akin to the tale of the wolf," Selena remarked, arms crossed, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "This is far more profound and far darker than any fairy tale." Odin shot her a glance, his single eye bearing the weight of millennia. Their leader, Malekith, harnessed that darkness to forge an ultimate weapon. He pressed his hand upon a complex and grotesque dark red vortex diagram on the page. "This is the essence of the ether particles. The ancient artifacts we have encountered, the divine relics, possess an aura of caution in Odin's voice, resonating with the essence of peculiar creations, solid and unyielding in form. In contrast, the etheric particles are fluid and ever-changing." He gestured toward the terrifying illustrations on the pages, revealing their dynamic nature. They possess the ability to transform any matter they touch into pure, dark matter. These entities are not lifeless. They actively seek living beings as hosts, residing within them like avaricious parasites, continuously siphoning the life force of their hosts to augment their own strength. Malekith's ambition is to wield the power of this source of darkness to plunge the entire universe back into the eternal night of utter oblivion. Having endured a protracted and harrowing war that spanned across star systems, Odin's voice rang out with conviction. Ultimately, my father, the Great Boar, led the Aesir along with their allies to achieve final victory. From that moment forth, the Nine Realms embraced several millennia of relative peace. His tone carried the pride inherent to the Aesir. What manner of victory was that? Jane couldn't resist inquiring. He annihilated all the Dark Elves. Odin's response was cold and unequivocal, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though stating an established fact. The inherent pride in his declaration sent a chill down Jane's spine. Are you certain? Thor pointed to the passage in the book regarding the destruction of the etheric particles, his voice laced with confusion, for the tome clearly documented their obliteration. Yet, they now resided within Jane. The Dark Elves are not entirely extinguished, Selene interjected, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Just moments ago, I dispatched one in the dungeon, a cursed warrior. What? Odin turned sharply, a terrifying gleam igniting in his single eye, the majesty of the God King enveloping the entire temple. Dark Elf have infiltrated Asgard. Are you certain? Quite certain, Selene affirmed with resolve. Among the prisoners Vostag and the others retrieved from Vanaheim, one had blended in. That individual concealed himself well. After crushing a dark object, he transformed into the so-called cursed warrior, exhibiting astounding strength and combat prowess. What do they intend to do? Thor clenched his fists, his voice low and grave. The etheric particles. Odin's realization struck him like lightning. They were after the etheric particles. Malekith can sense the ether's fluctuations. The cursed warrior is not a mere prisoner. He is an infiltrator. Odin's gaze swept toward Selene, recognizing that their actions were swifter than anticipated. Jane had scarcely arrived in Asgard when the Dark Elves dispatched a cursed warrior posing as a captive to infiltrate. Such rapidity was astonishing. Revenge. Thor's eyes crackled with thunder. His voice resolute. They come seeking vengeance. That cursed warrior is an insider. They're collaborating from within, and their objective is the complete annihilation of Asgard. He turned to his father, urgency reflected in his eyes. The air within the temple seemed to freeze in an instant. Odin's expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. After a brief silence, a heavy command fell like a stone. Relay the order. His voice resonated throughout the temple. Reaching the officer's station outside, declare a state of emergency. Erect the protective barriers. All warriors of the Celestial Palace, regardless of their shifts, return to your positions at once. The war is imminent. He, with a single eye, gazed into the profound cosmos beyond the Golden Palace. His voice heavy with the oppressive foreboding of an approaching storm. It is already upon us. Jien listened to it all. The fear and anxiety in her heart rising once more. Wait. Your Majesty, the God King. Does the book mention how to extract it? Odin halted his steps, slowly turning his head to regard her with an eye that held only a depth of ancient indifference and resignation. No. Odin lingered not a moment longer. The weight of his footsteps echoing alongside the resonance of the eternal spear striking the ground, fading away beyond the towering, magnificent gates of the sanctuary. Chapter 29. A proactive strike after Odin's departure. The chilling void of his final word instantaneously froze the last vestige of hope within Jien's heart. Like the deepest current of cold, her complexion turned pale, and the tears that had gathered in her eyes could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Filled with despair and helplessness, Jien's soul embraced her tightly, his broad arms conveying all the strength and promises he could muster. Do not fear. Trust me, there must be other ways. The knowledge of Asgard is as vast as the sea. We will surely find a solution. Selena observed Jien's tear-streaked face and Thor's anxious comfort, gently clearing her throat to break the oppressive atmosphere. Ahem, actually, I do have a plan. Jien, like a drowning person grasping at a final straw, abruptly lifted her gaze to Selena, her eyes ablaze with a fierce will to survive. Eve, what is the plan? Seek the Dark Elves. Selena's voice was clear and calm. Thor paused for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Yes. The ether particles are indeed their creation. They have mastered it for millennia. They must know how to extract it safely. Hope ignited on their faces, but it flickered out almost as quickly. Thor's brow furrowed once more, the daunting reality looming before them. However, setting aside the passage of millennia, do the remaining dark elves still possess that knowledge and ability? They harbor a deep-seated enmity with Asgard, an irreconcilable grudge. How could they possibly assist us? His voice was laden with concern. They would certainly be unwilling to help. A slight smile curved Selena's lips, radiating confidence, even a hint of mischief. However, I have my methods to ensure their cooperation. As Thor beheld the sly and perilous smile on Selena's face, one he had only seen when Loki's scheme succeeded, his heart inexplicably quickened. Eve, what is that expression? It is quite simple. Selena interrupted his doubts directly, succinctly laying out the plan. We shall go to Vanaheim, locate the Dark Elves, compel them to extract the ether particles, and then return home with Jien. End of story. Both Thor and Jien were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. Convince them to comply? Eve? How could that be possible? Thor found a plan utterly fanciful. They will be willing to cooperate. Selena's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. She gracefully retrieved the soul gem, emanating a gentle yet boundless spiritual power, allowing it to hover in her palm as golden light danced under the soft illumination of the sanctuary. Should they remain unwilling, Serena's gaze sharpened like a blade, revealing her knowledge of martial arts. She paused, adding, moreover, the last cursed warrior has already met his end at my hands in the dungeon. What remains are nothing but worthless remnants, hardly worthy of being called cannon fodder. Is this the gem that can manipulate hearts? Thor's eyes were firmly fixed upon the soul gem, sensing the immense spiritual force contained within. Indeed, Serena nodded. Ha ha, excellent. The shadows in Thor's heart dissipated, and his boisterous laughter echoed through the sanctuary. With you and this gem, what worries could there be for our journey to Varthium? Let's proceed. He turned to Jane, determination sparkling in his eyes. We shall inform Father. The three hastened to catch up with Odin, who had yet to walk far. Father, we have a plan. Thor's voice rang out, resonant and urgent, in the expansive corridor. Odin paused, slowly turning, his single eye calm and unwavering. What plan? Thor swiftly unveiled Serena's scheme to utilize the power of the soul gem to compel the Dark Elves into cooperation, striking decisively at their heart. Odin listened intently, falling into silence for a moment, his brow furrowed, his authoritative voice laced with undeniable opposition. It is too perilous, Thor, to place the air and ancient creations within the lair of the Dark Elves. Such an endeavor is a sheer folly. I shall never consent. Father, Thor stepped forward anxiously. With Eve among us, she possesses a power that rivals an entire legion. What have we to fear? Shall we simply await the Dark Elves' army at our gates? His fervor escalated, his voice thundering. Let the battlefield be in Asgard. Let the flames of war ravage our homeland. Do you comprehend the number of innocent Asgardian lives that would be sacrificed? Father, Thor met Odin's Shinjugesh, his eyes brimming with resolve and responsibility. Now that we are aware of their existence, aware of their schemes and intentions, why should we not take the initiative to crush the threat within the enemy's own lair? He inhaled deeply, articulating the crux of the matter. Moreover, Father, when I ventured to Earth to find Jane, she inadvertently stumbled into a spatial anomaly, a point where the barriers of the 9 realms have thinned due to celestial movements. It was there that she was parasitized by the etheric particles. Do you grasp the implications of this? Thor's voice carried an urgent intensity. A celestial convergence, occurring once in millennia, approaches. At that time, the spatial barriers of the 9 realms will be as fragile as bubbles. The Dark Elves, having lain dormant for millennia, have chosen this moment to re-emerge, their purpose glaringly evident, to exploit the etheric particles during the convergence, to plunge all 9 realms into eternal darkness. Father, we cannot remain idle. When the time comes, I shall lead the warriors of Asgard to stand against them. Odin's voice subtly rose in volume, imbued with the wrath and stubbornness of a divine king, declaring that no sacrifice was too great. Yet at this moment they remained still. I cannot ignite the flames of war upon my own land, allowing the blood of innocent subjects to stain the steps of the Golden Palace. Thor resolutely interrupted his father, his voice resonant and firm. Such a choice could never be made by a truly wise monarch. That was the folly of an obstinate brute. Thor, Odin's singular eye erupted with thunderous fury. Do you dare question your king? Question your father? Father. Thor clenched his fists, unwavering. His gaze filled with both pleading and determination. As the tension between father and son reached a breaking point, Selena stepped forward, slightly bowing. Her voice clear and powerful. Your Majesty, King Odin. She lifted her head, her azure eyes locking onto the god King's single eye. I, evil Selena Kent, implore you in the name of the sun and the god of abundance. Permit me to accompany Thor on the expedition to Varthium. She opened her palm, the gem of the mind radiating a dazzling and alluring golden glow from her hand. I shall exert every effort to bring Jan Faust and the etheric particles back to Asgard, unharmed. Odin's gaze fell upon the gem, pulsating with spiritual energy in Selena's hand. A flicker of understanding and contemplation crossing his singular eye. Ah, so it is. His deep voice carried a hint of complexity. Your confidence stems from this. He fell silent for a considerable time, his gaze shifting between his resolute son, Selena, and Jan, whose eyes brimmed with hope. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. Go forth. Odin's voice bore the weight of accepting fate. I shall command all of the realm to prepare for the confrontation with the dark elves upon your demise in Varthium. Selena, Thor, and Jan exchanged glances, each finding resolve and trust reflected in the other's eyes. Let us depart. Without hesitation or farewells, the trio hastened their steps, purposefully advancing towards the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall stood, as ever, at the grand entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, the gateway to Asgard, observing the trio approach with urgency. His golden pupils were filled with gravity. Thor, Eve, the resurgence of the dark elves casts a vast shadow over the 9 realms, a most ominous sign. Varthium is treacherous, their stronghold. This journey is fraught with peril. I am aware. Thor's gaze was steadfast as rock. Rather than passively await their schemes to descend upon our homeland, we must take the initiative. This is far preferable to wailing amidst the ruins of the Golden Palace. Heimdall regarded Thor intently, then glanced at Selena and the softly glowing gem in her hand. Finally, he chose silence, nodding solemnly and earnestly. I understand. I shall safeguard Asgard's rear, as one would protect their own eyes. May the guidance of the All-Father be with you. He gripped the hilt of the mighty sword Hofund, raised it high, and then thrust it firmly into the core of the Rainbow Bridge. Buzzing, a magnificent and surging array of vibrant colors erupted instantaneously, akin to a galloping river of stars, completely engulfing Selena, Sol, and the frail James Foster, who was tightly clinging to Sol. The brilliance flickered and vanished. On the resplendent Rainbow Bridge, only the silhouette of Heimdall remained. Chapter 30. Malekith. As the radiance dissipated, the figures of Selena, Sol, and James materialized amidst the distorted light, stepping onto the frigid terrain of Varthium. This was a sunless world, shrouded in a somber stillness, where the leaden gray sky loomed low, enveloping everything in a stifling, eternal twilight. As far as the eye could see, there were only boundless, dark sandstone hills sculpted into bizarre shapes by the wind, and a desolate expanse strewn with gravel, devoid of any vestige of green or hint of vitality. Thus, Eve, with Sol tightly embracing the weakened James, spoke with a tone that seemed somewhat muted across the vast wasteland. How shall we locate those dark elves? Watch me, Selena declared without hesitation, her right hand gripping firmly as the mind gem suddenly burst forth with a warm and potent golden light in her palm. The glow surged upward like rippling water, enveloping her entirely in an instant. Her eyes transformed as well, her pupils appearing as if molten gold had been forged within, dazzling and devoid of warmth. I perceived their thoughts. Selena's voice resonated with an unusual echo, flowing clearly through the silence, not far from here, yet obscured by some force. She gazed intently toward a seemingly ordinary area that, in truth, possessed a slight distortion in space. In the next moment, 2 beams of condensed golden light, as tangible as substance, shot forth without warning from her golden eyes. This luminescence was starkly different from her previous searing, tumultuous gaze. It radiated a purer, more stable essence, imbued with an insight that could penetrate all. The golden rays silently traversed dozens of kilometers, striking abruptly against a void that held nothing. Boom! The space erupted like the surface of a lake into which a massive stone had been hurled, unleashing violent and distorted shockwaves. The air crackled, and an invisible barrier shattered inch by inch under the immense force, dissipating into nothingness. As the ripples faded, a colossal, heart-stopping cross-shaped spacecraft abruptly took form. Looming ominously in the low sky, its cold metallic exterior glinting with a faint, eerie glow beneath the dim light. Huh! Sol's spirits lifted, lightning sparking in his eyes. That must be the lair of the Dark Elves. As the golden light in Selena's eyes receded, returning to its original hue, she decisively waved her hand. That's it. Let's proceed. Without hesitation, Sol swiftly hoisted James into his arms, and with a thunderous crackle of lightning beneath his feet, Selena exerted her power as well. The two transformed into blurred streaks of motion, the distance of dozens of kilometers shrinking to mere inches, and in a single leap, they landed firmly at the edge of the shadow cast by the enormous cross-shaped vessel. Just as they touched down, the silent behemoth stirred. Accompanied by a low mechanical hum, a seam opened along the side of the ship, and a structure resembling a lift descended smoothly to the lowest point. The hatch slid open soundlessly. A tall dark elf, clad in heavy dark gray armor, with a pale visage and hair as white as frost, stepped forth with an imposing presence, followed by a throng of dozens of heavily armed soldiers, their expressions cold and resolute. The leading white-haired elf, Malekith, allowed his gaze to linger on Jane for but a fleeting moment before an uncontrollable ecstasy and greed erupted upon his pallid countenance. His voice, gravelly and resonant like the sound of metal scraping, intoned, "I was just about to pay you a visit. Little did I expect you to deliver yourselves right to my doorstep." Thor tightened his protective hold on Jane, his hammer pointed defiantly toward the ground. His voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Malekith, we did not come here to meet our demise. Extract the ether particles from Jane's body, and I might consider sparing your life." Malekith, as if amused by a grand jest, emitted a sharp, derisive chuckle. "Spare your life? Look beneath your feet. This is Vanaheim, my realm. Why do you have to utter such words?" His gaze remained fixated on Jane, his fervor intensifying as if he beheld the very embodiment of his ultimate goal, the ether particles. With them in his grasp, the 9 realms would once again embrace eternal darkness. The Dark Elves would rise to greatness anew. With a sudden, sweeping motion of his arm, he commanded, "Seize them. Retrieve the ether." The soldiers raised their uniquely designed energy weapons in unison, their cold muzzles instantly targeting the trio. They did not glance back, but urgently whispered, "Eve." Selene, without a moment's hesitation and requiring no words, unleashed a blinding radiance from her eyes, pure gold that was almost unbearable to behold. A vast and intangible psychic force instantaneously enveloped the scene. The Dark Elves, led by Malekith, felt as though they were struck by an invisible hammer, collectively shuddering violently. In that instant, their pupils were ensnared by a dazzling golden light, distorting their expressions as they emitted cries of anguish and suppressed wails. Thud! Thud! Like marionettes with their strings severed, the Dark Elf soldiers' eyes glazed over, collapsing to the ground in a heap, their bodies convulsing involuntarily, utterly unconscious. Selene's consciousness delved deep into Malekith's psyche. Countless fragments of memories surged toward her like a torrent, recalling the harrowing and humiliating defeat suffered at the hands of the Asgardian gods thousands of years ago, the heart-wrenching loss of the ether particles, and the 1,000-year-long wait in the desolate wasteland of Vanaheim, steeped in hatred and resentment. She felt the almost frenzied excitement of the ether particles' imminent return, coupled with a seething hatred that sought to annihilate Asgard entirely. A multitude of images and emotions raced before Selene's eyes, heavy, dark, and obsessive. She endured a tremendous mental onslaught, her will as steadfast as a rock amid a tempest. At last, she unearthed the memory concerning the safe extraction of the ether particles. Without a moment's hesitation, Selena's thoughts cut like a blade, not only excising the knowledge with precision, but also uprooting the frenzied ambition that ruled the 9 realms and the millennia-old hatred intertwined with it, completely erasing it. A piercing cry, more inhuman than a scream, escaped Malekith, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The golden light in his eyes faded swiftly, leaving behind a void of bewilderment as though he had just awakened from a long and absurd dream. Terrified, he glanced around, observing his subordinates sprawled on the ground, convulsing like dead dogs, his voice filled with confusion and panic. What? What is happening? Get up. All of you rise. The soldiers merely twitched their bodies unconsciously, offering no response. A violent headache surged through him, as if countless steel needles were stirring within his mind. Malekis, in agony, clutched his head tightly with both hands, barely lifting it to gaze in terror at the pair of golden eyes emanating a dreadful pressure. What have you done to me? Selena's cold, golden pupils looked down upon him, devoid of any intent to explain. She simply raised her hand expressionlessly and snapped her fingers sharply. Snap! The last shred of confusion in Malekis' eyes froze instantly, his body slumping to the ground, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Yves-Sol observed the surroundings cautiously, glancing at the unconscious Malekis. Is this resolve? The golden light in Selena's eyes finally dissipated, and she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as if just returning from an arduous battle, a trace of fatigue gracing her features. To delve so deeply into the power of the mind gem for the first time, while stirring the memories of a dark elven leader who had lived for thousands of years, was no small feat. Countless heavy and dark emotions threatened to engulf her. Had her will not been steadfast, she might have lost herself in that sea of hatred, nearly empathizing with Malekis, a leader who had endured in silence for a millennium. Burying all hope and hatred deep within, was so brutally and simply denied any possibility at the moment when revenge and revival were within reach. Even as an enemy, Selena could feel the profound despair and unwillingness emanating from the deep pain of his soul. Even though he was by no means an innocent, one might even say he was malevolent. When she opened her eyes again, Selena's gaze had regained its tranquility. She had obtained the method to extract the ether particles. As for them, she cast a glance at the unconscious Malekis and his soldiers, no longer perceiving them as a threat. With a little attention, allowing them to live peacefully on this land should not be difficult. Having said this, Selena hesitated no longer. She extended her right hand towards Jane, palm facing up. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Jane's body in an instant, lifting her slowly off the ground, causing her to hover in midair. Immediately, a viscous, lifelike black-red fluid began to seep from Jane's 7 orifices, coalescing in midair as if animated, flowing gracefully, and ultimately swirling above Selena's palm, forming a mass of energy that writhed incessantly, exuding an ominous aura. Thor promptly stepped forward, securely catching the slowly descending Jane. Her complexion visibly flushed with a rosy hue as she opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath, filled with the joy of having survived. Wonderful, Eve. We succeeded. Meanwhile, Selena's gaze remained solemn, fixated on the ever-shifting, seemingly sentient mass of particles in her hand. It was indeed extraordinary, neither solid nor liquid, but rather a living, viscous substance. Selena, Thor, and Jane exchanged a knowing glance. Everything was understood without words. Heimdall. Thor raised Mjolnir high, calling out towards the distant starry expanse. In an instant, a resplendent beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, resembling a divine bridge tearing through the leaden sky, precisely enveloping the 3 of them. The beam flickered momentarily, leaving behind a vast circular imprint on the ground, as if seared by lightning, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. The wasteland fell silent once more, save for the mournful whisper of the wind sifting through the gravel. After what felt like an eternity, as the eternal dim light of Vanaheim seemed to dim further still, Malekith emitted a pained groan, gradually awakening. He shook his heavy, aching head and tried to rise with support from the ground, but his body felt weak and unresponsive. A profound, ineffable sense of emptiness enveloped him. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the fallen soldiers scattered around and the cold, massive warship looming nearby. He felt an inexplicable sense of having forgotten something exceedingly important, something that had woven through the entirety of his existence. But what could it be? No matter how hard he tried to recall, his mind was shrouded in a fog of emptiness, punctuated only by a lingering, unfounded sense of confusion and pain. Wake up! All of you awaken. He irritably kicked the nearest unconscious soldier. The soldier winced in pain, groaning as he drowsily opened his eyes, mirroring the confusion and fatigue shared by his struggling comrades. Malekith gasped for breath, surveying the desolate, lifeless terrain around him and the colossal, somewhat blinding vessel behind him. A strong sense of dissonance troubled him, yet he could not articulate the reason. He touched the weapon at his waist, an inexplicable wave of aversion washing over him. Finally, he waved his hand in frustration, his voice tinged with an unrecognized weariness and confusion. "Get up. All of you rise. Go. Find those little dwarves and bring back some decent hose." He paused, looking down at the dry, barren gravel beneath his feet. "We're going to farm." Chapter 31. The recovery of the gem. As the seven-colored radiance dissipated, Thor still held Princess Jane tightly in his embrace upon the magnificent rainbow bridge of Asgard. Sunlight cascaded upon the two, their golden locks intertwined with Jane's chestnut curls, their lips engaged in an impassioned embrace, as if pouring all their anxieties from this perilous journey and the joy of reunion into that kiss, completely oblivious to their surroundings. "Oh, come on. Are you two done yet?" Selena exclaimed dramatically, rolling her eyes so exaggeratedly that she felt they might roll to the back of her head. She had been standing by since their descent, rolling her eyes all the way from Vathium back to Asgard. Was it really necessary? There were others present. Her voice echoed across the vast platform, laced with unabashed disdain. Only then did the couple, lost in their own world, awaken from their reverie, reluctantly parting. Thor's fortitude was evidently thicker than the walls of Asgard. He felt no embarrassment, instead grinning widely, revealing a set of pearly whites as he chuckled. His arms still firmly wrapped around Jane. "I am truly elated. It's utterly irresistible, Eve." Jane's cheeks were flushed with a deep crimson. Whether from shyness or the oxygen deprivation caused by that prolonged kiss, she could not tell. She gently nudged Thor's solid chest with a delicate push. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Thor, please set me down. I can walk on my own." "Are you certain?" Thor inquired, concern etched in his azure eyes, noting her frail constitution and recent recovery. I can't take it anymore." Selena interjected, abruptly covering her ears and letting out a low cry of exasperation. She could no longer endure the couple's oblivious affection. With a swift push off the ground, she soared into the sky. A powerful gust emanated from her, sending shockwaves that tousled the hair of Thor and Jane, who instinctively closed their eyes. When they reopened them, only a rapidly diminishing speck of light remained in the air. Jane gazed anxiously towards the horizon. "Thor, do you think Eve is truly upset?" Thor shrugged nonchalantly, tightening his embrace around Jane as he leaned down, attempting to move closer again. "Let her be. There's still plenty of time. Just a bit more." His words were cut off by Jane's palm. Selena soared back to the Golden Palace, returning to the room that had almost become her own. The familiar furnishings slightly assuaged her irritation caused by the couple. This chamber was spacious and bright, offering a breathtaking view of the celestial palace outside. The wardrobe was filled with exquisite gowns, all meticulously chosen by Queen Frigga, each piece more splendid than the last, yet she seldom had the chance to wear them, as she was always in a hurry. Effortlessly, she changed out of the dusty Asgardian dress and slipped into the neat and practical attire she had arrived in. After quickly gathering her belongings, Selena prepared to take her leave. Her original purpose for this visit had been simple: to find Thor, convey a message, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the cunning prisoner, Loki. Little did she expect that events would unfold so unexpectedly, not only resolving a potential war concerning the Nine Realms, but also acquiring a powerful prize, the ether particles. With her thoughts organized, Selena strode towards the magnificent hall of the Golden Palace. Odin sat majestically upon his throne, with Thor and the rejuvenated Jane standing resolutely in the center of the grand hall. It was evident that Thor had meticulously relayed every detail of the events that transpired in Vathium to his father. Indeed, Odin's voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority, his solitary eye shimmering with profound intensity as it fell upon the entering Selena. "I hear from Thor that you effortlessly dealt with Malekith in Vathium." Selena approached the center of the hall with a composed demeanor, nodding slightly. "Your Majesty, I harnessed the power of the Mind Stone. I briefly controlled him." She paused, seeking a more precise articulation, and erased all his ambitions for dominion over the Nine Realms, along with his hatred. Odin nodded slowly, a rare hint of approval gracing his countenance. To conquer without battle, to thwart the enemy's ambitions invisibly, truly an exemplary strategy. "You have done exceptionally well, Selena." He paused for a moment, solemnly adding, You have removed a significant threat to the peace of the Nine Realms. Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty, Selena responded, extending her right hand. From her palm, viscous, living black-red, ethereal particles began to emerge, swirling above her fair hand, pulsating with an uncanny and formidable energy. Your Majesty, how should we dispose of the ethereal particles? Odin's gaze scrutinized the ever-shifting particles with keen insight, devoid of greed, only reflecting a wisdom born of experience. The ethereal particles, birthed at the dawn of the universe, possess the power to alter the very fabric of matter. They are not inherently malevolent. Rather, the dark elves wield them as instruments of shadow. He turned his gaze back to Selena's face, entrusting her with a heavy responsibility. In your hands, I believe they can be utilized for an entirely different purpose. Selena, you shall safeguard them. I have complete faith in your judgment. A rare playful smile danced across Selena's face, her eyes narrowing with mischief. Then I shall graciously accept this task. With a slight gesture, the swirling ethereal particles obediently retreated back into her palm, vanishing from sight. Odin chuckled lightly at her candid response. Ah, you are quite straightforward. However, a glimmer of deeper meaning crossed his eye. It seems that only you truly comprehend the usage of these particles now, does it not? Selena raised her hand, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as she scratched her head. That would be accurate. I have erased all detailed memories and methods of use from Malekith's mind. Thor immediately exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. Ah, Selena, you are so cunning. Does this not mean that only you can use them? Selena, hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow at Thor, her expression one of unyielding confidence. Hey, what do you mean by that? Who was it that first detected the anomaly? Who assisted in locating the Dark Elves? Who dealt with Malekith? And who safely extracted the ethereal particles from Jane? All of it was me. Is it so unreasonable for me to request a modest service fee? Not at all. Odin interjected with an undeniable authority, silencing Thor. Thor, you ought to express your gratitude to Selena. Were it not for her, Jane Foster's situation would be unimaginable. Nestled beside Thor, Jane nodded repeatedly, gazing at Selena with gratitude. Indeed, Thor, without Eve, I fear. Her voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Thor lowered his gaze upon Jane, his expression softening, and he embraced his beloved tightly. He then turned to Selena, his playful demeanor fading as he earnestly stated, You are right, Jane. Thank you, Eve. His words were heartfelt. Selena let out a gentle hum. Her chin raised slightly, You're welcome. At that moment, the ever-gentle Queen Frigga approached, taking Selena's hand with an expression of love and reluctance. Eve, I see you are all packed and preparing to leave? Yes, Your Majesty, Selena replied, grasping Frigga's warm hand. I have overstayed my welcome for several days, and matters have been resolved. It is time for me to return. She cast a glance at the inseparable Thor and Jane, adding, If I don't leave soon, my eyes will surely go blind from watching you too. Frigga chuckled softly, gently patting her hand, her voice tender and sincere, imbued with the concern of a matriarch. Very well, dear child. Remember, the gates of Asgard will always be open for you. She leaned closer to Selena, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you recall our previous conversation? Please give it some more thought, will you? Selena's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her eyes flickering with a hint of embarrassment as she stammered, unsure of how to respond. What were you two whispering about? Thor's curious voice intruded suddenly, as he leaned in closer to eavesdrop. Startled, Selena reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, Nothing. It has nothing to do with you. Thor responded with a puzzled oh, his attention swiftly redirected to Jane in his arms. Observing Selena's reaction, Frigga smiled indulgently, choosing not to press further. Instead, she enveloped Selena in another warm embrace. Child, regardless of circumstances, remember that this is your home. Selena felt a warmth in her heart and gently returned the embrace. Thank you, Your Majesty. After offering a final bow to Odin, Selena, accompanied by Thor and Jane, proceeded towards the control center of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, the silent guardian, stood steadfast at his post. Heimdall, what salary does Odin provide for you to work so diligently? To guard Asgard is my duty, Heimdall replied calmly. By the way, Thor, Jane tugged at his sleeve, curiosity piqued. Who is that dark-haired lady? Since I arrived, it seems she has been watching us. Thor's face immediately registered a hint of embarrassment and fluster. Well, Selena's eyes brightened, and before Thor could concoct an excuse, She raised her voice in a teasing tone, as if to stir the pot. "Oh, her name is Sif. She is the longtime love of our mighty Thor. The king and queen have long intended for her to be Thor's wife." Eve. Sol was on the verge of leaping up, his face flushed and his voice raised in a frantic defense, insisting that there was no such thing. "Absolutely not. Jane, do not listen to her nonsense." "Eve, be quiet." Jane's expression darkened instantaneously, her gaze narrowing dangerously as she fixed her eyes on Sol, enunciating each word with emphasis. "Sol, you had better provide a clear explanation." "Ha ha." Selena, witnessing Sol's flustered and speechless demeanor, felt her earlier annoyance at their display of affection dissipate, bursting into laughter. Amid Sol's exasperated shouts and Jane's relentless inquiries, she decisively called out, "Heimdall, quickly, take me away." Her voice brimmed with the delight of mischief successfully executed. As Heimdall expressionlessly inserted the sword of protection into the control panel, a cascade of colorful light descended from above, gently enveloping Selena's figure. In the fleeting moment before the brilliance consumed her completely, she could still faintly hear Sol's increasingly frantic protests and Jane's persistent questioning behind her. As the light of the rainbow bridge faded, only Sol and Jane remained on the platform. The air seemed to linger with Selena's resounding, triumphant laughter. Chapter 32. The terrorist attack incident upon returning to New York and stepping back into the familiar office of the Daily Planet, suffused with the scent of ink and coffee. A mountain of manuscripts awaited her, and the printer hummed incessantly. The news of Peter Parker's departure had already spread throughout the editorial department. The intern Selena had recruited had transformed into a favored figure before Tony Stark, swiftly landing at Stark Industries. This news had created quite a stir within the newsroom, as rumors spread at lightning speed. "Have you heard? That kid Peter has truly struck gold. TSK, TSK," having attached himself to Selena's towering presence. "It's nearly impossible not to soar. Not only that, I reckon he is likely the bridge Selena built between Stark and himself. He has now become a prince. Stark's heir? My goodness. Selena's influence is simply astonishing." Such discussions were frequently overheard by Selena as she passed through the break room or restroom. Holding her coffee cup, she walked past colleagues who lowered their voices, barely concealing their excitement or jealousy, her heart heavy with resignation. Rumors, like a snowball, grew larger and more outlandish with each retelling. Let them be, Selena thought, taking a sip of her bitter coffee, feeling a surge of energy as she settled at her workstation. At least it indicated that they believed she held some significance at Stark, albeit in a somewhat distorted manner. Yet, a twinge of resentment bubbled up within her. Why did everyone focus solely on Peter's ascent, while no one noticed that Selena, the esteemed journalist, remained steadfast at the forefront of the Daily Planet's news coverage, tirelessly working each day? In recent days, reports from the United Kingdom have dominated the headlines. Bizarre occurrences abound, with pedestrians in London vanishing in an instant, only to reappear several kilometers away by the banks of the Thames. In a neighborhood of Manchester, gravity seems to have momentarily dissipated as vehicles, trash bins, and screaming pedestrians float like characters in a surreal dream. Near Greenwich, an ephemeral aurora of extraterrestrial origin flickers into existence. Selena peruses these accounts, a knowing smile playing upon her lips. This phenomenon is all too familiar, reminiscent of the celestial convergence that occurs once every few millennia. The spatial barriers between the realms of existence have thinned, causing reality to intertwine and overlap like layers of paper. These strange occurrences are merely the aftershocks of temporarily disordered spatial laws. Fortunately, the threat of the Dark Elves has been quelled in its infancy, though it has sparked a fervent discussion within the scientific community regarding these enigmatic physical phenomena. Among the voices rising to prominence in this discourse are two scientists, Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig. Their theories, born from years of profound study in astrophysics and bolstered by the extraordinary experiences and knowledge accumulated since Thor's arrival, although audacious, gain increasing credence in light of mounting evidence. Of course, had Dr. Selvig not made headlines by running naked around Stonehenge, his academic reputation might have remained more pristine. This esteemed, yet somewhat pitiable scholar, having been brainwashed by Loki's scepter during the Battle of New York, was inundated with knowledge far beyond human comprehension by the Mind Stone, resulting in chronic cognitive overload and erratic behavior. It appears the effects have yet to fully dissipate. The summer swiftly draws to a close. These past months have been relatively uneventful, with classes consuming more of her time. Although she frequently takes leave under the guise of work, in truth, her workload is not particularly demanding. Suddenly, the office television interrupts the midday news with a stark, crimson emergency banner. Breaking news. Latest update. A violent explosion has occurred at the Al Salem military base in northern Kuwait during the early hours of local time. Thick smoke billows from the scene, and the casualty status remains uncertain. It has been preliminarily classified as a terrorist attack. However, as of now, no organization or individual has claimed responsibility. An investigation is underway. The footage reveals distant images of the base engulfed in flames, smoke rising like columns. The anchor's tone is grave and urgent. Selena's brow furrows tightly. She sets down her pen, unconsciously straightening her posture, her gaze piercing the screen. The military presence of the United States around the globe has always been a contentious topic. Those bases established on foreign soil appear to her as glaring nails, driving hegemony and unrest deep into the local soil. Deep within, she harbors a profound aversion to such actions, viewing them as a grotesque manifestation of historical legacies and political interests. A terrorist attack? She murmurs softly, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the surface of the desk. Generally speaking, terrorist organizations tend to direct their aggression towards vulnerable civilian infrastructures or targets, aiming to instigate panic and exert influence. An entity possessing sufficient strength to penetrate formidable defenses and inflict such extensive devastation upon a U.S. military base is certainly not the handiwork of mere rogue elements. The existence of such an organization signifies the emergence of a formidable and perilous force. Her instincts told her that the underlying circumstances were far from simple. She vaguely recalled the Ten Commandments gang stepping forth to acknowledge these events, along with the puppet, Mr. Man, who had been thrust into the limelight. However, the true orchestrator lay elsewhere. The abyss virus suddenly crossed her mind, that treacherous energy intensifying the unease within Serena. That peculiar concoction, which ignited an extraordinary self-healing capability within the human body, came at the harrowing cost of transforming the user into a walking bomb of astonishing potency. Even more unsettling was the subsequent emergence of the mad inventor Aldrich Killian, who meticulously devised a heinous intimidation attack against Tony Stark to dethrone him from his pedestal. He exploited Tony's prideful arrogance and propensity for anger, ultimately leading to Serena abruptly rising from her seat, oblivious to the pen that fell to the ground. Agitated, she ran her fingers through her hair. That Killian. He would orchestrate a self-detonation in a crowded area, provoking Tony to unleash threats upon the world. And she could vividly envision the catastrophic scene of that astronomical mansion by the Malibu coast being reduced to rubble amidst an inferno. No, absolutely not. Serena vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel that ominous premonition. Although Tony could be infuriatingly arrogant and often elicited irritation, she could not bear the thought of witnessing him in his home, primarily Pepper, who was still inside, fall victim to an avoidable tragedy. What if this time the butterfly effect failed to avert disaster? What if Tony's impulsive nature was provoked, leading to irreversible consequences? The ramifications of this situation were too grave and far-reaching. She could not remain passive. It was imperative to alert Tony immediately. At the very least, he needed to heighten his vigilance and implement defensive measures, rather than naively stepping into the trap set by Killian. With her mind made up, her actions flowed like a tempest. Serena swiftly grabbed her handbag from the table, briefly checking for the essentials, then rushed out of the office, even neglecting to properly don her coat, merely clutching it under her arm. Upon entering the lobby of Stark Tower, a familiar, comical voice pierced through the ambient music, jarringly resonating in the air. ID cards. Attention, everyone. Wearing your ID card is mandatory. Don't make me repeat myself. There stood Happy, Tony's former driver and bodyguard, now proudly displaying his increasingly robust figure in a crisp, freshly pressed black uniform, a conspicuous ID badge emblazoned with large initials hanging from his chest. As he paced the spacious lobby, surveying every entrant and exit with a serious expression and hawk-like gaze, his finger pointed menacingly. You put on your ID before stepping out. No slacking off. Reception. Have you seen that visitor? Temporary passes. Process them immediately. Selena could hardly suppress a laugh, observing Happy's demeanor. It was evident that he was thoroughly enamored with his new identity and newfound authority. Happy? She approached, greeting him. Happy turned at the sound of her voice, and the taut expression on his face instantly melted away, revealing a familiar smile. Hey, Selena. He instinctively adjusted the gleaming badge on his chest, seemingly eager for her to see it more clearly, his tone infused with the pride of a newly appointed official. What do you think? I'm now officially the head of security. The safety of the entire building rests upon this little badge. He emphatically pointed to his ID, exclaiming, "See? Highest clearance. To ensure the safety of Mr. Stark and the entire premises, we instituted new regulations. Everyone, including employees, visitors, even pizza delivery folks, must wear an ID badge upon entering through this door." Selena regarded his earnest demeanor with a resigned smile. "All right, head of security, your regulations are quite stringent. However," she spread her hands, "you know I don't possess an ID badge for this place. I'm just here temporarily. Should I turn back?" She teased him deliberately. "What? You?" Happy paused, quickly waving his hands. "No way. Selena, you're not like everyone else. You're friends with Tony and Pepper. Just go right in, no obstacles." He patted his chest in assurance, nearly knocking his precious badge off in the process. "Very well," Selena nodded, recognizing that Happy was in his most diligent phase. "You carry on. I'll find Tony myself." "Sure, you go ahead." Happy readily agreed, but his attention was soon diverted. The congenial expression he had just worn while speaking to Selena abruptly hardened as he raised his voice towards a sharply dressed employee emerging from the restroom. "Hey, where's your badge? You're not wearing it again. I've said it 1,000 times. I personally posted the notice right at the restroom door. It's huge. White background, red letters. Can't you see it? Go back and get it. Now." The employee, clearly startled, quickly turned and scurried back to retrieve his badge under Happy's intimidating demeanor. Selena watched as Happy turned back to his badge enforcement duties with a seriousness that rivaled counterterrorism efforts. Unable to resist a quiet remark, "A new official ignites 3 fires. Happy's flames are bound to burn for a while." Observing the slight flush of excitement on Happy's face, she rolled her eyes and, not wishing to linger, turned and briskly walked towards the exclusive elevator leading to the upper office area. Chapter 33. Sleep tight. Selena pushed open the heavy, soundproof glass door to Tony's laboratory. And a blend of ozone, machine oil, alloys, and caffeine enveloped her senses. The interior of the lab was vast, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. Surrounding walls were adorned with enormous touch-sensitive screens, currently scrolling through a myriad of complex parameters and holographic schematics. Several slender, agile robotic arms moved with precision in the air, either welding intricate connections or transferring tiny components. On the central workbench, a chaotic array of tools, circuit boards, semi-finished armor components, and a multitude of fast food wrappers and empty cups lay strewn about. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, hunched over, was engrossed in the unfinished crimson suit of armor, or rather, its components. With a uniquely designed miniature wrench, he meticulously tightened screws within the armor's interior. Selena surveyed the familiar scene of disarray, her gaze ultimately settling on a new suit that appeared more aggressive and sharper in design. She called out, "What new toy are you tinkering with this time? Which iteration is this?" Without lifting his head, Tony's voice emerged, slightly hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of a sleepless night and a hint of exhilaration. "Ah, Selena, you arrived just in time. It's a newly designed, fully automated suit of armor, intended to be a truly autonomous emergency suit that can operate independently of my control. Right now, it's merely a small portion of the prototype." He gestured to the scattered components on the workbench. "The efficacy hasn't been tested in practice yet." Selena stepped closer, intrigued, examining the red and gold armor that was evidently distinct from any previous iterations. Tilting her head, she teased, "Let me guess, what number is this?" Judging by your accumulation of scrap, perhaps 15? Tony's movements faltered for a moment. He lifted his gaze, his caramel-colored eyes locking with Selena's, and then, under her incredulous stare, he glanced at the spray paint on the gauntlet and cleared his throat, attempting to downplay the situation. "Well, let us call it 42. 42. Selena's voice rose an octave, her striking blue eyes widening in disbelief. "It's only been a few months. The last time I saw you working on one, it was 6. Are you churning out new versions every week?" She pointed at the components on the workbench and glanced around the lab. where armor arms and legs at various stages of completion lay scattered. Are you planning to assemble an iron army? Actually, it's 7. The one used during the Battle of New York. Tony set down his welding gun and wrench, running his fingers through his messy hair in frustration. It's not that exaggerated. Many designs were merely prototypes, not intended for mass production. Selena exhaled dramatically, placing a hand on her chest, as if relieved, her expression laced with mockery. Oh, thank heavens. Tony, your pace of updates is enough to give me a heart attack. I thought you were single-handedly preempting Stark Industries' production capacity for decades in armor development. That's not entirely untrue, considering you all are pressuring me. Tony's tone suddenly darkened, laced with anxiety. Selena keenly detected the shift in his mood, her playful demeanor fading. What have we done? You, Thor, his brother, and all those who fell from the sky. Tony abruptly turned, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the chaotic world around him. Your performances are increasingly astounding. His eyes revealed a profound sense of helplessness and urgency. Serena gazed at the nearly panda-like dark circles under Tony's eyes and instantly grasped the underlying implication of his words. Her voice softened, tinged with both understanding and resignation. What you mean to say is that our very existence, the calamities we bring forth each time we appear, far exceed the scope of the planetary defense system you previously devised, correct? She stepped closer, her tone growing more earnest, making him feel a sense of unease, even dread. Tony remained silent for a few seconds, averting his gaze from Serena. Weary, he rubbed his aching temples and then vigorously scrubbed his face, his voice carrying a constrained rasp. Dread? Perhaps, but more so anxiety. Damned anxiety. Ever since that incident in New York, he inhaled deeply, as if attempting to dispel the colossal shadows that loomed in his mind. I constantly envisioned that enormous Chitauri Leviathan in the cold, boundless universe on the other side of the wormhole. They haunt me like a relentless nightmare, flickering before my eyes day and night. Close my eyes, there it is. Open my eyes, and it remains. His fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the cold metal surface of the table, producing a dull thud. Serena's gaze remained fixed on the pallor of Tony's face and the dark circles beneath his eyes, her brow furrowing deeply. Tony, tell me the truth. How long has it been since you had a proper night's sleep? Tony shook his head, attempting to dispel the dizziness, responding in a tone that seemed as casual as discussing the weather. Not long, just 3 days this time. Don't worry, I'm tough. With that, he wrapped his knuckles against the arc reactor core embedded in his chest, its blue glow appearing stable. Serena stepped forward, unceremoniously extending her finger to tap gently on Tony's forehead twice, producing a crisp sound, her expression one of exasperation. And what about this, Mr. Stark? Is your genius brain also being powered by the reactor? With a sigh, her tone took on a commanding quality, as if admonishing a disobedient child. Listen, go rest. The Earth won't explode just yet. If the sky falls, I'll be here to hold it up. Tony retorted. What about when you're not around? What if you can't hold it up either? Serena was momentarily at a loss for words. I won't argue with you. She cast a glance around the lab. Where are Banner and Peter? Aren't they here to help share the burden, leaving you to toil alone? Banner? Tony scoffed. He's in another lab, giving our friendly neighborhood spider kid some private lessons. You can't rely solely on brute strength. If you want to make it big, you need a solid foundation in physics and material science. Peter's fundamentals are sorely lacking. That's fine, Serena nodded, pointing to a relatively clean sofa nearby. So what are you waiting for? Go directly. Immediately. Sleep. Now. Tony seemed to want to protest. Wait, Serena. I still have much work to finish. Let us discuss it later. Serena was unwilling to entertain any further excuses. She ceased her chatter, her palm directed towards Tony, and a gentle yet irresistible golden light instantly ignited. The radiant light resembled the gentlest of lullabies, imbued with the power of a gem of the soul, guiding thoughts into a tranquil abyss. Just then, Tony's words faltered as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, akin to a tsunami, instantaneously engulfed his already weary nerves. He barely managed to utter a muffled syllable before his body, like a powerless automaton, succumbed to the weight of his heavy eyelids, collapsing forward. Serena, quick as a flash, stepped forward to steady Tony's burdened form, preventing him from plunging headfirst into the cold pile of components. With utmost care, she assisted him onto a nearby luxurious leather chair, gently adjusting his position for his comfort. Almost the moment he settled, A deep and rhythmic snore emanated from his nostrils. Draping his coat over him, Selena gazed at Tony, now lost in profound slumber, his brow seemingly easing. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Jarvis?" she called softly into the air. "Good day, Miss Serena." The artificial intelligence, Butler responded promptly in a gentle British accent that filled the laboratory. "Keep an eye on him," she instructed, gesturing toward the sleeping Tony. "Let him wake naturally, and do not disturb him." "Understood, Miss Serena." "Excellent." Serena cast one last glance at the slumbering genius, ensuring his breathing remained steady. Then, as if recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, Jarvis, has Pepper recently received a visitor named Killian? Is there an appointment?" "Indeed, Miss Serena." Jarvis swiftly retrieved the information. "Ms. Potts has a meeting scheduled with Mr. Aldrich Killian tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Serena's expression sharpened, her mind grasping the implications. "Very well. I understand." She refrained from saying more, merely stealing one last look at the chaotic workbench and the genius immersed in dreams, before turning and silently departing the now serene laboratory. Chapter 34. The puppet master behind the terrorists. The morning sun had yet to fully dispel the mist hanging over New York when the major television networks were overtaken by a chilling report. On the screen appeared a man adorned with bizarre rings, sporting a long beard and draped in a flowing robe. His expression grim as he addressed the camera in a slow, deep voice laced with a cold foreign accent. The deliberately hoarse and echoing quality of his voice intensified the atmosphere of terror. The American dream? Merely a lie constructed from the ashes of countless souls. You have sown seeds of hatred in every corner of the world, and now the season of reaping has arrived. I shall avenge those whose wills you have ruthlessly crushed and the lands stained with blood. Prepare to feel the pain. The news footage abruptly returned to the studio, where the anchor, with a grave demeanor and rapid speech, reported, "Terrorists have hacked into multiple American television stations to broadcast this video." The issuer identified himself as the Mandarin, claiming responsibility for recent attacks on U.S. military targets worldwide. The CIA and Homeland Security are currently engaged in an all-out effort to trace the source of the video. The emergence of this video has undoubtedly unleashed a wave of profound panic across the United States. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of her apartment, Selena quietly gazes at the television screen, cradling a cup of coffee. She is acutely aware that the figure on the screen is merely an actor, a meticulously crafted puppet designed to draw fire. However, she cannot dismiss the fact that the accusations voiced by this counterfeit resonate deeply, piercing the wounds of American history and reality. The military bases scattered across the globe, the nation shattered by interference. The innocent civilians sacrificed under the banner of justice. These backdrops are strikingly real and burdensome. The incendiary power inherent in the word revenge is what truly unsettles the fabric of American society. Panic spreads like an invisible virus, rapidly proliferating through television signals across cities and networks. At Tony's favorite gourmet breakfast spot, he and Rod are savoring a delightful meal. Tony appears noticeably more vibrant than yesterday. Though faint shadows still linger beneath his eyes, at least he no longer resembles a machine on the verge of collapse. Just then, the crisp chime of the restaurant doorbell announces Selena's arrival. Spotting the two men by the window, she strides over and effortlessly pulls out a chair to sit down, as if their meeting had been preordained. "Good morning, gentlemen," she greets, her gaze first landing on Tony, laced with both concern and playful teasing. "Did you sleep well, Tony?" Rolling his eyes, Tony retorts without reservation. "Thanks to you, Miss Selena, I feel as if I've finally made up for a lifetime of lost sleep." Despite his words, the fatigue in his eyes has indeed lessened significantly. Selena chuckles lightly, then turns her attention to Rod. "Rod, honestly, your battle suit gets uglier with every upgrade." Rod's expression shifts dramatically, a mix of embarrassment and indignation crossing his face. "Hey, Selena, I don't want this either. I'm merely a soldier executing orders. My aesthetic opinions are largely disregarded." He shrugs helplessly, explaining that the design was approved by higher-ups, who claim there are significant performance enhancements. Selena, no longer teasing Rod, pivots to the core topic at hand. "What do you know about Vanguard Technologies?" Rod, being a military insider, responds with straightforwardness. "They're the contractors for the Iron Patriot. Ever since the Hammer incident, the military has been eager to find new, reliable partners. They seized the opportunity, and their demonstrated technological prowess has garnered high-level satisfaction. They are indeed making quite a name for themselves lately. Have you heard of Aldrich Killian? Rod adds he's the founder and, reportedly, a genius scientist who has been making waves in cutting-edge biotechnology and military applications in recent years. Aldrich Killian, Tony echoes, his brow furrowing. Ugh. I cannot bear to hear anyone refer to a genius scientist in my presence, especially one who is currently in the limelight. Oh, come on, Tony, Rod exclaims, exasperated as he sets down his orange juice. Is it really the right time to be contesting that title of smartest? You are the most intelligent, Tony, Selena interjected with a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Slightly irked by their banter, Tony lowered his voice. All right, enough of that. Rod, can we discuss the Lord of the Rings video? I am aware that the incident at the Kuwait base was not an isolated case. His tone turned serious as he glanced at Rod. Rod's expression immediately shifted to one of gravity. He scanned the surroundings cautiously to ensure there were no prying ears before leaning in, whispering, "This is classified, Tony." In fact, there have been not 3, but 9 similar incidents worldwide. The most alarming part is that after each explosion, the investigation teams are left utterly bewildered, finding no remnants of any explosive devices. No traces of explosives, no parts of detonation mechanisms. Nothing at all. Tony stroked his chin, bewildered. No bombs? How is that even possible? Even in the case of a gas explosion or chemical leak, there would be some evidence left behind. Selena picked up the coffee just served by the attendant, took a gentle sip, and calmly posed a question. Rod, is there a possibility that there truly were no bombs? Rod looked at her as if she had uttered sheer nonsense. No bombs? How could there be an explosion then? Selena, that logic is flawed. Without a source of energy release, how could matter achieve such explosive force instantaneously? It defies the laws of physics. Tony interjected. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Just say the word. I possess an array of high-tech resources, and I have my suit. Rod furrowed his brow. Tony, the situation is graver than you realize. Ever since the alien invasion in New York, the Pentagon has not known a moment of peace. The recent series of mysterious explosions, coupled with the public's panic, has thrown them into complete disarray. They urgently require a clear enemy, a counterterrorism war they can win to demonstrate their power and stabilize the situation. This concerns the dignity of the United States. He emphasized, this is a war against national security. Tony, it is not something that superheroes can intervene in at will. Tony stirred his coffee in silence, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. I understand, Rod. I comprehend your position. He recognized the dilemma Rod faced, caught between his role as a friend and a soldier. Selena set down her coffee cup, her eyes shifting between the two men, her voice low yet piercing. Perhaps this matter is indeed connected to us, rather, to you, Tony. Tony's head snapped up. What do you mean? Selena's gaze locked onto him. Tony, this afternoon at 4 o'clock, Pepper will be meeting Aldrich Killian at Stark Tower. In 1999, at the New Year S-Tech Summit in Bern, Switzerland. That cold New Year's Eve, when you promised to talk about the future with that limping scientist, only to leave him stranded on the rooftop, exposed to the cold winds all night. As Selena's reminder resonated, fragmented memories began to coalesce in Tony's mind. The bewilderment on his face gradually transformed into surprise and disbelief. Oh my goodness, that disheveled fellow with the cane, who spoke a bit too hurriedly? I remember now. Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. Selena, are you saying that the Killian who was stood up by Tony is the same individual we just discussed, the founder? Selena nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Rod. It is he. Aldrich Killian. Tony scoffed, as if he had just heard an exceedingly childish excuse. Oh, so his method of revenge is to deliberately make Rod's suit look utterly ridiculous? Just because I stood him up? He raised his hands in exasperation. How utterly tiresome. He is even less formidable than Ivan Vanko. At least Vanko had a legitimate reason for vengeance. Rod, equally perplexed, remarked indeed. What deep-seated enmity do Tony and he share? All because of a missed meeting? Selena shrugged helplessly. Villains are often like this. Childhood traumas, psychological scars, grievances that escalate from trivial matters. The reasons are as varied as they are absurd. Yet the outcome remains the same. They have fixated upon you, Tony, as their lifelong target for destruction. Tony leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with his fingers, exhibiting a blend of exhaustion, irritation, and condescension. Fine, I no longer care what his mad rationale may be. So, our omniscient supergirl Selena, he turned to her. Since you possess the foresight to know the name Killian and recall my long-forgotten slight against him, would you kindly enlighten me on what this Mr. Killian intends? What earth-shattering malevolence does he harbor? Surely he does not expect to provoke me solely by altering Radha's armor? Selena's gentle demeanor faded, her sapphire eyes locked onto Tony. Tony, I am not a deity, nor am I an omniscient being. Her voice rose slightly, betraying her discomfort. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Selena's sudden sharp retort, seeming to recognize the prickliness of his words. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Rod quickly interjected, acting as a peacemaker. Tony, enough. I understand you're under pressure and feeling low. Everyone is here to support you. Tony took a deep breath, covering his face with his hands, his voice muffled. I apologize, Selena. Damn it, I've been utterly exhausted lately. He lowered his hands, his gaze filled with genuine remorse. Please continue. Who exactly is this Mandarin? Observing Tony's weary and frustrated expression, Selena's own irritation subsided considerably. She understood the weight he bore. She softened her tone. All right. The Mandarin, who has been parading on television, is merely a puppet actor meticulously selected and crafted by Killian. His proclamations are designed to incite panic and serve as a smokescreen to divert attention. Killian's true target is you, Tony. Rod frowned. Isn't he playing a dangerous game by provoking the government? Isn't he afraid of getting burned? A cold smirk graced Selena's lips. Getting burned? Rod, her gaze sharpened. Your esteemed vice president is precisely the puppet Killian has positioned within the political arena. He intends to leverage this operation to become the shadow president behind the White House, manipulating national policy and wielding the power capable of overturning the world, manufacturing terror attacks, assassinating the president, allowing the vice president to ascend, eliminating the terrorists to consolidate power, an intricate logic loop. What? Rod suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly and nearly knocking over his coffee cup, his face etched with shock and disbelief. He quickly sat back down, lowering his voice. The vice president? This is impossible. Selena, this is utterly absurd. In stark contrast, Tony's reaction was entirely different. After an initial moment of astonishment, he erupted into a deep, resonant laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Now that makes sense. This is more like it. He clapped his hands, an odd excitement illuminating his face as if he had encountered a worthy antagonist, creating a formidable external enemy to manipulate internal politics and promote one's own agents, with the ultimate goal of seizing the nation's highest power. This is the hallmark of a grand, ambitious villain, one worthy of my intervention, far superior to those who merely rob banks or seek personal revenge. Selena and Rod exclaimed. Tony. Chapter 35. Tony and Killian. A dangerous yet exhilarating glint sparked in Tony's eyes, as though he had finally caught the scent of a worthy prey. I am starting to become intrigued, Selena. This Killian has ignited my fighting spirit. This time, it's my affair, and I shall handle it. Selena immediately retorted. What? Do you think I came to your lab yesterday and am here having breakfast with you today out of sheer boredom? Tony. Rod leaned forward, urgency in his tone as he emphasized, Hey, Tony, put your pride aside. This is not the time for heroics. That individual has orchestrated 9 explosions and may be colluding with the vice president. This is exceedingly dangerous. Tony's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Rod, this is not about pride, well, perhaps a little, but more importantly, he gazed into their eyes. The source lies with me. I bear the responsibility to extinguish it myself. He clenched his fists. Selena stood her ground. Do you intend to shoulder everything alone? The reality is this has escalated into a public crisis. Indeed, Rod interjected, adopting a military stance. The armed forces are conducting a thorough investigation, and once they gather clues, they will take immediate action. This is not a battle you can fight alone. Tony scoffed, harboring profound distrust in bureaucratic efficiency. Wait for your sluggish crew to complete their investigation. By then, Killian may have already become the shadow emperor of America. Seeing Tony's resolute demeanor, Selena recognized the futility of persuasion and took a deep breath. Very well. I have warned you. She fixed her gaze upon Tony, emphasizing each word. Remember, they're exceedingly dangerous, more formidable and unpredictable than you can imagine. Remain discreet. Above all, do not reveal your identity to the cameras or the enemy. Tony shrugged, revealing an expression that suggested her words were nonsensical. Why would I need to announce my presence? Is my Stark Tower not conspicuous enough? Keep a close watch on the afternoon meeting between Pepper and Killian. You must ensure Pepper does not find herself in any perilous situations. Do you understand? She rose to leave, only to suddenly recall a pivotal figure. Turning back to add, "Oh, by the way, you must be cautious of Maya Hansen, the female botanist with whom you had an academic exchange on New Year's Eve in 1999 in Bern, Switzerland. She is affiliated with Killian and is a co-developer of the extinction virus." Tony's brow furrowed instantly, his face a mixture of astonishment and displeasure. "What, Maya? Wait, are you saying that she didn't contact me afterward because she immediately sought refuge with that cripple?" His disdain for Killian was palpable. "That is quite likely," Selena replied with a shrug, her tone laced with a cold analysis. "That woman harbors her own ambitions and aspirations. To her, you were merely a debauched playboy, unworthy of entrusting her valuable research." She paused briefly, observing Tony's expression, which seemed as though he had been struck. He muttered discontentedly, "That is truly hurtful." Rodney, sensing the situation growing increasingly convoluted, urged, "Tony, this scenario is far too complex and perilous. You cannot bear this alone. We need a plan. We need support." Tony stood, patting Rodney's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. Yet his tone remained stubborn. "I know, Rodney. Rest assured, I do not genuinely intend to play the lone hero." A confident smirk curved his lips. "When necessary, I will call for backup. That's settled." Without allowing the two to speak further, Tony pushed open the door and strode out of the restaurant. Rodney watched the door close before turning to Selena, his face etched with concern. "Selena, look at him. His mental state is utterly off. Anxiety, insomnia, paranoia. The incident in New York has taken a tremendous toll on him." Selena rose, her eyes shining with determination. "I understand. I will keep a close watch on him. Farewell." With no further words, she swiftly exited. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the top-floor reception room of Stark Tower, Tony had made a deliberate effort to present himself well. He donned an exquisite, handcrafted dark gray Italian suit and even took a moment to conceal his pronounced dark circles, striving to appear invigorated. Adjusting his cuffs, he approached the reception area. As he drew near, he spotted Happy pacing outside the reception room like a sentry, clutching a communicator with a look of grave concern. "Hey, Happy," Tony greeted. Happy whirled around as if seizing a lifeline. "Tony, thank heavens you're here." He lowered his voice, speaking hurriedly. "I was just about to call you. The man inside is impeccably dressed, but something feels off. Very off. He appears even more unreliable than you. There's an indescribable insincerity about him." Tony disregarded Happy's peculiar descriptors, his gaze fixed on the opaque glass door. He raised his hand and pushed the door open. Inside, under the soft glow of light, Pepper and Killian stood side by side at the table, surrounded by a projected complex 3D structural diagram. Their proximity was somewhat intimate, as Pepper attentively absorbed Killian's explanation, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. "Ahem, are you two stargazing?" Tony's voice interrupted abruptly, laced with a feigned levity. Startled, Pepper recoiled a step, distancing herself from Killian, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. "Tony, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the lab?" She glanced back at Killian. "This is Killian. We were once colleagues." Tony's gaze swept over the two of them, ultimately settling on Killian's face. "Oh." His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Killian maintained an impeccable, genteel smile, gracefully descending from the table with poise, adjusting the hem of his suit, and extending his hand. "Mr. Tony Stark, it has been quite a while." Pepper, astonished, oscillated her gaze between Tony and Killian. "Have you met before?" Tony disregarded Killian's outstretched hand, instead stepping forward to naturally steady Pepper's arm, helping her down from the table. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Perhaps. I can't quite recall. Maybe it was some enthusiastic fan." He ignored Killian's suspended hand, guiding Pepper to sit on the lavish sofa beside him, while he settled next to her, crossing his legs and locking his gaze on Killian with an imposing intensity. Killian unflinchingly withdrew his hand, his smile unwavering. "At that time, I was indeed an inconsequential newcomer, lacking in reputation and resources. Even conversing with Mr. Stark felt like a distant dream." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone calm, betraying no trace of dissatisfaction. Tony leaned slightly forward, fingers lightly tapping his knee, cutting to the chase. "So, Killian, what brings you here today?" Are you in need of assistance with a project, or are you seeking collaboration with Stark Industries? Killian sauntered to an empty seat, adopting a relaxed posture. I do have a project that I believe to be revolutionary. I call it the extremist virus. Meeting Tony's scrutinizing gaze, he continued. Its core lies in deeply unlocking the body's biological potential, fundamentally restructuring our very essence. It can enable the regeneration of limbs, overcome various terminal illnesses, significantly enhance physical capabilities and neural responses, even unlocking the door to human evolution. Tony's playful demeanor faded slightly, replaced by contemplative expression. After a moment of reflection, he conceded, I must admit, that is quite an intriguing concept. His tone sharpened. However, as a fellow practitioner, I'm more concerned with whether it has undergone thorough testing. Or its safety and stability metrics. Once such things spiral out of control, the consequences can be dire. Pepper, too, regarded Killian with concern. Killian's smile deepened. Of course, Tony. He stood, casting his gaze over Tony and Pepper. If you don't mind, I could demonstrate it for you right here. Pepper's eyes widened in surprise. A demonstration? Now? Here? Tony's brow furrowed, instinctively straightening his posture. How would you demonstrate? Killian did not respond immediately. He slowly lifted his left hand, extending his index finger. Under the perplexed gazes of Tony and Pepper, he calmly reached out with his right hand and, with a sudden and forceful grip, seized the left index finger, then cruelly twisted it downwards. A sharp, excruciating sound of bone fracturing echoed through the quiet parlor. That finger contorted at a completely unnatural angle. Killian let out a suppressed groan of pain. Pepper immediately covered her mouth, emitting a short gasp, her face turning pale. Tony, startled, sprang up from the sofa. Hey, Mon, have you lost your mind? This is entirely unnecessary. However, the expression of agony on Killian's face swiftly faded like a receding tide, replaced by a triumphant demeanor. He displayed the contorted finger before Tony and Pepper. From the fracture, the tissue beneath the skin began to emit a bizarre, searing dark red glow. This brilliance rapidly spread across the entire palm, radiating astonishing heat, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. Tony could distinctly feel a scalding wave of heat rushing towards him. Under their watchful eyes, that hand, glowing red, especially the broken finger, began to self-repair and reshape at a visibly rapid pace. The bones, illuminated in the light, seemed to be molded together by invisible hands, while twisted tendons and blood vessels realigned in an instant. Within mere seconds, the crimson light abruptly receded, and Killian flexed the once broken index finger with ease, the skin smooth as before, as if the brutal scene had never transpired. Tony's pupils contracted slightly in shock, yet he quickly suppressed the turmoil within. Striving to maintain his composure, he gradually reclined back on the sofa, a scrutinizing expression returning to his face, remarking, well, the visual effect is quite intriguing. However, Chapter 36, Taunting Killian. Tony lounged back against the luxurious leather sofa, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, his gaze sharp. If I may be blunt, Killian, this dire situation of yours feels more akin to a dangerously advanced biological weapon than to the noble medical objective of curing disabilities and benefiting humanity. Killian's smile remained undiminished, yet a subtle shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. He pointed to himself with the restored index finger. But it has indeed reshaped the future for the disabled. I am the strongest testament to that. He stepped closer to Tony, his gaze fixed intently on the faint blue glow emanating from beneath Tony's suit. Look at yourself, Tony. That on your chest. My technology can render it superfluous. It can revive shattered flesh and restore failing organs. The playful demeanor on Tony's face dissipated, replaced by an unusual gravity. He instinctively lowered his gaze to his chest. It certainly sounded appealing. Tony's voice dropped, imbued with a hint of complex emotion. Killian astutely perceived the fleeting flicker of uncertainty in Tony's expression, his smile instantly magnifying, infused with an infectious fervor. Of course, this is an evolution that transcends time. Imagine a world devoid of suffering, free from disabilities, where human potential is utterly unleashed. Stronger, swifter, more long-lived. Tony, his voice resonated with seduction. Join me. Together. Let us usher humanity into this new epoch. Tony lifted his gaze, his demeanor now restored to calmness, even tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Join you? That is impossible. He categorically rejected the notion, swiftly pivoting the conversation. How about this? Stark Industries will fully acquire the shares. Then, Killian, you and your entire team may join me. For the first time, a crack appeared in Killian's smile, rendering it rigid. Tony, his voice laced with suppressed anger. You know full well that the value of this technology cannot merely be quantified by money. Tony spread his hands, his tone flippant, yet brimming with arrogance. Is my offer not enticing enough for you? No matter, feel free to propose a figure. Stark, we have an abundance of wealth. Killian clenched his jaw, the lines of his face taut, his voice nearly forced through gritted teeth. I do not lack money, Tony. What I require is a platform that can genuinely transform the world. I seek an unparalleled influence commensurate with this monumental endeavor. Influence? Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning astonishment. Isn't the global impact of the Stark name sufficient? What more do you desire? To be named Time Magazine's Person of the Year? Or perhaps to become the President of the United States? Killian's chest heaved, his complexion flushing. Tony waved his hand dismissively, as if losing patience. Yet his gaze grew more playful. All right, my friend. I understand your calculations. You wish to leverage the Stark name to bolster your FAAD while maintaining control of your own kingdom from the shadows, correct? He leaned slightly forward, a malicious smile curling at his lips. Oh, speaking of which, I suddenly recall that unforgettable New Year's Eve in 1999, when a rather ambitious lady showcased similar technology to me. Didn't she? What was her name again? Ah, yes, Maya Hansen. Pepper's expression shifted subtly, her arms crossed. Her tone calm, yet inquisitive. Maya Hansen? That night? Tony immediately turned to Pepper, as if stepped on the tail, donning a pleasing, yet slightly guilty grin. Hey, darling, we didn't know each other back then. You know, that was all in the past. He attempted to placate her. Pepper merely huffed softly. Opting not to press further, I said nothing. Yet her gaze unmistakably conveyed a promise of future reckoning. Tony exhaled in relief, his attention promptly refocusing on Killian, whose countenance had darkened considerably, his tone laced with sardonic concern. So, Killian, it's been a decade. Have Maya and her brilliant partners resolved the telomere end stabilization algorithm? Is it true? He elongated his tone, dripping with exquisite sarcasm, that even the 3 lines of formulas I hastily scribbled on the back of a business card during my 10-minute respite in the restroom remain incomprehensible to you? TSK. If that is indeed the case, then I am profoundly disappointed. The forced smile on Killian's face vanished entirely, replaced by a tumultuous blend of astonishment, mortified fury, and a flicker of insatiable greed. The telomere algorithm? You claim that this algorithm can resolve the crisis of the rogue virus. His voice quivered with agitation. Tony regarded him with an expression reminiscent of disdain, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. It's quite likely it could do the trick. After all, he shrugged, those formulas were merely drafts I concocted out of sheer boredom while perched on the toilet. Killian's breath quickened, his eyes igniting with fervor. Tony, help me complete this algorithm. At any cost. I could part with half my shares for your assistance. Tony observed the man before him, now bordering on madness, his face betraying a mixture of pity and mockery. He rose slowly, looking down at Killian. Have you still not grasped the situation, Killian? He shook his head, his tone growing icy. When I stated that I could purchase your shares at any moment, it meant that your shares and so-called technology are, in my eyes, utterly insignificant. My interest lies solely in its minuscule novelty. Killian appeared struck, his complexion shifting from crimson to ashen, his lips trembling. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Tony maintained a relaxed demeanor, yet radiated a chilling indifference. Then let us revert to the original proposition. Collaboration? The terms remain unchanged. Stark acquires. You join. Aside from that, we have nothing more to discuss. Killian's gaze flickered violently, his chest heaving. Jaw clenched in a manner that suggested he might shatter his teeth. I cannot make that decision alone. I need to consult the board and my partners. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, take your time. Call me when you've made a decision. Safe travels. He gestured dismissively. Killian fixed a furious stare on Tony for several seconds, then nodded vigorously, nearly forcing the word from his throat. Farewell. Burdened by an overwhelming sense of rage and humiliation, he turned and slammed the heavy door of the conference room behind him, a gust of cold air following his exit. Only Tony and Pepper remained in the room. Pepper gazed at the closed door, then turned to Tony, her brow furrowed. Tony, do you think you were a bit too harsh? It seemed he was on the verge of exploding with anger. Tony's expression softened as he approached Pepper, gently taking her hand. He would never agree, Pepper. His gaze turned earnest. I was intentionally provoking him to gauge his reaction. I did not anticipate that he would still possess the same resilience as he did back then. A flicker of concern passed through his eyes. Pepper was even more perplexed. Why, Tony? What has Killian done to warrant such treatment from you? Tony sighed, enveloping her in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, his voice deep and somber. There are some matters that are perhaps best left unknown, my dear. Trust me. He paused, as if attempting to dispel the weighty conversation, his tone shifting to a more buoyant, almost mysterious excitement. Oh, by the way, I have prepared a fabulous Christmas surprise gift for you. It's waiting at the Malibu house. He whispered in her ear. Shall we return together tonight? A candlelit dinner has already been reserved. Pepper lifted her gaze, observing the childlike expression of pride on his face, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over her. Tony, please don't give away surprises before the big reveal. You've completely ruined the element of surprise. With an innocent blink, Tony feigned ignorance. Oh, really? I thought as long as I didn't specify what the gift was, it would remain a surprise. He explained in a mock-serious manner. Pepper, utterly speechless, rolled her eyes and gently pushed him away. Back to work. Instantly, Tony's face lit up with a grin. As you command. My queen has spoken. How could I possibly disobey? He chuckled, trailing behind Pepper, whose serious demeanor was softened by a hint of a smile as they exited the now-still meeting room. Chapter 37. The Lone Ranger. Tony, upon returning to his laboratory, Tony found Banner and Peter engrossed in conversation before a small particle flow analyzer, quietly discussing the fluctuating data. Mr. Stark, Peter was the first to notice the door opening, immediately standing straight to greet him, his youthful exuberance evident on his face. Tony casually acknowledged him, striding directly to his control panel. I just ran into an old acquaintance who presented quite an intriguing idea. Unfortunately, the individual is not up to par. Banner lifted his gaze from the screen, adjusting his glasses, curiosity etched on his face. Not up to par? What do you mean? He possesses a biotechnology that claims to enable limb regeneration. Tony elaborated while retrieving data on his console. There is potential, indeed. I actually had the chance to acquire it years ago, but he shrugged, leaving the details of that missed opportunity unspoken, tinged with a hint of regret. Peter's eyes lit up, eagerly interjecting, limb regeneration? I know someone who is researching this. A friend of my father's from his lifetime, Dr. Kurt Connors at Oscorp. Tony paused, tapping his fingers on the table. Dr. Connors? I've heard of him. However, to be honest, my knowledge of colleagues in the biotechnology field pales in comparison to that in engineering. Banner's expression grew earnest. As a leading expert across multiple disciplines, he had the authority to speak. If it can indeed achieve stable limb regeneration, it would be a groundbreaking breakthrough with immeasurable prospects. He turned to Tony, his demeanor serious. But you mentioned it's not viable. What exactly is the issue? Is it a problem with the technology itself? Or... Tony did not answer directly. Instead, he swiftly slid his fingers across the screen, pulling up the footage recorded in the meeting room. The screen illuminated, vividly showcasing Killian smiling before decisively snapping his own finger, followed by a shocking sequence of the finger rapidly repairing itself in a glow of red light. Dr. Banner instinctively inhaled sharply, his body leaning back slightly as if he could feel the excruciating pain of the broken bones, his expression contorted in a vivid display of phantom agony. Good heavens! Just witnessing it was painful. He was far too harsh on himself. Tony, with a stoic demeanor, observed the replay of the footage. This was merely the appetizer, a prelude to what lay ahead. He turned off the video and faced the two, his tone suddenly icy. You both saw yesterday's news regarding the mysterious bombings that occurred globally, didn't you? The reflection of the screen glimmered in Banner's glasses, and he quickly made a connection, his complexion shifting to one of gravity. Tony, you can't possibly be suggesting that the person who just inflicted such harm on himself is the mastermind behind those terrorist attacks, are you? Tony let out a short, chilling laugh. Mastermind? That would be an understatement. Those so-called terrorists are, in fact, his very own creations. They are weapons of his making. What? Both Banner and Peter exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock. His so-called potential development technology, Tony's fingertip manipulated the virtual screen to highlight the close-up of Killian's palm, emitting a crimson glow. Appeared to be a medical marvel on the surface. Yet it was, in essence, an extraordinarily perilous weaponized modification. It enables the human body to emit terrifyingly high temperatures capable of melting metal. Even worse, this substance is exceedingly unstable. He gestured toward the images of the wreckage from the explosions in the news. The origins of those explosives were elusive. And the reason was simple. The explosives were the human body itself. Those carriers of the extremist virus were nothing more than uncontrollable human bombs. Doctor Banner's countenance darkened in an instant, and he took a deep breath. He was all too familiar with the malevolence of using the human body as a subject and weapon. The birth of the Hulk was a bloody testament, and he himself was a living victim. Peter's fist clenched tightly, knuckles widening, and he instinctively glanced at the pale-faced Dr. Banner, his eyes ablaze with intense fury. This is inhumane. It is a flagrant crime. Thus, Tony approached his armor workstation, his fingers gliding across the cold metallic surface. I must prepare myself. Those modified soldiers can generate temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. A challenge my current armor struggles to defend against effectively, and it may even be penetrated. He gravely acknowledged the harsh reality. Banner stepped beside Tony, his voice low yet resolute. If you need assistance, we are all here for you. This support stemmed from empathy born of shared experiences and trust and friendship. Tony appreciatively patted Banner's broad shoulder. Thank you, Bruce. Truly, thank you. His gaze was sincere. You have been there in so many pivotal moments. He then turned to the young Peter beside him. Peter immediately straightened his posture. And I'm here too, Mr. Stark, although I'm still an intern. Tony rarely displayed an encouraging smile, but he did so now. Of course, Peter. Peter, recalling something, quickly suggested, what about Miss Selena? If we enlist her help, dealing with these adversaries should be a breeze, right? She is incredibly formidable. Tony's smile faded slightly as he turned away from the two, his gaze fixated on the headpiece of the armor. It was she who first alerted me to the issues concerning Killian. I'm grateful to her. Yet he hesitated, his voice imbued with a stubborn resolve. I cannot rely on her to descend from the heavens to solve my problems every time. After all, this is my responsibility. Banner nodded in understanding, but objectively added, You are correct, Tony. However, one must concede that with Selena around, at least there is a greater sense of reassurance. He spoke candidly. Peter immediately concurred. Absolutely. She is incredibly reliable. Tony abruptly turned around, a hint of irritation at the doubt cast upon him. Hey, do you two have so little faith in me? He chose not to dwell further on the matter, waved his hand dismissively, and strode deeper into the laboratory, declaring, All right, enough chatter. I need to get to work. Banner observed Tony's retreating figure and could not resist calling out, Hey, Tony. Tony did not turn back, merely raised his hand in a casual wave, leaving behind a hasty silhouette and a feigned light-hearted remark. Merry Christmas, folks. At Columbia University, in a large lecture hall, Selena occupied a rear seat by the window, her physics elective textbook spread before her, appearing to attentively engage like her fellow students. However, deep within her striking blue eyes lay a different scene, everything transpiring in Tony Stark's laboratory, including his dialogue with Banner and Peter, played out in her consciousness like a high-definition film, capturing even the subtle pause when Tony patted Banner's shoulder and the fatigue in his tone. This was one of the remarkable enhancements bestowed by her super intellect. Her mental perception could transcend space, as if she were present at the scene. Though she did not perceive her intelligence as having surged dramatically, the improvements in computational ability, information processing speed, memory storage and retrieval efficiency, sustained focus, and multitasking capabilities were exceedingly pronounced. While she allocated a fraction of her attention to the professor's explanations of principles and equations, her mind wandered to future possibilities. Perhaps she could genuinely leverage these advantages to delve deeper into the realms of science. For instance, medicine or physics. Seeking to create inventions of her own, this notion had already taken root in her mind. When considering Tony's response to the threat posed by Killian, it was evident that his first instinct was still to tackle the issue alone rather than seek further assistance. Selena could not help but gently press her fingers to her forehead. Even at a time like this guy is still fixated on proving himself, to demonstrate that Tony Stark can handle everything without others. Yet, her internal critique was not laden with reproach. Rather, it carried a hint of understanding. The transformation of Killian into his current paranoid and vicious state undeniably stemmed from Tony's reckless abandonment years ago, and even Maya Hansen's choices were indirectly related to this. This origin, in her perception, coupled with his fierce pride, compelled him to shoulder the entire burden of resolving this matter himself. With a gentle sigh, Selena refocused her attention on the textbook before her. If he insisted on bearing the burden, so be it. She would content herself with being the vigilant firefighter, ever ready to extinguish any unforeseen flames he might inadvertently ignite. She harbored a fundamental trust in Tony's abilities, believing that he would ultimately find a resolution with Killian. However, within her fragmented memories, the resolution of this conflict was fraught with challenges, marked by the tragic losses of numerous innocents. She resolved to do everything within her power to avert such calamities before they could occur. Chapter 38. The initial encounter with the Reality Stone, Los Angeles, Hollywood Boulevard. In front of the Chinese Theater. This iconic theater, constructed in 1927, stands as one of Hollywood's most recognizable edifices. Renowned for its distinctive Oriental style, fade, and the myriad handprints and footprints of stars adorning its courtyard. Despite its name suggesting a Chinese influence, the overall design is largely a Western interpretation of an exotic East, straying far from the authenticity of true Chinese culture. On Christmas Eve, as night descended, the golden streetlights and vibrant decorations cast a warm glow over this opulent city. The thoroughfare in front of the theater was engulfed by a bustling throng. A towering Christmas tree stood proudly in the central square, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The air was infused with the sweet aromas of roasted chestnuts, hot apple cider, and popcorn. The melodies of Christmas carols intertwined with the jubilant chatter of visitors, creating a vibrant symphony of festive cheer. Beside a stall selling Christmas ornaments at the edge of the square, Happy was relishing a rare moment of leisure. His vigilant eyes, accustomed to the constant alertness required in Stark Tower, habitually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, through a small mirror adorned with twinkling lights at the stall, he caught sight of a familiar bald figure, the very man who had appeared as Killian's security personnel at Stark Tower just the day prior. Instinctively on high alert, Happy's body tensed like a dog sensing danger. Utilizing the mirror's reflection, he discreetly observed the scene. The bald man, displaying a wary demeanor, hurried towards a nervous-looking individual seated on a nearby bench, clad in a hoodie. Leaning in, he murmured a few words before swiftly transferring a nondescript black handbag into the other man's hands. A sense of alarm surged within Happy. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he strolled closer, inadvertently colliding with the hoodie-wearing man holding the bag. Caught off guard, the man fumbled, and the black handbag tumbled to the ground with a thud. The contents spilled out, revealing several sealed metal syringes filled with some unknown liquid. "Oh, my apologies," Happy exclaimed, immediately crouching down to assist in gathering the scattered items. His voice laced with feigned contrition. Yet, his movements were remarkably swift. With deft hands, he snatched one of the syringes and swiftly concealed it within his grasp while hastily shoving the remaining items back into the handbag. The man, in a state of panic, hastily focused on picking up his belongings. When his gaze met that of Happy, a faint orange glow flickered across his face. Just as Happy contemplated departing, a tall figure obstructed his path. It was the bald man, Seven. He forced a disingenuous smile. "Hey there, buddy. What a coincidence. Are you here alone? Just wandering about? Or perhaps on a date? Or you just here to watch some dreary soap opera?" Happy, his expression impassive, straightened up, his countenance, the stern demeanor characteristic of a security supervisor, tightening further. He glared coldly at Seven, retrieving the syringe he had just picked up from his pocket and brandishing it before him. "Indeed, I am watching a film entitled The Party Is Over." He paused, his tone laced with mockery. "And you, along with your drugged-up girlfriend, are the stars of this show. Here, the ticket is right here." In an instant, the smile vanished from Seven's face, replaced by a chilling and perilous glare. "No jokes. That item does not belong to you." Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged forward to seize the syringe from Happy's grasp. Anticipating this move, Happy swiftly withdrew his hand, simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Seven's face. The blow landed solidly upon his nose, producing a dull thud. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Happy's eyes. Seven merely tilted his head. The impact had seemingly repaired his nose at an astonishing rate. a faint red glow emanating from beneath his skin as fractured bones realigned, leaving not even a trace of blood. Stunned, Happy momentarily faltered. Seven's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he seized Happy's returning fist, his arm erupting with an inhuman strength, hurling Happy aside like a mere trash bag. With a resounding crash, Happy's sturdy frame was sent flying, crashing into a nearby stall selling Christmas lights. The booth shattered into fragments, glass and trinkets scattering across the ground, provoking terrified screams from the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, the hooded figure who had snatched the handbag, driven by overwhelming fear and a certain craving, trembled as he grasped a syringe, forcefully drawing the orange-red liquid within. As the liquid entered his veins, the man's face illuminated as if ignited, a far more blinding and erratic red glow surging beneath his skin. He howled in agony, his body convulsing violently, the intense heat distorting the air around him, causing the asphalt beneath him to soften and emit smoke. "Seven, help me, please," he cried out desperately towards Seven. Just as Seven was poised to deliver a final blow to Happy, he heard the anguished cries. Turning to witness his companion's uncontrollable state and the chaotic energy emanating from him, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Happy, pivoting to flee from the impending disaster. The man was on the verge of explosion. The man's screams escalated into a harrowing wail, the red glow within him resembling the molten lava of an erupting volcano, reaching a blinding peak. He became akin to a furnace on the brink of detonation. At this critical juncture, boom, a deafening sonic boom shattered the melody of Christmas carols. A figure in red and blue plummeted from the sky, landing heavily before the man on the verge of explosion. None other than Selena. Her right hand surged with a dark crimson energy. "Silence," Selena hissed, raising her hand towards the man, who was nearly engulfed by a red light. A frigid, black-red glimmer, imbued with the power of reality's laws, instantly enveloped the out-of-control individual. The terrifying, chaotic heat within a man, on the brink of explosive eruption, was suddenly doused as if splashed with absolute zero liquid nitrogen, forcibly suppressed and extinguished. The blinding red light dissipated at an astonishing speed, leaving only wisps of white smoke. The man's expression of agony froze in place as his body went limp, collapsing to the ground, unconscious but alive. Just as Seven prepared to flee, he was struck with horror at the sight. Yet, he quickly transformed into a ferocious beast, launching himself from the side. His fists, suffused with searing heat capable of melting steel, hurtled toward Selena's vulnerable back. "Watch out, Happy," just managing to rise from the wreckage, cried out in alarm. Selena did not look back, casually raising her right hand. Bang! Seven's scorching fist, imbued with tremendous force, was effortlessly intercepted by Selena's delicate palm. A sizzling sound echoed where their skin met. Yet Selena remained unyielding, with not a single mark upon her. "What?" Seven was paralyzed with disbelief. Selena grasped his searing fist, her fingers gently curling around it, then casually twisting. Crack! The sickening sound of shattered bones rang clear. Seven's robust arm contorted into a bizarre angle. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from him. Seven's eyes burned crimson with fury, disregarding his shattered arm. His other intact arm ignited once more, radiating a fierce red light as he struck at Selena's face with reckless abandon. Crack! Selena, employing the same method, swiftly seized his remaining wrist, effortlessly breaking it again. Ugh! Seven's cries grew ever more anguished. Selena frowned slightly, as if finding him too noisy. With a swift kick, as quick as lightning, she sent him flying. Bang! Seven was sent soaring as though struck by a speeding truck, crashing violently into a parked car several meters away. The glass shattered instantaneously, the vehicle blaring an ear-piercing alarm. "Happy, are you all right?" Selena finally turned her head to look at Happy, who had just emerged from the wreckage of the colorful lights. Happy rubbed his painfully sore shoulder and back, striving to stand straight, forcing a grin. "It's fantastic. I've never felt better." Though disheveled, his tone remained steadfast as ever. Selena gestured towards the unconscious man and the black handbag on the ground. "Bring him along. And that bag, too. Deliver it to Tony." "Understood." Happy sprang into action, enduring the pain as he hoisted the unconscious man over his shoulder and swiftly seized the handbag from the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, He turned and sprinted toward the parking lot. At that moment, the crumpled car door was forcefully kicked open. Seething with heat, his skin glowing like a searing iron, Seven astonishingly stood up once more, his arms, easily broken by Selena, and his spine, distorted from the immense impact, were rapidly mending and reshaping at a visible speed under the influence of the desperate virus. The flesh at the fracture writhed like molten lava, and his bones clicked and clacked as they reconnected in a crimson glow. Selena, observing the spectacle, raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of approval. Well, the self-healing speed is quite impressive. Having completed his restoration, Seven descended into madness. He opened his mouth wide, a blinding red light erupting from the depths like a furnace. A viscous, searing liquid flame, akin to molten lava, shot toward Selena like a high-pressure water jet. With a sudden intensity, Selena instinctively sidestepped. Sizzle! The molten flame grazed her hair, crashing violently into the ground where she had just stood. The smooth marble floor melted instantly, creating a charred pit that belched forth thick white smoke and a noxious odor. Ugh! Selena quickly retreated a few steps, disdainfully brushing off any droplets that might have splattered on her sleeve. How disgusting! Almost ruined my outfit. For her, being spat upon was far more intolerable than enduring a direct attack. Without further hesitation, she turned, her azure eyes ignited by two fierce crimson beams. Swish! Two slender yet terrifyingly potent red beams sliced through Seven's knees with precision. Seven's anguished scream echoed through the square as his legs were instantaneously severed at the knees. His robust body crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, the terrifying self-healing power manifested once more. The gaping wounds on his thighs glowed red, as if molten metal flowed and rapidly shaped new skeletal and muscular tissues. Witnessing this, even Selena was slightly moved. The visual impact of witnessing flesh regrow is indeed quite striking. She paused momentarily, her gaze returning to its icy demeanor. However, this farce must come to an end. Selena offered Seven no further opportunities. She raised her right hand slowly toward the writhing figure on the ground, desperately attempting to regenerate. In her palm, the black-red energy of the ether particles surged as if alive. With a gentle grasp towards Seven's direction, she summoned forth, an invisible force, rooted in the fabric of reality itself, descended upon him. Seven felt as if he were a mere crumpled piece of paper being crushed by an unseen hand. Terror widened his eyes, and he managed a brief, distorted howl that barely resembled human speech before his entire being was instantly withered, disassembled, and dissipated under the weight of that irresistible force. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Selena lowered her hands, her voice calm and unperturbed. The power of the laws, my friend. It was only at that moment that the onlookers, who had been stunned by the fierce battle surrounding them, seemed to awaken from a dream. Oh my God, it's Supergirl. She's so cool. After a brief silence, a frenzy of cheers erupted, accompanied by applause and the rapid clicking of countless mobile phones and cameras. Countless lenses were directed at the figure clad in a red and blue costume at the center of the arena. Supergirl, Supergirl, thank you. Merry Christmas. I love you. Selena lifted her head, basking in the overwhelming cheers and the myriad of flashing lights, her face blossoming with a radiant, confident smile akin to sunlight. She even raised her hand to wave at the crowd. You are safe now, everyone. Merry Christmas. Her voice resonated clearly and infectiously throughout the square. Playfully, she struck a few iconic superhero poses, eliciting an even greater wave of screams. Well, I must return home to celebrate. Goodbye. Selena called out to the crowd with a smile. As her words faded, she bent her knees slightly. Then, with a thunderous sound, she soared into the sky. The gust of wind instantly swept up colorful streamers and debris from the ground, prompting nearby spectators to gasp and cheer with excitement. People tilted their heads back, watching as the streak of brilliance vanished swiftly into the night sky of the city. The cheers and Christmas music in the square once again merged into a joyful sea, adding an unforgettable climax to this Christmas. Chapter 39. Christmas Eve Smallville, Kansas, Kent Farm. The deep blue cloak of Christmas Eve enveloped the tranquil countryside. Stars twinkling in the sky, and the crisp air infused with the anticipation of the holiday season. The warm, bright orange glow of the kitchen window at the Kent household illuminated a small patch of snow-dusted grass outside. Martha and Jonathan Kent had prepared a sumptuous Christmas Eve dinner. The golden, juicy roast chicken emitted an enticing aroma, accompanied by Martha's signature mashed potatoes, honey pumpkin pie, warm cornbread, and a large bowl of fresh, vibrant salad. At the center of the dining table, a red Christmas candle flickered softly, its dancing flame reflecting the tender faces of the couple. "Be patient, little Crypto. Wait for Selena to return before we feast, all right?" Martha gently spoke to the small dog sitting quietly on a nearby chair, reaching out to affectionately stroke its fluffy head. Crypto, with his intelligent and eager eyes, remained fixated on the steaming chicken leg on the table. Upon hearing Martha's words, he obediently let out a soft whine of agreement, then rested his damp nose and chin on the cool edge of the table, emitting a faint rumble from his throat, his gaze still firmly locked on the chicken. Time passed slowly in the cozy yet slightly anxious anticipation. The aroma of the pumpkin pie from the oven settled into a comforting scent, and the dishes on the table no longer steamed with the tempting heat they once had. They had grown slightly cool. On Christmas Eve, the city and town are bustling with gatherings and festivities. Jonathan took a sip of his beer, glancing anxiously at the ticking clock on the wall. A sense of concern washing over him, though not unexpected. There were far too many places prone to chaos. Selena must be out there, busy as ever. Martha's gaze also fell upon the clock face, her expression gentle yet resolute. "Let us wait a little longer. She will return safely." At that moment, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the porch. Shortly after, the crisp sound of the lock turning followed. "Creak, I'm back," with a bright and cheerful voice. Selena burst in like a gust of chilly wind, her radiant smile illuminating the room. She shed her coat, speckled with remnants of snow. Her cheeks flushed with the cool excitement of having just returned from outside. "Bark!" The quickest little pup, Crypto, leaped from his chair, his tail wagging like a propeller, joyfully bounding toward Selena, his front paws eagerly resting on her, showering her face with affectionate licks. "Mom and Dad, did you wait long?" Selena laughed, enveloping Crypto in her arms, relishing the weighty welcome. "I just dashed around to several places. Honestly, can't everyone just enjoy the holidays quietly at home? They have to gather for parties, and it's the perfect recipe for chaos." Martha's face blossomed with a relieved smile as she stood up, swiftly carrying a plate of chicken legs and mashed potatoes. "It's good to have you back. Go wash your hands. I'll heat the food up right away." She headed towards the kitchen as Jonathan displayed a sigh of relief, handing Selena a cup of warm apple cider. "You must be exhausted here. Have a drink to warm up." "Thanks, Dad." Selena finally wriggled free from Crypto's enthusiastic embrace, accepting the juice and taking a hearty sip, feeling warmth envelop her chilly fingers. As Martha busied herself heating the food, Selena settled at the dining table, with Crypto promptly curling up at her feet. While stroking Crypto's head, she recounted her eventful evening to Jonathan. The short circuit of the Christmas tree lights in the town square that led to a minor fire, a 5-car pileup on the suburban highway due to poor visibility, and the chaos that ensued in the park after young people congregated to consume illicit substances. Of course, she couldn't forget the recent incident on Hollywood Boulevard, where Killian's henchman, Savin, attempted to orchestrate a terrifying explosion using an unwitting test subject. In short, it felt like a whirlwind, Selena concluded, her tone tinged with weariness after the exasperation. Jonathan listened intently, his brow furrowed, setting down his knife and fork with a long sigh. "Ah, how has society changed to this extent?" His voice was heavy, the old farmer deeply troubled by the state of the world. All right, Martha interjected, emerging from the kitchen with steaming chicken and mashed potatoes, her warm smile breaking the weighty atmosphere. "It's a holiday. Our family is rarely together. Let us not dwell on distressing topics. Come, let us eat. Crypto, it's time to dine. Cheers." The three of them, along with the eagerly awaited little Kay, who excitedly barked, raised their glasses in a toast, Jonathan with his beer, while Martha and Selena opted for apple juice. The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated throughout the warm room, filled with the tantalizing aroma of food, the fresh scent of pine, and the unique tranquility of Christmas Eve. After dinner, in the living room, the fire crackled cheerfully in the fireplace, casting a warm glow. while the lights on the Christmas tree twinkled softly. Selena comfortably curled up in an armchair, her feet resting beside a content little K, who was dozing off after a hearty meal. Suddenly, her phone on the table rang. It was Tony Stark. Selena smiled as she answered, "Hi, boss. Merry Christmas." Her tone was light and cheerful. On the other end, Tony's voice, though tinged with fatigue, was in good spirits. "Haha. Likewise, Selena. Thank you for the Christmas gift." His tone was playful, carrying a hint of jest. Selena paused for a moment, then quickly realized, "Gift? Oh, you mean the self-destructing guy we caught in Hollywood? No need to thank me. Just a small effort on my part. If I hadn't gone, poor Happy would have been in a real pickle." She recalled the image of Happy tumbling into the string lights. Happy told me all about how brave and fearless he was. Tony's voice faltered slightly before adopting a tone of mild complaint. But what I loathe most is the timing. I was enjoying a romantic moment with Pepper, sipping red wine and playing a game of drink and pass when he burst in, covered in shards of colorful lights, dragging along a half-conscious man. If it weren't for his usual diligence at work and the explosive gift he brought, I would have docked his salary for 6 months. At that moment, Pepper's voice, both amused and authoritative, echoed clearly through the receiver. "Tony, just a reminder whether or not to dock his salary. That decision rests with me." Tony fell silent, muttering softly, "I'm beginning to regret." He was referring to the decision to hand things over to Pepper. "Tony? Regret what?" Pepper's voice inquired. Tony's tone turned slightly frantic. "Oh dear, that's not what I meant. I was talking about Happy." He was evidently busy trying to placate Pepper beside him. Listening to their familiar and humorous banter on the other end of the line, Selena couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Tony cleared his throat, seemingly breaking free from the domestic squabble, and his tone shifted to a more serious note. "Ahem, apologies for the distraction. On to business. The gift you sent just woke up, nose running and tears flowing, crying pitifully, begging me to save him, saying whatever is inside him is causing him immense pain." He paused, excitement creeping into his voice as he revealed his intent. "So, I've decided to pull an all-nighter tonight. Let us see if I can reverse engineer that damned virus." Selena was somewhat taken aback. "One night? Is that enough time?" "Hey, who do you think you're talking to?" Tony retorted, his competitive spirit ignited. "I'm not entirely clueless about it. Besides," he added with a hint of pride, "I've already called Bruce Banner. He is currently on his way, accompanied by Betty, rushing to provide support. They should be arriving soon, with 2 experts by his side, coupled with my brilliant intellect. Accomplishing this in just one night? A trifling matter." Selena immediately interjected, "Tony, you are being utterly unreasonable. It's Christmas Eve, and you expect this young couple to travel such a distance to work for you. Beware, Doctor. Banner might transform into the Hulk and come after you." "Ha ha ha." Tony chuckled proudly, proclaiming, "This is what connections and camaraderie are about. They are genuinely kind-hearted." Knowing the urgency of the situation, "All right, enough banter. We must get to work. Merry Christmas, Supergirl. Merry Christmas, boss." Selena replied with a smile. The call ended, and the living room fell silent, save for the crackling of the logs in the fireplace and the steady breaths of little Crypto. Selena set down her phone, her gaze returning to the laptop resting on her knees, where the screen displayed a video chat with Gwen, her lips curling into a warm smile. Chapter 40. The Antidote completed Stark Tower, Biological Laboratory, the morning after Christmas Eve. Outside, the sky of the West Coast is just beginning to lighten. Inside the laboratory, however, the lights blaze brightly, filled with the aroma of coffee from a night spent awake and the low hum of electronic instruments. Tony Banner and Betty Ross gathered around the workbench, their faces showing the fatigue of sleeplessness, yet their eyes gleamed with remarkable brightness. Progress had exceeded their expectations. Banner set down his tablet, rubbed his weary eyes, and spoke with astonishment. "The core principle of the Cataclysm virus is not particularly complex. It resembles a crude amalgamation of energy release and cellular regeneration catalysis. The real challenge," he raised his eyes to meet Tony's, "lies in its extreme instability." Betty added, her voice a bit hoarse. "Exactly. It's like a pressure cooker without a safety valve, poised to explode at any moment." Yet, she gazed at Tony with admiration. "Your formulas are sheer genius. They are the crucial first step in constructing a stable safety valve system." A hint of pallor graced Tony's features from the sleepless night, yet his caramel-colored eyes sparkled with overwhelming excitement and focus, seemingly tireless. He carefully picked up a specially crafted, minuscule metal syringe, containing approximately 2 to 3 milliliters of a golden, clear liquid, the culmination of their all-night endeavor, the inhibitor for the cataclysm virus. He approached Owen, who lay resting on a makeshift bed in the corner of the laboratory, his expression still marked by fear and pain. Tony gently patted his feverish, slightly trembling arm, striving to make his voice sound calm and reassuring. "Relax, brother. What was your name again? Owen, right?" Yes, Mr. Stark." Owen's voice was dry and hoarse, his eyes filled with dread. "Just call me Owen." Tony nodded, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Listen, Owen. Trust me. This is the only way to alleviate your suffering." As his words hung in the air, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, his hesitation non-existent, as the fine needle pierced through Owen's shoulder muscle. Tony pressed down on the plunger, injecting the few milliliters of liquid from the syringe into Owen's body. A muffled groan escaped Owen's lips, caught completely off guard. Almost instantaneously, an astonishing transformation occurred. Owen's body trembled violently. At the injection site, a familiar, searing orange glow erupted uncontrollably beneath his skin. It was as though a dormant beast had been awakened, with the intense heat and red light racing through his veins and nerves. Pain and despair etched across Owen's face. Was the torment worse than death about to commence anew? Yet, the glow lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next heartbeat, that furious orange heat, as if confronted by its nemesis, faded rapidly like hot coals doused in icy water. Within mere seconds, all traces of the abnormal red warmth vanished without a trace. His skin returned to its natural hue and temperature. The relentless agony that had tormented him day and night, as if it sought to incinerate him from within, receded like a receding tide. Owen stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, cautiously moving his arm and then touching his chest and face. The searing pain had dissipated. The tumult of energy had quieted. An unprecedented tranquility enveloped his body. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes as he gazed at Tony, his lips quivering. "Mr. Stark, you truly did it. I don't know how to express my gratitude. You are my savior." His voice caught in his throat, brimming with appreciation. Tony exchanged a glance with Dr. Banner, both of them clearly reflecting mutual relief and exhilaration on their faces. The results were remarkable. Tony's voice retained its usual confidence, but this time it bore an additional note of something profound. It seemed our course was entirely correct. Banner exhaled deeply, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "This is splendid. With this, those transformed human bombs are no longer an uncontrollable threat. What about creating a spray?" Tony snapped his fingers, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance, as a more convenient and efficient solution crystallized in his mind. Just a little inhalation would render those infernal viral activities completely nullified. He envisioned himself single-handedly neutralizing a horde of suicide bombers with mere spray. Dr. Banner, weary, removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Tony, the results are indeed exhilarating. However, we have been working tirelessly through the night." He glanced at Betty, who appeared equally fatigued. "Perhaps we should all rest for a few hours to rejuvenate our minds?" Tony, lost in excitement, waved dismissively. "What are you talking about? Just 2 days ago, I indulged in an entire day of slumber. My thoughts are crystal clear, and inspiration is flowing like a spring. We must seize this momentum to finalize the spray and portable device." He turned towards the now calmer Owen. "Buddy, if you're feeling all right, let Dr. Banner escort you. He will see you safely on your way." Owen leapt from the bed, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. With fervor, he grasped Tony's hand, shaking it vigorously, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Mr. Stark, I cannot thank you enough. Truly, although I am merely an ordinary man, if there is ever anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to let me know." Tony, slightly jostled by the enthusiastic gesture, chuckled and gently patted the back of his hand. "No problem, Owen. I have noted it." He nodded towards Banner. "Bruce, I appreciate your help." Banner smiled wryly, knowing it would be futile to dissuade Tony. "All right then. However, we certainly need to rest. Owen, can you drive?" "Of course, Doctor." Owen stood tall, resuming his military demeanor. "I am a veteran. I am adept with any mode of transportation." "That is splendid." Banner sighed with relief. "Please drive us back." "Betty?" Betty nodded, casting a concerned glance at Tony. The three departed from the bustling laboratory that had occupied them throughout the night. The laboratory returned to its serene silence. standing amidst the now spacious room. Tony's gaze drifted to the workstation. There lay a specially designed thermostatic box, neatly housing a dozen slender glass vials filled with the golden antidote, the first batch of finished products he had just completed. The white light from the overhead lamp evenly illuminated the small box, rendering it akin to a mysterious treasure chest. Tony stared at the shimmering vials, lost in contemplation. "Jarvis." His voice suddenly broke the stillness, infused with a peculiar, cold intensity. "Integrate the antidote into the spray gun on Arm 42. I need it to dispense rapidly." "Understood, sir," Jarvis replied in his gentle tone. The compatibility of a spray module for Unit 42 is exceptionally high. The loading and atomization systems are currently being optimized and are expected to be completed within 30 minutes. He paused, "However, sir, what do you intend to do after loading the antidote?" Tony slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the golden vials before settling on several vials of the dire virus, securely sealed on the other side of the workstation. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. "I intend to modify the dire virus. Then, I shall locate Killian's lair." Owen is a veteran who joined Killian's experimental program under the guise of a disabled individual, which leads me to speculate that many of the other subjects are also disabled veterans. Among them, there are likely individuals utilized as living bombs. This presents an excellent entry point. Your analysis is quite astute, sir. No flattery necessary, Jarvis. Let us proceed with the work. Chapter 41. Maya Hansen. The performance of the Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard on Christmas Eve was a complete fiasco, striking Aldrich Killian like a resounding slap to the face. The meticulously planned explosive threat was nipped in the bud, and, more critically, he had lost a loyal and capable asset in Seven. Supergirl. Killian abruptly smashed the crystal glass in his hand against the cold floor, shards scattering in all directions. He clenched his jaw, the sound echoing ominously, his handsome features contorted by rage. How could she possibly appear at that moment? This has completely disrupted my plans. The subordinates standing by, hands at their sides, fell silent as if struck by a chill. One, bolder than the rest, ventured to speak. Perhaps she received a tip-off ahead of time? Another immediately interjected, suspicion lacing his voice. Could it be that we have a mole leaking information? A mole? Nonsense. Killian spun around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a poisoned blade sweeping over his subordinates, his voice grating like metal against metal. The information is classified. Moreover, what does this have to do with her? He growled, pacing back and forth. No one knows who she is. No one knows why she appeared. The first subordinate cautiously reminded him, "Boss, we often see her appearing alongside Tony Stark in the news. Could it be?" Killian's footsteps halted suddenly, the fury in his eyes replaced by a cold calculation. Stark. Tony Stark. He slowly uttered the name, a cruel and knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So that was it. I had been too lenient with him. He attributed the intervention of the Supergirl entirely to Tony's machinations. Another subordinate, recalling Seven's dire fate, spoke with trepidation. "Boss, that Supergirl, she effortlessly dealt with Seven, and we fear." He couldn't finish his sentence. "Useless," Killian interrupted sharply. Yet a flicker of apprehension toward Selena's power crossed his gaze. This was not the time for such discussions. What is urgent now is for you to investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. I want to know how the information leaked. His eyes glinted coldly, commanding the master to record another video. It must be more intense, more furious. And then, after Christmas in Manhattan, New York, inside the lobby of Stark Tower. The holiday atmosphere had not entirely dissipated, and the building resumed its bustling rhythm. Happy bore a conspicuous bandage on his face, but it did nothing to diminish his enthusiasm. He prowled the lobby like a vigilant hound, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze scanning each unfamiliar face that entered the building like a radar. At that moment, a woman with long, sleek black hair hurried in. Her demeanor was tense, her eyes darting around the lobby as if searching for something or someone. Happy immediately sensed her unease and approached her briskly, standing in her way with an official tone. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask who you are? Are you here for business or an interview? Do you have an appointment?" The woman lifted her head at the sound of his voice, recognition dawning as she saw Happy's face. "Oh, it's you. I remember now. You're Tony Stark's bodyguard." Happy puffed out his chest, pointing to his shiny new badge, correcting her with a hint of pride. "I used to be. Now I'm a security chief for Stark." He scrutinized the woman, finding her vaguely familiar, and, Pardon my boldness. You also seem somewhat familiar. May I ask your name? Maya Hansen. The woman introduced herself, urgency lacing her tone. We met at the New Year Tech Summit in Bern, Switzerland in 1999. Happy furrowed his brow, striving to recollect, and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, yes. I remember now. It was quite the spectacle. Your potted plant exploded, nearly giving us a heart attack. Maya smirked slightly. Indeed, that was me. Here, to see Tony? Happy inquired, nodding knowingly, then regretfully shrugged. Unfortunately, he is not in the building today. At this hour, he is likely still in his grand villa, either indulging in a leisurely slumber or engrossed in his latest invention, he explained. Maya, brimming with urgency, interjected. Could you provide me with his address? I have something of utmost importance that I must convey to him in person. Happy's demeanor shifted to one of acute vigilance. He took a step back, scrutinizing Maya with a skeptical gaze, his tone laced with almost reflexive suspicion. You're not suddenly here with a 10-year-old child, seeking child support from Tony, are you? His experience with unexpected visits was evidently extensive. Maya rolled her eyes in exasperation at his absurd conjecture. No. Goodness, there is no child. Oh, my apologies. Happy quickly gestured dismissively, his face tinged with awkwardness and resignation. It's just a professional habit. You know how it is. Tony has quite the reputation. He made a knowing expression. Maya sighed in resignation, realizing the futility of further clarification. All right, I understand. Please, assist me in contacting Mr. Tony Stark and inform him that Maya Hansen has an exceedingly urgent matter to discuss. Recognizing the seriousness in her tone, Happy set aside his jesting demeanor. He gestured towards a quiet reception area. Very well. Please have a seat in the lounge while I reach out to Tony. He retrieved his tablet. Maya complied and entered the lounge. Outside, Happy accessed Tony's contact information and initiated a video call request. Moments later, the call connected, revealing Tony's disheveled visage, marked by signs of a restless night, with a cluttered corner of his Malibu villa's laboratory visible in the background. Hey, Happy. Tony's voice carried a hint of irritation at the disruption. I've warned you before. Unless it's an emergency, do not waste my precious time. He did not look up. Boss, this is quite different. Happy lowered his voice conspiratorially. Your former fling from that one-night stand has shown up. Tony furrowed his brow, still not lifting his gaze, his tone growing increasingly impatient. What constitutes such an important situation? Just politely decline for me. I'm with Pepper now. A prize flower has an owner, you understand? No, this is different. Happy insisted, urgency rising in his voice. It's Maya Hansen. She's here. The one from the 1999 Bern Summit. Tony's movements abruptly halted. He raised his head, a look of genuine surprise dawning on his face. Who? Maya Hansen? Yes. That's her. Happy exclaimed, noticing Tony's newfound interest. She's waiting in the lounge. How fortuitous, Tony murmured under his breath, then directed his attention to the screen. Show me. Happy promptly pointed the tablet camera at the frosted glass door of the reception area. Here. She's sitting right inside. Tony gazed at the screen, where Happy's face loomed close, and exasperatedly rubbed his forehead. Happy, I instructed you to turn the camera. Focus on her, not yourself. All I see on the screen is your forehead. Huh? Turn the camera? Happy looked utterly bewildered, clumsily fiddling with the tablet. How does one even do that? I'm the security supervisor, not a paparazzo. I have no clue about this. It was evident that he was entirely oblivious to switching between the tablet's front and rear cameras. Observing Happy's frantic demeanor, Tony let out a resigned sigh. Never mind. Happy, provide her with the address for Malibu so she can come directly to me. He decisively issued the command. Understood, boss. Happy exclaimed, as if released from a burden, promptly ending the awkward call. He pushed open the lounge door and addressed Maya Hansen, who was anxiously waiting inside. Ms. Hansen, Tony has agreed. You can head to his home now. He handed her a card emblazoned with the detailed address of Malibu Beach. Here's the address. Go quickly. Maya accepted the card, glancing at the address with a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes, though predominantly it was a sense of relief and urgency. She nodded, thank you. Then, without further delay, she turned and swiftly exited Stark Tower. Chapter 42. An unexpected visitor. Maya Hansen hurriedly stepped out of the revolving door of Stark Tower, a mix of relief and an indescribable weight pressing upon her. She briskly approached an inconspicuous sedan parked by the roadside, opened the door, and soon after, The engine roared to life as she merged into the afternoon traffic of Manhattan. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she departed the building, a dark vehicle lurking in the shadows of the street corner harbored a pair of cold, predatory eyes, fixated on the rear of her car. The man in the driver's seat wore an expression of indifference as he retrieved his phone. Upon connecting, he spoke in a hushed tone. "Maya Hansen has left Stark Tower." A chilling, emotionless voice responded from the other end. "Follow her. Do not let her out of sight." "Understood," the man replied succinctly, ending the call. He exchanged a glance with the woman in the passenger seat before starting the engine, seamlessly blending into the flow of traffic like an experienced hunter, maintaining a discreet distance behind Maya's vehicle, close enough to remain undetected, yet far enough to keep his target within his line of sight. In Malibu, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated outside the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Pacific. Inside the open-space villa, Tony was deeply engrossed in his work. Ding-dong. The sharp sound of the doorbell abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Tony lifted his head, irritated. "Who dares to disrupt my peace?" He addressed the air. J.A.R.V.I.S. Display the surveillance footage at the entrance. A gentle beam of light descended from the ceiling, projecting a clear image on the screen before Tony. In the frame, Maya Hansen stood somewhat awkwardly before the smart access system. "Maya Hansen?" Tony raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The glass door of the villa slid open automatically. As Maya stepped into the foyer, a gentle azure scanning beam enveloped her from head to toe. This was the necessary security scan conducted by J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony set down his tools and casually wiped his hands on a nearby towel. Stepping forward to greet her, "You arrived quite promptly, Maya Hansen." "It has indeed been a long time," he remarked with an air of deliberate neutrality. Maya regarded Tony with a complex expression. "Honestly, it surprises me that you remember me." Tony shrugged, not attempting to conceal his honesty. "Well, to be fair, I only recalled after being reminded by someone else." His candor was refreshing. Maya's gaze dimmed slightly as she forced a smile. "I had hoped to leave a more lasting impression." Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Tony rubbed his nose and let his gaze wander. Actually, I do remember you quite vividly in other respects." Maya, clearly unwilling to dwell on the past, stepped forward eagerly and lowered her voice. "Let us not discuss that. Tony, I have something incredibly important to tell you in person. Can we move to another location?" "Of course." Tony acknowledged the gravity of the situation, his expression growing serious as he gestured, "Follow me." Just as he finished speaking, a voice called from the spiral staircase above. "Tony, is there a guest?" Pepper Potts descended, dressed in comfortable loungewear and holding a glass of water, her tone tinged with curiosity. Tony turned to her. "Oh, Pepper, this is Maya Hansen, the botanist I mentioned." His introduction was formal. As Pepper approached, her gaze fell on Maya, bearing the gentle, yet somewhat distant scrutiny characteristic of a hostess. "Hello, Dr. Hansen." She moved closer to Tony, instinctively linking her arm through his, leaning against him in a manner that unmistakably asserted her claim. "I apologize, I was unaware that Tony's former acquaintance would be visiting during the Christmas holiday." Her tone was polite, yet the underlying sharpness was unmistakable. Maya observed Pepper's actions and Tony's slightly uncomfortable demeanor, understanding the dynamics at play. Taking a deep breath, she responded directly and candidly. "Ms. Potts, I believe you are mistaken. My relationship with Tony was merely a one-night affair." She employed a rather official phrasing. "Indeed," Tony quickly concurred, attempting to diffuse the tension. "That was ages ago. Now let us sit down." He guided both women to the sofa in the living room. As the three settled, Pepper remained close to Tony, while Maya sat opposite them, feeling somewhat isolated. Eager to address the matter at hand, Maya wasted no time. "Tony, I've come because I suspect my boss may be involved with an exceedingly dangerous terrorist organization." Tony's expression sharpened as he leaned forward slightly. "You mean Killian?" Maya's head snapped up, her eyes widening in surprise. "How do you know?" "He has been to Star Tower," Tony replied coolly, "with his so-called extremist virus. If I am not mistaken, the initial research on that subject was the potted plant you presented me back in Bern, correct?" Maya's complexion turned pale. Her eyes filled with guilt and pain. "Yes. After that night, I called Killian. Subsequently, I joined the project, and for the past decade, I have been leading the research on the extinction virus." Her voice grew somber. Tony gazed at her, his expression sharp, tinged with confusion. Why didn't you come to me back then? Maya, I have always been perplexed by this. With Stark Industries' platform, it has been so many years. Pepper suddenly interjected softly, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Tony, haven't you moved on? No. My dear. Tony swiftly turned to Pepper, hastily clarifying. I meant in terms of scientific collaboration. Nothing more. Truly. Maya chuckled bitterly, taking the opportunity to respond to Tony's earlier question. I believed that if I joined, Killian would grant me greater autonomy and resources. At that time, he acted like an ardent admirer, unconditionally supporting my research ideals. She reminisced about the early Killian, her gaze somewhat distant, but everything changed later. He became autocratic, solely pursuing power. When recruiting volunteers for human trials, he showed no regard for their lives. They were treated like expendables. From what I gathered, just a couple of days ago, they planned to orchestrate a massive explosion at the Chinese theater in Hollywood. But the operation failed, resulting in the loss of one of his men. Tony nodded, his eyes icy. I know. If it weren't for someone passing by that day to help clean up the mess, my friend Happy might have. He did not finish his sentence. Maya eagerly confirmed. Yes, that attack was aimed at you. Tony, he loathes you. Killian despises you to the core. He wants to obliterate you. A cold, dangerous smile curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. Killian's methods are ruthless. It seems it's time for this old acquaintance to taste the bitter fruit of his own making. Before Tony's words could fade, boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the entrance. The glass shattered like ice struck by a colossal hammer, instantly transforming into a deadly rain, accompanied by a wave of destruction that surged inward. In the astonished gaze of the three, a car engulfed in flames, resembling a colossal fireball, crashed through the glass wall with violent force, bringing with it searing heat and a fierce shockwave, smashing into the living room, rolling just under 10 meters before them, and exploding. Chapter 43. The villa under attack time seemed to freeze amidst the wreckage of the burning car and the swirling shards of glass. The deafening shockwave from the explosion hurled the luxurious furniture of the living room into the air, while expensive artworks disintegrated into dust. Flames greedily licked at the carpet and curtains. Thick smoke billowed upward, and alarms blared throughout the building. Get down! Tony's roar was nearly drowned out by the echoes of the explosion, yet the instinct for survival surged above all else. Almost instinctively, as the shockwave approached, he swung his arms to control the Mark 42 to protect Pepper. A powerful engine roar resonated from deep within the villa. The Mark 42 suit burst forth. It soared through the air at a remarkable speed, disassembling mid-flight, just as Pepper was about to be thrown backward by the blast wave. On the verge of being struck by the fiery debris, the suit's components instantaneously enveloped her. The chest plate locked into place, the arm guards encased her, the leg armor secured, and the helmet sealed, all within the span of 2 seconds. The golden red armor cocooned Pepper, shielding her from all lethal impacts and flames. Tony! Pepper's voice emanated from the helmet's built-in communicator, laced with sheer terror. Take her away! Tony bellowed into the air, simultaneously shoving the stunned Maya Hansen toward Pepper. Be careful! Tony! The Mark 42 immediately activated its thrusters, lifting Maya Hansen with immense force, and crashed through a partially shattered window, soaring towards the rear of the villa. Meanwhile, 2 figures engulfed in scorching waves of heat and thick smoke emerged from the gaping hole like demons from hell, stepping into the devastated living room. They were the 2 enhanced soldiers sent by Killian. On the left stood a towering giant, his physique reminiscent of an iron tower, with an unstable orange-red glow pulsating beneath his skin. His eyes glowed crimson, and with each step, the floor beneath him groaned under the strain, releasing a smell of charred wood. To the right was a lithe woman, her gaze as cold as a serpent's, with deadly red light swirling at her fingertips, emanating a terrifying heat capable of melting steel. Tony Stark, the woman screeched, her voice piercing, as her body transformed into a crimson blur. Her heated fingertips aimed directly at Tony's throat. Run! Tony clumsily rolled backward. Sizzle! The intense heat singed his expensive casual shirt, turning it to ash in an instant, leaving a charred burn on his skin, accompanied by excruciating pain. Boom! The bald giant followed closely. Lacking any flashy technique, his massive, glowing red fist descended upon the spot where Tony had just rolled, creating a deep, charred crater in the ground. Tony scrambled away on all fours, using the overturned sofa and burning furniture as cover while desperately evading the frenzied assaults of the two enhanced soldiers. Each dodge was perilous. The searing waves of heat scorched his skin, flames danced around him. Without any armor, he relied solely on instinct and experience to contend with these two monstrous beings endowed with superhuman abilities and searing powers. Sweat mingled with ash trickled down his brow, his breath coming in ragged gasps. At that moment, whoosh boom, a golden red streak whizzed back from the rear of the villa. It was the Mark 42, returning swiftly after dropping off Pepper. Like a falcon returning to its nest, it accurately swooped toward Tony. Tony seized the moment, leaping from a flaming dining table, charging towards the incoming armored foe. The bald giant swung a punch that missed entirely, shattering the table into splinters. Meanwhile, the female warrior attempted to intercept Tony, but she was a heartbeat too late. Clang, clang, clang. The components of the armor disassembled in midair, only to reassemble flawlessly. Pieces of cold metal, chest plate, arm guards, leg armor, swiftly enveloped Tony's form. As the final helmet component locked into place with a resounding click, his electronic eyes ignited with a chilling azure glow. Now, Tony's voice reverberated through the armor's external speakers, imbued with a metallic edge and long-suppressed fury. It's my turn. The armor's thrusters erupted with force. Tony shot forward like a cannonball, barreling into the female warrior who sought to hinder him. Bam! The thunderous impact resonated. The warrior was sent reeling back, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the structural pillar of the villa, emitting a muffled grunt. Taste this. Tony disregarded the flying warrior, his palm-mounted cannon charging instantaneously, its muzzle glowing with blinding white light. The target was the bald giant charging towards him. Boom! A powerful energy pulse struck the giant squarely in the chest. The immense force propelled his massive body away, resembling a flaming humanoid projectile, soaring through the gaping hole in the living room, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing into the tumultuous Pacific waves outside the villa with a resounding splash, sending forth a plume of boiling vapor. 1. Tony's icy electronic gaze shifted towards the female warrior, who was struggling to rise beside the pillar. The bald giant had been decisively dispatched into the sea by the energy cannon, yet this only stoked the flames of her fury. Instead of blood, a thick, orange-red liquid, resembling molten lava and exuding a pungent sulfuric odor, spilled from her mouth. Her eyes were ablaze with madness. She let out a piercing roar that could shatter eardrums, reminiscent of a wounded beast on the brink of death. A terrifying heat radiated from her entire being. The floor beneath her melted into a bubbling pit of magma. Enveloped in flames that consumed all, she lunged fiercely at Tony. Though clad in heavy armor, Tony felt a chill of apprehension from the sheer ferocity of her onslaught. Reacting with lightning speed, the thrusters of the armor reversed, propelling him backward. Yet, the warrior was swifter still. Like a flash, she closed the distance. Whoosh! A claw, glowing with a blinding red light and resembling a branding iron freshly extracted from a furnace, shot forth, unleashing a devastating wave of heat as it precisely grasped the joint of Tony's right arm. Sizzle! The moment the armor met the lava-like claw, an ear-piercing metallic wail erupted. The robust shell of the armor turned a vivid red at a visible rate, warping and distorting. Internal sensors blared alarms in frenzy. Intense tremors and searing pain surged through the armor, reverberating back to Tony. He could feel his arm's armor being torn apart and melted by the opposing force's terrifying strength and scorching heat. The force was so immense that it nearly tore his arm and armor apart. "Let go!" Tony bellowed, and the suit, designated as 42, instantly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. He violently lifted his right foot, the enormous thruster beneath it erupting with full power at such close range. Boom! Crash! This kick struck the female warrior's abdomen with the ferocity of a battering ram, propelling her through the air. However, even as she was sent flying, her claws remained fiercely clamped onto Tony's armored arm. The ear-splitting sound of tearing metal echoed as she forcefully ripped away a section of the already molten and deformed armor. Thud! The female warrior crashed heavily onto the burning carpet several meters away. Tony glanced at his right arm, where the exposed internal circuitry was emitting wisps of smoke. A chaotic sight, with faint embers glowing ominously upon it. A harrowing sight indeed. Had it not been for the armor, his entire arm might have been incinerated in that fleeting moment. Yet the battle was far from over. The female warrior, seemingly oblivious to pain, struggled to lift her head. A sinister grin plastered on her face, completely indifferent to the indentation in her abdomen. Just as Tony raised his left arm, the palm cannon ignited with a blinding white light and fired, severing her left arm. Buzz! The fractured limb glowed with an intense crimson light beneath her skin. The shattered bones seemed to be forcibly pulled and reassembled by an unseen power, while the broken flesh rapidly repaired itself, resembling molten metal in its fluidity. Within mere seconds, the once severed arm was restored to its former state, even more powerful and heated than before. Tony's electronic eye narrowed in shock, his pupils reflecting this unbelievable scene. Although he was aware of the formidable regenerative capabilities of the desperation virus, witnessing such rapid recovery of a severely damaged limb at such close proximity was an overwhelming shock to his visual and cognitive senses. Stock! The female warrior rose once more, shaking her newly formed arm, which was now entwined with a more volatile and unstable orange-red flame, threatening to engulf both herself and others. The last vestige of reason in her eyes had vanished. Her gaze brimmed with frenzied hatred as she let out a primal roar. The crimson light beneath her skin became blindingly chaotic. No longer attempting to attack Tony, she instead adopted a self-destructive stance, arms outstretched, recklessly lunging towards him. Let's die together. Stark! Her entire being radiated with uncontrolled energy, the desperation virus within her spiraling into chaos, transforming her into a colossal furnace on the brink of explosion. The terrifying heat warped the surrounding air into a combustible haze. In an instant, Tony's right arm deployed a small, spray gun-like device, an aerosol spray of the desperation virus inhibitor he had tirelessly developed the previous night and integrated into the arm of Suit 42. Time for a wake-up call. Zing! A fine mist of aerosol was ejected from a nozzle, enveloping the female warrior's entire head at such close range. The female warrior emitted a piercing wail, as if her very soul had been frozen. The mist surged through her mouth, nose, and even her skin's pores with frenzied intensity. The violent heat and orange glow within her, on the verge of breaching the critical threshold and annihilating all, swiftly diminished as if doused with the most potent extinguishing agent, fading at an astonishing pace. The luminous lava-like energy surging beneath her skin extinguished in an instant, and the uncontrolled waves of energy ceased abruptly. Her body, slightly swollen from the surge of energy, crumpled like a deflated balloon. Thud! The warrior collapsed at Tony's feet, utterly devoid of strength, her body convulsing violently, her skin regaining an unhealthy pallor, emitting only faint, anguished moans. All viral activity within her was forcibly neutralized by Tony's inhibitor, subdued. The deadly self-detonation was snuffed out a mere second before it could erupt. With heavy footsteps echoing on the chaotic floor, Tony gazed down at the captive who posed no further threat. JARVIS. Analyze the target's vital signs and viral activity. The target's vital signs are weak and on the brink of shock. The viral activity has decreased to below a safe threshold, nearly zero. Neutralization successful, sir. Excellent. Tony's voice bore no trace of elation or anger. He lifted his gaze, his electronic eyes sweeping across the wreckage of the still-burning living room. Then, towards the direction where Pepper had fled. Pepper, Maya, are you both all right? The door was cautiously pushed open a crack, revealing Pepper and Maya, their faces pale and shaken as they peered out at the utterly devastated mansion. The flickering flames cast reflections upon Tony's cold armor, as well as upon the crumpled figure at his feet, whose fate remained uncertain. Tony's voice resonated through the armor's speakers amidst the smoke and crackling flames of the ruins. It's temporarily safe. This one, he nudged the incapacitated warrior with his foot, is no longer a threat. There's another one out at sea. I'll go deal with him. No need for that. A clear feminine voice suddenly emerged from the direction of the shattered, wind-swept floor-to-ceiling window. Everyone turned towards the sound to see Selena hovering at the window in her red and blue battle attire, surrounded by a soft golden halo illuminated by the sunlight, with the surging waves of the Pacific Ocean behind her. In her right hand, she casually held the neck of the giant man whom Tony had blasted into the sea. His robust form dangled limply, evidently unconscious. Selena gracefully floated into the disarrayed living room. With a flick of her wrist, she discarded the unconscious warrior as if tossing away a piece of her fuse. The thud of his body hitting the ground stirred up a cloud of dust. I brought him back for you. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his helmet before he lowered the barrel of his arm cannon, advancing decisively in his suit. The inhibitor spray gun in his right arm re-emerged, aimed at the distorted, pained face of the unconscious giant. With precision, another burst of the inhibitor mist enveloped his mouth and nose. The bald man's body convulsed involuntarily, the residual, faintly unstable red glow beneath his skin flickering like a candle in the wind, swiftly dimming until it was entirely extinguished. Witnessing the misty gas of the inhibitor being inhaled, Jarvis's scanning interface instantaneously confirmed a drastic decline in the viral activity within the bald man's body, nearly to the point of vanishing. Only then did Tony's taut armored stance finally relax. He exhaled deeply and silently, his long-suspended heart finally settling back into place. Chapter 44. The desperate virus. Tony retrieved several belts, unceremoniously binding the two unconscious former warriors, now mere ordinary men, who had completely lost their combat effectiveness, ensuring they were immobilized. Having accomplished this, he turned to Selena, straightened his posture, and exclaimed, "Selena, what brings you here? I've already handled this little situation. Everything is under my control." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with an exaggerated nonchalance. Selena crossed her arms, her piercing blue eyes leisurely surveying the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows through which the cold sea breeze poured in. The once opulent furniture was reduced to mere skeletons and charred remnants. The carpet littered with shards of glass and pockmarked with holes, while the walls were blackened from smoke, the air thick with a pungent burnt odor. This scene seemed to stand in stark contrast to his claims of control. Raising an eyebrow, she pointed her toe at a warped, melted metallic decorative panel, saying, "Indeed, you clean up quite well. How much do you think it will cost to renovate this place?" She elongated her tone, then shrugged. "But since you say everything is fine, I suppose it is." Shifting her tone, her face broke into genuine admiration. "But really, Tony, you managed to secure the antidote so quickly. Your efficiency is quite astonishing." She flashed a sparkling thumbs up at Tony. Upon receiving Selena's rare compliment, Tony's mouth involuntarily curved upwards, struggling to suppress a proud grin while feigning humility. "Oh, come on. That was a piece of cake." At that moment, Maya Hansen, who had been hiding in the corner and was still recovering from her shock, finally recognized Selena, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed at her. Her voice trembling with incredulity. "Supergirl? You're Supergirl." Selena glanced at the prominent emblem on her chest and teasingly replied, "Can't you tell?" Maya suddenly erupted in a short yet piercing scream, her face instantly flooded with overwhelming joy. "I'm your superfan. Can I take a picture with you?" She was as excited as a starstruck girl, frantically rummaging for her phone. Selena, amused by her enthusiasm, readily nodded, "Of course. No problem." Maya immediately dashed to Selena's side, backlit by the still-smoking, apocalyptic remains of the living room, raising her phone. Selena obliged by slightly turning to the side, presenting a signature smile, radiating warmth and strength for the camera. The backdrop featured Tony's disheartened expression and the ravaged state of his home. Snap! Maya gazed at the precious group photo displayed on her phone screen, her hands trembling with excitement. "This is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much." Selena elegantly tossed her hair and beamed with a radiant smile. "You're welcome." As the commotion surrounding the photo subsided, Selena turned to Tony, her expression returning to one of seriousness. "Now that the issue is resolved, what are our next plans, Commander Tony?" Tony's gaze fell upon the two captives, bound and unconscious, his eyes hardening. "It's quite simple. We wait for these two fools to regain consciousness and pry the information from them. We need to ascertain the location of Killian's hideout. Then I will personally go and apprehend him." Selena, upon hearing this, pouted slightly. "Is that all? Why go through so much trouble? Why wait for them to wake?" She waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of incredulity at his apparent foolishness. Tony furrowed his brow. "What do you suggest? Are you skilled in interrogation?" He found it difficult to envision Selena in the role of a torturer. "There is no need for such sordid tactics. Selena shot him a glare before directing her attention to Maya Hansen, who was still lost in the joy of the group photo. Why not just ask her directly? Selena pointedly gestured towards Maya. Maya's smile faltered. Tony immediately caught on, his gaze sharpening as he focused on Maya. Maya, tell me, where is Killian's lair? Maya's body stiffened noticeably. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, her eyes flickering with intense inner turmoil. Maya? Tony stepped forward, his tone intensifying. What are you hesitating for? What are you still thinking about at this point? Suddenly, Maya raised her head, meeting Tony's penetrating gaze. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision, she spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. I can tell you Killian's whereabouts. But Tony, you must promise me one thing. Tony's brows knitted together, his tone laced with irritation. What? After all this, you still want to negotiate terms? It's quite simple. Maya's voice suddenly escalated. Help me perfect the doomsday virus. She produced a remarkably well-preserved business card from her pocket, showing unmistakable signs of age. The very card Tony had left in Bern years ago. Maya clutched the card tightly, her voice tinged with a decade's worth of suppressed frustration and pleading. I'm not a genius like you. Over the past 10 years, while the doomsday virus has evolved in lethality and regenerative capabilities, its drawbacks have never truly been resolved. My team and I have poured countless efforts into it, yet we have never managed to break through that ceiling. Her voice quivered slightly. Tony, I implore you, help me complete it. This is the culmination of my life's work, and this is my only request. Upon hearing this, Tony and Selena instinctively exchanged glances. Suddenly, a smile uncontrollably crept onto Tony's lips, transforming into a boisterous laugh, punctuated with a sense of triumph and amusement. Ha 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 ha. Maya's face turned pale at this unexpected outburst, a mix of humiliation and anger flooding her features. Tony Stark, what are you laughing at? Is my request truly so ridiculous? Tony finally stifled his laughter, waving his hand dismissively, yet his face still radiated an unmistakable sense of pride. No, Maya. I am not laughing at you. He deliberately elongated his tone. I have accomplished the condition you requested. What? Maya gasped, as though struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Tony, choosing not to elaborate further, turned on his heel and strode purposefully towards the laboratory on the basement level of the villa, untouched by the ravages of war. Come, follow me. Selena, intrigue, followed suit, while Maya, overwhelmed with astonishment and absurdity, hurriedly trailed after Tony. The underground laboratory on the basement level remained pristine and bright, standing in stark contrast to the ruins above. Tony approached the central control console and swiftly executed a series of commands, bringing up a holographic projection interface that immediately displayed intricate molecular structures. He picked up a black briefcase, originally containing the essence of the despair virus, which had been brought back from Hollywood by Happy. Behold, through a thorough analysis of the essence and the blood of the experimental subject that Happy retrieved, I have essentially reverse-engineered the complete formula of the despair virus. His fingers danced across the virtual screen, conjuring a new molecular model that was even more elegant and harmonious, with a light golden structure at its core resembling a stabilizer. And then, I pulled an all-nighter. Guess what? He pressed a button, and the holographic model began to operate smoothly, while the adjacent data bar displayed an unprecedented stability range. The improved version of the despair virus was a success. Maya's gaze was fixated on the flawlessly operating molecular model and the remarkably healthy data, her body trembling slightly. She murmured, "Have you conducted live experiments? What were the results?" Tony shrugged, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Haven't had the chance for human trials yet, but..." He gestured toward a transparent incubation chamber housing a lively little mouse, and another container holding a vibrant, seemingly normal cactus. "I've tested it on them, with remarkable results and currently zero side effects." Maya inhaled deeply, almost greedily. Then, a complex smile, intermingled with relief, elation, and profound bitterness, blossomed on her face. She sighed, her voice tinged with a sense of emptiness. "My entire team and I have spent a decade, sacrificing countless resources, yet we could not overcome this bottleneck." She lifted her gaze to Tony, her eyes filled with ineffable emotion. "Tony Stark, you managed it in a single night." She shook her head, as if lamenting the injustice of fate. "Life is indeed unfair." Tony stepped closer, momentarily setting aside his usual bravado, and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Hey, Maya, there's no need to be too disheartened. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, you know? For instance, as for myself, he straightened up, his tone shifting back to his self-assured note. My strengths are simply too numerous to count. Brilliantly intelligent, strikingly handsome, immensely wealthy, and charmingly humorous. What about his flaws? Selena interjected coolly, crossing her arms. Tony paused for a moment, then revealed a look of nonchalance, as if the answer were self-evident, shrugging his shoulders. I possess no shortcomings. Selena rolled her eyes dramatically, placing a hand to her forehead. I knew it was pointless to ask. Maya felt her bitterness and disappointment slightly abate. Taking a deep breath, as if arriving at a momentous decision, she turned to Tony, her gaze becoming calm and earnest. Very well, Tony. I shall divulge the location of Killian's base. She hesitated briefly. In Miami. Chapter 45. Direct assault on the enemy lair in the depths of Palm Beach, Miami, stood an abandoned estate. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense foliage of tropical palm trees, casting dappled light upon a once luxurious manor. Now, however, it exuded an air of decay and concealed malevolence. Vines clung to the marble columns. The fountain's water had long since turned murky, and exquisite sculptures lay shrouded in layers of dust. A few burly security personnel, clad in black suits and bearing fierce expressions, patrolled the grounds like vultures. Buzzing, the sharp roar of engines approached, akin to an enraged swarm of bees tearing through the tranquil air. Boom! A dazzling figure in gold and crimson, accompanied by a powerful gust and the weighty sound of metal colliding, descended steadily into the overgrown courtyard of the estate. Dust was swept up by the force of the wind, swirling around as the metallic shell of Mark 42 shimmered with a cold gleam in the mottled light. Enemy attack. The lead security officer immediately bellowed, and the suited men inside and outside the courtyard swiftly drew their concealed firearms, without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the golden-red figure. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the robust alloy armor, producing blinding sparks and a cacophony of clanging sounds. Ouch! Tony's voice resonated through the armor's external speakers, laden with exaggerated dismay. Damn it! My freshly polished paint job. You've marred it. Complaining, he casually raised his right hand. Boom! A precisely aimed palm-mounted pulse cannon fired. The lead security officer, who had shouted the loudest, was sent flying like a rag doll by the immense shockwave, crashing into the distant fountain with a splash, and fell silent. After dispatching a few more bothersome minions with the palm cannon, Tony wasted no time. The thrusters roared to life as he barreled forward like an enraged steel rhinoceros, crashing through the intricately carved yet decaying doors of the manor, plunging into the dimly lit interior of the main building. The hall was saturated with an overwhelming stench of cheap perfume, mingled with the scents of alcohol and marijuana. Luxurious sofas and carpets were littered with dazed men and women, clearly intoxicated, who paid no heed to the intrusion of the armored figure. What a wild party! Tony grimaced in distaste, casually raising his fingertip to unleash a few precise microcurrents. The sizzling blue light flickered, and the addict succumbed into a deeper slumber without so much as a murmur. His objective was clear. The heavy footsteps of his armored suit echoed rhythmically against the marble floor as he made his way toward the master bedroom. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the lavish, heavy oak door. The room was dimly lit, suffused with an air of decadent sweetness. On the enormous velvet bed, the covers were bulging, suggesting the presence of two figures writhing beneath them. Without hesitation, Tony advanced and yanked the covers away with a swift motion. Ah! Too sharp. Terrified female voices screamed in unison, revealing two nearly undraped young women who huddled together like frightened rabbits, trembling and staring at Tony with wide eyes. Irritated, he waved his arm dismissively. Out! The two women, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to gather their scattered garments and shrieked as they fled the bedroom. At that moment, the door to the adjoining luxurious bathroom swung open, accompanied by the sound of a flushing toilet. An elderly man, clad in an extravagant silk robe, with graying hair and a puffy visage, emerged. His bleary-eyed expression bore the remnants of a hangover and a hint of lewd satisfaction. Upon seeing the figure of the crimson gold armor standing in the center of the room, he froze, instantly alert. It was none other than the infamous and formidable Mandarin, the very figure that sent shivers down the spines of many. Why, you are the Mandarin? Tony's electronic eye locked onto the old man, the cannon slightly raised. The man's expression swiftly morphed from shock to a blend of obsequiousness and fear. He waved his hands frantically, his voice trembling. What? Oh, yes, it's me. No, I'm not the Mandarin. I'm just an actor. My name is Trevor. I'm merely a hired hand. I say what I'm told to say and do what I'm told to do. Tony's electronic eye flickered with a cold blue light, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Enough. I don't care who you are. Where's Killian? Where's he hiding? I don't know. I truly don't. Trevor pleaded, his face a mask of despair, nearly collapsing to his knees. Killian is elusive. The one providing me with scripts and studio space is one of his subordinates. Sometimes he gives me pointers in person, but I genuinely don't know where he is. I'm just a background actor. Please spare me. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath, feeling as if he had caught nothing more than a barking but toothless watchdog. Just then, the urgent ringing of the built-in communicator in Tony's suit broke the tension. It was Rhodey, holding his left hand steady, ensuring the cannon remained trained on the harmless actor. He answered the call. Hello, Rhodey. What is up? I'm a bit busy right now. Tony. Rhodey's voice came through, heavy with urgency and anger. The sound of wind suggesting chaos. There has been a major incident. The Iron Patriot has been stolen. I have just narrowly escaped from their base. A chill ran down Tony's spine. What? Where are you? He immediately pressed on. I don't know the exact location. Rhodey's voice was intermittent, clearly indicating he was on the run, but I am in a vast, abandoned estate. Surrounding me are these damned palm trees. He instinctively glanced outside at the dense tropical foliage, his lips twitching slightly. Oh, how fortunate. I too find myself in an estate filled with palm trees. Rhodey's voice grew increasingly frantic. Killian's men have seized the Iron Patriot. They are wearing my armor. Their target is the President. Air Force One. They intend to hijack him on board the President's aircraft. Tony's heart sank heavily. The stakes had suddenly escalated. Tony let out a frustrated sound. This complicates matters, brother. I have just apprehended the actor playing Mandarin, and that big fish, Killian, is lurking nearby. I cannot let him slip away. He cast a glance at Trevor, who was trembling uncontrollably. Tony, Killian won to escape. He will be caught eventually. Rhodey nearly shouted, but the President's safety must take precedence. If he is kidnapped or something goes awry, the consequences would be dire. We must act swiftly to thwart them. Tony found himself engulfed in a brief, yet intense, internal struggle. Pursuing Killian was a personal vendetta and the root of the threat, yet the President's safety was undeniably paramount. He clicked his tongue in irritation, almost gritting his teeth as he made a decision. All right. I suppose we must call upon our friend. Though I truly loathe having to do this every time. Selena. Rhodey immediately grasped his meaning, his voice tinged with a glimmer of hope. Yes, Selena. Only her speed can match this. Tony, stay put at the estate. I will come to you, and together we will confront Killian. Understood. Stay in touch. Tony ended Rhodey's communication and promptly dialed Selena's encrypted line. It connected almost instantaneously. Tony? Selena's voice came through clearly, with a hint of understanding. Need some help? Tony felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly replied. Yes, but let me be clear. This time it is not me who requires assistance. He emphasized. It is the President who is in dire need. Time is of the essence. He could almost picture Selena raising an eyebrow on the other end of the line. Indeed, Selena chuckled lightly, with a hint of I knew it. All right, I know what to do. Thank you. Tony sighed in relief. I must hang up now. I need to join Rhodey and flush out Killian. Selena responded succinctly. Take care. Malibu, Tony's villa. Selena hung up the phone, turning her gaze to Pepper, who had just weathered a storm and was still recovering emotionally, and the complex expression on Maya Hansen's face. My apologies, ladies. Selena offered a slightly apologetic smile. But you'll need to chat amongst yourselves for a while. It seems the President has encountered a minor traffic incident that requires my attention. Her tone was as casual as if she were merely stepping out to the supermarket. As soon as the words fell, Selena's figure blurred, merging seamlessly with the sunlight. The air was left with a swirling gust of dust and a few fleeting shadows. Pepper brushed her disheveled hair, remarking on the child's impressive abilities. Maya squinted her eyes and chuckled. She is indeed a supergirl. With that, she glanced down, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 46. saving the president on the tarmac. A Boeing 747, the official aircraft of the President of the United States, stood ready. Surrounded by aides, security personnel, and high-ranking military officials, the president was preparing to board. The atmosphere was tense, with recent threatening remarks from certain figures and attacks on the U.S. military elevating security measures to unprecedented levels. At that moment, a sharp whirring sound pierced the air, rapidly approaching from a distance. A powerful blue and white figure descended from the sky, landing with a resounding thud of heavy steel boots on the red carpet before Air Force One, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was the Iron Patriot armor. Colonel Hood. A look of relief spread across the president's face as he stepped forward a few paces, saying, "Seeing you here puts me at ease." He saluted the distinguished soldier with a standard military gesture. The Iron Patriot returned the salute with utmost solemnity. "With you here, the security of Air Force One is significantly bolstered," the president acknowledged, nodding before quickly boarding the massive aircraft under the tight protection of his agents. Accompanied by his corps aides, the Iron Patriot followed closely behind, the heavy footsteps echoing on the cabin floor. Air Force One, an altitude of 10,000 meters. Inside the president's exclusive office, the atmosphere remained charged. The president and several senior aides gathered around an electronic map, fervently discussing strategies to counter the threats posed by certain individuals and their terrorist organizations, while the screen displayed the latest intelligence and potential attack locations. Suddenly, the office door swung open. The tall blue and white figure of the Iron Patriot appeared at the threshold. "Colonel Rhodes?" The president looked up, somewhat surprised. "Is there something urgent? Have you discovered a new threat?" He assumed Rhodes bore pressing military news. The Iron Patriot remained silent, walking in with an air of scrutiny, as though inspecting the cabin. His electronic gaze swept over everyone in the room, ultimately resting on a heavy brass eagle head sculpture that adorned the president's desk. Without warning, the Iron Patriot struck. His speed left only a fleeting afterimage. He seized the hefty eagle head sculpture and hurled it at the nearest aide with the force of a toy. With a sickening thud, the sharp beak, propelled by immense power, pierced through the aide's chest like a deadly spear. Blood instantly stained the expensive wool carpet. The aide had no time to utter a scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A brief silence was shattered as chaos erupted in the office. A cacophony of terrified screams and incredulous shouts intertwined. Several aides recoiled in horror. "Protect the president." The response of the Secret Service agents was unparalleled. In an instant, multiple handguns were aimed at the Iron Patriot, and without hesitation, they opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets rained down upon the Iron Patriot's armor. However, the small caliber rounds merely sparked against the sturdy alloy surface, producing a series of sharp clinks, utterly ineffectual, as if merely scratching an itch. The Iron Patriot swiftly dispatched all bodyguards and agents with ease. His target was clear as he strode purposefully toward the president. The president and his most loyal bodyguard huddled beneath the expansive desk, their hearts racing. The Iron Patriot approached the desk. His massive, metal-clad right hand effortlessly penetrated the thick wooden surface with a resounding thud. He precisely seized the shoulder of the agent hiding beneath. "No!" The president screamed in terror. The Iron Patriot's arm swung violently. The battle-hardened agent was yanked from underneath the desk like a rag doll, crashing violently against the metal wall of the cabin. With a dull thud, the agent collapsed to the floor, motionless. Then, that metallic hand reached down once more, deftly grasping the collar of the president's garment. With ease, he lifted him as if he were a mere chick. Click! The visor of the Iron Patriot's helmet sprang open. Revealed within was an entirely unfamiliar face, adorned with a cruel and mocking smile. It was certainly not James Rhodes. "What an honor to meet you, Mr. President," the stranger said in a flippant tone, as if merely greeting an ordinary server. The president's face turned pale, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "If you intend to kill me, then do it directly." He attempted to uphold the dignity of his office. "Oh, do calm down, sir." The imposter's smile widened. "This is not the manner of Mr. Hammer." Before he could finish, two crisp sounds, like pebbles striking metal, suddenly emanated from the side of his helmet. The smile on the imposter's face froze instantly. A chill raced up his spine. He spun around abruptly. "Is someone there?" A radiant, captivating face adorned with a hint of a teasing smile hovered near his helmet. Selena had mysteriously appeared within the aircraft. And at that moment, one of her delicate fingers was gently tapping on the Iron Patriot's helmet, the earlier sounds originating from her actions. The man spun around violently. His right fist swung forcefully toward the girl behind him. However, slap. A pale, slender hand, seemingly fragile, firmly grasped that iron fist. The immense force dissipated upon contact, as if crashing into an immovable mountain. Only then did the man realize the identity of the newcomer with astonishment. The blinding light streaming through the window delineated the iconic red and blue silhouette, along with the billowing crimson cape, none other than the remarkable Supergirl, Selena. Tilting her head slightly, Selena peered past the man's shoulder to address the president behind him, her melodic voice piercing through the howling winds. "Mr. President, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The president's voice trembled, yet it resonated with a fervent thrill of survival. The imposter was incensed by Selena's almost dismissive demeanor towards him, a surge of humiliation and murderous rage clouding his judgment. Seizing the fleeting moment while Selena inquired, he channeled all his strength into his left arm, his armored fist striking with even greater ferocity and cunning angle towards Selena's delicate visage. Bang! The weighty metallic fist landed squarely on its target. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Not even the slightest tremor accompanied the blow. Selena's head remained virtually unperturbed, only her hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Her expression was unchanged, her eyelids not even fluttering, the smile still gracing her lips. Selena extended her fair fingers and gently rubbed the spot where she had been struck, her tone imbued with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. "It is quite rude to interrupt someone and strike a girl's face." As her words lingered in the air, her palm, which had grasped the imposter's heavily armored fist, tightened ever so slightly. Creak! A terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The high-cost, exceedingly sturdy steel Patriot right arm armor, along with the hand within, crumpled as if crushed by a ton of hydraulic pressure, transforming into a grotesque mass of twisted metal. The imposter let out a soul-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the cabin. Selena, as if discarding a piece of litter, hurled the imposter violently against the cabin wall. Boom! The imposter slammed into the interior wall like a cannonball, embedding himself within the structural confines. Sparks danced and ruptured pipes crackled. "Take cover," Selena instructed the president, who, as if awakening from a dream, scrambled towards a small compartment, hastily seeking refuge. Selena redirected her gaze towards the imposter, who was struggling to extricate himself from the mangled remnants of the Steel Patriot. His right hand, which Selena had rendered useless, was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. A strange red glow pulsed beneath his skin, bones regenerating and flesh reshaping. Roar! The imposter unleashed a beastly roar as he rose from the rubble, his skin glowing like a searing iron, emanating a terrifying heat that warped the surrounding air. His restored right hand clenched into a fist once more, charged with an annihilating force, and struck toward Selena with great ferocity. This time, Selena made no effort to raise her hand. In the face of the scorching fist hurtling towards her, she merely parted her lips slightly, whoosh. A visibly frigid white frost surged forth like a tempest. In an instant, a torrent erupted from her lips. The searing crimson fist, upon meeting the breath of absolute zero, resembled a red-hot iron block plunged into liquid nitrogen. A piercing sound of quenching resounded. The counterfeit's entire right arm, glowing fiercely, darkened and solidified at an astonishing speed. A thick layer of ice, emanating a chilling aura, swiftly enveloped his arm, creeping up to freeze his shoulder, neck, and half of his face. A devil! A devil! The imposter let out an agonizing and horrified shriek. He felt his blood and energy congealing. His remaining active eye gazed in terror at a gaping hole in the side, torn open by the previous impact. Jump! Even if the frigid Atlantic lay below, it was preferable to confronting this unfathomable entity. If he could leap into the sea, the regenerative abilities of the desperate virus might grant him a flicker of hope. Driven by sheer survival instinct, he seized the moment while half his body remained unfrozen, propelling himself with his only functioning left leg towards the shattered window. However, as his body hung in midair, a warm hand seized his ankle like an iron claw. Selena's voice whispered like the harbinger of death. "Where do you think you're going?" Immediately, an immense force pulled him back. The imposter felt as if he were a puppet caught in a giant's grip, violently yanked back and slammed against the rigid cabin floor. His right arm, rendered brittle and frozen, shattered upon impact, splintering into countless dark red shards reminiscent of viscera. The imposter emitted a wretched howl that was scarcely human. Agony and despair engulfed him. Selena looked down upon the man, now reduced to a writhing figure with only one arm remaining. Her gaze devoid of any compassion. Why persist in this futile struggle? Surrender now, and perhaps I may consider sparing your life. I will not betray my master. The man's eyes flickered with a mad flame, the red light within him surging violently once more, no longer suppressed, but erupting with greater ferocity. My mission is accomplished. His remaining body swelled like an inflating balloon, the crimson light beneath his skin reaching a blinding apex. A wave of destructive energy instantly filled the cabin. The rear section of Air Force One was violently torn apart, as if by an invisible giant's hand. The sturdy fuselage twisted and fractured like mere paper. Flames and thick smoke erupted wildly. The shrill sound of metal tearing, the piercing alarm, and the desperate cries resonated through the skies. Air Force One, stripped of its entire tail structure and engine power, plummeted earthward like a giant bird with broken wings, losing all balance and propulsion. The surviving president, aides, and other dignitaries within the cabin were engulfed in terror. Amidst the explosive shockwave, Selena transformed into a streak of light. Racing back to the still-falling front half of the aircraft's wreckage, she pushed open the door to the emergency shelter and commanded, "Everyone, sit tight. Fasten your seatbelts. The plane is going down. If you wish to live, do not move." Inside, the president and several pallid high-ranking officials were crammed together. A woman began to scream hysterically, "Help! Save us! I don't want to die. Are we going to die? Oh God!" The despairing terror was contagious, and others joined in with cries of fear. Silence. Selena's voice boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out the cacophony. "I can save you, but you must stay here. Sit tight. Don't make things worse for me." Her stern gaze swept across the crowd, and with that, she forcefully shut the heavy hatch of the shelter. In the next moment, Selena's figure appeared outside the violently tumbling, rapidly descending wreckage of the aircraft. A fierce wind whipped around her, causing her red cloak to billow dramatically. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the burning engine at the fractured section of the plane and the multiple fire sources ignited by leaking fuel. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a breath of frigid air, even more immense and colder than before, sweeping forth like a polar storm. The roaring flames flickered out before this absolute zero, akin to candles extinguished in a gust. Even the spilled aviation fuel was instantly frozen. With the explosion hazard neutralized, Selena immediately flew beneath the fuselage, spreading her arms wide. A powerful, invisible biofield erupted forth, cradling the more than 100-ton Boeing 747 wreckage as if it were a delicate bubble. The descent slowed abruptly. The turbulence and shaking within the cabin diminished significantly. The president and the terrified individuals in the shelter felt a sudden jolt, followed by a newfound stability, as though held aloft by an unseen force. Despair was replaced by sheer astonishment. Selena carefully adjusted her output, stabilizing the aircraft's posture, then exerted force to propel the half of Air Force One towards the nearest destination, Washington Dulles International Airport. Washington Dulles International Airport basked in sunlight, bustling with activity. Inside the expansive glass terminal, travelers hurriedly dragged their luggage. On the tarmac, various aircraft took off and landed in an orderly fashion. The tower personnel were diligently managing routine operations. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed traveler pointed towards the distant sky and shouted, "Hey, look, a plane is coming." The person next to him dismissed it. "A plane? One flies by here every 10 minutes. No, look closely. That plane, it looks like it's only half." The first traveler's voice quivered with incredulous terror. More and more people turned in the direction he indicated. "Oh my God, what is that? It's smoking. It's only half." The airport was instantly engulfed in a chaotic uproar. All individuals ceased their movements, gazing upwards at the sky where a colossal blue and white aircraft, its front half intact while the tail section billowed thick black smoke, appeared as a harbinger of doom. In an eerily serene manner, it glided through the sunlight, gradually approaching the vacant reserve runway of the airport. Beneath the massive wreckage, a diminutive yet striking figure of the superheroine, Selena, extended her arms, resolutely lifting this emblem of national dignity, albeit battered with sheer strength. "It's the superheroine," someone exclaimed, voice strained with disbelief. "She is lifting a plane. Air Force One. That's Air Force One. The president is aboard." Following an overwhelming wave of shock and incredulity came a cacophony of gasps and exhilaration. Countless individuals pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Sirens blared across the airport as security and fire response teams rushed to the site where the aircraft was poised to land. Selena held her breath, her focus razor-sharp. With the aircraft compromised and the pilot deceased, the landing gear was inoperable, necessitating her flawless control for a safe touchdown. She gradually lowered her altitude, meticulously placing the heavy remnants of the aircraft onto the smooth, cement runway. Upon contact, the robust fuselage scraped against the unforgiving surface, emitting a piercing screech and sending sparks flying. Yet, ultimately, the plane came to a steady halt. Selena exhaled softly, as if completing the most intricate of maneuvers. She floated upwards, hovering outside the window of the President's secure chamber, gently tapping on the reinforced glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Washington. Please disembark at your convenience." The heavy hatch door swung open from within. The president, pale but steady on his feet, was the first to emerge, assisted by his aides. Following him were a dozen high-ranking officials, equally shaken. They looked up to behold the superheroine Selena, gracefully suspended in the sunlight like a goddess. In the throngs of excited citizens beyond the security line, their fervent cheers barely contained. The president straightened his disheveled suit, inhaling deeply to compose himself before approaching Selena. His eyes radiated gratitude and reverence. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice hoarse yet profoundly sincere. "You have saved many lives, including mine, averting a potential catastrophe for our nation." He extended his right hand solemnly. Without hesitation, Selena reached out, gently clasping his hand, her palm warm and firm. The president shook her hand vigorously, as if to affirm that this surreal moment was indeed reality. Then, he abruptly turned to face the passionate crowd and the multitude of flashing cameras, raising their joined hands high in triumph. "Superheroine," he proclaimed with all his might. Following a brief silence, an eruption of cheers akin to a volcanic explosion ensued. "Superheroine! Superheroine! Superheroine!" The tumultuous roar of cheers surged like a tidal wave, a crescendo of excitement, gratitude, and adoration echoing through the heavens. Countless voices called out her name, their arms raised in fervor. Sunlight bathed Selena, her red and blue attire and crimson cape fluttering gently in the breeze.